when the overworked Bernice found herself in the guise of a middle school girl. She was thrust into chaos during the first week of school when the bus plunged into a lake. Faced with panicking classmates, she calmly commanded, "Smash the corners of the windows. Take a deep breath. Swim out with me." Unbeknownst to her, a blue-eyed boy, who was supposed to reveal his abilities at that moment, regarded her with admiration. Clark Kent. Bernice gazed at the boy who single-handedly overturned the bus to rescue the driver. "Wait a minute, this plot is all wrong. I simply wanted to navigate my second adolescence quietly. Why must I also moonlight as Superman's psychological counselor?" As Bernice realized that this DC universe was awry, she had already begun instructing the future Superman on concealing his powers, perhaps the most hardcore of American comic fanfiction. Chapter 1. The Town Girl and the Submerged School Bus. Bernice Allen was not conventionally beautiful. However, her tall stature and the way her brown curls danced as she waved pom-poms during cheerleading certainly drew the attention of many boys. This was why, upon her departure from the cheerleading squad, not only her close friends but also numerous boys, regardless of acquaintance, approached her to inquire about her decision. "She just doesn't want to be a cheerleader anymore? Don't listen to her nonsense," a former cheerleading teammate, twirling her hair in an attempt to mimic the languid charm of an adult woman, interjected. Bernice was so desperate to join the cheerleading team that it was as if she was about to kneel and plead with Ms. Sylvie for a chance to try out. She just wasn't good at the routines and quit to save face, another girl in a red cheerleading uniform chimed in, hands on her hips. But she was a cheerleader for over a year. If there were issues, she would have been kicked off long ago. Ms. Sylvie is a real taskmaster. Who knows? Her training was indeed dreadful after she returned from her last absence. The girls impatiently nudged the boys who had gathered around. "Are you here for coffee with us, or looking for Bernice? Move along." This small group of banter soon drifted away, and beside the spot where they had just conversed, a metal locker door swung shut, revealing Bernice Allen's expressionless face. With a sigh, she clutched the novel she had just retrieved and walked in another direction. The cheerleading and football teams were notorious for being the last to conclude their extracurricular activities. Having resigned from the squad and lacking another club to join, she still couldn't return home early. Few students at the school refrained from joining clubs, and the first bus did not arrive that early. During the past few days, she had taken to finding a quiet corner to read while waiting for the bus. While Bernice genuinely enjoyed reading, her primary objective during this waiting period was tranquility. Perhaps some would relish being thrust back into a middle school environment, forced to endure the gossip and clamor of a gaggle of adolescents after finally graduating from university, but Bernice was not one of those individuals. And cheerleading, the very thought made her grimace. What purpose did it serve to prance around in vibrant athletic wear under the blazing sun, clutching pom-poms or ludicrous batons? Upon awakening in this body named Bernice Allen, she resolved that even if she were relegated to the lowest caste of middle school social hierarchy, she would not continue as a cheerleader. After all, why were cheerleaders and football players regarded as the unassailable elite of middle school? When Bernice finally boarded the bus, it was already populated, much like the previous days. The chubby 7th grade boy, exuding a school bully persona, greeted her first. Bernice nodded in acknowledgement, recalling his name was Peter. If only everyone she encountered introduced themselves like Peter. Presently, she could not remember a single name. Her own parents' and sisters' names were merely gleaned from casual conversations at the dinner table. She deliberately chose to ride this bus, predominantly filled with 7th graders, to avoid potential encounters with 8th grade students who might have been acquainted with the former Bernice. She settled into the last row, leaning against the backrest with her eyes closed. Though not tired, this position allowed her to evade unnecessary social interactions, which had become a nuisance in recent days, with individuals buzzing around her like a swarm of bees, inquiring about her departure from the squad. Gossip transcended grade levels. The sound of footsteps and hushed female chatter reached her ears. The front seats shifted slightly under the weight of someone leaning against them, pressing down on her legs. As the bus slowly began to move, the acceleration gently pressed her against the backrest. How delightful, this near tranquility. Not even the raucous laughter and banter of boys could shatter it. After all, youthful exuberance, as long as it was not jarring, could be dismissed as a form of white noise. "Hey, you idiot. What do you think? Did you watch the game?" Except for the exceedingly loud remarks. That voice was unmistakably raised. An asswipe was hardly a compliment. Bernice cracked open one eye. A figure, large by teenage standards, was leaning over the seat in front of her, looking down at the unknown individual seated ahead of her. Peter. Bernice frowned. The tone and posture didn't suggest a friendly jest among pals, yet she remained casually reclined against the backrest, narrowing her eyes. Just a moment longer if the insults escalated, she would not hesitate to disrupt the peace. "Leave him alone, Peter." A girl, seated a bit further ahead, interjected, but Peter's bulk obstructed Bernice's view entirely. "Who do you think you are, his girlfriend? I want to hear what he has to say." Peter's voice carried a hint of disinterest, yet he remained unmoving, showing no intention of returning to his seat. With such a considerable shadow looming over her, particularly that substantial backside facing her, Bernice felt decidedly unamused. She was about to request that he shift when suddenly, the bus lurched, sending her crashing against the side window. Uncertain of the driver's predicament, the entire bus swerved violently left and then right, making it nearly impossible for Bernice to regain her balance. In the next instant, a jolt reverberated from the front of the bus, followed by the startling sensation of weightlessness. The bus crashed through the guardrail of the bridge, plunging into the lake below. Instinctively, Bernice's pupils dilated as she gripped the seat back in front of her amid the chorus of frantic screams. The impact of the water struck, and panic surged within her as she witnessed the bus submerging, while those around her continued to scream in utter chaos. "Everyone be quiet." Lana Lang, the beautiful girl who had spoken up earlier, was now on the verge of tears, fear etched across her face. Rather than truly processing Bernice's command, she seemed momentarily stunned into silence by the volume of her voice. Bernice scanned the bus interior, failing to locate a safety hammer. Cursing under her breath, she adopted her most authoritative demeanor. "When I say go, use metal rods or your fists to smash the corners of the windows. They'll shatter most easily. Then everyone take a deep breath and swim out." Stealing a glance at the rising water level, her heartbeat quickened, and she hastened her speech. "Is there anyone who can't swim? Raise your hand immediately." A timid girl, unfamiliar to Bernice, hesitantly raised her hand. "I." Bernice quickly reached out, pulling her close. "Then stay with me," she instructed loudly. "Anyone else?" When she caught Peter's hesitant gaze, she internally cursed. She watched in disbelief as the largest boy in the bus raised his hand too. With his size, even if Bernice assisted the girl, it would likely be impossible for her to help him swim. In the front row, there was a boy whom Bernice suspected to be the one Peter had previously harassed. Surprisingly, Bernice had not noticed him until he suddenly declared, "I can take Peter." This boy, by all appearances, was neither robust nor as tall as Peter. Bernice turned to gaze into his eyes, asking, "Are you certain?" He nodded quietly, and within his blue eyes lay a persuasive strength. "Very well then. Now, smash the glass," Bernice commanded. The water level had already risen to the last row, yet the window merely bore cracks. Gripping the girl who could not swim, Bernice shouted, "Kick with your feet if you must." As she prepared to use her own feet, she observed the boy with blue eyes approaching the window and forcefully striking its edge, causing it to shatter. In that moment, Bernice managed only to pull the girl forward, yelling, "Take a deep breath," before pushing her into the water. For those unaccustomed to swimming, instinctive thrashing in water is common, so the optimal position is to elevate their chin while moving in a backstroke manner. However, Bernice was not adept at backstroke. In truth, she had never swum with anyone else before. Yet, amid such circumstances, it was crucial for the leader to remain composed and exude an air of control to prevent others from succumbing to panic. Fortunately, the girl Bernice was assisting was quite astute. She endeavored to restrain her instincts and remained still to facilitate Bernice's efforts. As Bernice propelled them to the surface, she felt her breath nearing its limit. In the center of the lake, she took a brief respite, of course, mindful to support her companion's head before slowly guiding her toward the shore. When Bernice helped her companion onto solid ground, several people had already gathered around. She collapsed onto the muddy ground, utterly exhausted, her adrenaline surging through her pulse as she exerted effort to suppress her fatigue. Half sitting, she scanned the area for others who had managed to climb ashore. "Has everyone from the vehicle made it? Look around, are there still people who have not come up?" Peter, seated on the ground, replied gruffly, "I think that's it." Bernice stood up, addressing the remaining individuals. "Could everyone please check if anyone is still unaccounted for?" She herself closed her eyes once back in the vehicle, hardly recognizing anyone present. Her gaze predominantly met that of a few girls. Perhaps it was a bias, but girls in high school typically proved to be far more reliable. Lana hesitantly chimed in, "I think that's everyone, right? We're all here." Bernice nodded, confirming her mental tally. However, the boy with the blue eyes suddenly changed expression and plunged back into the water. "Hey fool, where are you going?" Peter shouted, receiving no reply. In frustration, he struck the muddy ground, splattering Bernice with dirt. "Ah, my apologies," he muttered with a frown. Why was he rushing back? Bernice furrowed her brow, certain that the students were all here. "Oh my God, the driver." A chill ran down Bernice's spine as she took a step toward the water, then halted. The driver may still be in the water. I will go assist him. But unless I call for help, no one should enter the water. Please wait on the shore for rescue. You can't go. You're a girl, exclaimed a boy in sportswear sitting next to Peter indignantly. I'll go. Bernice shook her head. I issued the command. I must take responsibility for it. She extended her hand to halt the boy's movement. Moreover, I will only be assisting at the water's surface. I will be fine. If anything goes awry, I will call for help. Please, everyone, pay close attention to my actions. It is vital, all right? The boy in sportswear still appeared doubtful, but nodded earnestly in agreement. True to her word, Bernice swam to the center, merely submerging her head beneath the water's surface to assess the situation. She could barely see the boy with the blue eyes circling the submerged bus, and then, with great effort, he overturned the entire vehicle, dragging out an unconscious adult male before swiftly swimming back to the surface. Bernice felt slightly dazed. She was uncertain of the weight of a bus, but a typical car weighs at least a ton, doesn't it? Could buoyancy truly have such a significant effect? Was this a saltwater lake? The density of the water might indeed enhance buoyancy. While helping to tow the driver to shore, she found herself lightheaded, discreetly tasting the water with the tip of her tongue. Rather than salt, it tasted overwhelmingly of mud. Bernice felt as though she was not contributing significantly. The boy was effortlessly swimming while supporting the unconscious man, whether it was swimming or assisting him ashore. Steadying herself, she draped the driver's other arm over her shoulder. Finally allowing herself to collapse back onto the muddy ground, she looked at the faces around her, equally disheveled. We have shared a near-death experience. May I be so fortunate as to learn your names? She shook hands in turn with Peter Ross, Jack Stan, Lana Lang, and Joanna Hill, the girl Bernice had brought with her. Then she turned to the boy with the clear blue eyes. I am Bernice Allen. He blinked, a hint of a tentative smile breaking through his usually expressionless face. Clark Kent, pleased to meet you. Chapter 2. The Town Boy in School Bullying. Recently, an incident involving an elevated bridge in the town has garnered significant attention from the citizens. A car on the bridge suddenly suffered a tire blowout, leading to a school bus from the town's middle school crashing through the barriers and plunging into the lake while attempting to avoid the out-of-control vehicle. Tragically, both the driver and 6 middle school students aboard the bus found themselves in imminent peril. Remarkably, under the leadership of one student, the students not only managed to execute a self-rescue, but also succeeded in saving the unconscious driver, with all 7 individuals escaping unharmed. Today, our newspaper has the privilege of interviewing the composed and resourceful heroine, Bernice Allen, from the town's middle school, who orchestrated the self-rescue during this critical moment. To recount the events that transpired, this 8th grade girl exhibited a remarkable clarity of thought and composure during the interview, making it difficult to discern her age, which allows one to imagine the decisiveness she displayed at the time of the incident. Below is the interview conducted with her the day following the accident. Reporter: Hello, Bernice. As one of the individuals on the school bus during the incident, could you share your emotions throughout the unfolding events? Bernice: Hello, reporter. Before I share, I would appreciate it if you refrained from calling me a heroine. What I did was merely an instinctive effort to preserve my own life. And only after that did I have the capacity to assist others. I did not put myself in peril to save anyone. That designation belongs to another classmate who selflessly re-entered the water to rescue someone. Reporter: It seems you hold yourself to quite high standards. What was the atmosphere like on the bus prior to the incident? Bernice: I believe it was quite similar to any ordinary school bus, with a few classmates chatting while I was dozing in the last row. Reporter: So, before the bus went into the water, you were unaware of what was happening? Bernice: No, it all transpired too suddenly. A series of sharp turns left everyone disoriented, followed by an abrupt sense of weightlessness. From my position in the back row, I could not see the roadway, and I feared that the vehicle might crash directly to the ground, leaving us uncertain of our survival. Reporter: Could you elaborate on the reactions of everyone after the bus entered the water, and what actions you took at that moment? Jonathan Kent spread the newspaper wider, bypassing the reporter's somewhat exaggerated praise at the end, and meticulously read through the girl's account of the incident 3 times before looking up at his son with admiration. You did well. You restrained yourself from using your abilities. Clark Kent, who had evidently been suppressing his emotions, finally spoke up, and nearly a year's worth of pent-up frustration erupted, startling even himself with the volume of his voice. Jonathan furrowed his brow and closed the newspaper. What's the matter, son? Didn't we discuss this before? You must conceal that side of yourself in front of the crowd. Did not those girls handle it quite well on their own? Those girls? Can I really distinguish between them and myself in the face of disaster? Clark exclaimed loudly. Someone has already taken the initiative to assist others. And she's just an ordinary person. Without my intervention, they would have been unable to shatter the car window, and everyone would have drowned. Should I have merely stood by and watched them perish? Jonathan placed the newspaper on the table and gently patted Clark's back, saying, I am relieved that there were no casualties. However, you're also aware of my concerns regarding your unique abilities becoming known to others. The report mentions that it was you who went back into the water to rescue the driver, correct? Upon Clark's nod, Jonathan glanced at the newspaper and remarked, Fortunately, your actions this time were not deemed out of the ordinary and went unnoticed. Clark lowered his gaze. His exceptional eyesight scanned the newspaper, clearly revealing the words printed therein. Bernice Allen stated, I did not risk my life to save others. I am not a hero. In contrast, another classmate, who disregarded their own safety and went back into the water to rescue the driver, deserves the title. It was utterly absurd. He was the only person in the vehicle who faced no life-threatening danger. Clark felt as though those words had seared into him, hastily averting his eyes. As the bell rang, Bernice swiftly grabbed her backpack and dashed out. If she did not hurry, she would like during other breaks. Encounter inquisitive girls and nonchalant boys seeking to chat, asking what it felt like to be in the newspaper or whether swimming in the lake was exhilarating. Such conversations, by Bernice's standards, were utterly devoid of substance and hardly constituted genuine dialogue. While Bernice's mind was preoccupied with the buoyancy formulas she had previously gathered, she was suddenly confronted in the corridor by a girl with a high ponytail and striking blonde hair. The girl donned a conspicuous red and yellow cheerleading uniform, which was essentially just ordinary athletic wear. However, in middle school, it was akin to the boys' sweat-drenched football gear. The design mattered little, for it symbolized allure. Donning it meant you were the cool girl every boy desired and the envy of all the girls. Surrounding students whispered about the cheerleading captain, which indeed aligned with Bernice's stereotype of that position. She inquired, What is it? Alan, are you coming back to the squad? The blonde girl tilted her chin and placed her hands on her hips, clearly interpreting Bernice's wide-eyed expression as astonishment. With an air of impatience, she continued, Although you have left the team, you have been in the spotlight lately, becoming the center of conversation for many. I believe I can offer you a chance to return. We currently have an opening on our team, and you can collect an application from Ms. Sylvie. Bernice had to interject, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of rejoining the cheerleading squad. As the girl's expression began to sour, Bernice attempted to salvage the situation, saying, I can help recommend 1 or 2 individuals to fill the vacancy. While I cannot accept, due to personal reasons, I genuinely appreciate the opportunity you've extended. She realized she could not recall the cheerleading captain's name and resorted to the first term that sprang to mind, Beauty. The cheerleading captain was taken aback, her high ponytail frozen in midair. Bernice could not help but chuckle, tossing a casual "see you" over her shoulder as she continued on her way, her backpack in tow. Internally, she found herself laughing for quite some time, until she finally managed to extract the buoyancy formula and the school bus data she had previously contemplated from her mind. She mentally jotted down notes and sketches. Regardless of how she analyzed the forces at play, the strength required to overturn a school bus, as witnessed at the bottom of the lake, far surpassed human limits. To be more methodical, Bernice ought to measure the density of the lake water to validate her buoyancy calculations, and scour various news articles to examine the extraordinary feats of strength humans have exhibited in the face of disaster. She vaguely recalled instances during earthquakes when mothers had lifted incredibly heavy debris to save their children, and others who had demonstrated unprecedented speed amidst calamity. If she could find genuine examples to compare the differences in explosive strength, Bernice stared at the towering stack of old newspapers in the library, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps it was best to abandon the idea. After all, her investigation was not aimed at indicting anyone or even confirming a conclusion. It was merely to pose a hypothesis. She reassured herself and swiftly exited the labyrinth of unarchived newspapers, borrowing a book before leaving. She navigated her way to the secluded corner where she had previously read, but from a distance, she noticed several indistinct figures and heard a male voice shouting angrily. The individual in the red jacket, reminiscent of a football team's attire, was raising a fist in protest. What was going on? Did it seem like they were about to engage in a brawl? Bernice hurried over, consciously regulating her breath to ensure her voice resonated loudly yet without sharpness or urgency. "What the hell are you doing?" The tallest boy turned to her, his contemptuous gaze filled with fiery anger briefly sweeping over Bernice before he returned to his shouting. "Come on, Kent. Fight back." Kent? The name rang a bell, but Bernice had no time to ponder, as the boy yanked at the collar of another on the ground, shoving him towards a wire fence. With no prior experience in combat, Bernice forced her way into their midst, using her weight to stagger the aggressor backward. She stumbled slightly upon landing, but, fueled by her anger and an unwavering resolve, maintained her assertive stance, unembarrassed as she spoke. "What exactly is your issue? What business is it of yours?" The leader's expression soured, yet he had yet to consider turning his aggression towards Bernice, allowing her to breathe a little easier. "Your actions are disgusting to me," Bernice replied calmly. "Aren't you all supposed to be training with the football team?" She surveyed the group, noting that most were clad in the team's red jackets. "Or are you just substitutes who don't need to practice?" The boys exchanged glances, some offering the leader a reassuring pat, before sauntering off with their hands in their pockets. One of them, who had initially lingered on the periphery, took a few steps closer. Bernice raised an eyebrow. "Peter? What are you doing here?" Peter's hand lingered awkwardly in midair as he glanced at Clark, who remained seated on the ground. Clark's gaze shifted from Bernice to him. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over Peter, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. He turned to Bernice and uttered a brief apology on his behalf before departing. Bernice exhaled deeply, turning around to finally take a moment to observe this familiar victim. His unkempt black hair resembled that of a few days prior, and his striking blue eyes remained unchanged. As Bernice gazed into those eyes, she extended her hand, declaring, "You inspire a profound respect within me." Clark slowly released his grip on the concrete railing, reaching out to grasp Bernice's palm, using her support to rise. Though he spoke not a word, the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his confusion. While he claimed to rely on her for assistance, Bernice felt no exertion from him. She merely provided a fulcrum, and he effortlessly stood. "Profound respect? Is it due to the beating I received?" The boy of similar height inquired. 3 days ago, when the school bus plunged into that lake, I formed a hypothesis." Bernice refrained from directly answering, preferring to believe in his nobility rather than doubt herself. "And indeed, you're noble. The ability to restrain one's strength is a virtue I cannot aspire to." Her gaze fell upon the copy of the Republic that Clark held. "Perhaps this can be deemed the highest good?" Bernice then glanced at the hapless concrete post and could not suppress a laugh. "Clark, you should attend to that post. It seems you may have inadvertently crushed it. I would prefer you call me Bernice. May I call you Clark?" Chapter 3. The town boy and the town girl. Clark Kent observed the flattened column beside him, then turned his attention to the girl before him. "Aren't you afraid?" He instinctively squeezed his fingers. "Do I possess such strength? If you show me how you would restore it, I shall tell you," Bernice replied candidly. She crouched beside the concrete pillar, poking at the dented section. "How peculiar. There are no fingerprints left. I once thought you were merely a more powerful version of Jean Valjean. But if your strength is coupled with caution, you are quite remarkable." "A more powerful version of Jean Valjean?" The voice from above sounded somewhat perplexed. As Bernice stood, she caught sight of Clark's furrowed brow, a blend of worry and amusement etched across his face. "You've read Plato's The Republic. You must have encountered Les Miserables as well." Bernice teased him deliberately. "Valjean lifted an overturned cart to save a life, while you overturned a submerged school bus. Surely that does not make you a mere enhanced version?" "Oh," Bernice softly exclaimed, "this is the first time I've seen you smile. Your eyes resemble a lake ruffled by the wind." Clark's face flushed crimson, a hint of irritation surfacing as he hesitated to respond, seemingly unaccustomed to conversing with peers. "Do not jest with mischief from Europa." He turned abruptly, crouching before the cement pillar he had flattened. He sensed another person crouching beside him. Clark extended half of his hand, suspended in the air. He felt even more rigid. Clark had not been shy about displaying his abilities in front of others. But such moments typically arose in times of peril when the focus of those around him was solely on survival. Even a fleeting glance directed towards him could be deemed a stroke of misfortune. Now, however, he was tasked with restoring the pillar to its original state, while a girl attentively observed his every movement. This sensation was peculiar, bordering on unsettling. At that moment, Bernice suddenly spoke. "You asked me why I am not afraid of your strength." She fixated intently on the pillar, asserting that, from a purely physical standpoint, The boy from the football team, and you were indistinguishable to her. The subtle smile that had graced Bernice's lips vanished as she continued with a flat expression. For someone like me, who is neither adept in combat nor particularly strong, your exceptional power is unnecessary. Any moderately fit adult male, or even a robust teenage boy, could easily inflict harm upon me if they were resolute. The sheer disparity in strength renders resistance exceedingly difficult. When I rushed over to push that football player earlier, I genuinely felt a flicker of fear, as he was threatening someone he perceived as weaker, namely me. I am relatively weaker and could very well be subjected to the same treatment. As she cast a glance at Clark, Bernice amended her statement, adding, he was threatening a weaker individual, and I naturally felt apprehensive. Her tone shifted slightly, imbued with a hint of mirth. However, when I first encountered you, you unhesitatingly rescued a classmate who had spoken harshly to you, as well as an adult. The second time I saw you, you endured bullying despite possessing strength that surpassed theirs, refraining from retaliating. If I were to fear someone like you, I would be unable to navigate a world populated by half its inhabitants being male. Clark felt the heat rise to his cheeks, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He grasped the cement pillar, attempting to reshape it back to its former state. Yet, the more he exerted himself, the more the cement felt like a mass of soft clay, resisting his efforts to restore it. Is it too challenging? Bernice inquired, noticing his flushed face and surmising that the strength required exceeded expectations. She quickly added, if it's difficult, it's perfectly acceptable if it doesn't return to its original form. I was merely concerned about your fingerprints being left behind, but since there are no marks, others should not trace it back to you. Bernice, is that you? And Clark, Lana called out, jogging a few steps closer before slowing her pace upon recognizing them. Her brown hair glistened with perspiration, a few strands sticking to her cheeks. I just saw some boys from the football team yelling, so I came over to check. What you two up to? Bernice had already risen to her feet, glancing at the grass where they had been crouching. With calm composure, she replied, we just discovered a rather large bug, and we're trying to identify it. Lana evidently held little interest in insects, so, with nothing pressing on her mind, she decided to take her leave. Lana, Bernice called out to her. Previously, the cheerleading captain had mentioned that there were vacancies in the squad, and if she was interested, she could collect an application form from Ms. Sylvie. Oh, all right. Thank you for letting me know. I shall go at once. Lana could hardly contain the smile spreading across her face. Before dashing away, she noticed Bernice and Clark each holding a book and waved at them. Thank you, Bernice. I am truly delighted that you both can be friends. Bernice watched as Lana ran off, musing, so I do not expect to claim friendship. I can only call you out for the casual lie you just uttered, delivered with such nonchalance. How am I to discern the truth from your words? Clark, adopting a defensive posture, responded. Clark? Bernice dryly concluded her statement, then sighed. After pondering for a few moments, she shrugged. There's no way to differentiate. The ambiguity of truth and falsehood in human interaction is indeed one of the trickiest aspects of our relationships. Clark remained with his arms crossed, frowning like an obstinate stone. Bernice felt an urge to give him a gentle nudge, yet she restrained herself. I can certainly claim that my motives for lying are fundamentally twofold. One is to protect others, and the other is when elucidating the context requires a significant expenditure of energy, which I do not deem worthwhile for the other party. As Bernice reflected aloud, she continued, I could also assert that I lie only when it does not harm others. I believe that I speak the truth, yet from your perspective, a single falsehood casts doubt on the entirety, which is also a reality. The manner and demeanor of speech can serve as corroboration, yet sufficiently cunning individuals can disguise their true intentions. Thus, one can only deepen their understanding over time, observing whether the other exhibits double standards or contradictions. Bernice cheerfully patted Clark on the shoulder. Shall we embark on this journey of deeper understanding together by reading? I feel as though I have walked into a trap, Clark calmly observed. But is there not some truth in what I am saying? Bernice shrugged with a triumphant smile. If all my assertions hold validity, and you cannot refute me, it merely indicates that I have temporarily outmaneuvered you. And you suggest that reading together would aid in my successful rebuttal? Indeed. How is it that you seem to hold the upper hand in every aspect? Clark furrowed his brow again, a hint of amused exasperation gracing his features. I find that the local newspaper not only has issues with its reporting style, but also misrepresents you, Bernice. Oh, in what way does it misrepresent? Clark endeavored to maintain a serious expression. The reporter described you as calm, rational, cautious, and elegant. The first part is acceptable, but the latter half seems quite distant from your current demeanor. Bernice felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure. That is because the reporter did not inquire about questions that probe my essence. They only scratched the surface. Clark appeared pensive. Bernice cleared her throat, her eyes curving with a mischievous glint. So, would you prefer I address you as Clark? If not, do speak up. I wouldn't wish to act against anyone's wishes. Clark felt perplexed yet amused. So, I shall take your answer as an affirmative, then? Indeed, that is correct. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bernice erupted into laughter, leaving Clark to ponder whether he had once again been teased. I must say, your phrasing is rather stiff. Clark's face flushed anew. I've already asked you not to jest at my expense. The identical words, however, carried far less defensiveness this time. Bernice noticed the shift and smiled. After a moment's contemplation, she beckoned Clark closer. Allow me to share a secret of my own. Clark leaned slightly forward, permitting her to whisper in his ear. I believe I might be the second personality of Bernice Allen. Her tone was earnest. Clark stared blankly for a moment before recovering. You must be joking. Bernice counted off on her fingers. Over a month ago, Bernice bumped her head in the bathtub quite severely and had to go to the hospital. When I awakened, I didn't recognize anyone, including my parents and classmates. My personality and preferences had changed significantly. I possess memories of another identity and experiences from childhood. However, I've heard that differentiated personalities have their own experiences and names. Some even differ in gender. A hint of worry crossed her typically composed face. Doesn't that sound plausible? Clark inquired. So are you a boy? Bernice exclaimed. What? No, I simply am not the same Bernice as before. While there is a possibility of amnesia, the changes in personality and preferences, combined with new memories, lead me to believe I am effectively another person. Clark pondered for a moment before asking, on the day the school bus sank, were you already you? Bernice nodded. Since that day, it has always been you? Clark pressed further. Yes, from over a month ago, through the bus incident, until now, I have consistently been myself, barring sleep, of course. Thus, unless I have a propensity for sleepwalking, I have always been me, Bernice replied with precision. Clark nodded, his expression serious. If you truly are a second personality, I cannot assist you in claiming the entirety of this body, as it would be unfair to the original owner. Yet, I have only ever known the you that exists now. He smiled gently, and it is only this version of you that is my friend. How should I address you? Will you provide me with a new name? Or is Bernice still acceptable? Chapter 4. The boys of the town lounge during lunch breaks was perpetually crowded and noisy. Peter Ross navigated through the throng with a tray in hand, his eyes brightening as he spotted something in the distance. Hey! The term asswipe swirled around in Peter's mouth before he swallowed it down. Is anyone here? Clark glanced up. No, you can sit. Peter pulled out a chair, chuckling. So, are you and Bernice Allen an item now? He placed his plate down and nudged his thumbs together. Clark looked at him, perplexed, rather than the absurd rumor. He seemed more baffled by Peter's familiarity. Do you care about Bernice? Clark finally inquired. Huh, how could I? Peter appeared somewhat agitated. His concern lay solely with the fool seated across from him. Peter pushed his plate forward, earnestly placing his hands on the table. Listen, buddy. About what happened last time, oh. Hi, Clark. Hi, Peter. Bernice Allen approached with her plate, setting it down on the table before pulling out a chair to sit. What are you doing here again? Peter slammed his leg in frustration. Just as he was about to broach the subject with Clark, Bernice shot him a glance. Oh. Here, to apologize? Peter stiffened. Or are you here to thank me? Bernice tilted her head, taking a bite of bread. Clark looked sympathetically at Peter, then cast a slightly confused glance at Bernice. Bernice remarked, while I can probably discern his intentions, it would be impolite for me to speak on his behalf. Just wait. Clark, he should be here for you. As Bernice enjoyed her lunch, she recalled a couple of days prior when Clark had been pushed against the barbed wire, and Peter had seemed eager to help him up. Perhaps if she hadn't been there, the two could have developed a camaraderie. But it wasn't too late, and Bernice delighted in the unfolding drama. The stone-carved figure named Peter finally began to move, glancing at Bernice with a complex expression before turning back to Clark, staring at the table as he spoke. Thank you for what happened with the school bus last time. Clark seemed visibly uncomfortable with the direct gratitude. Shifting in his chair, it's nothing. It was the right thing to do. You should thank Bernice too. What, that's it? Bernice chimed in simultaneously. Isn't that enough? Peter's voice rose again. And why should I thank her? Because she orchestrated the entire rescue operation, Clark stated earnestly. According to the town's newspaper, we all owe her our lives. That's rather exaggerated, Bernice complained. She then turned to Peter. I thought you wanted to be friends with Clark? So what if I do? Peter retorted defiantly. But I remember you calling him toilet paper last time, Bernice remarked, appearing genuinely puzzled. That's just something boys joke about. You wouldn't understand, Peter replied forcefully. That has nothing to do with gender, Bernice raised an eyebrow. You have no right to impose such terms on the victim. Even if you're willing to be called that, one must still ascertain the other's willingness. If you refuse, then it becomes an even greater double standard. Right, toilet paper? Peter glared at Bernice. I meant no offense. I apologize for addressing you as such, she said, raising an eyebrow and nodding towards Clark. See, I have demonstrated it for you. Quite simple, isn't it? Though she uttered no further words, Peter felt as though her statement was a provocative slap to his face. He stiffly echoed, I meant no offense. I apologize for addressing you as such. Is that acceptable? Bernice leaned closer to Clark, whispering, one can't expect too much at once. A direct apology, while maintaining eye contact, seems a bit challenging for Peter at this moment. I get the impression that you are enjoying yourself, Clark replied quietly. Have you come to know me to this extent? Bernice feigned wide-eyed shock. Thank you, Clark said sincerely, gazing into her eyes. I can't take it anymore. Peter slammed his hand on the table. Are you two really not dating? How is it that in just a few minutes, you're back together? Huh? I don't believe I did anything worthy of thanks. Bernice shrugged at Clark, deliberately ignoring Peter. Peter was beside himself. Clark shot a disapproving glance at Bernice, then extended his hand to Peter. I accept your apology. Peter looked at him and grasped his hand firmly. The two boys locked eyes, as if reaching an unspoken agreement. Before releasing their grip, they then turned to notice Bernice's gaze, feeling somewhat awkward. What are you looking at me for? Oh, congratulations on becoming friends? She picked up her plate. You two enjoy your meal. I need to find out where the school newspaper office is. By the way, do you know where it is? The school newspaper? Clark hesitated. Why don't you ask him? Peter gestured towards Clark. Why should I ask Clark? Bernice looked puzzled. He has part of the school newspaper. Peter exclaimed, exasperated. How could you not know that? Haven't you been spending a lot of time with him lately? Though surprised, Bernice decided to retort at Peter first. How do you know that? Weren't you the one who called him toilet paper before? All right, please stop, Peter interjected. Clark added, I'm just reminding you both. Could you refrain from using me as material for your argument in front of me? Oh, my apologies, Bernice quickly responded. Peter glanced at her in astonishment, muttering, I should learn to be as thick-skinned, and after much effort, he finally patted Clark on the shoulder in a gesture of apology. So, Bernice, Clark inquired, what do you wish to do at the school newspaper? Bernice returned to her seat, organizing her thoughts. As it happens, you both are involved. The recent incident with the school bus plunging into the water sparked an idea in me. I hope to advocate on a public platform for every school bus to be equipped with at least one safety hammer, enabling individuals to break the glass and escape in times of crisis. What a splendid idea. Clark was evidently elated, clapping his hands together in excitement. I have been contemplating what I might do regarding similar matters. I too wish to contribute an article to the school newspaper. Peter interjected, what? Is saving everyone not enough for you two? Bernice responded, we could reach out to the newspaper or contact the parents. Exactly. Both the newspaper and the parents could exert pressure on the school to allocate funds. Alternatively, parents could make direct donations, Clark added. Bernice inquired, are the school buses outsourced? Or are they owned by the school? We should investigate if there are any relevant regulations. If not, this is indeed a significant loophole. I even believe public buses should adhere to similar standards. Peter, unable to contain himself, raised his hand to interrupt. Hold on, what are you two talking about? Bernice succinctly stated, in essence, we must strive to ensure that every school bus is equipped with a safety hammer. Oh, that sounds like a splendid idea, Peter exclaimed, seemingly recalling something, instinctively touching his arm. I should learn to swim as well. What was it you mentioned about parental donations? If you need assistance, just let me know, and I will tell my dad to promote it. Bernice joyfully punched Peter's arm. All right, that's the spirit. The sudden contact jolted Peter into realization. Weren't you featured in the town newspaper? My mom pointed to your photo and asked if I recognized you. Are you out of your mind? I would definitely know you if I fell into. Oh, I digress. Why didn't you mention the safety hammer in that article? Bernice replied, well, at that moment, she glanced at Clark. Due to the psychological impact of falling into the water and other information overloads, I did not ponder this matter in depth. My thoughts wandered elsewhere. Peter furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to comprehend her fragmented statement. What impact? What information? I'm not made of iron, she retorted. Falling from such a height into the water was indeed frightening. And, considering the number of people on the bus, if I had made a wrong decision, wouldn't there be a way to ensure the driver wouldn't be trapped for so long? Bernice shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant. She turned her head and noticed Clark's blue-eyed classmate, opting to relax her demeanor further. Oh, I also researched how strong Jean Valjean really was. Feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Clark's discomfort, Bernice continued. What on earth? Who is Jean Valjean? Peter's expression contorted in confusion. You're such a peculiar fool. Clark is too. You both can be quite odd at times. He exhaled, glancing at Bernice before averting his gaze from her face, continuing. But I never expected you to be so commanding at that moment. Everyone listened to you, yet you were still afraid? Bernice paused, staring into the void, and replied, I truly only intended to save myself. However, I knew that relying solely on myself was insufficient. I had to unite everyone before I could step forward to give orders. I cannot claim that I would definitely rescue someone in peril, but since I was the one giving commands, any consequences would ultimately be my responsibility. She softly added, in hindsight, as the conductor, I should have been the last to emerge from the window rather than being the first at the first opportunity. She did not glance at anyone, and naturally, she was unaware that Clark had been gazing intently into her eyes. Yet, you do not possess the best stamina. Yet you saved another girl from drowning, Clark interjected, a rare interruption to her discourse. The water was rising so swiftly. Had I not taken charge and selected others to assist that girl, we might have been too late. Bernice, with her extensive experience watching disaster films, understood that as the organizer, if I merely shifted the blame, it could incite panic among others, making them reluctant to heed my instructions. Otherwise, I may not have taken her with me. At that moment, Bernice's agreement was resolute, though she was inwardly quite anxious. She had no knowledge of her physical capabilities. What if both of them became exhausted midway? Would her arrogance lead to the demise of herself and another? Clark was about to counter her argument when Peter abruptly interrupted him. I told you that your oddities were not unfounded. Your orders indeed saved everyone. The newspapers are correct in stating that we owe you a life. Bernice immediately began to assert herself. You're not wrong. I may not be the most virtuous person at heart, but I am indeed a good person. She chuckled mischievously. Oh, Peter, have you finally acknowledged it? Why not call me a benefactor? Get lost, Peter retorted. Chapter 5. The Town Boy and Friendship. Hey, Peter said, placing a hand on Clark's shoulder. Put that down and come with me. Where to? Clark inquired as he was nudged forward. Ever since that conversation in the restaurant, Peter had frequently appeared out of nowhere, presenting Clark with irrefusable invitations. Generally, unless there was something going on at home, or he had already made plans with Bernice, Clark would, reluctantly, follow along. A great place. Peter chuckled, winking at Clark. Clark rolled his eyes. A great place, you say? I see it. Peter threatened, tightening his grip on Clark's shoulder, prompting Clark to bend over in a mock display of suffering. Peter released him, looking somewhat puzzled. Why do you seem to have morphed into Bernice lately? Not that you were ever that bad. He struggled to articulate, his expression revealing more than words could convey. Finally, he continued, So, what exactly is this great place? Clark turned a corner, falling silent. He immediately demonstrated his newly animated expression, widening his eyes and asking, The football field? Who told you to look that way? Look over there. That way. Peter twisted Clark's shoulder at an angle. On the other side of the football field was the practice area for the cheerleaders. A great place? Clark questioned, perplexed. Did you not notice the difference? Peter exclaimed in astonishment. The cheerleaders have swapped their long-sleeved red and yellow uniforms for sleeveless ones. So what? Clark responded, still in confusion. Peter, exasperated, reiterated, sleeveless. Beauties. New outfits. New dance moves. Clark casually replied, but they're still the same people, aren't they? Upon seeing Peter's expression, he suddenly recalled a new cheerleader named Lana. Are you here to see Lana? Clark inquired. Who said that? Peter retorted loudly. I've seen her countless times. There's nothing remarkable about it. I'm merely here to observe the cheerleaders' new uniforms. Besides, who said I was the only one here? Now you are here as well. Clark, lacking a book and unable to leave at will, resigned himself to watch the cheerleading practice alongside Peter. However, as he observed, his gaze drifted toward the adjacent football field. Clark remembered his discussion with Bernice about his yearning for football. At that time, Bernice had looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "Really? Given the physicality of football, you don't strike me as someone who would favor such an activity." Clark, who was so fond of reading, had assumed that his preferred sports would be less intense. Clark pondered this. It made sense, yet why was Bernice looking at him as if she had an inkling of something but chose to remain silent? Clark furrowed his brow slightly. "You always seem to have an uncanny ability to discern what others are thinking, Bernice. Have you figured out why I might think this way?" Bernice met his gaze, hesitating momentarily. "Actually, it's quite understandable for adolescents at this age to fantasize about football teams or cheerleaders. After all, everyone desires to be popular. Although the supporters gathered may not be true friends, at least they offer attention and companionship, don't they?" Clark stood frozen, unable to articulate a response. "Oh, Clark." Bernice's voice carried a hint of compassion that was almost unbearable for him. Clark gritted his teeth, forcing himself to meet her eyes, which held not the condescension he had anticipated, but rather genuine concern. He had never witnessed such softness in Bernice's expression. Her features relaxed, and she gazed at him tenderly for a moment without uttering a word. This was perhaps exactly what he needed. After a brief silence, Bernice spoke again. "Wishing to be popular and dreaming of football teams is truly a common sentiment. It's exceedingly universal." "You're different," Clark remarked, a slight furrow forming between his brows. "I have always meant to ask, why did you decide to leave the cheerleading squad, Bernice?" He blinked and added, "That was you, wasn't it?" "Of course, if you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine." This concern for the other's willingness to respond was quintessentially Clark, prompting a smile from Bernice. "It was me. I simply didn't enjoy it. Cheerleaders primarily showcase their bodies, mostly through dance and movements. But it's all about displaying the body, and it's really quite hot. In contrast, I prefer to exhibit my intellect." Bernice shrugged, then began counting on her fingers. In any case, those drawn in by such superficial allure can only engage in idle chatter, mutual flattery, and once familiar, dine, drink, and dance together. They are not the sort of people one can truly converse with or trust. Bernice chuckled softly, draping her arm around Clark's shoulder. "I never anticipated encountering someone I could genuinely call a friend," she remarked, a sense of fortune coloring her words. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "And when I say fortunate, I don't mean because you possess power, Jean Valjean." The corners of Bernice's eyes crinkled in delight, evidently pleased that this inside joke brought a smile to Clark's face. "It is because you are, without a doubt, the most trustworthy person I have encountered, kind-hearted and tolerant. How should I put it?" Observing her contemplative expression, it seemed she contemplated a lengthy list of commendations, prompting Clark to interject, "Are you planning to dazzle me with an endless stream of praises every time I feel down?" "Bernice, describing facts does not equate to flattery," Bernice quipped, raising an eyebrow. "But since you mentioned it, I shall next extol my own virtues. I am quite remarkable, and with a friend like me, why should you feel glum?" After a brief moment of silence, Clark surprisingly nodded in earnest. It was merely a jest. Bernice was taken aback, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "So shall we?" Clark, having been nudged by Peter, snapped back to reality. "What? Come on. You claim you're uninterested, yet you're more engaged than anyone." Peter gestured toward the cheerleaders, who had just concluded their performance and were now on a break. "Are you going to go over and greet Lana?" Clark inquired. "Greet? What for? I did not come to see her," Peter exclaimed, exasperated. Clark suddenly glanced at his watch. "It's 4:30. I have a meeting with Bernice at the library." For some reason, Peter appeared slightly envious. Fine, I'm off too." "How did Lana perform?" Clark asked. "She was all right. Seemed a bit unfamiliar, but didn't make any major blunders." Upon noticing the look in Clark's eyes, Peter quickly added, "I didn't pay her much attention. It was merely a coincidental glance." After parting ways with Peter, Clark arrived at the library entrance. He hadn't specified a particular meeting spot with Bernice, so he entered the library and began to survey his surroundings. He bypassed the quiet reading area and headed straight for the discussion zone. It was relatively sparsely populated, with a few groups of students quietly engaged in discussions, likely working on group assignments. Bernice was seated in a distant corner, propping her face up with her hand as she stared at the paper and pen before her. Noticing Clark approaching, her eyes lit up, and she immediately beckoned him to sit down. "Clark, how are you faring in history? I heard from Lana that you're performing well in most subjects." Clark hesitated before nodding. "Fairly well. Why do you ask?" I'm completely lost in history. Bernice pointed to the assignment before her. For instance, this requires an analysis of Kansas's history, and I don't even know when Kansas became part of the United States. When did Kansas become part of the United States? Clark's ears seemed to echo with the voice of his history teacher. A remnant of a moment when his powers spiraled out of control, accompanied by a cacophony of excessive noise, the whispers of his peers, and the sudden clarity of dust particles, interspersed with fleeting images of human skeletons. That day he had bolted from the classroom and locked himself in the equipment room. And the taunts of his classmates, calling him a freak and a crybaby, had only intensified. Consequently, Jonathan further restricted his participation in clubs, urging him to minimize interactions with his peers. Clark? Bernice's voice interjected. Sensing his discomfort, she retracted her request for assistance. If you're not familiar, it's no problem. I can look up the information myself, or if you're willing, we could help each other out. Studying together isn't a bad idea. Clark recalled how Bernice had once playfully called him Jean Valjean, remarking on how fortunate she felt to have such a friend. Yet, she had always believed he merely possessed extraordinary strength. Suddenly, Clark resolved firmly. It was not solely because Bernice deserved to hear the entire truth. He also yearned for someone with whom he could share these burdens. In truth, my abilities extend beyond mere strength, he confessed. Bernice's eyes widened at the mention of his powers, and when he spoke of strength, she leapt forward, playfully wrapping her arm around his neck and pretending to cover his mouth inadvertently. Bernice struggled to maintain a smile, but her efforts faltered as she whispered fiercely in his ear, "We're in the library, my friend. We ought to discuss topics suitable for such a setting. Don't you think?" Clark nodded stiffly, his mouth still covered by the warmth of her palm. "Is there anywhere we can speak with complete trust?" Bernice lowered her voice again. "I think we need to find a place where no one can overhear us." Clark squirmed slightly. Bernice shot him a warning glance before releasing her grip. If there were a place he could truly trust, it would be home, the sun-warmed barn and the vast fields of corn. He gazed at Bernice, reflecting on his father's insistence that he limit his interactions with classmates. However, that notion felt fundamentally flawed. He mused. At the very least, Bernice's presence validated the existence of friendships that could transcend barriers. Thus, he ventured to ask, "Would you like to come to my house?" Chapter 6. The town girl and the Kent family. Would you like to come to my house? Bernice thought it was no easy task for an introverted and socially awkward friend to extend an invitation. As a friend, it would be best not to refuse. Naturally, she had no desire to decline, so she nodded in agreement. However, upon receiving a positive response, Clark's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then you can wait by the school bus for a moment. I'll go tell my mom and be right back." "Wait, what?" Bernice questioned, puzzled by the sequence and timing of his plan. Clark chuckled lightly. "Just wait by the bus. I'll be back shortly." With that, he hurried around the corner by the library entrance, and by the time Bernice reached that spot, he had vanished from sight. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Bernice, despite being filled with questions, patiently waited alone in the neighborhood. "Bernice!" Joanna Hill exclaimed with delight, hurriedly making her way over. Her cheeks flushed from exertion. She was the girl whom Bernice had saved from drowning. "Bernice!" she called out again, tilting her head upward, a hint of joy in her voice that remained undiminished, yet seemed uncertain about how to initiate conversation. Approaching Bernice, her gaze faltered, accompanied by hesitant steps. Unable to restrain a smile, Bernice replied, "Hi, Joanna. You look lovely today." Joanna's face turned a shade of crimson as she softly muttered a thank you, lowering her head and remaining still. Ah, how much more endearing this shy, introverted child is compared to that loquacious Petrus. Bernice mused internally, not at all recognizing that she too belonged to the chatty type like Petrus. "But I think you are even more beautiful." Joanna lifted her gaze again, whispering, "I feel like you possess a unique charm that sets you apart from most." Oh, how utterly adorable that is. Moreover, Bernice truly relished the latter compliment. She could no longer contain her joy, breaking into a radiant smile. "Thank you. Are you alone today?" Joanna nodded. Lana joined the cheerleading squad, so she usually leaves with her teammates after school. "I've been taking the bus alone these past few days." Just as Bernice was about to inquire further about Joanna's life, she heard Clark calling her from behind. With an apologetic smile, Bernice arranged to have lunch with Joanna another day and turned to seek out the familiar figure. "Clark, you haven't even broken a sweat," Bernice remarked half in jest, half in reproach. "Did you really run a whole lap?" Clark appeared unchanged, his thick, wavy black hair resting softly atop his head, showing no signs of perspiration. He smiled innocently, of course. Mom said she would make apple pie. His smile was so pure and infectious that Bernice nearly smiled back. All right, Bernice murmured as she boarded the school bus and took her seat. Clark naturally settled beside her. Considering how happy you are, I'll try to ask fewer questions. Are you referring to the questions I have for you? Clark inquired softly. Who else? I don't know your parents, so of course, I'm asking you. Oh, then feel free to ask anything. I welcome your inquiries. As the bus began to move, Bernice glanced at her watch, raised an eyebrow, and said, You said it yourself. You no longer have the chance to backtrack, Clark. Clark hesitated, but Bernice playfully tapped him. Let's not talk on the way. I need to organize my thoughts. When the bus came to another stop, Clark tapped her, his lips pressed tightly together, indicating they had reached their destination. Bernice, who had been resting her eyes, opened them and glanced at her watch. She furrowed her brow and murmured a couple of words before following Clark off the school bus, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of cornfields outside. She couldn't help but exclaim in awe, then swallowed nervously and poked Clark's arm, saying, You ought to tell me what kind of people they are. Clark remained silent. Bernice turned her head to look at him, only to find him tilting his head innocently in her direction. Frustrated, she exclaimed, All right, this hardly counts as being on the road. Please speak up, Clark. From the direction of a wooden cabin atop a gentle slope, a gentle female voice called out. Bernice turned to follow the sound, catching a vague glimpse of a figure waving at them. She squinted her eyes. It still struggled to discern the smile on the woman's face. However, her demeanor conveyed a warmth that was unmistakable. Bernice felt a twinge of nervousness. But if this gentle woman was indeed Clark's mother, Clark took a few quick steps up the slope, and Bernice followed, unable to suppress her breathlessness. As she pondered about discussing this matter with Clark next time, she leaned on her knees and looked up at the woman. The lines at the corners of her eyes spoke of the years and the smiles that had graced her face as she stood there radiating warmth. Bernice was instantly drawn to her. This approachable aura must have been cultivated through years of kindness and gentleness. Bernice, this is my mother, Martha. Mom, this is my friend, Bernice Allen. Clark extended his hand to introduce them, then cheerfully tucked his hands into his pockets, as if the task had been accomplished. Bernice hesitated, uncertain whether to extend her hand or offer a hug, lacking any prior experience to guide her. However, upon seeing Martha, a smile naturally spread across her face. Good afternoon, Ma'am. It's a pleasure to visit. Oh, what a dear child. Martha enveloped her in a warm embrace, and Bernice inhaled the sweet fragrance reminiscent of apples and sunshine. Martha patted her back and released her, smiling as she said, All right, why don't you go upstairs to play in Clark's room? Clark appeared flustered. Mom, we're going to the barn. Martha paused, casting a reproachful glance at Clark. How could you not invite a classmate to your room? On the side where Bernice couldn't see, her eyes seemed to say, Aren't you going to hurry? Clark seemed to sense her concern, wearing an expression that suggested he wanted to say something. In truth, Bernice felt indifferent about whether they went to the barn or the room, as she merely desired a quiet space to converse. Yet, she pondered that while respecting Clark's wishes and privacy was important, she was quite curious to see his room, a rare opportunity indeed. Moreover, given the current situation, it seemed inappropriate for her to speak, so she stood there, waiting for the mother-son duo to reach a consensus. At that moment, Clark hesitated and said to Bernice, Why don't you go upstairs and take a look around? Dad wants me to go in and talk to him. Bernice had only vaguely heard a male voice mumbling something, which she had managed to discern only after Clark had finished speaking. She cast a suspicious glance at Clark, raising an eyebrow, only to receive an innocent look in return. Just wait. I shall inquire thoroughly. Bernice glared at him, adding another item to her mental list of doubts, before crossing past him into the room, oblivious to Martha's astonished expression behind her. Inside the room sat a middle-aged man with a darker complexion and streaks of silver in his hair, who offered a slight smile and a nod in Bernice's direction. He appeared to be a man of strong will, deeply rooted to the earth. Bernice offered a slight bow and greeted him. Good afternoon, sir. Clark hurried in after her, gesturing, Dad, this is my friend, Bernice Allen. Bernice, this is my father, Jonathan. He stumbled over his words inexplicably. Bernice bowed again and softly said, I'll head upstairs now, before quickly ascending the stairs, leaving Clark standing alone in the living room. Jonathan's smile gradually faded as he spoke seriously. Take a seat, son. The second floor contained only a storage room and a bedroom. This must be Clark's room. Bernice stepped inside and glanced around. A few books were scattered across the bed and on the dresser, while a photograph rested on the bedside table. She hesitated momentarily, sensing the owner had not given explicit permission to rummage through his belongings, so she approached to examine the photo closely. It depicted a sunlit boy with a radiant smile. Slightly younger than the current Clark, flanked by his parents with a backdrop of cornfields, though not the fresh green she had seen. Instead, it was a vast expanse of golden hues, perfectly complementing the smiles on their faces. Clark appeared far more cheerful in this photograph than he did at school. As Bernice crouched down for a closer look, she noticed a small box beneath the bed filled with what seemed to be comics. Oh, how challenging it is to respect one's privacy, she thought, resisting the urge to rummage through it, and stood up. Not like that. Clark's voice came through the door, sounding somewhat agitated. This was indeed peculiar, for in Bernice's eyes, Clark had always possessed a gentle temperament. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to open the door. It will put you in danger. Jonathan's voice rose slightly. But she has saved so many people, Clark exclaimed loudly, and previously someone was pushing others around, and I saw her rush over to stand in front of a group of football players to protect others. Human nature is quite complex, Clark. Jonathan's voice carried a hint of contradiction. Perhaps Bernice is indeed a good girl, but you are too trusting. Some may rescue others in times of disaster, yet may also deceive for money or succumb to other temptations. Indeed, Bernice reflected, she was hardly a paragon of virtue. Many people likely fell short of her standards. It is but human nature, but I believe in her, and I hope she knows. Bernice's hand rested on the doorknob, poised to step out and join the conversation that likely pertained to her, but halted upon hearing those words. She furrowed her brow, yet her lips involuntarily curled upwards. Alas! Clark, eavesdropping is inherently improper. She did not conceal her footsteps as she opened the door and made her way downstairs. Gentlemen, I did not intend to eavesdrop. It merely seemed that your emotions were rather heightened. Jonathan glanced at Clark, sighed, and then turned back to her. I apologize, young lady. I presume you wish to protect Clark. Bernice stated candidly. To be honest, I share the same sentiment. Since the time of the school bus, I sensed he might possess certain peculiarities. However, my friendship with him is not solely based on those peculiarities. Rather, I would argue that his remarkable traits are an integral part of his uniqueness. Jonathan's expression grew solemn. Clark felt a wave of anxiety, but upon observing Bernice's composed demeanor, he found some solace. Bernice exuded an impression that, even if the sky were to fall, she would face it with tranquility. Though she may not be entirely unperturbed, she certainly appeared so on the surface. During their time as friends, I had indeed discerned that Clark possessed even more extraordinary qualities. Bernice continued, This is not due to carelessness on his part. Rather, I believe he trusts me. Nevertheless, I concur with your perspective. Clark ought to exercise greater caution. His unannounced visit today was rather abrupt, as he wished to discuss these matters in the library, and I hope for a more trustworthy environment for such discussions. Young lady, Bernice, is it? How old are you? Jonathan inquired suddenly. I'm almost graduating from 8th grade. Around 14, I suppose, Bernice replied. Suppose? Jonathan questioned, momentarily perplexed. Well, Bernice said with a slight, bashful smile, I'm not particularly attentive to age. Bernice, you are a year older than Clark, yet you seem far more mature in thought, Jonathan remarked, withdrawing his hands from his work pants pockets and placing them on the table, revealing a relaxed expression characteristic of an elder. To be honest, I am delighted that he has made a friend. Yet, as an elder, concern is inevitable. In truth, after I discovered Clark's uniqueness, I harbored some worries, such as threats, or even worse. Bernice glanced at Clark, seeing his astonished expression, and laughed. Even when I first met him, when he saved someone, that anxiety did not dissipate. Therefore, I completely understand your concerns. However, he subsequently earned my trust through other actions. Bernice lifted her chin slightly. I hope I can achieve that as well. Martha entered from the kitchen. I knew it. Bernice must be a good child. This is Clark's first time bringing a friend home to play. Go on and have fun. Dinner will take a while yet. Faced with his wife's smile, Jonathan appeared somewhat embarrassed and nodded to the two of them. Bernice said, Shall we go? Clark grasped her wrist and hurried outside. Mom, Dad, we are heading to the barn. You run too fast. Bernice was slightly out of breath, casting a glance around as she complained. You must consider the stamina of an ordinary person like myself. Oh, my apologies. Clark replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Bernice looked at him with a complex expression. Previously, when he crushed the concrete pillar, his hand showed no signs of redness, indicating that his strength was indeed formidable. In roughly 15 minutes, he had made the round trip between the school and this location. Today, Bernice had been mindful of the time when taking the school bus, and calculations suggested that Clark's speed was at least double that of the bus, or perhaps he possessed the ability to teleport. Just moments ago, he had heard Jonathan's voice, a sound that Bernice had completely missed. Was this yet another peculiarity? Clark felt a twinge of nervousness, shifting his feet slightly. Are you going to ask me? He stammered. Bernice nodded solemnly. Clark, is that box under your bed filled with Playboy magazines? Chapter 7. The town girl and the secret Clark was exceedingly anxious. Bernice was an astute observer. After deciding to reveal everything, he had inadvertently exposed several flaws today. Despite his resolution, the uncertainty of what Bernice might know gnawed at him, particularly since it was she who was posing the question. How rare it was to see Bernice so serious. It only heightened his anxiety. Are you going to ask me? Bernice reiterated gravely. Clark shifted again, swallowing hard. Is that box under your bed filled with Playboy magazines? Clark froze. 2 seconds later, his face flushed crimson. No, I don't have any, he exclaimed hoarsely, flailing his arms. Those are just my Ghost Rider comics. Really? Then why are you so reluctant for me to visit your room? Bernice teased lightly. She didn't see any issue with reading such material, but since Clark had said so, she had come to believe him. However, she thought it amusing to tease him. Clark huffed, because when I came back earlier, I only remembered to greet my parents about your visit, and I forgot to tidy my room. I actually think it's quite clean. Bernice replied with only a third of her attention. His comment confirmed that he possessed a means of rapid movement. She, too, was uninterested in pondering further and directly inquired. So, is it speed or teleportation? Bernice instinctively glanced at her wristwatch. I timed it on my way here. You were at least twice as fast as a school bus. Speed, Clark admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. I ran here. Bernice took a deep breath. Is your physical strength also exceptionally high? I believe it would be challenging for an ordinary human to endure the wind pressure generated by such speed. Moreover, the last time you crushed concrete, your fingers didn't even show signs of reddening. Her tone was flat and expressionless, causing Clark to feel a flicker of panic. Bernice likely did not perceive him as a monster, but if her attitude were changed, he was uncertain. Clark spoke honestly, stating that since the onset of these changes, the knives in the restaurant could no longer harm him. Since when? So this is not a constant state? What else have you encountered during that time? What about your family? Have they undergone similar transformations? Bernice's speech quickened. This change began last year. I haven't come into contact with anything extraordinary, but I'm not my parents' biological child. Clark's tone was somewhat stilted. They claimed I was found as a child aboard a spaceship. It slipped out. Clark hadn't anticipated discussing this. He had thought he could merely confess to having certain abilities. He internally chuckled, realizing that given Bernice's inquisitive nature, a complete revelation was inevitable. A spaceship. Bernice's tone was flat. Yes. Clark nearly stammered. Bernice slowly took a deep breath, crouched down, and cradled her head in her hands. I have always been myself. This will not affect how I treat you. Clark, feeling urgency yet hesitant to approach, merely stood by, asserting, the person you know has never changed. It has always been me. I hope you can continue to treat me the same way. Is that request too much? Clark thought bitterly, crouching beside her, awaiting a resolution. It is not that issue. Bernice released her hands, remaining seated on the ground, her gaze vacant as it fixated on a small pile of farming tools. Previously, I noticed your physical strength seemed to deviate from that of a typical human. At that moment, I thought we must have become friends. And if I were to express concern or surprise, it might negatively impact your mental state. A negative impact, she reiterated indignantly, mulling over the idea that it would be best not to inquire directly, as I was uncertain about your willingness for me to know so much. Thus, I had to investigate cautiously, fearing that if you discover my inquiry into your anomalies, you might think I didn't trust you. The result, the outcome. Bernice finally turned to him, her voice and eyes brimming with accusation. There's actually a spaceship? You could be an alien with mind control abilities. And I was worried that if I asked you whether your body was particularly strong, it might harm your psyche. Bernice's face scrunched up as she spoke, punctuating her words with a finger poking at Clark's chest. This unabashed and direct accusation kept her grievances firmly within the boundaries of friendship, transforming into what? Clark was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he could no longer suppress a smile, ultimately bursting into laughter and sitting beside Bernice. She remained with her arms crossed, pouting in indignation, but did not interrupt Clark's mirth. Observing his joyful demeanor, Bernice mused that this was reminiscent of the boy in that photograph, marking the most uninhibited laughter she had ever witnessed. Wait a moment, hasn't this notion been emerging rather frequently of late? It indicates that Clark has been smiling more often. This must surely be attributed to my exceptional qualities as a friend. Bernice couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, which alleviated her irritation. Indeed, I am fully aware that extraterrestrials might also experience emotional distress. She still endeavored to maintain a stern expression, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that my previous thoughts were overly superfluous, akin to discovering a small pebble on the road and worrying that it might harm an invulnerable dragon, while carefully picking it up and concealing it. Clark's eyes shimmered with mirth as he gazed at her with a twinkle. Not at all. I'm exceedingly grateful for your protection, Bernice. Then why not confess honestly? Bernice's brow furrowed once again. I no longer dare to claim my observations are entirely comprehensive. You should just come clean. With an intense gaze, Bernice's face remained impassive, her eyes radiating a laser-like heat. What is the maximum temperature? What is the minimum you can control in terms of temperature and intensity? She regarded Clark with an expression that was difficult to articulate. I haven't tried. Clark's voice diminished in her gaze, appearing somewhat pitiful, as it had previously erupted uncontrollably. I have made efforts to restrain myself. Bernice pondered thoughtfully. Typically, the skills of humans or animals become more refined through usage, enhancing control. I believe your line of reasoning is flawed. I suggest seeking a safe and trustworthy environment, along with experimental assistance, to explore and test the limits of your abilities. Observing Clark's eager expression, she adopted a serious demeanor once more. Is there anything else? What is next? With narrowed eyes, Bernice inquired. What exactly is the structure of your eyes? Your bodily composition is undoubtedly different from that of a human. I assent to it. Does it contain radioactive elements? No, wait. Bernice began to mumble. What is the principle behind an X-ray machine? I should jot that down for future reference. Raising her head, her expression transformed from half-masked irritation to genuine seriousness. Clark, I can't quite recall the relevant principles, but I recommend she paused. You cannot go to the hospital, so perhaps let your parents undergo a checkup. I worry about whether your body might generate some radioactive elements or rays. Oh, I don't mean to regard you as an anomaly, but rather as my friend. Recognizing that you may be an entirely different being does not contradict that. Bernice quickly added, it is precisely because I know you are a kind person that I voice my concerns. Should anything arise, it would contradict your original intentions. Clark nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Are there any other abilities? Bernice inquired. Frost breath? The question marks above her head had multiplied beyond capacity. Clark, are you some kind of air conditioner? I must admit, I quite like this ability. Surely there can't be more? Bernice's mental notebook was nearly overflowing. Clark contemplated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, aside from seemingly being impervious to harm. I can also jump exceptionally high. Bernice flipped through her virtual notebook, noting that today, she could hear Jonathan's voice through several layers of walls. Ah, and there's that. I can perceive not only faint, but also numerous sounds. Clark's expression was less than cheerful. There was a time in class when I felt as if my mind would explode from these sounds. How are you now? Bernice inquired with concern. Occasionally, my hearing does misbehave, but not as severely as that time. I can manage it. Training. Every ability must be honed, Bernice declared, fixing her gaze on Clark with the demeanor of a world championship coach. Regardless, it is always beneficial to understand one's limits. A peculiar chill swept over Clark. He tilted his head, his face brightening once more with a smile. Mom called us for dinner. There's fresh apple pie. Well, Bernice thought, Martha's apple pie must indeed be delectable. The dinner conversation was rather mundane. Martha recounted many of Clark's childhood mishaps, which Bernice listened to with great interest. Feeling deeply apologetic for her inability to reciprocate with tales from Clark's school due to their differing grades, Martha graciously forgave Bernice, suggesting that by spending more time with Clark, amusing stories would naturally arise, which she could then share. Bernice nodded repeatedly. Moreover, Martha's apple pie was indeed delicious. The best in the world. Bernice indulged herself to the point of fullness, leaving with a warm pie gifted by Martha in her hands. Clark walked beside her, attempting to help carry something, but to no avail. Bernice, cradling the pie, appeared blissful, humming a tune, with a familiar scent of apples wafting from her. Clark felt a conflicting urge. He wished to speak, yet hesitated to disrupt the tranquility. Dad once told me to be kind, selfless, and generous to others, for many are merely temporarily lost. Perhaps if someone steps forward to guide them, they might progress towards a brighter future. Clark said softly, yet when my abnormalities manifested, his demeanor shifted. He preferred I remain low-key, cautious, even discouraging my participation in clubs to minimize interactions with classmates. Clark gave a wry smile and turned to Bernice. Perhaps this is unnecessary. After all, no one wishes to befriend me, except for... Clark paused. I want to mention myself. Where did you place the Petros? Bernice interrupted clearly. I am certain that anyone who can perceive any glimmer of brilliance in you would be inclined to approach you. Bernice pondered the malicious individuals. Perhaps I might not only wish to draw near, but for now, let us refrain from discussing that. I must apologize for earlier. Bernice seemed to recall something. Turning to Clark, her seriousness intensified to the utmost degree possible for someone holding an apple pie. I should not have referred to your difference as an abnormality in your home. If extraterrestrial life truly exists, then to judge its existence or absence by the mundane standards of humanity is particularly arrogant. Even in the absence of such life, it is rather tedious to delineate a line of normalcy based on a handful of mediocre traits, solely to assert that those who align with them are deemed acceptable. However, I must inquire, is there any ability you have yet to disclose to me? That seems rather exaggerated. Furthermore, you ought to ensure that Bernice has released one of her hands, cradling the apple pie with one hand while playfully poking Clark on the shoulder. Clark, startled, steadied the pie, his heart racing. To assure you of no harm? That is certainly the case. Clark continued to support the pie, to guarantee that no harm would be inflicted upon others beyond the purposes of self-defense and protection. Clark gazed in her eyes. I assure you. After Bernice returned home, Clark walked alone on his way back. His good mood had yet to dissipate, so he scanned the area, finding it deserted, and calculated the distance in the darkness, seeking a spot from which he could leap vigorously, aiming to land atop his barn. Instead, he crashed through the roof. In the moment before landing, Clark, suspended in midair, reached out to touch the ground, savoring the sensation of complete liberation from gravity, as if every molecule in the air were his ally, embodying absolute and utter freedom, the exhilaration of flight. At that moment, Clark floated in the air, unable to suppress his smile. He could only ponder, goodness, yet another ability. I wonder what expression Bernice will wear when I tell her tomorrow. Chapter 8. The Town Girl and the Principal. Ultimately, however, Clark Kent did not manage to relay his newfound ability of flight to Bernice as he had envisioned the following day. It was not due to an inability to locate her. After all, he might be the most adept at finding people within this school or even this country. Clark hesitated with this thought, yet he still bore the lingering apprehension from the distress caused by excessive noise in the past, rendering him reluctant to employ his heightened hearing. Thus, he meandered through the lounge, the grassy area beside the playground, and the library, eventually spotting Bernice. However, as he approached, his hearing seemed to activate spontaneously, and fortunately, this time the sounds were not overwhelmingly cacophonous. Bernice, is your name pronounced as Bernice? It was Joanna Hill's voice, a seventh-grade blonde girl who seemed to have a good rapport with Lana. May I call you Bonnie? Not quite, it's Bernice. But if you prefer Bonnie, feel free to use it. Bernice's voice held a hint of amusement. The name with an E is more common, and I've looked it up. It signifies bringer of victory. I happen to not favor that connotation as much and prefer something more unique. Why is that? Is victory not a good thing? Joanna inquired, echoing the very question that lingered in Clark's mind. Bringing victory typically refers to bestowing it upon others, like a warrior praying to the goddess of victory for her blessing to triumph. A gentle rustle ensued, followed by the sound of hands brushing through hair. Waiting. Was Bernice caressing Joanna's head? Ah, my apologies, Joanna, I couldn't resist. If this bothers you, Bernice's tone carried a hint of regret, yet quickly returned to normal. It seemed Joanna had shaken her head, but even if it felt rather noble, I found little meaning in granting others victory. I wish to be the triumphant one. Wow. Truly remarkable, Bernice, Clark thought. Wow. Indeed, you are amazing. Joanna's voice brimmed with genuine admiration and enthusiasm. Clark quickened his pace slightly. And to write it down is to ignite the ice cube. Bernice. I find it somewhat cool as well. Bernice wore a smug expression, yet for some reason, she sported large dark circles under her eyes. Upon seeing Clark appear around the corner, she waved, "Hi, Clark." Clark hesitated momentarily. "Hi, Bernice. Do you mind if I sit here?" After receiving a shake of the head in response, he settled down, but could not suppress his curiosity. "By the way, what is going on with your eyes?" Bernice rolled her eyes. "That phrase sounds quite familiar, as if I asked you the same thing just a couple of days ago." As she handed Clark the marked printout, she continued, "I forgot about a biology quiz today until I got home, so I stayed up late to review." Clark stifled a laugh at the first part of her sentence, then felt a pang of guilt at the latter, ultimately reverting to a smile as Bernice shot him a glare with her dark-circled eyes. He glanced down at the material she had passed him. X-ray machine, an apparatus that generates X-rays, primarily consisting of an X-ray tube, power supply, and control circuitry. The high-voltage output of the power supply is connected between the cathode filament and the anode target, creating a high-voltage electric field that accelerates electrons from the filament towards the anode target, resulting in a high-speed electron flow that bombards the anode surface, converting into heat and producing X-rays through Bremsstrahlung radiation. Handwritten note. Clark, you can figure out yourself, but it's best to take Martha Jonathan for a checkup. Clark read it again, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. He had spent so long without attempting to understand his own abilities, while Bernice had begun analyzing and comprehending them the very next day. Just then, he heard Joanna's curious voice. What is wrong with Kent's eyes?" Clark awkwardly looked up, ready to mumble a vague response, but Bernice shot him a glance and said, "His eyes are a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps he is developing nearsightedness?" My interest in collecting physics-related materials stemmed from our previous conversations. Every word from Bernice was genuine, yet when strung together, they conveyed an entirely different meaning to him and Joanna. It was indeed a remarkable talent for deceit. Thankfully, Bernice was a good person. He glanced down at the material in his hands. "So, it turns out both Kent and Bernice had an affinity for physics." Joanna nodded in admiration. "Just looking at the materials Bernice collected makes me feel overwhelmed. You two are truly impressive." Clark, who harbors a fondness for philosophy and literature, hesitated. "Not really. I don't think so, Alan." "Kent, since you are both here, it simplifies matters. The principal is looking for you." A hurried girl with short black hair approached them, greeted them, and then swiftly departed. "The principal?" Bernice, bewildered, rose alongside Clark to bid farewell to Joanna and proceeded toward the principal's office. "Where's the principal's office?" "I've never been there," she mumbled. "And why are we the ones summoned?" Clark, with a seemingly innocent demeanor, replied, "You don't appear to be the type to violate school rules, and I haven't had any thoughts in that direction lately." Bernice, however, wondered if Clark thought she might be the type to break the rules. "I've been there before. I'll lead the way," he offered, sensing her confusion. "I went once to submit my congenital osteoporosis documentation." Bernice effortlessly echoed the lengthy term, then inquired with a puzzled expression, "What is that?" "It's a medical certificate my father obtained for me, indicating that I have fragile bones from birth. Thus, I'm exempt from physical education classes," Clark explained, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Oh," Bernice slowed her pace, contemplating her next words. She tilted her head toward Clark and asked, "Would you actually like to attend physical education classes? Do you genuinely wish to try out for the football team?" "I suppose my desire is of little consequence. After all, my father—" "I believe that is not the case, Clark," Bernice interjected earnestly, her tone steady yet low, lending credence to her words. "In my view, your thoughts and desires are of paramount importance. You should first ascertain your wishes, then we can deliberate on how to achieve them. Most aspirations, with proper planning, have a chance of success. Surely, you don't wish for something as improbable as encountering aliens or dating Angelina Jolie. If you truly want to join physical education or the football team, then train diligently until you can master it entirely." She glanced around discreetly before continuing with a more tactful approach. "Master it to the level of complete precision, like in Les Miserables, and then have an earnest conversation with Jonathan to prove your capabilities. If that fails, there are many ways to achieve your goals. Life is but a few decades, so I believe what one desires is most significant. As long as it doesn't harm others, I will prioritize my own feelings," Bernice stated matter-of-factly. Furthermore, regarding Les Miserables, I will assist you. I could design a series of experiments to assess your grasp of it. They may not be highly refined, but they will likely be more effective than you attempting it alone. We've arrived. Bernice paused before the door to the principal's office, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. I apologize if I've been overly verbose. It seems I've dominated the conversation. In any case, once you clarify your thoughts, do remember to share them with me, Clark. Clark blinked and nodded. He then knocked on the principal's door. Come in. As Clark had anticipated, the principal's summons was due to his previous efforts to advocate for the installation of safety hammers on school buses in the school newspaper. Not only did Clark personally compose an informative article on the necessity of safety hammers for the school publication, but he also collaborated with other students to launch a special issue dedicated to campus safety, encompassing topics such as school bus safety, fire safety, disaster preparedness, and windstorm responses, areas in which they, as Kansans, were quite familiar. They diligently investigated and identified numerous safety hazards within the school that required improvement, which they collectively submitted to the school board. As the principal recounted these matters, Bernice's eyes widened in astonishment, and she inhaled sharply. Ignoring Clark's silent signals, she boldly inquired, Madam Principal, while it is true that Clark's contributions are commendable and deserving of recognition, may I ask the reason for your summons? The principal fixed her sharp gaze upon Bernice, contemplatively responding, in Mr. Kent's report, you were mentioned as a co-initiator of the activities. Bernice promptly replied, I did indeed propose that safety hammers should be installed on all school buses, but I did not partake in any subsequent actions. The credit for this initiative should rightfully belong to Clark and the other participants. Understanding dawned on the principal, who took a sip of her tea. Sylvie had previously expressed her grievances about your withdrawal from the cheerleading team just months before graduation, which caused considerable inconvenience for their regional competition. I thought to myself, if your departure was to engage in such worthy endeavors, then that is commendable. The statement bore an accusatory tone, and Bernice sensed Clark shifting slightly in his seat. Evidently uneasy, nevertheless, she maintained her composure, allowing a serene smile to grace her lips, for she had never shied away from verbal sparring. Although I was unable to participate in the recent campus safety initiatives, I still believe that the time I spent after leaving the team was profoundly meaningful. Bernice stated with a smile. The principal nodded with approval. As your principal, I am delighted to hear such a resolute response from a student. Principal Schuster smiled in return, setting down her teacup. However, I believe that even without your involvement in these later activities, your prior efforts in organizing the school bus rescue undoubtedly saved 7 of our staff and students from peril, which is sufficient to merit this certificate. She rose, retrieving a framed certificate from her desk and presenting it to Bernice with both hands. Bernice accepted it in kind, glancing down to read, Honorary Individual from Small Town High School, 2002. As for Mr. Kent and the other students from the school newspaper, they would receive a collective honor. Regardless of whether the football team or cheerleading squad claimed first place in the regional competition this year, they would at most share the accolades with you. Principal Schuster then picked up another stack of certificates, extracting one. I have already submitted the group award to the president of the school newspaper. The remaining individual accolades will be distributed by Mr. Kent. However, since Miss Allen did not participate, this one will need to be retracted. This certificate is unframed, and I hope you understand. As the school budget has been allocated towards enhancing safety measures due to your initiatives, Principal Schuster remarked with a wink. Bernice and Clark both bowed in gratitude. By the way, considering that this safety initiative now appears to be solely orchestrated by Mr. Kent, the reward seems to lack a certain completeness. The principal lifted her cup once more, gently stirring its contents with a spoon, revealing a mysterious smile. However, the school would compensate him in other ways. At that moment, Bernice was preoccupied with thoughts of reprimanding Clark for not informing her about his unilateral assumption of credit, while Clark pondered how to reveal to Bernice that he possessed the ability to fly, thus neglecting the principal's words. This oversight would later leave Clark filled with regret, while Bernice seized a precious opportunity to mock him for decades to come. Chapter 9. Quarrels and Reconciliation. Stepping out of the principal's office, Bernice slowed her pace. Upon seeing the expression on her face, Clark felt an instinctive urge to withdraw. Clark, Bernice paused, unable to suppress the accusatory tone in her voice. Why did you state in the report that I was a co-initiator alongside you? I was not involved at all. But the idea of ensuring every school bus is equipped with a safety hammer was your brainchild, Clark replied, his lips pursed, his resolve steadily solidifying. Moreover, the initial proposal's direction was predominantly your suggestion. I believe you are indeed the initiator, and people ought to recognize that. I merely contributed a few words. I speak hundreds daily. What is the value of just a few sentences? Bernice remained somewhat irate, and after pondering for a moment, she deemed there were no sensitive topics to address. She continued to converse with Clark. I casually mentioned something, yet you drove all the subsequent actions. Are you attempting to share the credit with me? Are you my subordinate, Clark? Clark's brow furrowed, igniting his own frustration. But Bernice, if you hadn't mentioned it, no one would have thought to add safety hammers to the school buses. The overarching strategy of contacting both the school and the parents was your idea, as was verifying whether the school bus was operated by an outsourced company. Is that merely a casual remark? If the core contributions cannot even be credited, it amounts to my theft of the reputation you deserve, he continued. Is this truly a core contribution? Bernice began to feel agitated. This isn't the startup culture of the internet, where a few words constitute a core contribution. Discussing ideas casually in the cafeteria without further involvement does not equate to a core contribution. If Peter Ross heard about this, why didn't he get involved as well? I recognize the merit of these initiatives, yet I was so preoccupied with my own words that I completely forgot to take action. It's akin to claiming I'll study diligently before an exam only to neglect my revision entirely. Clark remained silent, standing before his locker as he retrieved his keys to unlock it. Bernice stood beside him, taking a deep breath in an attempt to regain her composure. She then spoke. I apologize, Clark. I was too hasty earlier, and my tone was inappropriate. In truth, I'm quite moved, even overwhelmed, upon learning of all that you have accomplished. You still wish to share the credit with me, which makes me feel somewhat ashamed of my own contributions. I think I need to catch up on the information. Clark extracted a notebook from his locker and handed it to Bernice, interrupting her. What is this? Bernice opened the notebook, revealing densely written, neat handwriting. It contained the information I had previously gathered regarding dual personalities and multiple identities. Clark spoke in a low voice, offering it for your reference. Bernice flipped through the pages, discovering that more than half of the notebook was filled, perhaps around 40 pages. She grasped the notebook and lowered her head. Bernice, noticing her silence, Clark hesitated before speaking. It was indeed my fault to sign your name without consulting you first. Hold your tongue. Bernice snapped, raising her head with a reddened gaze. Fortunately, her voice remained steady. Clark was taken aback, nearly taken flight, and stood there in earnest reflection. After several deep breaths, Bernice could no longer contain herself and wiped her tear-stained eyes. Alas, Clark, why are you so kind? Bernice murmured, lifting her head again. Yet, I must say, Clark, you were in the wrong this time. She raised her hand to silence the boy's attempt to speak and continued. If you wish for me to share in the outcomes, you ought to have informed me beforehand, allowing me to partake in the planning process. Ideally, you should also take responsibility for your actions afterward. Only then can I truly consider myself a member of the team, worthy of being recorded alongside you. Observing Clark deep in thought, Bernice continued with satisfaction, I am an individual of a rather assertive nature, and thus I often reflect on whether I impose my will upon others. For instance, assuming that others are willing to join me in endeavors without inquiring about their true desires could lead to the opposite outcome. Your previous act of attributing credit to me, Bernice began to admonish, felt akin to coercing me into seizing another's achievements. This is precisely what I strive to avoid. Do you truly believe I lack the capability to attain similar results through my own merit? Clark immediately shook his head. Just as Bernice thought the matter had reached a conclusion, she heard him speak again. Is that the reason for your strong reaction? Reaction? Bernice echoed. Clark pointed at her eyes. Bernice, somewhat speechless, could not help but impart some advice on courting girls. Clark, if you wish to gain the favor of a girl, especially one who is proud or shy, you should refrain from directly inquiring about her feelings. I do not mind, but such abruptness seldom encourages openness. It could lead to a greater likelihood of indignation. Seeing Clark's perplexed expression, she added, I would love to be indignant, but I'm more inclined to laugh in frustration. She paused and waved the notebook in her hand, her emotions already heightened. You present me with such a weighty treasure, and upon glancing at the pages, I envision you meticulously researching and recording each word, and I simply lost my composure. Clark genuinely seemed puzzled. But didn't you help me find the physics materials earlier? How so? Do you truly need me to articulate it in full? Bernice has now fully recovered. She has never shied away from expressing her emotions and opinions. And now she finds herself somewhat eager to reveal her thoughts and observe Clark's reaction. With great enthusiasm, she continued, "I was genuinely moved and impressed by your dedication and determination when I heard in the principal's office that you have made such significant progress, even organizing updates and public safety measures throughout the school. I feel a sense of guilt for having overlooked my role as the initiator. The combination of these feelings leaves me feeling somewhat ashamed. I often hold myself in high regard, yet you surpass me in so many ways." Just then, Clark attempted to defend himself, his face reddening further. Bernice, undeterred, pressed on, "And then you handed me this notebook, so detailed and handwritten. Just how long did you spend on it? I feel it reflects far more care than the printed materials I prepared. Every time I think about this, I can't help but wonder, how are you so wonderful?" Clark, feeling embarrassed, wished he could vanish. He hesitated before stammering, "Actually, it didn't take long. You know, I'm fairly quick." Bernice paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I don't care. Handwriting shows effort, after all." She reminded herself not to let her colorful thoughts poison the mind of a seventh-grade boy and stifled her amusement as she steered the conversation in a new direction. "Earlier, I mentioned reflecting on whether I impose my will on others. By the way, if you wish to learn more about Les Miserables, feel free to reach out anytime. Regardless of whether you want to attend gym class, I believe it is essential. Ultimately, it's your choice, Clark. You can ask me anything. We are friends." Clark nodded, seemingly recalling something. "Actually, I have two terms I'd like to inquire about. You Hitchcraft Tom Raider?" Clark shook his head, looking quite puzzled. "Who are Gia and Lara? Why are they related to tombs? There aren't any cemeteries around here, are there?" "Jesus," Bernice murmured, humming a couple of lyrics to express her feelings. "Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?" She was about to ask Clark if he ever watched popular movies when he interrupted. "Those two lines you just sang were beautiful. Where's that song from? Did you write it yourself?" Bernice was momentarily taken aback. After 5 seconds, she cautiously asked, "Clark, do you usually listen to music? Do you listen to it often?" Clark nodded, though I can't say it's a lot. I've heard some records from particularly famous bands. Bernice fell silent. "I think there's something wrong with this world," she exclaimed sincerely half a minute later. They had moved from beside the lockers to a quiet corner near the playground, an open and tranquil space. Clark chuckled, "So, you don't see an issue with spaceships and superheroes, yet this song makes you question the world?" He couldn't help but add, "Come on, Bernice, stop glaring at me. There's no one around. Why are you so alert? Is that an ordinary song? It is none other than Bohemian Rhapsody." Bernice argued passionately. "And if you claim to listen to pop music, then it must be that something is amiss in this world regarding Queen. I must admit, I have never heard of it. Is it truly that famous?" Clark inquired with curiosity. "Ah, how shall I convey this? A band established in 1971, with a frontman whose passing in 1991 captured global attention. Yet several of their chart-topping songs have retained their unparalleled quality and popularity for nearly 30 years, spawning countless covers and serving as soundtracks in various films." 30 years? Clark keenly noted the keyword, his expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. The frontman passed in 91, and this is now 2002. Thus, Bernice, the other term I previously wished to inquire about, namely the concept of internet entrepreneurship you mentioned, could it also be related? Bernice nodded, her demeanor calm and solemn. "In my previous recollection, I was already 25 years old. That was in 2015. The internet had yet to emerge, but in my memory, it would become the global trend thereafter. According to my findings, if memories originate from a newly formed identity, they generally lack continuity, making it exceedingly unlikely for one to possess distinct artistic creations or foresee future trends. Hence, it seems you hail from another world, a possibility that appears more plausible. Please allow me a moment." Clark's eyes remained wide open, the cloudy weather rendering them bluer than the patches of sky peeking through the clouds. Bernice stood solemnly, awaiting Clark's reaction. She recalled how he had stood similarly just days prior when confessing his abilities, yet Clark, sweet, naive Clark, seemed rather anxious. Bernice felt no fear that such trivial matters could create a rift between them. For today she reaffirmed that Clark was indeed a hopelessly good person, easily swayed or influenced by someone like her, who was not always so virtuous. Just in case, Clark's slightly weak voice interrupted her musings. "So, you are 11 years my senior? Well, in this context, age is not of paramount importance in friendships," Bernice replied earnestly. What I value most is whether one can comprehend my perspective, foster meaningful exchanges, and exhibit a degree of tolerance and character. Anyone who meets these criteria, regardless of gender or age, can be my friend. Moreover, I have always regarded you as an equal companion. Therefore, Bernice continued, as long as you do not take this matter too seriously, age is truly no issue at all. In fact, I could even say I'm just 1 year older than you. Bernice's reasoning was compelling. So on his way home, Clark could not quite grasp the source of his earlier unease. However, glancing at Bernice, who was joyfully clutching the notebook filled with notes about her second persona, now seemingly of little use, he deemed it probably not a significant matter and chuckled. The following day, however, Clark found it difficult to smile. Wherever he traversed, a wave of excitement and hushed whispers would often ensue. Clark initially dismissed these as mere illusions, or at the very least, not directed at him, and thus paid little heed to the murmurs. However, everything changed when Peter approached him, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "I heard that you made Bernice Allen cry near the lockers yesterday." Clark was taken aback. "No way. Is that true, my friend? That fierce woman cried? How on earth did you manage that?" Clearly astonished, Peter asked, "Did you break up with her?" Clark, bewildered, responded, "Honestly, I find it a bit hard to believe." Peter sighed, nudging Clark with his elbow. "Well, regardless, I'm on your side. Bernice and I have never been an item. We've always been friends." Regaining his composure, Clark quietly added, "And Bernice said she would always support me." Peter muttered something about how that didn't seem likely and how one shouldn't trust a girl's promises. Then continued, "Well, at least I'm relieved Bernice won't go berserk and seek revenge on you at the auction." Clark questioned, "What auction?" "The one for the basket boys." Peter replied nonchalantly, "It was posted on the bulletin board this morning. You've been selected as one of this year's 10 basket boys." Instinctively, Clark looked up, his gaze traversing several walls and the bustling bodies, finally locking onto the bulletin board. There he spotted a white sheet emblazoned with the words, "Smallville Annual Boosters Auction, Basket Boys of 2002. Clark squinted, indeed seeing his name, and felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Chapter 11. The Town Girl and Friends discuss Chapter 10. I keep giving relentlessly, ah? Yes, considering that this security initiative appears to have been personally orchestrated by Mr. Kent, it seems the rewards are somewhat lacking. The principal lifted his cup once more, gently stirring with a spoon, revealing a mysterious smile, but assured that the school would compensate him in other ways. Clark recalled the principal's words, pondering, "If being chosen as a basket boy counts as compensation, then I would rather forego it. I would prefer to volunteer." He felt utterly despondent. Bernice also sensed something amiss. Today, during the biology class group project, the number of students eager to partner with her had increased, and their enthusiasm was palpable. However, Bernice was unfazed. After all this time, she had nearly memorized her classmates' names and casually teamed up with 2 particularly spirited students. The boy in her group was flushed with excitement, while the other girl glanced at him and cheerfully offered her congratulations. "What's the good news?" Bernice inquired. "I've been chosen as one of this year's basket boys." The boy clad in an oversized sweatshirt responded cheerfully, casting a glance at Bernice, his face adorned with a smile that could be interpreted as either gossip or self-aggrandizement. "Alan, if you think that guy, Kent, is unpleasant, feel free to take a shot at me. I'll bring my mom's exclusive sandwiches." It seemed rather inconsiderate to disregard a teammate's words, yet Bernice was utterly oblivious to their conversation. After a brief moment of contemplation about whether to feign knowledge, she ultimately decided against the facade and inquired directly, "What is the basket boy?" The female teammate, holding a bottle of iodine, inadvertently dropped 3 full drops onto the specimen, entirely neglecting the experiment's progress as she leaned closer to Bernice. "Don't you remember? Last year, you bid for Bill with Julie, didn't you?" "Julie? Bill?" Both Bernice and her companion were perplexed. "Bid? Is there an auction for pets or something?" Although Julie had indeed won the auction and was now the cheerleading captain, it seemed the female teammate had suddenly recalled that Bernice had stepped down from the cheerleading squad, her expression shifting to one of discomfort as she hastily added, "But it seems that even until Bill entered high school, they never really got together." "So, Bill's a boy then?" "Wait a minute. They were bidding on a living person? So Bill is in high school now?" Bernice probed further, eager to uncover more information. "He's also on the football team." The female teammate continued, confirming Bernice's suspicions, reasoning that high schoolers were generally the same crowd, and what complications could arise from a former middle school football captain. Bernice mentally traced the timeline. Last year, the 7th grade version of herself, along with the 7th grade Julie, now the cheerleading captain, bid on the 8th grade football team captain? It sounded thrilling. Yet the underlying question remained, why would there be an auction for a living person? Isn't human trafficking illegal? Or was it merely a metaphor? What had Julie done after winning the bid? Bernice continued to probe. I can't recall. Perhaps I wasn't paying much attention at the time. At that moment, a male teammate cast a sympathetic glance her way and volunteered. I wasn't the basket boy last year, but I heard through the grapevine that they apparently kissed before lunch even ended. The female teammate offered a sympathetic glance as well. However, Bernice was not overly concerned. After all, she was not the one bidding for Bill. She didn't even know him. Yet now, she felt she could infer what the basket boy activity entailed and sought final confirmation, asking the female teammate, how long did the auction last? Until lunch ended? It seems the basket boy also had to escort the girl back to the classroom, the female teammate recalled. Realizing that her specimen was practically unobservable, she sheepishly handed the equipment over to Bernice while attempting to console her. Anyway, Ken is also available this year. You'll surely be able to bid for him. The male teammate quickly interjected. Hey, don't mention Kent. Both the female teammate and Bernice turned to him, puzzled. The male teammate hesitated momentarily, stating, well, it's not as if many didn't witness Kent and Alan together yesterday. And then Alan ended up crying. By the lockers. He refrained from embellishing the story. Yet his words carried an odd undertone. Bernice, who initially intended to reassure him that it was inconsequential, paused, realizing that it indeed held significance. She found herself at a loss for words, and finally replied, we have always been friends. Upon hearing this, the male teammate hesitated, gently patting Bernice's shoulder. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he cleared his throat and added, in any case, if you find yourself unable to regain your composure, feel free to come to me. My mom's sandwiches are quite delectable. Exactly. There is no need to hang oneself on a single tree like Kent. The female teammate joined in as well. Bernice contemplated the logic embedded in her teammate's words. The notion of having always been friends, regaining composure, and hanging on a tree. Did they think she had confessed to Clark and failed? It struck her as amusing. However, Bernice was indifferent to her reputation in that regard. With little time left for the experiment, she earnestly dedicated herself to the task alongside her roommate for the remainder of the class. Thus, while waiting by the bus stop sign today, Bernice felt several elusive gazes as she approached Clark. She paused, reflecting on the implications of having confessed to Clark and subsequently failing. It was utterly hilarious. Of course, being excessively scrutinized isn't ideal. But Bernice had quite a thick skin. Normal curiosity didn't affect her, and if anyone dared to disrupt her routine, she had never shied away from verbal exchanges. However, Clark might feel somewhat uncomfortable, as he did not possess such fortitude. With that thought, Bernice tempered her smile and greeted him cheerfully. The surrounding gazes seemed to intensify. Bernice clicked her tongue, eager to observe Clark's reaction. If he exhibited any sign of discomfort, she would maintain some distance to quell the prying eyes and discussions, planning to find a secluded spot for conversation later. Clark looked up, appearing somewhat lethargic, yet a smile broke across his face upon seeing Bernice. Hey, Bernice, he said. She felt a surge of joy. If her friend was particularly sensitive, she wouldn't mind offering extra care, but if he remained unperturbed by the gossip, it would certainly delight her even more. So, in a friendly manner, she draped her arm around Clark's shoulder, asking, do you have time today? Shouldn't we practice for Les Miserables? Clark's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But I need to prepare for the Basket Boys event with Mom. Does it require a lot of preparation? Bernice was somewhat taken aback. As far as she knew, wasn't it merely an auction for a lunch opportunity with 10 boys? What is there to worry about with Martha's apple pie? She replied. Clark glanced around and softly remarked, it's rather awkward to be dressed in formal attire while holding a basket, watching you girls bid. He added with a hint of embarrassment, and I don't possess a well-fitting suit. After uttering this, Clark paused, anticipating that Bernice would respond with a smile devoid of mockery. He understood that his family background was merely average, while Bernice often spoke to him with a smile. Knowing her character, he recognized that she was not contemptuous, so he felt at ease. However, Bernice did not smile. After a moment of contemplation, she said, you are an only child. I have no siblings to lend you. Does her father have an old suit that might fit? She mentally reviewed the list of individuals Clark could borrow from and found it surprisingly limited. What about asking Peter? My father's clothes are still a bit large for me, Clark replied, furrowing his brow. I feel it would be troublesome to ask him. Clark, do you consider Peter your friend? Bernice asked directly. Clark hesitated, then nodded solemnly, adding, he has stated he would stand by my side. Yet, he recalled the context of that statement, made during a hypothetical conversation about his breakup with Bernice. The thought of Peter supporting him in such a scenario was somewhat amusing, though for some reason, his trust in Peter felt a shade weaker compared to that in Bernice. This sentiment seemed difficult to articulate. Bernice, as if sensing his thoughts, continued, but if asked whether he is your friend, you would undoubtedly affirm it, correct? Receiving a nod from the boy, she reflected on her earlier contemplation of Clark's friends, feeling a twinge of affectionate pity. Clark, I personally believe that true friends are those with whom one feels comfortable being a bother. If the relationship is more casual, like acquaintances or classmates, then such friends might feel inconvenienced by requests, and it's best not to trouble them. However, real friends derive joy from your willingness to inconvenience them. They genuinely feel they are sharing burdens and supporting one another, and they take delight in the trust you place in them to the extent of relying on them. Bernice added a caveat to underscore her point. Ah, of course. This applies to someone like you, who tends to avoid disturbing others. Just then, she caught sight of Peter approaching. She contemplated calling out to him, but restrained herself. She knew she must respect Clark's decision and refrain from appearing as though she were making choices for him. Nor could she compel him to decide by calling Peter over. Clark pondered for a moment before relaxing slightly. All right, I will ask Peter tomorrow. Chapter 12. The Town Boy and His Voice. Chapter 11. Giving everything I have thus. Bernice now stood at the entrance of the Kent barn, sheltered in the shadow cast by the eaves, awaiting Clark and Martha to finish their conversation and come over from the house. Suddenly, she felt a sense of anticipation as she looked over. Clark was vigorously waving at her from a distance, a smile gracing his face as he ran down the gentle slope. Bernice was pondering how Clark's movements here were even more expansive than at school when, suddenly, the figure in the distance vanished. In less than a second, Clark appeared before Bernice, stirring a whirlwind of dust and wind that struck her face, causing her to cough while also tousling her hair and the edges of her clothing. Oh, Clark, he exclaimed, flustered. I'm so sorry. As Bernice coughed, her eyes nearly closing, she waved her hand dismissively, requesting Clark's assistance. Instantly, he disappeared again, only to reappear moments later, carefully cradling a cup of water in his hands, this time generating only a gentle breeze. By then, Bernice had managed to quell most of her coughing. She beamed at Clark's sudden appearance, laughing as she accepted the cup and took small sips. You are incredibly fast. After finishing her drink, she seemed to recall something amusing, her lips pursing in delight. Shall we go outside? Clark suggested, still a bit abashed. Next time, I'll make sure to tidy up the barn. It's too hot outside. Bernice complained, leaning closer to scrutinize Clark's face. Perhaps you are immune to the sun's effects, but it really is sweltering for me. She produced a stopwatch, steering the conversation away from the outdoor debate. How about we start with something fundamental and test your speed? 5 minutes later, Bernice abandoned her attempt to operate the stopwatch herself and opted to serve as a mere timer, letting Clark press the button as he sprinted to the opposite end of the field and back. She gazed at the nearly unchanged numbers, deep in thought. Should we measure how far you can run in a minute? But then, I might call stop and you wouldn't hear me, she mused, standing in the shadow of the barn and gazing up at Clark. Shall we begin with the sound that troubles you the most? It will make subsequent measurements easier. Clark closed his eyes and nodded. Standing in the sunlight, his lashes appeared gilded in the glow. Bernice paused momentarily, murmuring, it must be wonderful not to fear the sun. She then inquired, did you say that during your last auditory episode, you managed to regain control by focusing on Martha's voice? Receiving a nod in response, Bernice stepped closer, pausing to take his hand. So, it seems you currently cannot concentrate on your heartbeat to recover. As Clark prepared to respond, he felt Bernice guide his hand to her own chest, just below her collarbone, about 7 centimeters down. With her hand as a barrier, he did not touch anything inappropriate. Yet he could feel a soft curve beneath his palm and the back of his hand pressed against the warmth of Bernice's palm. His face flushed crimson, but due to the calmness and sincerity in Bernice's gaze, he did not withdraw his hand. Bernice stood composed, though her own heart involuntarily quickened. This was, after all, her final trial, having encountered many individuals before. Some individuals may engage in petty theft, gossip, envy, and even sabotage, yet in the face of grave calamities. They might risk their own lives to save others or willingly donate their resources. Conversely, a fleeting act of heroism does not necessarily imply that such individuals are agreeable companions in their everyday lives. Clark is likely not of this ilk, and Bernice has come to regard him as a trustworthy friend. However, before Bernice became the person she is today, she had her share of male acquaintances, classmates, colleagues, or companions who were quite competent. Bernice believes that if she were to encounter difficulties, they would likely come to her aid, even to the extent of lending money. This does not mean that she would genuinely seek financial assistance, but rather that they have reached a level of trust as friends. Nevertheless, Bernice hesitates to assert that these male friends genuinely respect women. For instance, do they truly honor their girlfriends, fulfill their familial responsibilities, or indulge in the company of sex workers while viewing them merely as sexual commodities rather than autonomous individuals? To Bernice, these male friends are adequate as companions, yet she will never fully let her guard down around them. Placing Clark's hand against her chest, she smiled faintly and asked, "Can you feel my heartbeat?" If Clark were to instinctively make any movement, she thought, then maintaining her current level of trust would suffice. He would remain her dearest friend, the person she trusted most in the world, but she would retain a slight reservation. For instance, there would be no need to probe the limits of Clark's abilities. Her focus would be on helping him control what he might not perceive himself, something only she would know. Clark furrowed his brow, a faint flush coloring his cheeks. The heartbeat is quite distinct, but what if I lose control of the sound? I fear I might hurt you, or I might allow you to. I grant you permission for this, Bernice replied, smiling again. However, if you do happen to harm me, you must take immediate responsibility for seeking medical attention. Now, Clark, try to listen to the sounds in the distance. Clark cast aside all other thoughts, concentrating his attention. He heard the wind rustling through the corn leaves 10 meters away, stirring each silken ear. He caught the hum of the oven in the kitchen, his mother humming a familiar tune while his father perused the newspaper. He perceived distant voices engaged in conversation, cars passing by, and someone honking their horn. The clatter of furniture and the sound of laughter erupted. Glass shattered, and sharp screams pierced the air. It seemed he had unwittingly listened too far. Was the city truly the city? The cacophony was overwhelming, a medley of sounds converging into a singular wave that penetrated his mind, attempting to unsettle him, to overwhelm him, and to inflict pain. "Are you all right, Clark?" Bernice noted his troubled expression and tightened her grip on his hand, her other hand steadying his arm. "You can listen to my heartbeat or my voice, or you may redirect your focus to the ground beneath you. Here, there's only the sound of the wind." Bernice gripped Clark's hand tightly, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening. However, concern proved futile. Bernice was utterly incapable of assisting Clark in his predicament. A scream? What if it merely compounded Clark's burden? Bernice could only utter soothing words in a steady tone, simultaneously gripping his arm tightly. Perhaps a calm voice could aid him in regaining his focus? If she squeezed his hand hard enough, maybe he would snap back to reality? Amidst the cacophony of chaos and noise, Bernice's voice emerged as a mere whisper, yet Clark discerned it, albeit without clarity. He endeavored to cling to that fragment of sound, but isolating that singular, delicate voice amidst a myriad of auditory tones was akin to fishing for elusive creatures in the vast sea or attempting to retrieve ink diffusing in water. Nevertheless, beneath Clark's hand pulsated a vigorous and forceful heartbeat. Thump, thump. Clark refocused his attention on that rhythm, and the sensation of his hand being tightly clasped became increasingly vivid. Bernice's hand was fervently warm against his, even exuding a hint of perspiration. As the surrounding noise gradually faded, her voice returned to his ears, prompting Clark to open his eyes. "Next time, perhaps you should sing, Bernice," he suggested, noticing his voice was slightly hoarse, quickly adjusting and smiling as he spoke. "Did I go too far?" Bernice chose to disregard his diversion, feeling a sense of relief. They could establish a boundary, perhaps by first listening to this field, ensuring they could hear without significant interference before extending outward. This field? Clark felt a pang of guilt, hesitant to mention that he might have already heard sounds from the neighboring city. He hesitated for a moment, then ultimately opted for honesty. The city? Bernice attempted to recall the distance to the nearest city, struggling to remember as she had not paid much attention to such matters. She merely glared at Clark in disbelief. "Is it really that far? But what are you thinking? At least listen to the town first. Ensure it doesn't harm you. The town is filled with familiar faces. I feel it's inappropriate to listen to their voices without their consent, Clark explained softly, his voice growing increasingly uncertain. Though I know that listening elsewhere would also infringe upon privacy, I suspect that sounds from farther away might be less clear. Bernice momentarily lost her ability to respond. After a pause, she released Clark's hand and, with all her might, pinched his arm, while he merely looked at her innocently. I grant you permission, Bernice exclaimed in frustration. I bestow upon you the right to listen to the sounds around me whenever you wish. As Clark began to respond, she added, but it's not permanent. It lasts only until I choose to revoke this permission for any reason. After a moment's thought, she continued, however, my revocation will certainly be in person and with ample justification. If you hear any deliberate withdrawal, you need not believe it. Emergency situations are exempt. With such a logical framework and an exit mechanism established, Clark found it difficult to refuse. He could only inquire, are you certain? I am indeed. Bernice remained somewhat vexed, uncertain of the cause of her irritation. She pondered how she could hone your abilities without granting permission. Should she merely await the moment you might inadvertently harm yourself? Upon noticing Clark's expression, she quickly added, stop. I'm not forcing myself to train your abilities. I willingly choose to do so, for I trust you. Clark's demeanor softened. I shall not betray your trust. Trust, a complex sentiment for Bernice, who averted her gaze, her brow furrowed with concern. However, the distance between us has not grown sufficient for your practice. Should I consider attending another high school? While I have no authority to dissuade you, Clark interjected hastily. The choice of high school is significant. You cannot decide so lightly. He hesitated, his eyes shimmering. Bernice, do you truly intend to leave? Bernice chuckled, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. What do you mean you have no standing? You are my friend. You could express a desire to continue our playful camaraderie. She paused, realizing that Clark might have refrained from saying it due to concerns for her future, and sighed. Rest assured, high school will not be an obstacle. Perhaps after high school it might be? Clark wished to voice his thoughts, yet he lacked a clear vision for his future and chose silence instead. After her laughter subsided, Bernice recalled Clark's earlier mention of trust, exhaling softly. Clark, do you remember when I asked you for a promise? Clark reflected, recalling their conversation from a few days prior, when he had divulged most of his abilities. You requested a promise. A promise not to harm you? That is, of course, assured. A promise not to harm others with intentions beyond self-defense and protection. I promise. I remember, but why? Clark reviewed his recent actions, confident he had not violated that promise. You demonstrated abilities that exceeded my expectations that day. Bernice lowered her gaze, fragmenting her thoughts as she recounted her feelings at the time. I trust you. I trust you will not deliberately harm me or others. After witnessing what I did, to still doubt you would be excessive. Yet, given the magnitude of your powers, I require a verbal assurance. It would alleviate my concerns, though I recognize the futility of such a promise. With a self-deprecating smile, Bernice added, for if you are untrustworthy, then your promise holds no weight. Conversely, if your character remains noble, a promise is unnecessary. I am acutely aware of this principle and your virtues, yet I still sought your assurance. This was due to my unstable mindset at the time, or perhaps an insufficient level of trust in you. Having passed her final test, Clark earned Bernice's complete confidence. Upon hearing her words, his gaze remained steady, even more tender than before. Yet, Bernice would not allow him to speak, pressing on. Moreover, my initial reaction was, of course, to implore you not to harm me. Yet your unequivocal response left me momentarily speechless. After the initial reaction, expressing such self-centered sentiments in your presence fills me with shame. Hence, I must clarify that my first impulse was indeed selfish. Do not presume that I am entirely benevolent. I will invariably prioritize my own needs. Generally, I only consider assisting those immediately around me, and engaging further feels burdensome. I share these thoughts not to disillusion you about my true nature, Clark, but to prevent you from feeling disappointed later on. Alas, I may have overshared. Bernice quickly shifted the topic, lamenting, you are far too gullible. I consider myself a rather decent person, yet I am still quite self-serving. Others may be even less generous than I am. Do not assume that everyone possesses your level of goodness. Clark, maintain a sense of vigilance. I can be quite unscrupulous, though I choose not to show it. Clark appeared to have much to say, but he merely opened and closed his mouth. Oh, Bernice, do you believe such candor and objectivity is attainable for most people? Ultimately, he simply replied, I trust you, Bernice. Chapter 13. The Town Boy and the Trial of Ability. Chapter 12. Doing one's utmost. Clark returned Bernice to her home before dinner. On his way back, he followed Bernice's instructions, dividing his attention to test how long he could hear sounds from 56 miles away. He would cease immediately if anything felt amiss. Bernice observed him, her brow slightly furrowed, urging him not to push himself. I will try to keep talking, but I cannot predict when you will stop, so you must time yourself, Clark. If you feel any discomfort, you must stop. After all, the numbers are not what matters. All right, Bernice, you need not worry. You've repeated it thrice. Clark raised his hands in surrender, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I will not overexert myself. Very well, Bernice reluctantly acquiesced, still regarding Clark with skepticism. Although someone just moments ago seemed entirely unaware of the need for gradual progress, if you insist, I shall take the blame. Clark promptly conceded, but now that you've pointed it out, I will certainly be more cautious. They also agreed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday after school at the Kent family barn, with the primary goal being training, though they could also gather to converse or read. This is precisely why Clark, who was diligently making his way home, felt such elation. This arrangement deepened his understanding that his friendship with Bernice had become an integral part of his daily life. He merely needed to await its evolution into a habit, a routine, without the anxiety of potential misunderstandings that might drive them apart. As Clark restrained himself from soaring or leaping with joy, he listened to Bernice's voice as she greeted her parents and younger sister. Why have you returned home so late? Asked a mature woman's voice, accompanied by the clatter of dishes on the table. I was at a friend's house, she replied. Bernice responded, accompanied by the sound of her chair being drawn out as she settled into it. Isn't that the place where you went for dinner last time without even greeting the family? A mature, male voice inquired. Indeed, that's the home of the friend who brought you, Mom, and Mary that apple pie, which you all eagerly divided, Bernice replied. Last time was an accident. I promised to greet them in the future. How can going to someone else's home for dinner be an accident? A young girl's voice chimed in. I see, Bernice. You must be in love. Your mind seems to be elsewhere. Oh, don't pinch my cheeks, Mary exclaimed. Are you thinking the same too? No wonder you're about to enter 7th grade. Bernice's voice was laced with laughter. Clark? Clark snapped back to reality, realizing it was Martha calling him. Clark, are you in love? Martha teased with a smile, noting that his thoughts seemed distant from home. Oh, Mom. Clark's face flushed crimson. Why are you joking about this? Bernice and I are just friends. Oh, so you are indeed thinking about young Bernice, Martha chuckled, her amusement growing. Clark was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he decided to speak about Bernice's guidance on honing his abilities. What does she want you to do? Jonathan, seated on the other side of the living room, asked. Does she keep a record of your physical information? No. She merely suggested ways for me to better control my abilities, even forbidding me from keeping any written records. Clark replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Dad, rest assured, Bernice has warned me from various angles about being perceived as a threat by the state and being subjected to live research by institutions. She mentioned the dangers of friends unintentionally leaking information, loved ones being found and threatened, or even killed, and being manipulated emotionally as a political pawn. If I let my guard down and mention my abilities at school, she concocts an entirely different story to remind me. Some of her tales are even chillingly captivating. She truly has a talent for this. Jonathan paused for a moment before saying, then listen closely, son. I doubt it would do any harm. That evening, Clark was immersed in his studies in his room, the sound of Bernice's monologue filling the air. She had presumably returned to her own room. Delving into the history, she found challenging, seemingly searching for the differences between two worlds. Clark, are you listening? Ugh, if you aren't, I must seem rather foolish right now. The sound of pages turning, the American Revolutionary War. There doesn't seem to be much difference. The first president, George Washington, that's correct. Clark, what are your thoughts on the North-South divide? I came across a document claiming that the abolition of slavery was merely a grand pretext. The war between the then federal and Confederate states was inevitable due to the push for industrialization. Initially, Clark intended to jot down his thoughts, planning to respond the next day. However, as Bernice continued to peruse her materials, her questions grew increasingly profound, often not easily answered in a few sentences and lacking definitive responses. Eventually, Clark found himself deep in contemplation, compelled to retrieve a notebook to record his replies and relevant discussion points whenever a question arose. As Bernice prepared to wash up and retire for the night, Clark felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks as he diverted his gaze. When he hesitated and tuned back in, he discovered Bernice counting money. Counting money? Clark tilted his head, recalling the basket boy auction that had nearly slipped his mind. Tomorrow, he reminded himself, he needed to borrow formal attire from Peter. The week had flown by, and Clark felt as if he had merely blinked, and suddenly it was Thursday, the day before the basket boy's official debut. Bernice leaned against a pile of hay in the barn, which Clark had organized a day in advance. She updated the auditory training plan to version 13, which involved listening to conversations from at least 2 classrooms simultaneously. Note 1. It is recommended to conduct this during physical education classes, as any interruption in the experiment would not affect one's own lessons. Note 2. It is advisable to gradually expand the listening range, given the noisy environment of the school. Lazily, she handed Clark the paper, instructing him to destroy it once he finished reading. Oh, Bernice added, as if suddenly recalling something. If you think you can manage it, try incinerating it with that heat vision of yours. I would love to witness it. She sat up slightly, her interest piqued. Clark took a deep breath. He had never consciously attempted to use his ocular abilities before. Focusing on the paper before him, he ensured that no one or anything of significance was within his line of sight, and then he attempted to engage the muscles around his eyes. To his astonishment, the world transformed into shades of black and white, rendering the paper invisible. Panic surged through him, and he released his grip in an attempt to restore color to the world, only to feel a surge of energy erupting from his eyes, piercing 2 holes in the barn ceiling. Clark, he heard Bernice's voice, laced with alarm, drawing closer. Don't come any closer, he shouted, hurriedly covering his eyes with his hands. Stay back. I can't control it right now. Don't panic. Don't move. Clark, Bernice's voice continued to approach. I'm coming around to your side now. There is no need to rush. You want to hurt me. Clark felt the warmth of her palm on his back and side, as she nearly enveloped him in an embrace. Then he heard her voice beside him. Clark, you can open your eyes and look at the ground now. Regardless of the vision, you cannot harm anything. Does your hand hurt? Clark released his grip, yet his eyes remained tightly shut. He sensed his hand being pulled open, a slight touch registering on his palm. Ouch! Bernice exclaimed as she was burned, quickly releasing his hand to inspect her fingers. You might develop blisters. I was wondering why your palm turned red. Were you being foolish? You could just look at the ground. To be honest, Bernice had begun to worry about Clark's eyelids, but she held her tongue, fearing it might heighten his anxiety. You can recall the sensation of seeing things normally and compare it to the feeling you just experienced when activating your vision. Then try each one individually. Oh, it's all right. Think of it as an experiment. Bernice stood on tiptoe to gently touch Clark's head, urging him to lower it. Looking at the ground should pose no issue. This is the perfect opportunity to experiment. Once we understand the mechanism, you 1T activate it recklessly. If you feel anxious, I shall read behind you, not watching or concerning myself with how long it takes you. Should you require assistance, I shall come over. Bernice gently tousled his hair and then truly departed. Clark could hear her scurrying to gather a small bundle of hay and sit down behind him. Clark's afternoon passed in a haze of repeatedly igniting the ground. Ultimately, he reported that he had grasped the initial concept of activating the heat vision. However, when Bernice held up the hearing plan paper and insisted that Clark incinerate it with his gaze, he remained reluctant. Unable to sway him, Bernice ultimately allowed him to burn it himself. This is our concluding task, Bernice exclaimed with indignation. It could almost be deemed the final assignment of the course. What difference does it make whether I hold it or you do? You're not typically one to scatter your gaze haphazardly. Clark, with unabashed confidence, mimicked a martial arts movie he had seen, clasping his fists. Then it doesn't count as the final task. After all, I still have much to learn under my master. Bernice raised an eyebrow. A novice is expected to serve tea and offer massages. Clark then vanished with Bernice's cup, only to return momentarily, cradling a filled cup of water. I fear I may not control the pressure well. Massaging is out of the question, but serving tea is certainly manageable. Has anyone ever told you that you've grown quite thick-skinned, Clark? He pondered for a moment. Peter has mentioned it, and he believes I learned it from you. I concur with his assessment, Bernice remarked, to which Clark added earnestly, indeed. The next day, clad in formal attire and with a touch of hair gel, Clark awaited backstage at the auditorium, clutching a basket filled with sandwiches and apple pie. He learned he was number 9, meaning he would soon witness the first 8 boys being bid upon by the girls before it was his turn. Imagining himself on stage, subject to the audience's bids for the opportunity to share lunch, filled Clark with embarrassment. What if no one showed interest? That would be a tremendous blow to those on stage, but thankfully, Bernice was present. Wait a moment. Although Clark had overheard Bernice counting money, they had yet to discuss the auction. Unable to resist, he peered through the wall and scanned the audience, spotting Bernice, who wore a furrowed brow. What was she contemplating? Would she participate in this event? Would she bid on me? Chapter 14. The Auction of the Town Girl and the Basket welcome everyone to this year's annual fundraising auction at our town's secondary school. Once again, we present the 10 finest young gentlemen of our institution. Bernice was troubled. She indeed had some money in her purse, which she intended to use for bidding. However, she had not anticipated that the bidders would be standing on stage, observing the reactions from below, also witnessing the activity surrounding others being auctioned. Wasn't this an oversight regarding their psychological factors? If no one bids, will the bidders be ridiculed? While it might be somewhat normal for everyone to compare amounts after the event, Bernice found this scenario rather unsettling. However, if there exists an individual whom no one wishes to bid on, such a person would likely have few friends in school. To witness the fervent bidding for others while remaining unacknowledged when their turn arrives confronts them with the harsh reality of their unimportance. This is undeniably cruel and could even be perceived as a form of psychological bullying. In truth, even if but one person were willing to bid, it might not signify true success, yet it would certainly be preferable to a complete lack of interest. Bernice mused that Clark probably would not endure such a psychological ordeal, considering he now had a splendid friend like herself. Nevertheless, she pondered whether there might be others akin to him, which troubled her. Not one to meddle in others' affairs, she could not abide acts of violence or the erosion of self-esteem and would intervene upon witnessing such behavior, irrespective of whether it concerned her friends. Bernice searched for Clark's number and discovered he was number 9. With 9 others in total, what if a boy who received no attention stood before Clark? What course of action should Bernice take? Conversely, if she bid on someone ahead of him, what would become of Clark? She glanced at the individuals seated beside her, Lana Lang and Joanna Hill, with the blonde cheerleader Julie and her companions visible further away. Hesitant to request her friend's assistance, Bernice contemplated the implications of bidding on Clark while asking them to bid on an unfamiliar, disregarded boy. Such an act felt akin to urging her friends to donate to a cause while refraining from charitable actions herself, as though she were generously spending someone else's wealth. Now, let's warmly welcome our 2002 basket boys. The applause erupted, and Bernice, not paying much attention to the stage, turned slightly to her side. Lana, Joanna, do you have anyone in mind to bid on? She resolved to ask her friends to assist her in bidding for Clark if she were to bid on others beforehand. Joanna shook her head, while Lana blinked playfully. I didn't have anyone in mind, but I hope you won't be angry with me for saying this, Bernice. Why would I be angry? Go ahead, Lana, Bernice replied, perplexed. I actually have a bit of a desire to bid on Clark. Lana smiled coyly. If that were the case, it would not only resolve Bernice's previous concerns perfectly, but would also eliminate the need for her to voice her request. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Bernice felt a twinge of displeasure. Joanna looked at Lana in astonishment. Why is that? Bernice, now intrigued, inquired with genuine curiosity. He mentioned before that his mother's apple pie is exceptionally delicious. Lana appeared genuinely interested, adding, and look, they are coming out now. Clark looks quite handsome today. Bernice raised her eyes to the stage, where a lineup of boys in various formal attire stood, each exuding a vibrant energy. Yet, Clark indeed stood out remarkably among them. He did not sway with excessive excitement or wave his hands with a radiant smile, nor did he exhibit a nervous demeanor with darting eyes or a hunched posture. Instead, he simply stood on the stage holding a basket, appearing quite ordinary, save for the tailored suit that accentuated his stature and the hair gel that neatly parted his locks to either side. In the midst of the lively and fervent atmosphere of the venue, his lake blue eyes gazed calmly at the audience below, lending him an air of distinguished composure. Bernice narrowed her eyes, contemplating that if Clark were to slick his hair back entirely, he might appear even more captivating. The first word that sprang to her mind was indeed alluring, but she coughed softly to dismiss it, opting instead for the term striking. He looked undeniably handsome. She conceded candidly. Lana leaned in slightly, earnestly declaring, "However, if you mind, Bernice, I shall refrain from photographing Clark." Bernice hesitated for a moment before admitting without reservation, "I do mind a little, but I can restrain myself, as I have no claim. Besides, I might take pictures of someone else instead." "Oh." Joanna and Lana leaned closer, inquiring about her reasoning. Clark, standing on the stage, had only just managed to steady his nerves. Yet as the auction commenced, anxiety began to creep in once more. First up, we have Jackson, who has joined the football team and enjoys both football and dancing. Today's lunch offering includes potato salad and bacon. The atmosphere was vibrant, with at least 4 or 5 girls bidding, ultimately resulting in a sale for 30 to Julie's son. Cheer captain Julie proudly glanced back at Bernice after her successful bid. Next was Eddie Chulak, who participated in this year's Science Olympiad and secured 5th place in the state competition. His hobbies include stamp collecting and model airplane building. He was sold for 10 to a girl whom Bernice did not recognize. Following him was Samuel Burley from the debate team, whose interests lie in fishing and reading. His basket contained sandwiches and a large slice of cherry pie, starting at 5. "Is there anyone? Just 5? Anyone?" Bernice closed her eyes briefly and raised her hand, declaring, $7. "Now that is more like it." Samuel Burley sold for 7 to Bernice Allen. Bernice suppressed a wave of guilt as she lifted her gaze, only to find Clark staring down at the ground, avoiding her eye. She bit her lip. Initially, she had intended to mouth a playful "I'll explain later" when Clark looked her way, but when he did not, her guilt intensified. Still, she whispered the words softly, hoping Clark might catch them, or perhaps merely to soothe her own conscience. Clark Kent sold for 10 to Lana Lang. Lana clasped her hands together in excitement. Bernice shifted in her seat, genuinely delighted at the prospect of sharing lunch with Clark, or perhaps simply swept up by the infectious atmosphere of the auction. Yet, her attention remained fixed on Clark, not on Lana. Clark appeared astonished, his eyes widening as he offered a polite smile towards Bernice, or rather, towards Lana, who had captured his lunchtime opportunity. He then proceeded to the shadowed edge of the stage with his basket. Bernice was unable to discern his expression any longer. Once the auction concluded, a small group of them formed pairs and proceeded towards the classroom designated for dining. Samuel Barry, whom Bernice had photographed, ranked ahead of Clark. Thus they walked slightly ahead. A sense of unease enveloped Bernice, and she struggled to suppress the urge to glance back several times. Ultimately, as they turned a corner, she discreetly stole a glance backward, observing Clark with his head bowed, seemingly engaged in conversation with Lana. Bernice longed to see more clearly, but her line of sight was obstructed by a wall as they walked, so she instead directed her gaze towards Samuel beside her. He was slightly shorter than Bernice, perhaps to a degree comparable to how Lana was shorter than Clark. Yet, why was she so preoccupied with this? Bernice pondered. Logically, she had already shared a meal with Clark at his home, and she could invite him to lunch anytime she wished. This particular meal was inconsequential, was it not? Was it because she hoped for Clark to forge new friendships, which made her anxious? If that were the case, she would not wish for him to be captured by Lana. After all, Lana seemed quite amiable. Samuel appeared to be saying something, and Bernice summoned her focus to listen. The etiquette of attentively listening to her table-mate was being severely tested, as Clark sat diagonally in front of her, less than 20 feet away. The arrangement for the basket boys seemed to dictate that the boys sat on one side, allowing Bernice a clear view of his face. Then she noticed Clark offering a shy smile towards Lana. Bernice tightened her grip on the fork in her hand, contemplating how to elegantly consume the sandwich with knife and fork, when using her hand seemed far more practical. "Apologies, Samuel, but I have little interest in fishing. What topics does your debate team typically discuss?" Inquiring about the debate topic, Bernice deliberately chose the opposing side to Samuel's viewpoint and engaged in a spirited debate with him. This way, she could at least avoid the rudeness of ignoring him entirely, and she felt a sense of relief. "Wow, this apple pie is absolutely delightful," Lana exclaimed, taking another forkful and savoring it. "By the way, Clark, do you still enjoy reading as much as before?" "This is my mother's specialty," Clark replied, smiling shyly. "Yes, I've been reading Les Miserables lately." He thought to himself that he had also perused numerous history books due to Bernice's inquiries, but he doubted Lana would be interested. Les Miserables sounds French. I recall it's a novel by Hugo. Isn't it? Lana tilted her head. "I thought you weren't much into novels, preferring philosophy instead?" In truth, if this were earlier, Lana's interest in what kinds of books he read would have left Clark utterly astonished. However, during this period, he had been basking in the unabashed attention and concern that Bernice lavished upon him. At times, he felt as though Bernice's gaze could penetrate his very soul. Considering that he had been the focal point of Bernice's attention for some time now, this concern could even be deemed slightly excessive. However, it seemed that her care extended beyond just Clark alone. As Clark reminisced about their group's transition from the auction hall to the dining area, Lana inquired if he was troubled by Bernice's choice to photograph others. Clark wanted to assert that he was not, yet the words eluded him. Upon noticing his expression, Lana divulged the motivations Bernice had previously mentioned while seated. Clark found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Bernice possessed a keen sensitivity when she chose to, contemplating the psychological impact of various words or actions. What she did was undoubtedly commendable, and Clark supported her intentions. Yet he could not claim that his heart bore no grievances, especially when he discreetly glanced toward the diagonal front, his ears catching snippets of the exchange between Bernice and the captured Samuel Burley. They appeared to be engaging in a profound discussion on the syntax, their back-and-forth dialogue revealing considerable insight from both parties. If only I had been informed in advance, he mused, then the suffocating feeling of dashed hopes could have been avoided. Chapter 15. Town Girl and Cinderella. I used to read more philosophical texts. Clark responded to Lana's inquiry, momentarily lost in thought. When an individual is utterly incapable of providing even the most superficial answers to the fundamental philosophical questions of existence, origin, and destiny, turning to philosophy becomes almost inevitable. Not to mention that Clark had little else to occupy his time. In truth, I enjoy all kinds of literature, he continued, but I gravitated toward philosophy primarily because of my confusion. Oh, so now you read novels more frequently because you are no longer bewildered? Lana asked, resting her chin on one hand. There are still some uncertainties, Clark admitted candidly, but I am certainly in a better place than before. I thought your interest in novels stemmed from Bernice, Lana teased, her eyes sparkling. I know she has always enjoyed reading, and the book cover she has been flipping through these days seem to be in French. Perhaps it is Les Miserables. Clark's eyes widened slightly as he unconsciously glanced at Bernice, who, notably, was not holding a book. It was still lunchtime for the Basket Boys event. It was unlikely she would be reading, a realization that brought a hint of self-mockery to Clark. Yet, the reason he revisited Les Miserables was indeed because of Bernice. She appeared quite familiar with it, often referencing its themes, and Clark was reluctant to reveal his forgetfulness in her presence. For some reason, however, he found himself awkwardly unable to articulate this truth in front of Lana. Lana tilted her head and shifted the topic. Clark exhaled in relief. Bernice and Samuel's lunch turned out to be exceedingly enjoyable. Bernice thought to herself. Samuel seemed somewhat bookish and awkward, yet he appeared genuinely engaged in the debate club. His various contemplations and perspectives on the syntax have greatly benefited Bernice. Naturally, in terms of specific arguments, once Bernice grasped the new angle, her meticulous reasoning surpassed Samuel's. The moment Bernice diverted her attention from this minor debate brainstorming session, Clark immediately reclaimed the center of her vision and thoughts. Meanwhile, Samuel, after stepping away from the debate, seemed at a loss for words when speaking to the girl, stumbling over his responses. Bernice thought the lunch should be nearing its conclusion, politely declining Samuel's offer to escort her back to the classroom. And rising to head towards the door, she hesitated for a second, contemplating whether to wait for Clark at the entrance to clarify things. But what exactly should she explain? They had team-made prior arrangements. Bernice would naturally take a photo of Clark. Logically speaking, she had committed no breach of agreement, and Clark had not suffered any adverse consequences from her actions. No neglect, no emotional turmoil, etc. Yet, why did Bernice still feel the need to offer an explanation? She paced at the restaurant's entrance, growing frustrated with her own thoughts, and decided to wait for Clark to emerge, pondering what to say later. At worst, she could follow behind him at a distance when he escorted Lana back to the classroom, intercepting him as soon as he finished. Communication, especially when it involves negative emotions, should be addressed as soon as one has calmed down. If prolonged, those prone to overthinking may become increasingly aggrieved, leading to an outburst of unimaginable proportions. Although Bernice did not consider Clark to be of such a nature, resolving matters promptly would alleviate any lingering concerns, simple and efficient, avoiding the potential for unresolved issues. Clark held the door open for Lana. They were emerging. Just as Bernice intended to step back, she noticed Lana's gaze sweeping in her direction. With one hand on her hip, Lana said something to Clark, who stood half-turned away from Bernice, only revealing a slight shake of his head, as if he had replied to her. At such a moment, how convenient it would be if Clark possessed the ability to navigate this situation. Before Bernice could lament, she witnessed Lana smiling and waving her hand, causing Clark to pivot halfway to face Bernice before Lana turned and walked away. Bernice had no choice but to bravely take a couple of steps forward. Clark, however, showed no sign of wanting to escape. Instead, he clasped his hands together, waiting. Did this imply he was also feeling a strange awkwardness? But why would Clark feel awkward upon seeing her after lunch with Lana? Once she sensed his unease, Bernice instantly became remarkably at ease. Clark, although I have something to discuss with you, shouldn't you be escorting Lana back? Clark shrugged helplessly. She said she saw you waiting for me, so there's no need for me to take her back first. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Bernice with a smile, as if to say, didn't you also refuse to be escorted back? Unable to suppress her laughter, Bernice chuckled before returning to a serious demeanor, earnestly apologizing to Clark for not having taken a photo of him. Clark paused, his gaze gentle, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. You haven't done anything wrong, Bernice. There's no need for you to apologize. Bernice shook her head, asserting, my feelings have remained unchanged. I regard you as my most trusted friend. In any situation where I need to choose a partner, you have always been my first choice. Though I never explicitly stated it before, I have always thought this way, so I must apologize or I won't be able to quell my sense of regret. Then, quite unexpectedly, she began to playfully insist, but Clark, you really don't have to accept my apology. Just the act of apologizing puts my mind at ease. I understand that you're not obliged to accept my apology. Clark gazed at her in silence, while Bernice chuckled and shrugged. Truly, you are the master of disrupting the atmosphere, Clark mused. Alas, how could someone as kind as you refuse my apology? Yet, I find myself unable to bear the sight of those eyes filled with so much emotion. And look at how you were dressed today, Bernice thought. They walked towards the classroom, casually discussing various topics along the way. Recent classes, group assignments, the flowers by the roadside, and a new perspective Bernice had just learned about. Suddenly, she remarked, and you look so handsome today. Even disregarding our friendship, I would want to take a picture of you. Clark sighed silently. Why must you tease me, Bernice? She replied, do you think this is a joke? And why also? Hasn't Lana already told you? Upon seeing him emerge from the auditorium, they had both thought he looked quite handsome. A faint blush crept across Clark's face. Isn't it just about the same as usual? Bernice nodded, indeed. But you are quite handsome to begin with. Clark was taken aback. Surely not. Bernice appeared genuinely surprised. Hasn't anyone else complimented you on your looks? I praised your eyes when we first met. Lana mentioned today that Clark seemed rather lacking in confidence. Oh my. I previously said your eyes are like the waters of a lake. Bernice began, then paused, observing Clark closely while pinching her chin. But now I think. Clark seemed to tense slightly, anticipating a critical remark, standing there with a hint of apprehension. They were indoors, yet the stark white light illuminated his eyes, making them appear vibrant and fluid, resembling the sky more than the lake they once compared them to. Your eyes are like the sky, Bernice exclaimed. Clark widened his eyes slightly, as if clouds were drifting across that expanse. He furrowed his brow and smiled with a hint of resignation. I just remembered. There's something I forgot to tell you, and you mustn't get upset. Bernice looked back at him, puzzled. Clark, having grown accustomed to being cautious, tilted his head and winked at her. Bernice immediately understood that this would be another story of Jean Valjean shared in the barn, although it was a Friday afternoon. Not the Tuesday or Thursday previously agreed upon for their meeting at the barn. Bernice once again arrived at Kent Farm. Clark went to change his clothes, and just as Bernice was making her way to the barn, Martha emerged from the house. Playfully observing her approaching son, she remarked, I heard the basket boy was to escort a girl back to the classroom, yet here you are, Clark, being escorted home by Bernice. How much did you pay her? Oh, Mom. Clark groaned, placing his hands on Martha's shoulders in an attempt to steer her back inside. Bernice feigned a dramatic bow, interjecting with mock seriousness. I'm merely collecting an advance for my services. Clark still owes me appropriate compensation. Clark stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Mom, I'm just going to change. Not to be outdone, Bernice continued, Cinderella, even if the fairy godmother were to reclaim the formal attire she lent you, Peter couldn't help but chuckle at this. Before continuing, you would still appear splendid in my eyes. Although it seemed that Lana was destined to assume the role of the prince today, Bernice chose to overlook this minor detail. Both blushing and rolling his eyes, Clark could not contain himself. Note 1. The concept of a sin tax pertains to an argument I have deliberated. This tax refers to additional charges imposed by the government on products deemed harmful to health, such as tobacco and alcohol. In a country with an obesity rate exceeding 40, many states in the U.S. have also enacted sin taxes on sugary beverages as a policy measure to encourage citizens to reduce sugar intake. The debatable points include: does the government have the right to regulate citizen behavior in this regard? Why does the government have the authority to define what is harmful? Do individuals not possess the right to freely choose harmful lifestyle habits? Can sin taxes genuinely influence citizen behavior, or might they produce counterproductive psychological effects? Note 2. Cinderella refers to the character commonly depicted as a maid under her stepmother's thumb, in her magical gown and glass slippers. Astonish the prince at the ball. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. The Town Girl and Flight Cinderella. What was it you said you forgot to tell me? Bernice awaited Clark, who had returned in a plaid shirt and a casual jacket. She was quite pleased with her sudden inspiration. The Cinderella reference suited Clark perfectly and could serve as a long-term jest. However, she momentarily restrained her playful spirit, sensing that what Clark was about to share might pertain to a serious matter regarding his abilities. It's nothing significant, really. Just that I seem to have acquired an additional ability, Clark said, rubbing the back of his head. Pausing, Bernice, who had been about to settle on the soft, dry hay, stopped in disbelief, raising her voice. What? You mean there's more? She straightened up, hands on her hips. Goodness, were you blessed by 28 fairies at birth? Clark couldn't suppress a laugh. Bernice, where on earth do you come up with such nonsensical metaphors? What's the significance of 28? Why that number? There is little to say. Does not the tale of Sleeping Beauty suggest the blessing of 13 fairies? She was merely endowed with beauty and, at most, encountered a prince for salvation. With your numerous capabilities, I simply spoke of something grand. Bernice murmured, well, what exactly are these abilities? I hope they are of practical use. Clark remained silent, effortlessly levitating into the air. Bernice looked up into Clark's eyes before crouching down to scrutinize his toes. So, you can negate or control a portion of gravity. I should not claim to manipulate gravity. To be precise, I feel that it will. I can exist without the influence of gravity, Clark articulated with careful precision, his fluency suggesting he had rehearsed these words. I can fly. Bernice closed her eyes, reopening them a few seconds later to find Clark still suspended in the air. She reached out and poked his arm, but Clark remained immobile. Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? I thought a gentle poke would send you drifting back like a balloon. Disappointment washed over her as she lowered her hand. Oh, Clark quickly adjusted his posture, relaxing his rigidity. Would you like to try again? Bernice gently pushed him, and he floated backward as if in a vacuum, prompting her to step forward and grasp his wrist tightly. Clark, somewhat bewildered, floated back to the ground in accordance with Bernice's pull. Did you not wish to see me drift away? Bernice was surprised by her instinctive reaction. However, Clark's distant demeanor resembled the astronaut she had seen in science fiction films, leading her to fear that if she did not hold on tightly, he would drift further away. Her fingers itched with apprehension. I was afraid you would ascend like a hydrogen balloon if I did not hold you. But I genuinely could float to great heights, Clark replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Otherwise, how could I claim to fly? If I could not, I would merely speak of floating. Would you mind letting me witness this? Bernice released her grip, gazing up at Clark in the air. Clark drifted backward, uncertain of how to demonstrate, and decided instead to accelerate and circle within the barn. Bernice rubbed her eyes. The barn felt too confined, and Clark's speed made her dizzy. Yet, even in those brief moments of ascent and descent, his effortless grace left a lasting impression. It truly appears effortless, Bernice exclaimed. Does flying require physical exertion? Clark shook his head, gently descending as the fabric of his canvas shoes gradually pressed against the ground, reclaiming the weight that had seemingly vanished. After a moment's contemplation, he amended his statement. There is some exertion when in motion, but the act of floating itself consumes negligible energy. Sighing, Bernice could not suppress her inclination to sigh repeatedly. Once Clark touched down, he stood at a height nearly equal to hers, allowing Bernice to gaze into his eyes without straining her neck. However, just moments ago, when Clark was floating in the air, Bernice had to tilt her head upwards considerably to catch a glimpse of him. As she gazed at Clark, defying gravity, moving effortlessly as if it were his natural habitat, it became evident that this was where he truly belonged. As for Bernice, she, like everyone else, was equally tethered to the ground by the force of gravity, akin to plants rooted in the soil. What are you sighing about? Clark tilted his head, a look of confusion adorning his features. Ah, Bernice sighed again, pouting slightly. Clark, let me touch your head. Oh, although Clark was puzzled, he obediently lowered his head, allowing Bernice to tousle his hair. He felt no humiliation from such affection. Instead, he blinked playfully at her from below. As Bernice caressed Clark's soft yet resilient hair, a sense of comfort enveloped her. Perhaps influenced by Bernice, Clark let out a deep sigh as he straightened up. He had previously intended to persuade his parents to undergo a health check. While his mother was amenable, his father was somewhat reluctant. Bernice adeptly adjusted to the abrupt shift in conversation, as their recent exchanges had been characterized by spontaneity. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "You could emphasize the seriousness of the matter to Martha, persuading her to speak with Jonathan. How do you and Jonathan get along? If you've been particularly stubborn, it might be time to show a hint of vulnerability." Vulnerability? Clark maintained his tilted head, his brow slightly furrowed. For those who are often domineering or obstinate, occasionally revealing a sense of fragility can evoke compassion and prompt others to acquiesce to their desires. Bernice counted on her fingers based on my observations. If you continue to exhibit that stubborn demeanor with Jonathan, perhaps this time you should genuinely express feelings of sadness and concern, even to the point of appearing as if you might cry. Jonathan will undoubtedly comply and agree to the health check, or you could enlist Martha's help. Crying is out of the question. Clark rubbed his brow, but I will consider it. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Bernice, have you ever shown weakness to anyone?" Bernice blinked. "No. You haven't even practiced it, yet you offer such advice." Clark groaned. "Is your suggestion truly effective?" "I've witnessed the power of vulnerability," Bernice retorted with conviction. "This isn't mere theoretical discourse. Learning to show weakness is a lesson I've gleaned from life. As long as the other person cares, it can be immensely beneficial in intimate relationships, particularly when both parties are rather obstinate." "All right, I shall remember that." Clark nodded earnestly. "Perhaps I may not ultimately employ this tactic, but thank you nonetheless, Bernice. By the way, has Joanna Hill ever called you Bonnie?" "Huh?" Bernice paused, striving to recall. "Not yet, but I have permitted her to." "Oh wait, I just realized. Clark, you were eavesdropping." Clark sheepishly raised his hands in surrender. "I couldn't quite control myself back then." Never mind. I don't mind your listening." Bernice waved her hand dismissively. "So, Bonnie, would you like to come up and see the sky?" Clark, unsure whether it was due to solemnity or anxiety, levitated a few centimeters off the ground, slightly bowed, and extended a hand toward Bernice. Bernice gazed at the extraordinary sight before her for several seconds, as if wishing to etch the moment into her memory forever. She then reached out and gently poked Clark's shoulder, inquiring, "Clark, how do you intend to take me to the skies?" For a brief moment, Clark's posture stiffened. "Do you realize how large a surface area is required to support a person's weight without inflicting discomfort?" His outstretched hand drooped, appearing somewhat deflated. "Do you know the maximum wind pressure a typical individual can withstand without feeling pain? And, disregarding discomfort, what is the highest velocity one can endure?" Clark descended back to the ground, his hair seemingly wilting. He retracted his hand, pressed his lips together, and closed his eyes, admitting, "I have given this insufficient thought." "Well, in truth, I do not know the answers either." Seeing the expression on Clark's face, Bernice could not help but laugh. She raised her hand to poke his cheek and then, as before, wrapped her arm around his shoulder. "All right, let us go. Experience is the best teacher." She raised an eyebrow with pride. "What? Even with these concerns, do you think I would decline such a marvelous opportunity? Besides, I will be in your care, and knowing your apprehensions, you will undoubtedly be cautious. This may even be safer than the roller coasters at an amusement park." Clark turned his head to glance at the arm Bernice had draped over his shoulder, hesitating slightly. "In that case, you must hold on tightly." Bernice seized Clark's hand, wrapping it around her waist from behind, giving it a reassuring pat to confirm its stability. "You just claimed that you're safer than a roller coaster. And now you're undermining your own words," she exclaimed playfully. "A safety belt is always necessary." Clark carefully ensured their stability and slowly began to float upward with Bernice. Though they were only a meter off the ground, he could already hear Bernice draw in a small breath. Was she still a bit frightened? Perhaps they should just float around the barn? As Clark pondered this, he was met with Bernice's excited voice. Can we go higher? Oh, but we must be careful not to be seen. My goodness, I feel like I will never experience a moment more fairy-like than just now. So weightless and graceful. Clark guided Bernice out of the barn, surveying their surroundings. He steadied her and asked if she was prepared, then soared into the sky. Bernice found herself floating among the clouds. From the ground, the clouds of Kansas always appeared lofty, pure, and white, yet too distant for anyone to willingly gaze upward to discern their shapes or observe the delightful curves they might possess. But now, Bernice could reach out and touch them. They felt soft and fluffy, flowing through her fingers with a silkiness surpassing her expectations. Surprisingly, they were drier than she had anticipated. How curious. Aren't clouds composed of water vapor? I thought they would be damp, and a mere brush would conjure rain, she mused, pondering the principles of artificial rainfall. Bonnie, we are in Kansas. As Clark pointed this out, he adjusted their positions, transforming their stance into a parallel alignment with the ground, gazing down as if they were lying upon the clouds. This is not acceptable. No. Bernice, with one idle hand, wrapped it around Clark's waist, her legs entwining around him, clinging to him. I rationally trust you, but my subconscious cannot bear it. It feels as though I am supported only by this small area of my lower back, and I might plummet at any moment. Clark, now flushed, silently reverted to his standing position. Bernice lowered her legs but maintained her embrace around his waist. They soared amidst the clouds for a while, enveloped in a comfortable silence. As Clark touched Bernice's arm, he noticed it felt somewhat cool. Despite the sun's warmth above, it was significantly colder than the ground below. Perhaps it was nearly time to descend, Clark mused. It was then that Bernice spoke up. Clark, is your usual demeanor truly your most natural form? Clark merely tilted his head. He knew Bernice could not perceive his expression, yet she could sense his confusion. I mean, could your true form be something like a tentacled creature? Bernice released her grip and gestured in the air, mimicking a creature of that sort. Rest assured, I wouldn't mind. I am pansexual, so I could be attracted to non-human entities, not to mention friends. While other abilities might be envisioned as mutations of humanity, the grace of flight, especially the ability to maneuver effortlessly through the air without the need for flapping wings, was to Bernice hardly reminiscent of the struggle for survival inherent in earthly life forms. When aliens were mentioned, her mind conjured images of either E.T. or a tentacled monster. Clark replied, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. However, I have always consciously identified with what it means to be human. Yet expressing it this way feels akin to severing myself from that community. Oh, really? Bernice's voice carried an unexpected note of disappointment. Disappointment. I find the notion of a tentacled creature rather intriguing. What makes a tentacled creature interesting? Clark pondered, his face suddenly turning crimson. Bernice inquired, Clark, what is this reaction of yours? Wow, your response is so swift in this regard. You previously claimed there were no playboys under your bed. Clark exclaimed in exasperation. There are no tentacled creatures in Playboy. What on earth are you thinking, Bernice? But if you haven't seen it, how could you know there is no such content? Bernice retorted. Clark maintained a stoic expression, silently descending until Bernice's feet touched solid ground, at which point he sighed in relief. My heart feels utterly drained. Note 1. I cannot recall which universe it was, but Clark indeed experienced a moment of awkwardness when Batman referred to him as Green Lantern in the past, which makes me think he might still care somewhat about such titles. If Joanna had ever called him Bonnie, I wonder if he would have brought up that nickname a decade early, but that cannot be. Bonnie belongs to the Master. Note 2. Here's a conversation I had with a friend. Me? I have a question. Do clouds appear lower in regions with lower latitude? Friend Z, a graduate in humanities from Peking University, no. Me. I feel that the clouds in Shenzhen and Guangzhou seem particularly close, while in northern places like Beijing, they appear high and distant. Is that due to humidity? Z. Yes, it is because of humidity. Mio. So, clouds with higher moisture content are lighter. Is that right? Z. Yep. Me. Then Kansas in the American Midwest should have those dry, high clouds, right? Z. Exactly. Note 3. The heat at ground level is not solely due to sunlight, but rather the heat reflected from the ground. Therefore, even under intense sunlight, The temperature at high altitudes remains relatively low. I also asked Z about this matter. I'm a science graduate. Previously, I inquired with Z about how many corn harvests Kansas has each year. Writing has made me scholarly. Chapter 17. The 16th chapter. The town boy and fragility. As the final exams approached, everyone became increasingly frantic, as even the most carefree students, who typically disregarded their grades, were required to submit numerous papers and projects. When Clark encountered Peter once more in the cafeteria, Peter appeared equally despondent amidst a sea of students overwhelmed by their academic burdens. However, upon spotting Clark, Peter sprang to life like a fish out of water. Seizing his arm, "Clark, what hair gel did you use last time?" "Hair gel? When?" Clark, still preoccupied with his literature paper, struggled to comprehend. "Back when you were the basket boy, remember? You styled your hair to the sides." Peter scoffed, seemingly unimpressed, adding that Lana appeared to quite like that look. Clark began to understand. He attempted to respond delicately. "Actually, Bernice later mentioned that she thought if I styled my hair all back, I would look more spirited. So I guess it's probably not about the hairstyle. What do you guys usually talk about during your basket boy lunches?" Peter continued, shrouding his true intentions with vague terminology. Clark felt somewhat exasperated. He would wager that if the person he was discussing were Bernice rather than Lana, Peter would never have posed that question. Clark had nearly forgotten the details, but what could he do? He strained to recall for Peter. "I think Lana remarked that formal, where it looks quite spirited and upright. Then asked what books I've been reading lately, and complimented my mom's apple pie." Peter's fingers instinctively twitched, as if he intended to jot down notes. Clark noticed this gesture and felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Should he assist Peter? However, when it came to matters of the heart, Clark had little experience. After all, during high school, the center of all gossip concerning breakups, infidelities, reconciliations, and romantic rivalries revolved around the popular kids, such as the football players and cheerleaders. However, perhaps it would be prudent to consult Bernice, Clark mused internally, momentarily lost in thought. Although he sensed she would excel in handling such matters. Could one truly navigate the complexities of romance without experience? Just then, speaking of the devil, "Good morning, Peter Pan." Bernice appeared from nowhere, one hand holding a clean plate, the other languidly waving. "Ah, and the fairy godmother." "Good afternoon." "Fairy godmother?" Peter glanced around, bewildered. "Surely, you must be mistaken. There are no women in this vicinity. Moreover, why did you change my surname? Who altered your surname?" "I call you Clark, Peter Pan." Bernice tapped Clark's chair, declaring him the fairy godmother. She made no effort to stifle her laughter, simply grinning and raising an eyebrow before gracefully departing with her plate. What was she talking about? Peter was utterly perplexed. Why had she left so quickly? The frequency with which Bernice adopted peculiar nicknames seemed to be increasing. Stifling a chuckle, Clark cleared his throat. "I believe she will return after putting the plate away." Peter glanced in that direction, and indeed, Bernice Allen returned after returning the plate. Having washed her hands and holding an apple, she took a bite and sat down. "How is your preparation for finals going?" "Just about that," Peter replied, then suddenly realized. "Wait, clarify this. What's the deal with the fairy godmother?" "It's about the basket boy from a few days ago. Didn't you borrow Clark's formal attire? He.S. Cinderella, and you were the fairy godmother." Bernice pointed at the two of them with a hint of mischief in her smile, saying to Peter, "Lana praised your outfit." Peter's eyes widened. Clark thought, has Bernice figured it out? She clearly hadn't interacted much with Peter. "Do you girls really prefer boys in formal wear?" Peter asked gruffly. "I can't speak for others," Bernice pondered, stroking her chin. "I have no particular preference for formal wear. It's just that it typically fits well and presents a more upright appearance. As for you, Peter, perhaps you should focus on your physique. How is swimming coming along?" "Quite well," Peter retorted defiantly. "Before long, Clark will fit into my formal attire perfectly." "I shall await that day," Bernice remarked. Clark found himself engulfed in panic. He desperately wished to confide in someone. Mother was not an option, as he had matured into a young man who must support her rather than lean on her. Naturally, Bernice came to mind. While Peter was also a friend, he was not particularly articulate and struggled to express himself. If Clark were to share his worries with Peter, he would likely offer a supportive pat on the shoulder, stating, "You know, I'm here for you," and suggest engaging in sports to release some tension, but that would be the extent of it. In contrast, Bernice's concern was evident yet never intrusive, respecting privacy and freedom. In the face of such genuine care, revealing deeper thoughts or emotions became an effortless task. Not only that, but it seemed as though no challenge could truly deter her. Regardless of the issue at hand, Bernice appeared to possess a clear solution and plan. However, it was now evening. Clark mused that it would be wonderful if Bernice could hear the distant sounds as he did. This way, he could ascertain whether she had time to converse with him. He discreetly focused his attention and listened intently. Bernice had finished her dinner and retreated to her room upstairs. She was likely engrossed in her books, as the only sounds emanating from her chamber were the rustling of pages and the soft friction of pen against paper. When Clark returned to his senses, he found himself standing at the threshold of the Allen residence. The path from his home to here was one he traversed with familiarity, having escorted Bernice home after their gatherings twice a week. A flicker of unease washed over him as he cast a glance back at the dusty road. He hoped that he had merely grown accustomed to the route, subconsciously taking each step without resorting to any abilities that might be deemed inappropriate. After all, even if Bernice were to discover the truth, it wouldn't amount to much. She wouldn't scold him. Yet, Bernice would furrow her brow, purse her lips, and regard Clark with crossed arms, which would make him aware of his lack of caution and the worry he had instilled in her. Jonathan had previously expressed similar concerns regarding his use of abilities, but curiously, in the face of Bernice's apprehensions, Clark had never felt the same sense of frustration and restraint that arose when confronted with his father's worries. Clark approached the door of the Allen home, extending his hand above, inhaling deeply before quietly ascending to hover at Bernice's window, where he gently tapped. He recognized that visiting a girl in the evening was not particularly appropriate, yet he believed Bernice would not mind. Tap, tap. Clark refrained from peering in. Through the glass and heavy curtains, he heard a rustling within, accompanied by what sounded like the clattering of metal against wood. What on earth was Bernice up to? Clark pondered with curiosity. At last, a familiar voice drew near. Peter Pan? Clark replied softly, "It's me." With a swift motion, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Bernice in a t-shirt and shorts, her hair flowing freely. One hand held the curtain, while the other wielded a pair of scissors directed toward the window's edge. She set the scissors aside and opened the window. "What brings you here? Are you here to whisk me away to Neverland?" In an effort to remain silent, Clark merely supported himself on the windowsill, gliding effortlessly into the room. Bernice's chamber was more disheveled than he had anticipated, particularly with all the drawers of her desk thrown open, revealing an array of clutter. Bernice followed his gaze and shrugged, explaining, "I was just searching for a hammer or some sort of weapon, but in the end, I settled for scissors, better than nothing. However, since it's you, it doesn't really matter." Clark turned, hesitating as he contemplated how to initiate the conversation. "Clark, are you all right? What's the matter?" Bernice inched closer, striving to recall any recent events that might have caused such a countenance. Was it the pressure of finals? Perhaps, but it hardly warranted a special evening visit. Could it be that his abilities had spiraled out of control? "Last week, my father's medical examination results were released," Clark said, lowering his head. Last Thursday, Clark and Bernice did not have their usual meeting, as Clark had finally persuaded Jonathan and Martha to go into town for a comprehensive checkup. "I will come over after school," Clark had told Bernice at the time. Bernice recalled the subtle accent in Clark's voice and immediately realized that the means of transportation was likely not by car. Clark, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed the back of his neck and said, "We plan to take this opportunity to have a family meal in town." Recovering from her reverie, Bernice bit her lips slightly and asked, "How did it go?" "The results were quite unfavorable," Clark replied. The doctor issued a final warning to Jonathan. Given his heart and blood pressure condition, he absolutely cannot continue working outdoors in the sun, and he must avoid frequent rising or bending, or else it could be life-threatening. "Mom is very worried, but Dad is reluctant," Clark continued. "He says who will take care of the farm. We just recently took out a loan." Clark stood upright, his voice taut like his body. "But certainly, health is paramount. You know, Clark, we will always find a way," Bernice reassured him. Clark offered a slight smile. "I know." Bernice, "So, I told Dad that summer is approaching, and I will take charge of the farm." "Oh," Clark, Bernice said, standing still and opening her arms. "It's a good thing to have the results early. I will help you." Clark stepped into Bernice's embrace. Her hands, though not strong, were steady and firm, conveying a sense of determination and resolve. Bernice felt a gentle pressure on her shoulder as Clark rested his head there. She was momentarily taken aback, for it was a significant revelation for someone as stubborn as Clark to openly display his vulnerability. It struck him harder than Bernice had anticipated. She gently caressed his back and eventually spoke, "It will be all right. Although I cannot guarantee that I will give my all to help you, I will certainly try." A muffled sound, laced with humor, came from his shoulder. Is that how one comforts another? I never make promises I cannot keep, Bernice replied, yet her arms remained steadfast. All right, I know you dislike the sun. Clark straightened up, and Bernice released her hold. And you're soon to be in high school. Oh yes, Bernice's eyes widened. Summer break was approaching, and upon returning to school, she would be entering the 9th grade while Clark, still in 8th grade, would remain in middle school. They would no longer be at the same school, a fact she had completely forgotten. I'm a year older than you, she murmured. You are indeed 11. Clark pointed out. Bernice rolled her eyes. People live for decades. Don't fret over such trivialities. The doctor said Dad may not have decades left. Even if everything goes smoothly, it won't exceed 10 years. Clark covered his eyes with his palm. Mom knows too, but I cannot discuss this in front of her. I'm very sorry, Clark. I didn't mean to speak so thoughtlessly. Clark still shielded his eyes, merely waving his free hand dismissively. Don't mind it. It doesn't bother him. Bernice gently patted his shoulder and said, You must take on more responsibilities. However, I will be by your side. If there are moments of vulnerability that cannot be expressed in front of Martha, I am more than willing to accept that. Clark, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Sometimes you don't need to be so blunt, Bernice. I have already formed my character. It is what it is. Bernice shrugged. The only one among us who is malleable is you. Chapter 18. The Town Boy and the Wonderful Fairy with a Hint of Anger. Bernice slammed the few books she was holding onto the table and sat down with an indifferent expression, opening one of them to read. Realizing that the pages were slightly taut from her grip, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath to regulate her emotions. Just as Bernice struck the book against the table, Clark, at the far end of the classroom building, suddenly shuddered as if he had heard a loud noise. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and Peter, sitting across from him, asked in confusion, What's wrong? As Bernice yawned and stepped out of her room. She spotted George Allen carrying a metal rod and toolbox up the stairs towards her room. What are you doing, Dad? She inquired. Tell me what I should do. George exclaimed, his eyes wide and his mouth set in a straight line, resembling an angry Bernice. If Mary hadn't mentioned it at the dinner table, I would have known you were so eager to perform Romeo and Juliet. Huh? Bernice was utterly bewildered, watching her younger sister, whose face was pale with worry, hurriedly followed George up the stairs. Mary kept making apologetic gestures towards Bernice. What on earth? Bernice genuinely did not understand. But it was evident that George interpreted her words as a denial. He angrily lifted the metal rod in his hand and declared, I'm going to install a railing outside your window. Oh, so that's what this is about. Yesterday, Clark had climbed through the window and they had talked for quite a while. It was likely that little Mary had seen him and informed George. Bernice was tempted to roll her eyes, but restrained herself. The person who spoke with me yesterday was a friend. Do friends climb through your window at night to chat? George was skeptical. He was nearly about to blurt out something regrettable, but fortunately remembered that this was Clark's private matter. He needed to consult me about personal issues. Friends are there to support each other in times of need. Moreover, Dad, boys and girls can indeed be friends without any romantic intentions. Mary saw you both embrace. Bernice turned in surprise to glance at Mary. Her sister had quite the keen eye to notice that. Mary Allen, filled with guilt and blushing furiously, desperately waved her hands at Bernice. In truth, she had only seen the light and shadows in Bernice's room while taking out the trash in the garden and casually mentioned it at breakfast. Not expecting such a strong reaction from their father, she hoped Bernice wouldn't hold it against her. In any case, the friend from last night is not my boyfriend, and he came over for a reason. Bernice calmly descended the stairs, adding, and even if I were to find a boyfriend, I would certainly practice safe measures. How old are you to be discussing contraception so casually? Oh, I assumed your strong reaction stemmed from a fear of my inadequate awareness regarding premarital pregnancy. Bernice glanced back at her father on the stairs. Do you believe that ignorance is bliss? George choked slightly. Boys who sneak into girls' windows at night are hardly virtuous. And in such an environment, what if he were to force himself upon you? My friend is not like that. He sought my consent before entering the house, Bernice sighed. If George had adopted a particularly forceful tone or attempted to make decisions on her behalf, it would have triggered an explosive reaction from her. However, since his concerns stemmed from genuine care, Bernice found it difficult to dismiss his goodwill outright. Rest assured, Father, I would not allow just anyone into my home. Last night, before I realized it was my trusted friend, I was holding a pair of scissors. Had I possessed a hammer, I would have brandished that instead. Clark hesitated for a moment before finally asking, hypothetically speaking, if a friend quarreled with their family due to your mistake, how should one mediate the situation? Peter's eyes widened. What has happened between you and Bernice? He inquired. How do you know it's Bernice? Clark retorted. Who else could it possibly be? Peter replied, exasperated. Mary leaned in closer to Bernice, whispering, I had suspected it was that friend who brought the apple pie. I bet Mom has figured out too. Are you two really not together? Really not, Bernice replied, slightly exasperated. But don't emulate me. If it were a romantic partner, I might not even allow them into my room. Why not? Mary furrowed her brow, puzzled. Being 2 years younger, she was likely at an age where she romanticized love the most. Because love is exclusive, Bernice murmured, gently stroking her sister's head. With friends or family, one generally desires the best for the other. However, in a romantic relationship, beyond wishing for the other's well-being, there's the yearning for complete possession. These two emotional needs can sometimes stand in opposition to one another. Intimate relationships often reveal a person's darkest core, which is why I tend to trust my friends more than my romantic partners. Did she complain to you? Then just apologize, Peter suggested. It was evident that he no longer viewed apologies as embarrassing. Clark suddenly realized he couldn't explain to Peter why Bernice hadn't mentioned this to him. Yet he was already aware of it. He had never been skilled at lying, and the unguarded interactions with Bernice had made him forget how to concoct excuses. He simply continued from Peter's line of thought. Then I shall seek her out. Peter waved him off. Don't forget about the final exams, buddy. Clark moved toward Bernice. He had already noticed her breathing had steadied, suggesting she was no longer angry, but focused on her own tasks. Upon hearing his footsteps, Bernice looked up at Clark, offering a small smile and nodding her chin to indicate he should sit across from her. Clark complied and leaned in slightly, whispering, I am truly sorry. Huh? Why? Bernice paused, realizing. So you heard what happened this morning? Clark nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There's no need to apologize. This is not your fault. Bernice shrugged, fiddling with the pages of her book. As for hearing that, it's fortunate for me. I needn't recount the entire story to you. But your argument with your father was partly because I hadn't thought things through, Clark said, filled with guilt. I should have anticipated the consequences and been more cautious. Stop right there, Bernice interjected, raising a hand and pouting slightly. In fact, I was quite pleased that you sought me out that day. I appreciate that you disregarded those antiquated norms regarding interactions between men and women, trusting that I wouldn't overreact, and chose instead to seek the assistance of your friend. I'm truly grateful. Clark blinked. I suspected you might not mind, but I did not expect you to dismiss such societal conventions with such disdain. Social etiquette is not akin to law. The so-called default customs merely serve to facilitate the majority. Bernice supported her chin with one hand, turned a page, and looked up at Clark. If one lacks the ability to read people or does not understand how to navigate situations, it is often prudent for girls to avoid being alone with male friends at night. 80% of rape cases involve acquaintances, which typically means male friends or individuals they know. Is it really that high? Clark exclaimed, visibly shocked, his blue eyes widening. Bernice smirked. Indeed it is. However, I possess a fair amount of confidence in my ability to discern character. Still resting her chin on her hand, she waved her fingers at Clark in a simple gesture of acknowledgement. I trust you and the bond of friendship we have forged. Given that, how can our camaraderie be constrained by superficial customs that merely pertain to ambiguous or romantic interactions? She chuckled lightly. Of course, if you happen to fancy someone, that situation would be different. Clark sighed helplessly, saying, yet the outcome resulted in your discomfort, and I still feel regretful. This is not your doing. It is clearly my father's fault, Bernice pouted. Moreover, I was the one who chose to let you into my room. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I, the one who made the final decision. I would never let others suffer for my choices. By the way, Peter Pan, she recalled, adding, how is the farm? Do you need my assistance? Recently, we only require routine pest control, but as summer draws to a close, we will need to harvest corn, which may keep me quite busy. Clark couldn't help but smile. If I am Peter Pan, then are you Tinkerbell? Bernice grimaced, lost in nostalgic recollection. Tinkerbell? Is she the fairy who adorns spring? I recall Tinkerbell as a tinkering fairy, but ultimately, she also helped to beautify spring, transforming the colors of the world. Clark observed the contemplative Bernice, a smile widening across his face. Come now, that hardly resembles it, he remarked. Bernice, indignant, retorted, I can't fly, and I am hardly adept at mechanical tasks. But you possess the ability to alter the hues of the world. Clark murmured softly, "You have changed mine." Chapter 19. The town boy and the summer break, the final exams had concluded, yet Bernice and Clark continued to meet regularly in the Kent family's barn. "By the way, Bernice," Clark inquired, lowering his voice as he glanced around, "I seem to pass effortlessly with minimal effort. Could that be considered a superpower?" "I cannot ascertain if that qualifies as a superpower," Bernice replied with a blank expression, "but I find that statement rather infuriating." "Should I perhaps take cover?" Clark suggested. Initially lounging on a haystack, Bernice, upon hearing this, seized a small bundle of hay and hurled it at him. "Clark!" He stepped back, his feet momentarily lifting off the ground as he caught the bundle of hay. It was quite a sight, elegant in its execution. However, in the next instant, at least half of the hay snapped, bending in his grasp as if in discontent. "Ha ha 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 ha." Bernice laughed heartily, her eyes squinting with mirth, as she supported herself with one hand on the ground. Clark had never witnessed her engage in such childish antics, nor had he seen her laugh so purely, prompting him a grin in response. "Hay is inherently brittle. I doubt even you could catch a bundle properly, Bernice." With a raised eyebrow, Bernice challenged, "Care to try?" An hour later, both were covered in bits of hay. Bernice was drenched in sweat, her laughter having left her cheeks stiff with joy. As for Clark, he was not only unbothered by fatigue, but was also entirely dry. "Wow, that's utterly unfair," Bernice complained, pinching a strand of hay between her fingers and pointing it accusingly at Clark. "Not only did you not break a sweat, but with that kind of stamina, you could easily dominate in any sporting event." "Perhaps it's not stamina," Clark replied, brushing off his clothes and plucking two tiny, broken stems of grass from Bernice's hair. "It might simply be a matter of physical constitution." "Clark, all right, not a problem, my fault," he said, raising his hands in surrender, a smile gracing his face. "It's merely due to my constitution. Does that suffice?" Speaking of which, summer had arrived. How was the situation regarding physical education? Bernice finally felt rested, standing up to brush off her hands and attempting to tidy her disheveled attire. "Have you spoken to Jonathan?" Clark nodded. "Yes. My father has agreed to let me start physical education classes next semester." Jonathan sighed as he regarded his son. "Very well," he finally said. "As long as you are careful not to expose yourself or harm your classmates, I have no objections. You must also assist with farm chores upon returning home. Be cautious not to overexert yourself, Clark," Martha cautioned. "Actually, he has relented regarding the football team and agreed to let me apply for a trial." "Isn't that splendid?" Bernice struggled to clean her clothes thoroughly, ultimately surrendering as she lifted her gaze to Clark. However, she pondered for a moment. "I believe you are right, Bernice," Clark replied earnestly. "I don't particularly enjoy football. I merely seek to partake in activities with friends." After a brief silence, Bernice gestured to her soiled garments and then spread her hands to indicate the hay-strewn floor. "Clark, do you possess any ability to swiftly tidy up this mess?" Clark exclaimed, transforming into a blur as he swiftly swept through the space. From Bernice's perspective, he resembled a tornado dedicated to cleaning, leaving everything impeccably organized in his wake. "Wow," Bernice exclaimed. "If I could whistle, I would do so right now." "Don't bother," Clark replied despondently upon his return. "I manually handled all of this." "Haha, you've worked hard. Technically, I should have cleaned half of this as I share some responsibility for the mess," Bernice said, her voice filled with delight as she tiptoed to pat his head. "But you completed the task yourself." "Thank you." Clark made an effort to maintain a serious expression as he shot her a glare, but ultimately succumbed to laughter. "Speaking of which, Clark, why is there so much hay in the barn? I recall the last few visits were similar, yet nothing seemed to have been consumed. I used to have a horse." Clark reminisced, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. "But I sold her later. This hay was originally stored for her, yet I never discarded it." "Her? Was she a mare?" Clark nodded. "Her name was Mary." "Wait, doesn't your sister have a similar name?" Upon seeing Bernice nod, Clark felt a bit embarrassed and continued ahem. "Since she was a mare with a gentle temperament, my father let me ride her when I was younger. I loved riding." "How wonderful. I have never ridden a horse." Bernice closed her eyes, gesturing in the air as if tracing the form of a horse. "In the novels I've read, the characters riding seem to experience the pulse of life and the caress of nature, making them acutely aware of their existence." Clark murmured, "Indeed, being on a horse brings a sense of physical and spiritual lightness." "Forgive my candor, Clark," Bernice interjected. "I can envision the sensation of riding." but I find it difficult to imagine how it could bring you ease. Do you truly feel no resistance in the air when riding? When I was younger, I lacked such awareness. Clark tilted his head. Perhaps if I were to ride now, I could not recapture that feeling. As one matures and environments shift, it becomes exceedingly challenging for most to relive past dreams, including myself and others alike. Bernice offered consolation, but is it true that abilities emerge with age? She scrutinized Clark from head to toe with an inquisitive gaze, though her scrutiny was devoid of any judgment or perception of him as anything other than human. This defies common sense. Typically, existing abilities gradually develop rather than non-existent ones materializing. Are you some sort of aberrant life form? Bernice pondered, running her fingers through her hair. Clark, rendered speechless, had discerned Bernice's peculiar logic over time. She meticulously avoided any pejorative terms to describe Clark's uniqueness and refrained from categorizing him as different from others. For instance, earlier, when Bernice stated that everyone struggled with old dreams, she did not say, "Clark, you're just like us." Such a statement, even if intended as comfort, would inadvertently categorize Bernice and others as we, placing Clark outside that group. Bernice was particularly sensitive about these nuances and often insisted that Clark describe himself, especially regarding his distinct attributes, without any derogatory or even neutral terms. When Clark referred to his condition as a physical issue, she glared at him, insisting on the more neutral phrase, physical reason. Yet, she was unreserved in acknowledging Clark's factual differences. An aberrant life form. How audacious of Bernice to think so. I have a question, Bonnie. Clark finally could not restrain himself from asking. Why do you strive to use language that avoids making me feel isolated while simultaneously labeling me as an aberrant life form? What is your perspective on my uniqueness? Oh, you noticed, Bernice exclaimed with delight. Such subtle linguistic considerations could easily be taken for granted, but if a friend recognizes them, it certainly brings her joy. Aberrant life form is merely a physiological term. I perceive it as a statement of fact or hypothesis, devoid of judgment. It's akin to my calling myself a carbon-based intelligent being on a blue planet at the edge of the third arm of the Milky Way galaxy. I hope that doesn't offend you. If it does, I shall be more mindful. Seeing Clark shake his head, Bernice continued, satisfied. Speaking of which, I recently came across a joke about celebrating the new year. Carbon-based life forms on a blue planet at the edge of the third arm of the Milky Way celebrating their planet, completing another orbit around its star. Clark couldn't help but chuckle. Let's be candid, Bernice remarked. As soon as she finished her statement, Clark quietly interjected, have you ever been anything but candid? I recall someone accusing me of being quite the liar when we first met, Bernice pressed on. Clark, resigned, mimicked a scene from a television show, bowing as a gesture of apology. Thus, it is rather evident. First, your abilities are numerous and formidable. Not something that could evolve in a single mutation typical of humans or subspecies of Homo sapiens, Bernice enumerated, counting on her fingers. Second, based on my understanding of all flying creatures on Earth, the vast majority require persistent wing flapping. Even migratory geese, which can glide using the air currents created by the lead goose, must still exert effort to maintain flight. Some creatures can glide, but to achieve flight, significant force is necessary. Even swans must run several laps on a lake to build enough speed before taking off. However, Clark, your ascent gives me the impression of effortless grace. Clark gazed at his toes and, upon hearing this, gently floated upwards. It was astonishingly light and elegant, evoking not a sense of a struggling terrestrial being. At times, I even feel that you are more at ease in the air, Bernice remarked, considering the presence of a spacecraft, which heightens the likelihood of your extraterrestrial origins. Yet, I harbor no objections to this. I am not an advocate of human supremacy. Even if you were to transform entirely into some tentacled entity, as long as your essence remains intact, my regard and trust in you shall remain unchanged. Clark blinked and extended his hands towards Bernice in midair. She placed her hands upon his, feeling the uplifting currents of air as she ascended slowly. The form and species of a body hold little significance for me. I actually find myself quite enamored with the notion of communicating with benevolent extraterrestrial beings of entirely different forms, as depicted in science fiction. Thank you, Bernice. Clark whispered softly amidst the winds high above Kansas. You're welcome, Bernice replied with unwavering confidence. The sweat from their earlier frolic in the hay had yet to dry completely, and the chill of the high altitude combined with the fierce winds prompted Bernice to hug her arms. She soon felt a warmth settle upon her shoulder as Clark draped his brown plaid coat over her. He felt a twinge of guilt. Should we descend first? No need. Bernice shook her head, tightening the coat slightly. I could truly relish the wind and the view from up here. Wait a moment, Bernice suddenly realized. You were holding on to me with both hands just now. How did you manage to remove your coat and put it on me? Did you let go while I wasn't looking at this height? Well, I only released one hand, and if done swiftly, it should pose no danger, Clark replied. Lacking confidence. Clark Joseph Kent. Bernice cried out, Is it too late for me to retract my trust now? Perhaps it is already too late, Clark responded shamelessly. The pulse of life, Bernice thought angrily, tightened her grasp on Clark's body, and amidst the natural wind, indeed, one could vividly feel the essence of being alive. Both body and spirit felt liberated in the breeze. Clark asked, Are you comparing our current situation to horseback riding, Bernice? Ha, not all. I was merely describing the act of riding, Bernice retorted triumphantly, a broad smile spreading across her face. Their laughter echoed, but at this altitude, only the two of them could hear it. Chapter 20. The Town Boy in Summer Vacation 2. During the summer vacation, Clark's meetings with his friends became less frequent. Peter occasionally invited him out for basketball, and Clark cautiously controlled his strength, managing to win 3 games in a row without arousing Peter's suspicion. Of course, Clark could also choose to lose deliberately, but how dull would that be? It was far more enjoyable to match his strength with Peter's and win, eliciting Peter's exuberant cheers. Bernice and her family embarked on a journey to the west coast of the United States. Before her departure, she made a special visit to the Kent family barn, urging Clark to test the limits of his hearing and emphasizing repeatedly not to overexert himself. Clark, caught between laughter and exasperation, acquiesced. In Bernice's absence, the summer days seemed to stretch interminably. Each day, Clark would take a leisurely stroll around the fields, routinely tending to pests and weeds, eavesdropping on Bernice's activities, watering the plants, and gently guiding Jonathan back when he attempted to wander off. Much of the day would slip away. He would assist Martha with various chores around the house, listen in on Bernice's endeavors, peruse the library books, and glance at comics, leaving little time for anything else. During Clark's farming intervals, Bernice's journey continued unabated. She visited Malibu Beach in Los Angeles, indulged in an ice cream, explored the Los Angeles County Museum of Art and the Museum of Contemporary Art, purchased 3 keychains and a notebook. Clark overheard her mumbling that one was for Joanna, another for Pietra, and one for him, roamed the Bay Area, and marveled at the Grand Canyon. Initially, upon reaching each destination, Bernice would vividly describe the scenery, the color of the sky, the architecture, whether the air was infused with dry dust or moist vapor. When family members inquired about her constant soliloquies, Bernice would explain that she was penning a travelogue to ensure her communicative efforts were not in vain. Clark found himself attuned to the sounds from her end, though he secretly relished it. However, as Bernice ventured farther afield, she seemed to sense that Clark might no longer be able to hear her, and her seemingly aimless yet subtly communicative monologues gradually diminished in frequency, almost imperceptibly. Clark's life began to settle into a tranquil rhythm once more. It was too quiet, reminiscent of the time before he met Bernice, when he had no friends. Clark's hand hovered over his bookshelf, hesitating over a philosophical tome before shifting to the novels, finally selecting Romeo and Juliet. Yet, it was still different. Still, it was different. Bernice found herself standing amidst the Colorado Grand Canyon. Before her lay the arid red earth and the modernist strata of rocks, stark and dry, exuding a rugged, natural grandeur intertwined with a sculpted magnificence. The desolation felt devoid of life, often referred to as a semi-desert, yet there existed a wild vitality surging from the rushing river. The howling winds and the varied sediment layers shaped over millennia, like a colossal beast in hibernation, its body so still it seemed to lack breath. Yet any soul present would instinctively feel awed by its presence. Bernice had always been averse to traveling solely for sightseeing. She found such excursions exhausting and lacking in comfort. While the exquisite vistas were undeniably captivating, she often lost interest after a brief glance. Travel was typically a family affair, which was not without its merits. Yet familial bonds did not guarantee engaging conversation. Without anyone to share or discuss with, Merely to gaze and take a few photographs seemed to her utterly unworthy of the arduous journey. Beside her, her family was erecting a scaffold, beckoning her to join in a family portrait. "Coming," Bernice replied, then turned to gaze at the canyon's towering walls and the river flowing at the valley's base. Letting out a sigh, "It's beautiful here," she murmured. "I wish you could see this with me, Clark." Perhaps then they could converse about the passages from books that this scenery evoked, or engage in a playful competition, tossing around obscure, elevated vocabulary to describe the landscape. Bernice sighed again and returned to her family, joining in the conversation about what to eat. At that very moment, Clark was weeding in the field. Though he was unperturbed by the Kansas sunshine, out of respect for tradition, he wore Jonathan's straw hat. The hat was slightly oversized, constantly slipping down as he bent over. Clark possessed a subtly perceptible height, employing this extravagant method to alter the hat's center of gravity, ensuring it remained perched on his head. "It's beautiful here. I wish you could see this with me, Clark." His hands involuntarily paused at her words. He straightened up, firmly planting his feet back on the ground. Clark felt the soft earth beneath his shoes compressing under his added weight, as if at the moment he heard her words, an inexplicable anxiety within him had suddenly dissipated, restoring a sense of calm and certitude. Prior to this dissolution of unease, he had been oblivious to its existence. After all, the former Clark had been burdened by profound anxieties regarding his identity and self-perception, who he truly was, whether his growing capabilities would ultimately spiral out of control, and so forth. Such profound confusion and solitude had, through Bernice's deliberate or inadvertent assistance, faded to a nearly non-existent state. Now, this new, faint anxiety, arising from an unknown source, seemed trivial in comparison to the earlier, more profound feelings of disorientation and loneliness, completely unnoticed by Clark until this moment, when he could finally contrast it against his newfound serenity. But what was this anxiety? As Clark pondered this while savoring the present tranquility, he took a step forward to continue weeding. With a sharp sound, the brim of his hat slipped down over his eyes. He grimaced, finally unable to resist, and removed the hat, hanging it on the weeder. In his line of sight, he could see the particles of earth he had just trodden, their original air squeezed out by external force, causing the tiny granules to adhere tightly together, leaving almost no gaps. Almost. "Here, souvenir from the trip," Bernice said, handing him a small box adorned with an elegant print of the museum's exquisite collection. Clark stared at her, hesitating to speak. "What is it, Clark?" Bernice inquired, tilting her head in confusion. "Did you wear sunglasses during the trip?" Clark gently inquired. "Indeed, what is the matter?" "It seems you have quite conspicuous tan lines from your glasses," Clark remarked candidly. Bernice blinked, then extended her hand towards him. "Do you possess any magic that can conjure a mirror?" "Donotist, Bernice. How could I possibly wield magic?" Clark chuckled lightly. "Your abilities, devoid of any magical essence, are far more intimidating. Imagine how long it would take to unravel the underlying principles," Bernice retorted, retracting her hand with a dismissive pout. "I shall not look at it then. I can probably fathom what it entails." "Do you not mind? Given your aversion to sunlight, I presumed you would be rather concerned." Clark inquired with curiosity. Mirror, tell me, who is Clark Kent Confidant, the one with whom he shares all secrets?" Bernice queried playfully, mimicking a microphone in the air before Clark. He obliged with a grin. "It is you." Clark continued with a light-hearted complaint. "You have added so many qualifiers that it can only be you." "Then that settles it," Bernice declared, hands on her hips. "Would you forsake our friendship merely because I bear the foolish marks of my sunglasses?" Clark obediently shook his head. "Then it bears no impact on my life. My dislike for sunlight is merely due to the heat," Bernice asserted emphatically. Clark's expression shifted to one of understanding as he lowered his gaze to unwrap the gift box Bernice had presented. "Shall I open it? Is it a notebook?" "How did you know?" Bernice gasped in surprise. "Even at that moment, could you still hear my voice?" "I've always been able to," Clark replied softly. He examined the embossed cover and opened it, allowing the pages to cascade smoothly through his fingers. He paused, astonished. The first third of the notebook was filled with somewhat hasty yet fluid handwriting. From the snippets Clark could decipher, it was unmistakably Bernice's travel journal, detailing in vivid prose the sights she had encountered: sky, architecture, atmosphere, exhibits, landscapes. "What? Had I known you could hear me, I would not have bothered writing," Bernice lamented. "Writing is far slower than speaking, and being a chatterbox, my hand aches from the effort." Clark flipped back to the beginning. The journal lacked a conventional introduction. It commenced abruptly with Bernice's characteristic observations in the first person. Yet her strokes were precise, interwoven with fragments of her thoughts, exhibiting a unique logic and emotional depth that Clark had come to recognize as distinctly Bernice's. Writing offers a different quality, Clark mused, as he discerned insights that resonated more profoundly than their usual conversations. He turned a couple more pages before Bernice nudged him, interrupting his reverie. In essence, these are the words I wish to convey to you during my travels, Bernice pouted. Oh, to speak to the void, uncertain if you could hear me, felt lonelier than being alone. I eventually decided it best to write it down. At least this way, you would certainly see it. I will hear your words, Clark assured her, his response echoing a promise. Chapter 21. The Town Girl and the Story. Can I just say that I've been cured? Clark adjusted his glasses for the umpteenth time during their conversation, which lasted no more than 10 minutes. Bernice could hardly bear to watch, and reached out with both hands to help him secure the nose pads of his spectacles on his bridge. This is unreasonable, with such a prominent nose. How can you not support your glasses? It seems that fate itself does not wish for those blue eyes to be obscured by lenses. Clark fell silent. All right. I understand. Bernice muttered, although I must admit, Jonathan made a valid point this time. Since you're returning to gym class, a bit of pretense wouldn't hurt. Clark endeavored to steer the conversation back on track. I researched that juvenile osteoporosis is classified under primary idiopathic, and the cause remains unclear. Osteoporosis also seems to be incurable, but I believe I can say I'm healed enough to engage in moderate physical activities. That's wonderful that you looked it up. I happened to forget to check about osteoporosis, Bernice pondered. If it cannot be cured, why not simply state that there was a slight misdiagnosis at the time? Can you still find the doctor who issued the initial certificate? Perhaps Dad can. After all, he was the one who wrote the certificate in the first place. Clark queried with uncertainty. It would be best to have him corroborate the story, just say there were minor symptoms at that time, but it should not have escalated to osteoporosis. The rest can easily be pieced together, although the body had some minor issues. Jonathan was overly concerned and requested that the doctor issue the certificate to excuse you from gym class. Now that you are nearly recovered, you wish to reintegrate into the collective and normal school life, which is why you're eager to focus on physical education. If Clark were not the person involved, he himself would almost believe it. So, I should present it to the principal like this? Well, my suggestion is to simply state that the osteoporosis has been cured. If the principal inquires further or expresses doubt, then you could hesitantly mention that the symptoms were exaggerated due to excessive concern back then. Bernice shrugged. There's no need to be too comprehensive. Being overly detailed may come off as insincere. The remaining parts can be filled in by the listener's imagination. Most people are satisfied when they uncover the first layer of the truth and will not delve deeper to see if there is a second layer of hidden meaning. Bernice, you should consider a career with the FBI or as a police officer. Clark marveled. I believe no one could lie in your presence. Quite the opposite. I feel I'm most suited for that. Bernice replied. If one were to be a police interrogator, they must remain perpetually doubtful, suspecting that every word spoken by the other party could be a fabrication. That seems exhausting to me. She looked up at the sky. Lying is also quite tiring, which is why I choose not to lie. Clark reminded her. Yet you just taught me how to mislead and guide the principal. That is precisely the point. It's about guidance. Bernice asserted confidently. The certificate issued back then was not entirely truthful, and it is true that the symptoms were exaggerated. Now that my health has improved, I desire to attend physical education classes. Although this may not be entirely truthful, we can choose to remain silent, allowing others to fill in the gaps with their imagination. The notion of improved health may also be interpreted as a better mastery of one's physical capabilities, rendering the statement somewhat accurate. However, as long as we speak only partial truths or misrepresent reality, we are fundamentally deceiving others. Clark, adjusting his newly adorned gold-rimmed glasses, spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of reproach, yet his words were imbued with unwavering conviction, akin to a proclaimed truth. Nevertheless, Bernice furrowed her brow. She possessed numerous justifications for the legitimacy of such actions, yet ultimately conceded. All right, you can consider your assertion correct, Clark. We are indeed deceiving. A flicker of disappointment crossed Clark's visage. What is amiss? Did he expect me to refute him? Bernice continued. If we adhere to this standard, Then in over 99% of intimate relationships, and perhaps 50% of conversations, deception prevails. It is a rare individual who can articulate their emotions and viewpoints with complete clarity. Most individuals have yet to untangle their own feelings and perspectives. Even when one party communicates clearly, the other interprets it through their own lens. Thus, from my perspective, being able to ensure that one's words are entirely truthful, even if not wholly complete, is a remarkable achievement, Clark. But Bernice, Clark interjected, you are discussing emotions and viewpoints. These are inherently subjective and elude precise quantification. My physical condition, on the other hand, pertains solely to objective facts. Shouldn't concealing objective truths be considered deceit as well? Indeed, Clark's inquiry was profoundly incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. After a moment's contemplation, Bernice patted Clark on the shoulder and proposed an example. In a certain scenario, a man murders his wife before their daughter. Before you respond, Clark, let me pause you. I recognize how dreadful this sounds. However, if I were to add details, such as the wife being a non-human creature, for many, this may suffice as justification for her demise. Although I understand it is not the case for you, Clark. Now, let me elaborate further. This creature does not consume humans, nor directly inflict harm upon them. Does the husband's act then become unforgivable? If I add yet more context, this creature sustains herself by draining the life force of humans. Her consumption leads to reduced lifespans, and in dire circumstances, even death. Yet, throughout the years, she has not fully consumed her husband and daughter. Can we then deduce from this fact that she is a benign creature? The husband killed her because she attacked him, revealing her intent to devour him. Bernice paused, narrowing her eyes. This statement is also an irrefutable objective fact. Yet in truth, the wife's aggression was a ruse, designed to compel her husband to take her life, all for the sake of their daughter's observation. Why? Because the daughter has inherited her mother's blood and is of the same breed of creature. In order for his wife to accumulate sufficient energy, she must draw from the awakened progeny of the monstrous beings. Awakening necessitates an abundance of rage, which is why she orchestrated the demise of her own corporeal form at the hands of her husband, with the crucial detail being that their daughter witnessed the act. Clark stood in silent astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the bloodshed and mercilessness exemplified in this scenario. Although this instance may appear extreme, uncovering the entirety of the truth, including the underlying motives, is nearly impossible. Those who recount this event merely articulate the facts as they perceive them, resulting in vastly disparate impressions among the listeners regarding the parties involved. I do not comprehend your meaning, Bernice, Clark expressed, somewhat bewildered. You assert that the complete truth is nearly unattainable, yet when it concerns the lives of others, particularly in such a grave matter, it is imperative that we strive to unearth the full truth. He blinked, as if stating the obvious. Your narrative has profoundly impacted me. Thus one must remain humble about their knowledge and not presume that their understanding equates to reality. Yet, precisely for this reason, intentionally omitting information about others is, in essence, a form of deception, is it not? Bernice scrutinized him for a moment before exhaling audibly. I believe your friend must possess an exceptionally robust inner strength, Clark. Otherwise, the constant feeling of moral inadequacy can be quite disconcerting and lead to distortion. Aware that Clark would likely retort or apologize, Bernice waved her hand dismissively, indicating he need not respond. She sighed again. I intended to convey that, in truth, very few individuals can ensure that what they articulate is the complete truth. So there's no need to impose excessive demands upon oneself. Yet you propose that we strive in this direction, Clark. At the very least, you recognize that many times, acts perceived as deceitful are, in fact, necessary, do you not? Clark nodded in agreement. Bernice gazed at him, relieved. Sometimes you truly make my heart race. Wait a moment. Clark, have you grown taller? She stood on her toes, attempting to gauge the distance from her head to his, feeling somewhat disoriented. Did I inadvertently stumble into a realm where time flows differently during my travels? How have you shot up so much? Clark shrugged innocently. Perhaps because I have basked in more sunlight than you? Bernice pointed to the sun-kissed skin around her eyes. Could you repeat that? In the new academic term, Bernice transitioned to high school on the other side of town as a 9th grader, while Clark remained in the familiar middle school as an 8th grader. It appeared that Clark was not the only one struggling to adapt, as during today's English group discussion, Joanna Hilt specifically sought him out to join her group. After a standard discourse on the topic, she glanced around before lowering her voice slightly. Do you still keep in touch with Bonnie, Kent? Bonnie? Clark nodded. You may call me Clark. Is there something you need? I had arranged to correspond with her, so I wanted to inquire when you might see her again. If convenient, could you deliver my letter to her? Joanna retrieved a delicate, cream-colored envelope from her backpack and glanced at Clark. However, if time stretches on, I shall simply affix a stamp and send it to Bonnie, she remarked. Clark shook his head. Not for long. We shall meet this weekend. Is that so? Joanna responded, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. She squeezed the envelope in her hand and handed it to Clark. Please take good care of this and ensure it reaches her. If there is a reply, I would appreciate it if you could forward it to me. Thank you. Clark agreed, tucking Joanna's envelope into his own bag. During this exchange, he fixated on the address written on the envelope, Dear Bonnie, pondering over a travel journal at home that bore neither a salutation nor a signature, and he resolved to take action. Chapter 22. The Town Girl and the Letters. On a sheet of stationery within a cream-colored envelope, the handwriting is small and elegant. Dear Bonnie. The tail of the final letter is slightly elongated, the ink smudged a tad heavier. Perhaps due to the writer's momentary indecision over whether to address you as Bernice or Bonnie. Thank you for the keychain. I truly adore it. You previously mentioned that I could reach out to you with any concerns, whether they be confusions or dilemmas, worries or matters of the heart. I recognize this may have been mere politeness, yet your expression at that moment was so sincere, and I genuinely wish to correspond with you. Thus, I have taken the liberty of writing this letter. I even utilized the newly purchased green wax for the seal in the envelope. I hope it looks lovely. After the incident with the school bus in the water, which necessitated your assistance with my cumbersome presence, I have since learned to swim. At least next time, should a similar situation arise, you will not have to look after me. Following that, I noticed how quickly Kent established a friendship with you. If there are deeper feelings involved, I apologize for my imprecise wording. I find myself envious. You are resolute and decisive, seemingly always aware of what you desire and wish to accomplish. I deeply admire such traits and hope to embody even a fraction of that quality, while also yearning to be your friend. Previously, I inquired about what you believe to be the most essential qualities in friendship. You responded with trust and honesty. I once confided in a friend from elementary school about my troubles, only for her to disclose them to others and even mock me for them. In truth, I have never encountered someone who reciprocates sincerity with sincerity. It feels challenging to be open, yet I am endeavoring to do so. Might I be fortunate enough to earn your friendship? I genuinely wish to engage in activities with you, but since you are a grade above me, we have few classes together. Now that you have transitioned to high school, I understand you must be quite busy, yet I sincerely hope you can spare a moment to read and respond to my letter. Gratefully, Joanna Hill, September 21st, 2002, due to the unavailability of a suitable envelope. The white stationery has been folded. Dear Joanna, my previous words were not mere formality. I am indeed eager to be your friend and to discuss issues, listen to your concerns, and so forth. Part of this stems from my own experiences of confusion, including insecurities related to my appearance. In confronting young women who bear resemblance to my past self, I sincerely hope that my experiences and the paths I have traversed can prove beneficial to you. To be candid, I perceive honesty as a double-edged sword. Its essence lies in the exposure of oneself, and once one reveals their vulnerabilities, malice from others may strike with greater precision. Furthermore, such information could be weaponized against oneself. Thus, to be transparent with everyone necessitates either a remarkable lack of shame, as I possess, or an unwavering confidence that renders one impervious to criticism. The latter, however, may dangerously morph into an unwarranted arrogance. Moreover, if one engages in indiscriminate honesty with all, the potential misuse of disclosed information can lead to significant and troublesome repercussions. For instance, if I harbor a strong dislike for a particular teacher and I freely share this sentiment with everyone, it could incite spiteful classmates to report me to that teacher, resulting in lower grades or targeted scrutiny in class. Therefore, I believe that a discernible process of trust building is essential prior to such openness. In my view, the duration of acquaintance does not inherently equate to trustworthiness. Rather, it is the behaviors and actions observed over time that engender a sense of trust. For example, individuals who readily assist others, express gratitude to service personnel, or exhibit a reluctance to cause harm are those whose actions inspire my trust. Conversely, I am disinclined to deepen my understanding of those who engage in sophistry, bully others, or refuse to empathize with differing perspectives. In truth, the lack of transparency is not inherently problematic. However, mutual candor within friendships fosters a more profound connection. There is no need for you to forcibly alter your nature, Joanna. If you find me trustworthy, I invite you to share your feelings with me in due course. You may also inquire about my matters directly. In my heart, we are already friends, and there is no need for formality. With a gentle pat on your head from afar, Bernice Allen, September 24th, 2002, unfolding a letter with slightly damp ink on the table. Dear Jean Valjean, however, upon completing my letter to Joanna, I find myself resonating more with Jean Valjean, while you resemble Bishop Muriel. So, why have you taken it upon yourself to write? Why request a reply rather than addressing it verbally when we meet? Are you still not sufficiently aware of my high school life? Recently, various clubs have been recruiting, and I took the opportunity to observe. The cheerleading squad is an obvious pass for me. My current interests lie with the film club, the literature society, and the debate team. Yet, as I perused the examples presented during the film club's recruitment, I realized I had not heard of a single acclaimed movie they mentioned. I fear I would be subjected to ridicule. While I am not averse to being laughed at, keeping pace with discussions among film enthusiasts would undoubtedly prove challenging, and I am not inclined to exert that effort. Have you seen any good films recently? Perhaps you could recommend one, or we could find an opportunity to watch a film together. My rationale for avoiding the Literature Society is similar. I have heard that their monthly activity involves writing film critiques, which I find rather tedious. I find myself somewhat intrigued by the debate team, as I recall hearing from Barry that their topics span a vast array, including current affairs, minority rights, law, philosophy, and even science fiction, along with economics and more. I must admit, I am quite interested. It would be a splendid opportunity to broaden my horizons. How about you? Are you adapting well to physical education classes? I am curious to know your current level of participation in sports. Haha. Are there any new activities in the school newspaper? Since we've discussed these matters in our letters, what shall we converse about when we meet this weekend? Perhaps we could simply delve into some reading instead. Also, please refrain from mentioning your health issues in your letters. After all, concealing osteoporosis to avoid physical education is not a topic suited for correspondence. Should I incinerate what you've written for confidentiality? I simply cannot bring myself to do that, yet keeping it poses a risk. Alas, having chatted so much, I find myself at a loss for words, yet pausing here leaves me wanting more. In recent days, I have revisited Les Miserables, and I finally comprehend why I often felt an inexplicable anger towards you. Jean Valjean, upon being released from 19 years of hard labor, finds himself destitute and is taken in by Bishop Muriel, only to repay his kindness with theft of the bishop's silver. The bishop, aware of the theft, chooses to forgive him later during the trial. At this moment, Valjean experiences an unnameable fury, unsure of whom to direct it towards. One cannot discern if he is moved or insulted. In the face of such unexpected kindness, an ordinary person often feels their own insignificance, which closely approaches a denial and insult to their character. Many may react with shame and rage, further committing wrongdoings, even targeting those who do good. After receiving the bishop's forgiveness, I perceive that Valjean is not inspired, but rather vacillates between the paths of extreme good and extreme evil. Hugo introduces another detail here. While Valjean is in a state of despair, a child accidentally drops a coin at his feet. Valjean instinctively steps on it, then suddenly awakens to the realization of, what am I doing? Subsequently, the man who had not shed a tear during 19 years of hard labor breaks down in uncontrollable tears. I believe this moment marks the true beginning of Valjean's transformation into a good person. Genuine repentance does not stem from feeling inferior, but rather from self-awareness. In other words, one must first detest oneself to genuinely seek redemption. If one is merely overshadowed by others, the instinct is often not to strive for goodness, but rather to prove that others are equally flawed. The power of example is realized through this convoluted process. Otherwise, it only breeds extreme evil and hypocrisy. However, understanding this does little good, as one cannot refrain from doing good deeds simply because others might feel wounded by their own shortcomings. I believe you're the type of person who would not let that deter you. Yet, I genuinely worry for you. If you perform good deeds and do not receive spiritual recompense, rather than material rewards, might you not suffer as a result? As for me, I have always maintained a clear understanding of myself, recognizing that I am not a good person. Thus, I do not perceive my own shortcomings as a dilemma. However, I cannot vouch for others. Fortunately, although I'm a talker, I'm also quite willing to listen. If you do not confide in me, what would be the purpose of our friendship? At the very least, there is always Peter. I shall cease my writing, for I have literature to peruse. A blurred ink blot appears to have hesitated for a moment, embracing the hope of becoming your enduring friend. Bernice, September 24th, 2002. In the ensuing 11 months, this letter, along with other selections, found its place neatly stored in the bedside table of the second-floor bedroom at the Kent residence. I have joined the debate team. I revel in the pure discourse that focuses solely on perspectives, where one can vocally critique another's viewpoint without it being perceived as a personal attack, but rather as a challenge to their rebuttals or an identification of flaws in their arguments, or simply acknowledging that the criticism is valid yet minor. What I admire most is that this oratory-style debate seldom entirely dismisses the opposing viewpoint. It recognizes that any policy or proposal possesses both merits and drawbacks, and the decision of whether to implement it should hinge on which impacts, positive or negative, are more significant, more widespread, or more profound for specific groups. Thank you for your birthday gift, Clark. I placed it on the bookshelf opposite my bed. I must admit, I was quite taken aback that you crafted a wooden item as a gift. It brings me immense joy. However, why a bird? What species might it be? With wings outstretched and a sharp beak, it resembles a raptor akin to an eagle, yet it exudes a far more endearing charm, with its head reminiscent of a sparrow. Is it truly a species of your own creation, symbolizing my impression in your heart? I find it splendid, handsome, and aesthetically pleasing, though the base is somewhat unstable, lacking balance. I have already expressed my fondness for it, so there is no need for you to modify it. The base's slight instability poses no problem when placed on the bookshelf. I did not fare well in the campus selection finals, finishing second among 4 teams with my partner. However, the judges from other schools believed I should represent our institution at the regional competition. Unfortunately, the teacher in charge of selections, Mr. Galen, decided to replace me due to my lack of experience as a newcomer, which infuriated me. By the way, how do you like my birthday gift? I consider it a stroke of genius. You mentioned that I do not genuinely have a passion for football itself. Rather, I simply wish to engage in an activity with friends. Thus, I gathered myself, Petrana, and even consulted Peter to see if he knew any other familiar classmates over the past 6 months. I also asked him and Lana to invite a few people to organize a flag football game specifically for your birthday. Since this year is not a leap year, we cannot celebrate on the actual day, so we scheduled it for the weekend, the 3rd. Moreover, the flag football format eliminates the need for tackles, alleviating my concerns about potential injuries due to your osteoporosis. You participated in every position, quarterback, wide receiver, center. As the birthday star, I believe there were no objections. What do you think? I'm not particularly familiar with football, yet this experience has unexpectedly ignited a competitive spirit within me. Indeed, competitive sports can reflect one's intrinsic character. What are your thoughts? If you still wish to join the football team, we can begin planning now, aiming for your participation in the 9th or 10th grade. Your proud friend, Bernice, March 2nd, 2003. How swiftly a year passes. This summer vacation is drawing to a close. Soon, you will be joining us at the town high school, along with Lana, Peter, and Joanna. When school starts, feel free to call me. I shall gladly show you around the campus, albeit it is rather small. I eagerly await our reunion on campus. Your anticipating friend, Bernice, August 16th, 2003. Chapter 23, Chapter 22. The town boy. In the first day of high school, Bernice stood at the entrance of the town high school, glancing down at her watch. Today marks the commencement of the new academic year, and a diverse throng of students surged past her, flowing into the gates. Among them, numerous classmates greeted her with waves and gestures, inviting her to join them. Initially, Bernice responded with smiles and polite declines, claiming she was waiting for someone. Eventually, overwhelmed by the persistent attention, she shifted aside slightly, retrieving a book to feign engrossment, striving to remain a tranquil boulder amidst the current. Hi, the boulder, upon hearing the greeting, revealed a smile. She set the book aside and looked up. Hi. Clark adjusted the cuffs of his shirt, lowering his head slightly, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. Were you waiting for me? No. Clark gasped in surprise. I was just about to leave as you arrived. Bernice could not suppress her laughter. Did you really think so? Of course, I was waiting for you. I promised to show you around, didn't I? She skillfully extended her arm, attempting to drape it over Clark's shoulder, but soon realized that unless she contorted herself into a rather awkward position, it would be an impossible endeavor. Clark, how much have you grown this year? Clark innocently evaded the query. I'm about the same height as when I last saw you. When we last met, we were seated in the library. Bernice retorted, her tone wary. Don't change the subject. How tall are you now? Clark scratched the back of his head. I've grown about 10 centimeters. Bernice calculated mentally. Clark had shot up by 10 centimeters to nearly 185, while she had only grown 3 centimeters to 173 over the past year and a half. It was indeed disheartening. However, she thought, it was unnecessary to dwell on it. Surely she was aware of her own growth in comparison. Comparing physical statistics with Clark was merely inviting trouble. Thus, Bernice scrutinized Clark's familiar t-shirt and plaid jacket for a considerable time. If she could not drape her arm over his shoulder, it left her at a loss for how to proceed. As friends, it would be rather inappropriate to link arms with Clark. Instead, she opted to walk slightly ahead, leading the way, even though her posture felt a tad awkward. They meandered through the main academic area, agreeing that after school, Bernice would introduce Clark to the popular clubs. As the time to part approached, Clark could no longer contain himself. Bernice, he said, wait a moment. Bernice turned back, only to find Clark crouched before her. All she could see was a thick mane of dark curls, so dense that she could not even discern the crown of his head, which sparked a subtle itch in her hands. I noticed your walking posture seemed off, so I took a moment to observe. Did you cramp up last night? And is it still painful? Clark crouched down, placing his hand beside Bernice's calf, looking up to seek her permission with his gaze. Bernice, entirely unaware of Clark's intentions, nonetheless nodded. Oh, really? Clark then reached out and grasped the muscle that had accumulated lactic acid due to the cramp. Ouch! Bernice nearly jumped at the sudden surge of pain, bracing herself against the wall behind her. Clark remained quietly crouched, needing the gastrocnemius muscle he had observed. Although lacking in technique, his precision was remarkable. In fact, given his ability to see, there might not be another massage master in the world with such accuracy. All done, he finally declared, rising to his feet. I believe walking should be less uncomfortable for you now. Bernice shifted her weight back, allowing her cramped calf to touch the ground. Indeed, I'm surprised you can massage, Clark, she exclaimed. Well, actually, I can't, Clark admitted sheepishly, but I figured that attempting something is better than doing nothing. I was attentive to your condition and would stop if anything felt wrong. Bernice replied, Clark, please don't do that again. She shook her head at Clark, who looked as if he was about to speak. It's just that with you crouching and me standing, I can't help but feel a sense of psychological imbalance. What? It's you too. Peter, who had dark circles under his eyes, but was also experiencing growth spurts, approached, looking utterly astonished. I saw you from across the hallway and thought it was a couple of seniors getting engaged. Clark replied, huh? Bernice, equally surprised, exclaimed, Peter, what have you been up to this year? What about that 20-pound belly of yours? Peter glanced down at his stomach, then proudly lifted his head. I told you I would learn to swim, and exercising has naturally helped me shed some weight. You can even see a hint of abdominal definition now. Maybe soon I'll have a 4-pack. Want to see? He eagerly reached for the hem of his shirt and turned to Bernice. Sure, why not? She responded with keen interest. Just then, Peter seemed to remember something and turned to look at Clark. However, before he could gauge Clark's reaction, Bernice was already urging him on. Reluctantly, Peter lifted his shirt. It finally dawned on him that Bernice was a girl. A chill ran through him, both in his heart and along his abs as a thought crossed his mind. He had never seen them fully. Well, there is definitely some definition, Bernice remarked, lightly tapping Peter's stomach with the back of her hand, straightening up afterward. But considering your remarkable progress, it is indeed very impressive. Peter quickly dropped his shirt, proclaiming loudly, a little definition is still better than yours. I heard from Clark that you don't even want to sunbathe. Your abs must be as flat as a pancake. Bernice retorted, and Clark cleared his throat. In fact, every human being possesses only one rectus abdominis muscle. The contour of the abdomen is due to the separation of this muscle by 34 tendons. Peter inquired, huh? Did you read all those books just to confront me for Bernice? Traitor. Academically, aside from opting for a few more challenging elective courses and encountering a new teacher of uncertain caliber, high school has proven to be quite similar to before. Therefore, the sole aspect Clark eagerly anticipated was the after-school excursions with Bernice to explore various clubs, as high school clubs are significantly more diverse than those in middle school. However, upon hearing that Bernice intended to guide Clark through the majority of the clubs, 3 individuals noisily trailed behind. Reluctantly, Clark had no choice but to include them. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable weight in his heart. "What club do you wish to join?" Peter inquired, sidling up to Lana. "The cheerleading team, of course." Lana replied without hesitation. "Oh." Peter was about to respond when he noticed Joanna nearby and quickly added, "What about you, Hill?" Joanna pursed her lips and shook her head. "I want to observe first, especially since Bernice seems quite fond of the debate team." Upon witnessing 3 times the expected number of attendees, Bernice raised an eyebrow and playfully tapped Clark on the shoulder, dutifully taking on the role of tour guide. They first ventured outdoors. Despite the brief time spent outside, Bernice had even donned a hat, which Peter mercilessly ridiculed for 3 minutes. They observed the football team, cheerleading squad, baseball team, and so forth. Lana was particularly impressed by the cheerleading team's larger training area and superior equipment, while Clark remarked, "In fact, I had contemplated whether to become the manager of the football team." However, he hesitated as he watched a figure in a red sports uniform struggling to carry a large basket of malodorous protective gear and shoes towards the wash area. "I sincerely advise you to think carefully," Bernice commented, eyeing that individual, "for I will absolutely, unequivocally not assist you with such a task." Buddy," Peter interjected. "I don't think that's a desirable job. After I finished playing, I was consumed by one thought. I wanted to burn my own socks." Clark nodded in agreement. "After that flag football game 6 months ago, I realized I no longer held any obsession for the football field." He turned to Bernice and flashed a smile. "Speaking of which, I've always found it curious how one plays football in late February. Isn't it freezing?" "April or May would be much better," Peter remarked, scratching his head. "That was my birthday gift to Clark." Bernice interjected, unable to contain herself. He had previously been unable to play due to his health. "Is that how gifts work?" "It was just a game. You can neither eat nor wear it." Peter exclaimed incredulously. "You can't even display it." "Bernice." She twirled her wrist and pinched her fingers, smiling as she spoke slowly. "This is called fulfilling a wish, something only a guardian angel and truly good friends would do. Right?" Peter nodded vigorously, yes. Lana stifled a laugh behind her hand. Subsequently, they visited various artistic clubs, including the Literature Society, Film Club, Painting Society, and Photography Group. Bernice was not particularly familiar with the campus newspaper, but it was Clark who posed numerous inquiries, causing the president in charge of recruitment to shine with enthusiasm, exclaiming how impressive the freshmen were and encouraging them to join. Next, they encountered the show choir, which resided in the music classroom and auditorium. Bernice frowned and remarked, "Although I quite enjoy their performances, they consistently monopolize our auditorium, don't they?" A deep, amused voice interjected, picking up on Bernice's comment. "Oh, Brian," Bernice exclaimed joyfully, turning to greet the tall boy with a casual high five. Clark furrowed his brow. "This is Brian Gale, a cornerstone of our debate team, a rising star," Bernice cheerfully introduced, turning to Brian, who was clad in a vest and shirt. "Brian, these are my friends, Clark Kent, Lana Lang, Joanna Hill, and Peter Ross, all freshmen this year." Brian playfully quipped, "I wouldn't dare consider myself a rising star in your presence, Bernice, especially when you almost got selected for the regional competition as a freshman." He then opened his arms to Clark and the others, welcoming them. "Any questions about the debate team? Since you're friends of Bernice, I'll share everything I know." Bernice rolled her eyes. "I'm still standing right here. If you don't present well, I'll immediately challenge you." Joanna stepped forward to inquire about the competition format and club-related matters. As Brian answered, he leaned in to whisper something to Bernice, and among those present, only Clark seemed to catch his words. Brian quietly asked Bernice, "Why do you have so many freshmen in your circle? You really do seem to enjoy mentoring them. Are they truly your friends?" Clark's frown deepened. Behind him, Lana quietly remarked, "That Gale is quite handsome. Isn't he?" Meanwhile, Clark's inner thoughts echoed Peter's loud declaration. "What? Where? I don't see it at all." Chapter 24. Irresponsible parody of Chishi Festival, unrelated to main text. Irresponsible parody of Chishi Festival, unrelated to main text. This is truly absurd. If it's unbearable, please feel free to exit. No need to force yourself. We shall return to the main text. Version 1. Legend has it that the granddaughter of the ancient heavenly emperor, the Weaver Girl, excelled in weaving, crafting colorful clouds for the sky each day. Clark, Jonathan, clad in an odd long robe and wearing a peculiar ancient hat, spoke solemnly. I entrust this expanse of sky to you. Each morning, you are responsible for dragging the sun into the heavens, and in the evening, for pulling it down. Clark glanced around, realizing that they were standing atop a misty, white cloud. I could fly, but dragging the sun? Can I truly accomplish that? Clark felt bewildered. Furthermore, what was Jonathan wearing? Where exactly were they now? Ah, indeed, you must also be responsible for weaving the dawn and dusk. Jonathan did not respond to Clark's inquiry, his demeanor softening as he reminded him to craft it beautifully, for his mother adored vibrant colors. Before Clark could utter a word, Jonathan's figure vanished. Startled, Clark rushed forward, only to find no trace of him. He soared to the edge of the vast, snow-white clouds, scanning the surroundings and discovering a warehouse, a quaint wooden cottage, and a field of corn, all imbued with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What should I do now? The weaver, weary of her monotonous existence, had secretly descended to the mortal realm. Clark descended from the clouds, cautiously approaching the familiar wooden cottage. Is anyone there? He called out. Is there anyone here? A figure emerged, but not from the cottage. It came from the direction of the warehouse. Clark? It was Bernice, clad in an eccentric robe, gazing up at him. Bernice, have you noticed? The world has become quite peculiar, Clark exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he landed and recounted the events that had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Bernice suggested that Clark return to the cloud from which he had come to search for more answers. Let me accompany you, Clark proposed. This place is too strange, and I worry that if I return and you are not here, what shall I do? Thus, they ascended together to the cloud once more. Together, they searched and discovered a large, luminous sphere entwined with red ribbons. This must be what they call the sun, Bernice remarked. Isn't your task to place it in the sky? Clark grasped the red ribbons, lifting the sphere back into the air. Should I simply let go here? He asked nervously. What if it falls? Then I shall catch it, Bernice replied, holding the other end of the red ribbon. Though I may not be of much help, I will assist you in catching it. With that, Clark released his grip. The luminous sphere hung in the sky, radiating light and warmth upon the small far below. Shall we descend? He extended his hand to Bernice. Wait, Clark, do not forget that you must also weave the colorful clouds, Bernice reminded him. Overlooking your superior's instructions can be quite detrimental in the workplace. Thus, Clark first escorted Bernice back to the ground, and then, under her guidance, searched for various colors of clouds to scatter across the sky. As for the dawn, I believe the most beautiful combination I've seen is the interplay of orange and pink. Clark mused, gathering more orange clouds. Yes, add a touch of purple over here. What do you think, Clark? Isn't it splendid? Bernice waved her arms enthusiastically from ground. Clark, smiling amidst the clouds, shouted back, It is indeed beautiful. However, this act incensed the celestial emperor, who summoned the weaver back to the heavenly realm. Clark Joseph Kent, come back here. Jonathan, wearing an ancient high hat, reappeared from an unknown place. What sort of colorful clouds have you created? Bernice stepped forward and inquired, Sir, is there an issue with the sunset? I designed it myself. Jonathan replied. I had informed him that his mother preferred a more vibrant hue. A proper sunset should embody shades of blue and red. Bernice responded with a puzzled expression, while Clark remained silent. Jonathan continued, add a touch of gold at most. No more than that. The heavenly sovereign decreed their separation, permitting them to meet only once each year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. The dilemma lies in the fact that one cannot confine a being capable of flight, especially when that being is stronger than all others. Clark, come back here. Jonathan called out. Are you planning to leave the Kent household again to seek out that girl? Indeed. Clark scratched the back of his head. And I wouldn't consider it leaving home, as the farm below is still part of our family. It must be pointed out that Bernice finds herself in unfamiliar surroundings. Their steadfast love moved the magpies, and countless birds flocked to form a bridge across the celestial river, allowing the cowherd and the weaver girl to meet above. No need for magpies, Clark replied. What? He questioned. I mean, I've had enough of the cerulean and crimson twilight. Bernice exclaimed loudly, although upon further reflection, she found the color combination somewhat agreeable. However, the saturation was too intense, causing her eyes discomfort. I wish to ascend and sleep upon the clouds. Please wait a moment, Clark said, intertwining a long red ribbon and drawing the sun below the horizon. I must return this before I come to fetch you. Just then, a brilliant idea struck Clark. He flicked the long, wide ribbon and exhaled a chilling breath upon it. The ribbon solidified into ice, extending all the way to the ground. "You can step upon this to reach me," Clark declared joyfully. As Bernice stepped onto the icy staircase, she remarked, in this alternate tale, "You are not merely the Weaver girl. You are also Princess Elsa." Clark asked, "What princess?" "Oh, I forgot you were unaware." "Never mind, let it go." Clark awoke in bed, rubbing his brow as he sat up and returned the collection of Eastern legends, which had slipped from his grasp, back to the desk. He had forgotten the dreams of the previous night, save for the vivid colors and the presence of Bernice. Yet, who cares about dreams? Today marked the first day of high school, and after a year apart, they could finally reunite at school. He leapt from his bed and began changing clothes. Version 2. Legend has it that the Weaver girl is a celestial being, while the cowherd is mortal. Once the Weaver girl, while frolicking in a lake during her earthly sojourn, had her clothes snatched by the passing cowherd. Thus, they were destined to meet and fell in love at first sight. Bernice interjected, "Destined? This is extortion, using people's shame over nudity to blackmail them. If it were me, being seen would be of no consequence. I would climb out of the pool and smash the head of the extortionist." Clark nearly submerged his head in the water. "I find your perspective quite insightful, madam. But would you mind returning my clothes? Just place them by the edge of the pool." Some children truly lack upbringing, having the audacity to steal the clothes of those enjoying a hot spring. Bernice, cradling the pilfered gentleman's suit, glanced down at the press card resting atop it, bearing the name Mr. Kent. "I shall return your garments here," she declared. Although traditional Japanese hot springs are meant to be enjoyed in the nude, one would think a man would not be so concerned about baring his upper body. As she silently criticized the journalist, who was submerged up to his chin, she set the clothing down. The shirt she held slipped slightly, revealing a small section of smooth and familiar blue fabric. Bernice had no intention of prying into another's privacy, nor was she eager to determine whether this material was indeed the Superman costume she suspected. However, her recent tussle with the unruly child had loosened her towel, and bending down to place the clothes had become the final straw. The towel slipped away. While Bernice was certainly unperturbed by the prospect of being exposed or extorted, she would boldly declare, "Look all you want. I fear nothing and will even sue you." It was still preferable to avoid any undue exposure. Thus, she instinctively used the clothing in her hand to shield her body. Yet, the overly smooth blue fabric slipped from her grasp, leaving her holding only a portion of it. She gazed at the reds emblazoned on the fabric, instinctively twisting it between her fingers. The peculiar and silky texture felt unlike any earthly material. This indicated that it was not a costume for Superman enthusiasts. Could it be possible that Clark had stood up out of anxiety, while Bernice remained crouched by the edge, grasping the Superman uniform? Two unclad individuals exchanged bewildered glances across the hot spring. Chapter 25. The town girl and the exhibition match. Brian Gale whispered to Bernice, "Why are there so many newcomers among your friends? You truly have a knack for mentorship, Bernice. Are they genuinely your friends?" Bernice raised her arm to block Brian's hand, her earlier smile fading. "I am uncertain of your insinuation. They are indeed my friends, the very best of them." She shot a sidelong glance at Brian, slightly downgrading her trust in him. Did he harbor doubts regarding Clark and the others being Bernice's protégés? Those who speculate on others' motives are either astute enough to grasp the complexities of human nature or themselves similarly inclined. Which category did Brian Gale belong to? Joanna, who had been inquiring about the debate team, stood nearby. While she could not hear Brian's whispered words, she caught Bernice's response. Despite lacking the full context, she frowned and politely addressed Brian. "Thank you for sharing this information. I will inquire further with Bernice." Brian raised an eyebrow, his gray-green eyes widening slightly with intrigue. He shrugged toward them. "Well then, see you at the club seminar tomorrow, Bernice. Newcomers are welcome to attend if you're interested in debate in our club." After bidding farewell to Brian, it was not until they rounded the next corner that Joanna and Clark simultaneously turned to Bernice. "What just happened? What seminar?" They exchanged astonished glances. Joanna asked, "Do you not care about what just transpired, Kent?" Bernice seemed somewhat displeased. "Well, that's because I already know. I overheard their previous conversation." Clark pursed his lips and candidly replied, "I too am curious." Bernice suppressed a smile. "It's nothing. Just that Galen inquired why I have so many new friends." This question did not quite align with Bernice's response, yet everyone had a general understanding and, out of courtesy, refrained from further probing. Except for Peter. Peter remarked, "What's the matter? Does he think new students are unworthy of your friendship?" Since Peter asked directly, Bernice was unbothered to respond honestly. He questioned whether I'm a know-it-all and then asked if you were genuinely my friends. "A know-it-all means you enjoy lecturing?" Peter inquired. Clark tilted his head and said, "If it pertains to being willing to guide and enlighten others, then that term is not entirely inaccurate." Peter's inner thoughts. You agree with the perspective while Bernice is already a bit upset? "You're finished, my friend." Joanna widened her eyes at Bernice and cautiously said, "Regarding guidance and enlightenment, I concur with Kent. Bernice has indeed assisted me greatly." Indeed, Bernice affirmed, "I am not angered by being called a know-it-all. My irritation stems from the implication that I seek fulfillment merely from guiding you rather than genuinely considering you friends." Peter's inner thoughts. How curious that you're no longer upset. You all are quite peculiar. "There is no need to be angry," Joanna smiled gently. "We will not misunderstand each other. As for the lecture, it was merely the debate club president introducing the club and its competition format, followed by a small exhibition match among members. Given that Bernice was on the list of debaters for the exhibition, Lana and Peter, who initially had little interest, ultimately joined Joanna and Clark to listen. The president's speech was filled with many incomprehensible terms, such as the British parliamentary debate format where teams compete in pairs, calculating rankings and outcomes by group. Each match involved 4 teams, totaling 8 participants, with positions designated as the affirmative House of Lords, the negative House of Lords, the affirmative House of Commons, and the negative House of Commons. Joanna took notes, her face a mask of bewilderment, while Lana fiddled with her fingers. And Peter even began to nod off in his seat. The debate format was structured as speeches, with each participant allotted 7 minutes to present their arguments. The debate concluded only after the last speaker from the negative House of Commons finished, lacking any free debate or additional segments. All rebuttals and expressions of personal viewpoints had to be contained within their 7 minutes, with the allocation of time left to their discretion. During other speeches, questions could be posed. However, the questioning time was limited to 15 seconds, and the speaker could choose to continue without addressing the questions posed. The most exhilarating aspect was that the debate topic was revealed merely 15 minutes in advance, and during the preparation period, no online research or reference to books was permitted, nor could discussions occur with anyone other than one's sole teammate. Within that brief quarter of an hour, the 2 participants had to devise a coherent 14-minute presentation, encompassing their own arguments, potential counterarguments from the opposition, strategies to preemptively address weaknesses in their own sections, and how to expand their points sufficiently to be compelling. Otherwise, they risked running out of material before the 4-minute mark. Finally, the time for the performance debate arrived. Clark sat up straight in his chair, observing as Bernice and Brian Gale ascended the stage from either side. The president announced, due to time constraints, "We are featuring only 2 members today, Brian Gale and Bernice Allen. Each will represent one team, and after the upper house debate, they will switch positions. Originally on the affirmative side, Allen will take the negative stance in the lower house, while Gale, who began on the negative side, will now advocate for the affirmative, showcasing the flexibility of thought cultivated within our society." Peter, roused from a semi-conscious state, inquired, "So they have to finish a round before switching sides for another round?" Lana nodded in affirmation. The sequence commenced. Bernice and Brian were to debate as follows: Bernice on the affirmative in the upper house, and Brian on the negative, followed by Brian on the affirmative in the lower house, and Bernice on the negative. The first to take the podium, Bernice, placed several sheets of white paper on the table and glanced at her outline. She wore an elegant white sleeveless dress with a V-neck, which flowed beautifully, eliciting murmurs of admiration from several male audience members. However, as she began to speak in the microphone, those whispers faded away. This was not without reason. Bernice exuded a commanding presence on stage, her words imbued with resolute intention and her demeanor unwavering, even in the absence of overt aggression towards her opponent. Her very aura drew attention away from her appearance, creating an impression of formidable strength. Clark's thoughts shifted from admiring Bernice's dress to focusing on the layered logic of her arguments. Her points were remarkably persuasive, nearly convincing him to adopt the affirmative stance, had it not been for Brian's subsequent presentation, which was equally compelling, if not more so. He took time to articulate why Bernice's affirmative arguments were insufficient, emphasizing that the negative consequences outweighed the positive. At the conclusion of the 7 minutes, Brian stepped down from the podium, exchanged places with Bernice, and they took turns presenting their arguments again. This time, he not only highlighted the shortcomings of the opposing viewpoint, but also elaborated on why his own perspective was more rational, even conceding aspects where Bernice's upper house arguments fell short compared to his. Strikingly, regardless of their positions, whether countering each other's points or addressing their own previously articulated and seemingly sound arguments, their rebuttals remained highly persuasive. Consequently, when Bernice returned to sit down beside them, Lana, in bewilderment, asked, "Bernice, which side are you actually on?" "What? The debate topic?" Bernice observed Lana nodding and thus replied, "Well, I tend to remain neutral most of the time. Occasionally, I find myself assigned to the opposing side of my own views. But there's little I can do except strive to disregard the preconceived notions. If I delve deeper, I might uncover valid reasons that support the side I disagree with." "You are truly impressive," Clark sincerely remarked. "Defending an opposing viewpoint with integrity is no easy task." "Not quite enough," Bernice shrugged. "Mr. Galen, our club advisor, despite my volunteering, insisted on assigning Brian Galley to take on the role of countering my arguments. I sense he does not fully trust my capabilities, even counting from your novice days." "You've barely debated for a year," Clark patted Bernice on the shoulder. "You still have ample time to prove yourself." "Don't ask me," Peter stepped back. "But I believe you possess the potential to become a formidable force anywhere you go. In a couple of years, you might even overshadow Galley." "That is hard to say." Bernice chuckled. "Galley was the best debater at last year's regional competition. I believe in you." Joanna's eyes sparkled with encouragement. Lana smiled and exchanged a high five with Bernice. "All right then." Bernice feigned annoyance. "I was initially hoping to partner with Galley this year, and now, thanks to you all, he has turned into my greatest rival." "Partnering up?" Clark inquired. "Although we took turns in the recent exhibition match, formal competitions require pairs." Bernice shrugged. "Galley currently seems to be the best in our club, and partnering with him would maximize our chances of advancing." "Oh," Clark lowered his head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. "In any case, if you have any concerns regarding the club or need advice, feel free to approach me. This applies to other matters as well." Bernice winked at Joanna. "I typically hang around the club room or the auditorium, and if you can't find me, you can always ask Clark." She slightly tilted her head and flashed a smile at Clark. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary, but only the two understood it to be a subtle, shared secret, a small joke exclusively between them. A few days later, Clark arrived at the auditorium after school. Having heard Bernice mention it before, he knew that today was the debate club's turn to use the space. Just as he was about to push open the large door, he heard a clamor behind him, a cacophony of hurried footsteps that were impressive in their fervor. Clark swiftly assessed the situation. If he stepped aside, the oncoming individual would undoubtedly collide with the door, which was made of iron and adorned with irregular carvings. If he opened the door, the outcome would be even worse, as the descending staircase behind the door would likely lead to the runner tumbling down uncontrollably, potentially resulting in severe injury. Without hesitation, Clark made a decisive choice. He feigned ignorance of the door and softened his stance, allowing the hurried individual to collide directly with him. "Ouch!" the boy exclaimed. "Ah," Clark echoed in surprise. "Hey, you're from the debate team, right?" The young man grasped Clark's wrist, pleading, "I beg you, help me. I need actors. Even one more would suffice, please. The debate team shouldn't be too shy. Be my actor. It won't take up too much time." "What kind of actor? Are you missing actors for a play?" Clark asked, helping the small boy, who was still sprawled on the ground, to his feet. "But I have no acting experience," the boy said, looking as if he might cry. "Experience doesn't matter. Just being willing to participate is enough. Please give me a chance." "Even though I know I might fail," he continued, his voice wavering. Clark hesitated. "What play is it? Is it your own script?" "Romeo and Juliet. It's quite famous." "The script isn't complicated. It's very straightforward." The small boy held on to Clark's arm tightly. "So, shall I take that as your agreement? You are tall and handsome. You could be Romeo. Do you have any friends who might be interested in participating? We have roles available." "Well, I do have a few friends," Clark said, looking into the boy's bright eyes, struggling to finish the sentence. "But I'm not sure if they would be willing to join. Just ask them. It won't hurt to try. Look, I've mustered the courage to ask you. And now I have my Romeo." The small boy cheered, raising his arm in triumph. All right, Clark relented. After all, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. But Romeo and Juliet is a love story. Can he really portray the role well? Chapter 26. the town boy and the casting call, and so the situation unfolded. Clark felt the weight of 4 pairs of eyes upon him, causing him to waver slightly. However, William shrank back even more quickly, prompting Clark to pull him a bit forward to introduce him to the group. This is William Reed, who intends to stage Romeo and Juliet. Since there are currently no actors, I wanted to gauge your interest. Why do you want to put on this play? Where will it be performed? Bernice inquired, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Only by understanding these 2 questions could they determine their attitude toward the play and decide whether or not to participate. Clark glanced at William Reed. I'll take this one. I've already asked him similar questions. Now that makes sense, Bernice thought, realizing that while Clark might allow himself to be dragged into troublesome situations, he at least had a grasp of the general circumstances. Reed was a member of the drama club, and their instructor would be on maternity leave during the regional competition, necessitating the selection of a responsible individual to guide the subsequent work. The audition process involved each applicant performing a simple play, which the teacher would evaluate to make a decision. Most of the original members of the drama club have been invited by my competitors, William Reed said, his head drooping. I know I probably have little hope, but I have to try. Besides, just directing a play would be enough for me. His eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm, and he straightened up, appearing more dignified. Then he turned to face everyone again, revealing a pitiful yet earnest expression. Bernice found herself struggling. Is it merely a one-time performance before the drama club teacher? Is there a script? It should be a public performance in the auditorium. William Reed remarked, however, that apart from the drama club, there likely wouldn't be many attendees. After all, the drama club is not exactly a popular organization. High school operates like a caste system, where students are relegated to fixed tiers. The football team and the favored children occupy the upper echelon, while the obscure ones, who perform as living druids and goblins, dwell at the bottom. Bernice recalled the words of the debate team's advisor, Galen, who had said that singing and drama are often subjects of ridicule in American high schools, a notion she could never comprehend. In her view, choosing to engage in such heartfelt art, which lays bare one's soul and confronts one's self, requires as much courage as striving in football. Here is the script. Reed handed her a slightly crumpled sheet of white paper, continuing to gaze at her pitifully. He seemed to harbor little hope of recruiting actors. Having only printed 1 copy of the script for himself, Bernice took it, flipped through it, and found it to be quite similar to the original work by Roju. So, has Clark already been confirmed for the role of Romeo? She glanced at the script, unaware that many eyes had turned towards her upon hearing her words. Reed solemnly nodded. Ken has been of great assistance to me. The role of the male lead is the only way I can repay him. I haven't helped you at all. Clark covered his eyes, unsure if being the male lead was a reward or a burden. Yet, out of a flicker of hope, he refrained from declining the role. Bernice closed the script and handed it to Lana beside her, cheerfully declaring, "Then I shall choose Mercutio. This character should still be available, right?" Silence. Why? Among the many confused faces, Joanna was the first to speak up. "Because I believe he is the most interesting character," Bernice said matter-of-factly, "and he is one of Romeo's 2 closest friends." After saying this, she looked at Clark, who played Romeo, and noticed he had lowered his head for some unknown reason. "But he is a male character?" Lana blinked in surprise. "I think, rather than gender, it is more important whether the actor can embody the character's traits and support the storyline, especially since we are in dire need of participants. If we restrict ourselves by gender, it will be even harder to gather a cast. Right, Director Reed?" Bernice turned her head to look at the director. Just hearing those words nearly brought tears to Reed's eyes, and he nodded in agreement with Bernice's sentiment. "So, I am Mercutio then?" Bernice confirmed once more. Reed nodded vigorously and added, "Mercutio possesses a whimsical yet lucid madness. You truly are the most fitting choice for the role." Bernice cheerfully remarked, "If it were Mercutio, he would most likely be whistling at this moment. I ought to learn how to do that." She extended her hand towards the sole script, as if intending to study it thoroughly, then suddenly withdrew it, realizing, "Oh right, what roles does everyone else wish to portray?" Lana cast a sidelong glance at Bernice, pursed her lips, yet still raised her hand. "I would like to play Juliet." Reed nodded thoughtfully. "That suits you well. No objections there." Lana felt Clark's gaze upon her. Bowing her head, she sensed the need to provide an explanation, but found herself at a loss for words, finally stating, "I'm not familiar with the other characters, but at least I have heard of Juliet and have always aspired to be the leading lady. For reasons unknown, Peter appeared irate, abruptly snatching the script and flipping through its pages. What other roles are there? He vehemently shook his head. No, no, no. I do not wish to play Juliet's father. Reed, puzzled, inquired, but weren't you just asking me? Peter leapt up and hastily covered Reed's mouth. You mustn't say that. He whispered urgently in Reed's ear. Is there anything wrong with merely inquiring about which characters have significant interactions with Juliet aside from Romeo? Reed, though bewildered, nodded in agreement and then asked, what about Juliet's mother? That, of course, is out of the question. Peter insisted, pointing to another character. What about Count Paris? Isn't he betrothed to Juliet? Ahem. Surely he holds a high status? Indeed, but his primary scenes involve conversations with Lord Capulet, Juliet's father. Ultimately, he discovers his fiancée has inexplicably passed away and confronts Romeo at her tomb, where he meets his demise. He seems to have exchanged only a few words with Juliet. Reed articulated fluently as the director and script adapter. Peter lowered his voice slightly and asked, are there any other characters that are closely related to Juliet, with more opportunities for interaction? There is a cousin, yet he does not engage directly with Juliet. Upon noticing Peter shaking his head, Reed continued, then only one remains. Very intimate, but just as he was about to elaborate, Peter interjected. This one will do. Peter decisively concluded. Reed nodded, pulling out a blank sheet of paper, eliminating the roles already assigned to actors, and inquired if there were others they could enlist. None of us, apart from Bernice, are members of the debate team, Joanna noted. Reed's previous strategy was quite effective. Perhaps we should ask the debate team if they are willing to participate? After Brian confirmed interest from others, he immediately stated, I can join. I want to play Paris. Joanna tilted her head, seemingly casually remarking, then you shall be courting Lana, who is playing Juliet. Brian looked over, raising an eyebrow. Isn't Bernice also involved? What role is she taking on? Surely not Juliet? Mercutio came to reply. Brian was clearly taken aback, unable to suppress a few chuckles before exclaiming, all right then, I shall no longer portray Paris. Banforio paused, confirming that Romeo would be played by Clark Kent before shaking his head. Never mind, I will promote Tybalt, Juliet's cousin. The majority of the debate team members, aside from Gailey, readily accepted the invitation, and the cast list was finally complete. Everyone was satisfied, except for Peter, who exclaimed, are you kidding me? The nurse? Juliet's nurse? Reed looked at him in confusion. Isn't this the character who is closest to Juliet besides Romeo, interacting with her more than even her parents? You don't want any of the other roles, and you nodded when this one was mentioned. But this is a female role? Peter struggled to counter. Seizing upon this point, Bernice raised an eyebrow. Before she could speak, the debate team's member, Gavin, who also donned male attire to portray Count Paris, could barely contain his laughter as he interjected, you're not the only one cross-dressing in this cast. I find this arrangement quite amusing. I believe it will be similar for Juliet. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, Lana? Sitting a bit farther away and engrossed in her script, Lana looked up at the sound. Peter as Juliet's nurse. Isn't that a brilliant idea? Gavin asked clearly and loudly. Lana immediately covered her mouth and laughed, nodding vigorously. She glanced towards Peter and laughed again. Peter shot a resentful glance in her direction, gritting his teeth but saying nothing. He turned back to the giggling Bernice and Clark, ominously stating, just wait for me. Brian Gailey, who had been listening intently, patted Peter on the shoulder, deliberately raising an eyebrow. You see, the Montags just don't cut it. Mimicking him, Bernice, who played Mercutio, draped an arm over Clark. Romeo Montague's shoulder and flirtatiously remarked, and the Capulets are just so pretentious. Clark, Romeo, offered a somewhat awkward smile to Gailey, Tybalt Capulet. William Reed's eyes lit up. Fantastic. This casting is perfect. Clark responded, Bernice, you criticized me for letting others drag me into trouble, yet you ended up in the same predicament. Bernice retorted, there's a distinction. It's about agency. I jumped in willingly. You were swept along against your will. Chapter 27. The small-town boys in the movies, have the character relationships been clarified? William Reed asked loudly, clutching a script. Clearly, whether due to the annoyance of the actors or the experience gained through rehearsal, his voice and confidence had significantly increased. No, Gavin from the debate team replied weakly, I haven't even memorized many of their real names, let alone the character names. And these names are so long. My goodness. Peter grimaced, overwhelmed by the lengthy and convoluted unfamiliar names, wondering how he would ever remember them. Bernice, with a furrowed brow, addressed Peter as a nurse. Your role is to care for Juliet, engage in conversation with Count Capulet and his lady, lament for Tybalt, and then proceed to berate the Montagues. The Montagues, of course, refer to Romeo's family. Peter, bewildered, raised his fingers and inquired, "Why must I mourn for Tybalt?" "Because he was slain by Romeo," Bernice exclaimed, covering her face in exasperation. "He sought to kill Romeo, and in my defense, I fought him, resulting in my untimely death. Consequently, Romeo avenged me by killing him. Tybalt is Capulet's, Juliet's cousin, whom a nurse has raised, so you must grieve." Peter pondered. If Galahad were to attack Clark, and Bernice intervened to protect Clark, only for Galahad to kill Bernice, and then Clark avenged her by slaying Galahad. What a thrilling plot. Bernice and Clark responded in unison. "Peter, please refrain from substituting our names for character names." Joanna interjected. "Should we consider a method to distinguish between the Montagues and the Capulets?" William Reed silently climbed onto the table and proclaimed, "Due to budget constraints, we lack costumes. Today, we shall merely rehearse the script, but for our next practice, I hope that several key members of the Capulet family, including Juliet, Tybalt, and the nurse, will don red attire. The Montagues should wear blue, and it would be ideal for Romeo and Benvolio, along with the respective counts and ladies, to represent their families distinctly. If solid colors are unavailable, choose garments with predominance of those hues to ensure visibility." As the rehearsal concluded, a dejected William Reed sighed repeatedly and ultimately suggested that those unfamiliar with the script should watch the film adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. While it contains alterations and additions from the original text, it will at least familiarize them with the characters and narrative. Consequently, the following day, Peter extended an invitation to Clark. "How about coming over to my place?" he proposed with a wink. "Though the thought of us watching a romance film seems dull enough to induce slumber, after that, we can enjoy something more exhilarating." Peter's self-assessment was remarkably astute, as Clark pondered while shaking the drowsy Peter awake every 10 minutes. On the screen, the handsome Romeo reflected on the scars left by the conflict, sorrowfully articulating, "These are the consequences wrought by hatred, yet the power of love surpasses it manifold. Ah, the tumultuous love, the heated animosity. Ah, the creation of something from nothing. Ah, the weighty frivolity, the grave arrogance, the orderly chaos, the leaden feathers, the luminous smoke, the icy flames, the waning vitality, the eternally awakened slumber, the negation of existence. What I perceive as love embodies such a paradox, yet I do not cherish this form of love. Would you mock me?" Benvolio patted his shoulder and replied, "No, brother, I find myself on the verge of tears, witnessing the anguish inflicted upon your gentle heart." Romeo sighed once more, "Alas, this is the folly of love. I already bear an overwhelming weight of sorrow upon my heart. Your expressions of sympathy only serve to add yet another layer of grief atop my many woes. Love is but a wisp of smoke stirred by a sigh. In the eyes of lovers lies the purified spark of passion. Their tears are the tumultuous waves it incites. It is also the most astute madness, a bitter taste that clogs the throat, akin to honey that remains just out of reach." Clark pondered these words. Is love truly such a bitter thing? Or is this perception merely a reflection of Romeo's unrequited longing for Rosalind? Then, on the screen, Romeo extolled Rosalind's beauty with fervent words, sincere and imbued with emotion. Yet, Clark felt these expressions to be rather insubstantial. How can mere admiration for beauty sustain such grandiloquent phrases? If love is indeed as ephemeral and elusive as a sigh stirred into smoke, it seems rather meaningless. On the television, Paris informed Count Capulet of his proposal to Juliet. Capulet, citing his daughter's tender age of 14, did not provide a direct answer, suggesting instead that Paris should endeavor to win her heart at the upcoming ball that evening. Benvolio and Romeo, by happenstance, learned of the ball's news. Benvolio remarked, "The object of your affection, the lovely Rosalind, will be attending the feast alongside all the fairest maidens of Verona. You should go, and with an unprejudiced gaze, compare her beauty to that of others. You may discover that your swan is but a crow." Romeo proclaimed, "If my devout eyes are to believe in such a fallacious illusion, then let my tears ignite into flames, reducing this sinful, heretical vision to ashes. More beautiful than my beloved, the sun, which illuminates all, has never beheld a being who could rival her. A shiver ran through Clark. Could I truly embody Romeo? These words are exquisite, yet he felt that voicing them required an audacity he lacked. Moreover, these praises were directed at Rosalind, and then, to woo Juliet, he would need to utter an entirely new array of passionate and sentimental phrases. Clark sat in a daze as the film concluded. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, he found himself engrossed in the tragic finale, feeling a deep sorrow. The vibrant young souls at the beginning, due to a series of unfortunate events and the despair of lost love, met their untimely ends. Why? Besides Mercutio, who perished in a brawl, the others could have survived. Must Romeo exact vengeance upon the murderer? And why, in the end, must he choose to die for love? Is love truly something that, once lost, extinguishes the will to live? As he contemplated these questions, he shook Peter awake. Peter rubbed his eyes and sprang up, producing a new DVD. Is it finally over? Let's watch this. It's a newly released horror film that I've wanted to see for ages. It seems to involve aliens. Clark's attention was finally drawn back. Aliens? I refrained from reading any spoilers, but I've heard it's quite terrifying. Peter inserted the disc into the machine. On the screen, a beautiful woman in a skirt collapsed to the ground, panicking and shouting, You, don't come any closer. The man confronting her smirked ominously, his face contorting into a grotesque, inhuman visage. Ugh, such is the malevolence of aliens. Peter, uncertain if he was frightened, curled up his knees as he sat there. Clark thought to himself, well, this isn't too bad. Suddenly, the woman emitted a piercing scream, and the television screen became stained with crimson. Wow, how revolting, these extraterrestrials. Peter brushed his arm as if trying to rid himself of the goosebumps of anxiety. Clark instinctively stood up. What is wrong? Are you scared? Peter looked up in confusion and patted the cushion behind him, leaning against it for some comfort. Clark exhaled slowly and sat back down, attempting to calm himself while striving to focus on the plot. However, he was yearning to see Bernice. After enduring the horror film featuring shape-shifting malevolent aliens wreaking havoc on Earth, Clark lethargically bid farewell to Peter and departed his house to join Jonathan in the car. What's the matter, son? Jonathan asked, reaching out from a driver's seat to tap his shoulder. It had been ages since he had ridden in his father's car. So why did he wear such a glum expression? Clark perked up slightly. I could have gone home by myself. The doctor advised against strenuous activity. Driving to pick you up hardly qualifies as strenuous. Jonathan retorted, and your mother agreed, even in his low spirits. Clark couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Martha being angry with Jonathan. So what happened? Jonathan gently patted him this time. Clark glanced back at Peter's home. It was bright, spacious, and the host was courteous and warm, plus he had his friends inside. Sometimes I feel suffocated, he finally admitted, forced to live in a lie. We watched a horror movie about aliens today. Peter said aliens are disgusting. Jonathan, while driving, fell silent for a moment and placed his hand on Clark's back. Clark felt the warmth and silent concern, and after a minute, he quietly returned Jonathan's arm to the steering wheel. I suspect that if Peter knew who I was, he wouldn't say such things, Clark mused, still keeping his head down, but I can't be entirely sure. Perhaps he would instead shout and distance himself from me. His father's arm grasped him again, this time with considerable force, perhaps enough to cause pain if he were human. I know I won't tell him, Clark said, pinching the bridge of his nose. It was not only to protect himself, but also to shield him. Jonathan paused for a moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you feel this way, kid, he finally said, but you have me and Martha, and you also have that friend named Alan. You can be yourself in front of us. I know this may not be enough, but Clark grasped him and shook his head. He reflected on each heartfelt conversation with Jonathan, realizing that he had been taught not only how to cultivate and harvest, but also how to be a good person. He thought of Martha's embrace, imbued with the scent of apples, the good night kisses pressed on his cheek or forehead before slumber, and the affectionate I love you adorned with stars. He contemplated how Bernice perceived herself as a unique entity, transcending humanity, yet considered him a friend, unreservedly sharing her emotions and thoughts in his presence, even granting him the privilege of listening to her conversations with others. These three ordinary individuals did not fear the monstrous power he possessed, which could potentially inflict great harm. Instead, they regarded him as an ordinary being, perhaps not entirely commonplace, yet as pure in emotion as any regular person, as a son and friend. Indeed, it was not pride that Clark felt. He believed that the emotions he had received were among the purest and most precious that humanity could attain. Clark grasped Jonathan's hand and shook his head. How could it be insufficient? I am the luckiest person in the world, he declared. Chapter 28. Romeo and Juliet, EU side story. Verona, situated in northern Italy. In this city, aside from the highest-ranking prince, the most powerful entities are two equally noble families. However, one of these families is composed entirely of scoundrels, while the other consists of virtuous individuals. Which family is entirely composed of scoundrels? Nurse? Bernice inquired. Why, of course, it is the Montagues who are the scoundrels. The nurse exclaimed, slapping the bed in frustration. My dear, look at me. Look at your mother, Count Capulet and Lady Capulet. Do we Capulets appear to be scoundrels? Oh, so I'm also a Capulet. Bernice mused internally, tallying the information she had just gleaned. My father is a count. So I must be the esteemed Juliet of the family, right? I thought not everyone could have a nurse. Then why do people say the Montagues are all scoundrels? Have they committed some heinous crime? Bernice persisted. The nurse was momentarily at a loss for words. In any case, our two families have a long-standing feud. The Montagues are a bunch of cowards and ill-bred scum. If I were to encounter them, I would spit on each one, though I fear I might not have enough saliva. These two families bore an ancestral grudge, such that even a chance encounter on the street could lead to a bloody brawl. Yet, as a party to this enmity, the nurse could not articulate the origins of the hatred. Ah, Tybalt has come to pay a visit, the nurse remarked, peering out the window and noticing the bloodstains on his sleeve. Juliet, aren't you going to see your cousin? Bernice hurriedly gathered her skirts and dashed downstairs. That's precisely what I intend to do. Tybalt was a young man with a somewhat brooding and stern demeanor, yet he possessed an undeniable handsomeness. Upon seeing Bernice descend the staircase, his expression relaxed naturally as he greeted her, cousin. Bernice approached him further, now fairly certain that the marks on Tybalt's sleeve were indeed bloodstains. How could she be sure? In times of peace, outside of specific occupations, women are certainly more familiar with bloodstains than men, as they must wash them away every month with a careless mishap. Tell me, Tybalt, Bernice said, gesturing toward his sleeve, hesitating to mention her cousin by name. What happened to your sleeve? Have you been brawling in the streets again? Tybalt scoffed. It was Benvolio Montague who drew his sword first. Benvolio? Bernice replied, somewhat taken aback. But I always thought of him as quite a gentle soul. Tybalt narrowed his eyes. Cousin, has a Montague hound approached you in any way? How do you know this? Because I have read Romeo and Juliet, she thought but refrained from saying. Instead, she maintained her composure and improvised. I heard it from the servants. Oh, Tybalt regarded her from his elevated stance, aware that his scrutinizing gaze had made many a deceitful servant tremble and confess the truth. However, Bernice was quite the opposite. She thrived under pressure. Meeting his intense gaze, she arched an eyebrow. You still haven't explained how Benvolio drew his sword first. Tybalt had always believed that his delicate cousin need not be burdened with the sordid details of such violence. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse her earnest request. Despite Juliet seeming to have changed, she remained his cherished cousin, deserving of his concern. Benvolio claimed he was maintaining peace. Peace? Tybalt laughed derisively, as if uttering that word were a grave insult. Drawing his sword, he scoffed, what talk of peace? I abhor that word. Why? Bernice was unsure if it was appropriate to inquire, for she did not know Tybalt as Juliet's cousin, not her own. Yet, her curiosity overwhelmed her. Why do you despise peace? Tybalt was almost born from shame and hatred. He felt a sense of belonging only when fighting for the Capulet name. He had no friends and scorned the idea of making any. Yet, he could not deny that upon seeing Romeo Montague frolicking about with his two companions, exuding an air of weakness and joy, he sometimes felt a flicker of uncertainty within himself. There were moments he pondered Benvolio, who was, after all, Romeo's cousin, a Montague. But Mercutio, a relative of the prince, was positioned in the rare neutrality between the Montagues and Capulets, yet he chose to gallivant with that Romeo. There was nothing wrong with being solitary. There was nothing wrong with being despised. At least in battle, Tybalt considered himself a figure of significance. So, why did he loathe peace? He wanted to mock such naivety, but upon gazing into his cousin's eyes, he suppressed the urge. Instead, he shifted the topic. I just saw someone approaching from the prince's quarters. If it is Mercutio, do not engage with him. He is a madman and may lead you astray. Bernice felt a spark of intrigue and curiosity within herself, but she concealed it and nodded. "Nurse, where's my daughter? Call her out to see me." Lady Capulet entered Juliet's chamber, exuding an air of nobility, her youthful beauty captivating. "I recall, upon my 12th year of innocence, having called upon her. Yet, the child had just descended to meet her cousin." The nurse responded, "Oh, little lamb. Oh, little bird. God bless. Where has this child gone now? Oh, Juliet." As Bernice prepared to ascend with haste, she suddenly seemed to recollect something, halting her steps, clearing her throat, and entering her room with composed grace. "What is it? Who called for me?" "Your mother," Bernice was informed. "Mother, I am here. What is your command?" Lady Capulet cast a glance at the nurse. "Nurse, step outside for a moment. We have some confidential matters to discuss." "No, come back. I've changed my mind. You should also hear our conversation." "You are not yet 14, are you, Juliet?" The nurse replied, "She is the most delightful little treasure I have raised, and she will not turn 14 until harvest time." Lady Capulet continued, "Juliet, my child, tell me, what are your thoughts on entering into marriage?" "What?" "Just stated that Juliet is not yet 14, and now she is to wed?" Although Bernice had read Shakespeare's works, the intricate structure and eloquent language eluded her memory, prompting her to respond, "I have not yet contemplated this matter. Has my father formed any opinions regarding my marriage?" "What is this? Count Capulet can unilaterally decide his daughter's marriage." Bernice, feeling disillusioned by her lack of agency over her future, silently scoffed, striving to maintain her composure and conceal her burgeoning anger. Lady Capulet remarked, "Well, consider the matter of marriage now. In this city of Verona, young ladies, even younger than you have already become mothers. Speaking from experience, I bore you at your current age. No need for further words. The valiant Paris has come to seek your hand in marriage. What a fine gentleman, indeed. A man such as he is rare in this world. Oh, he is truly the epitome of a perfect suitor." The nurse's animated tone added an amusing flair to the conversation. Lady Capulet declared, "In Verona's summer, one cannot find a flower as exquisite as he." "Yes, indeed. He is a flower, a splendid flower," the nurse chimed in. Bernice could not contain a slight laugh, a sound escaping her throat as she cleared it. To be likened to a flower, he must certainly be a remarkably handsome gentleman, I presume. She found it amusing, devoid of any feelings of shyness. After all, Bernice held no romantic aspirations regarding marriage. The proposal of a man she had never met held little allure. "Not only handsome, but also of noble wealth," Lady Capulet replied, slightly taken aback by Bernice's inquiry, yet she continued, "What say you? Can you find favor in this gentleman? You shall see him at our gathering this evening." Bernice shook her head resolutely. "I have never met him, nor have we engaged in any profound exchange of thoughts, so I cannot speak highly of him. In truth, even if we were to meet and converse, I would likely find little to admire. In this day and age, what man can genuinely appreciate her astonishingly unconventional intellect?" A previously unfamiliar servant knocked at the door. "Madam, the guests have arrived, and the banquet is set. Please, you and the young lady should come out swiftly." Lady Capulet replied, "We shall be there shortly. Juliet, the Count Paris is awaiting you." The nurse waved her hand encouragingly. "Go on, child. Seek joy by day and delight by night." Bernice's expression darkened. In modern times, even if parents were to forcibly arrange a matchmaking banquet, they would generally provide their children with at least a day or two of notice. Yet now, the moment one hears of a marriage proposal, they are immediately thrust into an arranged dinner, leaving no room for personal choice. What leverage does she possess to resist? She is utterly ignorant of the family business, lacks any skills in swordsmanship or martial prowess, and has no concept of life beyond her family. Bernice pondered in silence, realizing that all she truly possessed was her title as a young lady, which could be exchanged at any moment by her father for status or wealth. Along with her very life, Bernice had always deemed it foolish to seek death for the sake of love, for love itself is not necessarily a noble pursuit. Yet now, she began to grasp why the Juliet of the story ultimately chose death. It was her last remaining bargaining chip, the only means by which she could assert control over her own body and life. "But I shall never choose death." Bernice lifted her chin defiantly. "I refuse to accept that this is the sole option, nor do I acknowledge marriages dictated by our forebears, even if it is but a desperate struggle." She would prove herself a fierce beast, determined to live according to her own will. Chapter 29. An interlude from Romeo and Juliet. Must we truly enter in this manner? Clark halted in the street. When he resolved to remain motionless, neither Mercutio nor Benvolio could budge him an inch. Mercutio exclaimed, "Oh, brother, is your sorrow so heavy that it has transformed your soul into lead, anchoring your body to the ground? You're a lover. Take flight on Cupid's wings." Clark could not suppress a smile. Indeed, he was a man in love and quite capable of soaring. According to Mercutio's words, he was riding high on Cupid's wings. However, based on the narrative, it seemed that his two friends were alluding to Romeo's unrequited affection for a lady named Rosalind. "You promised us before," Benvolio chimed in, expressing his grievances. "Let them think we are some distant relatives of the Capulets. All we need do is conceal our Montague identity, dance a bit, and then depart." Yet Clark could not enter. His brilliant mind remembered vividly that this very ball was the place where Romeo and Juliet would first meet and fall deeply in love. At present, I remain unaware of the reasons for my presence in this place. The various signs appear to suggest that I am indeed in Verona of Romeo and Juliet. If I were to encounter Juliet, what would become of me, the Romeo? I had just remarked that at the soiree, one might behold enchanting beauties, thereby forgetting the previous object of one's unrequited affection, Rosalind. Benvolio quipped, "What? Are you afraid I've hit the nail on the head?" Clark was rendered speechless, for in truth, Romeo is capable of soaring high into the sky to inspect this world into which he has been reluctantly thrust to discern if there are any anomalies. However, Clark was not particularly inclined to disrupt the tranquility of this realm. At least, the two companions of Romeo appeared as ordinary men. Moreover, what if this world is intertwined with magic? Ascending to the heavens would render one a target. He cast a wistful glance at the ballroom before turning back to Mercutio and Benvolio. "Come now, our gentle Romeo. Do not gaze at me in such a manner." Mercutio prodded Benvolio with his elbow. "My friend, did I not say that we require your company for dancing? It is dancing, not bartering oneself, is it not? Why the long face?" Clark found the situation both amusing and bewildering. He paused and recited, word for word, Romeo's original line. "Cupid's arrow has pierced my breast. I cannot soar on his wings. He has ensnared my very soul, and the weight of love drags me down." Mercutio looked at Clark and remarked, "Love is a tender thing. If you weigh it down with your burdens, you do it a disservice." "Is love tender?" "It is far too harsh, too domineering, too savage. It pricks like thorns." Clark continued reciting the familiar lines, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. He momentarily reflected on how, during high school, he had recited the same lines, questioning or lauding love, though at that time he was unaware of what a lover's affection entailed. Yet, the similarity remained. Both the former Clark and the present Clark did not wholly agree with this portrayal of love. If love has abused you, you may also retaliate against love. If it wounds you, you too can inflict pain. Thus, you may conquer love. Mercutio raised his chin and stated, "I sense that your words just now lack sincerity, my friend. A person as gentle as you might find that love would reciprocate with gentleness." Benvolio had already approached the door. "Come, let us knock and enter. Once inside, let us devote ourselves to dancing." Clark hesitated for a moment, but then took a step forward. Previously, he had pursued the entity or being that claimed to be a maestro of music, only to awaken here, struck by a beam of white light. What is the maestro's true intent? Clark felt confident that he would not be swayed by Juliet's beauty into infidelity. His only concern was whether this world harbored any magic that might compel him, as Romeo, to succumb to an uncontrollable infatuation upon seeing Juliet. He contemplated fleeing directly. However, abruptly severing the main narrative would be unwise, and it would be safer to seek a means of escape along the established plotline. Mercutio, with an air of whimsy, produced two masks from seemingly nowhere, spinning them on his fingers before affixing them to his face, declaring, "Let me conceal my visage. I shall don another layer. Should curious eyes linger upon this grotesque sight, may the brow of this phantom mask shield my disgrace." Clark, following suit, clumsily donned a mask of his own. "What madness!" exclaimed Mercutio. "Why should the most handsome among us obscure his countenance?" Clark, who felt utterly powerless against the enchantments of fate, could only hope that if Juliet and Romeo indeed shared an attraction, this simple mask might serve to diminish Juliet's allure. He replied, "I fear my melancholic expression might dampen the spirits of our guests. Thus I must cover it." "Ah, Mechio teased, scratching at his mask and tugging at Clark's arm. It appears you are hopelessly ensnared in the mire of love. We must surely extricate you. Come, let's squander some time. Benvolio peered inside the door, exclaiming with exasperation, You two have dallied too long. The feast is nearly over, and should we enter now, it may be too late. If Romeo were truly present, he would feel a foreboding sense of fate knocking at the door of destiny, as if an unknown power were about to impose its terrifying dominion upon him from this very evening. His loathsome existence seemed destined to meet a cruel and untimely demise. Indeed, Romeo chose to allow the divine to continue guiding his fate, following his friends into the masquerade. For Romeo and Juliet, the turning point of destiny arrived with startling swiftness, ensnaring them and their companions, propelling everyone from this revelry toward a predetermined conclusion. Clark paused at the threshold, calmly inquiring of his two friends, Do you believe in fate? Benvolio pondered for a moment before responding, I do. Mechio, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, retorted, What does it matter whether one believes or not? If fate is merely the manifestation of each individual's character leading to a specific outcome, then the madcap Mechio ought to elicit a startled response from the goddess of fate. Thus it is said that Beatrice, in her high school musings, was not mistaken. Mechio indeed embodies the most amusing spirit, and in a certain light, he is most fitting for her role. But what of you, Romeo? Benvolio queried. Do you believe in fate? Clark replied, I do not intend to believe. He resolved not to fall for Juliet at the banquet beyond the door, nor to ascend to her balcony to exchange heartfelt confessions before secretly marrying her, nor to inadvertently cause Mercutio's death in a duel with Tybalt, only to retaliate and slay Tybalt, leading to his banishment, which would ultimately force Juliet into a feigned death to escape her father's marital arrangements. Juliet's feigned demise would toll the death knell for 3 more lives. Paris, who came to mourn his fiancée at the tomb, would encounter the heartbroken Romeo, mistaking him for the murderer of his bride's brother and engaging him in a duel. In this confrontation, Romeo would slay Paris and, honoring his final wish, lay Paris's body within Juliet's grave. He himself drank the poison, choosing to die beside his beloved. When the time of feigned death passed, Juliet awoke to find the lifeless body of her lover and, in despair, ended her own life with his dagger. If the romance between Romeo and Juliet was the key to resolving the enmity between their two families, why did it manifest in such a tragic loss of 5 lives? Clark pondered this as he recalled discussions with Bernice years ago about the plot and the character of Romeo, where they had contemplated numerous pivotal moments that might have altered the course of the story. He pushed open the grand doors of the Capulet banquet hall, considering that the first moment might have been to refrain from hastily pursuing Juliet at the ball. Who is that lady accompanying the knight? Clark exclaimed, his eyes widening as he echoed Romeo's sentiments. A nearby servant turned to him, responding, I do not know, sir. The girl, draped in a silver mask and clad in a white gown, stood side-on to him. Clark did not need to see beyond a mask to recognize her. Her facial contours and movements were strikingly familiar. The only question remained, was she real, or merely an illusion conjured from Clark's memories? What do you think? Does she make your previous infatuation with Rosalind seem insignificant? Benvolio jested, giving Clark a playful pat before disappearing into the dance floor. Oh, the beauty you fancy is approaching you, Mercutio remarked, shrugging as he attempted to join the revelry. However, he halted mid-step, intrigued by a whisper behind him. The girl in white exchanged a few words with the knight at her side before, lifting her gown. She dashed toward Clark. He could tell she was tempering her pace, endeavoring not to appear too reckless. Yet her direct and determined approach was strikingly captivating in this era and setting. Clark unconsciously moved forward, while Bernice, lowering her gown, smiled and said, Bellezza. Clark rubbed his forehead. That term is used for women. Bernice winked, unrepentant. Is that so? I must have misheard, after all. I do not learn languages as effortlessly as you do. And who might this be? Mercutio interjected, with a somewhat mischievous glance at Clark. Is she truly Rosalind? She seems quite the opposite of your description, far from a cold beauty, but rather exuberant. Bernice raised her brow, glancing at Mercutio before turning back to Clark. Extending her hand, I am Juliet Capulet, and may I ask, who are these 2 handsome gentlemen gracing my ball? I am Clark, he began, but was interrupted by Mercutio. With a playful grin, Mercutio took Bernice's hand, disregarding the customary air kiss, and instead pressed his lips against her hand. Since you wear a mask, don't you think maintaining an air of mystery is far more exhilarating? You make a valid point, she conceded. When a person speaks in their own identity, they are often least like themselves. Present him with a mask, and he shall reveal his true self. Bernice raised an eyebrow beneath her mask. Yet now that you know my identity, I remain in the dark about yours. How unfair. Instead, let us each share a dance as compensation. Mercutio let out a hearty laugh, but after that, you will likely find it difficult to locate me in the dance floor, oh philosophical lady. He pushed Clark forward, suggesting, how about this? I shall surrender my friend to you, but do not disdain his awkward dancing. Mercutio patted Clark on the back and, unable to contain his mirth, slipped into the dance floor. At last, only the two of them remained. Bernice scrutinized Clark from head to toe. Still Romeo? Clark nodded silently. You corrected my clumsy Italian just now, something I could never accomplish on my own. Unperturbed by her cumbersome gown, Bernice slightly inclined her body and extended her hand in a gentleman's invitation to dance. You do not seem to be crafted from the memories of this world. Are you truly my Clark? Clark offered a faint smile, bowing slightly and extending his hand. I believe I am. Bernice straightened up, obediently adapting to the feminine etiquette, placing her hand in his palm. Do you remember Romeo's lines? Recite them for me. The torch pales in comparison to her brilliance. Clark embraced Bernice's waist and melded into the throng of dancers, she radiant against the dusk sky, like a luminous earring in the ear of a black slave. She was a pearl from the heavens descended to earth. Observe her as she navigated gracefully with her partner, resembling a white dove amidst a flock of crows. I longed to follow her closely after the dance, to grasp her delicate hand. Bernice squeezed Clark's hand playfully. Clark sensed a hint of flirtation again, continuing to recite. My past love, he suddenly hesitated, glancing at Bernice. My past love was false. Only tonight have I encountered a peerless beauty. Chapter 30. Romeo and Juliet extras tonight have I encountered a peerless beauty. Listening to this person's voice, it seems to belong to one of the Montagues. Tybalt, seated alone at the edge of the dance floor, lifted his head and turned toward the sound, only to see his cousin, her face darkened, demanding, bring me my sword. This insolent knave dares to mock our revelry with a ghostly visage? To uphold the honor of the Capulet family, it would be no sin to slay him. The Count of Capulet, holding a glass of wine, strolled over. Oh, what is this, my nephew? Why are you so enraged? Uncle, this is our enemy, a Montague. This scoundrel has come here tonight with ill intentions, intent on disrupting our celebration. Is it the young Romeo? Indeed, it is that villainous Romeo. Tybalt tightened his grip on the hilt of his double-edged sword, striving to maintain his composure amidst the rising fury. Do not be angry, good nephew. Let him be. He appears quite the gentleman, indeed. To speak frankly, in the city of Verona, he can indeed be regarded as a youth of commendable character. I am resolutely unwilling to create a disturbance in my own home. If you heed my counsel, quickly conceal your anger and do not disrupt the revelry of the gathering. How can I not be vexed by the presence of such a rogue among our guests? Tybalt gazed coldly at the two entwined in the dance, his eyes aflame with indignation. I cannot allow him to behave so insolently here. Count Capulet slowly placed his goblet upon the table, producing a soft clink. Whether I wish it or not, he shall be tolerated, as I have declared it so. Who is the master here? You or I? Tybalt, with great restraint, replied. Uncle, we cannot endure such humiliation. Enough, enough. You truly possess no sense of decorum. Impetuous child, you insist on opposing me at every turn. The Count, while speaking with the affectionate tone of an elder, cast a frigid glance. Unable to bear such disdain, Tybalt strode out in a huff. Alas, Tybalt has departed. With his exit, the ball has lost half of its joy. Mercutio emerged from the dance floor, raising a cup and downing its contents. Ah, are you acquainted with Tybalt? He is no ordinary fellow. Ah, he is a man of utmost decorum. When he engages in a duel, it is as if he is following a musical score. With precision unyielding, a moment's pause, then 1, 2, 3, thrusting into the opponent's chest. He is nothing less than a dapper butcher, an expert in dueling of noble lineage. A master swordsman. Ah, that remarkable side thrust. That counterattack. That decisive thrust. After delivering this grand soliloquy, Mercutio stumbled after Tybalt into the night. He seemed intoxicated, yet his gaze remained keen, though the smile upon his lips appeared not to greet a valiant warrior, but rather to mockingly address a young man he dubbed the Prince of Cats. The surrounding servants murmured, "What was that peculiar fellow saying? How can we not be aware of such things? Tybalt is indeed the most renowned of our Capulet family." Clark withdrew his worried gaze from his friend, resolutely deciding to rush to Mercutio's aid should he find himself in peril. Then he heard Bernice pointedly repeat the lines he had just recited. "My past love was but a facade. Tonight I encounter a paragon of beauty. Alas, you know it is not so, Bonnie," Clark said with resignation. "Indeed, it would be more appropriate for me to utter that line." Bernice's eyes sparkled with mirth, only to quickly stifle her amusement and adopt a serious demeanor. "I recall there's a segment in the ball concerning Romeo and Juliet, something about deities and their devotees. And, the kiss of the century?" "Yes," Clark replied. "How do you remember so distinctly? You did not perform the love scene well. We rehearsed the kiss countless times as an alternative staging. I doubt any participant would forget." Bernice averted her gaze and wrinkled her nose. Clark, struck by inspiration, inquired, "Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Bernice scoffed. "How could that be, after all these years?" She hesitated, yet there was indeed a slight sting of regret. "The character of Machio Zio is one I have chosen for myself, and I harbor no regrets. As I observed you delivering those lines to Lana, a sense of displeasure washed over me." She rose on her toes with fierce determination, encircling Clark's neck with her hand, reciting Romeo's lines to Juliet. "If my unworthy hand has profaned your sacred sanctuary, these two lips, bashful supplicants, wish to implore your forgiveness with a kiss." Clark gently grasped Bernice's hand, leading her in a graceful turn, the hem of her dress tracing an arc as he took over the dialogue, unperturbed by the fact that it was Juliet's words. "Pilgrim, do not dishonor your hand. Such is the most devout reverence. The saint's hand is meant for the faithful to touch, the meeting of palms far surpassing a kiss." Bernice, as Romeo, what purpose do the lips of a supplicant serve? Clark, as Juliet, the lips of a pilgrim must utter prayers. Bernice, as Romeo, then I shall beseech your permission to let my lips undertake the work of hands. Clark, as Juliet, your prayer has been granted by the divine. After a moment, Bernice pressed down on the back of Clark's neck and kissed him. "Please do not move. Allow me to receive this grace." After a long while, she finally released Clark, her thumb brushing against his full lower lip. "This kiss has cleansed my transgressions." Clark, his expression relaxed, gently rested his forehead against Bernice's. "Yet your sins linger upon my lips." Bernice murmured, "Did I truly read this many times in the past, to remember it so vividly? The next line should be Romeo asking me to retract my sins, but I am reluctant to utter it." She then assumed a fierce expression. "I shall use my sins to defile you." Clark shook his head. "You possess no sins." "I know that," Bernice replied, lifting her chin, "and you are not a deity." "I am aware," Clark responded, "and I believe you understand this better than I do. But if I am your pilgrim, I acknowledge it." Bernice candidly stated, "At least without your words, I would never choose to endure some of the pains I have suffered. You need not force yourself, Bernice." Clark furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his eyes. "I have always thought you would remain steadfast regardless of external influences. Is it my reputation that burdens you? As Kal-El is regarded as a beacon for humanity, it is not a matter of coercion. The flower we call a rose, if it were to bear another name, would still possess the same fragrance. If Romeo were to have a different name, his exquisite perfection would remain unchanged." Bernice finally spoke honestly, quoting the lines of a character of the same gender. Her feet, stepping on Clark's toes, created a moment of uncertainty. Was it a challenge or a gesture of affection? "Even if you were not called Kal-El or Clark Kent, you would still be the same you. My transformation is not a matter of coercion, nor is it due to your status as a beacon. It is simply an inability to bear the thought of disappointing you. But I would never disappoint you. This position is ill-suited for dancing." Clark gently guided Bernice to the edge of the dance floor. "I do not believe that. It is precisely because you possess a human heart capable of disappointment that you, like others, are so tender. Moreover, as a friend, I wish to share your life. And as a lover, I long to possess your soul." Bernice remarked, "If I were to feel contemptible in your presence, how could I audaciously seek the most precious thing in this world? You have always been just. You have offered me your share in exchange, have you not? That is beside the point. Simply understand that you have transformed me into a better person." Before the ball concluded, Bernice and Clark exchanged the information they had gathered. Yet they arrived at no definitive conclusions regarding this world. That evening at the Montague residence, after Clark had bid farewell to Benvolio, he returned to his balcony. Leaning halfway out, and indeed, Bernice was awaiting him outside. She was clad in a loose, flowing dress rather than a corset, which allowed for ease of movement. Struggling with a ribbon at her side for quite some time, she ultimately failed to secure it properly around her leg. Frustrated, she shoved the ribbon back in her pocket and whispered to Clark on the balcony, "Do not mock me." She then squatted to stretch before beginning her ascent. The European architectural style provided ample leverage, and the balcony was not particularly high. Aware of her limited experience with such daring feats, Bernice climbed slowly, each step deliberate. Yet Clark remained anxious, prepared to leap out at any moment to assist her. When Bernice finally and safely reached the ground, Clark promptly grasped her hand and pulled her up. The effort exerted might have slightly exceeded human limits, but what did it matter? "How did you manage to persuade me to engage in such perilous endeavors this afternoon?" Clark said, supporting the exhilarated Bernice, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. "I stated that while we were still uncertain whether we should adhere to the original storyline, I absolutely refused to terminate my existence for any reason. Thus, at the very least, the plot of Romeo and Juliet mutually sacrificing themselves must be shattered. Regardless, the narrative will be disrupted. We can initially distort it slightly to see if deviating from the plot presents any issues." Bernice patted his hand, smiling innocently. "In the aftermath of the ball is precisely where Romeo climbs Juliet's balcony to pour out his heart. If I were to climb yours, would that not be fitting? I am merely scaling a balcony, and you can always come to my aid, whereas during your quest to save the world, I would likely wish to assist, yet be unable to do so." Clark hesitated, feeling utterly deflated. He finally uttered, "I will do everything in my power to ensure my survival." "That will suffice," Bernice replied. I swiftly outlined the subsequent developments of this side story, partly because I find it challenging to continue, and partly because I need to prepare for an important interview tomorrow. The CW version of the musical Maestro appeared, stating he had been observing the performance, encouraging them to continue their play, assuring that as long as they completed this story, they could return to their original world, regardless of whether the plot aligned with the original. They inquired about their current location and the reason the Maestro had summoned them both. The Maestro of music responded that this realm exists within your minds, shaped intricately by the subconscious. There was once an individual, enamored with musicals, whose inner world was that of a musical. Initially, upon encountering the setting of Romeo and Juliet, he found it dreadfully cliched and was deeply disappointed. Yet, he discovered that the narrative held a certain charm, encouraging you to persevere. Bernice inquired whether the characters were also dictated by their subconscious. The Maestro nodded and then vanished. Thus, Bernice began to ponder. She was aware that Clark's favorite novel was not Romeo and Juliet, nor was it hers. So why this particular environment? Moreover, her own disposition bore little resemblance to Juliet's, unless, perhaps, her subconscious had been preoccupied with the memory of a high school play where she shared the closest bond with a character that was not herself. Such matters must remain concealed from Clark. Therefore, Bernice chose to remain silent. After scaling the balcony, the ensuing plot should have depicted the young couple secretly marrying under Father Lawrence's auspices, only for Tybalt, who was presumably aware of the situation, to confront Romeo, leading to a fierce altercation instigated by Mercutio's provocation. This escalated into a duel, resulting in Mercutio's untimely demise, casting a sanguine hue over the tale and precipitating a series of tragic deaths. Bernice mused, I shall use my age as an excuse to delay Juliet's marriage. I also wish to consult Count Capulet about possibly engaging in some family business. With such a vast household, surely there are opportunities to pursue. Marrying off a daughter is often about power and wealth. I could demonstrate that inheriting the business as an only daughter is equally lucrative. Clark replied, but I'm not adept in business. Bernice countered, if Romeo and Juliet were to wed, would it not merge our family enterprises, eliminating trade disputes? And your lack of business acumen would surely allow the Capulet family to benefit significantly from a union. If Lord Capulet values profit, I believe this argument could persuade him. Conversely, if he prioritizes his daughter's happiness, the prospect of her flourishing and finding fulfillment might sway him. Though I doubt he genuinely cares for her welfare based on the narrative. Clark remarked, I will keep an eye on Tybalt and do my utmost to conceal our relationship from him. Furthermore, while Mercutio and Tybalt often clash, I recall their relationship being tolerable. Should we encourage Tybalt to join us more often? Bernice replied, if necessary, include me. I trust Tybalt would not resort to violence before Juliet. Oh, cousin, she continued, why do you gaze at me so? Tybalt is indeed handsome, yet not of my preferred type. I am drawn to blue eyes, tousled curls, a blush, and a healing smile. Yet if by some enchantment you were to assume a different form, as long as it is you, I would find that acceptable regardless of appearance. Thus, Juliet Capulet gradually assumed control over the Capulet family business, and due to her union with Romeo Montague, the two families begrudgingly collaborated, ultimately reaping greater rewards through economies of scale. Verona, rejuvenated by the romance of this couple, finally experienced peace, and this time, no young lives were lost, a cause for celebration. Apart from the perpetually frustrated Tiberius, who is dragged around by Mercutio and harbors a desire for violence, the rest of the group finds joy in their endeavors. When a maestro of music returned the two to their original world, he appeared before Bernice, winking at her and whispering, some regrets are not solely one's own, are they? Bernice responded with surprise, and thus this interlude concluded. Chapter 31. The town boy and Romeo. I do not wish to evade responsibility, Clark said earnestly. But perhaps we could reconsider? Romeo's lines seem rather ornate to me. I am uncertain if I can deliver them convincingly, let alone perform them. William Reed scrutinized Clark for several moments, then bowed his head in thought. This petite boy often appeared somewhat timid, yet when it came to rehearsing, he displayed remarkable seriousness and commanded the stage. Is it merely the lines? He finally inquired. We can certainly modify them to better reflect your natural speech. Do you harbor any uncertainties regarding the emotions Romeo is meant to convey? Indeed, I struggle to comprehend the love share between him and Juliet, Clark confessed. At the beginning, wasn't Romeo enamored with a lady named Rosalind? How can he fall for Juliet upon their first encounter at the ball? Love at first sight undoubtedly stems from charm and beauty, William replied, flipping through the script to a classic passage where Romeo visits Juliet's balcony at midnight. Their dialogue primarily praising each other's appearance. So, is Romeo's infatuation simply because Juliet is more beautiful than Rosalind? Clark pondered. Yet he questioned how such feelings could inspire someone to sacrifice their life. The director approaches, and our Romeo too, if I'm not mistaken, you are Kent, announced Brian Galloway, who portrayed Tybalt, clad in a khaki long coat with a red ribbon tied at the shoulder to signify his Capulet affiliation, standing out among a group of high school students in hoodies and t-shirts. Are you discussing character? Brian Galloway did not appear to be an unpleasant individual. However, at times, when he believed Clark was not paying attention, his gaze bore a condescending air. Additionally, since Brian had initially sought the role of Paris, who proposes to Juliet, and upon hearing that Bernice would play Mercutio, he switched to Tybalt, Clark remained instinctively cautious, uncertain of the underlying motives. Before he could contemplate shifting the conversation, William interjected. Indeed, the lead is questioning the nature of the affection between Romeo and Juliet. Brian Galloway regarded Clark, offering a slight smile. This expression bore an air of arrogance. It was not the hollow, ignorant superiority often exhibited by bullies. Rather, it conveyed a sense of superiority derived from a belief in greater understanding. However, he made no overt move, instead drawing a little closer and humbly addressing William. I believe I possess some insight on this matter, Director Reed. Might I share my perspective before we engage in further discussion? William Reed appeared pleased and nodded in agreement. The opening verse of the second act directly alludes to the forgetfulness of whom once inspired dreams and longings. Romeo is enamored with her enchanting beauty, while Juliet is captivated by his charming wit, both willingly ensnared by the allure of desire. Another line suggests that passion will invariably triumph over hardship. It is evident that their love is rooted in a fascination with appearances and fervor. Brian casually mentioned a few lines and glanced at Clark, stating that there exists a psychological phenomenon known as the Romeo and Juliet effect, which posits that the more a couple is pressured and compelled by their environment to separate, the more resolute their bond becomes. Examining the dialogue, it appears Juliet exhibits greater maturity than Romeo. The latter is perpetually mired in the sorrow of fate, while Juliet contemplates with a more pragmatic and profound perspective. Absent familial coercion, this couple, born of passion and infatuation, might not resonate intellectually. Brian remarked while casting another sidelong glance at Clark. If they manage to evade the caprices of destiny and remain together for an extended period, they might find themselves parting ways due to the friction of reality. Indeed, Gale concurred that it is quite accurate to say Romeo is absorbed in the melancholy of fate. William Reed, seemingly oblivious to any issues, intently focused on Clark while discussing the character, asserting that Romeo remains in a state of trepidation regarding fate throughout and when performing. One ought to carry that sorrow from beginning to end, except when with Juliet, which is nearly sufficient. Do you comprehend? Brian and Gale regarded Clark with curiosity, their gaze devoid of malice. Should it prove difficult, I can elucidate further. Alas, William gazed blankly at Clark, shaking his head. Brian inquired, what do you think? Bernice, donning a straw hat, leapt from the vehicle. She had just accompanied Clark, operating the tractor to spray pesticides, and her backside still ached from the jostling. She bounced in place and twisted her waist. Clark parked the tractor back in the shed, descended the steps, and closed the door on the opposite side. So, what are your thoughts? Do you also believe that the affection between Romeo and Juliet is merely a fleeting infatuation? Bernice removed her straw hat, thoughtfully running her slightly damp hair through her fingers, then replied, I recall a theory that posits love comprises three essential elements: passion, intimacy, and commitment. Passion is the emotional and physiological obsession. Intimacy is the inner reliance and comfort, while commitment is the unwavering resolution until death. It is known as the triangular theory of love, I believe. In any case, love that encompasses all three elements is deemed perfect love, which is undoubtedly rare. At the very least, the passion perceived by Romeo and Juliet is reciprocal and intensely fervent. I believe there must also be an element of commitment between them. Clark interjected, after all, their marriage signifies a demonstration of their resolve to bear each other's future, does it not? In reality, love characterized solely by passion and commitment is labeled as foolish love. Their time together has been too brief for me to discern whether they rely on and comfort one another. I cannot yet ascertain if there exists a commitment. Perhaps they both harbor unwavering determination and aspirations of growing old together, yet neither has broached the subject with the other. How can they confirm that they are alike without communication? Is it merely a blind yearning for love? Bernice placed her straw hat upon Clark's head, perhaps out of a sense of self-sacrifice, not requiring an equal emotional response from him. At least I did not perceive the gravity of the commitment they bore when entering into marriage. Yet, this does not preclude the possibility that Roju's feelings could evolve into that so-called perfect love, encompassing all three essential elements, correct? Clark adjusted the hat, filled with passion, and they shared a resolute commitment, while intimacy could surely be cultivated through their interactions. After all, I noticed their exchanges were quite harmonious. One would shift the topic, and the other would seamlessly follow, much like us. Clark pondered this instinctive observation and paused. Much like? Bernice dashed into the shadows of the barn, exhaling deeply, and turned back to see Clark mid-sentence. Clark's lips moved hesitantly. Much like us. Bernice wiped her brow and burst into laughter. I believe our rapport might surpass theirs. Clark, don't underestimate yourself. Do you think so? Clark exhaled lightly, yet felt a subtle pang of regret. Did Bernice not realize he was comparing them to a pair of renowned lovers? Bernice watched as Clark approached her. The ill-fitting straw hat cast a shadow across his face, yet the smile that graced his lips and the twinkle in his eyes seemed to radiate warmth. Shimmering in the dim light, it was as if something more comforting than sunlight, coupled with his gleaming white teeth and azure eyes, gently enveloped Bernice. As for the student portraying Lady Capulet, I must now speak of her daughter's betrothal. Juliet, my dear, tell me, how you feel about being married off at this moment? Lana, clutching the rolled script, bowed her head slightly. It is an honor I never dared to dream of. Before Bernice's entrance, she sat at a nearby desk, one leg tapping the ground, aimlessly observing the stage. As one of the leads, Clark stood beside director William Reed, watching Lana's performance as Juliet unfold. William occasionally whispered to him, and Clark would swallow, nod, or lower his gaze to jot notes in a script. Are you watching your friend? Brian Gale approached. In line with his portrayal of Tybalt, his wide-sleeved shirt was tucked into his trousers, a faux sword at his side, lending him a more formidable demeanor. Bernice was uncertain whether he referred to Romeo, Mercutio's dear friend, or to Clark, her close companion. Under William's directive, all participating actors referred to one another by their character names during rehearsals. "Ah, you Prince of Cats." Bernice tilted her head. "What is it?" Brian, upon hearing this, revealed a slight, barely perceptible smile before reverting to a calm expression. "Mercutio, you are a relative of the prince, yet spend your days consorting with Montague's scoundrel. Be cautious not to cause trouble." Bernice found herself perplexed, yet she sensed a subtle implication from Brian. What could I possibly misunderstand? Brian leaned slightly closer, whispering into Bernice's ear. Though taken aback, Bernice resolved not to appear timid in this inexplicable contest. Holding her chin high, she replied, "What is it?" "Our debate competition." Brian murmured, "Do you not wish to team up with me? I believe no duo could surpass us in our chances of advancing beyond the regional rounds." "Oh, indeed," she conceded, reflecting internally that the internal selection rounds were approaching rapidly. Had the registration for the school competition already commenced? It was nearly over. Compared to before, there was an undertone of complaint in Brian's voice, a subtle display of vulnerability and endearment. "You see, I have been waiting to partner with you for the competition, and now the registration window is nearly closing." Noticing his vulnerability, Bernice instinctively softened her demeanor, preparing to suggest they team up. However, she hesitated. If Brian was so eager to partner with her, why didn't he express it directly? If he were not forgetful like her regarding the registration deadline. He had countless opportunities over the past few days to bring up the subject of teaming up. Or was he merely waiting for her to request his partnership? "Bernice." Clark strode purposefully from the center of the classroom. "We are about to go on stage." He glanced at Brian and, mirroring his earlier movement, leaned closer to Bernice's cheek. Though not nearly as intimately, Clark whispered, "Moreover, I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 32. The small-town boy and the invitation. Clark appeared somewhat anxious. Yet he did not pull or tug at Bernice. His gaze was pleading. Bernice quickened her pace, hurrying outside the classroom. "What is it?" she inquired, her expression stern. "Is something wrong?" Clark faltered, hesitating as he began. "Please don't be angry, Bernice." It seemed not to be a grave matter. After all, Bernice noted that Clark would not hesitate in the face of a true crisis. "Go on, tell me," she said, partially at ease, crossing her arms in a pose of anticipation. "Actually, I wanted to ask if you would be my partner for the school-level debate selection competition." Clark straightened himself, mustering courage and resisting the urge to scratch the back of his head. "I had come to the debate club to find you for this very reason, but I was interrupted by William, drawn into the drama, and nearly forgot. It was only upon hearing Brian's remarks that it came back to me. At once." Bernice comprehended his meaning. She sighed. "William will be quite upset." "Why?" Clark inquired. "If he discovers that the leading character he has been carrying around today, hoping to observe attentively, has been distracted all along." Clark could only look at her helplessly, his furrowed brow seeming to accuse her. Yet the gentleness in his eyes was as vast as the sky. Bernice felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, clearing her throat before laughing lightly. All right. I understand you can multitask. I am not criticizing you. Seeing that your distraction lies with me, I shall refrain from further comment." With laughter dispelling her earlier turmoil, she finally found the composure to contemplate Clark's recent proposal. After a brief pause, she inquired, "You are well aware of my desire to compete in the regional tournament, which necessitates achieving commendable results with a partner in the school competition to be chosen by Mr. Galen to represent the school, correct, Clark?" Clark nodded quietly, acknowledging her statement. He parted his lips as if to articulate a thought, but hesitated, patiently awaiting Bernice's decision. "And you also understand that you have not truly participated in a debate before, and that debate requires experience to hone one's skills?" Bernice continued. "I understand," Clark replied without hesitation, merely pressing his lips together. With a decisive clap of her hands, Bernice declared, "Since you are aware of these matters, it simplifies our task." Clark's expression grew somber. "What is that expression?" "I have agreed," Bernice teased as she leaned closer. "Had you been oblivious to the prior two questions, I might have hesitated. But since you recognize your disadvantages and are aware that I do care about the competition results, while still wishing to partner with me, you must be prepared, correct?" "I am prepared, yet I cannot be entirely certain," Clark murmured. "Thus, I did not anticipate your agreement would come so readily." "It is precisely you," Bernice shrugged. "Essentially, I trust you will not easily burden others. You are not the type to encumber others without remorse. Moreover, it is rare for you to act with such whim. And as a friend, I am certainly willing to accommodate this once. I shall not rely on your leniency. Bernice, Clark replied earnestly. Since we will be competing together, please train me rigorously, partner. Absolutely, Bernice raised an eyebrow. But first I must inform Brian. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Clark asked. Wouldn't that exacerbate the situation? He just hinted at wanting to partner with me. Bernice nudged him playfully. Romeo, return to your role. Mercutio shall arrive shortly. Upon returning to the stage, Clark was met with a barrage of questions, all posed by the serious and unyielding William Reed in director mode. Where have you been? Where's Mercutio? Your scene is approaching. She will be here momentarily, Clark replied while straining to listen. In a corner of the classroom, Bernice asked Brian, how does one register for the school competition? We simply submit the registration form to Mr. Galen, correct? Brian replied with a hint of pride, indeed. I have one in my bag. Let us submit it together once this is done. Ah, that works. But do you have a confirmed partner? Bernice inquired. What? Brian responded. Do you have an extra registration form? I happen to have not picked one up and need to fill it out. Brian hastened his speech. But don't you still lack a partner? Please don't sulk, Bernice. Besides you and me, what other combination from our school could possibly break through to the regional tournament? I must confess that I was slightly displeased just now, for it was evident that you had hoped I would ask you to be my partner without having the courage to propose it yourself. I find it perplexing whether it stems from pride or something else. However, it matters not, as I am indifferent. Bernice remarked, but I must decline your offer. Technically, you have never invited me, so I am not truly rejecting you. I have simply found another partner, which is not a result of any quarrel with you. Rather, it is quite the opposite. Clark, who had been distractedly listening, could not help but glance over. Even if I had previously agreed to partner with you, I must now break my promise. Bernice spoke as if she were discussing something trivial, her expression calm and ordinary, stating, after all, I had promised long ago that if my friends had requests, they would be my first priority. Are you truly the self-sacrificing type? Brian raised an eyebrow in surprise. In that case, I can only sincerely pray that you do not succumb to exhaustion, considering you have so many friends. I'm not the self-sacrificing type. I simply trust what I say and my close friends, Bernice shrugged. Or rather, I have confidence in my own judgment. I believe in those whom I have chosen and approved. Well, that is not surprising. I trust my own judgment as well. Brian remarked with a hint of regret as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his trench coat, displaying a somewhat provocative smile. Since you wish to team up with others, you will be unable to participate in the regional competition. Bernice raised an eyebrow in response. You certainly have a bold tone. Brian, very well. We shall see each other at the school finals, and I shall show you. Clark did not need to refer to the script, as memorizing lines was not a challenge for him. However, he was interrupted by William after only a couple of lines. Hold on a moment. Romeo has just been rejected by Rosalind and is in a despondent state, unwilling to partake in any activities. The lines should not be delivered so energetically. Beside them, Bernice, as Mercutio, struggled to suppress her laughter. Clark responded with a couple of disgruntled murmurs. Yet, it was not his fault. Having just heard Bernice's declaration about prioritizing friends, how could he quickly feign the anguish of a broken heart? William said, if the pain of heartbreak is difficult to portray, imagine other forms of suffering. Do you have any painful experiences? Perhaps failing a course or losing in a sports competition. Anything will do. He had previously considered Clark Kent for the role of Romeo precisely because of the inexplicable air of melancholy he exuded. Why was it absent during the performance? William felt disheartened. Bernice seemed to have an epiphany. She leaned closer to Clark, resting a hand on his shoulder and tiptoeing to whisper softly in his ear. You can recall moments from the past when you felt lonely. Bernice used the past tense directly. It was not surprising that she was confident Clark must have felt lonely at some point, given her deep understanding of him. However, her assumption that he was no longer lonely now, thanks to having such a wonderful friend like her, made Clark want to laugh. For he could easily discern her underlying implication. You are certainly no longer lonely, for you have me. Bernice cast a puzzled glance at the chuckling Clark and gently elbowed him, saying, if you keep laughing, William is bound to be in tears. Clark then closed his eyes, allowing memories to resurface. He recalled navigating through the throngs in the corridor where no one walked alongside him. No one greeted him with a smile or called out his name. Occasionally, someone would deliberately jostle his shoulder as they passed, yet most simply overlooked him. He remembered the relentless fear and oppression that coiled around his heart. Fear of himself, of his abilities, of a past he could not uncover. and of a future he hesitated to embrace. His father taught him the virtues of kindness while sternly forbidding him from exceeding the ordinary. He felt lost and tormented, with no one to understand, trust, or confide in. Although he had known Bernice for merely 2 years, the mindset he had before that felt like a distant memory. Clark opened his eyes, staring at the ground before slowly lifting his gaze to meet his friend's eyes. He seemed to want to smile, but failed. Instead, recalling a line from Romeo, "She has bound me in the entirety of her soul. The weight of love drags me down." Bernice paused, placing her hand gently on his back. William Reed observed the girl who had volunteered to play Mercutio softly patting Romeo's spine. It was not the tenderness one would show to a beloved partner, yet it was undeniably gentle. It was not the protectiveness one would offer a child, but there was a clear affection. She looked at Romeo and spoke softly. "Love is a gentle thing. If you allow it to sink alongside you, you do a disservice." William pondered over his earlier analysis of the character, struggling to understand why Mercutio would duel in place of Romeo when confronted by Tybalt. Perhaps it was a disdain for Tybalt, perhaps a desire to protect his friend Romeo, or perhaps a wish to erase the humiliation of Romeo's retreat. Yet, William thought, for this production's Mercutio, her motivation must surely be to safeguard Romeo. Note 1. Bernice shook her head and simply stated, "My feelings have never changed. I regard you as my most trusted friend. In any matter requiring a partner, you have always been my first choice. Though I have not explicitly expressed this before, I have always thought so, and thus I must apologize. Otherwise, I cannot quell my remorse." Chapter 14. The Town Girl and Cinderella. Yesterday's Passing. Chapter 33. The town boy and sweet nothings Bernice was organizing the materials from various lectures and debates she participated in over the past year. While she did not possess Clark's extraordinary ability to hear the faintest sounds, she frequently caught the clear voices of Lana and Clark in the rehearsal room. After overhearing a few exchanged declarations of love, Bernice could no longer suppress her growing irritation. She pushed her notebook away and looked up. This agitation, she considered, was not directed at Lana. When Lana spoke those fervent lines with her innate enthusiasm, she resembled an adorable girl truly in love. Bernice had no dislike for beautiful and sincere girls, so she could not be bothered by it. Yet, what could be the reason for this? If another actor were to portray Romeo, Bernice might have been absorbed in a sense of concern for the young and inexperienced Juliet, fearing she might be deceived by a cad. However, this is Clark we are speaking of, and such a thing is utterly inconceivable. Could it be that her agitation stems from Clark's inadequate acting skills? That seems implausible, as she harbors no particular affection for the craft of acting or for this particular play. Bernice adeptly analyzes her own emotions. Yet this time she finds herself at a complete loss. She has always had a habit of delving into her thoughts whenever a certain feeling becomes so intense that it threatens to influence her mindset or behavior. She seeks to identify the source of that emotion. She then extracts the threads of feeling, tracing their origins to understand their causes. After all, Bernice firmly believes that only by thoroughly clarifying the roots of her various emotions can she claim to truly understand herself. And when one possesses profound self-awareness, one can rationally assess their preferences and desires, making decisions and choices that one will never regret. This does not imply that a future Bernice would inevitably make the same choices if given another chance, but rather that even if she were to feel regret in the future, she would never lament her past decisions. For she knows that she made the best choices possible at that time. People must endure the harsh realities imposed by family or society. Yet if one can fully master their emotions, they can respond appropriately in a timely manner and avoid succumbing to despair, or so Bernice believes. Bernice gazes towards the center of the classroom. She must uncover the reason behind her discontent. Is it due to the unbearable noise distracting her from her studies? Surely not. Others might perceive Bernice as a diligent student, but she is well aware that the true issue lies in the limited pleasures offered by this era. Whenever she visits Clark's home, she never attends to her homework. Now, with the excitement of acting before her, Bernice has no intention of dedicating herself to academic pursuits. Clark, unwaveringly focused, gazes at Lana, resting his hand gently upon her arm, akin to a tender embrace. Bernice has never realized how extraordinarily gentle Clark's earnest gaze appears from an observer's perspective. She begins to ardently recall whether Clark had ever looked at her with such tenderness. Clark, Romeo, gazes at Lana. What purpose do lips serve? Lana, Juliet, lifts her chin. Her youthful charm unmistakable. The lips of a devotee are meant to pray to the divine. Who is the devotee, and who is the divine? Although aware that these are the original lines, Bernice feels a wave of frustration. Who dares to claim the role of Clark's deity? If a romantic relationship induces such a disparity in status between the divine and the devotee, it is evidently not a healthy or normal love affair. Clark, Romeo, then I shall beseech your permission to allow my hand's work to be entrusted to my lips. Lana, Juliet, your prayer has been granted by the divine. O divine one, Clark stammers, casting a brief glance at Director William. Please allow me to receive this cherished grace. The script clearly indicates that the next action is to kiss Juliet. Clark was exceedingly anxious, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead him to inadvertently hurt or squeeze Lana's shoulders. He glanced back at Lana, whose gaze met his without flinching or offering any hints, merely filled with curiosity as she awaited his next move. Turning to William, he was met with a look of confusion, as if asking what was causing his hesitation. Clark dared not look at Bernice, apprehensive of any peculiar expression on her face, and even more so of her indifference. After all, it was she who had initially chosen not to take on the role of Juliet. Gently, he grasped Lana's shoulders and pressed his lips against her rosy, apple-like cheek. Bernice observed as William Reed nodded towards Clark, seemingly approving of his action. Given that this was a romantic drama, such a mere kiss on the cheek might well be seen as a concession from the director regarding Clark's innocence. This is not right, she thought sternly. The previous light embrace was acceptable, for he had done the same to me. But a kiss on the cheek? Clark's closest companion is me. Even I. Bernice pondered swiftly. If there were gestures of intimacy that Clark had previously shared with her, would she feel discomfort by his extending the same to others? Perhaps not. But if it were actions he had not performed with her, yet offered to others, that would certainly provoke a sense of crisis. Very well, this must be possessiveness. Such feelings are not uncommon, she mused. Sometimes friends experience them too. But what type of possessiveness do I harbor towards Clark? I do not mind him having other friends, such as Peter and Lana. What was I thinking when I chose Mercutio over Juliet? Besides Mercutio's undeniable charm, was it also because he was Romeo's most trusted and intimate companion? In this regard, perhaps Juliet could not compare. After secretly marrying Juliet, Romeo attempted to appease Tybalt, seeking to avoid conflict with Juliet's cousin. However, after Tybalt killed Mercutio, Romeo did not hesitate to avenge him by slaying Tybalt. Was that why Bernice had so readily relinquished the role of Juliet? Regardless of who Juliet was, she would forever be Clark's closest and most trusted confidant. As Bernice contemplated, the ballroom scene drew to a close, leading into the iconic balcony meeting of Romeo and Juliet. As the subsequent scenes primarily featured the two protagonists, William had advised the others that they could leave if they had other matters to attend to, resulting in the classroom quickly emptying amidst a cacophony. Gavin, portraying Count Paris, approached, draping an arm over Bernice's shoulder. Being among the taller girls, she was not out of place in the role of a male character. Aren't you leaving? He inquired. Bernice glanced at the arm resting on her shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Since I have no other engagements, watching the play here is quite enjoyable. While this statement held some truth, she could hardly bear the thought of watching her fiancé being affectionate with another woman. Gavin wore a frown, recalling that the earlier ballroom dance was specifically meant as an arranged meeting for Paris and Juliet. What truly captivated Paris's attention, causing him to disregard Juliet's affectionate interactions with another gentleman at the ball? Bernice inquired, "Have you consulted the director?" Gavin nodded in the direction of the two leading actors, remarking, "He is entirely engrossed in them. I suppose I'll wait a bit longer." It crossed Bernice's mind that Paris was seemingly a relative of the prince, and Mercutio was also of noble kin. This suggested a familial connection between their characters. That means I can come find you at the ball," Gavin exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, as if the matter was resolved. "I'll take my leave then. You can wait for your friend at your own pace. Only those unscathed would mock the scars of others," echoed Clark's voice from the center. With fewer students in the classroom, his words resonated more clearly. At William's gesture, Lana stepped out from the side of the podium. William waved at Clark again. Clark promptly added quietly, "What light shines through that window?" "It is the east, and Juliet is the sun." Next came an elaborate passage where Romeo extols Juliet's beauty. Clark had no difficulty reciting the lines, yet William insisted he repeat them thrice, demanding, "Be more sincere. Do we not find our Juliet exquisite?" Indeed, Lana was undeniably beautiful. Clark acknowledged this, then remarked, "But do these lines not border on the excessive?" This prompted Lana, previously delighted by the compliments, to cover her forehead in disbelief. Perhaps the words were somewhat exaggerated. However, they reflected Romeo's subjective sentiment. William asserted, "Those we love appear to us more radiant than the stars." Clark hesitated, nodding in agreement, contemplating how Martha might deliver those lines. Fortuitously, William remained unaware of the male lead's inner musings, perceiving only a slight improvement from before, and accepted it as it was. "Romeo, oh Romeo, why must it be Romeo?" Juliet rested her chin on her hands, oblivious to Romeo's presence beneath her balcony. These lines are indeed renowned. And Bernice instinctively recited a few. "Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or, if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet." Her tone was slightly different from Lana's, yet was very soft, almost a whisper. Given the limitations of the classroom's flat floor, they could only portray the balcony's height through their positioning. Clark swiftly glanced over and saw Bernice still focused on her script, engrossed in her role, prompting him to return his gaze to Lana and resume his performance. Lana continued to support her chin, lamenting, "Only your name is my enemy. Romeo, cast off your name, and I shall give you my heart to compensate for that empty title. Then I shall heed your words. Simply call me your lover, and I shall possess a new name. From this day forth, I shall never again be called Romeo." This line was not one to be recited in Martha's style, so Clark delivered it with some reluctance. Strangely enough, the clumsy sincerity exuded by him at that moment rendered his words surprisingly credible. How could this be? To abandon one's name for the sake of love seemed excessively romanticized, Bernice pondered. Clark, being such a good person, could easily be taken advantage of due to his infatuation. This had nothing to do with inexplicable possessiveness. As a friend, it was imperative to make Clark aware of the perils of such infatuation. Yet, given Clark's character, how could he possibly hold anything back from his beloved? Furthermore, Bernice mused, as a friend, one should not impose restrictions on a friend's relationships with others. Moreover, as a friend, one ought to wish for Clark to have a partner with whom he could share secrets and foster mutual trust. This was certainly not jealousy Bernice contemplated. She harbored no ill feelings towards any potential romantic interest for Clark, be they female or perhaps male, as long as she remained one of Clark's most trusted confidants. But if Clark were to find a partner, would she still hold that position? Regardless, Bernice was convinced that no one could possibly understand the present Clark as well as she did. With this thought, she finally felt a significant weight lift from her heart. While Bernice was deeply analyzing her own emotions, the rehearsal had come to a close. Clark felt as though he had endured a mental ordeal for several hours. He sighed weakly and turned to seek out his friend. Bernice approached him, wearing a smile that was characteristic of her, somewhat teasing yet imbued with concern. "How does it feel to be the star?" she inquired. Clark paused for a moment, scrutinizing Bernice closely before eventually returning a smile that mirrored her own. "I hope the debate is simpler than acting," he replied. Chapter 34. The Town Girl and Hypoglycemia the following day in the now familiar classroom. Bernice maintained a steady breath and forcefully executed a forward thrust. "Raise your elbow a bit higher," Brian Galley remarked as he paced alongside her, gently adjusting her elbow. Bernice nodded and arched an eyebrow at him. Brian raised his hands in jest and laughed. "Why do you look at me so warily, Bernice? I'm not crowding you this time." Bernice rolled her eyes slightly. Of course not, she thought. For the last time Brian had stood so close behind her to offer guidance, she had instinctively struck him in the stomach with her elbow. Had he not dodged swiftly, they might have been able to practice together. Brian then refined the movements of Clark and Gavin, glancing at his wrist to check the time. "What I'm teaching you is saber. Unlike foil or épée where only thrusts score points, saber allows for both slashes and thrusts, making it quite similar to actual sword fighting. How do you wish to practice? Should we design a few routines based on the dueling characters in the script and then perform them directly?" Bernice, Clark, and Gavin exchanged glances. Bernice was the first to speak. "In the story, I, Mercutio, fought Tybalt, and I was mortally wounded. Then Clark, Romeo, battled Tybalt, who met his demise. Finally, Romeo faced Paris, who also fell in defeat. Am I correct?" A few days ago, Brian Galley approached the director. "I have dabbled in fencing and consider my skills quite commendable." Brian's tone was gentle, yet for those who truly understood him or possessed sufficient discernment, It was possible to perceive the pride concealed beneath his modest demeanor. If the fight scenes were to adhere to the original text and employ the art of swordplay, would you require my assistance? With less than a week until the official performance, it could ensure that the leading actor's stances appeared more polished. William Reed widened his eyes slightly. If you are willing, we certainly need your help. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Gally. Please call me Brian. He raised an eyebrow, stating that he sought no recompense. However, William, I do have a question for you. Our performance is set for next Monday, correct? The actor portraying Paris and Juliet's betrothed, Gavin, suggested, why not practice the choreography as per the plot? Brian could assist us in devising several captivating sequences. I concur. If time is limited, focusing on the routines would be more efficient, Bernice added. Yet, as she wiped the hilt of her sword, she could not suppress her eagerness, her eyes sparkling as she added, but I also want to earnestly attempt an offensive strike. Just as Clark was about to step forward, he was halted by Brian. Allow me to take the lead. Practicing routines is fine, but engaging in real combat without protective gear is perilous, especially among novices. Brian sighed, stating that he had brought the gear merely as a precaution, never expecting someone would genuinely wish to spar. This indicated to Clark that he still did not fully comprehend Bernice. Last year, during the flag football game she organized as a birthday gift, Bernice, originally unaware of the rules and reluctant to bask in the sun, learned the regulations and charged onto the field with more fervor than anyone else. After all, the players on the flag football team were rather complacent due to the non-contact nature of the current format, while the vigorous Bernice broke through their defenses. It is often said that competitive sports reveal one's true character. However, despite her inherent inclination toward aggression, Bernice was not particularly adept at athletics. The defensive players from the opposing team outran her, capturing her flag and thwarting her attack. In the process, inadvertently snagged her clothing, causing her to lose her balance and tumble, thankfully without injury. As a quarterback, Clark felt a flicker of fear, worried that Bernice would be overwhelmed if she received the ball. Thus he refrained from passing it to her. Nevertheless, Bernice continued to dash forward with alacrity, actively positioning herself before the towering opponents, endeavoring to shield her teammates from their approach. Therefore, with the opportunity to learn fencing at hand, Clark doubted she would forego the chance to engage in combat. In that case, I too would like to give it a try. Initially, Gavin shook his head vigorously at the suggestion of a duel, but upon seeing Bernice's determination, he hesitated and remarked, "How about you go first, Bernice?" As she nodded, Brian extended his hand, stating, "Then we can change into our protective gear. This set is mine, and the one beside it is a new set of women's gear I've purchased. Given that Bernice and Gavin have similar builds, it should fit both of you." "Wait, you bought this?" Bernice inquired, pausing as she grasped the protective vest. "I didn't think William could secure funding for such items. We had to provide our own costumes. And I assumed it was borrowed and not particularly expensive. If our school had a fencing club, I would gladly donate it, but since it doesn't, I could give it to you or Gavin." Brian shrugged nonchalantly as he donned his gear with impressive agility, clearly indicating that he had more experience than merely a little training. "However, if you feel intimidated by this attire, it may be best to forego the duel and simply practice the routines instead." Bernice pulled her hair out from the newly donned protective top, raising an eyebrow at his words. "You worry too much." With that, she secured her mask. Before donning her mask, Brian remarked, "I will simulate a match with Bernice, focusing on defense. You can observe which offensive techniques appear most effective. The rules of the fencing match dictate that an athlete wins by scoring 15 hits or by exhausting the allotted time of 9 minutes. The athlete with the most hits prevails." After a moment of contemplation, Brian suggested, "For this novice simulation, let us set the conclusion to be when Bernice first scores a hit on me." Not wishing to engage in conversation, Bernice simply raised her middle finger. Once both were prepared, Gavin blew the whistle to signal the start. Bernice took small, tentative steps before advancing quickly. However, her sword hand was held too low, enabling Brian to effortlessly parry her attack, responding with a straightforward offensive maneuver reminiscent of the techniques taught during their blocking practice. An attacker must first execute an effective defensive move before launching an attack, and Brian waited to see how well Bernice had absorbed her defensive training. Instead of blocking, Bernice evaded the sword tip and lunged forward, striking Brian's chest, clad in protective gear. "Effective." Gavin waved his hand and then glanced at Brian. "That counts as a hit, right?" Brian, his expression a mixture of emotions, removed his helmet. In actuality, Bernice, you need to block before you can attack. Bernice took off her helmet, breathing heavily as she shrugged. You never mentioned that rule before. Well, that's on me. You earn a point, Brian conceded, raising his hands. Shall we continue with the routines, or do you wish to spar again? Bernice's complexion paled as she moved the mask towards the side of the classroom, where chairs and tables had been cleared in advance. Clark sensed something was amiss and quickly approached, supporting her before she could lean on the table and taking her helmet from her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Clark inquired, feeling Bernice's arm, which was both cold and devoid of strength. Thus he nervously tightened his grip. Dizziness enveloped Bernice, her vision blurring and her body growing cold as beads of sweat formed incessantly. Yet she could not afford to dwell on her discomfort, feeling an overwhelming urge to crouch down or even lie flat. The predicament was that Clark held her too firmly, preventing her from squatting down, and she felt as if she might be lifted instead. Despite her severe dizziness, she couldn't help but chuckle weakly a couple of times. Patting Clark feebly, "Let me crouch down. Should I escort you to the infirmary?" Clark asked anxiously, prepared to sprint at the speed of human capability the moment he sensed her nod. Bernice wished to shake her head, but dared not exert effort on her heavy, throbbing head. She muttered that moving now would be quite uncomfortable and slowly sank to a crouch. Brian unscrewed a bottle of sports drink and offered it to her. "Are you suffering from heat stroke? Did you have breakfast this morning?" Bernice felt utterly miserable and took a few swigs of the sports drink, closing her eyes and wishing to utter not a single word. A warming figure leaned closer. "Shall I help you remove your protective gear? You seem overheated." With her assistance, Bernice shed her top and protective vest, feeling the damp t-shirt clinging to her skin grow increasingly cold. Ever the considerate Clark pulled her a bit closer, resembling a small, warm furnace. Bernice initially intended to sit against the wall, but the concrete was evidently less comfortable than Clark. Hesitating, she grasped his arm and, in a moment of dizziness, unceremoniously rested her head against his chest. "What on earth? If you're unwell, why push yourself so hard?" Warming set aside the protective gear Bernice had removed and crouched down to brush her hair away, checking her forehead for temperature. It appeared she did not have a fever. "Indeed, no signs of heat," Clark said, cautiously shifting his body to make her more comfortable. "Are you certain you don't want me to take you to see the school nurse? If you feel dizzy standing, I can carry you." Bernice kept her eyes shut. "I'm afraid the jostling will make me feel even dizzier." Brian retrieved his handkerchief from his bag, only to find Bernice lifting Clark's sleeve to wipe his sweat. He paused, returning the handkerchief to his pocket. "Using this tactic in fencing will always grant you victory over me. Yet it seems somewhat unseemly, Bernice," Brian remarked. "Are you implying that I just scored a point? If I never duel you again, you will forever lose the chance to reclaim victory?" Bernice retorted weakly, the notion striking her as amusing, albeit overly contemplative. "It appears you have stopped perspiring," Clark observed, disregarding his damp sleeve. "Have you overexerted yourself and suffered heat stroke? Perhaps I stayed up late last night and didn't eat much for breakfast. Engaging in strenuous activity has likely led to low blood sugar." Bernice pressed her forehead. "You came to practice fencing without breakfast?" Clark asked incredulously, yet remained still, allowing her to lean against him. A faint sense of shame washed over Bernice. She took a few more sips of the sports drink, feeling slightly revived, and promptly sat up a bit straighter, no longer leaning on Clark. "I'm feeling better now. You all continue practicing. I'll sit for a while, and I should be all right." Clark cast a deep glance at her and stood up, saying, "Let us begin." Gavin, caught off guard, looked down at Bernice and asked, "What? Are we really starting to practice on our own?" Brian sighed, "All right, let us spar first." Chapter 35. The Town Girl and the Epiphany Hypoglycemic. Bernice sat against the wall, observing the combat routines practiced by Brian, Clark, and Gavin. As she gradually regained her strength, her posture began to improve. She bent one leg, resting against the wall, with her hand clutching a nearly empty bottle of drink atop her knee. This pose, combined with her impassive expression and pale lips, exuded a certain coolness, yet her disheveled hair, a result of prior practice and dizziness, gave her the appearance of someone defeated and despondent. Bernice stared at the center of the classroom, although it seemed she was watching the fencing practice. Her eyes were rather vacant. After all, with Brian, a seasoned veteran, guiding two novices, the choreography lacked the elegance that might have been displayed by two experienced fencers. Bernice found herself contemplating the intensity of Clark's earlier gaze. Just moments ago, Upon admitting she felt slightly better, she had encouraged them to commence their practice. Clark, however, had given her a profound look before being the first to rise and move to the center of the classroom among the three who had gathered around her. He appeared somewhat agitated, his eyes seemingly aflame with an emotion Bernice had never witnessed before. It was, in a way, striking. Yet, Clark was the first to depart, which truly surprised Bernice. Having just broken into a sweat, she instinctively touched her arm. The departure of his warmth left her feeling a sense of inexplicable longing. What was she clinging to? Clark had already reached the limits of what a friend could do. He had even tolerated her wiping sweat on his sleeve without objection. Internally, Bernice admonished herself. Did she harbor any excessive expectations of Clark? This was unacceptable. Clark was so commendable, and the feeling of mutual trust was so gratifying. Naturally, Bernice wished for their friendship to endure, untainted by the passage of time. Despite knowing each other for just over 2 years, she had confidence in their bond. They had exchanged ample trust and established a profound understanding, akin to two trees whose roots had intertwined and grown together, even if their trunks eventually leaned in different directions. Casting shadows apart, their coexisting roots would continue to support and anchor one another. She believed that in the decades to come, life would not alter them drastically, and thus, their friendship would remain a source of strength, ever renewing. However, sustaining a friendship that would not falter over the years was not a matter of mere chance. It required ongoing care, constant reflection, and a mutual respect for boundaries. While Clark had already provided ample support during her discomfort, she secretly wished for him to maintain an abundance of unnecessary and meaningless companionship, which constituted an overstepping of boundaries. If either of them were truly worn down by life's trials to the point of no longer resembling their current selves, it would be akin to a plant's roots withering after a prolonged period, detaching from the symbiotic network. Yet, Bernice resolutely refused to allow any external factors to erode the trust they had cultivated. Her capacity for candor, her willingness to communicate, and her expressions of care were unwavering. She had initially believed that no issues would arise on her end, yet now, Bernice found herself grappling with possessiveness. She had always been forthright about her desires. To elucidate her emotional state, she could only choose between her possessive inclinations towards Clark and her jealousy of Lana, and naturally, it was the former that prevailed. This possessiveness, coupled with expectations that transcended the bounds of friendship, was an ominous sign. Bernice sighed. Love, in itself, is undoubtedly a beautiful thing, and Bernice was acutely aware of this truth. However, friends can respect each other's boundaries, leaving only the utmost goodwill and protection for one another. Yet, once the affection of friends transforms into that of lovers, it feels as though one has drawn the other into the confines between oneself and the world, fostering intimacy while simultaneously exposing more of the self, particularly its darker facets. Bernice was neither naive enough to overlook the pitfalls of love, nor so indifferent as to tread upon the pain it can inflict. Rather, she was lucid enough to suppress such impulses. Love is not merely a sentiment that yields benevolent outcomes through goodwill, even when both parties harbor no malice, resulting in a bond deemed kind-hearted. And despite expending immense effort to love, the outcome often falls short of expectations, sometimes inflicting severe emotional wounds upon at least one party. Bernice had paid a steep price to learn this lesson. With her current temperament, it was impossible for Bernice to suppress herself indefinitely, prioritizing Clark in an effort to avoid the trials and tribulations of romantic entanglements. As a friend, she wished to shield Clark from emotional turmoil. But if they were to become lovers, would she then become wholly selfish, inflicting pain upon him? Moreover, friends do not part ways, while lovers may separate for myriad reasons. Bernice could neither bear to envision nor fathom the emptiness and anguish that would accompany the severance of roots that had forcibly intertwined. Thus, the decision became clear to Bernice. Any feelings that extended beyond friendship must be untangled and extinguished, a task she believed should not be insurmountable. She finished the last sip of her sports drink, patted her knees, and stood to join her companions. Aside from a slight weakness, the symptoms of her previous hypoglycemia had nearly dissipated. "How has your practice been?" Bernice inquired, her demeanor unchanged as she clapped Brian on the shoulder. "If you're nearly done, it's time for me to practice how to gracefully succumb to your techniques." A week later, the auditorium was filled with a modest but substantial audience. The William Reed Theater Company took the stage first, as determined by a drawing, with William standing behind the curtain, occasionally casting a nervous glance at the gentle-faced, expectant teacher in the front row who sported a prominent belly. However, as the performance progressed, William's focus swiftly returned to his actors. Brian, clad in his theatrical attire, took a deep breath, adjusting his expression to one of suppressed fury as he strode from one side of the stage to the center. His demeanor was resolute, his arms crossed lightly against the taut leather at his waist, as if poised to draw his rapier at any moment. "Good evening, gentlemen. I wish to speak with any one of you." Bernice, leaning against the central wall of the stage, nonchalantly shook her legs, straightening up at his words. "Speak with any one of us? How about something more exciting? One word in a brawl, perhaps? I too aspire to such an opportunity, sir." Brian maintained his decorum, yet his voice bore the weight of an imminent explosion, requiring but a spark to ignite it. However, Mercutio, of course, was undeterred by this. He was eager for the spectacle. Bernice shrugged. "Oh, you seek an opportunity? Why not create one for yourself instead of relying on me?" Tybalt could no longer contain himself, his brow furrowing deeply. "Mercutio, you and Romeo flit about creating chaos and singing wherever you please. Do you think we are mere itinerant performers?" Bernice, seemingly amused, raised her hands in mock surrender, her tone laced with sarcasm as she flicked her rapier. "If you consider us performers, then prepare for a cacophony. This is my bow, and it shall make you dance." "Huh, singing everywhere." The classmate portraying Benvolio rubbed his forehead and interjected, "We are amidst a throng of people. Either find a discreet place to calmly discuss your grievances, or let us part ways, for so many eyes are upon us. Eyes are meant to see, so let them watch. I shall not move an inch for the pleasure of others." Bernice raised her chin, a serene smile gracing her lips, causing the onlookers to divert their gazes. Clark approached slowly from the opposite side of the stage. The young Romeo, upon seeing his two friends, first smiled, then hesitated slightly at the sight of Tybalt, but resolutely continued his stride towards them. Brian, his expression set, struggled to suppress his rage and nodded towards Bernice. "Very well. Enjoy your peace, sir. My companion has arrived." Bernice, who had been leaning against the wall, stepped forward to obstruct Brian's path. "He neither eats your bread nor wears your clothes. How can he be your man?" Brian disregarded her entirely, addressing Clark. "Romeo, my hatred for you compels me to address you thus. You are a vile rogue, having secretly wed Juliet." Romeo's first instinct in response to his brother-in-law's ire was to mediate. Clark paused, furrowing his brow slightly before offering a resigned smile. "Tybalt, I have reason to love you, and that reason has quelled the anger born from this greeting. I am no rogue. Farewell, for you do not know my true character." He patted his friend's shoulder, intending to depart with them. "Young man, that cannot serve as an excuse for the harm you have inflicted upon me," Brian replied darkly, his wrist brushing against the hilt of his sword. "Turn back and draw your blade." "I must decline. I have never harmed you, but rather loved you in ways you cannot fathom." Clark, with a sincere countenance and unwavering demeanor, uttered lines that caused a tumult of laughter within Bernice's heart. Perhaps this is the essence of a straightforward man. "Thus, dear Capulet, I hold your surname in as high regard as my own. Let us reconcile." Bernice feigned incredulity, exclaiming, "Oh, my friend, why do you reveal such shameful capitulation?" Drawing her sword for the audience to witness the glint of its blade, she declared, "Only through confrontation can this disgrace be washed away. Tybalt, shall you flee?" Brian's attention finally shifted from Clark, Romeo, to Bernice, who challenged, "What do you wish to do with me?" "Ah, Prince of Cats, I have heard you possess 9 lives. I require but 1, leaving the other 8 for future reckoning." With her sword poised, Bernice issued a duel's invitation. "Will you draw your sword? Be swift, lest my blade find its way to your ear." Brian regarded her, slowly drawing his sword. "Very well, I shall oblige." "Mercutio, my friend, my brother, sheath your sword," Clark implored, his eyes wide with alarm, attempting to quell the impending conflict. His agitation was perhaps a touch excessive, yet a hint of theatricality is not unwelcome on stage. Bernice, undeterred, lunged at Brian. Come, let me experience your swordplay." They deftly parried, Brian's movements swift and perilous, while Bernice executed a beautifully practiced flourish amidst the exchanges. Clark, refraining from drawing his own weapon, approached the pair at a dangerously close range, extending his hands in a bid to separate them. "What is this? Please, be reasonable." "Tybalt, Mercutio. The prince has expressly forbidden dueling on the streets of Verona." Tybalt, Brian, disregarded him, intensifying his assault, while Mercutio, Bernice, hesitated, concerned not to harm Romeo, Clark, resulting in increasingly constrained maneuvers. The skirmish continued unabated. In a moment of desperation, Romeo positioned himself between them, hands outstretched in an effort to halt the fray. "Desist, Tybalt." "Enough, Mercutio." Bernice pushed against Clark, but found no purchase. Had he forgotten he was to be moved aside? In her urgency, she nearly slipped beneath his arm to shove him aside. Finally, Clark seemed to recall the scene, angling his body to allow Tybalt's blade to pass beneath Romeo's arm, striking Mercutio instead. Brian's sword, in turn, pierced through Clark's own arm, finding its mark upon Bernice. She recoiled from the force. Brian grunted and withdrew from the stage. "I am wounded," she murmured, clutching her side. "You cursed families. I cannot endure this," she lamented. Benvolio hastened to support her arm. "Ah, are you injured?" "Indeed, merely a scratch, but it is enough to bear." Bernice recalled the dizzying episode, leaning unsteadily against Benvolio for support. Clark spoke haltingly. "Rest assured, my friend, this wound should not prove severe." According to the narrative, Romeo fails to grasp the gravity of Mercutio's wound. Mercutio's flamboyant demeanor often leads Romeo to believe it is merely another instance of jest. During rehearsals, the director instructs Clark to smile at his gravely injured friend. Yet Clark finds himself unable to muster even a semblance of a smile, delivering his lines with evident reluctance. Bernice, recalling her dizzying sensations, pale-faced, remarks, "Indeed, it is not as deep as a well, nor as wide as a door. Yet this small wound could prove fatal. If you seek me tomorrow, come to my grave. I shall perish because of you two cursed families. Damn it, dogs, rats, and cats can all deliver a fatal bite. This wretched thing fights, as if adhering to mathematical formulas." Bernice chastises with a mix of indignation and mirth, yet her gaze towards Clark is steeped in sorrow. "Oh, Romeo, why must you come among us? That blade was thrust from beneath your arm." Clark almost forgets that they are on stage, stammering in response to Bernice's reproach. "I acted out of goodwill." Bernice lowers her gaze, avoiding Clark, prompting Benvolio to support her. "Benvolio, quickly, help me into a room, or I shall faint. You two accursed families, I shall die at your hands." These two families. Upon delivering this line, Bernice is meant to exit with Benvolio. However, she glances back and senses that Clark is in a troubled state. Compelled by an unseen force, she reaches out to touch Clark's rigid cheek. "Oh, Romeo, my brother, my dearest friend, what shall you do without me?" Clark, with tear-filled eyes, clutches her arm tightly. Bernice, with a firm squeeze, reassures him she is well and improvises further. Mercutio is on the brink of death. She emphasizes the name, laughing heartily as if mocking death itself. "Huh, but at least I shall die like a king." "Romeo, alas, Romeo, with your gentle nature, do not lose your sanity." Their eyes meet, and the anguish that once startled Bernice fades, replaced by Clark's proficient performance. Finally, she exhales in relief and descends the stage with Benvolio, allowing Mercutio to embrace his demise. Chapter 36. The town boy and beneath the stage, I believe, Clark said, dejected. "We had previously assumed too much." "What do you mean by that?" Bernice inquired, observing the curls that hung low before him, trembling slightly. She felt an urge to touch them, but hesitated, uncertain if reaching out would breach the boundaries she had resolved to uphold. Instead, she merely patted his shoulder. "We had discussed how to avoid the dismal conclusion where nearly everyone perishes. For instance, Tybalt's accidental killing of Mercutio is far too coincidental to prevent. Yet afterward, Romeo need not challenge Tybalt to a duel." Clark gazed at his outstretched hand, then back at Bernice. "But if your dear friend dies because of you, how can you refrain from seeking vengeance? Time cannot be reversed, and those who are dear to us cannot return. Even the demise of the perpetrator cannot atone for even a fraction of your transgressions. Is there truly anyone capable of restraining their sorrow and rage in the face of death who would not seek to remedy even that small portion?" Clark finds this notion somewhat unfathomable. Ultimately, that hand did fall upon Clark's head. Bernice gently tousled those seemingly soft, yet resolutely willful strands of hair and inquired, Do you believe Romeo regretted his actions in the end? In a moment of impetuosity, he killed Tybalt, only to be forced to part from his beloved. If he had only waited, perhaps the prince would have sentenced Tybalt to death directly. Upon hearing of Mercutio's death, Romeo, in a fit of rage, dueled with and killed Tybalt. Although Romeo should have faced the death penalty for such violence, the fact that Tybalt had taken a life first, coupled with Mercutio being a relative of the prince, led to Romeo being ultimately sentenced to exile. After a tender night with Juliet, he too was compelled to leave the city of Verona, to leave his beloved. He would harbor no regrets, Clark asserted. Only by avenging Mercutio could he alleviate the guilt of having caused his death. This pain of separation from his beloved exists in a different dimension. Yet both are profoundly deep. He glanced at Bernice, hesitating slightly. Do you think Mercutio would blame Romeo? Mercutio was not a member of either family. Yet due to his association with Romeo, he lost his life in the feud between the two houses. Few face death without resentment. Bernice shrugged. But I find it challenging to fault Romeo. He is indeed emotionally overwhelming to the point of exasperation, often acting impulsively, yet he is genuinely kind and gentle. Romeo was exiled, while Juliet was forced by her family to marry Paris the very next day. With no other options, she sought the priest for a potion that would simulate death, and on the day of the wedding, she was taken to the tomb as a corpse. The priest penned a letter detailing the entire sequence of events to be delivered to Romeo. However, this letter, which was meant to convey the full story, never reached him. In despair upon hearing of his beloved's death, Romeo risked capture to return, only to encounter Count Paris, who had come to mourn his fiancée. Paris, believing Romeo to be a grave robber, engaged him in combat. Paris perished in the struggle, his dying wish being that Romeo lay him beside Juliet. Logically, the other was not only a rival, but also mistakenly viewed him as a thief, and they had only just been adversaries in a life-and-death struggle. Though it was a final wish, placing the body of one's opponent into the grave of his beloved is a poignant act. In performing this scene, Clark always responded without hesitation. This may well be the moment when Clark embodied Romeo most authentically. He did not take pleasure in slaying his foe, but his sorrow during the burial was profound. However, Romeo's grief likely stemmed from the mistaken belief that his beloved had perished, while Clark perhaps mourned purely for the life lost. It is difficult to imagine, yet if I had a lover willing to follow me into the abyss, I would likely be unwilling to allow anyone else to share a resting place with them. Romeo is indeed tender-hearted, and as his closest friend, Mercutio would likely refrain from casting too much blame upon him, instead harboring concern. Bernice pondered aloud. She lifted her gaze, momentarily taken aback. What is it? What kind of expression is that? Clearing his throat, he replied, Oh, it's nothing. Bernice had indeed mentioned her pansexuality, a fact that Clark had momentarily forgotten. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, So, did you perform that way on stage because you thought Mercutio would feel for Romeo? Of course not. Bernice frowned. It was because I was worried about you. You never appeared so red-eyed on stage before. Well, you also Haven T-died so convincingly before. Clark sheepishly scratched the back of his head, falling silent. When William Reed found Clark, he was practicing an impromptu speech. Narrowly defined, atheism refers to the resistance against, rejection of, an assault on the belief in any deity. Ah, William, did you seek me out? Clark tucked the draft paper into the side of his handwritten anthology. Debate highlights, and stood to greet William Reed. They were in different grades, and it had been several days since they had last crossed paths after the conclusion of the previous Romeo and Juliet performance. William nodded vigorously, speaking somewhat incoherently, Mr. Morrison has assigned Matthew to direct, but he praised me and allowed me to be the assistant director. Wow, congratulations. Clark's mind whirled as he pieced together the circumstances. I remember you mentioning that your guiding teacher couldn't participate in the regional competition. So you all had to organize a performance to determine who would lead the club afterward, correct? Yes, she said Matthew's group performed better overall. But our group had numerous standout moments, so she let me assist Matthew in managing. Tears nearly brimmed in William's eyes as he continued. I can't believe Matthew agreed, considering he used to berate me for wanting to direct. Congratulations, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Clark genuinely expressed his happiness for him. But what brings you to me? I hope it's not about a new performance. I'm not cut out for acting. I'd be content just not being a hindrance to you. William broke into a wide smile, almost shy, a silent laugh, escaping him. "No, I came to thank you." He bowed his head slightly, yet looked at Clark earnestly, saying, "After the performance, I was so overwhelmed with excitement, and everyone dispersed so quickly that I neglected to properly thank all of you. I've been trying to find time to express my gratitude to each of you." Romeo buried Paris's body and approached the tomb of his beloved, drinking the swiftly acting poison without hesitation to join her in death. Meanwhile, Juliet, having taken a potion to feign death to escape marriage, awoke to find her lover and Paris's bloodied corpse beside her. At this point, when Lana performed, she let out a shrill cry that startled even Bernice behind the stage. Determined to use death as her final act of defiance, she drew Romeo's dagger and took her own life upon hearing someone approach. I believe Lana was simply too engrossed in her role, and everyone went to console her after the conclusion. After stepping down, Lana continued to weep, almost collapsing onto Clark, while others gathered around to comfort her, rendering Clark nearly immobile. Reflecting on the scene, he waved his hands dismissively, saying, "William, there is no need for your gratitude. The performance was inherently joyful." William replied earnestly, "Initially, I thought it was a fanciful notion. Thank you for unhesitatingly agreeing to be my lead and for assisting in finding others." In response to such solemn gratitude, Clark felt it necessary to reciprocate with equal seriousness. "No need for thanks. I, too, found great delight in it." "That is reassuring, Clark," William responded, visibly buoyed, yet hesitated momentarily. "I have nothing to offer in return. Shouldn't you ask me a question in return for my gratitude?" With a twinkle in his eye, William added, "I shall answer with utmost sincerity." "What do you mean by that?" Clark queried, perplexed. "Questions? When Brian was training you in fencing, he remarked on my ability to read people. He suggested that asking me questions would suffice as a token of thanks, and I would respond earnestly." William's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Clark, momentarily taken aback, blurted out, "What did he ask?" Realizing the impropriety of his question, he quickly corrected himself. "Forget I asked. He inquired whether you, Clark Kent, and Romeo share similarities, and if so, why." William seemed oblivious to any potential impropriety in revealing such a private conversation. Or perhaps he felt no qualms in doing so. "Wait, he asked about me?" Clark's mouth fell slightly agape, having anticipated that Gal might pose questions regarding Bernice. "Indeed?" William nodded. "I expressed that I believe you both are quite alike." "Why is that?" Clark exclaimed in astonishment. "I find it utterly incomprehensible. His emotions are so intense and erratic that I cannot fathom if he ever finds calm. It pains me to recall how hastily Romeo chose to end his life. When Juliet awakens, his lips are still warm. If he had not acted so swiftly, and if I could grasp his feelings, how could you possibly think we are similar? What I wish to convey is a matter of instinct." William pondered, carefully choosing his words. "I perceive you as a person of profound emotions, Clark. Romeo simply does not restrain his feelings, allowing them to guide him. For instance, after he slays Tybalt, upon learning of Juliet's sorrow, he immediately draws his sword, declaring his intent to take his own life as atonement. His nature is not sharp. He possesses pride, but not arrogance. With a gentle spirit that grapples with the bewilderment of fate." William paused, gazing intently at Clark, his expression clear. "I see a resemblance." Clark recalled a prior conversation with Bernice regarding Romeo and Mercutio, where she expressed a protective fondness for the character of Romeo. "By the way, do you know where Alan is? I have yet to express my gratitude to her." William, as if casually completing a mundane task, inquired, "I had thought she was with you." Brian remarked that William possesses a keen insight into people. Clark hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to inquire about Bernice. He swiftly shook his head, casting aside the thought. Why seek the opinions of others? Bernice had revealed almost everything to him, rather than querying others about her. He ought to trust his own understanding of her. Therefore, the distance Bernice exhibited in recent days was likely due to her being preoccupied with her myriad responsibilities. A faint smile appeared on Clark's face, the kind that naturally surfaced when he mentioned Bernice, albeit this time it felt somewhat forced. He remarked, "She should be in the classroom." Chapter 37, the 32nd chapter. There, my redeeming light, Bernice experienced a dream. The logic of dreams is invariably fragmented. In her dream, she found herself back at the company where she once worked, encountering former supervisors and colleagues who were singularly focused on shirking responsibility. Management seemed intent on merely going through the motions, seeking just enough commercial rhetoric to placate rather than striving to resolve client issues. Despite her attempts at gentle persuasion, her words fell on deaf ears, igniting a desire to lash out. Yet, as a novice in the workforce, lacking experience and authority, she refrained from confronting her superiors directly. Instead, she sat at her desk, anxiously awaiting updates from clients, consumed by a suffocating sense of frustration and urgency. In the next moment, the dreamscape shifted to Bernice's former apartment. Though her employer lacked integrity, the salary was commendable. Perhaps the generous pay was a byproduct of the absence of moral scruples. Thus, her apartment boasted ample space, a high floor, and a decent location. However, she lay sprawled on the living room sofa, limbs outstretched, indifferent to the dazzling cityscape outside her window, too lethargic to reach for the television remote or any leisurely reading material. A day's work had drained her of vitality, leaving her devoid of the motivation for entertainment. Silently, Bernice attuned herself to her own breaths, her thoughts reduced to a singular, haunting question. Why must one work? Why must I endure? The monotony of her daily grind felt increasingly tedious and repetitive, offering little in the way of valuable knowledge within her team. The only constant was the myriad disappointments encountered at work. Once joyful hobbies now seemed uninspired amidst the relentless fatigue, akin to fireworks that briefly illuminate the night before extinguishing into darkness. Bernice found herself at a loss as to why she persisted in living, though she did not particularly wish for death. At times, she reminisced about the days of her student life when financial concerns were non-existent, allowing her to live entirely according to her own desires. She would embark on spontaneous journeys, purchase expensive tickets for beloved performances, even traveling to different cities. Intelligent and unconcerned with grades, she could achieve satisfactory results with last-minute cramming, thus enjoying a freedom that was both exhilarating and alarming. However, Bernice did not particularly yearn for those days. Her previous freedom was contingent upon others shouldering financial burdens. She could afford to be a slothful parasite, living off the efforts of others, yet she could not permit herself to be a burden. To long for such a life would imply an expectation to delegate responsibilities that rightfully belonged to her. Bernice was willing to bear the burdens of others, but unwilling to be a burden herself. Bernice holds no particular reverence for love. She has been wounded and has inflicted pain upon others. She understands that the essence of love is inherently unfair and reveals the darkest facets of human nature. While she possesses the strength to sustain herself in moments like these, alone in a city, resting on the sofa of her apartment, with the evening breeze caressing her, she grapples with the existential question of her purpose and the direction she ought to pursue. Despite this, Bernice feels an overwhelming sense of solitude. The unpredictability of life and the lack of control over her job leave her devoid of the confidence to pursue her true aspirations. She yearns to become a teacher, engage in volunteer work, and contribute selflessly to charitable organizations. But the meager savings she has earned through her independence compel her to remain in her current unsatisfactory job for the sake of a paycheck. She contemplates the possibility of switching jobs in the future, yet Bernice understands that until she can provide for herself, she will perpetually lack the courage to embark on endeavors that genuinely bring her joy and fulfillment. Perhaps with greater prowess, she could cultivate the confidence to embrace risks. But for someone as proud as Bernice, acknowledging her inadequacies is far more challenging than admitting to her own selfishness. Arriving early to the classroom, she reclines against the low backrest of a chair. Surrounded by the cacophony of voices, she has at hand reading materials for her next class and for various extracurricular pursuits. This is a rare opportunity to reclaim the cherished moments of youth, free from any burdens of responsibility, even the weight of her own expectations. She could seize these fragmented moments to study and enrich herself, fortifying her resolve so that perhaps she would no longer fear risks and would dare to choose paths she once deemed inaccessible. Yet at present, she finds herself disinterested in study. She could also indulge in novels to entertain her mind, but truth be told, having grown accustomed to the bizarre electronic distractions and a myriad of flashy narratives, the current novels seem excessively tedious to her. Only when she plays with Clark does she find some semblance of enjoyment. Now, Bernice's thoughts are consumed by the desire to sprawl on the haystack in Kent's barn, allowing the breeze, fragrant with the essence of fields and sunlight, to waft past her nose. In reality, The haystack is quite hard and uncomfortable, leaving imprints on her clothing and skin after each repose. However, these past few days, Bernice has deliberately kept herself occupied, which has led to a longing for Clark. After all, everyone experiences moments of wanting to surrender effort and simply be a carefree, lazy fish. Wait a moment. As she becomes engrossed in her tasks, her immediate instinct is to think of Clark. The realization jolts Bernice, her eyes widening in surprise. Do I wish to see Clark? Indeed, I do. What would happen if I were to meet him? I would feel elated, and my spirit would finally find tranquility, alleviating the incessant restlessness within me. What if I were to encounter other friends? Bernice envisions a scene of sharing coffee with Joanna, who would listen attentively to her troubles, providing a sense of relief for her emotions. Despite the variances in intensity, do these two scenarios share the same essence? Alan, someone is looking for you. Bernice lifts her gaze and discovers William Reed, the somewhat shy and introverted boy who served as the chief coordinator and director of their previous drama performance. To be candid, it reminded her of Clark when they had just met. However, as time passed, it became evident that Clark was, in fact, a rather opinionated individual. Though William may have seemed a bit timid previously, he appeared to have grown significantly more confident now. Standing by the entrance of the classroom, Bernice approached him and inquired, "What is it, William?" William Reed blurted out, "Can you also memorize Clark's schedule?" Bernice responded, "Huh? What is this, a memory contest?" After parting ways with Clark, William found Bernice's classroom during the break before the next class. He had learned about her schedule from Clark, who was well acquainted with it. To be honest, William had long been aware of the close bond between the two, but the ability to recite an entire schedule along with the corresponding classrooms, noting that Bernice's timetable was particularly packed, left him in a moral quandary. This led him to blurt out the first question upon encountering Bernice at the classroom door. "Can you also memorize Clark's schedule?" Bernice was taken aback, responding, "Huh? I can't say I can, but I generally know what he does each week." A flicker of guilt crossed Bernice's mind. The notion that Clark could remember his schedule, while she could not, seem to suggest an imbalance in their friendship. Perhaps she ought to make an effort to remember Clark's schedule too? But then again, what significance did memorizing a schedule hold? Genuine concern between friends need not reach such extremes. After a brief pause, she reconsidered the absurdity of her thoughts and asked, "Did you come from Clark? Is there something you need, William?" "Actually, I came to express my gratitude," William replied, skillfully reiterating his words and bowing earnestly to Bernice. When he lifted his head, he caught sight of Bernice stifling a laugh. "William, have you rehearsed that line many times?" Bernice inquired playfully. William nodded, somewhat dumbfounded, his face gradually turning crimson. "Though the words are the same, I genuinely appreciate all of you. I know. As an actor, I performed with sincerity, so I shall graciously accept your thanks," Bernice said, patting his shoulder. "I must also thank you for your guidance." William pondered for a moment. "Since you put it that way, having offered you guidance, I shall also accept your gratitude." Upon hearing this response, Bernice's smile widened, and she added, "Congratulations, William. You truly have a passion for directing, don't you? Moreover, I sense that you appear more composed now, and your manner of speaking has grown considerably more assertive. As a friend, I am genuinely happy for you. Do you think we're friends now?" William asked earnestly, his brow furrowed in contemplation, before breaking into a small smile. "Perhaps. As long as I can engage in what I love, I am quite content." Bernice nodded, feeling a twinge of envy in that moment. At such a young age, to find something one is passionate about can ensure inner tranquility, whether as a subject of further study or as a hobby that balances life, provided one remains clear-headed. "You've chosen so many courses. Are they all things you enjoy?" William asked. "What?" Bernice snapped back to reality and shrugged. "Oh, you mean my schedule? It's not too bad. I just opted for 2 additional AP courses. Advanced Placement, AP, courses are challenging, college-level classes offered during high school, and passing the AP exams can enhance one's GPA. The number of AP courses passed, and whether the selected courses align with major requirements are significant factors considered during admissions to prestigious American universities. But you're only in 10th grade. Can you really take AP classes now?" William asked in astonishment. Many students in public high schools across the United States tend to coast through their education, often remaining uninvolved with advanced courses until their senior year or even graduation. Clearly, William is not one of them, as he seems to possess a keen awareness of this matter. "Well, when I brought it up, there were no issues. Just one teacher spoke to me about the course's difficulty and confirmed my decision, Bernice replied with a shrug. I probably won't be able to handle it next year. I'll just wait until 11th grade. William scratched the back of his head. I want to take a few more courses, partly because I find some subjects dull, and partly because I have no idea what I truly enjoy. Bernice smiled calmly, unwilling to relive her past life by settling for a seemingly respectable job that lacks meaning. Perhaps life is inherently devoid of significance, but she could not forfeit her quest for meaning during her student years when she had the liberty to choose. Just like before I selected AP English Literature and Writing, I wouldn't have attempted to start crafting my own stories. Bernice chuckled. Hey, big director, why not try your hand at writing a script next time? William eagerly agreed to explore the idea of writing an original script. If you have any developed works from your English Literature and Writing class, feel free to show them to me if it's convenient to adapt them into a script. While this was certainly a positive notion, Bernice felt lacking in self-confidence. William seemed to have a misunderstanding regarding her writing capabilities, looking at her with an air of complete assurance. If I can produce something that satisfies me, then that will be fine, Bernice conceded. However, she had never engaged in serious writing before, making it unlikely. Wait a moment, Bernice suddenly exclaimed. If Clark writes something, can I show it to you as well, William? Of course, he replied. What is friendship if not the willingness to lend a helping hand while also dragging others into the fray? Besides, she had hardly created anything herself, while Clark had contributed numerous times to the school newspaper. This was why, when Clark awaited his partner in the auditorium, Bernice unwrapped her scarf, revealing a mischievous grin. It hasn't been long. Why are you wearing a scarf? Despite the group sign-in for the debate competition not officially commencing, Clark lowered his voice and inquired quietly. The wind has been quite strong lately, and it can be a bit chilly when it blows, but wearing too much can also be uncomfortable. Scarves are indeed quite convenient. As long as my neck is warm, I generally do not feel cold. Despite the lively chatter of everyone in the hall, Bernice lowered her voice in tandem with Clark. Are you cold? Clark inquired with concern, glancing over before inspecting his plaid shirt jacket. He was not one to fear the elements. I've taken off my scarf, so of course I'm not cold, Bernice replied with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, Clark, I would never push myself. If it were truly chilly, I would surely borrow your coat. She bared her teeth playfully, mimicking a fierce expression, then winked to indicate her awareness of his constitution. Clark nodded, amusement evident in his gesture. Did you bring paper and pen? Bernice retrieved her prepared draft paper from her bag. The format they were participating in required the topic to be announced 15 minutes in advance. During this preparation time, contestants could only discuss with their partners and were permitted to use previously prepared, though not necessarily related to the topic paper materials, but were not allowed to consult the library or the internet for last-minute research. Once the 15 minutes elapsed, the judges would declare the competition commenced, and the first speaker from the affirmative side would take the stage for a 7-minute speech. Of course, Clark replied, unzipping his backpack to show Bernice. I also brought different colored pens as you advised to highlight key points on the draft. With only 15 minutes to prepare for 2 7-minute speeches, they could not delve into excessive detail. Typically, each partner would spend around 3 minutes contemplating individually before swiftly exchanging viewpoints within the next 10 minutes, discussing and eliminating underdeveloped ideas, complementing one another with in-depth analysis of possible angles, and solidifying their primary arguments. In the case of the negative side, to prevent their points from being fully articulated by the affirmative, they often had to devise 12 unique angles. If a few minutes remained, both sides would revert to silence, each sketching out their speech logic on their drastically altered drafts, refining and organizing their thoughts. I knew you could be counted on, Bernice chuckled. She had brought 2 markers herself, one blue and one black, to emphasize different points. However, in addition to ordinary pens, Clark had brought 2 red pens and a highlighter. Clark, did you bring 2 pens as a backup for me? I feared one red pen might not suffice, so I brought an extra for myself, Clark replied, rolling his eyes slightly. Of course it's for you. If you had brought your own, then they would be your backups. As expected of you, Clark, you are truly resourceful. Bernice gleefully took one red pen, tapping it against her other pen to create a clapping sound. I have no way to repay you, except by soaring to victory in this debate together. Clark appeared momentarily taken aback. Soaring to victory? Does that mean I get a live back and win? How should I put it? Relax, regardless of how we perform. With me around, you will surely. Bernice coughed lightly. We might not win, but in a points-based competition, at least it will get you to the finals. Thank you, Clark said earnestly. I have prepared diligently as well and hope I won't hinder your progress. Do not say that. Even if I were to lag behind, it would be fine. Bernice turned her eyes and leaned closer to Clark's ear, lowering her voice further. Do you think you might find me too heavy when you take me flying? It's all about reciprocity. Just as Bernice was about to pull away, she noticed Clark's ears rapidly flush with a vibrant pink hue. Her mind gradually came to a halt, leaving behind a barrage of bold thoughts. Wow, 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 how adorable. I longed to continue whispering near his ear. Bernice struggled to shift her body away. One must not disturb others without cause. This is exploiting a friend who harbors no suspicion. But rest assured, Clark, I understand your intentions. Bernice endeavored to reignite her thoughts. Yet words eluded her, akin to a tipsy dancer attempting to regain the rhythm. She spoke whatever came to mind. Nonetheless, delivering a speech on stage is a different matter altogether. I merely hope you do not bear excessive pressure regarding your performance. Clark remained silent, nodding slightly. Sometimes, excessive concern can appear as a form of doubt regarding one's abilities. He contemplated asking Bernice, do you genuinely think I am incapable of handling the pressure of public speaking, especially after knowing what I have been through regarding my capabilities? Or do you, in fact, not believe that a newcomer can truly be a complementary partner for you? Yet, Clark refrained from voicing these thoughts. Unlike Bernice, who was meticulous with her words, yet occasionally shockingly candid, Clark recognized that these were mere negative assumptions, and he would not challenge the concern of a friend who cared for him. He understood Bernice well and trusted her. However, these fleeting thoughts were like willow fluff carried by the wind, occasionally surfacing without a discernible source, leaving behind an unbearable itch. How ironic, Clark mused. Bernice had shared so many intricate stories with him, attempting to make him believe in the uncontrollable and insidious flaws of human nature. Yet it was he who ultimately confirmed this truth about himself. But such tendencies can be restrained. They must be. A voice resonated from the podium. Roll call. Teacher Guy Lewin tapped on the desk, urging the buzzing auditorium to quiet down. It was time to call the names of each participating duo. Alcade, the team name. Radiant Light, one of the Big Dipper stars. Here, exclaimed a voice. Wow, what a cool name. Bernice nudged Clark's arm and whispered, I let you decide earlier. What name did you give our team? Clark hesitated. You should be able to hear it soon. Bernice and Clark. Bernice fell silent. Clark raised his hand here. I have never so clearly recognized that you are truly a small-town boy, Bernice remarked. I thought it was merely a code name. Clark protested earnestly. I didn't expect it to be called out in public. And you are from our town too. But the name is indeed far too plain. Bernice's voice inadvertently rose in volume, only to be quieted by a gentle nudge from Clark, exclaiming, how utterly plain. The voice of Teacher Galen seemed to freeze in place. Call me baby, yes. Oh no, here. A jubilant response echoed from afar, and laughter erupted in the auditorium. You see, now Teacher Galen's voice has truly solidified, Clark remarked. Would you prefer our team to be called Call Me Baby? Perhaps, Bernice replied. Clark paused, incredulity evident in his gaze. Well, my apologies, Bernice stifled a laugh. To be honest, I can't quite decide which is worse for me, but since I relinquished the right to name, that privilege belongs to you. You have the authority to name our team this. She hesitated, but could not contain herself. Yet, it is indeed rather simplistic. Clark protested with silence. The debate club was not particularly large, and with some interested individuals not belonging to the club, the school selection competition finally gathered enough participants. The format consisted of a 4-round round-robin, with a first-place team in each round earned 4 points, second place 3, third place 2, and fourth place 1. After 4 rounds, teams would be ranked by points, and in larger competitions, the top 32 teams would advance to the round of 16, with 4 teams per match, from which 2 would progress further. However, given the modest scale of the school selection competition, the top 4 teams after the round-robin would directly enter the finals. In every debate, the judges determined the order of victory not based on which side was more persuasive. After all, the upper and lower houses of the same side are also in competition, but rather which team contributed more to the debate. Articulating one's perspective constituted a contribution. Undermining the opponent's argument was also a contribution. Analyzing which viewpoints were more significant represented contribution. Introducing new ideas that deepened the debate was likewise a contribution. This was why Bernice had previously felt unconcerned. The point system meant that even if a team did not secure a first place in the round-robin phase, it could still rank favorably and enter the finals. even if her partner's speech lacked substance. Bernice was confident in her ability to make a sufficient contribution for the entire group, at least ensuring she would not falter against novices. The brief list was quickly called, and all teams had arrived. Teacher Galen opened the projector, announcing the groupings and debate venues for the first round. Bernice jotted down her group's room number and assigned position, affirmative lower house, in the corner of her draft paper, awaiting the announcement of the debate topic. Teacher Galen glanced at the clock and began the 15-minute preparation time, simultaneously switching to the next slide of the PowerPoint, which displayed the topic for the first round. This house, as a Gotham police officer, would choose to bribe the prosecutor for an arrested criminal. Bernice read it again, descending into a state of bewilderment. She inscribed the debate topic at the top of her notepaper, gathered her belongings, and hurried with Clark to the classroom where they would soon engage in their debate. "I am aware that my geographical knowledge is rather lacking," she remarked as they walked, "but I never anticipated it to be this deficient. Where's Gotham? Why hasn't there been any background information provided? When a debate topic pertains to an area unfamiliar to us, pertinent context should be included. Clark, we are relying on you. Otherwise, we might be reduced to discussing procedural and formal justice without substance. Thankfully, we are in the lower house, and the upper house's debate may furnish us with insights." Clark blinked in surprise. "You don't know? Gotham is situated in the United States, on the East Coast. It is a renowned metropolis." Chapter 39. The small-town boy and the podium. Bernice furrowed her brow tightly. If it were a major city on the East Coast, she ought to remember it. Never mind. The competition is of utmost importance. She shook her head and followed the flow of students alongside Clark toward their respective classrooms, engaging in rapid, hushed conversation. "So, Clark, does Gotham have any notable characteristics related to its judicial system? Given the debate topic, is it not infamous for its corruption?" Clark nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. My understanding of the judicial system is limited, but I am aware that Gotham's reputation is quite poor. It has consistently held the highest crime rate in the nation for several years. I recall something about its notorious infiltration of the judicial system. Corruption, crime rates." Bernice muttered as she hastily uncapped her pen, jotting down a few keywords on the paper as they walked, aligning with her suspicions. "Which state is Gotham in?" Clark pondered briefly. "New Jersey. Could it be related to New Jersey's notoriously lenient laws? Though I am uncertain if this New Jersey aligns with the one I am familiar with," Bernice mused, frowning and unconsciously tapping her lips with the pen, glancing up at Clark as if seeking assistance. Clark quickly recalled the information he had previously read. "I have not come across any definitive reports regarding the overall strictness of laws, but New Jersey is indeed one of the states with the most lenient regulations, and it has abolished the death penalty." Bernice interjected with enthusiasm. New Jersey was the first state to abolish the death penalty. She scrutinized Clark's expression and muttered, "So this is the same. But why has a completely unheard of major city emerged?" Bernice shook her head vigorously, redirecting her thoughts back to the debate topic. While they conversed quietly, Clark and Bernice had arrived at the teaching building adjacent to the auditorium along with the crowd. Clark, well acquainted with the building's layout, led Bernice directly to the classroom assigned for their debate. He glanced at his watch. 2 minutes and 10 seconds had passed since the announcement of the debate topic, leaving them with less than 13 minutes to prepare. Bernice looked up to confirm the classroom number, found a spot nearby that was discreet enough for their discussion, and adeptly slid down against the wall, placing the notepaper on her lap to write and contemplate. Clark, observing the floor, crouched beside her, clutching his paper and pen. Bernice gazed at the debate topic, representing the Gotham police force, and pondered the ethical implications of bribing a prosecutor to secure a conviction against a criminal she apprehended. Her side was assigned the affirmative stance, which inherently supported such actions. To advocate for this behavior, one could argue that it serves the intended purpose of achieving justice for the criminals in question, while also presenting alternative justifications. It is evident that bribery contravenes both legal and moral standards. Thus, articulating the necessity of such actions becomes paramount. The objectives of the judiciary include punishment, a point that my partner will elaborate on further, as it is a crucial tool for reminding the judges of our contributions during the debate. Before we delve deeper, I would like to counter a few points raised by the opposing side. Clark stood rigidly behind the podium, his demeanor solemn and voice steady, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, there exists a possibility that bribery could impede the prosecution. However, the likelihood of achieving a conviction through bribery is substantially greater than not engaging in it at all. I will subsequently explain why we should embrace such risks. Clark exhaled softly, recalling Bernice's earlier remarks. I suspected you might actually hold the opposing view, she smiled. Yet, that is the nature of debate. One often must defend positions they do not personally endorse, some of which may even defy intuition. Nonetheless, every action and policy undoubtedly has both positive and negative effects, and our task is to elucidate its merits thoroughly. The judge paused in his note-taking, clapping his hands twice to signal that Clark's 7 minutes had elapsed. Clark remarked that my partner would further elaborate on the comparative analysis, swiftly concluding his segment and gathering his notes as he exited the stage. Bernice discreetly gave him a thumbs up, and the two resumed their preparations, awaiting the arrival of the first speaker from the opposing side. In the opposing lower house, regrettably, no fresh perspectives emerged. It seemed their prepared points had all been preemptively articulated by their upper house counterparts, in an attempt to demonstrate that their team possessed original insights. The first speaker from the opposing side reiterated these arguments, striving to delve deeper into each point. However, to Bernice, the logic remained largely unchanged, with little distinction. Once he finished, it was Bernice's turn. As the whip for the affirmative side, she was the final speaker representing her team. She systematically refuted the positions of both the opposing upper and lower houses, succinctly summarizing the viewpoints of all four teams, and argued from various angles why the impacts mentioned by her teammates were the most profound, emphasizing why the stakes highlighted by Clark were of utmost importance. It is precisely for this reason that the arguments put forth by the opposition in the House of Commons represent the most pivotal and significant points of this debate. Bernice spoke with great fervor, appearing somewhat more animated than usual. However, her enthusiasm only served to illuminate the essence of her discourse. Clark even observed the two debaters from their own side nodding in agreement with her statements, while the final debater from the opposing side appeared grave, conferring with his teammates before raising his hand to pose a question. Bernice opted not to accept his inquiry. The opposition had presented no novel arguments, rendering them inconsequential. Bernice mused, the singular opportunity to engage in questioning, though multiple inquiries could be accepted, time being precious. Debaters typically respond to only one unless they have exhausted their points, should be directed towards a more formidable opponent, thus facilitating a direct confrontation and allowing the judges to ultimately compare the performances of the four teams. Therefore, she chose a male debater from the opposing house. Accepting his question, this young man seemed quite animated, speaking rapidly during the 15 seconds allotted for questioning. Yet he failed to address the crux of his argument before the judge signaled that time was up with a clap. Bernice shrugged, effortlessly selecting a point from his remarks to respond to, while simultaneously countering their perspective from another angle. Once the second and final debater from the opposition, who served as the whip, concluded his remarks, the debate came to an end. Bernice lowered her gaze to review her notes, transitioning from her focused posture to reclining against the back of her chair. Clark widened his eyes and stifled a laugh, for her posture mirrored that of her lounging amidst the hay bales at Kent Farm. The judge instructed everyone to wait at the door until he had determined the outcome, at which point he would summon them back inside. Typically, the four teams would seize the opportunity to shake hands as they rose to exit, and this occasion was no exception. All 8 participants stood, and as Bernice placed her hand gently on Clark's shoulder to nudge him forward, the other 3 teams clustered around them. With official smiles, Bernice and Clark greeted each one in turn. A young boy from the opposing house playfully patted Clark on the back, cheerfully remarking, "Isn't it great to have a good partner?" Clark raised an eyebrow and replied with a straightforward smile, "Indeed." However, Bernice appeared slightly miffed, arching her brow and interjecting, "Why is no one envious of me? My partner is quite remarkable too." The boy maintained his cheerful demeanor, laughing, "Ha, it's Senior Ellen, right? I just joined the debate club this year, and you truly are impressive." As everyone congregated outside the door, the members of the same room naturally grouped together for casual conversation. The lively boy continued to gaze at Bernice, asking, "Ellen, do you think the opposition has a more challenging stance on this debate topic?" Bernice replied, "Does it?" I actually leaned towards the opposition. She paused. It could indeed be that the opposing side has a tougher case to argue. "Wait," Clark interjected. "You actually hold the opposing stance?" The proposition being, as a Gotham police officer, one would choose to bribe the prosecutor to secure a conviction against the criminals they apprehend. The opposing side asserts that we, as a group, would never resort to bribing prosecutors. Am I truly that impressive that you're taken aback? Bernice chuckled softly, then regarded Clark with a contemplative gaze. How do you perceive my character, Clark? Do you believe I would engage in bribery? There were others present, and Bernice swallowed the remainder of her question, initially intending to ask whether he thought my potential for bribery would alter his opinion of me. Alas, Clark hesitated, recalling his first reaction when Bernice was summoned by the principal. After all, I perceive you as someone who would break the rules if necessary. That is indeed accurate. Bernice conceded, yet, how should I put it? Looking at this debate topic, I do not feel that sense of necessity. Perhaps it is that I do not possess such a yearning to save Gotham. After all, most individuals must overcome a psychological burden to embark on a life of crime. And I lack that level of resolve. I don't even know what lies there. She self-deprecatingly smiled and mouthed to Clark. Clark remained silent, perhaps because the debate topic was merely a cold hypothesis, he mused. However, if Bernice were to encounter someone genuinely harmed, confronted with real tears and suffering, she would undoubtedly find that determination. Clark himself had witnessed this, knowing from the moment she ran toward him, surrounded by a group of football players. But don't you think the opposing side is rather foolish? A shorter boy chimed in without embarrassment, naturally taking over the conversation. Just as you mentioned during your debate, Alan, I truly believe that those who adhere strictly to principles are quite naive. Primarily, ordinary individuals cannot accomplish much in that manner. Perhaps only someone as powerful as the Gray Ghost could manage it. You watched the Gray Ghost too? Clark's eyes sparkled, the silent crusader, wielding the torch of justice. The shorter boy exclaimed, high-fiving Clark in midair. I was a huge fan of his a few years back. Alan, you probably don't know this, but girls generally don't read superhero comics. Hey, who says girls don't read them? Bernice frowned, though I admit I don't follow them closely. However, many of my female friends adore superheroes, and quite a few have a massed collection. Oh, wait. Superheroes. Bernice strained to recall. There seems to be one called Superman. And there are two heroes related to insects, right? Spider-Man and what, Batman? Bats seem to be associated with vampires. Is that the Hawkman or something? But that is unimportant. What truly matters is that the hero named Superman is renowned for lifting cars and flying. And ISNT, he also able to emit lasers from his eyes. Clark remarked. Bernice makes a valid point. We cannot ascertain whether there are other girls who admire the Gray Ghost, so it's best not to make such assumptions. He paused, displaying an expectant expression, and perhaps if she perused some comics, she might grow fond of him as well. The Gray Ghost is incredibly dashing. Bernice regarded him, contemplating flight, strength, lasers, superheroes, and Superman. Goodness, an unlikely epilogue that may not directly appear in the narrative. Years later, Superman arrived in Gotham, yearning to meet the city's vigilante. He hesitated, hovering above Gotham, contemplating Batman's seemingly extreme and dark methods. Batman ought to embody nobility, yet had his methods perhaps gone too far? Should I counsel him? Do I possess the authority to do so? Would he deign to meet me? And what might his demeanor be? Get out of my Gotham, alien, came a sudden voice, abrasive as coarse sandpaper against wood, sending a chill down Superman's spine. Batman lurked in the shadows of an unseen building, revealing only the fluttering edge of his cape. Without his powers, Superman strained to discern a vaguely humanoid silhouette. Gazing into the shadow, he felt that voice, that shadow, intertwined with the damp air and the antiquated architecture around him, coalescing into a formidable barrier, as if a colossal beast were gaping at him. Batman was part of this grand boundary, a venomous fang of this creature. Emerging from the shadows, Batman straightened, his pale eyes glimmering ominously. Despite having perused numerous accounts depicting Batman's inhuman and terrifying traits, Superman instinctively felt a shiver. Perhaps it was not solely psychological. He looked up at Gotham's gloomy weather, where only a meager ray of sunlight dared to touch him. Superman furrowed his brow and spoke, "Hello, Batman. I have come to inquire if there is anything I can assist you with regarding the city." "Your condescending, alien demeanor does little to aid me," the other retorted, "and it certainly does not assist Gotham. Humanity is not a mere kitten." Scene A. Having never encountered Bernice, Superman had naturally not participated in the relevant debates. He crossed his arms, feeling a blend of confusion and offense. "Do you truly believe your approach is justified, Batman? Have you heard the cries of Gotham's people? They call out to me for help when you are near." Batman, with a sardonic tone, replied, "The cries of Gotham's people? Should I add telepathy to your impressive list of powers?" "It does not require telepathy. You merely need to immerse yourself among them," Superman countered. Batman, visibly irate, shot back. So what? The lofty deity above should make me more approachable? How much do you truly understand of Gotham? I only know that their lives are fraught with hardship. For fear cannot conquer humanity, Superman responded. And what of you? How grateful is Metropolis for your presence? How thankful is Luthor? Do humans express gratitude towards you, Superman? At the very least, I have aided and inspired a portion of them. Batman, with a bitter laugh, retorted, huh? So you believe Gotham requires your assistance, Kryptonian savior? He stepped closer. Never judge a cause for which you have not labored. Leave this place. You are rejecting the help of others. I understand the feeling of solitude, but it is not the only solution. Batman, turning this as my final answer. The two departed in discontent. Scene B. Superman, unable to contain himself, provocatively inquired, do you truly believe your approach can better serve this city? Upon uttering the words, he sensed a tinge of provocation himself, wishing to amend his statement. Given Gotham's distinct nature, Batman's lips curled in sardonic amusement. How well do you know this place, alien? Do you know its people? Have you merely skimmed a few reports and papers and now consider yourself a self-proclaimed savior of its populace? I do not know anyone from Gotham, Superman replied earnestly, which is why I wish to meet you. Moreover, I have not only perused a handful of reports and literature, I have studied all available documentation regarding Gotham's judicial system prior to 2004, as well as other relevant aspects. Batman raised an eyebrow, the arrogance of an alien. But why 2004? He decided to investigate that year more thoroughly. So, are you interested in Earth cities in general, or just mine? Both, Superman responded, lowering his tone, attempting to employ his most sincere voice, the one he used when intentionally showing vulnerability to Bernice. I genuinely admire humanity. To Batman's surprise, he did not interrupt, prompting Superman to continue. You might call it hypocrisy, but I truly wish to understand humanity and to lend my strength to assist it. Batman scoffed, to do your utmost? It's easy to say that. Superman, unfazed, explained earnestly, I do not mean merely to do my utmost. I refer to acting within the bounds of my capabilities. He was genuinely concerned about being caught by Batman's scrutiny, instinctively adopting Bernice's strategy of preemptively occupying the moral low ground. I cannot guarantee that I will always exert myself to the fullest for humanity, but I sincerely wish to do so and will strive towards it. He then realized the essence of Bernice's art of vulnerability and refrained from saying, I think you need my help, opting instead to state, I need your assistance in this matter, Batman. Batman paused, his dark cape swirling as he responded, I will consider it, before vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 41. The 36th chapter, the town boy and the restaurant location. Then the Gray Phantom not only cleared his name, but also successfully gathered all the evidence to ensnare the villains. Clark gestured animatedly, though he did not voice it directly. His sparkling eyes seemed to seek praise. See? Isn't it thrilling and impressive? Wow. Indeed, Bernice could hardly suppress her laughter, shifting the manuscript to tuck it under her arm. Rather than being moved by the plot, she found herself inspired by Clark's rare excitement. The serendipity of the storyline was striking, with numerous plot twists, but it was no wonder that many adolescents cherished such adventurous comic tales. She omitted part of her commentary and exclaimed, incredible. Hey, Bernice, the Gray Phantom's audience is not limited to just teenagers. Clark protested, naturally extending his hand toward Bernice. A hero like him can inspire people of all ages. Indeed, the Gray Phantom embodies courage, wisdom, and a resolute determination to confront peril, qualities that can inspire all. Bernice couldn't help but smile. She placed her manuscript paper into Clark's outstretched hand, inviting him to hold it together with her. She had no intention of broaching the subject of Superman directly. Firstly, she could not be entirely certain that Clark was indeed the Superman she knew from her past life. Secondly, what if Clark, in his natural state, chose not to assume the mantle of Superman? Such a monumental decision must arise from an authentic desire, a choice that would reassure Bernice. She feared that if she became involved, Clark might mistakenly believe she expected or hoped for him to become that person, compelling him to act against his own will. Though this notion may seem somewhat self-absorbed, Bernice was unwilling to take such risks. From a societal perspective, the emergence of superheroes could be viewed positively. Yet what if she inadvertently became the catalyst for Clark's transformation into Superman, only for him to later regret it? Bernice's affections were decidedly clear. Her concern for Clark's feelings far outweighed any societal considerations. The mere thought of him suffering regret due to her influence was unbearable, provoking a wave of guilt that could lead her to a state of impotent fury. However, she reasoned that exploring the superhero comics Clark cherished might enable her to understand his perspective better. Surely, that would align with their daily interactions? Thus, Bernice continued, "Is it these qualities of his that draw you to a hero, like the Grey Phantom? Ah, he possesses a secret heroic identity that renders his solitude profoundly romantic." Clark patted her arm, urging her to look ahead, and indeed, his decisiveness and willpower were undeniably impressive. "Ah, it's my turn," Bernice suddenly realized, addressing the staff. "I would like this egg roll, please." Strangely, Clark's line seemed to move much slower than hers. Holding the tray with one hand, Bernice cautiously shifted her weight and extended her other hand toward him. Clark shook his head. Bernice lifted her chin defiantly. With a sigh, Clark placed both of their manuscript papers into her hands. Bernice steadied the tray once more and said, "Shall I go find a seat first?" Clark nodded affirmatively. Thus, Bernice grasped the tray and navigated through the bustling lounge until she discovered a table with ample space, where she settled down. Though the location was somewhat secluded, Bernice felt no anxiety. She knew Clark would always manage to find her. "Wow, Alan, have you been dragging Clark into this tedious endeavor all this time?" Peter Ross appeared from nowhere, casually flipping through the debate notes Bernice had just placed on the table, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Slowly, Bernice lowered her knife and turned her gaze towards Peter. "Have you washed your hands after eating?" "Well, my hands aren't greasy," Peter retorted, retracting his hand and displaying his palms to her. "If I get oil on your paper, I'll rewrite it for you, all right? Is this ordinary paper?" "This is the culmination of intellect between Clark and me," Bernice declared. Meanwhile, Clark, on the other side of the dining hall, overheard the commotion and, suppressing laughter, quickened his pace. "Ah, the essence of wisdom," Peter remarked. "I wouldn't be surprised if you two produced a romantic offspring." Clark momentarily halted, his soup spilling forth. Bernice rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Do not perceive my relationship with Clark through such a superficial lens." Clark retrieved 2 paper towels from the adjacent table, watching as the broth eagerly seeped into the tissues, almost as if it were compelled to do so. However, he mused, it was not quite appropriate to draw such a comparison. Until recently, Clark had always dined in a specific corner. But ever since he began coming to the cafeteria with Bernice, they constantly sought out seating for larger groups, discarding the soaked paper towels into the trash. Clark continued toward Bernice. Chapter 42. The town girl and the cornstalks. Peter crossed his arms, declaring, "Joanna insists that you two are formidable. Victory is assured. Bring this one home for me." Clark glanced at Bernice and affirmed, "We shall certainly give it our all." Bernice nodded earnestly. That said, with the competition looming the following day, Clark's first order of business upon returning home was not to prepare for the debate. He turned back, observing Bernice as she hopped onto the harvester beside him. "Is your idea of giving it your all simply joining me in harvesting cornstalks, Bonnie? With just a day left, our impromptu debate without any research won't yield much benefit." Bernice argued persuasively. Clark furrowed his brow slightly, yet a reluctant smile crept onto his lips. "Then why not stay in the barn? What's so captivating about harvesting stalks?" Bernice retorted candidly, "But you're here." Clark refrained from responding, lowering his head to start the machine. The thunderous roar of machinery erupted as Bernice looked back, witnessing the once golden stalks bowing down. "Isn't the feeling similar to when I missed the corn harvest last time?" She pondered. "There is a distinction," Clark replied. "The stalks are light, while the corn ears are heavier and produce a louder sound." He adjusted the steering wheel, glancing back at the fields. "If you're curious, you can always come back next year during the harvest." Ah, indeed, Bernice gradually realized. We still have ample time. Although she had over 2 years until graduation, a year in student life felt like an eternity. The thought of returning next year to harvest corn with Clark brought her an inexplicable sense of joy and tranquility. The summer's warmth had nearly dissipated in the autumn breeze of Kansas. Though the sun still shone fiercely, it no longer offered warmth. With her eyes half closed against the gentle coolness, Bernice rested one hand on Clark's shoulder. "Clark is wonderful," she mused lazily. "When it gets chilly, I can lean on him, an all-weather, automatic air conditioner." She idly chatted with Clark. "Are the cut stalks used for feed?" "Indeed, after selling my horse, Mary, I no longer possess any livestock, as it seems I had previously sold them all to the Fedgens family. Clark drove the cart back to the barn door, methodically stacking bundles of straw into the hayloft. Bernice glanced around. Are you searching for the old hay where you once loved to recline? Clark's voice carried a hint of amusement. Yes, Bernice admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed for being more interested in play than helping. She promptly grabbed 2 bundles of straw, but after a brief struggle, she set one down and carried the other to follow Clark. Clark thought to himself that the straw was not particularly heavy, so he did not refuse Bernice's assistance. The hay should be moved to the corner, and there should be some fresh straw left for you to lie on, he remarked. But the new straw is quite stiff and prickly, Bernice replied, panting as she shook her arms. It's still quite heavy. Heavy is it? Clark exclaimed in mild surprise, turning to look. Perhaps I should take over. Bernice shook her head, estimating the bundles of straw. Each time, she managed to lift a substantial portion without exhausting herself. Clark ceased to press her further, muttering, I wonder why my mother wouldn't let me discard that hay. Once I clear out the straw, I'll bring out last year's hay. He paused, still slightly concerned, and turned to Bernice. Bonnie, I won't struggle alone. So if you tire. Bernice set down another bundle, leaning against her thigh and exhaling, stretching her waist. She had removed her jacket at the outset, her t-shirt and hair clinging to her body with sweat, accentuating her lovely curves. Rest assured, I know you're strong, Bernice replied. I want to push myself. Clark felt a flush rise to his ears. All right, just take a break if you feel weary. In truth, Bernice's appearance at that moment was far from splendid. Compared to her immaculate self at school, she looked somewhat disheveled. Her hair was hastily tied, with loose strands refusing to stay in place. The sole advantage was that the fresh straw was neither dry nor brittle, sparing her clothes and hair from the excessive chaff that had accumulated during their previous hay-throwing escapades. Yet Clark couldn't shake the feeling that Bernice, even in her current state, was as captivating as she was when she shone brightly from the podium. True to her word, though not in the most flattering manner, Bernice paused when her arms grew weary and sat aside, watching Clark as he continued to move the straw. Clark's muscles flexed beautifully as he raised his arms, but regrettably, he did not perspire, nor did his clothing cling to him. Perhaps a fitted t-shirt for him this Christmas. Bernice thought idly, but how much taller would Clark grow? What if he outgrew it? Clark effortlessly lifted several bundles of straw with one hand, causing Bernice to pout in frustration. Yet the task is still incomplete. Just how much corn did you plant? Bernice lamented. Corn has long been recognized as the most significant agricultural product in the United States, both in terms of yield and economic value. Clark, while diligently toiling away, managed to converse effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat, which was quite exasperating. In truth, the number of farms cultivating corn in America has been steadily declining, from 450,000 in 1997 to fewer than 400,000 today. The author notes, 300,000 by 2017. However, those farms that do exist are increasingly engaging in large-scale corn production. If I recall correctly, the number of farms with over 2,000 acres devoted to corn has surged from 868 to over 2,000, with total output consistently on the rise. Bernice tilted her head in disbelief, exclaiming, How do you even know that? Clark chuckled lightly. When I decided to help Dad manage the farm, I delved into a wealth of information. Such data is available in the USDA's agricultural census conducted every 5 years. Bernice stared wide-eyed. You can actually remember all of this? Clark hesitated, not necessarily, but with enough effort, perhaps. What an enviable intellect, akin to a human encyclopedia, Bernice mused. Once I have a smartphone, I shall rename my Siri to Clark. Clark, what is the weather today? Clark, look up this or that. Oh dear. Clark sighed, Bonnie. What now? Bernice, in her excitement, had a tendency to let slip some expletives, though he didn't mind much. Siri, Apple. Bernice exclaimed, jumping up. I should invest in Apple stock. Clark blinked in confusion. Huh? What? How frustrating. The following day marked the finals of the school debate tournament. During the customary roll call, Bernice tugged at Clark's arm, saying, It seems my family has saved a little money for my and Mary's college, but George refuses to let me invest it, thinking I'm just some naive kid getting scammed. Clark murmured, Well, previously Bernice probably hasn't paid much attention to financial investments. Suddenly wanting to invest a substantial sum does seem suspicious. Alas, establishing trust is a challenging endeavor, and surely George and Maine would notice any changes in their daughter. Bernice's expression drooped slightly, but she ought to find a way to secure her own capital. Relying on her family is merely a shortcut. And if that avenue is blocked, there's little recourse. After all, while George Allen and Maine Allen are her parents, their money belongs to them. And providing funds for Bernice's education or investments is not their obligation. Nevertheless, even if Bernice is not particularly greedy, passing up such a risk-free opportunity to earn a profit feels utterly disconcerting. "Are you in need of money, Bonnie?" Clark inquired. If Bernice were not aware of the Kent family's financial situation, one might think this fellow was seeking a loan. Speaking of which, should he suggest they also invest? Yet, what if unforeseen circumstances negatively impacted Apple's growth? Bernice, upon offering advice, willingly assumes the corresponding responsibility, unlike a fund manager who merely engages in monetary transactions with clients, where losses do not invoke profound moral culpability. This is not the case here. Bernice shrugged, noting that successful investments could lead to savings, facilitating numerous endeavors and alleviating the burden of forced choices, allowing for more favorable conditions. "Have you ever considered penning the stories you previously shared with me?" Clark suddenly illuminated, recalling the intricate narratives that explored the depths of human nature which had once unsettled him. The plot constructions were remarkably clever. Your writing, as evidenced in the Grand Canyon travelogue you shared, is quite commendable. "Clark, I have but one question," Bernice interjected. "Do you genuinely believe writing can be lucrative?" Clark fell into contemplation. "I find the act of writing itself immensely enjoyable, hence I have not pondered that aspect," he finally admitted, meeting her gaze with sincerity. "However, I truly believe your story concepts and plots are unlike anything I have encountered before. They ought to garner fame." Bernice rested her chin on her hand, gazing into Clark's trusting eyes. Fame was not her primary concern, nor was it essential for her to invest in Apple. After all, securing a modest job to sustain herself would not pose a significant challenge. "Would you like to read my stories?" Bernice inquired. "Of course," Clark responded. "Then I shall write." Bernice smiled, adding with a light-hearted tone, "As for whether it gets published or brings an income, we shall see." Brian Gale approached from behind, nodding at Clark in greeting before raising an eyebrow at Bernice. "Oh," smiling so brightly before the competition, "you seem utterly unperturbed." "Not at all," Bernice replied with feigned innocence. "In the face of the leading team, we are diligently preparing for the competition." Initially, Clark was not adept at articulating his viewpoints clearly, resulting in their team finishing second in the round-robin stage, with Brian's team taking first place. The school selection match, after all, lacked any elimination rounds. It culminated merely in a final debate. "Do try not to let nerves hinder your performance," Brian gently advised. "Have you forgotten last year's outcome?" Bernice retorted with a playful tilt of her chin. "Though my team did not secure first place, I was the best debater in the finals. Having spent considerable time together in the society, I certainly recognize you as a formidable competitor." "Bernice," Brian remarked, "I was just discussing this with Kent. Elimination rounds are indeed different, aren't they?" "To me, the distinction is minimal," Clark chuckled. "It's merely about striving to keep pace with my partner." Brian blinked. "Do not be so modest. I have overheard others in the society praising your skills. I hope to witness them in action during the debate." Previously, in the round-robin matches, Bernice and Clark had not performed exceptionally well against Brian's team, finishing third in that particular debate, while Brian's team claimed the first position. Clark glanced at the spirited Bernice beside him, his smile widening slightly. "I will give it my utmost effort." Chapter 43. The Town Boy and the outcome. The round-robin competition spanned 2 days of the weekend, with the decisive final match occurring on the morning of the third day, which fell on a Monday. Participants in the final were required to request leave from their classes should any scheduling conflicts arise. When Clark went to request his absence, he felt the enthusiastic gaze of his science teacher upon him, as if he were a subject of great interest. The competition itself was undoubtedly intense. However, both Bernice and Clark had become quite adept at debating, and he felt he performed commendably. Once the competition concluded, all the debaters gathered outside the classroom to await the judge's decision. The duration of this waiting period was unpredictable, entirely dependent on the judge's deliberation time. Typically, the debaters had little opportunity for other activities, and thus they clustered in small groups, engaging in conversation. Generally, those who could spontaneously articulate 7 minutes of coherent arguments were not likely to be lacking in social graces. Consequently, even among competitors, Discussions would focus on the topic at hand, or acquaintances would share updates about their daily lives. Even Brian Galley, who often exchanged barbs with Bernice, was now engaged in amicable conversation, having already completed his provocation before the match. The atmosphere following the debate was genuinely pleasant, and no wonder Clark found it appealing. He remarked quietly to Bernice that it felt unlike post-sporting events, where participants often struggled to contain their tempers and continued their rivalry. Bernice raised an eyebrow and turned her head toward Brian, who leaned against the wall at the periphery of the crowd, dressed in a long black coat. He appeared somewhat aloof, yet maintained an attentive demeanor, occasionally joining in the ongoing discussions. Is the atmosphere indeed pleasant? Bernice mused, and it seemed so at present. Yet she recalled the most discourteous debater she had encountered, who happened to be Brian himself from a year prior. At that time, Bernice Allen was an absolute novice, unfamiliar with the rules. Despite her spirit of exploration leading her to enter a small school competition, her early performances were, as expected, dismal. In 7 minutes, she could barely manage 3.5, often having to conclude prematurely due to her inability to deepen her logical arguments, and, as a lower-tier participant, she could only reiterate points. During that time, Brian Galley, a ninth grader who had just transferred, quickly became the most prominent member of the debate club. However, debate competitions typically did not categorize participants by skill level. Apart from the elimination rounds, teams were matched randomly to avoid repetition. Thus, the rising star Brian and his partner inevitably found themselves competing against the novice Bernice. The disparity in skill during that match was glaring, and onlookers might have dubbed it a mental slaughter. Yet, whether due to her thick skin or her genuine naivety, Bernice, while waiting for the results outside, approached the formidable team to seek their insights. Brian's selected teammates were undoubtedly of commendable caliber. Perhaps they paled in comparison to the current Bernice. Yet to the novice Bernice of that time, they appeared quite formidable. He not only articulated his team's perspective on the debate topic, but also seamlessly suggested how Bernice's side might approach the discussion, introducing several books suitable for beginners. In stark contrast, Brian Gale, from the moment he exited the classroom, clutched a book and stationed himself at the farthest edge, exuding an air of detachment from the ongoing discourse. Regardless of the relatively simplistic debate topics or casual exchanges, he did not cast a glance their way. Engrossed in his reading, chin held high. Were it not for the occasional brief exchanges with his partner, Bernice might have genuinely believed he was entirely absorbed in his book. However, his demeanor, while seemingly natural, did not escape Bernice's keen observation. She distinctly perceived the underlying subtext of his attitude, suggesting a belief that engaging with them was unnecessary, a subtle, albeit unmalicious, form of intellectual condescension. The chasm between Brian's and her own abilities was indeed vast. His arrogance, although perhaps justified, was exasperating. Bernice found herself quite displeased, and this sentiment lingered for quite some time. Had Brian not possessed an appealing appearance, her vexation might have endured even longer. Nevertheless, as Bernice rapidly evolved, Brian began to regard her with newfound respect, leading to occasional interactions within the club and even invitations outside of it. Particularly noteworthy was their encounter at the finals of last year's school selection competition, where, although Brian's team claimed victory, Bernice snatched the title of Best Debater. In certain competitions, organizers might consider the participant sentiments, excluding the winning team from individual awards, selecting the best debater from the remaining competitors. However, through her inquiries, Bernice discovered that their mentor, Garen, did not adhere to such practices. Thus, her title was a genuine testament that, at least throughout the entirety of that competition, her average individual score surpassed Brian's. The atmosphere following the debate was indeed delightful. No wonder you enjoy it, Clark whispered to Bernice. Leaning against the wall, Brian sensed Bernice's gaze and turned to meet her eyes, his gray-green irises reflecting a hint of confusion. His demeanor was gentle, with a slight tilt of his head and a genuine smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Bernice's perception, that barely perceptible pride had not dissipated. It was merely concealed more adeptly. Or perhaps his attitude had shifted because he now regarded her as an equal. Bernice smiled and shook her head at him, signaling that all was well, before redirecting her attention to Clark, saying, "In fact, it is quite common for debaters to have strong disagreements with the results. Generally, they directly engage the judges in discourse, or may even appeal to the organizers. Ultimately, It is the judges who announce the results and their reasoning, so any dissent is typically directed at them. "Oh," Clark exclaimed, awakening to the realization, while discreetly glancing in the direction Bernice had previously been observing. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open. Several judges, naturally, there were multiple judges for the finals, emerged, all shouldering bags, appearing ready to depart. "Are you still here?" One of the male teachers exclaimed in astonishment. "Hurry to the auditorium. The results of the finals will not be announced here, but rather awarded directly in the auditorium." "Oh, right," Brian replied in a rather dull tone, as if slightly embarrassed by his forgetfulness. "I forgot. I did too, my apologies," Bernice said, glancing skyward and exchanging looks with the other members of the debate club present. Only the novice Clark Kent blinked in confusion. As Bernice walked, she reflected on the situation. It must have been that the first person naturally stepped aside, and the others simply followed suit without much thought, such as human nature. "I don't concern myself with others. My standards for myself must be higher," she asserted. Bernice pouted, feeling that after an intense mental exertion, she simply wanted to follow along without contemplating other matters. "Next time I'll know. You can follow me. I won't lead us astray," she added. Clark couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how Bernice had been quite dazed before joining the conversation. Without hesitation, Bernice replied, "All right, aren't you the one with high standards?" Clark, feeling Bernice's gaze, innocently looked back. "I take back what I just said," Bernice stated seriously. "This is not an area where I hold high expectations." "I disagree," Bernice insisted firmly. Clark patted her shoulder, but she gently shook her head. "Alan, you should know that I possess absolute authority over this matter," Galen proclaimed, stretching his words deliberately. "Your disagreement is inconsequential. I was issuing a notification, not initiating a discussion." Bernice felt no sense of authority in his tone, only a sense of frustration and anger. Last year, she had been awarded Best Debater and was suggested by judges from other schools to represent her institution, yet her mentor Galen had dismissed her, choosing instead Brian and his teammate. That's understandable. After all, Bernice is a novice and might be inconsistent in her performance. But why must Clark endure a similar fate this year? They are clearly this year's champions, and Clark performed exceptionally well. Yet the chief judge had also remarked on Clark's extensive knowledge and composure. Why can't the champion team attend the regional competition as per tradition? Bernice argued. Tradition? They allowed you, a girl, to compete. Typically, girls are less stable, but you've excelled, being named Best Debater for 2 consecutive years, rivaling your male counterparts, Galen scoffed. Gale is experienced and seasoned. What issue is there with him partnering with someone else? The chief judge holds you both in high regard. If you are unwilling, we can simply substitute him. He has a longer rapport with his current partner, while you two still need to develop your synergy. As Galen spoke, Clark grasped Bernice's arm, sensing her agitation as she trembled slightly. "I have no objections, Bonnie," Clark said calmly. "Do as you wish." Bernice looked up sharply, scrutinizing Clark's eyes, and upon finding no signs of coercion, she felt a little more at ease. She then turned to Galen, her temper flaring again. "Galen, why do you imply that I am comparable to male debaters whose average scores have not matched mine for 2 consecutive years?" Garen furrowed his brow. "What? Is it because women are perceived to possess inferior logic and less stability? Yet, Alan, you excel in these aspects. Is this the sentiment of receiving an honorary badge of merit in the past for black individuals? I have transcended your limitations regarding women, and you award me an honorary male certificate?" Bernice shrugged. "Garen, perhaps broadening your understanding of women would be more logical." Garen's expression darkened considerably. "Alan, you do not wish to participate in the regional competition, do you?" Brian Galley, who had remained silent and aloof until now, stepped forward, interjecting with a smile. "Ah, teacher, in debates where we must support and resonate with one another, it fosters a strong camaraderie among teammates." While subtly gesturing to Bernice behind his back, he continued, "It is entirely reasonable for Bernice to be a bit more animated. I previously preferred not to be separated from my teammates as well." Bernice rolled her eyes internally, sidestepping the direct confrontation. "In a debate, Galley, you truly exhibit more rationality." Garen's demeanor visibly softened. Brian was indeed a student he held in high regard. He cast a cold glance at Bernice, inquiring, "But Galley, are you willing to partner with her?" Brian quickly replied, "Bernice is quite remarkable. I am eager to be her partner." He deliberately glanced at Clark Kent, then back at Garen, displaying a conflicted expression. Alas, Galley is reluctant to partner with Kent. Should Alan choose not to participate, the champion team would lack any representation, which would not reflect well. Garen asked, expressionless, Alan, do you wish to attend the regional competition? If so, you must partner with Galli. Bernice replied, her face devoid of emotion, yes. She felt compelled to engage in the activities she cherished to prove herself, and even to affirm the worth of her gender. Yet guilt gnawed at her. This was not a matter of choosing between competition and friendship, as her participation would not alter Clark's outcome. The guilt stemmed from her inability to rectify the unfairness her friend encountered, a situation beyond her control. She then sensed Clark giving her a gentle squeeze. Alas, does Clark truly lack telepathic abilities? She turned her head slightly, only to find Clark smiling at her. His smile was genuine, his blue eyes sparkling behind black-rimmed glasses, reminiscent of the Kansas sky, yet infinitely gentler. Garen nodded coolly. Very well, is settled then. Alan and Galli shall participate in the regional competition. The specific timing is likely to be close to the end of the term, just before Christmas. I recommend you practice diligently during this period, ideally competing in external matches over the weekend to enhance your synergy. Chapter 44. The Small-Town Girl and Her Journey. I believe I understand why our school consistently fails to advance beyond the regional competition, Bernice grumbled. Clark replied, In a round-robin format, there will inevitably be a round dedicated to the themes of minority rights, such as race, feminism, and LGBTQI issues. Clark exclaimed, oh. With Garen's progressive views on gender, he would undoubtedly lead the team to an impressive performance in such a debate. Clark, well, he sensed the irony and paused momentarily before asking, Bernice, do you find Garen's guidance valuable? After contemplating, Bernice replied, in terms of club discussions, it is indeed beneficial for novices. However, on one hand, my judging perspective differs somewhat from his. On the other hand, I believe I need to participate in more competitions and observe various contestants and judges to truly improve. Clark chuckled. That's good to hear, as I have written a letter of complaint to the principal. Bernice, what? Clark calmly stated. I recorded what he said yesterday and sent a letter to the principal and the vice principal overseeing the equity office. Although my research indicates that the equity office primarily addresses racial issues, I believe gender concerns should also fall within their jurisdiction. I have included suggestions to fill the gap in handling gender-related matters. Bernice, I am not yet aware of the outcome, but previously a teacher called to inquire about the specifics and other witnesses. I mentioned you and Brian Galli. Clark curiously asked, what's the matter, Bonnie? Do you find fault with my approach? No, it's just that I never considered handling it this way, Bernice admitted, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment. She had come to terms with the disappointing reality of their mentor and was prepared to face it head-on. Yet at that moment, Clark suggested that perhaps this reality could be altered. More importantly, he had taken the first step towards change. I am uncertain how the school will respond. Clark shyly rubbed the back of his head, but according to protocol, they will certainly provide me with feedback. Why not involve me? Bernice pouted, elongating her words in a mock complaint. Why do you always handle significant matters without me? I didn't think much of it. I just wrote a complaint letter. Clark replied sincerely. Later, I considered that if you had joined me in the complaint and Garen continued to mentor the debate club, it might not bode well for you in the club afterwards. I don't share your passion for debate and 1TB participating in upcoming competitions. So it works out. Yet, this might lead some to think you are resentful for not being able to compete, prompting you to take issue with Garen. Bernice expressed her gratitude while worrying about Clark. But you won't, Clark shrugged nonchalantly, as if that were the only matter of significance. Feeling such trust and regard, Bernice felt warmth in her heart and could no longer suppress her smile. I initially planned to wait until the outcome was confirmed before informing you, for instance. If they decided to change the club's mentor or if Garen were to apologize to you, Clark added. However, before the vice principal spoke to me about this matter, I saw Brian Galli in the office. Bernice widened her eyes slightly. Him? Clark shook his head. I did not overhear their conversation. However, Galli appeared quite normal. And when he came out, he smiled and greeted me. Does this imply that in matters concerning Garen, he will not pose a hindrance? For a fleeting moment, Bernice's lips curled in a smirk at the naivety of this notion. She shook her head. If Brian truly intended to confront someone, he would undoubtedly wear a smile for his adversaries until the outcome was revealed. However, she reasoned, since he had no desire to replace her in the competition, there was no conflict of interest between them that could lead to obstruction. If he was involved in the office regarding this matter, It would likely be merely as a witness to provide truthful testimony. Although Garen held him in high regard, she had always sensed a certain ambivalence from Brian towards Garen. Clark, too, harbored an inexplicable intuition that Brian might very well aid them, perhaps even assist Bernice. The mere possibility of this stirred a peculiar sense of vigilance within Clark, compelling him to verbally recount the assistance he had rendered to Bernice, though he was not seeking approval for his actions. Moreover, it should be a commendable act for a friend to receive greater support. After Bernice returned home, Clark rummaged through his bookshelf, seeking answers much like he had in the early days of grappling with his identity. "Hello, partner." The tinted black window descended, revealing Brian's countenance. He offered a brief smile to Bernice, while the impeccably dressed man emerging from the driver's seat efficiently lifted Bernice's suitcase and stowed it in the spacious trunk, bowing slightly as he opened the rear door for her. "Thank you." Bernice nodded in acknowledgement to the man, presumably the driver, as she settled into the car. The interior exuded a pleasant aroma, devoid of the scent of gasoline, unlike the dizzying cheap air freshener she had encountered before. As she adjusted her fingers, the seat and backrest felt exceptionally comfortable, presumably crafted from fine leather. Earlier, she had indeed discerned the car's emblem, which appeared to feature wings. Had just been Brian, she might have ventured to the front or rear for a closer look. However, at present, Brian held a book, nodding towards her. He sat with a posture more upright than in school, dressed more formally, even donning a bow tie, which harmonized with the elegant interior of the vehicle. Nonetheless, there is a subtle distinction from the Brian she knew at school. For instance, he would wave at her upon sighting her, instead of merely nodding his head as he did now. In prolonged interactions, he would engage her in debate rather than maintain this quiet demeanor, seemingly disinclined to speak. Bernice, of course, wisely refrained from breaking the silence. From the appearance of this car, did it suggest that Brian's family was wealthier than she had previously assumed, necessitating that he present himself as a composed gentleman in front of his family, perhaps the driver or a butler. An image of Brian, seated with legs crossed, delicately concealing his mouth with a refined lady's feather fan, flashed through her mind. The vehicle prepared by Brian was heading out of state. Although Bernice harbored no particular fondness for Galen, she concurred with his assertion that in order to make a name for themselves in the regional competition, it was imperative to quickly develop a rapport with Brian during their practice matches. Just a few days prior, while they perused the schedule for nearby small-scale debate tournaments, Brian had proactively suggested that since they were headed out of town for the weekend to refine their collaboration, they might as well venture out of state to engage with more skilled debaters. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. However, the expenses for transportation and accommodations over the Friday and Saturday nights were not easily manageable with Bernice's modest allowance. Brian reassured her that he would cover the transportation costs and could also arrange the lodging at a discounted rate. Finding the logistics cumbersome, Bernice readily entrusted these matters to him. Nonetheless, when Brian mentioned that the transportation would involve a private driver, Bernice began to harbor doubts about whether she could afford the supposedly discounted accommodations. Alas, had she known that the journey would be so dull, she might have preferred to travel by train, especially since the bulk of the expenses stemmed from lodging. Yet, having given her word, she felt obliged to honor her commitment. If Brian wished to maintain an air of dignified silence during the ride, she resolved to indulge him. Noticing that Bernice had no intention of retrieving the books from her small suitcase, Brian leaned slightly toward the front and inquired, "Uncle Sag, could you please play some music?" "Of course, Master Brian," replied the impeccably dressed driver, inserting a CD into the car's sound system. He then added, "Master Brian, why don't you chat with your classmate?" Brian turned to glance at Bernice, pursing his lips in evident disinterest. Bernice, noticing this, responded, "Sir, wouldn't our conversation distract you while driving?" Her voice was clear and steady. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror, his demeanor calm and composed. With a smile, he shook his head, exuding a sense of confidence as he remarked, "Your conversation would hardly affect me." Evidently, the driver possessed remarkable driving skills, Bernice noted, which explained why Brian could read during the journey. He must be very steady behind the wheel. Brian raised an eyebrow. The driver, catching a glimpse of his expression in the mirror, turned back and modestly replied, "Oh, young lady, you flatter me." As it turned out, Brian remained rather reticent, and Bernice's brief exchanges with the driver eventually dwindled. Listening to Mozart emanating from the speakers, Bernice felt the notes merrily dance in her mind. rendering her unable to doze off. She thus pulled out her notebook, gazing out at the scenery while contemplating her thoughts, occasionally jotting down a line or two. "I never expected you to express such flattery toward an elder," Brian suddenly interjected. Bernice was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts interrupted, and she looked up at him in confusion, her mental gears slowly beginning to turn. She glanced toward the front. Mr. Sag had exited the vehicle for some unknown purpose. No wonder the previously sardonic Brian had returned, now saying, "I see you wearing a melancholic expression, seemingly reluctant to converse with me. So I thought I would come to your rescue." Brian seemed momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed out the window, his lips moving silently as he swallowed his initial response. Instead, he focused on Bernice's notebook and asked, "What are you writing?" "A novel," she replied. "Really?" Brian said, his tone reflecting genuine surprise as he extended a hand. "Would you mind letting me take a look?" Bernice fixed her gaze upon the hand before her, then lifted her eyes to meet his. Brian remained composed, his palm still outstretched, though she felt a twinge of reluctance. It seemed as if refusing would equate to defeat. With a clenched jaw, Bernice let out a slight huff and placed her manuscript upon his palm, admitting it was merely a rough draft, lacking refinement. Brian's posture straightened as he cast a sidelong glance at Bernice before returning his attention to the book in his hands. The sole distinction this time was that he was perusing Bernice's manuscript. She turned her gaze toward the window as Mr. Sarge, the driver, returned, opened the car door, and resumed his position at the wheel. Could it be that Mr. Sarge had been dispatched by Brian's family to oversee his posture? Bernice found herself intrigued, musing silently. Mr. Sarge halted before a hotel lobby, retrieving 2 suitcases, and opened the door for both Brian and Bernice. The hotel appeared quite pleasant, though its decor did not exude opulence. Rather, it was the floor-to-ceiling glass elevator affixed to the exterior that imparted a unique and avant-garde flair. "Mr. Brian, do you require my assistance with the check-in?" Sarge inquired as he stood beside the vehicle. "No, thank you, Uncle Sarge," Brian replied with a genuine smile. "Then I shall return to collect you both on Sunday evening." Sarge bowed slightly, but remained stationary until Brian and Bernice had taken a few steps away with their suitcases, after which he returned to the driver's seat and departed. Bernice stole a glance at the car as they walked. The emblem bore silver wings flanking the silver letter B. Chapter 45. The town girl and the hotel. Bernice was not particularly concerned with Brian's background. After all, it was only those seeking something from him who would alter their demeanor based on his status. However, she was indeed curious about the vehicle. She understood that top-tier sports cars fetched exorbitant prices, but what might the cost of such an upscale business vehicle be? Unfamiliar with the car's manufacturer, Bernice contemplated researching the emblem she had just glimpsed. Brian grasped the handle of his suitcase, glancing at Bernice and then at her luggage. Bernice, puzzled, replied, "Luggage? No, I only bring what I can manage." Brian nodded and gestured toward the hotel, indicating that Bernice should proceed ahead. Yet after only a few steps, Bernice quietly sidled closer to Brian and asked in a hushed tone, "You mentioned you could secure a discounted rate for the hotel. How much will 2 nights actually cost?" Brian raised an eyebrow, and Bernice could sense his inclination to deliver a sardonic remark. However, he swallowed his words and, with a roll of his eyes, explained, "My grandfather has a partnership with this chain of hotels and is aware that we arrange for Uncle Sarge to assist us after the competition." Noting Bernice's lingering hesitation, he added, "Thus, I did not incur any expenses, and you need not pay either. Consider it my grandfather's treat." Oh, an adult-esque treat from a relative evidently well off, Bernice thought, instantly alleviating her discomfort as she watched Brian relay a phone number to the front desk and receive 2 room keys. Their rooms were on the same floor. Bernice's was 2303, likely adjacent to Brian's. Brian stepped into the transparent elevator, handing his notebook and room card to Bernice. "Here, I return your novel. It's quite captivating, particularly the avant-garde creativity. But why does it end abruptly?" Bernice pressed the button for the 23rd floor and scoffed, "I mentioned it's a draft. I haven't yet contemplated the subsequent chapters." As the elevator doors gently closed and began to ascend, Brian continued, "When you complete it, do make sure to share it with me. What inspired you to write a novel?" "I wish to invest in a certain stock within the technology sector, but I lack the capital," Bernice replied, touching her nose as she turned to gaze at the night view beyond the transparent walls of the elevator. Compared to the small town, the multitude of skyscrapers and lights presented a different spectacle, one with which Bernice was far more familiar. You can't be thinking of accumulating capital through royalties, can you? The likelihood of earning money through writing is rather slim. Brian was taken aback, but reconsidered after recalling the quality of the works he had previously read. It's not impossible, but the time frame is rather lengthy. Wouldn't you agree? One must complete the writing, submit it, revise it, and then hope for serialization or publication to earn royalties, which is not cost-effective. I am well aware of the low cost-effectiveness. However, generating wealth from investments is swifter. Capital is key. Bernice rolled her eyes slightly, observing the city lights as they ascended. She pondered that a gradual rise was more conducive to acclimatization, unlike Clark, who always darted skyward out of fear of being seen, leaving one feeling dizzy. Yet, generating wealth, indeed, requires initial capital. If Bernice had begun accumulating capital from the moment she arrived in this world, she might have amassed a modest sum by now. But forgetting is forgetting, and spending time to earn money naturally detracts from companionship with friends. She harbored no regrets. Furthermore, it was not too late to act now. Brian hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Are you in need of money lately?" "Not particularly," Bernice replied candidly. "Recently, through a series of serendipitous events, I recalled discovering a long-term investment opportunity that is stable and almost assuredly lucrative. I am to save up for my university tuition." Brian glanced at the floor indicator above in the elevator. As the doors opened, he extended his hand to signal for Bernice to exit first. "Which stock are you eyeing?" "Wait a moment," Bernice responded, realizing as she dragged her suitcase out that she needed to clarify. "Are you asking as a friend? Or as an investor seeking opportunities for your own funds?" Brian paused, unable to suppress a smile as he followed her out. "Initially, I asked as a friend, but you've made a valid point. Once you respond, my identity will inevitably shift." He inquired further, "Are you truly that certain about the opportunity you've identified? So certain that merely naming it would constitute a significant breach of valuable information?" Bernice contemplated for a moment before replying. "I have a high degree of confidence that within the next decade, technological advancements will precipitate multiple significant transformations within the hardware of smart devices and online service platforms, which will, in turn, create numerous lucrative opportunities." Brian interjected, recalling his grandfather's previous analyses. "You believe the opportunity has already arrived, and you've pinpointed one particular stock? I am not particularly versed in finance, and without dedicating considerable effort to research, I cannot discern the trends." Bernice shrugged, expressing her unwavering belief in a particular investment that she intends to hold long-term. Brian, tilting his head slightly, paused at the threshold of his room and remarked, "But Bernice, you have less than 3 years until you graduate high school. You previously mentioned that you plan to use your investment returns to pay for tuition. Holding for 3 years and then selling hardly qualifies as long-term, does it?" "Ah," Bernice replied dryly, moving forward with her suitcase for a couple more steps. "You're right. Perhaps I should apply for a student loan and repay it with the investment returns later." Brian smiled, choosing not to respond, and they agreed to meet for breakfast the following morning before attending a nearby university competition together. Clark soared once more into the night sky. As darkness enveloped the farm, it fell into a serene quietude, accompanied only by the moonlight and the hum of insects. From within the clouds, he gazed 200 miles away. The moonlight that bathed him was the same that illuminated the windowsill of Bernice's hotel room, yet the town's night was dim and tranquil, with the moon serving as its sole beacon. In the midst of the city's vibrance, would she, surrounded by neon lights, lift her gaze to the moon? The last time Bernice ventured far was during a holiday trip to the West Coast. At that time, she often softly described the landscape she encountered, believing Clark could not hear her, and even took notes to share her insights and experiences with him. This time, however, she remained entirely in the company of Brian Gale, speaking little beyond her exchanges with him. Clark possessed the ability to see what she saw and hear what she heard, yet he always felt that unless Bernice actively shared her life, it held little significance akin to spying. It was unusual for him to listen to the sound from her side so late. After all, he risked encountering the sounds of her evening routine. Sighing, he observed the tiny crystals in the clouds drift slightly farther away. Perhaps she herself did not mind it much. Yet, Bernice's earlier question to Brian echoed in his ears. "Are you asking this as a friend?" Friend, Clark contemplated the word, as Bernice interpreted her relationship with Brian. She regarded him in the same light, though of course, friendships differ. Clark felt confident that he was indeed Bernice's closest friend. They spent the most time together, felt at ease in each other's presence, and shared their greatest secrets, creating an innate understanding between them. Nevertheless, Clark sensed a certain rapport between Brian and Bernice as well, albeit one that lacked the transparency he shared with her. It seemed they had a mutual understanding, and soon Brian would be partnering with Bernice for a debate. Based on Clark's experience, during debates, the brief preparation time necessitated rapid information exchange, with partners primarily articulating their immediate thoughts. After participating in several debates, perceptive individuals would develop a profound understanding of each other's thought processes and the dimensions through which they approached and evaluated issues. It goes without saying that partners must remain in each other's company throughout the competition. What if, in an imperceptible manner, Bernice comes to regard Brian as the more exceptional friend? Clark sat cross-legged in mid-air, contemplating whether he should delve into the realms of finance and technology. Wow. After a few hours of driving, Bernice opened the door, intending to collapse onto the bed, but paused upon observing the decor. She casually slid her suitcase inside, opened the wardrobe, and was pleasantly surprised to find a safe within, with a small inscription above, "Please carry valuables with you whenever possible." Bernice then opened the bathroom door, exclaiming in astonishment at the presence of both a bathtub and a shower. Approaching the sink, she rummaged through a small basket overhead, discovering an entire collection of razors and complementary skincare products, including body lotion and hand cream. To her left was the bathtub, while to her right stood the shower, which, astonishingly, was constructed entirely of transparent glass facing the grand bed. From the bed, the entire shower and bathtub were fully visible. Conversely, from within the shower, one could see the bed, as well as the uncurtained floor-to-ceiling bay window. How delightfully risque. Bernice clicked a button on the wall, prompting the shower curtain to automatically descend and obscure the view. This hotel seemed to have been designed with an abundance of glass, transparent elevators, transparent showers, and expansive transparent bay windows. Stepping out of the bathroom, Bernice gazed through the bay window at the flickering signs of nearby bars and the steady illumination of office buildings. Being on such a high floor felt like a natural barrier between herself and the bustling world below. She could only observe from afar, unable to immerse herself in the vibrant life beneath. This was indeed a novel experience. Previously, whenever she ventured to such heights, or even greater, it had always been alongside Clark. During those moments, they rarely spoke, yet his steady grip on her arm, the warmth of their skin, and the rhythm of their breaths conveyed a sense of intimacy that made it feel as though they were not distant guests in this tranquil altitude, but rather returning souls. Unaware of the town's direction, Bernice glanced out the window for a moment before settling onto the bay window with her pen and manuscript, writing quietly until the night deepened. Chapter 46. The Town Girl and the Elevator. Good morning. Brian, clad in a vest and carrying a bag, awaited Bernice at her door at the appointed time. Good morning. Bernice yawned as she confirmed his identity through the peephole and opened the door, stepping into the elevator together. We have half an hour for breakfast, Brian noted, glancing at his watch before pressing the button for the restaurant floor. As the elevator doors closed, he added, Uncle Sag had offered to send us, but I declined. Let's just walk. Sounds good. It's south quite close, Bernice replied, rummaging through her backpack for a drink. Suddenly, the elevator jolted violently, plunging downward at an alarming speed. The elevator is plummeting, Brian exclaimed, glancing out at the rapidly ascending scenery. He braced himself against the transparent glass wall with one hand while reaching out to steady Bernice with the other. Bernice brushed aside his hand, lunging towards the buttons and frantically illuminating several floors, desperately trying to light up the overlooked lower levels. In the event of a typical elevator malfunction, one might merely experience a sensation of weightlessness, perhaps glancing upwards to observe if the numbers indicating the floors are descending rapidly. However, they found themselves in a transparent elevator. Bernice dared not glance sideways. Instead, she pressed all the buttons for the lower floors and fixated intently on the elevator door. She bent her knees, urgently grasping the handrail. Brian, noticing Bernice's actions, quickly comprehended the situation, but Bernice was already a step ahead, having executed nearly all the emergency measures available to her. He offered reminders to fill in any gaps, but from this point onward, it seemed there was little left to do but pray. This statement, while devoid of despair, merely articulated a stark reality. Bernice cast a fleeting glance around, if not for the dizzying view of the scenery whipping by outside. She might have been struck by Brian's calmness in this life-threatening moment. Upon meeting her gaze and recognizing her composure, he couldn't help but smile slightly. As the elevator plummeted, it was imperative to immediately press all the buttons for the lower floors. If fortune favored them, the elevator might halt at a given level, allowing a swift escape. For the opening of the doors did not guarantee safety. They could very well close again, leading to further descent. Should the elevator fail to open, or if they remained inside without escaping, the only recourse would be to crouch against the wall, not the door, bending the knees to mitigate the impact of a potential fall, as standing upright would risk the bones in her knees meeting the ground with full force. Bernice crouched against the wall, gripping the handrail. Brian was correct. They could only surrender to fate or seek the intervention of a higher power. Placing hope in others during a crisis is perilous. The time and energy spent in seeking assistance and praying detracts from the efforts required for self-rescue. Bernice resolved to rely solely on herself, and only after exhausting all her options would she consider external aid. Thus, even in the absence of rescue, she would harbor no regrets, for she would know she had done all she could, holding on to her life until the very last moment. She fixated on the elevator door, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should she call for Clark? Indeed, Clark possessed the ability to move swiftly and even to fly. Combined, these faculties presented a glimmer of hope for timely salvation. Thus, calling for help would be akin to pressing all the buttons, merely a necessary survival tactic. Yet, Bernice found herself unable to utter the words. She had never called for help before. The phrase itself seemed to signify utter helplessness, a complete reliance on others, which filled her with reluctance. Furthermore, if Clark did not hear her, her cries would be in vain. And should he hear her, but fail to arrive in time? What then? To Bernice, the prospect of a lifetime steeped in guilt seemed far more terrifying than death itself. Yet, despite her selfishness, she could not relinquish this means of survival. Bernice pressed her lips together and quietly uttered, "Help." The elevator jolted once more, its descent appearing to decelerate. The numbers above the door gradually slowed, ultimately halting at 7. Ding! Brian had never heard a sound more exquisite than that reminder. And as the door trembled and slid open, he dashed forward. A hint of apprehension crossed his mind, but upon glancing sideways, he noticed Bernice charging ahead with even greater fervor, prompting him to laugh heartily as they both clumsily landed on the stable ground. Supporting herself, Bernice glanced back, but it appeared she was not merely observing the now-closed elevator doors. Rather, she seemed to be searching for something elusive, returning with a look of bewilderment. Unable to contain his amusement, Brian chuckled. "Is that the same expression you wore after you saved the entire school bus? A bit lost, perhaps?" Bernice, propped up on the ground, felt her legs weaken, likely a result of the adrenaline crash following the crisis. She cast another glance toward the elevator, failing to spot any fleeting figures, and plopped down onto the floor, aching to lie flat while continuing their banter. "Oh, how delightful that my modest reputation has reached the ears of Master Galley. I am truly honored." Brian paused momentarily, tilting his head to scrutinize Bernice's expression. Yet, the familiar tone of their playful exchange, coupled with her sprawled posture, led him to determine that further examination was unnecessary. Instead, he feigned a lofty demeanor and gave a haughty hum as a retort. After all, his earlier laughter had irreparably tarnished his image, and having just escaped peril, he presumed his grandfather would not mind too much. However, that seems like an event from 2 years ago. Did you not just transfer here a little over a year ago? How would you know? Bernice inquired once more. Of course I know, Brian thought. Back then, his grandfather had opposed his move to this quaint town, prompting Uncle Sag to handle the enrollment at East Coast Academy directly. In his desperation, Brian had scoured through materials, striving to demonstrate that despite the town's meager educational resources, it possessed its own merits. In that process, he came across an article about Bernice Allen in the Town Gazette. When Brian confronted his grandfather with the newspaper, the elder man, who had kept his eyes shut until then, suddenly opened them and scrutinized Brian's expression. Brian felt a wave of discomfort, as if being assessed by a once commanding chairman, his innermost thoughts laid bare under the weight of that gaze. Former Chairman Galley remarked, "Your parents wish for you to attend an academy, but we both understand that their opinions do not hold much weight." At this, Brian lowered his gaze. Acutely aware of his parents' limited influence within the corporation, their voices often drowned out, Even he himself did not place significant weight on their opinions. Yet, hearing it voiced by his grandfather stung nonetheless. Observing Brian's reaction, the former chairman suddenly smiled and said, "If you are resolute in your decision to come here, I will not interfere. However, be advised that once you embrace life in the town, you'll forfeit certain privileges and must take responsibility for your choices, Brian. I am well aware. This is indeed big news, and people were discussing it when I arrived," Brian replied. "Your response was remarkably swift, and your self-rescue skills are quite impressive. Has Bernice perhaps taken related courses? Surely her family would not arrange such training?" "I meticulously peruse the safety instructions even when I board a plane," Bernice declared with confidence. "Have you ever flown?" Brian inquired, somewhat taken aback. In this day and age, with limited routes and the high cost of airfare, Bernice has indeed never experienced it. Those emergency escape techniques stem from her previous memories. Reflecting on her earlier complacency after the harrowing escape, she reluctantly rose, her body still somewhat languid, and shifted the conversation, saying, "Should we, file a complaint with the hotel? Report it? And we need to arrange for some food as well." Brian, holding his forehead, exclaimed, "Oh, there's a competition soon. I almost forgot. Let's head to the lobby and discuss this with the hotel. Are we skipping breakfast then? Or perhaps you could handle the negotiations while I grab 2 takeout meals from the restaurant," Bernice suggested. Brian waved his hand dismissively, his tone exuding a sense of assuredness typical of one in a position of negotiation. "The hotel will have it packaged and sent down." Bernice felt that their status as victims was not the sole reason for his confidence, and after a moment of silence, she expressed her doubt. "Really? Perhaps I should just eat at the restaurant and bring you something after you've spoken with the hotel?" With a resigned sigh, Brian replied, "All right then." When Bernice noticed Brian pulling out his phone to dial quickly, she turned and stepped aside. She was willing to appear naive and uninformed, needing a brief separation from Brian, as she had a pressing question that required immediate confirmation. She circled around to a distant corner near the emergency exit and whispered, "Clark, is it you?" A gentle breeze swept through, playfully lifting a few strands of Bernice's hair. She saw nothing, yet the sudden wind, mingling with the hotel's luxurious fragrance, conjured memories of sun-drenched hay in a barn, the moist soil of irrigated fields, and the crisp, invigorating air at high altitudes. Though she saw nothing, she opened her arms wide, reaching forward. The wind ceased, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "It's you," Bernice murmured, resting her head on Clark's shoulder. The dizziness that had suddenly overwhelmed her subsided, and she felt an unexpected wave of drowsiness, as if she had returned to a serene altitude where only the two of them existed, allowing her thoughts to drift away. Clark had much to express, such as why she hadn't called for him sooner, the comfort of surviving a calamity, promises of his return should danger arise again, and the fact that he needed to head back, as the school bus was nearing the spot where he usually boarded. "I'm here," he finally said, prompting Bernice to cling to him even tighter. Chapter 47. The town girl and the mysterious shop. Bernice buried her face in Clark's embrace, her heart, which had been racing since their escape, finally calming down. She wished to hold on a little longer. Clark truly offered a comforting embrace, but reason ultimately prevailed, and she loosened her grip. "Was it you in the elevator?" Bernice mumbled. "The elevator was not me," Clark, with an earnest demeanor, remarked, having been lightly tapped by Bernice. Continued, "I glanced at the situation. One of the cables had snapped, yet the remaining one seemed intact. I merely assisted in hastening the halt of the elevator doors." He spoke candidly, adding, "However, had I not arrived, it might have gradually come to a stop on a lower floor, for Bernice had already illuminated all the buttons." Following the earlier incident of the school bus plunging into the water, Bernice had encountered 2 unforeseen calamities, both times with Clark's assistance. Yet, Clark increasingly felt that their relationship was not one of savior and saved, for in both instances, prior to his intervention, the seemingly powerless Bernice had already managed to extricate herself. As long as luck was not exceedingly unfavorable, she could rely on her own abilities to navigate through peril, even saving those accompanying her. Nevertheless, Clark remained deeply unsettled. What if he hadn't been listening? What if he hadn't arrived in time? What if their luck had truly been dire, and the remaining 3 cables could not compensate for the one that had broken, leaving the elevator in a perpetual halt? He grappled with this anxiety, feeling as if his tumultuous emotions had seized his limbs, rendering him immobile and speechless in Bernice's presence until she embraced him tightly. Clark exhaled, and the dread within him gradually dissipated. I feel as though I have never flown as swiftly as I did just now, he confessed. Bernice chuckled softly. Then perhaps the previous data can be updated. Tilting her head with curiosity, she inquired, "So, have you been attentively listening to my activities, Clark? Or was it merely coincidental?" Clark felt a flush rise to his cheeks, stumbling over his words. "I often. If you mind, Bonnie, I don't mind," Bernice interrupted. "Not only do I not mind, but I find it inexplicably delightful." The corners of her mouth could hardly be contained. Momentarily perplexed by her own joy, she mused aloud. "Besides, you saved me." However, Clark suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Initially elated by her words of indifference, he felt his spirits plummet upon hearing the latter half. "Was it because I can save you that you are unbothered by my eavesdropping on your life?" He uttered 3 words before halting, unable to voice the question. Yet Bernice seemed to sense his discontent, blinking her eyes as she said, "I believe there is nothing in my life that I fear sharing with others. But if it were someone else, while they might not mind, they would certainly not relish it. Yet with you, Clark, I am more than willing." She smiled at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Regardless, even if you don't listen, I shall still share with you, huh?" Clark sometimes felt as though he were an open book before Bernice. Yet, she was unperturbed by his attentiveness, and he welcomed her exploration of his thoughts. After a casual exchange, Clark and Bernice bid each other farewell and ascended once more, transforming into almost indistinguishable beams of light as they drifted away. Bernice paused momentarily. In a moment of urgency, Clark had approached, dressed in casual attire, notably the familiar denim jeans and brown jacket that Bernice recognized well. Yet he had just floated in the air, nodding slightly before dissipating like light into the distance. That ethereal quality rendered his coat a mere shackle, constraining his essence, preventing him from embodying a higher, more distant ideal. Following the weekend competition, there remained over an hour's journey back to Brian's home. How should she spend this time? Bernice resolved to A. Find a quiet spot to continue writing her novel, or B. Explore the streets, as this city seemed to harbor numerous peculiar little shops. Choosing A would lead to a series of interludes that traversed the threads of memory, while opting for B would divert her into the following subplot. Bernice was not particularly fond of shopping, partly because the small town offered limited options, and partly because she preferred to invest her time in other pursuits, debating, reading, playing on her phone, and engaging in playful conversations with Clark, among other activities. However, now that she found herself on the street, she was quite willing to stroll and experience the local culture. As she passed through the square, a stirring within her was ignited by a faint, intriguing aroma that wafted through the air, not the scent of flowers. Emerging from a quaint little flower shop nestled in a corner of the square, her gaze was drawn to a nameless shop slightly ahead. The store featured an ancient wooden door adorned with a painted crystal ball and swirling patterns, exuding an air of mystery. The enchanting fragrance seemed to emanate from within. Joanna had previously mentioned that a friend of hers had a keen interest in tarot cards and other esoteric subjects, which had piqued Bernice's curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to enter, hoping to find a gift for Joanna. Of course, she prepared herself to leave immediately if the shop were to offer strange substances or powders. As Bernice pushed open the wooden door, a clear chime resonated, prompting her to glance up, yet she found nothing resembling a wind chime. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a purple crystal ball resting on a wooden table, revealing an array of scattered cards. A hand emerged from the thick shadows behind, igniting a candle on the table. The flickering light cast a dim, wavering glow, enhancing the sense of mystery pervading the room. A slightly husky, magnetic female voice broke the silence. "Young lady, what brings you here?" "I was merely drawn by a delightful scent, unlike that of flowers," Bernice replied candidly. "If you happen to sell tarot cards, I intend to purchase a deck as a gift for my friend." She hesitated, then added, "Madam, I must say your decor is exquisitely mysterious, though lighting candles on a wooden table poses a fire hazard." The shopkeeper, her face mostly obscured by shadows, seemed to chuckle softly. "Indeed, I have spare tarot card for sale, but I fear you may not afford the price." Before Bernice could take her leave, the enigmatic proprietor continued, "Since you kindly alerted me to the fire risk, how about I offer you a complimentary reading? Since it's free, I might as well give it a try." Bernice nodded. The shopkeeper gestured towards the chair opposite the table and seated herself on the inner side, finally revealing her face to Bernice. She was a mature and strikingly beautiful woman, her expression aloof, with a gem nestled in her brow. "What would you like to inquire about?" she asked. "I seem to have nothing particular in mind," Bernice suddenly realized. The questions that sprang to her mind were all existential, pondering whether humanity would face extinction or migrate to other galaxies. Must divination pertain to my own existence? Ideally, yes. Or it may concern someone with whom you share a deep bond, the shopkeeper replied. Upon uttering this, she felt a sudden twitch in her right eyebrow. Perhaps it was an omen. She resolved to conduct a reading for herself once her guest departed. Bernice pondered deeply, but could not conjure any inquiries she wished to explore through divination. The past held no significance for her, and she was disinterested in knowing her present or future. Regardless of the outcome of any reading, she would not alter her decisions. Thus, knowledge of the future held no importance. She firmly believed that if she continued to follow her heart, she would have no regrets. Divination must relate to oneself or to someone sufficiently close. An idea struck Bernice. Then let us inquire about my friend. His abilities were exceptional, yet he faced considerable uncertainty about the future. I wish to know if he will find success. And she hesitated before articulating whether our friendship will remain steadfast without divergence. The shopkeeper employed a unique technique to shuffle and cut the cards, her fingers moving so swiftly that they appeared almost magical, before laying out a binary spread. This card represents him, and this one is you. Please draw a card for him. Bernice drew one. Lacking familiarity with tarot, she was grateful for the letters adorning the top of the card. She read aloud, "The world." The shopkeeper remarked, "The world in an upright position symbolizes the arrival of a new epoch, signifying all things fresh, heralding a new era, new circumstances, completion, success, perfection, continuity, spiritual exuberance. The realization of lifelong aspirations, fulfillment of one's mission, fortuity, joyous conclusions, and exemplary partnerships. The world embodies wholeness and new beginnings. Your friend's future will usher in a promising new phase." That sounds rather auspicious, Bernice smiled, though not entirely convinced. She felt uplifted by the positive implications for her friend's future. The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Now, draw a card for yourself." The card Bernice revealed depicted a figure suspended upside down, leaning against a wooden post resembling a cross. The hangman in an upright position, the shopkeeper mused, symbolizes sacrifice and devotion. Key themes include acceptance of trials, constrained actions, selflessness, resilience against temptation, understanding that loss often precedes gain, learning from experiences, rebirth through adversity, extensive learning, and the love of giving. She scrutinized Bernice with her dark eyes and assessed, "To what extent are you willing to invest in the relationship you seek?" "Interesting. I sense an essence that does not belong to this world." It cannot be entirely banished. Has it already merged with the body? The original soul seems to have vanished long ago. The expulsion would lead to the demise of both the foreign soul and the flesh. Has it indeed become closely intertwined with the world? This cunning little entity, has it already forged deep connections with significant figures in this universe? As it appears, the danger is minimal and does not warrant immediate action. I find myself somewhat anticipating the favor of the world upon those favored by it. Chapter 48, Chapter 43. An interlude of memory clue 01. Peter Ross found himself in a quandary. He had just spent a small fortune buying a plethora of ice creams for a group of cheerleaders when he caught sight of Bernice glancing in his direction before indifferently turning away and continuing on her way. Of course, the fearsome Bernice Allen had little to do with him. Rather, it was his good friend Clark Kent who trailed behind her with a hesitant expression. That concerned him. Peter glanced to his left at the cheerful girls of the cheerleading squad, and then to his right at his friend Clark, who seemed to be grappling with emotional turmoil. The girls on the left expressed their gratitude. Some licked their ice creams while chattering away, and a few even shot him flirtatious glances, with Lana being one among them. If this lively scene did not tip the scales of Peter's heart, the pang of his shattered wallet certainly would. "Goodbye, Clark." Peter silently bid him farewell, resolving to discuss his issues later. He turned to the left, engaging Lana and the others in a casual conversation about the latest musical releases and records at home. "Hey, buddy, you seem to have something on your mind. What's going on?" Peter gently patted Clark's shoulder, recalling the events of the morning, feeling a twinge of guilt. Clark opened his mouth to speak. Let me guess. Is it about Bernice? Peter interjected. Clark blinked and nodded. Yeah. What's the matter? She doesn't seem unreasonable, despite her fierce demeanor. Did you upset her? Perhaps buying her some ice cream might help? Upon hearing the suggestion, Clark couldn't help but glance at Peter's wallet. Steadying himself, he replied, Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that Bernice has been rather focused on her own life these days. Peter, earnestly concerned, replied, I'm not saying this to criticize you, my friend. But she has a point. While dating is one thing, both of you need your own space and lives. Especially you, constantly letting a girl affect your mood. After so many instances, Clark had nearly given up trying to explain to Peter that he and Bernice were not in a romantic relationship. He tilted his head slightly and suddenly said, Lana is over there. Seems like she's waving at us. Oh, where? Peter quickly turned his head, standing upright, as if he had grown several centimeters taller. She waved and then went into the cafeteria, Clark explained. Oh. Peter appeared somewhat disappointed, but remained oblivious to any underlying issues. Continuing, so what did you do before Bernice started ignoring you? There must have been a catalyst. Clark fell silent, recalling the polite smile Bernice had offered him when he greeted her earlier. In truth, rather than simply ignoring him, she seemed to maintain a peculiar distance, as if the mutual understanding and communication cultivated over the past few years had altogether vanished, leaving him as merely an ordinary classmate. Was an act? Yet Bernice would not feign such behavior without reason. Had she encountered some personal threat that compelled her to distance herself from everyone? Clark had observed and listened carefully. Such a scenario appeared unlikely. Furthermore, if there were genuine danger, Clark believed Bernice would promptly approach him and make good use of his support. So what was truly amiss? Clark shook his head and remarked, there wasn't any particular opportunity, except for the fact that she and Brian Gale debated out of state last weekend for 2 days. There was an elevator mishap, during which they both happened to be inside. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Clark had researched that such incidents could potentially provoke a psychological response. But could it really be that they experienced no immediate effects only to have something surface 2 days later? Besides, it seemed that Bernice did not reject communication. She merely appeared distant. 2 days and nights, a solitary male and female pairing, and they had encountered peril. Surely, this was an opportunity. Peter spoke solemnly. However, Clark, it's commendable that you've pieced this together. It's a small victory for us. Clark gazed at Peter in silence. Why are you looking at me like that? An encounter with danger could very well serve as a catalyst, Peter asserted confidently. Why do boys ask girls they like to haunted houses? It's all about the thrill. Indeed, this exemplified the misattribution of arousal. However, Clark had keenly observed that Bernice had not drawn closer to Brian in the days since. Heavens, how do you know this? Peter suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed that morning. Have you been following her? He had to admit, had he not known it was Clark, it would have been somewhat unsettling. I haven't tea, Clark retorted, unable to suppress his response, then looked ahead due to the commotion. What is happening? Peter inquired. It seems someone is confessing to a girl, accompanied by a group of friends holding candles for support. Clark scrutinized the scene. Peter squinted for a moment, then patted Clark's shoulder. What kind of eyes do you have? Impressive. Are you going to join the fray? Clark adjusted his glasses. It's merely that my glasses are well fitted. Wait, why has Bernice also stopped and joined the crowd? She doesn't strike me as someone who would be drawn to such revelry. A chilling thought suddenly struck Clark's mind. Just as Bernice had known of his abilities long before, he had realized that the Bernice he had come to know was no longer the same. What if, at this very moment, his Bernice had vanished, replaced by someone entirely different? A tightness gripped his heart as he made his way toward the gathering. What's the rush? Peter hurriedly followed behind. Could it be that the one being confessed to his Bernice? I must witness this spectacle. Joanna Hill stood with her arms crossed, her auburn hair cascading over her shoulders. Unlike many other red-haired girls who radiated sunshine and vitality, she exuded a profound calmness. Quietly she stood, listening to the tall boy before her, who stammered through his confession. The young man was not unattractive, clad in his football team's uniform. He possessed a certain charm that made him quite popular at school. However, at this moment, he stood before Joanna, holding a bouquet of red roses, his cheeks flushed and forehead glistening with sweat, his words imbued with sincerity. Gradually, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacle. There murmurs a cacophony of encouragement. Just say yes. I'm so envious. I want to be confessed to so grandly. Why hesitate? I know Jack's tan, but who is she? Hurry and accept. Joanna pondered the extent of their shared connections. They rode the same school bus. And particularly after the incident when the bus nearly submerged, they had shared a brush with mortality, forging deeper bonds with their fellow passengers. Yet among them, the one she spent the most time with was Bernice Allen, the girl who had once helped her emerge from the water. They often chatted, exchanged letters, shared meals, and even joined the debate club together. In contrast, her interactions with Jack's tan had been limited to casual greetings during their occasional encounters and partnering with him in science class. His friends surrounded him, some holding candles, others clutching roses, cheering loudly after Jax finished his speech, while others chimed in with remarks like, "What a great guy. He always mentions you. How thoughtful. Those roses must cost a fortune." Perhaps it was true. Perhaps Jax was indeed a decent fellow. Perhaps he frequently spoke of her with his friends. And perhaps his confession was heartfelt. But did that mean Joanna ought to accept his proposal? She was unaware of his daily life, his perspectives on matters, his views on existence. Her understanding of him was limited to mere campus gossip. Beyond his name and face, she hardly knew him. Joanna didn't harbor any dislike for him. Yet, of course, she did not have any affection for him either. More and more people stopped to join the raucous celebration, most bearing smiles, the noise coalescing into a unified chant. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Joanna bit her lip, clutching her arm, though perhaps these onlookers meant no harm. The sheer number of them encircling her made it all the more difficult for her to voice a refusal. What was she to do? Panic surged within her as the crowd swelled. Would it grow even larger? Suddenly, a familiar figure squeezed through the throng. Bernice Allen, with a serene expression, stood in stark contrast to the jubilant crowd. She maneuvered to the center, positioning herself slightly in front of Joanna, effectively shielding her from Jack's advances. Joanna widened her eyes, watching as the familiar, graceful face leaned closer, grasping her arm gently, whispering softly, "You look quite troubled. Do you not wish to accept him? It's perfectly all right." Bernice's calm demeanor was reassuring, and Joanna found her fears dissipating. Although the tall Bernice appeared slender in the presence of the football players, she stood resolute before the throngs. Joanna seized Bernice's hand, drawing strength from her presence. Tears threatened to spill, but not from fear. Rather, they brimmed with newfound courage. A football player nearby questioned, "What are you doing? Please refrain from intruding on private matters." A hand reached out, attempting to draw Bernice back into the crowd, but was intercepted by Jack. Jack was among the earliest witnesses to the bus incident and understood that Bernice was not one to act without purpose. He inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Alan, what is going on?" Bernice disregarded his question, her gaze fixed on Joanna, who tightly grasped her hand, seeking her counsel. Leaning closer, Joanna whispered, "I don't want to agree to him. I feel unfamiliar with him." Bernice nodded in understanding and quietly asked, "Do you wish to spare his feelings?" Though her tone was neutral, Joanna felt a sense of impending turmoil and quickly nodded, Yes, he is not a bad person." "Wait, Bonnie, do you want to help me say it?" Joanna continued, "Thank you for stepping up for me, but I believe it would be better if I declined it myself." Upon hearing the name Bonnie, Bernice's brow flickered. After absorbing Joanna's complete statement, she regarded her deeply, revealing her first smile in days. "All right." Bernice then stood tall and addressed the unfamiliar suitor. "Since everyone acknowledges this as a private matter, my friend wishes to respond in private." "I'll say my friend." Bernice felt a twinge of guilt, for she did not know everyone present, including this girl. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. A friend, for even a moment, can be considered a friend. Besides, the girl addressed her by her nickname, suggesting a prior acquaintance with this body. Jack, suddenly enlightened, stretched out his hand to disperse his friends, but to no avail. He then approached, hoping to take Joanna aside to a quieter space. "Alan, why are you blocking us? You're following along yourself." Some boys complained. Before Bernice could respond, Joanna tightened her grip on her hand, declaring, "I need her," finally distancing themselves from the crowd. Jack hesitated, glancing at Bernice before looking hopefully at Joanna. Though Bernice felt uneasy, she recognized the importance of allowing the girls to converse privately. She maintained a respectful distance, ensuring she could hear any outcry if necessary. Joanna nodded at Bernice, her eyes sparkling with joy, before finally releasing her hand and walking towards Jack. "Clark, who had been observing the entire scene, was filled with excitement. That is Bernice. It cannot be mistaken. She is indeed my Bernice. Initially, Clark had sensed this due to her gait and demeanor, but now he was certain. Peter was left bewildered. Huh? What else could it be? Chapter 49. Chapter 44. Memory Clue 02 Clark. Well, Peter, since we've coincidentally encountered her, I would like to have a private conversation with Bernice. Peter shot him a disbelieving glance, exhaling heavily through his nose before walking away. Joanna had gone to the far side of the playground to refuse Jack. Now, only Clark and Bernice remained. Clark took a deep breath, preparing his words. Since it is indeed Bernice, why does she appear to be a stranger to herself? Even towards Joanna, she exhibits the same unfamiliarity. Upon seeing him, Bernice turned around, her eyebrows raised with curiosity. Did you follow me this morning? Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Appearing unchanged from her usual self, Clark almost convinced himself that nothing was amiss. I didn't, Clark instinctively retorted, aware that Bernice would not mistakenly think he was stalking her maliciously, yet uncertain if she was upset for another reason. He added, somewhat disheartened, I sensed something was off with you, and I was a bit worried, so I followed you for a short while, Bonnie. Bernice seemed slightly taken aback. Her eyes darted around, as if hesitating before she finally spoke. Clark? Clark exhaled deeply. She remembers me. Thus, there must be no significant issue. He optimistically thought. Perhaps I was merely overthinking the matter. How could Bernice have lost her memory due to the elevator's sudden drop? He dismissed these absurd speculations. What's wrong? 20 minutes prior, Bernice was pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing toward Joanna. She was not overly concerned. The demeanor and words of the boy who had just confessed did not suggest he was inherently insecure or excessively prideful. Typically, such types would resort to extreme measures when faced with rejection. Bernice was merely here as a precaution. She turned her head and spotted a boy with black-rimmed glasses gazing at her, his hands unconsciously gripping his shirt. For some reason, Bernice felt a peculiar affinity towards this boy. Was it due to her fondness for the socially awkward, geeky types portrayed in films and dramas? I recognize you. Bernice suppressed this thought and tilted her head, asking, Did you follow me this morning? If he were a stranger, this question might seem abrupt, but not entirely out of place. If he were an acquaintance, at least she had avoided using his name. The boy's eyes widened. A blue reminiscent of shallow lake waters, shimmering behind his lenses, and his face flushed. Suddenly, Bernice felt an urge to step closer to him, to scrutinize his eyes and tease him a little. Such a charming geek would likely blush. Normally, she would act on such impulses, but she restrained herself, recalling that Mary had mentioned she already had a boyfriend named Clark Kent, although Bernice suspected he might not be her boyfriend in the traditional sense. It was best not to flirt with younger boys until she resolved matters concerning him. I didn't. The boy protested, cautiously raising his gaze to meet Bernice's. He added, I sensed something was off with you, and I was a bit worried, so I followed you for a short while, Bonnie. Bonnie. This was a boy after all. Could Bonnie be a universally recognized nickname? Or was it Clark? Bernice swallowed the surname Kent and ventured. Are you the Clark Kent? A day ago. Why didn't you go out with that Kent yesterday? Mary Allen, the younger sister of Bernice who had only recently come to grasp her name, stood at the top of the staircase and inquired. Bernice uttered a sound of confusion. Kent. Where to? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Yet she refrained from speaking further, knowing that ignorance often leads to missteps. Oh, come on, stop pretending. Aren't you supposed to visit his farm several times a week? Mary remarked with a hint of disdain. I wonder what could possibly be so entertaining, she muttered. Oh, Bernice responded with an air of indifference. What is so captivating about a farm? Isn't it far more enjoyable to stay home and indulge in science fiction novels and films? Why must one venture out daily? Or perhaps I could continue writing the original story on my desk. That tale is quite riveting, although I can't quite recall the conclusion I originally envisioned. Bernice lamented as she rummaged through her notes, unable to find the outline. Our parents think you spend most of your time in clubs, Mary said, hands on her hips, a sly smile gracing her lips. But I've seen him drop you off at home, so I know quite well. And every time you return from his place, your mood seems notably brighter. Bernice silently screamed for help. Did she have a boyfriend? That couldn't be true. No boys had approached her in the past couple of days. Could it be that she harbored a secret infatuation for this Kent fellow? However, glancing at the half-finished manuscript on her desk, which revolved around themes of future technology and the trust issues between different planets. Hardly the musings of a lovesick maiden. She shrugged and huffed, adopting a posture of denial, hoping Mary would divulge more information. Well then, what is the story? Did you two break up? Mary pressed, genuinely curious. You spent an entire weekend with that Brian Galley in another state, and he drove you home in a luxury car, and now you're saying you've split from Clark Kent? Speaking of Galley, he drives a Bentley. Can you believe someone with a Bentley is attending high school in this small town? They both look rather attractive. Why can't I encounter someone like that? Bernice felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Was this turning into a love triangle involving the elite? Was this a third-rate romance novel? I haven't figured out how to tell you the situation yet, Bernice said, deliberately furrowing her brow at Mary. Mary, understanding her signal, nodded and stepped aside. Once back in her room, Bernice locked the door, seated herself at her desk, and retrieved a small box she had previously stored in the cabinet. Her mood weighed down by a heavy burden. Mary claimed she often accompanied that Kent fellow to the farm, but what could possibly be entertaining about a farm? Bernice harbored deep suspicions about frequently associating with a male companion, fearing it might lead to unsavory outcomes. Goodness, she prayed that she wouldn't inadvertently gain a boyfriend. If it must be so, then let it be, but please, not a pregnancy. Bernice fixated on the thick stacks of letters within the box, handling them with the caution one would afford to evidence. Just a day prior, she had awoken in a state of bewilderment, disoriented and uncertain of the time or her destination. She couldn't even recall her own identity or what she had been doing the previous day. She scoured the room, which was locked from the inside, a space difficult for outsiders to enter while she could leave at will, suggesting she was indeed the owner of this room. Based on the titles of the books and notebooks scattered across her desk, she surmised that she was Bernice Allen. Was this truly the case? Bernice cast a skeptical glance at the pink lace curtains, her uncertainty lingering. If it were indeed the same person, how could there be such a stark contrast in taste for color and patterns? She rummaged through her desk and unearthed what appeared to be notes, likely capturing debates and summaries. The notes were marked in various colors, clearly emphasizing key points, yet the underlining and annotations felt rather haphazard, reminiscent of her own style. The possibility that she was indeed that person seemed to increase. However, her confusion deepened when she discovered an older textbook with a meticulously crafted, entirely different handwriting. She began to feel somewhat lost. Her next step was to read her own writings, analyzing the style and narrative structure to deduce whether they bore resemblance to one another. Bernice intended to do so, yet she was taken aback to find she had penned a science fiction novel that captivated her, causing her to lose track of time as she read through the night. This was why she had yet to peruse the letters contained within the box. Realizing her oversight, Bernice reflected that after grasping her family dynamics, she had felt content, believing that being aloof or irritable in school was merely a teenage phase, a transient state easily navigated. But who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a love triangle involving a boyfriend and a luxury car? Wasn't this a small town? As she sifted through the letters, she noted that the correspondence primarily stemmed from two individuals, Joanna Hill and Clark Kent. The absence of any letters from Brian Gale eased her mind. She opened the most recent letters and skimmed through them. Neither Clark nor Joanna had referred to her with endearing terms like honey or sweetheart, except for Joanna, who consistently began her letters with a formal, "My dearest Bonnie." This brought another sigh of relief. Yet, her anxiety resurfaced as she reconfirmed that there were no phones or chargers in the room. It appeared she lacked a mobile device, effectively eliminating the possibility of a love triangle facilitated by a phone. Bernice relaxed and resolved to acquire a phone when time allowed. She began to peruse the letters from Clark Kent, curious about the abundance of correspondence from this boy. Were they truly friends? Clark? Bernice ventured tentatively. What's wrong? He asked cheerfully, as if an invisible tail were wagging behind him. Goodness, he was not the stereotypical geek, but rather a delightful golden retriever type. How adorable! Bernice struggled to gather her thoughts, recalling their earlier conversation. Having read Clark Kent's letters, she recognized him as a gentle, rational boy with clear thoughts who respected others, and their rapport was amicable. Thus, she boldly inquired, "So, did you follow me because you sensed something was off with me? What do you think is wrong?" The invisible tail ceased its wagging. Clark adjusted his glasses, carefully choosing his words. "I sense that you seem somewhat estranged from everyone and reluctant to engage in conversation." As if there's a barrier? Bernice was taken aback. The boy looked at her with concern. Is it because you were startled by the sudden drop in the elevator last weekend? Still hesitating, he cautiously added, your condition resembles that of when I first encountered you. Bernice, at that time, you had just become your present self and were unfamiliar with anyone. Bernice fixed her gaze upon this astonishing boy. What did he mean? Had he also experienced amnesia, and was he privy to the details? Judging by his letters, he did not strike one as the type to make sensational statements. Unless he and she truly shared an unparalleled bond, exchanging a myriad of secrets. There were numerous veiled references in their correspondence that she could not decipher. What connection did Jean Valjean and Les Miserables have with him? Could it be that he, like Valjean, was a person of hidden identity? Perhaps he, too, was a privileged scion akin to Brian? Bernice cast aside irrelevant musings and focused on three pivotal questions. First, if I were to disclose my amnesia to him, and he were to reveal it, could I manage the consequences? Certainly. I could dismiss his claims as absurd or feign a dramatic episode of emotional distress, thereby rendering public opinion inconsequential. Surely, the school would not expel someone over such matters. Second, would he divulge this information? If the former version of me was indeed myself, then my judgment should be sound. Furthermore, his letters indicated a gentle and kind nature, rendering him quite trustworthy. Third, he possessed an appealing visage, and his gaze was sincere. I am inclined to trust him. Resolved, Bernice declared, 3 days ago. I awoke and no longer remembered where I was or who I was. Clark's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a palpable fear. He recalled Bernice's prior involvement in Jack's confession and forced himself to remain calm, reminding himself that she must still be his Bernice. Steadying himself, he looked up to find Bernice smiling at him. Why are you so anxious? She inquired, her tone both lighthearted and soothing. Did my former self make you a promise? Or is there some crucial information you wish to know? You are my dearest friend. You have called me your confidant, Clark responded. We are exceptionally close and share each other's secrets. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, for instance, I know you are a soul from another world, which is why you seemed so unfamiliar at first. Really? Bernice pondered, her worries resurfacing. Was this young boy deceiving her? Yet, she beheld his earnest expression. Or had her past self misled him? Even if that were the case, it would imply that the former version of me was indeed a soul from another world. I still cannot ascertain whether I am truly her. Bernice stated this with an air of nonchalance, though internally she was quite astonished. Could this be a magical realm? A world of advanced technology? Yet, the textbooks did not suggest such a reality. I examined the handwriting in my room. What I had written mirrored my notes from recent years, which had transformed significantly over the prior years. Your explanation could elucidate this phenomenon. Clark recounted all the tales of alternate worlds that Bernice had once shared with him, including her actual age, mentions of non-existent film stars, future technological revolutions, a stock in the tech sector she intended to purchase, and even a song she had hummed. Most of Bernice's memories remain elusive, and whenever she attempts to recall them, a slight headache ensues. Yet, she fundamentally believes in the existence of another realm. I must really like you, Bernice mused, otherwise I would not have so candidly shared so much with you. Clark, taken aback, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. You didn't know my secret first. These confessions were exchanged, he retorted. You are not me. How can you be certain that I didn't tea? Bernice thought to herself, observing the rosy hue of Clark's ears, feeling a peculiar itch in her teeth and heart. However, she indeed began to wonder why the previously carefree Bernice had not playfully teased him all along. Continuing in that vein could easily transcend the bounds of mere friendship. Bernice, employing her characteristic approach, sought for explanations but found none. Essentially, her nature was to pursue what she desired, and by various indicators, she acknowledged that her former self was indeed her. But what was happening? Had Clark somehow made her previous self cherish him so dearly that she would forsake this affection just to ensure his perpetual presence in her life? It seems I truly like you. Bernice glanced at Clark, yet refrained from uttering the words aloud. This peculiar amnesia did not linger for long. Before Bernice could even schedule an appointment with a doctor, she felt the fog in her mind dissipate during a coffee outing with Joanna. She recalled everything from both phases, and after organizing her thoughts, she let out a sigh. What is wrong, Bonnie? Joanna inquired, setting her cup down. I was just contemplating how love can reveal all our darkest facets, Bernice replied. Are you in love? Joanna's eyes widened in surprise. Ha ha, not all. Bernice shook her head. I'm quite well, actually. Chapter 50. Notes on small-town boys and romance novels as Clark bit into a piece of fried chicken. He heard the sound of a chair being pulled out across from him, accompanied by the gentle rustle of a skirt brushing against the edge. He hastily swallowed his mouthful, only to discover that the figure seated before him was not what he had anticipated. Clark widened his eyes, reflexively continuing to chew as Joanna Hill greeted him. And only after swallowing did he manage a hurried response. Joanna smiled, quietly eating from her plate for a moment before glancing around, then leaned in to say softly, "Are you prepared for next week, Ken?" Clark? Huh? Prepared for what? Clark responded, bewildered. Next week? We have to submit the new month's contributions for the school newspaper. Apart from that, I don't think I have anything particularly pressing. The regional high school debate competition was indeed approaching the following week, which meant that Bernice would be practicing elsewhere with Brian over the weekend. Joanna paused, her fork suspended in midair, slightly frowning. You don't still not know Bonnie's birthday, do you? Was Joanna, from the perspective of Bernice's friend, critiquing him? Clark, who had always positioned himself at the innermost circle of Bernice's social circle, found the situation rather intriguing and did not feel offended in the least. I understand. It's indeed in October. Oh, next Tuesday is approaching. Clark had been preoccupied with the dilemma of what to gift, nearly forgetting how imminent the date was. Joanna nodded solemnly and whispered, I haven't yet decided what to give, so I thought I would consult you. What do you believe she cherishes most? Clark pondered for a few moments. She often mentions that people tend to project their own preferences onto others, so the gifts she gives are likely those she herself would adore. After speaking, Clark curiously glanced across at Joanna. She has never given me a birthday gift, aside from small souvenirs from her travels, and she gifted me a knitted scarf for Christmas. Joanna pursed her lips and fixed an earnest gaze on Clark, exuding an air of expectation as if to say, you should share your experience too. For some reason, Clark felt an awkward compulsion to boast. The birthday gift she presented to him last year was the organization of a football match. Joanna's brown eyes flickered with confusion. Do you particularly enjoy sports? This was certainly not something he could state outright. Clark nervously recalled Bernice's guidance on speaking truths without divulging the entire truth and explained to Joanna, I have always yearned to experience football, but due to physical limitations, I have never tried. Bernice organized the match, and it was a flag football version, so there was no physical collision. She truly puts in a lot of effort, Joanna remarked, pressing her lips together. However, such a gift meant to compensate for unfulfilled aspirations requires the recipient to possess some unmet longing. To my knowledge, she seems to lack any significant desires that remain unfulfilled. Perhaps a record? She enjoys music but doesn't listen to it much. In fact, she hardly engages with our world's melodies, Clark continued to propose. Or perhaps a captivating novel. Yes, she has lamented the scarcity of good science fiction. Joanna's eyes brightened. Thank you, Clark. Clark's insight into the realm of romance novels revealed his first rule. Girls often meticulously prepare gifts for those they hold dear. Analysis. From any perspective, that football match could be deemed one of the most thoughtful gifts known to the author. Moreover, the individual who typically shuns inconvenience took the initiative to organize and connect with so many people. However, this gift had been bestowed nearly a year ago, and the author felt an inexplicable unease that had only recently emerged. Furthermore, one would assume that the closest friends could also present the most meticulously prepared gifts. Conclusion, doubtful. What a curious question. Bernice found herself amused. What animal do you think you resemble? Clark nodded. He had not originally settled on a birthday gift for Bernice, and after conversing with Joanna, he felt even less inclined to use any of his previous ideas. Last year, he had carved a wooden golden eagle for Bernice, as she reminded him of such a majestic creature, endearing yet fierce. This year, he envisioned gifting a wooden sculpture symbolizing himself, ideally one that could be placed alongside a representation of her. A dog, perhaps? Bernice responded almost without hesitation, a golden retriever or something similar, gentle, intelligent, and beautiful. It would certainly bring a smile to anyone who sees it. Do you like golden retrievers the most among dogs? Clark blinked. Of course. Who wouldn't adore a golden? Bernice concurred and added, by the way, Clark, are you free this Friday afternoon? I should be. Why do you ask? Clark instinctively responded, then reconsidered and realized he had no prior engagements, so there was no need to alter his schedule. This weekend, I am heading to the downtown competition. And Friday afternoon, is perfectly free. Lana had mentioned a particularly famed haunted house, renowned throughout Missouri. Bernice chuckled softly, her bright eyes playfully scrutinizing Clark. She gave me a 2-person discount coupon. Would you like to join? A haunted house? Clark felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of an establishment designed to frighten. Yet his interest was piqued, especially since it would be with Bernice. They had yet to embark on an outing together. If you wish to go, I would certainly be interested. He mused that her transportation was quite convenient, but added, however, if you dislike haunted houses or if the timing is unsuitable. That is perfectly fine, just let me know. Regarding transportation, Bernice mimicked the action of running swiftly with her fingers, then leapt into the air. It's really no problem. We can meet at the entrance. Unable to resist, Clark inquired, if I happen to be unavailable or it's inconvenient for me to come, would you go to the haunted house with Brian? Bernice frowned slightly. The coupon is for 2, so it's possible. But it does feel a bit odd to go with him, doesn't it? Odd. Clark's second insight into romance. A girl only feels strange and flustered in the presence of someone she has feelings for, while she remains calm and at ease around a mere friend. Analyzing this, if the individual were to apply this theorem, could it prove that she actually cares for Galen? Yet, at least the primary invitation was extended to the writer, and based on observations, it appeared that she did not possess the same level of profound trust in Galen that the writer enjoyed. Conclusion: uncertain. Bernice, clad in a light blue tracksuit, stood at the entrance of the haunted house, taking a deep breath. Clark couldn't help but chuckle as he emerged from a hidden corner, asking, I didn't expect you to be nervous about a haunted house. I've heard it's quite terrifying. I'm mentally and physically preparing myself, Bernice replied, bouncing on the spot, her hair flying with the movement. If I get scared and end up hitting a staff member, will I have to pay for damages? Clark was taken aback. Are you saying you might become aggressive when frightened? Well, I would probably be on guard while fleeing. But if a sudden jump scare appears unexpectedly close, my first instinct would be to eliminate the threat. So, Bernice expressed some concern but puffed out her chest and even began to stretch her wrists. Stretching your wrists. Clark quickly interjected. I see a sign at the entrance stating they guarantee no physical contact with visitors, so it should be fine. 5 minutes later, Bernice forcefully pushed open a door, quickly scanning her surroundings before slipping inside. Her ponytail was askew, one hand tugging at her sportswear collar while the other clutched Clark, breathlessly exclaiming, Why are there so many zombies chasing us? Clark, despite being caught, exhibited no signs of overexertion. He appeared somewhat shaken, frequently glancing at several doors. Is it because this is a haunted house? He suggested. As Bernice managed to catch her breath, she replied, I believe we shouldn't only focus ahead. Just now, a crawling zombie suddenly emerged from behind and grabbed my ankle, which terrified me. She instinctively clutched Clark's shoulder and jumped, causing Clark to dash forward without looking back, carrying her for quite a distance, leaving the zombies momentarily stunned. Should I try to listen more closely, or perhaps use my ability to see through? Clark proposed. How can I leave all the pressure on you? Bernice retorted, scrunching her nose in displeasure. Besides, this isn't a particularly significant matter. We can both contribute. For instance, I can keep an eye on the back while you watch the front, ensuring we have a comprehensive view of our surroundings. Maintaining visibility sounds akin to a battle. Clark chuckled, but that would hinder your ability to run. Upon saying this, he noticed Bernice lost in thought. What would she be contemplating? The image of a princess Carrie flashed through Clark's mind, but that wouldn't allow her to observe what lay behind, carrying her on his back. That would restrict her view even more. I can hear the zombie's footsteps. Let's go. Despite his superior fighting capabilities, Clark felt his heart race. Upon finally escaping the haunted house, Bernice had left his clothing in disarray, his appearance wild, reminiscent of her own tousled hair. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Clark's third insight from his romantic novel readings. Girls tend to be more conscious of their appearance in front of someone they care about. Analysis. Sportswear is likely not a special outfit. The individual in question seems relatively unconcerned about their appearance in the author's presence. Observations indicate she takes care of her skin but lacks a habit of wearing makeup. Perhaps this indifference towards her image is unrelated to her companions. Conclusion. This observation does not align, yet the author finds it commendable. As Bernice and Clark made their way back to the hotel after dinner, she pondered, honestly, doesn't this resemble a date? Clark remained blissfully unaware. In the haunted house, when the zombies lunged at them, his instinctive reaction was to shield her. However, had it been another girl, Would he not have acted similarly? Perhaps his previous lack of close friends left him without a benchmark, leading him to view their outing and subsequent meal as perfectly ordinary. She contemplated this until she received a call from Brian. She had recently purchased a Nokia. There is something quite important to discuss, which could be considered either an offer or a collaboration. Bernice, would you mind coming to this address? I could drive you back to the hotel afterward. Is it too important to wait until tomorrow at the venue? Bernice raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Brian succinctly replied. Chapter 51. The strange ways of the town boy. Clark glanced around cautiously, clutching the landline phone, and stealthily ascended the stairs. He dialed a number he had long memorized, tugging at the phone line to prevent it from being pinched by the door as he quietly locked his room behind him. Hello. Bernice's voice echoed through the receiver, and Clark could discern the distortions carried by each electrical signal. Buoni, ichiasimi. A hint of nervousness crept into Clark's tone. He felt awkward calling her so late, especially with her competition looming the next day. But what did you say? Wait a moment. Let me find a place. Bernice instinctively straightened her posture against the back of her chair, scanning her surroundings before swiftly exiting her room. She jogged to a secluded area, seeking an open space where the indoor silence would not amplify their conversation, and then resumed speaking to Clark. After I went to Brian's place last night, you couldn't hear anything from this side, could you? Bernice's schedule this week mirrored that of the previous one. She traveled to the vicinity of the school hosting the debate competition on Friday, began competing early Saturday morning, and continued through Sunday afternoon. To save money, she stayed at a youth hostel near the school. On Friday afternoon, she had visited a haunted house with Clark, and before returning to the hostel, she had made a detour to Brian's place due to his call. It was after that visit that Clark could no longer perceive the sounds from her vicinity. How is that possible? By mere distance. It pales in comparison to the time you traveled to the Grand Canyon, she mused. Thus, it seemed not to be a limitation of Clark's abilities, but rather something that rendered them ineffective. Due to the inability to hear the surrounding noises and Clark's usual distraction while listening, he typically only half-focused on the background sounds until that morning when he realized Bernice would undoubtedly be present at the school during the debate competition, allowing him to reconnect with her signal amidst the crowd. As she contemplated over the receiver, Bernice remarked, I wonder if it's something in the vicinity or something within that house. I didn't ask Brian, but it must be a property owned by him or his family. It appeared to have some age, yet the house itself didn't seem to exhibit any obvious abnormalities. While speaking, she paced anxiously. Shouldn't we find an opportunity to further investigate that house? Ugh, Brian asked me yesterday if I wanted to stay there. Had I known, I wouldn't have declined. Now, how do we investigate without getting caught? Oh, it seems we could. Clark, you better not object. This is something that can restrict your abilities without us knowing the reason. What if it poses a danger to you? We can't proceed blindly, can we? Do you agree? All right, I apologize. I shouldn't have assumed you would lean toward avoidance. However, Bernice had genuinely not anticipated Clark's willingness to engage in such illicit intrusion. Perhaps for Clark, the significance of this anomaly lay not only in its potential to nullify his powers, but also in the possibility of uncovering clues about his origins. By the time the day's competitions concluded, it was already quite late. Brian escorted Bernice back to her hostel, casting a curious glance at the handwritten sign before taking his leave. Bernice experienced an odd sense of déjà vu, especially upon confirming that Brian had departed, prompting her to immediately scan the surroundings for Clark. There he was, descending the staircase of the hostel, whispering as he glanced towards the direction Brian had taken. The peculiar feeling of déjà vu intensified within Bernice. To facilitate movement, Clark, clad in a simple denim jacket, bore Bernice on his back, half running, half flying, as he trailed behind Brian's vehicle to his residence. Unfortunately, Bernice had no sense of direction. Otherwise, they would have traversed this route in a more convenient and natural manner. However, their investigation was swiftly curtailed, for as Clark approached the house, he felt a searing pain, and any closer proximity rendered him breathless. He endured the agony, attempting to peer into the house, only to find his abilities diminished, allowing him only a distant glimpse of its outline. Bernice supported Clark, who still felt somewhat nauseous, as they stood at the curb of the adjacent street. Bernice would later learn that, in a literal sense, Clark did not require breathing. This was merely a metaphor for his discomfort. Once he regained a semblance of composure, Clark retrieved paper and pen from his bag, sketching a floor plan of the portion he had glimpsed. Bernice, biting the tip of her pen in deep contemplation, endeavored to extract memories from her brief visit the previous night. It was only when Clark tapped her that she ceased gnawing on the pen, pointing to the drawing and saying, "Let me think." I only remember the living room being quite spacious, furnished with a piano, a sofa, and armchairs. It felt rather ordinary aside from its expense. The only distinguishing feature compared to other houses seemed to be the numerous display cabinets flanking the staircase and corridor, showcasing various jewelry and rare gemstones, perhaps because that is their family's primary business. I could sense a strong presence there, as if Clark was searching for the appropriate words, somewhat akin to radiation. However, I could only vaguely discern the source, which should be located somewhere in the corridor. This posed a dilemma. Setting aside the fact that Clark could not utilize his abilities while unable to approach, even if he could, were they to steal this object? Regrettably, they were returning to the small town the following day. Otherwise, Bernice mused, she might have stayed over for a day to ascertain what it was. Clark's eyes widened slightly. Stay over? Yes, Brian asked me yesterday if I wanted to stay here, but I declined, saying I'd booked the hostel. Although it feels wrong to backtrack, I could say there was an error with my hostel reservation, and there were no rooms available for the next day. Is this the significant offer Brian mentioned? Clark blinked, expressing a natural curiosity. Offer? Oh, you mean the one Brian referred to? You happen to miss the details. If you prefer, I can refrain from discussing it, Clark hastily added, partly out of sincerity. You're silly. I certainly don't mind telling you. It's not something I need to conceal from you. Bernice crossed her arms, furrowing her brow as she continued to scan the house, cloaked in nightfall. Did I not mention to Brian that I was interested in investing in tech sector stocks? And I have a particular stock I am optimistic about for long-term holding? Apple? Clark recalled. Indeed, it is an Apple. Facebook could also be considered, particularly in the years following its initial public offering, which were quite favorable. However, I did not disclose to Brian which specific stocks I held in high regard, as information possesses intrinsic value. Bernice, with one hand resting on her waist, spoke with conviction. But you told me, Clark tilted his head. Well, I did, but you're different. I have no desire to conceal anything from you. Cleared her throat, she continued. In any case, he mentioned yesterday that he could entrust half of his trust fund to me for management and investment, from which I could earn a commission. Almost finding it hard to believe herself, Bernice nudged Clark. Don't just look at me. Since you're here, take a glance at that house. If only we could discern what influences you. Clark remained still. What do you mean? I declined his offer. Firstly, I have no interest in dedicating extensive effort to studying finance. Once I assume that responsibility, it demands corresponding energy and time. I had already contemplated the decision at the outset. Bernice reiterated her thoughts with clarity. Moreover, although I did not inquire about the amount, I surmised it would be substantial enough that once accepted, I could no longer maintain an equitable stance towards Brian. Furthermore, a partnership necessitates debate. We cannot allow a mere employment relationship to emerge before discussions, as that would complicate our arguments. Thus, I proposed an alternative arrangement. I shared with him the stocks I favored, and he lent me the sum of money. The loan was not exorbitant, and the interest rate was moderate. Nevertheless, the investment returns would sufficiently cover university tuition. Bernice refrained from mentioning that she had calculated the costs based on 2 students' tuition. She knew Clark would likely decline, and she herself had no genuine intention of providing the funds, yet it was a subconscious impulse. Clark mentally computed the figures for university tuition and was taken aback. Bernice swallowed, hesitantly asking, "Do you think that by rejecting his proposal and opting for a loan, I am taking advantage of him, Clark?" Clark snapped back to the conversation. "Though I do not grasp the value of your information, nor the anticipated long-term yields, I trust you, Bonnie. If you believe the contract would unfairly benefit you, even if it favors your interests, you would not propose it. That is due to dignity. Do not presume I am one who acts solely for others' gain, Clark." Bernice wrinkled her nose. "If someone else presented a contract that favored me, I would not refuse. Would you not perceive it as deceit and thus decline?" Clark chuckled. "I would indeed sense deceit, then scrutinize it thoroughly. If there are no issues, I would accept." Bernice replied. She often feared that Clark held her in too high regard, and that one day he might be disappointed in her. She engaged Clark in a few more aimless conversations until he reminded her that she had a competition the following day. "Is it time to leave?" Bernice instinctively glanced at the house again, pondering their lack of discoveries. "At least we have a lead," Clark remarked. As he enveloped her in his embrace while soaring back to the hostel, Bernice caught the scent of rain in the breeze brushing against her cheek. "In 2 days, It will be Bernice's birthday. She received a palm-sized hand-carved wooden ornament from Clark, depicting a dog gazing upward. Although the craftsmanship may not be particularly refined, the expression unmistakably conveys a gentle and innocent expectation typical of canines, as it looks up at Bernice. She smiled as she caressed it for a while before finally opening her bookshelf and placing it next to the golden eagle ornament she had received the previous year. Joanna gifted her a beautiful storage box, into which Bernice carefully stored her letters. 2 months later, during Christmas, Clark received a vibrant red fountain pen from a dear friend, an item that did not quite align with his personal style, but undeniably evoked thoughts of Bernice. This association was not particularly linked to her appearance, as her hair was a common shade of brown. Rather, Clark often thought of her as akin to a flame, intense and warm, yet never harmful to him. Let it be known that he once dared to reach his hand into the fire of a stove, a secret he must keep from Martha. Bernice received a writable whiteboard from Clark, a tool she could utilize for brainstorming while crafting her novels or engaging in debates. The stand at the back, which Clark had crafted himself, was adjustable. Joanna also gifted her a hand-woven scarf, and perhaps due to Bernice's occasional inquiries to Brian about minerals and gemstones during this period, Brian presented her with an opal brooch. Initially, Bernice was not well-versed in gemstones, but after 2 months of focused research, she was able to ascertain that while the opal's value was modest, it was not insignificant. She pondered that, considering Brian's financial standing, this brooch was likely of lesser value compared to a decent pen for her, and thus, she accepted it without hesitation. 5 months later, the national debate competition took place in early spring. Prior to this, Bernice and Brian had no major issues during the regional rounds. Despite some oversights in the round-robin phase that left them ranked only in the top 5, the top 32 teams would advance to the round of 16. In the subsequent elimination rounds, no points were awarded, with only the top 2 teams proceeding to the next stage. Bernice maintained a stable mindset, while Brian adjusted his approach, ultimately leading their team to secure first place in the regional competition. However, it was uncertain whether their lack of frequent practice after qualifying for the regional rounds contributed to their struggles in the national competition 5 months later. Their team faltered midway through the round-robin stage, ultimately earning only a second-place award. "Aren't you disappointed?" Brian asked, closing his eyes tightly. "Not really, given the outcome. It simply indicates that our current collective strength is insufficient to overcome chance," Bernice replied. Brian inhaled deeply. "Shall we try again next year?" Bernice turned to him in surprise. "I could, but won't you be graduating next year? Will you have time to apply to schools?" "I've already completed quite a few courses in advance, including AP classes," Brian responded. "So, can I take that as your agreement? Another year?" "All right," Bernice exclaimed, exchanging a high five with him. Chapter 52. The Town Girl and the Choice. What an infuriating rumor. Bernice tilted her head slightly, ceasing to stir her chocolate milk, and raised her eyes to the irate Joanna across from her. "What rumors?" Joanna hesitated, her words stumbling forth. "Never mind, perhaps it's better not to mention it. It will only add to your irritation. Yet, your face has turned nearly as red as your hair." Bernice chuckled softly. "I'm not upset. In fact, I wouldn't mind hearing it. I care little for others' opinions. Rather, I find it quite delightful that my friends hold me in such high regard. I truly envy that about you." Joanna took a sip of her coffee. While Bernice momentarily looked down, she discreetly glanced up, quickly averting her gaze before their eyes could meet. "What is it?" Bernice inquired. "There's no need for concern. I've told you before that you can speak freely with me." Joanna nodded emphatically to express her sincerity, encouraged by Bernice's comforting smile before continuing. "I'm just a bit curious why you seem to be spending more time with Brian Gale these past few months rather than with Clark Kent. Is there some conflict between you and Clark?" Joanna hesitated to meet Bernice's gaze, yet her curiosity compelled her to sneak another look. Bernice found herself at a loss for words. She certainly could not divulge the truth to Joanna, who would undoubtedly be curious, especially since all their activities with Clark occurred off campus and required a degree of discretion. In recent months, Clark had insisted on frequent visits to Brian's house in the city center, claiming that if he endured the pain a little longer and practiced his X-ray vision, he would be able to locate that strange object. What could Bernice do? Clark was as stubborn as a mule on this matter. However, she could not bear the thought of him suffering alone in a place she couldn't see, so she accompanied him. At least by being there, she could feel a bit more secure, knowing she could assist him should anything go awry. What if he were to collapse from that peculiar pain and was unable to return on his own? To prepare for such a scenario, Bernice even obtained a driver's license, solely to be able to rent a car and bring them back if necessary. Of course, she hoped that Clark would not become incapacitated, but at least this way, she felt she had some control over the situation. Witnessing Clark endure pain outside the house while practicing his abilities was disheartening, akin to watching him battle a creature visible only to him, while Bernice remained utterly helpless. Their travels to the city center were naturally reliant on Clark's abilities. Although the city was situated in the American Midwest, it lay in Missouri, adjacent to Kansas, making frequent drives impractical. Bernice had taken to wearing her thickest, long down coat, freeing one hand to wrap around herself while using the other to grip Clark's shoulder as they soared through the skies. After each of Clark's attempts, Bernice would support him back, draping the same coat over his trembling frame. During their earliest attempts, Bernice had merely stood by in a daze, while Clark, lost in his own struggles, pressed on through the pain until he could no longer stand and finally collapsed to the ground. Bernice immediately sprang to her feet, exerting tremendous effort to assist him back to the edge of the street. Following that, she insisted that Clark rest his arm upon her shoulder during each attempt. Whenever she sensed that Clark could no longer bear his own weight and shifted some of it onto her, she would promptly pull him back for a respite. Correspondingly, the floor plan of the house they were sketching grew increasingly precise, and Clark ultimately pinpointed the location of that cabinet radiating an agonizing energy. Clark and I? There is no conflict, is there? Bernice stirred her cup of hot chocolate thoughtfully. The only time she had erupted in anger at Clark was when he had first forced himself to collapse directly into the radiation. They had quarreled fiercely, but that was several months ago. Reflecting on the matter, she turned to Joanna and inquired, "Could the rumors you mentioned imply that I am two-timing with Clark and Brian?" Joanna scrutinized Bernice's expression before replying, "Pretty much." Bernice scoffed, "Clark, perhaps, but Brian is merely my debate partner. Why is there no gossip about him and his partner from last year's Science Olympiad? Just because I am a woman and they are two men." Joanna was among the few who knew that Bernice and Clark were merely friends. Yet she mentally repeated the notion that Clark was acceptable, feeling she had unearthed a secret. However, it was true that I had been in frequent contact with Brian over the past few months. Bernice pondered. As I needed to study elements and minerals for some reason, Brian excelled in this area, and I often consulted him. His participation in last year's Science Olympiad was focused on minerals and ores. In truth, Bernice held little interest in this subject. Yet she truly felt uneasy leaving Clark to research it alone. "No wonder you've been frequenting the lab lately. Is it because you have a penchant for geology? But I recall that the project you entered this year for the Science Olympiad was not related," Joanna reminisced. Bernice shook her head. "To speak of interests, I am most captivated by Earth and space sciences. Astronomy and minerals fall under this category. However, I ultimately chose the Fermi Problem Project, as it merely required designing and refining a plan, without any hands-on work. Hands-on work refers to model making and experiments, right?" Joanna finished her coffee. "Indeed. I am truly inept at conducting experiments or assembling anything," Bernice said with a look of regret. "I thought you were adept at everything," Joanna chuckled. "Ordinary classroom experiments are manageable, as they follow a systematic approach and typically do not consume much time. But for competitions," Bernice shrugged, "mainly, I just don't enjoy them. It is indeed true that some tasks, even if one is capable, are avoided if they do not spark interest." Joanna interjected, "But minerals also require experimentation, don't they?" Please don't remind me." Bernice rested her head on her arms atop the table, murmuring that it would be better to achieve some results. At least it would provide a sense of accomplishment. Yet, she confided, she truly preferred the realm of debate, that pure exercise of intellect. Speaking of outcomes, they had at least discerned that lead could obscure Clark's auditory and visual perceptions, while other elements in the laboratory and common minerals had no effect on him. "Did you qualify for the National Science Olympiad?" Joanna inquired. Bernice shook her head. "No, I placed third in the state. Fortunately, otherwise the dates would clash with the national debate competition, making it challenging to prepare for both." Best of luck," Joanna exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Last year, you and Brian secured second place, so this time, don't be complacent. It should be even better, right?" "I hope so," Bernice replied with a smile, raising her cup. "We even made a wager." "What wager?" Joanna blinked curiously. If it's convenient to share," she added. "The national finals spanned 7 days, 4 days of round robin, and 3 days of elimination rounds. Each day commenced at 9 in the morning, filled with intense debates until 6 in the evening. Although the duration did not seem excessively long, the mental fatigue was considerable, prompting Bernice to carry chocolate for energy replenishment and to fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. As for Brian, though he appeared composed, Bernice suspected he was quite anxious, for as a 12th grader, he undoubtedly felt more pressure than she did. Just before the judges announced the final rankings, Brian mentioned he would step into the restroom, inadvertently missing the results announcement. Bernice maintained a serene expression, devoid of joy or sorrow, while awaiting his return. "How'd it go?" Brian asked, scrutinizing Bernice's demeanor. Reaching the finals guarantees at least a first prize. However, no one enters the finals without the desire to win. Besides, we have that wager. The judges' votes were not unanimous, which was somewhat disappointing. Bernice sighed and patted his shoulder. "So we placed second?" Brian exhaled. "Ha ha ha, no, we are first. Champions." Bernice laughed heartily. Brian clenched his fists in triumph. "That's wonderful." Bernice reached out to fist bump Brian, sharing in their aimless joy for a moment. Then she said, "Now that we won the championship, according to our wager, what do you want me to do?" Previously, their wager had stipulated that if they secured first place, Brian would allow Bernice to purchase a piece of their family's gemstone at cost price. Brian agreed, but countered with a request of his own if they claimed the top prize. He did not answer her question directly, but instead asked, "What gemstone do you desire? A diamond? Or perhaps an emerald?" The moment of inquiry had arrived. Bernice remained composed, articulating the answer she had long contemplated. "I'm not entirely certain. Last year, during my visit to your base in Central City, I noticed a particularly beautiful mineral in a cabinet, though it didn't seem to be a common gemstone." Brian's hand moved slightly. "It should be fine. I recall that the cabinets over there do not contain particularly renowned treasures. There are even ordinary meteorites. I could take charge of this. When shall we visit again? You can choose a few pieces, and I shall gift them to you. That is not out of the question, but if the total value is substantial, I would appreciate an estimate. It would provide me with peace of mind," Bernice replied with a smile. "What is your request then?" Brian shifted his body slightly. "The graduation prom next month. Would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" "Wow, I didn't expect that," Bernice said, momentarily taken aback, then teasingly laughed. "So your prom proposal is a wager for victory?" "Quite confident, Mr. Gale." Brian paused, retrieving a bouquet from the nearby backpack. "I have prepared 2 cards to accompany this bouquet," he said slowly, observing Bernice's expression. One card read, "Would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" while the other asked, "Would you consider being my girlfriend?" Bernice remained silent, her eyes widening slightly as she engaged in rapid contemplation. Brian exhaled, chuckling softly. He was all too familiar with Bernice in this state. "Since you're pondering, there is no rush for an immediate answer, Bernice. Would you respond in 3 days?" He shrugged, revealing a rare expression of playful desperation. "My request is simple. You must at least agree to one of the card's propositions, all right?" Before returning to their small town from the final city, Bernice and Brian took a slight detour to the city center, allowing Bernice to select the gemstone she desired. Brian insisted that such trivial matters should not influence Bernice's choices. Opportunities come but once. Thus, despite keeping the marked locations on the blueprint firmly in mind, Bernice confirmed the plan they had discussed long ago. She held her vibrating phone, strolling slowly between the display cases, observing intently. Meanwhile, Clark hovered outside, waiting to call her when she reached the stone. Bernice silenced her phone and paused before a glimmering emerald, stating, "This one, please. I've always found it quite beautiful." "Very well," Brian nodded. However, although this piece was relatively rare, it had not been significantly processed, and its commercial value was not particularly high. "Shall I also include an emerald?" Bernice declined, and Brian said nothing further. After the confession, he became less proactive in conversing with Bernice, granting her ample space to reflect. Bernice felt a weight upon her heart. Uncertain if Clark had overheard Brian's confession, she found herself troubled, unable to fathom how to confirm the matter with Clark. Their previous conversation regarding the stone had seemed utterly normal. Was it because Clark hadn't heard, or did he simply not mind, viewing her as merely a friend? And now, she was still clutching that damned stone. Its presence had a detrimental effect on Clark, until she managed to resolve the situation. It was evidently impossible to meet with him soon, adding to Bernice's fatigue. She reaffirmed the truth she had confirmed countless times. Her feelings for Clark transcended mere friendship. However, if there were any drawbacks to their deeply trusting bond, it would undoubtedly be that this connection was more intimate than many superficial romantic relationships, leaving her uncertain whether he might feel more than just friendship in return. Bernice found herself perplexed by Clark's thoughts. Maintaining their close friendship seemed devoid of any disadvantages. Yet, what if they took that initial step and their relationship lost its openness and intimacy? For instance, if Clark did not share her feelings and her confession were to fail, would he begin to feel awkward and cease sharing secrets with her? Clark was such a good person that a failed confession might not ruin their friendship. But how could they ever return to that level of closeness afterward? Clearly, he could not remain as intimate with Bernice if he were to date someone else. Even if they were to become a couple, romance often reveals the selfish shadows lurking within. Friends can purely wish for each other's happiness, but in a romantic relationship, there may be expectations for sacrifice, and couples are more prone to quarrels and breakups, ultimately parting ways. Bernice faced a dilemma. A. To broach the subject of Brian's confession with Clark, thereby gauging his feelings for her beyond friendship. Or B. To refrain from probing and remain passive. Chapter 53. The decision. Afterward, Bernice sat on the toilet in a daze. Before losing herself in thought, she had already placed the green mineral into the lead box she had prepared in advance. She and Clark were uncertain whether lead could shield them from the stone's radiation. It was merely a naive hope that perhaps it might mitigate its effects, given that both were exceptionally important to Clark. If the radiation was common, lead should shield against most issues. But could the radiation causing Clark pain be typical radiation? Damn it, his constitution was unique. He had never undergone an X-ray, so there was no way to compare. Regardless, she resolved to take the stone to school tomorrow and measure its radiation with the Geiger-Muller counter in the lab. If it turned out that lead could not block its radiation, should she ask Clark to help dig a deep hole where she could bury it? Of course, she would need to wait until he had walked far enough away before taking the stone to bury it. With this thought, Bernice hissed softly and walked over to add a wooden box over the lead container, filling the space between the two boxes with old clothes and scraps of fabric as padding. Sighing, she thought it was better than nothing. She closed the lid, chuckled at herself, hesitated for a moment, then shut the door and descended the stairs. In the living room below, her mother, Maine Allen, swayed gently to the music playing from a record. As the song reached its conclusion, she opened her eyes and smiled at her eldest daughter coming down the stairs. Bernice smiled back, watching as her mother closed her eyes once more, joyfully immersing herself in the world of music. As Bernice settled onto the sofa, a deep, clear female voice began to hum along with the soft prelude. Throughout my life, I have awaited the opportune moment to express my feelings. I do not wish to let you slip away. Bernice stirred her fingers, retrieving her phone to send a message to Clark. I have enclosed that item in a lead box. Can Javert hear me now? Ding. Message sent. Lost in thought, Bernice realized that in her correspondence with Clark, there was a lack of a term signifying her own identity. Almost immediately, her phone vibrated again. She illuminated the screen. Is Tinkerbell listening to music? Tinkerbell? Oh, how whimsical it is that Clark had previously likened her to the enchanting fairy from Peter Pan. It felt rather juvenile, causing Bernice's cheeks to flush. She lifted her gaze towards the gramophone, from which a woman's voice emanated, gradually building in emotional intensity. But now I have come to understand there is never a perfect time to confess how I feel. This is real, at least I know that. Bernice took a deep breath, her fingers instinctively grazing the edge of her phone. She lit up the screen again, but before she could formulate a response, it dimmed once more. Each day and night, I have harbored this secret. It has nearly consumed me. It is time to share what I feel within. The power of this song is overwhelming. Bernice couldn't help but ponder her previous hesitation. Should she test Clark now? If so, should it be through a message or in person? Main branch A2, to probe in person. Take these words. Do not let them go unheard. This is my hand reaching out to you. I hope you can hear it now. Bernice cast another glance at the gramophone. The song escalated in emotion, the singer's fervent resolve resonating almost at her ear, making it difficult to remain unaffected. After all, this was precisely what she yearned to do. Bernice typed several lines, only to delete them again. She rose to her feet, deftly avoiding her mother, who was dancing to the music in the living room, and hurried back to her room, closing the door behind her. Although she had intended to test Clark, She ultimately felt that it was best not to express her thoughts in written form. Bernice longed to gaze into his eyes. Finally, she typed, "Yes, my mom is playing a song I've never heard before. It's quite lovely. Clark, are you free? Would it be convenient for you to come over?" The message was successfully sent. The music faintly floated up from downstairs. Bernice allowed herself to be lost in the melody, fearing that if she focused too much, her nerves would overwhelm her. A gentle breeze wafted from behind, likely stirred by the curtains. Bernice nearly jumped at the sensation. She turned around to see that familiar figure hovering in her bedroom. Clark smiled at her, yet Bernice sensed a hint of distraction in his demeanor. His gaze wandered, as if subconsciously searching for something, before he quickly redirected his attention back to her. Instinctively, Bernice said, "It's fine, you can look around." After all, she had already explored Clark's room. What was Clark searching for? He regarded her with curiosity, and she, in turn, looked alongside him. It wasn't he until she spotted the large wooden box on the table that her mind finally clicked into gear. She hastily explained, "That's the box containing the mineral. I used a lead box to store it, with a layer of fabric padding and a wooden box outside. You're not feeling anything unusual, right? It shouldn't hurt anymore." After uttering those words, she mentally chided herself. What was she thinking? She should have at least been considerate enough to ask Clark outside. What if this box did not shield against radiation? Was she inadvertently putting him at risk? Clark exhaled, his expression complex as he gazed at the box. "Yes, I don't feel anything at all. I can't see inside the lead layer. That's wonderful." Despite her worries in other respects, the fact that lead could shield Clark from the mineral's harm was far more significant than anything else. She couldn't help but repeat, "This is truly splendid." "Yes, at least I can observe you conducting experiments with it from a closer distance," Clark replied, his demeanor lightening as he slightly curved his lips in a smile. "Did you invite me over to confirm this, Bonnie?" Just as Bernice exhaled a sigh of relief, she found herself momentarily speechless at his question. In the silence of Bernice's few seconds, the melody intermittently floated back. If Bernice could hear it, it must have resonated even louder in Clark's keen auditory perception. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Bernice's face, yet she noticed Clark slightly twitching his fingers, his expression seemingly altered by the lyrics. She suddenly calmed herself and casually began. "The first matter is to confirm the impact of the ore. The second is that there has been a significant change in my life lately, and I wish to discuss it with you." Clark's demeanor momentarily dipped in the air, resembling an elegant nod, but Bernice could see him clenching a fist. "What is it?" he inquired. "I don't know if you've heard." Bernice blinked. "Brian Gale has invited me to be his partner for the prom." Clark nodded, a somewhat strained smile emerging on his lips. He also confessed his feelings. "Hoping I would be his girlfriend," Bernice stated, uttering a truth she had never anticipated. "What do you think I should do, Clark?" "That depends on you, Bernice," Clark replied earnestly, in the serious tone he often adopted with her, though the muscles around his eyes were tense, as if bearing some weight of pressure. "If you like him, then accept." "Nothing but you means a thing to me." Bernice's heart lifted, yet Clark's response left her doubting her own conjectures, plunging her into uncertainty. The rhythm of her heart felt burdened, becoming arduous. She blurted out, "I want to ask you." Her voice deepened, as if revealing some ordinary truth. "I want to ask you first." Clark's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He struggled. "Is it because you need to consider your friend's opinions?" Bernice's breath quickened. She remained fearful that speaking out might push Clark away. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Bernice Allen would never withdraw at the last moment. She candidly conveyed the emotions surging within her chest. "Because I care about you immensely. You are the person I value the most. I trust and cherish you. My feelings extend beyond mere friendship. It is as if I am consumed by the fear that should I cease to speak, I may never find my voice again. I have grown somewhat dependent on the bond we share, yet this very reliance fills me with dread. I fear that my affection may precipitate a distance between us, whether because your feelings do not mirror mine or due to the unfinished words of Bernice." Clark embraced her, and they had shared more than one hug. Yet this was the most intimate and fervent. Clark held her tightly, their bodies pressed so close together. "When you are not there, holding me, I swear, all the rest could just vanish, and I would not care, as long as you were by my side." From Clark's perspective, as he flew into the room, I hesitated to descend, having just stood upon the Kent farm, my shoes surely dusted with dirt. For this is Bonnie's sanctuary. Bernice mentioned a significant change she wished to discuss. Could it be a confession from Gal? Goodness, what is she thinking? I hope she does not intend to accept. Nervousness almost made me stumble. While offering advice, did she truly consider that I might have feelings for her? Does she see me merely as a platonic friend? I attempted to maintain a casual smile, striving for calmness, rationality, and fairness, though I was uncertain of my success. Bernice, I trust and cherish you. My feelings extend beyond mere friendship. Chapter 54, Chapter 49, The Promise. How would you think this? Clark asked, his voice slightly muffled as he did not release her. Friendship is so pure. I will always wish for your happiness, and friendship can last a lifetime. Bernice replied with a hint of self-mockery, yet her eyes were closed, and her arms clung to him as tightly as his embraced her. The likelihood of love ending, revealing one's darker nature, is not a favorable prospect. Clark loosened his grip. No, unbeknownst to him, he had already landed, gazing intently into Bernice's eyes, reiterating, "It is not like that. I love you, and this is the best thing I have ever experienced." Bernice's pupils dilated. She quickly diverted her gaze before returning to meet his innocent yet resolute blue eyes. How could Clark so easily profess love? How could he possess such unwavering faith in it? Was it because he had never endured the trials of love, never been eroded by failed relationships? Yet, under Clark Kent's gaze, Bernice felt enveloped by a gentle sincerity devoid of aggression. "You are so wonderful," his eyes seemed to convey. Clark remained steadfast, continuing, "I possess no authority to dictate how you should respond to Brian Gale, nor can I offer assurances about the future. I am shrouded in uncertainties and enigmas." A flicker of blue uncertainty danced in his eyes. Yet he added, "I hope you will become my beloved, my girlfriend. Would you consent to this?" Although her apprehensions regarding love lingered, if there were to be a person who could instill trust in Bernice, despite the potential for love to unveil its darker aspects, that individual would undoubtedly be Clark Kent. He was the finest person she had ever encountered, and he so earnestly believed in her. "Of course I would," Bernice replied calmly, as if her heart did not thump loudly and her eyes did not swell with inexplicable emotion. "Wait, did I just say of course? Perhaps I find it impossible to refuse Clark," she pondered belatedly. Clark appeared to be struck by a momentous surprise, his entire being rendered momentarily rigid. Bernice felt an urge to laugh. "I told you, you will always be my first choice, and in many respects, my only choice." As she gently pressed her hand against the nape of Clark's neck and kissed his still lips, a genuine laugh escaped her. So soft, she mused, savoring the moment, before daring to lick his lips once more. Realizing this was their first kiss, and that they were still in high school, she paused, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek instead. "How come you're so skilled at this?" Clark asked, his face flushed, tightening his embrace around her waist. Bernice, resting her hand on Clark's shoulder, felt her own cheeks warm, but a deeper heat surged from her heart, rendering her incapable of concealing her delight. Her face alight with an uncontainable smile. At that moment, she noticed they had lifted off the ground by nearly 10 centimeters. "I wonder why you seem taller," Bernice exclaimed, pushing herself up slightly on Clark's shoulder, her arm brushing against the solid muscle of his neck and back. He was still a youth, yet his shoulders had broadened remarkably. She thought to herself, previously, she would have instinctively withdrawn from such physical contact, but this time, she felt entirely justified in holding on. Clark did not respond, his face radiating a smile akin to Bernice's as he twirled her joyfully in the air. "If you keep spinning me, I might get dizzy," Bernice thought, yet refrained from voicing her concern. At that moment, Clark resembled a joyous sun, radiating happiness. Who could bear to interrupt his exuberance? Certainly not she. Eventually, Clark came to a halt, yearning to lift Bernice higher while simultaneously wanting to be closely entwined with her. Since Bernice had expressed her fondness for him, the excitement within him showed no signs of waning. Rather, it erupted anew with her unabashed affection and intimacy. Could one die from excessive joy? Clark was uncertain, but if he did not act soon, he feared he might become one of those who did. "Would you like to take a spin?" Clark blurted out, "With me?" "Of course," she replied. Bernice responded with ease, gently pinching her slightly sore jaw as she pressed closer to Clark's body. With a whoosh, they ascended once more into the heights. Taking a breath of the crisp air, Bernice declined Clark's apologetic suggestion to retrieve a jacket, shaking her head, feeling that his warmth was sufficient. After all, she could now choose how closely she wanted to cling to him, a multi-functional source of warmth. So does that make you my boyfriend? She mused, glancing at the pale wisps of clouds and pondering. Why does that term feel somewhat insipid? It feels more intimate to call you a dear friend. Perhaps, Clark conceded, it might be due to the rapid cycle of relationships at school, where couples swiftly enter and exit one another's lives. Those pairs, while labeled as couples, do they truly understand each other? After a few moments of contemplation, Bernice finally crafted a satisfactory proclamation. You are mine. My lover, my friend, my Clark, mine. Her hands animatedly gestured as if to encircle Clark entirely, affirming her repeated declarations of ownership. Yet they were suspended in the air. Clark, feeling a bit nervous, tightened his embrace, noticing Bernice's beaming gaze. I am unwilling to belong to anyone else, but you are the sole exception, she admitted. And I am yours, if you wish to say so. With that, she planted a kiss on Clark's cheek, her expression one of complete contentment. If you dislike that phrasing, I shall refrain from saying it. What matters is that I know in my heart, she replied. Clark leaned his forehead against hers, softly murmuring, maybe? The blush on the girl's cheeks, whether from shyness or excitement, had yet to fade, and upon hearing his words, her lips curled into a smile. Hell yes, she responded, embracing the kiss initiated by Clark. When Bernice next opened her eyes, she found herself suspended in the sky, while Clark floated above her, his unbuttoned checkered shirt billowing down, covering the arm he had wrapped around her waist. The sensation of being completely airborne, with no ground in sight, would normally unsettle Bernice. Yet Clark's steady arm and the brilliance of his eyes, more expansive than the blue sky behind him, allowed her to forget that her life rested in his hands. Whoa! Bernice uttered, an ambiguous sound escaping her lips as she extended a finger to poke at Clark's right chest. As she exerted gentle pressure, Clark responded by rotating them in the air until their positions were reversed, with him floating on his back and Bernice lying atop him. Clark blinked slowly, realizing, oh, Bonnie, does this make you feel more secure? Quite so. She beamed. Now I can hold you as tightly as I desire. Her playful demeanor, accentuated by her dimples, suggested a double entendre. I just prefer this position. Clark endeavored to maintain his composure, determined not to waver at her words. He succeeded, perhaps. Trouble, Bernice said, her tone laced with concern. What is it? Clark took no action, for he did not perceive any heaviness in the voices of his friends and loved ones. In my novel, two pivotal characters are heterosexual friends. Bernice remarked, I once thought that a profound camaraderie could exist between men and women. Thus, I established them as close partners, each with their own circumstances and romantic interests. Isn't that splendid? Clark soared steadily through the air. When shaping these characters, I drew inspiration from the two of us. Bernice exclaimed, it could be said that we are the prototypes. Am I inadvertently altering the storyline to bring the characters together? Clark chuckled softly. Shouldn't an author remain faithful to their own creation? Indeed, Bernice mumbled, pouting, I merely worry that the characters might develop an attraction for one another, beyond my control, much like myself. Unsure how to respond, Clark embraced her, laughing as they ascended higher into the sky. I feel quite anxious, Bernice whispered, resting her head on Clark's shoulder. So do I. Clark realized she was not speaking of flying and reciprocated her sentiment. If anything I do causes you discomfort, please let me know, Bernice said earnestly, lifting her gaze. I can be quite self-absorbed, particularly in matters of love. Therefore, if you have any feelings regarding our interaction, our dialogue, the personal space we maintain, or the distance in our relationships with others, do share them with me. I fear I might unknowingly do something that displeases you. And if you don't tell me, I would remain oblivious, leading to unresolved tensions. Clark was somewhat taken aback. I know many emotions are futile, but you must express them, Bernice insisted playfully. Even if the conflict cannot be completely resolved immediately, it should still be voiced. After all, I believe we can rationally and objectively confront issues. Simply discussing them can alleviate emotions, like symbolic jealousy. Symbolic jealousy? Clark, having read numerous novels, had never encountered such a term. For instance, I genuinely trust you and believe you would never have any inappropriate entanglements with others. Yet if I still feel a twinge of discomfort, I would tell you that I am feeling jealous. What should I do then? Clark inquired, entirely inexperienced in this regard. Eager to take notes. Just say you love me the most. Shower me with compliments. Bernice giggled. All right, I shall remember that. Clark kissed the top of her head. Now, I must ask, have you ever liked someone else before? Bernice's eyes darted around. Chapter 55. Extra options with subsequent updates on the love triangle. Branch B. Remain still. Bernice does not probe. Early Monday morning, clutching a wooden box, Bernice had yet to board the school bus when Clark called out to her. Bonnie, I need to speak with you privately. Clark nervously tugged at the straps of his backpack and then cautiously let go, fearing he might damage it. Without hesitation, Bernice nodded, even as she followed Clark to a secluded spot devoid of others. She inquired, "What is the matter? What if we missed the school bus?" Even though she was aware that she might miss the school bus, she hesitated not for a moment. Typically, Clark would respond to this unspoken trust with a smile. But today, he felt an overwhelming tension, as if his stomach were weighed down by a heavy stone. "If she were to miss it, then I shall take you myself," he declared, echoing a response he had long contemplated, harboring a flicker of hope for such an outcome. After all, in the event of failure, any ensuing embarrassment could be overshadowed by the thrill of flight. Though Bernice had never explicitly stated it, Clark was acutely aware of her fondness for flying. "All right, but you must be careful not to be seen while flying," Bernice replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. What could it be? Clark instinctively swallowed, retrieving a red rose and an exquisite blue box from his bag. "I didn't purchase many flowers, as I recall you don't particularly favor them, deeming them impractical. Yet, I couldn't resist buying this one rose. I admire you, Bonnie." As he extended the rose and chocolates, his hands remained steady, though his breath quickened. "I hope you'll be my girlfriend, but if you decline, I sincerely wish for us to remain friends. However, if you desire me to maintain a social distance." Clark's blue eyes dulled slightly. "I can certainly do that." His candor was striking, revealing an unmasked vulnerability. "What if I refuse him? Would I no longer engage in discussions regarding his abilities with others?" Bernice felt a surge of frustration. Yet, Clark's unwavering sincerity, his boldness in laying his heart bare as if charging forth with it at the point of a gun, was disarming. The more worldly and experienced one became, the harder it was to resist such earnestness. "I have 2 requests," she stated. "What?" Clark's eyes brightened. Requests implied opportunities. He was unperturbed by Bernice's demands, knowing well she would not intentionally make things difficult for him. Even if she wished for the stars, he would find a way. "First, if there are any, and I mean any, negative feelings regarding me or our relationship, we must communicate openly." Bernice's expression was serious. This eased Clark's heart somewhat. He felt reassured. "Of course. Second, should we ever part ways for any reason, I hope we can still be close friends." Bernice sighed. "Well, that's something that cannot be forced. Let us just remain trusting friends." "All right," Clark blurted out. "So you agree?" "Yes," Bernice replied in exasperation. "I simply cannot say no to you." She rubbed her fingers together, oblivious to the source of her annoyance and unable to vent it towards Clark. She resorted to wrapping her arms around his neck, biting his lip in a fit of frustration. Meanwhile, she contemplated a text to test the waters with Clark. Should she reach out now, or wait until they were face to face? Ultimately, she typed, "Yes, my mom is playing a song I've never heard before, and it's delightful. Have you heard? Brian Gale has actually confessed his feelings to me. Sent successfully. Is that an appropriate way to say it? Or should I add that Bernice, overwhelmed with anxiety, could hardly hear the lyrics, her fingers racing ahead of her thoughts as she typed, "Clark, what do you think I should do?" After hesitating for a moment, she clicked send. Sent successfully. If Clark's reply reveals any emotion, Bernice, clutching her phone, took a deep breath and managed a faint smile. This would indicate that he might feel something for me too. She stared at her phone for a while until the screen lit up again. "That depends on you, Bernice. If you like him, then go ahead and accept it." Bernice was taken aback. This reaction was utterly unexpected. "So, Clark merely considers me a friend? If that's the case, I must be more cautious in our interactions moving forward." Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she wasn't utterly disheartened. Her previous experiences with Clark had instilled a solid confidence in her. Their friendship wouldn't easily wane or vanish, and the trust they shared was uniquely special. To her, as a friend, she held a singular place in Clark's heart. Regarding Brian's confession, if we disregard Clark's feelings, she did believe that Brian was quite remarkable, and she even harbored a modicum of affection for him, fulfilling her own desire for an intimate relationship. However, Brian's merely exceptional qualities paled in comparison to the already established and robust bond of mutual trust she shared with Clark. Yet, it seemed that Clark harbored no romantic intentions. "If we were to focus solely on Brian as long as you're there, The female singer's powerful voice resonated with the final line, imbued with hope and yearning, as if the music reached her ears directly. Bernice closed her eyes. Never mind. She was unwilling to dwell on Brian's matter for the time being. At least Clark would always be by her side, entering the side story BFF until best friends forever, until 6 years later. Bernice had graduated from university and had been working as a corporate drone for 2 years. She and Clark remained steadfast friends, maintaining constant communication despite being in different cities. After graduating from high school, Clark took a gap year, and now he was in his senior year of college. Bernice was aware that he had spent that entire missing year at an alien studies academy in the Arctic, and, by the way, upon his return, he revealed to her that he was a Kryptonian. Bernice sat on the apartment sofa, clutching her phone, eagerly awaiting Clark's call. Today marked his first day interning at the Planet Daily, and he should be calling her. Internships, she thought, feeling a sense of empathy. Who as he started off doing menial tasks? Clark might embellish his call home, but when he called her, he would have to be truthful. After all, friends ought to comfort and support one another. As she pondered, she tuned the television to Metropolis News. There, a massive headline scrolled across the screen. The flying man reappears. Bernice's eyes widened in astonishment, just as her phone, which she had been holding, vibrated. Clark. She swallowed the question about her internship life that she had intended to ask and blurted out. The name The Flash is really quite unappealing. Clark's voice clearly faltered for a moment. Indeed, it leaves much to be desired. He then complained. You haven't even heard the alternative names they considered. What about Superman? Bernice inquired knowingly. Ever since she had learned 6 months ago about the vigilante in Gotham ultimately named Batman, she had finally come to a conclusion. How do you know? Clark's tone was one of astonishment and embarrassment, as if that was the most revealing piece of information. He must have turned crimson. Bernice stifled a chuckle and continued. Have you been shadowing any specific reporter during your internship? Encountering such major news on your first day? Did he or she let you practice at all? The editor didn't assign me to anyone, Clark sighed. Those seasoned reporters mostly just have me running errands, fetching coffee, and whatnot. I haven't mentioned this to Mom. He added, most internships begin this way. It's perfectly fine, Clark. It's not your fault. Bernice consoled him, joking. Your writing and responsiveness are excellent. I've grown up reading your news. Thank you, Bonnie. Clark's spirits seemed to lift slightly. I know that, but I can't help feeling a bit anxious. Precisely, Clark sighed again. Bernice leaned back on the sofa, stretching her body and yawning slightly, feeling a bit schadenfreude. Now you understand why I always sigh after work, don't you? She grew serious for a moment. Many times, work can feel utterly meaningless, which is truly anxiety-inducing. But you've always loved journalism. Doing what you're passionate about is already better than what many others experience. Among those many others was Bernice herself, who silently sighed and perked up, asking, how's the Daily Planet? What are the editor and the reporters you've interacted with like? Clark described the enormous globe model atop the Daily Planet building and mentioned the boisterous editor Perry White, as well as a reporter named Bill Bryson who had him fetch coffee. He paused before continuing. Perry White's primary focus seems to be on Ms. Lois Lane. I've read her reports. She truly deserves the accolades. Curiously, Bernice asked, have you met her? What's she like? Bernice had never heard of that name. She typically did not pay attention to the authors of the news. However, since Clark was now interning a newspaper, it seemed he would be rooted in this industry. So she contemplated beginning to pay attention to news authors, not wanting to miss out on Clark's reporting. Clark's voice paused again. Ms. Lane has a very efficient working style. She seems to have her own pursuits and goals, and her observational skills are quite keen. She is also very beautiful. There was a hint of awe in Clark's voice as he added, she reminds me a bit of you. The last remark carried a note of humor. Yet Bernice was taken aback. What did that mean? She furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable weight in her heart. Clark's internship concluded quite smoothly, as the emergence of the enigmatic figure known as the Flying Man became increasingly frequent. Louise shifted the focus of her investigations toward this mysterious individual, allowing Clark to pen several updates on various events during her busier moments, resulting in a few of his own articles being printed in the Planet Daily. However, the frequency with which Louise Lane appeared in Clark's discourse did not diminish with the end of his internship. Rather, escalated significantly. After all, while Clark's internship had concluded, the exploits of the Flying Man had not, enabling Clark to appreciate her journalistic prowess and insight from a different perspective. Bernice was quite perturbed by this situation. She was especially fixated on Clark's remarks suggesting that Louise bore some resemblance to her, yet Clark had ceased to mention them in the same breath thereafter. This only heightened Bernice's anxiety. This agitation reached its zenith when Clark officially joined the Planet Daily as an employee, being assigned to the same team as Louise Lane. Shortly thereafter, Bernice witnessed on television the dramatic moment when the flying man, clad in his iconic red and blue uniform, caught the journalist Lane as she plummeted from a building. Initially unaware of the identity of the stunning woman, Bernice noted that the shaky footage captured by the evidently unprofessional cameraman, who was too excited to maintain a steady hand, displayed the remarkably handsome face of the hero, smiling as he graciously accepted her request for an interview. He remarked, "You truly are the most dedicated person I have ever encountered, Ms. Lane." Louise appeared completely unfazed by her brush with danger, holding her recording device like a valiant warrior. "So, I shall take your response as affirmative?" The charming visage responded with a smile. Indeed. His demeanor and expression were somewhat different from those Bernice was familiar with, yet that smile evoked a sense of familiarity within her. In the following day's report by Ms. Lane, it was finally confirmed that this tricolored hero's official moniker was not the haphazard titles previously assigned, but rather Superman. This revelation, confirmed by the hero himself, sent social media into a frenzy when Bernice scrolled through Twitter and encountered speculation about a romantic connection between Superman and the female journalist. She could no longer contain her emotions. At an opportune moment, a few days later during lunch on a weekday, she ventured to the vicinity of the Planet Daily, specifically to the cafe Clark had previously mentioned, and, as fate would have it, she spotted Clark with his stunning partner. Delighted, she approached Clark, expressing that she happened to be in the area and was pleasantly surprised to run into him. She suggested they share a meal together. "Ah, is this your colleague? She is quite beautiful and capable. Ms. Lane, I presume?" Bernice's compliments flowed effortlessly. The journalist indeed appeared exceptionally professional and strikingly lovely, as Bernice had anticipated. The choice of a somewhat bustling cafe indicated that they were not engaged in work discussions and were quite content to share a table. Clark seemed a tad awkward, an inconspicuous micro-expression that Bernice, having been his closest friend for so many years, immediately discerned. But why was he feeling awkward? Did he prefer I not meet Lane? Or did he wish to spare Lane from meeting me? Stealing a glance at him, Bernice redirected her primary focus toward Ms. Lane. The casual meal turned out to be surprisingly delightful. Louise possessed a clear and astute mind, and conversing with her reminded Bernice of the most exhilarating debates she had ever participated in. Bernice provided her best analyses on the political issues she was passionate about within her professional scope. They swiftly exchanged their names, phone numbers, and contact information. Meeting such a remarkable young and beautiful woman left Bernice feeling nearly content. Yet she abruptly recalled that her initial purpose had not been fulfilled. She had come to observe the dynamic between Clark and Louise, but since her arrival, Clark had scarcely uttered a word. At least she had gained some insight into Louise Lane, Bernice mused. It was only natural to be captivated by such a multifaceted and radiant woman. Nevertheless, Bernice did not wish for Clark and Louise to grow overly intimate. She could no longer convince herself with the excuse of fearing for his safety and potential exposure. Louise exuded an aura of discretion and a strong sense of justice. With Louise being so exceptional and having so many opportunities to interact with Clark, regardless of the identity, she was now the one spending the most time with him. Even Superman's identity was being counted by tabloids, tallying the number of times he had rescued the reporter Lane, each instance marked by a heroic embrace. The frequency with which Clark had taken her airborne was likely surpassing all others. Bernice chuckled to herself. While she did not mind Clark having other female friends, she insisted that Bernice Allen must be his most trusted and cherished companion. It was precisely because Louise was so admirable that she felt uneasy. To resolve this dilemma, Bernice pondered while lying in bed. Clark could not resign. His career was steadily gaining momentum, and Perry had begun to offer him opportunities. Louise, with her established position at the Daily Planet, was destined for greatness. Would Clark not rescue Louise? If that were to occur, Bernice would be the first to confront Clark. The conclusion was clear. Their interactions could not diminish. The only solution lay in making Clark hers. Bernice clenched her fists. The next time she saw Clark, she brought along a thick letter and a bouquet of champagne roses. Handing both to Clark, she gazed into his eyes and asked, "May I pursue you?" Bernice fervently hoped it was not too late. Chapter 56. The small-town girl, and different questions then let me ask, have you ever liked anyone else before? Bernice inquired, her eyes twinkling. Clark opened his mouth, then closed it again. For an alien with a quick mind, this pause felt excessively prolonged. He struggled to speak. Bonnie, do you really want to know this? May I ask why? I'm just curious. Rest assured, I already possess you, and I won't doubt that for any reason. Bernice couldn't help but laugh at Clark's reaction, but even as friends, her curiosity was piqued. Come on, Clark, your reaction clearly indicates something. Don't worry, I won't be angry. She paused, unless the number is excessively large. Clark quickly replied, no, only one. Oh, Bernice raised an eyebrow. Have I once again ensnared you, Clark? However, it was not their first encounter. Clark, in a fit of recklessness, found himself exclaiming, Lana. Oh, Bernice widened her eyes, as if lost in contemplation. Oh, two O's. This stirred a slight panic within Clark, prompting him to tighten his grip around Bernice's waist. Bonnie, what are you thinking? He inquired. I was pondering how you seem to be fond of this type, she replied, her expression earnest and devoid of anger, punctuating her words by playfully poking Clark's chest. Clark clasped her fingers tenderly. With a sigh, Bernice extracted her finger, causing Clark's anxiety to escalate. Yet, soon she entwined that hand around him, solemnly declaring, well, I don't care. You are mine now. Clark felt the tightening of her embrace. In this fragile world of paper, he had endeavored to maintain utmost restraint, suppressing and concealing his abilities, finding solace only in Bernice's presence. Now, with her arms around him, holding him tightly, he sensed her determination. It was immensely reassuring, as if an external constraint had layered upon his own self-restraint, granting him a moment of respite amidst his endless caution. This binding, though seemingly feeble in strength, would never be underestimated by Clark, for he recognized Bernice's unwavering will. With a smile, he affirmed, Indeed, I am yours. In response to such candidness, Bernice held her breath and turned her head, feeling a flush on her cheeks. She then pivoted back to continue her proclamation. I am yours too. Clark nodded earnestly. I know. Yet, his ears turned a deeper shade of pink, which Bernice observed for 3 seconds before leaning in to kiss his heated ear. Satisfied? She chuckled softly and pecked his cheek. In the blink of an eye, Clark soared back to the ground, reassured that standing there posed no peril, especially with Bonnie still clinging to him. How could you perform dangerous maneuvers while flying, Bernice? This is a serious matter, he admonished, though the gravity of his words was undermined by the rosy hue of his ears. Moreover, Bernice remained steadfastly attached to him, refusing to descend. Clark's usual attire concealed his growth, but he had not only shot up in height, but also broadened at the shoulders. Bernice, tall herself, found that when she hooked her arms around all of Clark's shoulders, she was effortlessly lifted off the ground, dangling from him. Feigning innocence, she hummed playfully, Why aren't you flying? Clark could only glare at her, a silent reprimand. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Do you have it? Have what? Bernice inquired, her mouth agape. It was the fleeting glance Clark had cast before hastily averting his eyes toward the one he once admired. Bernice hesitated to speak, observing Clark's expression closely. I wouldn't mind sharing, especially since it's all in the past. But do you truly wish to know, Clark? Clark remained silent, a slight furrow creasing his brow, indicating his unease. Thus, Bernice continued. From my previous experiences, perspectives on intimate relationships vary significantly. For me, being open and candid signifies a complete indifference to past encounters. I genuinely wouldn't be upset by it, which is why I'm curious. However, there are certainly those who prefer to hear nothing at all about their partner's exes, right? Her sincerity mirrored the same earnestness she had displayed when sharing insights with Clark as a close friend. I'm open to discussing it, but I need to know if you're comfortable with that. I have no desire for you to feel uncomfortable because of me, so please take your time to consider whether you wish to hear it. Clark found her reasoning sound and pondered for a moment. I am indeed curious, he said calmly. Glancing at Bernice and noticing her composure, she appeared neither anxious nor deep in thought, merely awaiting his response. However, I prefer not to know right now. All right. Bernice tilted her head slightly. It's not a pressing issue. The real concern was that, despite being undeniably Clark's closest confidant, she still felt an insatiable urge to be even closer to him, which was quite vexing. After they shared some more intimate moments, Clark escorted Bernice back to her room. Just before he vanished, Bernice suddenly recalled a question. Wait, Clark, there's something I need your opinion on. What is it? He asked, as if descending from the air. I'm not sure if you've heard, but I wanted to mention the authorization that allows you to listen to what is happening around me, which needs to be renewed. Bernice's expression turned hesitant, as if uncertain whether to proceed. Well, Brian made a wager with me earlier. Of course I know. How could I not? He wants Bonnie to be his girlfriend, Clark exclaimed, crossing his arms subconsciously. He had proposed 2 conditions, and Bernice counted them on her fingers, realizing the first was clearly unattainable. I just wanted to ask my lovely boyfriend if he would mind me attending someone else's prom as their date. Clark candidly admitted he had a slight reservation, but wouldn't he prevent Bernice from going to the prom? Bernice received the expected answer and joyfully kissed her boyfriend. Truth be told, she had never contemplated what would happen if Clark forbade her from attending. She detested when others interfered with her choices. However, that was Clark. If he were to impede her decisions, he might not be the Clark she would fall for. Allowing herself to ponder philosophically for a moment, Bernice conveyed her response to Brian the following day. She asked directly, "A girlfriend is out of the question, but a dance partner is possible. However, does your invitation still hold weight given that I now have a boyfriend?" Brian paused, instinctively curling the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. "Of course it still stands," he replied, pressing his lips together. "Is it Kent?" Yes," she confirmed. Bernice wished to inquire how he knew that, only to feel it was a futile question. Brian had already become one of her closest male friends outside of Clark. Perhaps Peter could be included as well. So in that regard, it was all connected to Clark. Brian took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Indeed, I am ill-suited for a bold approach." He paused, revealing a half-furrowed smile. "May I pose a question to you, my dance partner?" "What is it?" Bernice adopted a serious demeanor, as she always approached questions with gravity. "Why did you accept my brooch as a Christmas gift?" Brian hesitated slightly, but managed to voice the question. He refrained from adding the latter part, "Since you have no interest in me," but he believed Bernice understood his implication. After all, they were already quite in sync as debate partners. She should grasp this unspoken sentiment. Bernice appeared somewhat perplexed. "I don't understand. Can Christmas gifts be returned?" "Candies and flowers, my dear," Brian replied, shaking his head with a smile, adopting a rhythmic tone, perhaps a poetry collection or a photo album. "A small bottle of perfume. Only these are acceptable when given to you by a man. Any expensive gift, even if bestowed by your fiancé, must be firmly declined. Never accept jewelry or wearable items, not even gloves or handkerchiefs. If you accept such gifts, men will perceive you as less than a refined woman and will treat you with disrespect." Bernice raised an eyebrow. "How audacious of you, Brian Gale. Where else do you wish to be audacious besides the debate arena?" She directly disregarded the matter of social standing, which was typical of her, and Brian felt a chuckle rising. Nevertheless, this antiquated method of measuring a woman's worth and categorizing her was indeed rather outdated. At the very least, Brian did not believe Bernice would concur with any hierarchical notions regarding women. So as I suspected, you are indifferent to these archaic conventions?" Brian raised his hands in surrender. "Well, firstly, I do not endorse such a viewpoint." Bernice nodded decisively. "Secondly, this perspective pertains to romantic relationships, where interactions are based on the possibility of love, and we do not fit that mold. Does our relationship as friends and partners not hold value?" It seemed that his esteemed partner believed her performance merited not only a rare meteorite, but also an opal brooch. Brian began to tease her again, though a smile lingered at the corners of his eyes. "Otherwise," Bernice lifted her chin in retort, then earnestly explained, "I actually hesitated at the time, but considering that this item held no great value for you and was not cherished, I decided to accept it. Had it been a more precious gem, I might have declined." She awkwardly trailed off. "Bernice, one must face oneself with courage. An imperfect self is still oneself." She encouraged herself, adding, "However, that is under ideal circumstances. If I was certain that it meant little to you, I might still have accepted it." She spoke with newfound conviction, acknowledging that human flaws are universal, and she could not escape them either. "However, had I discerned your intentions at that time, I might have prevented you from bestowing such gifts upon her." She added in a hushed tone, "Of course, if my intervention proved futile, then receiving such gifts would be a matter of indifference." Brian gazed upward, exhaling a sigh. "I cannot comprehend your reasoning. If that is the case, why do you decline the previous contract to manage the trust fund? The commission amounts to a substantial sum." "That would be rather troublesome," Bernice shrugged. "Note, candies and flowers. My dear, even gloves and handkerchiefs should be eschewed." If you accept such gifts, men will perceive you as lacking in virtue and will treat you with disrespect. This was the counsel given by Ellen, Scarlett's mother, in Margaret Mitchell's epic novel Gone with the Wind, reflecting the expectations of Southern belles during that era. Chapter 57. The stagnant experiment. Bernice did not subscribe to the superstition that triumph in romance is invariably followed by misfortune in gambling. However, her recent progress in research had indeed encountered a standstill. Alas, she had never possessed a keen interest in gemstones. It was the obligation thrust upon her by Clark that rendered this endeavor as distressing as the unfulfilling toil of a previous life. No, it was not to that extent. At least, this was not a demand from Clark, but rather a responsibility she had willingly undertaken. Moreover, should she become truly exasperated, she could simply relinquish the task, confident that Clark would not be disheartened by her departure. If a person were to feel disappointment in such a situation, it would imply a desire for others to sacrifice willingly for them, to shoulder burdens they are unwilling to bear. I wonder how others would react to such a character. As for Bernice, with her penchant for resisting coercion, she relished rejecting those who presume too much. As Bernice gazed intently at her measurements, she thought, Mendeleev, awaken. Your periodic table is under challenge. Could it be that this specimen is an extraterrestrial meteorite, thus defying earthly research principles? She was reluctant to acknowledge the possibility that the modern chemical framework might be overshadowed by an inexplicable cloud. Moreover, if that were the case, how could she, relying on experiments elementary enough for school children, potentially uncover results worthy of a Nobel Prize? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Grounded in her faith in the prevailing scientific paradigm, she contemplated further. Based on her vague recollections, many elements discovered post the establishment of the periodic table were originally sourced from the cosmos or synthesized through particle bombardment, all adhering to the principles outlined in the periodic table. Therefore, it was unlikely that this meteorite from outer space was inconsistent with established laws. Could it be that her lack of sufficient purification resulted in the introduction of impurities? The laboratory equipment at a high school level is generally inadequate, and the small-town institution had not yet received significant donations. Furthermore, Bernice was not particularly adept with hands-on experiments. Her fingers and limbs lacked agility, making experimental error a distinct possibility. Alternatively, it could also be that this, or indeed, represented a new element, albeit one containing various isotopes. Bernice was hesitant to employ drastic measures, fearing that the already enigmatic mineral, which emitted inexplicable radiation, might mutate further, thus halting the progress of her experiments entirely. Yet, she remained oblivious to the reason why this stone had harmed Clark, a thought that left her in a state of agitation, tugging at her hair in frustration. Joanna, although a year junior to Bernice, would often lend a hand in the laboratory during her free time. It soon became apparent to Bernice that Joanna possessed remarkable experimental skills. Her hands were steady, her vision sharp, and her techniques meticulous. Moreover, she was always eager to assist. Bernice promptly appointed her as the primary executor of their tasks, while she herself focused on designing the experiments and, rather, on identifying any oversights. The experimentation soon became a source of joy for both. Their routine coffee breaks, already a cherished ritual, increased in frequency due to their time spent together in the lab. Aside from the issues concerning your research, what else has been troubling you, Bonnie? Joanna inquired with genuine concern, her gaze lowering as she stirred her coffee. Is it possible that there's tension between you and Kent? I seem to have noticed him less in your company lately. Bernice was taken aback by the question. In stark contrast to this assumption, she had just recently embarked on a romantic relationship with Clark. It dawned on her that, due to her intense focus on investigating the green meteorite that posed a threat to Clark, she had naturally restricted his access to the laboratory, resulting in their encounters at school becoming increasingly infrequent. Could this be one of the reasons for her agitation? With a bright smile, Bernice realized that whenever she thought of, heard, or mentioned Clark, an uncontrollable grin would spread across her face. There was no discord, merely a separation due to their busy schedules. Joanna's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So, are you and Clark together now? Indeed, Bernice exclaimed, her eyes wide, yet responding without hesitation or shyness, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. After sipping her cocoa, she added, But Joanna, how did you figure it out? You never asked me. Yet everyone else seems to believe that Clark and I have been together for ages, rather than just recently. Of course I knew, Joanna replied, tilting her head with a smile, her loose red strands dancing beside her cheerful expression. We've exchanged so many letters and discussed a multitude of topics, philosophy, history, personalities, and I've asked you about matters of the heart. So I was aware of your views on intimate relationships. Wow, so you gleaned it from my perspectives? Bernice said, elated. She had always been candid in her exchanges, expressing her thoughts and emotions, partly believing that her experiences could serve as valuable lessons for her friends, but also yearning for understanding from others. And now, Joanna genuinely comprehended her. You mentioned your unique perspective on love in your letters. I find it quite insightful, particularly the notion that love can reveal one's darker sides. Joanna's voice was delicate, and Bernice had always felt that Joanna's personality did not quite align with her hair color. She was considerably softer than the typical impression of a red-haired woman. I am well aware of the depth of your friendship. Thus, even if your bond with Clark is one of profound intimacy and trust, it should resemble our friendship rather than romantic involvement. This was my previous assumption. Yet I wonder, has your perspective shifted now? A serious perplexity flickered in Joanna's eyes. When it comes to intimate relationships, Joanna comprehended Bernice's thoughts far better than anyone else. Bernice had not shared as much with Clark as she had with Joanna. Thus, as Bernice gazed into Joanna's light brown eyes, she discerned an additional layer of almost piercing confusion beyond the usual trust and closeness she felt. It felt as if the questions were directed at her own heart. Have you altered your views on love? In such a brief span, because of one individual? Were your prior beliefs genuinely mature, or merely the stubbornness of a longing heart? Or perhaps, do you no longer concern yourself with the possibility of causing pain in love, prioritizing instead the joy you derive from it? I have not changed my perspective, Bernice replied slowly, striving to organize her emotions and thoughts. I still believe that love can easily weaken one's self-control, revealing a darker side. However, I perceive that Clark would neither be taken aback nor disappointed by my darkness, nor would he be harmed by it, even if I become more self-serving in a romantic relationship. I trust that my instincts and subconscious would not genuinely wish to hurt him. Does Clark not possess a darker side? Joanna unconsciously set her cup down on the table, averting her gaze momentarily before returning it. I am not suggesting anything negative about him or targeting him specifically. We have become quite familiar. I am your friend, Bonnie, and I am more concerned about you. He seems to, well, genuinely lack one, Bernice pondered, attempting to remain objective. Perhaps just a hint of insecurity? No. Perhaps confusion would be a more fitting term. Does shyness count? But none of that matters, and I have always felt that he possesses a formidable will. He will surely come to understand. Besides, there is me, a hint of insecurity and shyness. Joanna's fingers danced over the surface of her mug as she contemplated herself. For Bernice, these traits likely did not amount to much. She not only accepted them, but also had a remarkable ability to guide such individuals. She was like a beam of sincere and well-measured sunlight, loosely tied around your wrist. If you were willing to extend your trust to her, she would usher you into her world, revealing her spirit and thoughts. She would fragment her own musings to nourish you, hoping to inspire you to be as confident and strong as she was. Perhaps at times it might come off as preachy or boastful, yet Joanna adored this demeanor. Among the strong-willed individuals she had encountered, Bernice exhibited the gentlest disposition. Was it about such people? Is it Bernice's delight to adopt and transform the introverted? Joanna placed her hand beneath the table, shifting the topic. So, are you not concerned that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, your friendship might falter? Before Bernice found herself in a quandary, she had not discussed her specific concerns with Joanna. Yet, astonishingly, Joanna articulated them with precision that mirrored Bernice's own thoughts. I do harbor such worries, but I find it difficult to refuse him. Feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, Bernice brushed her hair aside and hastily added, Moreover, since we are together, I ought not to be timid. It is imperative to communicate openly to mitigate such possibilities. I see. Joanna lifted her gaze and nodded emphatically. I hope you find fulfillment in your desires. They clinked their mugs together. Although filled with coffee and cocoa, the sound resonated as crisply as that of fine crystal. Joanna was a good friend, devoid of idle gossip, unlike others who lacked such consideration. For instance, her sister Mary incessantly bombarded her with questions, particularly when the rented gown arrived. Why are you renting a dress? Is Clark proposing? What? No, this is for the prom. Prom? You won't graduate until next year. Brian has invited me to be his partner. Ah, so it's him you fancy. Not too shabby. He is handsome and drive a luxury car. Poor Clark. Bernice pinched her sister's ear to halt the incessant prattle. You should know that many prom partners are merely friends. Besides, Clark and I are already dating. Oh, will Clark be angry? Mary's wide eyes darted around. Bernice paused in her preparations. I don't think so. I've spoken to him about it. But a girlfriend dressing up to dance with another boy. He must be upset, Mary asserted confidently. I'm not dressing up extravagantly. I merely chose a gown that caught my eye. Bernice's voice trailed off. You hardly ever wear makeup. Isn't that considered dressing up? Mary earnestly patted Bernice's shoulder. Remember to treat him well. There was merit in her words. Bernice tucked this advice away, beginning to interrogate her younger sister about her apparent wisdom. Treat Clark well. Treat Clark well, Bernice muttered to herself as she pedaled her bicycle towards Kent Farm, donning a wide-brimmed hat. She knew how to handle jealousy. Emphasizing the uniqueness and specialness of the other person would suffice. In fact, she had even shared this technique with Clark. Resolutely, Bernice parked her bicycle beside the grand entrance of the Kent residence, greeted Martha, and made her way towards the barn. However, Martha called out to her, a rare look of unease crossing her gentle features. Clark is in his room. Thus, Bernice ascended the stairs, her heart inexplicably heavy with apprehension. Could it be that Clark was genuinely upset? Just as she halted before his door, it swung open. Clark stood before her, his expression grave. I'm going to the Arctic. Bernice was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, don't be impulsive. Chapter 58. The barn in the Arctic. He felt compelled to journey to the Arctic before Clark could voice his thoughts. Perhaps all his long-standing confusion and unease could find resolution there. At times, he envied Bernice, perceiving in her a remarkable composure and unwavering resolve in the face of any situation. Was it her confidence in her ability to tackle whatever arose that afforded her such tranquility? Yet Clark found himself incapable of that same assurance. He resembled a tree striving to grow, unable to take root before discovering its origins. Fortunately, there was another tree beside him, intertwined yet distinct, as if they had grown together. During moments when Clark's roots felt barren, this tree would support him, anchoring his wandering thoughts and reminding him of his profound connection to the land. This metaphor may not be entirely apt, as Clark was the primary cultivator. However, in his current state of anxiety, he could not afford to ponder such nuances. Clark's expression was grave, and his heart raced with trepidation. He was uncertain how Bernice would respond or what she might say, but he knew he had to go. Moreover, he must convey this to her. He reflected that Bernice was entirely open with him, which implied that she, in turn, expected a considerable degree of honesty and trust. He swallowed hard and declared, I must go to the Arctic. Bernice blurted out, don't be impulsive. Huh? Clark's mouth fell open, momentarily halted. He scratched his head in confusion. Bernice, evidently realizing something, averted her gaze with a rare touch of discomfort. I'm sorry, my thoughts tend to run a bit, excessively active. Regaining her focus, she looked back at him seriously. So you're not joking? Recently? Why? Clark had mentioned the green mineral at the dinner table. He wished to spare his family concern, glossing over the profound pain he felt, merely alluding to the fact that it might render his abilities ineffective, and that Bernice had procured a piece for research. Oh, Jonathan responded with a calmness that was almost shocking, having ignored the food on the table since the conversation began. He exchanged a glance with Martha. What is the progress on that research? Clark did not answer directly. He blinked and replied, there is no progress to report. We only confirmed it is not a known element, and there exists a type of radiation detectable only by me. Come to the barn. There's something you need to see, Jonathan said, avoiding eye contact with Clark as he pushed his plate away and stood up. Finish eating first, Martha said calmly. Jonathan sat back down and, like Clark, earnestly finished the food on his plate. There is a small spaceship buried in the barn, Clark exclaimed, still astonished. Dad and Mom showed me the things they had previously stored inside it. There were crystals, and as I approached I could hear or feel. He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate something ineffable. I know I need to go to the Arctic. Did the crystals speak of anything else? Bernice maintained her composure, regarding the seemingly sentient crystal as inconsequential, especially considering the most significant anomaly in the world was seated beside her, her boyfriend. Clark shook his head. No. Only calling? Do you know what you might encounter from the past? What do you need to do? Bernice reiterated her inquiries. I feel the need to place the crystal in a concealed location, and then it will establish something. I cannot articulate it precisely. It feels as if it has emerged directly from my mind. This notion sounded rather peculiar. As both a science fiction enthusiast and writer, Bernice winced, recalling the pheromones emitted by a carnivorous plant to lure insects. Clark shook his head. I don't think it's quite like that, for it gives me a sense of familiarity. Bernice regarded him in silence. I know. I've figured out. I will remain vigilant. Clark continued. Indeed, insects may find the carnivorous plant inviting, although it may not necessarily be the case here. Bernice seemed satisfied and inquired, when do you plan to go? How about the start of summer vacation? Clark blinked, knowing the reasons, but still needing to hear them from Bernice. That would make our timing more convenient. She replied matter-of-factly, adding, I still need to prepare my equipment in the coming days. Clark paused before saying, Bonnie, you need not feel obligated. I initially intended to take a gap year. Bernice ignored his comment. Don't you want me to accompany you? No. Clark interjected hastily, but I wish to go with you as well. Bernice reached out, playfully pinching her boyfriend's cheek. I fear there may be dangers specifically targeting you. At least at first, I feel compelled to accompany you, so I know your whereabouts. Later, if you prefer solitude, you can send me back. But that's the Arctic, Clark thought, secretly relieved by her earlier words, though feeling guilty for that relief, as it hardly suited her. Thus, I must take time to find suitable equipment. Bernice's eyes had glazed over as she contemplated, though I lack combat prowess, and the cold and bulky gear will undoubtedly hinder me further. Our weaknesses differ, which inherently means I can be of assistance, right? Clark remained silent, still gazing at her with concern. Bernice sighed, alas, even though I know I might hold you back. Saying I want to ensure your safety feels more like an excuse and self-soothing. Will you resent me? After all, I would primarily be a burden. No, Clark asserted. Earnestly and sincerely, it would be wonderful if you could come. At this moment, Clark recognized Bernice's subtle ploy. She was deliberately feigning weakness. Yet this transparent strategy proved remarkably effective. Moreover, to him, her words are not merely jest. Bernice might genuinely harbor such sentiments, although he could not fathom it. Who would ever consider Bernice a liability? Moreover, the Arctic belongs to that realm of enchanting allure, an enticing destination that one yearns to explore, yet one would certainly hesitate to prepare for alone. Bernice had already begun to grasp her phone, searching for the necessary gear for an Arctic expedition, and now she had ample reason to embark on the journey. Clark, intrigued, leaned in to gaze at the diminutive screen, barely 3 centimeters wide. He harbored some skepticism regarding Bernice's findings, yet he chose to remain silent. Indeed, the keyword Arctic yielded scant results. After a moment's contemplation, Bernice turned to forums with keywords like adventure travel, promptly registering an account. As anticipated, in such enthusiast forums, fellow travelers eagerly shared their experiences, complete with extensive descriptions of polar gear. She triumphantly waved her phone, planting a kiss on Clark, who had curiously leaned closer. A month later, Bernice was bundled into a sizable orb, trudging through the icy terrain with labored steps. Exhaustion washed over her as she caught her breath. Naturally, she had arrived at the Arctic with Clark, yet out of caution and solemnity, they had opted to walk the final stretch. Clark, having donned merely an additional long coat, if not for the fear of appearing too conspicuous, he might have foregone it entirely, had inquired with concern whether she wished for him to carry or hold her. With unwavering confidence, Bernice had declined, asserting that she had trained diligently for a month. Now, however, regret seeped in. Walking on ice and snow proved to be a formidable challenge. Though Bernice wore anti-slip shoes, the constant dread of slipping not only slowed her pace, but also doubled her physical exertion. She cast a glance at Clark. Of course, if her boyfriend were an ordinary man, bearing 2 hefty bags would not only add to his burden, but she ought to share some of the load herself. Yet, since it was Clark, she boldly declared, If you carry 2 bags, must I not proceed ahead? Clark blinked slowly, and then comprehension dawned upon him. With a smile, he opened his arms and lifted Bernice, leaving behind a footprint that had not deepened in the snow. If you feel fatigued, just let me know and I shall set you down. We must ensure your well-being in case of any unforeseen events, Bernice added softly. Unaccustomed to being treated like royalty, she shifted her face beneath the windproof mask, though if Clark wished, he could certainly discern the blush upon her cheeks. All right, Clark replied. Upon hearing those words, he reconsidered his earlier resolve and decided against proving his endurance, though he genuinely did not feel tired. How splendidly blue the ice is, Bernice remarked, her voice imbued with admiration, even deeper than your eyes. Clark inclined his head slightly. Bernice was clad too warmly. All he could sense was the scent of snow upon her outer coat. Yet, he felt as though he cradled a ball of fire, his heart eternally ablaze. Indeed, blue light scatters. Thus the ice does not absorb it, leaving behind a breathtaking hue, he mused, lowering his head to adjust Bernice's windproof goggles, pressing a kiss where her eyes resided. But I prefer your eyes, deep brown, akin to the earth, more profound than the sky, and gentler than the night. More importantly, he saw Bernice through them. Bernice was taken aback. She extended her hand, her large gloved fingers lightly brushing against Clark's face, perhaps intending to meticulously trace his features from top to bottom. However, the gloves dulled her sensitivity, and removing them would render her touch immediately numb. With a grimace, Bernice wrinkled her nose, unfastened her windproof mask, and swiftly leaned in to plant a kiss on Clark's lips, then on his eyelashes, and finally on his cheek, only to be playfully urged by the smiling Clark to don the mask again, concealing her own face, which had turned red and lost feeling from the cold. Clark. Bernice's voice suddenly acquired a hint of awkwardness. Did you bring a glasses cloth? My goggles have fogged up. Note 1. The current state of mobile phones and the internet is what I imagine it to be in 2007. After all, the site was established in 2009. But back then, smartphones had yet to emerge. What we predominantly used around 2008 were flip phones, slide phones, or Nokia devices. Note 2. While revisiting, I discovered that I mistakenly referred to Bernice's surname as Ryan in Chapter 41, which has been amended. Oh dear, I apologize to the two ladies. Bernice Ryan. This creates a rather peculiar pairing. Chapter 59. The 53rd chapter. The Snow Queen. Clark fell silent. He meticulously recalled the supplies contained within the two large backpacks behind him. Food, drink, medications, a flashlight, an emergency communication device, as well as spare windproof and waterproof clothing, thick socks and shoes. However, he truly lacked a glasses cloth. Bernice's windproof goggles bore lip prints left by him on either side. He glanced at them, feeling an inexplicable warmth rise in his cheeks. This warmth surged to his chest. Wait, something was genuinely heating up there. Bernice also sensed something amiss. She wriggled free from Clark's embrace and attempted to jump away, but her landing was unsteady, causing her to plop down into a snowdrift. Cautiously, she focused on the glowing area of Clark's chest, struggling to rise. Clark, pulled from his strange anticipation, helped his girlfriend out of the snow. Truth be told, it felt a bit like pulling a radish, but he would never disclose this to Bernice. Clark retrieved a glowing white crystal from his chest and placed it on the ground. Strangely, although it was the same color white, indeed, purer and more crystalline than the surrounding snow, the light emanating from the glowing crystal was softer than the mere reflection of the snow. It quickly sank into the snow mound, vanishing as if it were melting into the earth. Bernice was startled, her mind racing with thoughts of an alien invasion, instinctively pulling Clark behind her. However, she could not budge him. Clark stepped forward, positioning himself diagonally in front of her. All right, Bernice muttered. Let's both take a step back. Yet, Clark rummaged through his bag and retrieved several more crystals, seemingly compelled by some force, arranging them into a cluster of peculiar beauty and placing them on the ground as well. Bernice relaxed her brow, saying nothing. Clark had his own intentions, of course, and that was perfectly fine. Bernice tried to suppress her desire for control. After all, it would be quite troublesome if Clark became entirely indecisive. Next time we find ourselves in such a dubious situation, please inform me beforehand of your intentions. All right? She could not help but voice her grievances. Although she understood that if they refrained from action out of caution, they would naturally acquire no new information, she still felt that Clark was rather reckless. Clark's unwavering gaze was fixed upon the crystal, a serious demeanor that made Bernice, an onlooker, feel somewhat uneasy. The crystals vibrated and trembled, cascading to the ground, seemingly forming an invisible force field around them, akin to a wondrous rhythm reminiscent of music. This enchanting cadence possessed a beauty that, unlike some sinister melodies that could be distressing, danced between clarity and obscurity, exuding a grand and exquisite aura. Amidst the hum, a crystal fortress quietly rose, its emergence subtle. marked only by the cracking of ice and the subsequent fall of accumulated snow. The peculiar yet beautiful structure bore no embellishments, as the crystal itself served as the pattern. I have seen this before. Bernice found herself lost in reverie. You may begin to sing. Sing what? Clark, equally astonished by the towering ice and snow castle, grew apprehensive. Did this entity possess some form of mental assault? His girlfriend seemed to be speaking nonsensically. Sing Let It Go, Bernice murmured. Is your ability related to ice and snow? That chilling breath? You haven't used it much, have you? Before they ventured into the small fortress, Bernice felt compelled to briefly recount the tales of two princesses from Disney. Wow, that's quite a beautiful story. The princess ultimately reconciles with her abilities, discovering herself in the process of creating an ice castle, Clark remarked, though the edifice before them was composed of crystal rather than ice and snow. This reminds me of less favorable tales. Clark's summary of the plot only made him and Elsa seem more alike. What did you think of? Bernice inquired. I thought of The Snow Queen written by Anderson. Clark replied, lowering his gaze to brush away the frost that had formed on his lashes, allowing him to see Bernice better. This did not appear to bode well. Bernice pondered the story's plot, inhaling deeply. But if I were to endure so many trials, yet not give up, still wishing to rescue someone or mend a relationship, it could only be you, right? Would you stand idly by while an innocent person is abducted by the Snow Queen? Clark shrugged, extending his hand to press against the pure white door. I wouldn't, but for others, I might seek help from the police or something. That way, I would feel I have fulfilled my responsibility. Bernice replied, also placing her gloved hand against the door, pressing it alongside Clark's. Should I ask what your favorite song is? I will do my utmost to avoid being captured by the Snow Queen. I will even spell eternity in 7 languages. Clark spoke earnestly, grasping Bernice's finger with a gentle yet firm pressure, a manifestation of the resolve inherent in humanity. I have scanned the surroundings. There exists no peculiar radiation that would inflict pain upon me. Do not be overly anxious, Bonnie. Was she comforted like a child? Bernice inhaled deeply, feeling a flicker of competitive spirit arise, and softly huffed, I am not overly anxious. It is akin to the first debate finals. She paused. I have opened the door. She sensed Clark stepping in as the crystalline fortress's entrance gradually yielded to their combined force, revealing walls of crystal and steps formed of ice and snow. Only those crystalline walls and icy steps. Bernice tightened her grip on the doorknob, displaying a diplomatic smile despite the emptiness before her face entirely concealed by a fully equipped windproof mask. What if this were some form of trial? She calmly inquired. Is anyone present? Silence ensued. If we have inadvertently offended the master of this place, I preemptively apologize for our rudeness. However, we do require entry, Bernice declared. Well then, we shall enter. She took her first step, the snow inside seeming no different from that outside, emitting the same crunching sound. Clark advanced a few steps ahead of Bernice, making no unnecessary movements. Yet she sensed his presence subtly leaning towards her, as if ready to shield her from any potential threats. As they ascended several icy steps, they beheld an unoccupied platform at the center of the hall. Numerous crystals were haphazardly arranged upon the level surface, surrounded by areas that appeared to be buttons. It resembled a control console straight from a science fiction narrative, Bernice remarked, an aficionado of the genre, now in the process of crafting her own science fiction novel. No sooner had she spoken than the side of the console flickered slightly, revealing a still silhouette. Bernice squinted her eyes. Was he floating in midair? And was that flickering merely an image? Yet, where could one find such realistic holographic technology? Are you the master of this place? Clark quietly stepped closer to Bernice. My child, you do not remember me. I am Joel, your father. The projection of the handsome middle-aged man spoke with a grave demeanor. Wait, Yerra Lorvin. Joel's projection softened, as if he perceived something in the void, smiling gently. Witnessing the genuine pain etched in Joel's expression as he mentioned their home planet, Bernice began to tentatively believe him. After all, a person tormented by their inability to save others would likely not initiate an invasion of other worlds. Child, you are far more gentle than I envisioned, Joel's projection remarked, his gaze shifting to Bernice, seemingly conducting some form of assessment, yet also more credulous than I had imagined. Note, in Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale, the Snow Queen, shards of the devil's mirror enter the boy Kai's eyes and heart, rendering him cold. After being kissed on the forehead by the Snow Queen, he forgets all that preceded. After the Ice Queen took him away, his friend, the girl Gerda, endured numerous hardships and traveled to many places, ultimately discovering the palace of the Ice Queen. Her tears melted the shards of the mirror within Kai's heart, and as she sang Kai's favorite song from before, he wept, causing the fragments in his eyes to dissolve. Kai regained his memories, and together with Gerda, they successfully crafted the eternal pattern, fulfilling the Ice Queen's demands, which granted Kai his freedom. With the arrival of spring, Gerda and Kai returned home, hand in hand, sitting together on a small bridge, basking in profound happiness. In Chapter 60, the 54th chapter of the Bright Lantern, the projection of Jor-El remarked, "Child, you are more gentle than I had imagined." His gaze shifted towards Bernice, seemingly assessing her, yet appearing more gullible than anticipated. Though he spoke to Clark, his projection's focus on her was unmistakably clear to Bernice. It was inconsequential to be suspected, as Bernice had not relinquished her vigilance towards the fortress. One must not apply double standards. However, the insinuation that she was to be scrutinized through Clark was intolerable. Bernice furrowed her brow, refusing to suppress her displeasure. "Mr. Jor-El, surely you do not believe that your son would be so naive as to let just anyone come here? He trusts you." Jor-El's projection tilted its head, its gaze descending to their clasped hands. "I must inquire, human girl, how do you define your relationship?" "Lovers," Bernice replied without hesitation. Yet she controlled her lips carefully, fearful of revealing any peculiar expressions. Each time she uttered that word, there was a subtle shyness, a desire for it to go unnoticed. Jor-El nodded, his expression revealing no discernible change. "But beyond that, you are also dear friends. The ones who understand and trust each other most deeply. If I were to choose one person, one sentient being to entrust my life to, it would be Clark. No one before him has ever inspired such profound trust." Bernice smiled gently, not due to romance but through her understanding of him, as one person does for another. "I believe the reason Clark permits my companionship is not solely due to our romantic relationship. Entrusting one's life? That is a stage in the courtship process on Krypton that cannot be easily reversed." Jor-El's projection paused, confirming his son's age. "So you're engaged?" A sudden gust of wind collided with the outer walls of the crystal fortress. "Huh?" Bernice responded, caught off guard, while Clark blushed. The situation grew somewhat chaotic, and Bernice was uncertain if she had clarified her point. Nevertheless, Jor-El finally inquired about Bernice's name. He remained silent, and the entire fortress resonated with a synthesized female voice. "Karlil, Kryptonian. Confirmed for highest access. Bernice Allen, Earthling. Entry access granted." The basic medical and life-sustaining functions were unlocked, while the instrument area and data storage zone remained secured. "A bit stingy, aren't we?" Bernice pondered. "Am I granted the highest authority?" Clark inquired, to which he expressed his desire to elevate Bernice's permissions to the highest level. "Change confirmed. Bernice Allen, confirmed as having the highest authority," stated the mechanical voice. Joel's projection remained still. "Are you certain, Kal-El?" he asked. "I am," Clark affirmed, crossing his arms. "I have a question," Bernice interjected, disregarding the subtle tension. "After elevating to the highest authority, can it still be modified?" "I wish to lock Clark's permissions. Otherwise, if I were to be controlled or something, Clark's permissions should not be altered." Joel's projection nodded thoughtfully, a very constructive suggestion. "Cal, come here for scanning." Clark approached, while Bernice gazed at the crystals on the platform. "Are these crystals used to control this fortress?" she queried, noticing their brightness fluctuated during the permission change. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Miss Allen," Joel's projection replied. "Have you encountered a similar control panel before?" "No." "Perhaps in a movie?" Bernice mused, stroking her chin, "and when I was writing a science fiction novel, the control panels I envisioned were quite similar to this. You have not meddled with them, which is commendable," Joel's projection acknowledged with a slight nod. "You will surely teach Clark, won't you?" Bernice shrugged. "My curiosity does not extend to self-sabotage before knowing there will be instruction." "The Clark you refer to, is that Cal?" The projection inquired, his expression calm, seemingly devoid of genuine curiosity. "Oh, yes." Bernice realized that throughout their previous conversation, Joel had consistently referred to Clark by his Kryptonian name. He had not inquired about Clark's Earth name or even about his adoptive parents. Did he know how Clark had fared over the years? Astonishingly, he had not asked. "Forgive my impertinence, Mr. Joel," Bernice said after some contemplation, selecting a question that was both fundamental and somewhat indirect. "What is your perspective on humanity?" "Humanity?" Joel's projection responded, gazing at his son. They can be good. They merely lack a guiding light. Stay calm. Bonnie. Clark, still undergoing scanning, quickly gestured to her using their previously agreed-upon special signs. I understand. Bernice's expression turned serious. I believe I need not further intrude upon your instruction, Mr. Projection. If it is convenient for Clark, he may escort me back, or I can find a small room to wait while you reminisce. Clark's eyes widened as he swiftly crossed the distance to embrace his girlfriend's shoulders. Bernice remained still, which eased his tension slightly. Shall I take you back then? He asked, gently squeezing Bernice. She managed a faint smile, nodding as she readjusted her goggles. All right. Joel's projection maintained an expression of calm as he spoke. The essence of Krypton, along with the scientific knowledge, data, and culture of the 18 systems it has gathered, is preserved within this crystal. You may study it at your leisure. However, these are mere facts. There are far more profound questions to ponder. What does it mean to live as a good person? What constitutes virtue? At what point can one selflessly strive for the benefit of others? These inquiries are not simplistic. Even on Krypton, no scientific discipline can proffer definitive answers. I can only share with you what I believe. To that end, I have compiled a list ranked by significance. When you return, we shall engage in learning together within this solitary fortress. Clark merely nodded. He sensed that Bernice might be reluctant to be embraced while under the gaze of the projection. So he took her hand and led her outside. It was only after the fortress's grand doors had closed behind them that he gathered her into his arms and soared back toward Kansas. Are you still upset? Clark inquired gently as they glided through the air. A bit, Bernice admitted. They could strive to be good people, which implies that there are none among humanity currently worthy of the title. Nonsense, you are one, Clark responded. He was uncertain whether Bernice had genuinely forgotten, yet he refrained from emphasizing his Kryptonian heritage. What defines a good person? Bernice continued to lament. While these questions may indeed lack fixed answers, your assertion implies that you still fall short. Don't you consider tailoring your guidance to my circumstances? You are already commendable to the extent that I worry about you being mistreated. Clark shook his head in resignation. I do not feel offended. Nevertheless, witnessing Bernice's fervent defense of him brought warmth to his heart. When does one become selfless in their endeavors for others? It seems that humility is the starting point. At the very least, it should surpass his own. Bernice crossed her arms, visibly flustered. Clark found her demeanor utterly endearing. Forgive me, father. If you truly are but a projection of my father, Clark mused, though he acknowledged that Bernice's anger was justified. They flew in silence for a while before Clark asked, Did you deliberately call me Clark instead of Cal earlier? His bright blue eyes gazed down, revealing a gentle curiosity. It was merely a habit of mine. If you prefer to be called Cal, I have no objection. After all, a name does not alter one's essence. Bernice paused, lifting her chin in acknowledgement of her own reality. Clark nodded with a smile. I am also curious, Bonnie, why you previously did not shy away from highlighting my differences, even encouraging me to hone my abilities. Yet you were so irate when the projection categorized me as outside humanity? Bernice's eyes widened, her expression momentarily perplexed, as if Clark had touched upon a blind spot within her. She murmured something akin to, Did I unconsciously hold a double standard? After contemplating, she added, Perhaps it is a matter of feeling? I merely mention your differences as a unique aspect of your being, akin to my own distinctive thought patterns that set me apart from the ordinary. This does not, however, create a divide between us, elevating you to a different class, race, or any other category. Yet, from our earlier conversation, I could sense a certain distance, as if Bernice hesitated, attempting to pull you away from me. Perhaps my persistent reference to you as Clark, rather than Kal-El, signifies my subconscious rebellion against this notion. I am uncertain whether it was intentional. But if he envisions you as a beacon for humanity, it implies he perceives you as superior to humankind, as though you do not belong among us. Clark tightened his embrace slightly and whispered, I am a Kryptonian. I was never meant to belong. Nonsense, Bernice retorted, playfully swatting his hand before tightening her hold around him. You are a Kryptonian, yet you belong here. If I possessed a greater sense of belonging to humanity, I would declare that you belong with us. But truthfully, I feel little connection to humankind. Nevertheless, you, like me, belong to this land, perhaps even more so than I do. And have you forgotten? You belong to me. As she uttered the final words, Bernice scrunched her face, adopting a fierce expression as she emphatically clutched Clark's neck. Now you cannot refuse. Nor can you escape. Kal-El, I command you to remain my Clark forever. Clark chuckled softly, replying, All right, Miss Allen of Earth, I am indeed your captive. Clark Kent escorted Bernice back to her room before Kal-El soared back to the Arctic for his training. Approaching his destination, he paused in the sky, quietly admiring the Arctic sunset. He observed numerous creatures unique to the Arctic, agile and intelligent, evolved with white fur that blended seamlessly with their surroundings. Yet Kal-El could shift his perspective at will, easily locating them if he desired. Among them was a polar bear, its breath illuminated by the sunlight, appearing as though it were breathing fire. Bernice would surely relish this sight. He hoped she would return to witness it next time. Kal-El laughed as he flew toward the fortress, often referred to as the Fortress of Solitude. Chapter 61. Family, you've returned. The door of the fortress opened automatically as Jor-El's projection materialized from the void. Miss Allen did not accompany you? She mentioned she has no interest in Kryptonian technology for the time being, Kal replied, noting a flicker of satisfaction in Jor-El's expression. Clad in his plaid coat, Kal-El hesitated, for Bernice's exact words were, I'm not interested in Kryptonian technology at the moment. Once you, Clark, have completed your studies, let me know which aspects are intriguing. And I shall return, unless, of course, you object. Kal-El certainly held no objections. It is not merely a matter of pure scientific technology. Even if it were indeed a rare artifact from Krypton, he would not mind if Bernice took it to play with or even to possess. This is partly because he is inclined to do so, and partly because he knows that, should the need arise, she would unhesitatingly produce it for him. Bernice is certainly aware that he does not mind, yet she still feels the need to assert her seemingly imperious nature, though she always exhibits a careful gentleness in such details. As Kal-El surveyed the surroundings, a sudden question arose within him. What was this place like when I left? Was it in a state of shutdown or standby, or did it consume energy regardless of my presence? The fortress remained in standby mode when no commands were issued. The projection explained. It could absorb and store sunlight, including the portion reflected by the Arctic snow, ensuring an ample energy supply. Under Bernice's influence, the small-town boy, who would swiftly turn off all unnecessary appliances, breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we shall proceed, the projection announced. Kal-El interjected, I apologize for interrupting your father, as projection. But may I inquire if the fortress can detect conditions in other parts of Earth? If someone familiar were present at that moment, they might observe that his composed demeanor resembled Bernice when addressing the debate team as advisor. Clark felt he ought to be anxious, yet having spent considerable time with Bernice, it was difficult to harbor any reverence for authority, even though Joel was both a family member and an authority in technology. She seemed to measure everything by her own internal standards, regardless of how authority dictated the rules, and she was usually correct. Take, for instance, that teacher, Gallon, who was no longer advising the club due to previous complaints, and whose teaching methods were now under scrutiny, should the investigation yield unfavorable results. He might very well bid farewell to his teaching position. The fortress does not possess that capability, Kal-El, the projection stated, but your bodily functions should be able to do so. Are there any events on Earth that you wish to monitor? Clark Kent chuckled bashfully, suppressing the urge to scratch the back of his head. The weather in Kansas? Bernice now comprehended why, during her first visit to the Kent household, Martha had been reluctant for her to play in the barn. Who would have imagined that such a place could harbor an extraterrestrial crystal capable of transforming into a fortress? Moreover, according to Clark, a small spacecraft was buried nearby, from which he had descended from the heavens and was discovered by Jonathan and Martha. After Clark's powers awakened, he had an inkling, but it was only after he informed them about the green meteorite that Jonathan and Martha revealed the truth about the spacecraft. At this, Clark's brow furrowed in confusion. His father had even mentioned that, if he wished, he could discuss these matters with him. Previously, however, perhaps he finally deemed me trustworthy. Or perhaps he thought, given my existing knowledge and possession of the mineral, that suspicion was futile. Bernice giggled, playfully tugging at Clark's hair on tiptoe. Clark remained motionless, resigned to her antics. Do you not feel a sense of disappointment from the lack of trust? I did not undertake these actions seeking your father's approval. Rather, I engaged in them simply because I desired to. Bernice twisted a few strands of Clark's hair, attempting to braid them. Frankly speaking, I hold no concern for your father. All I seek is your trust. However, if your confidence in me wavers due to your father's opinions, Or if you cannot trust me because of my actions, then, as Bernice shrugged, it merely indicates that fate has not aligned for us. This hardly constitutes a loss. In my view, it is the other party that truly suffers. Bernice raised her chin, satisfied as she beheld the chaotic little tuft she had created atop Clark's head. Clark felt a slight tug on his scalp, but it was entirely painless. Bernice's elevated demeanor bore a hint of playful jest, yet Clark perceived the truth in her words. The absence of an opportunity to forge a friendship with her would indeed be a regrettable loss. Clark returned to the Arctic, while Bernice sat back at her desk, increasingly agitated. With a cold countenance, she retrieved her nearly tattered draft and opened her recently acquired desktop computer to refine the dialogue of her alien antagonist, who harbored disdain for humanity, rendering it more exquisite. Bernice had long since completed a manuscript substantial enough to constitute a book. However, she had been meticulously revising and enhancing it, striving to portray the essence of a genuinely new world in its intricate details. Ambitiously, she constructed an elaborate framework for her narrative, yet she refrained from hastily unveiling it in the first volume, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg. After another read-through, she finally felt content, backing up her electronic manuscript and preparing to print it in town before submitting it to several publishing houses she had already researched. Grabbing her USB drive, she exited her room, only to encounter her mother, Maine Allen, ascending the stairs, presumably to seek her sister, Mary. Bernice paid her little mind, greeting her briefly before heading downstairs, but her mother hesitated, calling out to her. "Bernice, my dear, do you have a moment? We need to talk." Thus, Bernice returned to her room, seated herself on her bed, and met her mother's gaze, awaiting her words. She felt no trepidation. After all, she had never feared communication, and her mother, Maine, was typically gentle and soft-spoken. George had brought home some new records from the store. It seemed somewhat challenging for Maine to initiate the conversation. She glanced around the room awkwardly before finally looking at Bernice and asking, "Shall we listen to them together later? George and Mary will be here too." Bernice found this inquiry somewhat perplexing and replied, "I'm sorry, Mother, but I intend to visit town. The timing simply does not align." After saying this, she assumed the conversation had concluded and attempted to leave, yet her mother continued to gaze at her quietly, as if in contemplation. In the face of such a look from her mother, expressing impatience felt like a transgression. Thus, Bernice was compelled to wait patiently. As summer drew to a close, Mary mentioned she would bring some friends from the cheerleading and football teams over to their home. Maine, looking at Bernice with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Will you be bringing your friends over during this time? It seems you often visit their home. We have yet to reciprocate, which might be somewhat discourteous." It has seemed that way. Is it accurate to say that I subconsciously resist returning home, preferring instead to linger outside with Clark until late? Might it be that, after all, this is not my original family, and I lack a sense of belonging? However, this predicament is rather unfortunate, as Clark is likely to be occupied with his studies in the Arctic throughout the holiday. He may occasionally return during the summer, but mentioning a distant trip would reveal the truth. Bernice hesitated, explaining that her job might not allow her much free time. Her mother, Maeve, fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "I hope this is not the case, but Bernice, do you wish for George and me to remain oblivious to your social circle?" Bernice widened her eyes in surprise. "My dear daughter, you are always out, and when you return home, you seclude yourself in your room." Avoiding the dining table and engaging in conversation, Maeve expressed, her hands unconsciously tightening in her lap. "Ever since you stepped away from the cheerleading squad, I have no idea whom you have befriended or what activities you are involved in. I am unaware of what you have been preoccupied with these past couple of years." It appeared that Maeve felt guilty for not understanding her daughter's life. Bernice began to feel a pang of guilt as well. She called me daughter, but did she truly wish to know me? Should I be deserving of her understanding? Do I merit her love? In contrast, the question of whether she would uncover my discrepancies seemed less significant to Bernice. I have lost touch with the cheerleaders and made a few new friends, primarily those I met when the school bus capsized. Bernice cleared her throat and earnestly began to respond to each of her mother's inquiries, hoping to alleviate Maeve's concerns. Regardless, Bernice found herself at a loss when it came to revealing vulnerability in front of her mother. "Does this include the boy who always drives you home? Can't, is it?" Maeve's eyes brightened as she discreetly observed Bernice's expression. "Yes, but whatever you may have heard from Mary is likely untrue." Bernice firmly dismissed any strange assumptions. Yet indeed, We are now lovers. Maeve gasped softly, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. The fine lines around her eyes lent her a gentler appearance, and her joy resembled that of a youthful spirit. Perhaps this was the authentic nature of this middle-aged woman with 2 daughters, a side of her Bernice had never witnessed before. After a brief pause, Bernice softened her tone, suggesting, "Shall we head downstairs? I can share more with you, and we can play some music you enjoy." She held back, but ultimately could not resist adding, "I would also like to know what music you like." Just as she was introspectively questioning whether her tone resembled flirtation, she heard Maeve clapping her hands joyfully. "That sounds wonderful. But aren't you heading out?" A hint of concern flickered in Maeve's eyes. Bernice smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. I can go tomorrow just as easily." "That's about it. And during this time, I've been writing a novel," Bernice said, taking a sip of water. She had just shared her experiences with Clark, omitting the unmentionable details, and had given her mother a general overview. She spoke with enthusiasm, and Maeve listened with delight. "How sweet. Clark sounds like a lovely young man," Maeve remarked, her eyes twinkling. "It seems you are quite fond of him." "He is indeed quite remarkable." Bernice chuckled softly, brushing aside her slight embarrassment. Initially, she intended to regard Maine and George as mere foster parents, yet she found Maine to be exceptionally kind, and felt it would be delightful to treat them as cherished elders. However, it seems rather uncommon to encounter individuals who have been friends for such an extended period before becoming a couple. Maine pondered this notion thoughtfully, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "George would likely be quite displeased if you were to find out. When shall we have the pleasure of meeting him at home? I must first inquire with him. He's been rather busy this summer." Bernice elaborated. "I plan to seize this opportunity to refine my novel and submit it to a few more publishers. Following that, I must prepare for next year's school applications." Maine's voice, tinged with reproach, interrupted her musings. Previously, George expressed concern, wondering if you might harbor grievances since he did not provide you with funds last time. I assured him you would certainly not mind. Yet, are you still at odds with George? Bernice was taken aback and could only clarify, "I hold no grievances. Large sums of money ought to be handled with caution, and I completely understand. Besides, it is your money to begin with. That is not my point." Maine furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. "I recognize that you have grown significantly, but my dear daughter, we are here to support you. Are we not? Have you forgotten that our family store sells not only records, but also various newspapers and magazines?" I truly had forgotten. Or rather, Bernice simply had no awareness of it. Maine decisively stated, "I shall have George inquire with the newspaper and magazine personnel. Please submit your manuscript to me first." Chapter 62. Chapter 56. Reign Akingdoshan, isolated from the kingdom, and it looks like I'm the queen here. Bernice hummed a few lines of Let It Go, extending her hand as the wind rustled the leaves by her side, pretending to conjure magic like Elsa. She adjusted her canvas bag on her shoulder and hummed a few more contemporary tunes she had heard from her mother, Maine. The day had begun rather muggy, though the sun was not overly fierce, perpetually obscured by clouds. Thus, Bernice chose not to wear a hat and was too lazy to retrieve her sunshade from her bag. She felt she had chosen the perfect time for her outing, skipping down the steps as she exited the post office. She had just mailed her novel manuscript to 5 publishers, each in their respective submission inboxes. Out of prudence, in case someone handling it might wish to sabotage her, she only sent approximately half of the manuscript, adding a note to indicate that it was complete, and that she would provide the remainder if the editor expressed interest in further discussion. "Shall we visit Kent Farm?" Bernice hesitated. Clark should be away this summer, but if memory serves, the corn should be nearing harvest. Even though the bulk is handled by machinery, there must be individuals to sort and transport it. Jonathan has a heart condition, and for the past 2 years, Clark has been the primary laborer, with Bernice lending assistance as well. This year, with Clark absent, should she not consider taking a look? Yet, she harbors no interest or aptitude for agriculture. Bernice has no desire to toil for half a day, only to discover that most of the corn she has harvested is still unripe. After all, it was Clark who previously made the judgments and issued instructions. She merely engaged in manual labor, without a thought of acquiring agricultural knowledge. Frankly, the idea of being the primary labor force, sweating under the sun, fills Bernice with considerable reluctance. However, she cannot allow Jonathan to assert himself in this manner. As a young person, Martha should not be burdened either. With a heavy sigh, Bernice took a few steps toward the Kent household when she suddenly realized something amiss. Since the highest authority of that so-called solitary fortress lies with her and Clark, regardless of what the projection suggests, Clark's course can certainly be interrupted. After all, she had just managed to prepare herself mentally for the arduous task ahead, albeit with great reluctance. Bernice felt a sense of absurdity about her own predicament. Ultimately, these matters pertain to the Kent family. It should be Clark who resolves them. Why had she instinctively assumed it was her responsibility? Bernice now recognized that she unconsciously believed she must assist with whatever Clark intended to undertake. This cannot stand, she admonished herself. If they were merely friends, she might not mind as much. However, their relationship had evolved into romance, thereby heightening Bernice's vigilance. In intimate relationships, such protective instincts can easily morph into a form of self-sacrifice. She has heard many tales of similar protective tendencies, recounted in news reports from her previous life, personal experiences of friends, and through hearsay. There are those who forsook better job offers for their boyfriends, only to regret it after various breakups. Others who relinquish promotion opportunities due to a child's illness, and women who, despite holding lucrative mid-level management positions, move to another city for their husband's job, only to find themselves dissatisfied and resign later. She knows that all these sacrifices were made by women. And most conversations surrounding these seemingly voluntary sacrifices are often trivialized or even lauded. It must be this way, or else when would they have time to have children? They say lightly, it must be this way, or who will take care of the children and manage the household? They chuckle ruefully, setting aside whether these families suffer from a lack of male involvement. Bernice has resolutely decided that she will not distort her own will or sacrifice her interests for the sake of a romantic relationship. Although spending a summer working in physical labor is not a grand sacrifice, and certainly Clark is not the type to secretly revel in the sacrifices of others. Nonetheless, Bernice's bottom line is clear. If one is unwilling to undertake such tasks, the person for whom these tasks are performed must recognize it as a sacrifice. Drawing a clear boundary between herself and Clark proves to be more challenging than anticipated. Initially, she was merely a bystander in this world, but as her interest in Clark grew, she began to slowly intertwine her life with this reality. As she endeavored to earn the trust of this pure-hearted boy, his faith gradually dispelled Bernice's detachment from the world, allowing her to slowly integrate into it. It seemed that her subconscious had always felt more at ease and natural in Clark's presence than at home. Was it possible that Clark was indeed her anchor in this world? I suppose I shall visit George at the audio store back home, Bernice murmured to herself, pondering that items like corn should be left for Clark to retrieve on his own. At the very least, I need to ascertain whether he is truly overwhelmed before offering assistance. After witnessing the modest size of Alan's audio shop, Bernice began to question her mother's assertions regarding the connection between their family store and newspapers or magazines, for the establishment was rather small. Shelves displayed an array of contemporary hits and timeless classics, while lofty wooden baskets overflowed with records available for exchange. As for newspapers and magazines, they were merely found on a shelf near the cash register. In the small town, this could be deemed a trendy spot. However, the scale of the business and its revenue hardly warranted attention from the press, let alone the establishment of any connections. Nevertheless, Bernice still handed George an additional copy of her manuscript. Even if it was merely an illusion, it might give them the impression that they could aid their daughter, which was worth something. Their conversation concluded swiftly, just as she had imagined. After all, Bernice had scarcely spoken to him. Apart from that time, when George mistakenly thought she had been out with Clark and scolded her, though she truly had been with Clark. Yet, Bernice noticed that after greeting her, George silently changed the record playing in the store. The cover of the new album was strikingly familiar. A similar collector's edition resided on her bookshelf. It was the music that Bernice had once cherished, though the genre was not to her taste. She momentarily found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about people she would never see again. With a sigh, she approached the shelves to select gifts for the mothers and friends of this world. Bernice pulled open the door and stepped outside. The oppressive heat had diminished considerably, and a breeze had picked up. The sky, though still a murky gray, seemed to lighten her spirits as it stirred. The wind was cool, yet neither frigid nor fierce, and its humid essence felt remarkably soft against her skin. Two middle-aged women clad in supermarket uniforms dashed past her, their laughter embodying a certain innocent joy as they playfully chased one another, their steps imbued with the lightness and steadiness born from years of labor. The coolness and moisture in the air suggested that rain was imminent. Bernice, too, began to run, half to evade the impending downpour and half swept along by their exuberance. She leaped between the steps and the patterned stone pathway, buoyed by the breeze. The two women ahead had already paused at a gate, perhaps the entrance to their workplace or home. Bernice dashed past them, forging ahead. On the street, a solitary figure runs, unaware of any spectators and indifferent to the tentative raindrops that fall, creating sporadic spots on both the pavement and her attire. She does not quicken her pace. Her running is no longer an escape from the rain. She neither desperately seeks speed nor feels fatigued. Her mind is devoid of thoughts as she glides through the wind, light, joyful, and free. Why does she feel more liberated now than when soaring through the skies? She pauses beside the railway, surprised to find herself panting, although she and T felt the slightest weariness moments before. Behind Bernice lies the town center, with its brick buildings and roadways, while before her stretches a dirt path leading to open fields where the leaves rustle in the breeze. At this moment, Clark descends alongside the heavy raindrops. His hair slightly dampened, blown back by the wind, while his shirt carries a chill colder than the rain, causing Bernice to shiver. "Shall I escort you home?" he offers, floating about 10 centimeters above the ground, glancing up at the dark clouds as he extends his hand. Bernice places her hand in his, but presses down. Wiping the moisture from her forehead, she smiles and asks, "Clark, can you see if this is a hurricane?" Clark shakes his head, tilting it slightly as he gazes at her. "So, there's no danger?" Bernice seeks confirmation once more. "Indeed," he replies, his brow furrowing in confusion as raindrops cascade from his hair to the other side. "Then let us run together." Bernice bursts into laughter, pulling Clark down to the ground and tugging him along as they dash through the rain. The downpour intensifies, drenching Bernice, yet she cannot contain her laughter, joyfully exclaiming with each splash through puddles or leap over them. She holds tightly to Clark's hand, hearing him laugh in return, alternating between pulling him and being pulled in turn. She thinks of singing in the rain, yet her mind remains blissfully empty. Once more, she feels that same freedom, as exhilarating as before. Most wondrously, Clark seamlessly integrates into her experience, becoming a part of her liberation, igniting a desire within Bernice to shout with joy. She is unwilling to compromise or change, fully aware that she can attain stability, comfort, and self-sufficiency alone, a certainty she has always embraced. Yet now, she finds herself in an intimate relationship that requires neither compromise nor change, while still experiencing the same sense of freedom. "Clark," she whispers, her voice unsteady from the exertion. Clark, of course, hears her. He turns his head, sending a spray of water flying. Bernice feels a fresh wave of laughter rising within her, gently pulling him to a halt, both of them breathlessly panting. Clark gazes at his beloved, who leans on her knees, catching her breath, her cheeks flushed with excitement, offering him a smile filled with affection. "I love you," she suddenly declares. They kiss amidst the torrential rain. Chapter 64. The 57th chapter, The Origin I Must Leave. Clark says, drenched, as he accompanies the exuberant Bernice back home. Due to her low body temperature at that moment, he refrained from ascending to great heights, merely hovering slightly above the ground. Upon nearing a location where people might be present, he feigned a casual jog. "Are you heading home, or venturing north?" Bernice released her hold on his shoulder, leaping down as she sneezed from the chill away from the heat source. "North," Clark replied, a hint of melancholy surfacing in anticipation of the impending solitude. "Oh," Bernice sneezed again, "don't forget to harvest your corn." This farewell had transformed into something quite ordinary. Throughout the summer, Clark had scarcely returned to the small town, preferring to remain in the fortress, engrossed in his studies. Arctic life was scarce and adept at camouflage, often necessitating far flights to encounter living creatures. Admittedly, he could converse with the projections, yet, given that Joel's projection assumed the role of a teacher, who would desire to engage in extensive dialogue with an instructor after class, the knowledge provided by the fortress seemed boundless. Although Clark could forego sustenance, a realization that had previously eluded him, the joy derived from learning new concepts also brought with it fatigue. He had not fully grasped why this place was dubbed the Fortress of Solitude, but now he found the designation fitting. Kryptonian studies delved into the most intricate experiments, the most profound sciences and the most universal principles, exploring diverse histories and cultures, yet he felt no deeper understanding of humanity. This knowledge was entirely macrocosmic, neglecting the intricacies of individual beings and their subtler emotions. Clark Kent found no insight into the essence of humanity within this learning. He yearned to explore the minutiae, to engage in conversations with specific individuals, to experience genuine emotions. Studying had become a tedious endeavor, yet he felt unqualified to voice any discontent regarding the curriculum. Thus he persisted in his studies. The silver lining was that he could continually unearth new abilities here, learning to control, utilize, and integrate them. He often sensed that this environment was shaping him into something more abstract and distinct. He should have felt alienated and solitary due to these changes. Yet the reality was not as severe as he had anticipated. Alone, yet aware of his home, Bernice, and a new semester awaiting him, he found solace. However, the burden of study was indeed tiresome. Clark was gritting his teeth to endure it. He even speculated whether the projections were deliberately provoking him. Nonetheless, he completed a phase of his studies before the summer's end, mustering the courage to return to the town. As he passed over Utah, the verdant Green River and the ochre Colorado River, viewed from above, appeared to intertwine, yet never truly merge, resembling two distinct layers of cake, forming a stark and straight boundary line. Why, he pondered, do two tributaries that converge into a grand river fail to blend? Clark contemplated whether to descend for a closer look. Is this truly the right location? He felt a tightening in his chest, questioning the presence of a boy's voice amidst the air. There could be no mistake. Perhaps he should verify if the timeline was amiss, another boy's voice suggested. We have all verified it. The time and place should always be correct. A girl called out, wondering if some strange factor was disrupting our meeting. A few vibrant corners of clothing emerged from the slowly parting thick clouds. Three youths, clad in peculiar form-fitting attire that Clark had never seen before, appeared bright and unreserved, showcasing their uniqueness as they floated in the air. The girl spotted Clark and instinctively covered her mouth to suppress a gasp. The three boys gazed at Clark with eyes gleaming with admiration, as if regarding someone truly worthy of reverence. Clark was perplexed by this. Did his own checkered shirt, rolled to the elbows, and pants stained with dirt from the cornfield possess any awe-inspiring qualities compared to their extraordinary garments? Although he could fly, the three youths before him possessed the same ability. Clark Kent, one of the boys, cleared his throat. We are the legion of superheroes from the 31st century. The girl with the sparkling eyes continued, and we extend to you an invitation. They all reached out their hands. Are you ready to embark on an adventure with us? Bernice adored adventure. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she felt compelled to take the lead whenever circumstances arose that others could not handle as adeptly as she. Over the past few years, due to Clark, she had enjoyed a thrilling existence, marked by excitement yet anchored by a stable emotional connection. Sitting at her desk, she felt a tinge of boredom. She would never admit it was because Clark was absent. After all, she had known long before that she would hardly see him this summer, as Clark had made his farewells. During these past few weeks, she had ventured to Lana's house with a large group and had even swum alone a few times for exercise. This afternoon, she had intended to revise her writing and draft several letters to different publishers. Newcomers always had to boldly promote their work. After staring at her draft for a while, she ultimately opened her computer and logged into Facebook. Joanna Hill posted yesterday at 22:34. Love cannot conquer time, nor can it conquer death. To die for love is too simple. Does not death inherently require greater courage than love? It is when someone lives for love that the world begins to believe the finite can triumph over the infinite. 2 likes, 4 comments, 0 shares, 0. Bernice stood there, stunned. She read the passage several times, her emotions in turmoil. Bernice Allen commented, "This piece is infused with brilliant inspiration. Did you write it? It's simply beautiful." After a moment, a notification chimed. Joanna had replied to her comment. Joanna Hill replied to Bernice Allen, "I wrote it, huh? Though I drew inspiration from a book I've been reading." Bernice then clicked into Joanna's chat page. "Bernice, what book are you reading?" Joanna quickly responded. Joanna Hill shared an image. Joanna Hill, this one. Joanna Hill shared post. Bernice clicked to view a post she had shared days prior. Joanna Hill had written 5 days ago. Brodsky stated that the essence of love is an infinite attitude towards the finite, and when this attitude is inverted, it forms the basis of faith or poetry. Whenever I find myself afraid of love, unable to write or trust in it, I take this phrase out and ponder it repeatedly. Ding. Joanna Hill. Just because of this, there are people on the school forum gossiping in the idle chatter thread. Bernice, what are they gossiping about? Joanna Hill. It's because of my good relationship with you. Joanna Hill shared a link. Bernice clicked on it, leading her to an anonymous section of the school forum. What is the deal with the triangle between Alan, Gail, and Kent? Original poster. Beauty is sharp. What is going on with the three of them? Alan was frequently seen with Gail recently, being his prom partner, and now he is with Kent? Is Gail not upset? Or has she been dumped by Gail? First floor. The team will definitely qualify next year. I remember Brian Gale was quite high up in the previous campus celebrity voting among boys. He is not even on the team, and even if he was dumped, Alan still has some face. Second floor. What is going on with Alan? Although he looks decent, wasn't he kicked out by the cheerleading squad? Can't see how he has got the means to attract two handsome men. Third floor. Olive Prince replying to the second floor. Which two? Does Kent count as a handsome guy? Fourth floor. Flexibility training. He is quite handsome. If he cleaned up a bit, he'd be a strong contender against the prom queen. Even cheerleader Lana Lang took a photo with him. I heard Bernice was quite upset about Alan back then. Fifth floor. Captain is the coolest. School bell? Are you joking? Besides cheerleader Captain Julie Yason, who else? Joanna Hill is prettier than Lang. Sixth floor. Beauty is sharp. Lana Lang didn't even attend the prom a few months ago. Is she still considered a competitor? And can we stay on topic? Can anyone in the know tell me what is going on with those people? Seventh floor. Olive Prince. The team S. Ross and Ken are on good terms. Fat Peter seems to have never liked Alan. Is it because she kicked Kent to climb the social ladder? Eighth floor. Captain is the coolest. After the prom, no one saw Bernice, Alan, and Brian interact at all. If they were dating, surely there would have been some interaction. The attempt to climb has already failed. Ninth floor. Flexibility training. Did you all notice? Joanna Hill just posted on Facebook saying she no longer believes in love. Image. 10th floor. What are you implying? 11th floor. The team will definitely qualify next year. Is it that red-haired girl? Jack likes her, right? She seems to be quite close with Alan. 12th floor. Flexibility training. I suspect her post is suggesting that Kent and Alan have broken up. It is likely that Alan's pursuit of Brian Gale was unsuccessful. Bernice remarked, I can hardly be bothered to finish this. Joanna Hill interjected, these individuals are truly tedious. She continued, by the way, how is the novel progressing? Has the publisher responded? Joanna expressed her enthusiasm, stating, I have finished reading it, and I find the worldview utterly remarkable. I am eager to know what happens next. Bernice caught a glimpse of movement outside and rose to partially draw back the curtains. George, donning a straw hat, returned from town. Bernice, you have a letter. George called out. Suddenly, Bernice felt an inexplicable premonition. Her heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 65. The 58th chapter, 60 minutes. The first 10 minutes Bernice stood before a circle of seated family members, holding a stack of papers, feeling as though she were back in her previous life. Presenting a proposal at work. She shook her head slightly. Now, the people surrounding her were a family. She had convened a family meeting. Bernice spoke of the letter she received and the terms offered by the small publishing house. She was well-versed in publicly explaining situations and articulating her views, speaking with clarity, confidence, and ease. However, as she awaited responses from others, she began to feel anxious, not from fear of dissent or conflict, but from a concern that her family might impose their will upon her. This was something she could not abide, while she was open to listening to others' opinions and suggestions. The final decision was hers alone to make. She did not wish to be disappointed by her family so soon. Her sister, Mary, remarked, this publisher seems rather obscure. Perhaps we should wait for other options? Mary subscribed to the simple belief that notability equates to quality. Their father, George, hesitated, saying, the deadline for a reply is imminent, and it is an exclusive offer. If we wait for others, we may lose this opportunity, which would be unfortunate. Yet their mother may chuckled softly. Such tactics are designed to induce anxiety. We homemakers are quite familiar with them. She winked, as if to say that many products are advertised as limited edition or the last batch, while in reality, there are plenty in stock. Bernice was enlightened. It creates a sense of urgency. May nodded gently, but an opportunity is merely that. An opportunity. We can also choose to believe that you have not lost anything at all. George looked at his wife with surprise, as if only now understanding why. Despite her fondness for television advertising, she could still manage to save money from their household budget. He cleared his throat. So, do you have confidence in your work, Bernice? If so, you can afford to wait. There is no need to fear missing out on this one. Regardless, we are already proud of you, May said with a smile. George, though slightly uncomfortable, nodded in agreement. Mary chimed in, so am I. But when I join the cheerleading squad next semester, you all must cheer for me too. The second 10 minutes, you must have a code name. The Saturn girl gazed eagerly at Clark. Clark pondered intently. It would be splendid if he could embody the essence of the Gray Phantom, exuding both coolness and aloofness. Yet he found himself at a loss for a name that could capture such an aura. He paused momentarily, feeling somewhat perturbed. Why not simply use Kal-El? You cannot adopt your true name as your moniker. The orange-haired lightning youth seemed somewhat irate, a flicker of bright energy coursing through his hair. How perilous. Clark blinked, refraining from interjecting. Cosmic Boy tilted his head from side to side. How about that? It is one of the most illustrious aliases. Absolutely not. Saturn Girl vehemently shook her head. That grand title belongs to a bygone era. Everyone was discussing matters pertaining to you, yet you alone were left in the dark. And that sensation was rather disheartening. The last time he felt similarly was when Martha and Jonathan refrained from disclosing his origins. Clark inquired about the names of others in the Legion, categorizing them roughly, and then remarked, so, everyone's alias essentially comprises terms related to their abilities. Along with suffixes like boy, girl, lad, lass, and kid, I shall choose lad then, straightforward and intuitive. What word shall I pair with it? He was deep in thought when a voice interrupted him. Of course, the three youths exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, Super lad. What had caused their sudden excitement? Clark nodded in acknowledgement. In the third 10 minutes, George was brimming with pride, holding a newspaper in one hand and a slightly crumpled letter in the other. I told you I had connections. Bernice rushed forward, snatching the pitiful letter to read it aloud. The Kansas News agreed to serialize? She looked up, astonished. But does the newspaper still serialize science fiction? George uttered a hesitant sound. From across the room, Maine called out. His friend thought it was a short romance when he agreed. However, this book is a lengthy piece, and if serialized by the newspaper, the contract would naturally be longer. Bernice blinked in disbelief, and there's no romance. The three protagonists are dear friends. Does the news genuinely wish to proceed? Surely, it cannot be a mere empty promise? He had heard that when the editor discovered it was written by a high school girl, he assumed it to be a cliched teen love story. Nevertheless, the editor believed that such narratives could find a market if well executed and intended to assess it before making decisions. If it proved worthy, they would consider it for several issues. However, after reviewing it, he certainly altered his course of action. George ruffled his hair, focusing solely on the positive aspects. The editor enjoyed it immensely and is eager to serialize. Apparently, he mentioned there are numerous suspenseful elements, which would aid in selling newspapers. Just as I expected of my daughter. By the way, George recalled something, pointing to a few lines within the letter. The editor also suggested that if you altered the location of that base to Kansas, it might yield additional compensation for you. Moving the base of the Voyagers to Kansas? It wouldn't significantly alter the plot, as the current narrative does not specify a particular location. Yet, the Kansas News wishes to make the location explicit as Kansas. Bernice's eyes widened, and suddenly, she clapped her hands. Indeed, this is sponsorship in name. However, associating Kansas with extraterrestrials might not bode well for Clark. Bernice found herself in a quandary, pondering the implications. She reasoned that her familiarity with the locale could justify her choice of Kansas. And surely a novice's work would not create a stir. Besides, there was sponsorship involved. How fortuitous. Excellent, she thought, cracking her knuckles, while awaiting news from the major publishers. A newspaper serialization would suffice. In the fourth minute, behold, this is the Legion's flight ring. Kid Lightning, with an air of pride, raised his finger to show Clark the gleaming golden ring, identical to the one he had handed over, crafted by Brainiac 5, an invisible kid. Brainiac 5 made some modifications for you, removing the flight capability. The voice of Saturn Girl echoed in Clark's mind as he endeavored to acclimate to this peculiar sensation. Ensuring your safety. Thank you. Clark concentrated hard, directing his thoughts towards Saturn Girl. Wow, that's efficient, Superboy. Saturn Girl shifted uncomfortably, verbally expressing, you're thinking too loudly. Her eyes sparkled again at the mention of Superboy. The members of the Legion were exuberant and forthright. Yet, at times when they meaningfully called out Superboy and Kal-El, it felt as though they were gazing through Clark to another individual, someone entirely unfamiliar to him. They held unwavering confidence in him, as if a clear path lay before him, and he could effortlessly evolve into the hero they admired. Yet all Clark perceived was a thick fog. Superman is not deterred by the unknown. Superman does not falter in the face of an alien invasion fleet, fearing that his immaturity might jeopardize his companions. Superman does not yearn for a pair of familiar, warm hands to grasp his when lost in uncertainty. Clark gazed down at the ring, upon which a cursive L was inscribed, with a star nestled in the corner of the letter. Beautiful. Isn't it? Kid Lightning winked at him, stating, "It signifies not only the Legion, but also holds personal significance for you in the future. Does it not? Do not say such things." Cosmic Boy interjected with a vigorous wave of his arm. "We cannot ascertain if she truly is. How could she not be?" Saturn Girl interjected. "Stop." Saturn Girl appeared genuinely agitated. "Regardless of the truth, how could you utter that name at this moment? What if he hears?" She paused, cautiously turning her head. Ahead stood Clark, holding the ring, having overheard their entire conversation. Clark furrowed his brow. "Who is Lois Lane? Why can't I hear? Oh dear, is it too late to block the memory?" Saturn Girl thought in despair. In the 5th minute, Bernice sensed something amiss and lifted her gaze, only to be propelled from her chair by a projectile that burst through the window. However, this projectile not only cushioned the back of her head, allowing her to gently rotate mid-air and dissipate her momentum, but also carried the familiar sense of grass, dew, corn, and sunlight. Clark, cradling her, felt his strength waver. He had never approached her so aggressively before, as if he were indifferent to the possibility of hurting her. Bernice understood that this behavior indicated a troubling state of mind for Clark. What was wrong? She gently tousled his hair, her voice laced with a comforting smile. "Did Joel scold you?" Yet, her playful banter could not assuage Clark's unease. In response to his fervent insistence, their friends from the Legion had given him ample hints, seemingly believing that the girl whose name Clark had forgotten due to the mental block from Saturn Girl would eventually become his girlfriend. But what about Bernice? Had she passed away? Or was it that, for reasons Clark was unwilling to contemplate, he clung tightly to Bernice, murmuring in a muffled tone, "You need to exercise more." "Bonnie, all right, I'll try my best." Bernice comfortingly smoothed his back, akin to grooming a large cat. She had countless questions, but they could wait. She would protect Clark, who lifted his head, urgency apparent but momentarily stifled. Surely, he would safeguard Bernice. Yet, why did the future remain so daunting? Was it because he was not good enough or not striving hard enough? His voice faltered again, this time ensnared by the mental block. Clark could not mention anything about the 31st century to anyone. "I made some friends," Clark struggled to articulate, "and I've learned a great deal from them." Bernice stood on her tiptoes, affectionately kissing her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, she raised her eyebrows. "Friends from the Arctic? Oh, no. They found me and invited me to join a Legion." Clark felt a twinge of nervousness, unconsciously gripping the ring, which belonged to individuals with special abilities. "What do you do?" Bernice recalled several Gray Spectre comics she had previously read. "Solve mysteries?" "Not exactly," Clark hesitated, uncertain of how Bernice would react to the mention of alien invaders. He opted for a safer explanation, prevent some conspiracies. "Of course. I've also practiced using my abilities against foes." "Is that the reason for your earlier emotional instability? Did you face an enemy?" Bernice inquired, sensing that his emotions were stabilizing. Clark furrowed his brow, as if confronting immense pain, yet he was reluctant to share. He was unwilling to confide in Bernice. Yes, everyone harbors matters they prefer not to discuss, but Bernice believed that Clark thought enduring his pain alone was better than sharing it with her. "Then what is this ring? Is it from the Legion?" Bernice shifted the topic, addressing the golden emblem that had captured her attention earlier. "Yes, it is the Legion's insignia." Clark felt a sense of turmoil upon seeing it. Had it not been for the unique ultrasonic frequency summoned by the Legion, he would have removed it long ago. "I haven't seen you wear any jewelry," Bernice mused thoughtfully. "It seems you value them quite a bit. Will I have the chance to meet them? Your new friends?" "What? Oh my goodness. They indeed possess a profound significance." Yet before the imagery could take form, Clark hastily dismissed the thought from his mind. The Legion's ominous perception of the 21st century was quite disconcerting. Perhaps Brainiac 5 might even inquire whether Bernice had ever utilized electricity or if a steam engine had been invented. No, it was inconceivable. Bernice fell silent. This marked the first occasion Clark witnessed Bernice's anger directed towards him. Chapter 66. The 59th chapter of negative emotion contrary to the notions held by many, especially Clark or Joanna. Bernice Allen was not entirely radiant and gentle. Many of her choices stemmed from a belief that they were for the better. Decisions made by suppressing her darker inclinations through sheer will. Now, that barrier of resolve had weakened. She stepped forward. Clark fought the instinct to retreat. "I didn't mean it that way, Bonnie," he stammered. "Oh, is that so?" Bernice chuckled softly, yet with unwavering determination, she advanced another step. Clark found himself leaning back at an angle precarious for any human. Yet like any person, he reached out, yearning to grasp the hand before him. Bernice paused, evading his touch. "I have but one question for you, Clark." She tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "Do you still wish to belong to me?" Clark stared at her in shock. "Of course," he replied, bewildered. "Very well." Bernice offered no further reply. She pushed him gently, watching as Clark floated backward, just as she had suggested long ago. A laugh escaped her lips, and she found joy in the moment. Clark swallowed hard, sensing something amiss. However, his thoughts became muddled as Bonnie placed her hand upon his throat. She pressed lightly, then began to caress his Adam's apple. While this was a vulnerable spot for anyone, Clark was not tense for that reason. "Why would you think I have changed?" Clark stuttered. "Is it because we haven't seen each other in so long?" Clark was not without regrets. He had recently embraced the identity of a boyfriend, intoxicated by the sweet aroma of fresh bread wafting through his life. How could he not wish to spend more time with his girlfriend? Yet, he believed that at least Bernice could comprehend why he had spent the entire summer in the Arctic. Clark felt a sense of bewilderment. The hand on his throat stilled. However, Bernice raised a finger to her lips, silencing him, and then captured his lips in a gentle bite, while her other hand slipped beneath the hem of his t-shirt. The bite was not forceful, and at the level of human experience, Clark could not be certain, having never been bitten by another. Regardless, it imparted a sense of safety. With her other hand, Bernice pushed at his jacket while guiding him backward. It was not harsh, yet there was an unmistakable air of impatience. Bam! Clark's shins collided with the edge of the bed. Click! His jacket slipped down, half hanging over the bed's edge, half cascading to the floor. Clark's gaze was fixed, utterly dissimilar from anything he had read, heard, or imagined. His t-shirt was rolled up to his chest as Bernice supported his shoulder, just as she had countless times in the air, pressing him down while kissing the side of his neck. This was indeed unlike anything he had envisioned. Clark collapsed onto the bed, contemplating the reason behind this moment, yet feeling it unnecessary to inquire. At least, it seemed an inappropriate time for questions. Moreover, Bernice appeared considerably less irate than before. She stood up, and Clark naturally descended. As she approached him, he landed precisely at that moment, almost instinctively. At that time, Brian Gale, a freshman who had just transferred, quickly became the most prominent member of the debate club. However, debates typically did not categorize participants by skill level. Except during the elimination rounds, teams were matched randomly, aiming for minimal repetition. Hence, the rising star Brian and his teammates inevitably found themselves paired with the novice Bernice. The disparity in skill was stark, and onlookers might have referred to it as a mental slaughter. Yet Bernice, whether due to her resilience or her lack of awareness regarding the gap in ability, eagerly sought advice from the formidable team while they all awaited the results outside. Brian's chosen partner was certainly competent, perhaps weaker compared to the current Bernice, but impressive in the eyes of novice Bernice. And he not only shared his team's perspective on the topic, but also offered insights on how Bernice's side might approach the argument, along with some recommended readings for beginners. As for Brian Gale, from the moment he exited the classroom, he stood at the far edge, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around him. Whether the debate topics were of lesser caliber or the casual chatter among peers, he did not cast a glance, maintaining an air of detachment as he tilted his chin upwards, absorbed in his reading. Had it not been for his occasional murmurs to his partner, Bernice might have assumed he was entirely engrossed. In truth, he appeared rather natural in his demeanor. However, Bernice's keen observation allowed her to perceive the underlying message of his aloofness, an unspoken sense of superiority devoid of blatant malice. The chasm between Brian's skill level and her own was indeed vast. While he may have had the right to be haughty, such an attitude was nonetheless irksome. Bernice was not only displeased, but harbored this vexation for a considerable time. Were it not for Brian's striking appearance, her resentment might have lingered even longer. Nevertheless, as Bernice rapidly evolved in her abilities, Brian began to acknowledge her presence. They engaged in exchanges within the club, and even outside of it, invitations were extended, particularly during last year's school election finals, where Brian's team secured first place. Yet the title of Best Debater was claimed by Bernice. In some competitions, organizers consider the emotional state of the participants, opting not to include the victorious team in the individual awards, instead selecting one among the remaining competitors for the honor of Best Debater. However, after Bernice's inquiries, it seemed that their mentor, Galen, was not of that disposition. Thus, her foremost debater convincingly demonstrated that, at least throughout the entirety of that particular match, her average personal score surpassed that of Brian. The atmosphere after the debate was indeed delightful. It was no wonder you enjoyed it, Clark whispered to Bernice. Leaning against the wall, Brian sensed Bernice's gaze and looked over with a curious expression in his gray-green eyes. His demeanor was gentle, his head slightly tilted, with the corners of his mouth forming a genuine smile. Yet, to Bernice, there lingered an almost imperceptible air of arrogance. It hadn't vanished, but rather been concealed more adeptly. Perhaps his attitude had shifted because he now regarded himself as an equal. Chapter 67. The 60th chapter. Delectable delicacies. Clark cupped her face and kissed her gently. His touch was light and tender, and had it not been for the weight of his kiss, which was considerably more intense than usual, Bernice might have thought he was entirely unyielding. Upon closer sensation, it seemed he was holding his breath. Bernice playfully poked at his bare chest, noticing his shirt was still rumpled, and asked Clark, "Are you intentionally holding your breath? Or have you forgotten to breathe?" Clark was reluctant to respond. He did not wish to admit that his inability to breathe while kissing was the reason. He was aware that Kryptonians could indeed survive without oxygen, and he certainly did not want Bernice to discover this. Instead, he attempted to silence her inquiries with another kiss. Clark's kisses were primarily pecks and soft nibbles, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to concentrate on anything else. However, Bernice was not particularly adept at French kissing, so she decided to let it slide for the moment. Her focus shifted to the contours of Clark's waist, which he had finally exposed. Her hand rested there, feeling the warm, resilient muscle beneath, as his movements created a gentle tug under her palm, radiating with vibrant strength and a palpable sense of life that was undeniably distracting. "You make me feel reminiscent of springtime dreams from my youth," Bernice chuckled softly, her voice a bit hoarse. Her gaze, compared to before, seemed to hold an intensity that was both lacking and abundant, nearly searing. Then the gray phantom not only vindicated the wrong, but also successfully uncovered all the evidence to capture the villains. Clark gestured animatedly, while he did not voice it outright. His sparkling eyes seemed to seek affirmation. "See, isn't it thrilling? Quite impressive indeed." "Wow, it truly is." Bernice could hardly contain her laughter. Shifting the script, she was holding to tuck it under her arm, rather than being captivated solely by the plot. She found herself inspired by the rarely seen excitement emanating from Clark. The series of coincidences and twists she had just heard were indeed striking. It was no wonder that many adolescents were drawn to such adventurous comic stories. She omitted a portion of her commentary and praised, Hey, Bonnie, the Gray Phantom's audience is not exclusively teenagers." Clark protested, naturally extending his hand towards Bernice, asserting that a hero like him could inspire individuals of all ages. Indeed, the Gray Phantom embodies courage, wisdom, and a resolute determination to delve into perilous realms. Such a superhero is capable of inspiring all. Bernice, however, found herself stifling a smile. She placed her manuscript into Clark's outstretched hands, inviting him to hold it together with her. She had no intention of broaching the subject of Superman directly. Firstly, she could not be entirely certain that Clark was indeed the Superman she had known in her previous life. Secondly, what if Clark, in his natural state, had no inclination to assume the mantle of Superman? Such a monumental decision must stem entirely from one's own volition for Bernice to feel at ease. If she became involved, what if Clark misconstrued her hopes or expectations and felt compelled to act against his true nature? This notion, while perhaps tinged with a hint of narcissism, was a risk Bernice was unwilling to take. From a societal perspective, the emergence of superheroes should be a positive development. Yet, what if she inadvertently became the catalyst that led Clark to embrace a role he later regretted? Bernice's affections were distinctly delineated. Her concern for Clark's feelings outweighed any societal considerations of superhero existence. Merely contemplating the potential for his suffering and regret due to her influence was unbearable to her, inciting feelings of guilt and impotent rage. However, she reasoned that exploring the hero comics Clark cherished, to glean his thoughts, might align closely with their everyday interactions. Thus, Bernice continued, "Is it these traits that draw you to a hero like the Grey Phantom?" She mused on his secret heroic identity, which rendered his solitude exceedingly romantic. Clark gently patted her arm, urging her to look ahead, and indeed, his decisiveness and willpower were undeniably impressive. It's my turn," Bernice realized, addressing the staff. "I would like this egg roll, please." For some unknown reason, Clark's line moved much slower than hers. Holding the tray with one hand, Bernice carefully shifted her weight and extended her other hand towards him. Clark shook his head. Bernice lifted her chin defiantly. With a sigh, Clark placed both their manuscripts into her hands. Bernice steadied the tray once more and inquired, "Shall I go find a seat?" Clark nodded affirmatively. Thus, Bernice, balancing her tray, navigated through the bustling lounge until she discovered a table with ample space, taking a seat beside it. Though the location was somewhat secluded, she felt no trepidation. She knew Clark would always manage to find her. "Wow, Alan, have you and Clark been engaged in such drab activities all this time?" Peter Ross appeared from seemingly nowhere, casually flipping through the debate notes Bernice had just set on the table, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. Bernice slowly lowered her knife, casting a glance at Peter. "Have you washed your hands after eating?" "Well, my hands aren't greasy," Peter retorted, retracting his hand and displaying his palms to her. "If I grease your paper, I'll rewrite it for you, all right? Is this mere, ordinary paper? This is the fruit of my collaboration with Clark's intellect," Bernice declared. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dining area, Clark listened intently to their exchange, stifling laughter as he quickened his pace. "Ah, the essence of wisdom," Peter remarked. "I wouldn't be surprised if you two were to produce a manifestation of love at any moment." Clark paused in his tracks, spilling his soup. Bernice rolled her eyes. "Do not view my relationship with Clark through such a superficial lens." Clark retrieved 2 napkins from the nearby table, observing as the broth eagerly soaked into the tissues. Much like an uncontrollable impulse. Yet he pondered that it was not quite appropriate to make such a comparison. Previously, Clark had always dined in a fixed corner. But since he started coming to the cafeteria with Bernice, they often found themselves searching for a spacious spot to sit. He discarded the soaked napkin into the trash and continued towards Bernice. Like a comet pulled from its orbit as it passes the sun. Like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the woods. Like a ship blown from its mooring by a wind off the sea. Like a seed dropped by a sky bird in a distant forest. Peter, incensed, thumped his clean fork against his plate. "Exactly. What's the point of engaging in pointless banter all day?" He looked up to see Clark approaching. "Clark, why don't you come play ball with me?" "Oh, wait. You don't like sports." Bernice hesitated, tilting her head to look at Clark. "Have you made up your mind?" Her gaze inquired. "Not necessarily," she slowly replied to Peter, her eyes still on Clark. "Perhaps he enjoys sports after all." "Indeed, football can be quite fascinating," Clark remarked. Bernice tilted her head. "Has Clark decided not to be a frail soul?" Peter, puffed with pride, thumped Clark's chest. "That's the spirit," he hissed, shaking his hand in confusion, glancing at his palm, and then at Clark's chest. "What's going on? Are you wearing a bulletproof vest?" Clark looked at Bernice, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. He secretly ground his teeth, beginning to feign weakness, casting a pleading glance her way. "Please," he mouthed. Alas, Bernice could not resist such an imploring look. With a playful smile, she leaned in and wrapped her arm around Peter's neck, saying, "Peter, Clark might not have the time to play ball with you." Peter's attention indeed shifted from his aching hand, suspiciously asking, "What tedious activity are you planning to involve Clark in now?" As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Bernice's hand resting on his shoulder. "Humph." Bernice cast a sidelong glance at Peter, deliberately exuding an air of smugness. "Are you not aware that our debate team is about to compete in the school selection finals?" "And what of it?" Peter retorted loudly. "You're currently in second place." Bernice raised an eyebrow. Clark interjected, "But I haven't mentioned this to you yet, Peter. How did you know we were in second place?" Faced with Peter's questioning gaze, he innocently shrugged his shoulders. Joanna told me, Peter replied. Joanna had joined the debate club with Bernice last month without a moment's hesitation. As a newcomer, she did not sign up for the school selection competition, but actively observed the debates in the room where Bernice frequently participated, thus keeping herself well informed about their scores. So, Peter thought to himself, what I said is indeed true, but I needn't disclose that I proactively asked Joanna. Ah, yes, Joanna is quite diligent. She took extensive notes. Bernice rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts drifting to the charming junior, and she couldn't help but smile broadly. Next time, if she practices on stage herself, she'll improve in no time. Peter snorted through his nose. So what if you make it to the finals? This is just the school selection. He paused, his eyes widening slowly. The regional competition? Bernice tilted her head. Indeed. Making it to the regional competition means we can travel to the state competition on a school-sponsored trip. She chuckled twice, clearly brimming with anticipation. Chapter 68. The time of the sage, some strands of hair clung to Bernice's forehead and neck, causing her discomfort. She felt enveloped in a bubble that was both soothing and drowsy, rendering her unwilling to move, even if she had the energy. Hair, she murmured, almost in a dreamlike state. Clark gently pushed her damp hair aside. Curiously, he twirled a strand between his fingers, fascinated by the texture. Bernice draped herself over him, as if trying to envelop him entirely. If one disregarded their skin pressed against each other, such a scene had occurred numerous times during their flights. Although they had not yet bathed, Clark felt warm and dry, and Bernice sensed that she might drift off to sleep in this sweaty state. Logically, two people who had shared a bed, while both sweaty, should not feel this comfortable. It was rather peculiar that a Kryptonian could remain so dry and fresh in bed. Bernice absent-mindedly tapped on Clark's muscular chest and suddenly asked, Am I too damp? Will it be uncomfortable? Yet, despite her words, she showed no inclination to shift her body. Then, Clark's face suddenly flushed crimson. Bernice, feeling no immediate reaction, lifted her head, paused for a moment, and then realized, looking at Clark with a gaze that said, Oh my goodness, I had no idea you were like this. Clark attempted to defend himself, but even he found his reasoning unconvincing. Ultimately, he offered an innocent smile to Bernice and kissed her eyes gently. Bernice's cheeks turned bright red. Clark was taken aback. Bernice seemed to delight in kissing his face. He felt as though every inch of his face had been measured by her lips. Yet, he had merely kissed her eyes, and she blushed. However, he finally mustered the courage to pose the question that had been weighing on his heart. Bonnie, were you feeling down just now? If so, what was the reason? I forgot, she replied. Clark felt a tightness in his chest and quickly turned to look at her. To his surprise, Bernice narrowed her eyes and seemed to be genuinely pondering the matter. Oh, a realization dawned on her. Her expression softened slightly, yet she remained sprawled across Clark, unwilling to budge. Her irritation seemed to dissipate as she directly inquired, Earlier, when you mentioned that I could never meet your new friends, was it because you don't wish for me to be part of your social circle? Upon noticing Clark's stunned demeanor, Bernice recognized that this was not the case. She relaxed her posture, no longer fixating on his expressions. Nevertheless, Clark grasped her shoulders, urging her to lift her gaze, his face etched with urgency. Of course not. It's just that they are rather peculiar, and I fear peculiar. Bernice's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are they aliens? Not the humanoid kind? Clark paused once more, this time for an entirely different reason. No, he chuckled, his brow furrowed. Their personalities are simply a bit unusual. Moreover, I am bound by certain constraints that prevent me from elaborating on them. Oh, I see. Is it the kind of unbreakable vow? She queried. What does that entail? Clark blinked in confusion. Their enlightening discussion about the lore of Harry Potter was abruptly interrupted by the dinner bell at the Allen household. Help! I haven't showered yet, Bernice exclaimed, hastily leaping off the bed, grabbing a t-shirt, planting a quick kiss on Clark, and dashing into the bathroom, leaving the door ajar. Clark sat on the bed, torn between the urge to assist her in closing the door and the desire to avert his gaze. Finally, he called out, Bonnie, one tea, you catch a chill if you leave the door open? It's summer, came her echoed response from the bathroom. The natural ease of their earlier conversation faded away, overtaken by the sound of rushing water. Clark became acutely aware that Bernice was bathing while he remained unadorned. He sprang up, hurriedly slipping into his pants, and faced a dilemma with the tattered remnants of his former t-shirt. He could easily fly home to change, but leaving while she was showering felt utterly inappropriate. At the very least, should he inform Bonnie? I'll head back for now. He called toward the open bathroom. Huh? Oh, all right, just a moment. The sound of water ceased, and Bernice emerged wrapped in a towel, padding over to him to plant another kiss on his lips. Will you come back? She asked, momentarily taken aback, her voice wavering as she added, Can we talk after I finish eating? It's been nearly 2 months since we last saw each other. Clark chuckled in response, affirming, Sure. Bernice felt a warmth creep into her ears as she tossed him one of her oversized black jackets from the wardrobe. What was happening? She wondered. That smile was even more blushing than their previous intimate closeness. Turning her back, she untied the towel, slipped into the t-shirt, and donned her athletic shorts. When she spun back around, she found Clark attempting to discreetly avert his gaze, his head bowed. Oh, changing clothes was indeed more enticing than being entirely unclothed. She understood that. Well then, I shall head down for dinner. Bernice approached with a cheerful demeanor, only satisfied when Clark placed a kiss upon her cheek before she rose, pointing towards a trash bin, reminding him to dispose of the rubbish. Bernice thought it best not to test her family's psychological resilience with used condoms. Clark, with a distracted gaze, acquiesced. He watched her descend the stairs, carefully carrying the neatly tied garbage bag, and flew back to the Kent farm, which he had not seen in quite some time, only to be met with an unforgiving audience. Martha, weaving fabric, nonchalantly observed the unfamiliar jacket adorning him, which seemed to lack a t-shirt beneath, inquiring, Does your secret base in the Arctic also provide your clothing? Jonathan glanced at his wife, striving to maintain composure as he sat across from his son. No, Clark reluctantly admitted that the attire belonged to Bernice. This shouldn't be surprising, right? It's not as if changing clothes is a rarity, he thought, lacking in confidence. Jonathan nodded solemnly. Martha queried, Have you two finally confirmed your relationship? Jonathan, bewildered, responded with a huh. But Martha patted his hand, prompting him to remain silent. Yes, Clark affirmed with a determined nod. Martha brightened, setting aside her sewing. Should we invite the Allen family over for dinner? I recall that child is graduating next year. Jonathan moved to sit before Clark, patting his shoulder, preparing for a father-son conversation. Martha sighed and retreated into another room with her needlework, granting the pair some privacy. Later that day, Bernice eagerly asked, What did they say? Was that intentional, Bonnie? Clark exclaimed, glancing incredulously at the jacket he had yet to change out of. If you mean wearing my clothes, then yes, it's certainly better than returning half-naked. Bernice yawned, turning to tug at his collar. If you're referring to deliberately letting your parents notice, that wasn't the case. After all, it's evident even without the clothing. She paused, incredulously searching Clark's shoulder and neck for marks. How could there be none? Although I haven't counted, there should be at least 4 or 5 red spots. Or, at the very least, a bite mark. Before Clark could explain, she realized, murmuring, Oh my, I can't believe I didn't leave a mark. Bernice traced her fingers over his skin, contemplating that nothing or no one could leave an imprint upon him. Clark grasped her hand, preventing further movement. All right, Bernice declared. Now I'm being intentional. I want you to wear my clothes, and others should recognize it. Clark looked at her helplessly, kissing her forehead, gesturing to his shoulder. Don't you think there's a slight feasibility issue? Is that jacket snug as well? I bought it in men's XL. Bernice exclaimed, then pondered. Clark, honestly tell me, how tall are you now? 187 centimeters, Clark replied. The fortress scanned me, and the machine indicated I might still grow a bit. Bernice conceded defeat. They leaned against each other, engaging in an endless conversation. Clark shared some rather mundane scientific facts along with snippets of Kryptonian culture and history. Time simply slips away. He lamented, contemplating whether he should take a gap year. Bernice paused momentarily. I respect your decision, but I would prefer you not to this year. As she met Clark's inquisitive gaze, she could not help but voice her frustrations. This is my final year of high school. After all, I will surely be heading to university afterwards, while you will still have at least another year to complete. Clark was a year younger than Bernice, being in a lower grade. Once Bernice graduated, they would inevitably part ways for at least a year. Moreover, who could say if Clark would even apply to a university nearby? Although he could reach any place swiftly, it still felt significant. Clark fell silent for a moment, a multitude of thoughts and images flashing through his mind before he slowly inquired, Have you decided which university to apply to? What do you wish to study? Not really, she sighed. I can only say that I no longer wish to pursue what I studied in my previous life. Furthermore, University will be vastly different, with many more responsibilities. We certainly won't be able to spend time together as we do now. It was the last year. After this, such opportunities would be scarce. She tried to suppress thoughts of the countless stories of couples who break up upon graduation, lifting her chin to look at Clark. Logically, she should show some vulnerability at this moment, but she found herself unable to do so. Nor did she want to interfere with Clark's choices. What she had just expressed was merely stating facts, not interference. All right, I won't take a gap year this year. Clark quickly resolved, then added, by the way, Bonnie, my mom mentioned inviting your family over for dinner next semester. Bernice's hand slipped, and her head thudded against Clark's chest. Even though he likely softened his muscles, the impact still left her dazed. Chapter 69. Chapter 62. Forum. Maine Allen, the matriarch of the Allen household, was using the computer. In recent years, more and more families began to recognize the benefits of this newfangled device, and those with the means were acquiring one or two for their homes. The Allen family, due to Bernice's enthusiastic endorsement, had adopted it particularly early. Meanwhile, their somewhat reclusive and impatient eldest daughter exhibited remarkable patience while teaching them to use the computer, even composing a foolproof guide for them. The handwriting in the guide was far more stable and legible than her usual rapid scrawl, avoiding the use of overly complex terms that they might not understand. Click this button in the upper left corner to power on. Move the mouse to maneuver the device. Drag the icons on the screen. Double-click on the left to open. Click once on the right to view details, and so forth. With the foolproof guide in hand, Maine quickly became adept at using the computer. Her gaze scanned through the bookmarked recipe websites, but did not linger there. Instead, she began to type out a series of URLs noted in her notebook. One finger at a time, pressing enter, she awaited the web page to load solemnly, recalling the call that had come from Mr. Morrison earlier that day. What? Yes. This is the Allen residence. Yes, I am her mother. Maine set down the cloth in her hand, wiped her hands on her apron, and grasped the telephone receiver. Was there some issue with Bernice? As long as that wasn't the case, she felt relieved. Ah, you say the school has initiated discussions with students regarding their future? Surely. Bernice intends to pursue her studies at university. Have you discussed this with her? Yet, she has not mentioned it to us. She clenched her apron, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Then, what does she wish to study, and where does she aspire to go? I see. She said she hasn't decided yet. Maine exhaled. May I inquire if the school has any sort of academic guidance handbook or website? Oh, Bernice has taught us how to navigate it. I am familiar. Thank you. She placed the receiver back on the base and turned to her computer. Now, Maine gazed at the recently refreshed, simple interface, searching for the icon before finally clicking into the school forum. Ah, she was aware that the resource section was on the other side, but she wanted to see what these young ones were discussing. A swift glance revealed a familiar name. The love triangle of Allen, Gale, and Kent. Maine's eyes sparkled as she clicked in. Original poster. Jay, what is going on with the three of them? Allen was often seen with Gale recently. Weren't they from partners? Why is he now with Kent? Is Gale not upset? Or has she been rejected by him? Maine covered her mouth in concern, her eyes gleaming with excitement. First response. I recall that in a previous school popularity poll, Brian Gale ranked quite high among the boys. He isn't even on the team. Even if he was dumped, being with Allen still gives him some prestige. Second response. B, what is Allen up to? Although she is decent looking, wasn't she kicked off the cheerleading squad? It's surprising she has managed to attract two handsome boys. Maine widened her eyes, letting out a small huff. Yet her thoughts turned to concern. She pondered, didn't Bernice become more withdrawn since she was ousted from the cheerleading team? That child must care deeply about it. After all, she had worked hard for a long time to join, and she seemingly had no particularly close friends, regardless of gender. If her daughter could emerge from this isolation and make a few friends, whether they were romantic interests or not, Maine would be delighted. Of course, if they were all her daughter's boyfriends, that would be even more intriguing. Third response. See, in response to the second comment, how can you count Kent? Who is rather plain? Maine shook her head in disappointment at this young friend's judgment of others. Fourth response. He is quite handsome. If he tidied himself up, he could have been a strong contender against the school beauty. Even the cheer captain, Lana, has taken notice of him. I heard that Bernice was quite upset about it. Fifth response. D school beauty? Are you joking? Besides cheer captain Julie Jorgensen, who else could it be? Joanna Hill is even prettier than him. Sixth response. Original poster. Jay, I don't care about who is the school beauty. Can we stay on topic? Is there anyone in the know who can explain what is going on with those three? Seventh response. Moo Allen and Kent. What is this about? I thought they were friends? However, despite his somewhat rough demeanor, Kent possesses an impressive physique, truly befitting that of a quarterback. The intersection between Kent and Alan seems to revolve around the school bus incident, and the suspension bridge, doesn't he? Subsequently, they were often seen entering and exiting together. As for Gally, wasn't he competing alongside Alan in some contest? It appears to be a typical teammate relationship. In response to the previous comment, I am uncertain about Gally, but I frequently observe Kent and Alan dining together in the cafeteria, although their bond isn't as clingy as that of many couples. It has been rumored that witnesses have seen them returning home together. May nodded repeatedly, occasionally chuckling softly, but her demeanor shifted when the topic of Brian Gally's affluent background arose. She grew irate at the suggestion that Bernice was merely a gold digger. Upon realizing that visitors could also contribute to the conversation, she diligently typed out a series of words with 2 fingers. That Gally boy is undoubtedly polite. Why is it assumed that people only see him for his wealth? Moreover, it seems to me that Bernice is distinctly closer to young Clark, as she often visits his home on weekends. After rereading her message, she had an epiphany, promptly deleting her previous statements and opting for a more casual tone, akin to that of a spectator. Is Gally truly wealthy? Most people don't seem to notice. Also, in my opinion, Bernice appears to be more connected with Clark, given their weekend interactions. As she joyfully tapped away at the keyboard, the sound of footsteps on the stairs startled her. In a flurry, she attempted to close her computer, momentarily forgetting how to do so, ultimately resorting to shielding the screen with her body. Turning her head, she caught sight of her eldest daughter, Bernice, descending the stairs clad in an oversized white t-shirt that reached her thighs. Oh, you seem to be wearing such loose clothing quite often lately. But I haven't seen this particular one before. It resembles a large men's style, May mused, finding it quite flattering, accentuating her daughter's long and straight legs. Yet, observing Bernice's disheveled hair, it seemed not to be a deliberate choice. I've purchased quite a few lately, due to my busy schedule. I often just grab one to wear, as they're so comfortable. Bernice recalled a time when she had given Clark a jacket, hoping he would wear it often, and couldn't help but smile at the memory of his blushing face. After a moment's hesitation, she candidly stated, "This way, I can occasionally ask Clark to wear my clothes. You two are together," Maine exclaimed, clutching her heart in surprise. Bernice calmly nodded. "Oh, what wonderful news." Maine beamed. "And a boyfriend shirt, too. Today's youth truly know how to have fun. Wait a moment. Did you ask Clark to wear your clothes?" Maine questioned, her curiosity piqued. This seemed less like a boyfriend shirt and more like a girlfriend's. Bernice, now facing her mother's astonished gaze, felt a twinge of shyness but stood tall, convinced that this was nothing to be ashamed of, as she was the one who enjoyed marking their territory. Maine gasped. "I didn't expect that. However, if that is the case, surely the post must be incorrect." "What post?" Bernice inquired. "Oh dear." Maine realized she had to explain the matter to her daughter. The eldest daughter has increasingly exuded an aura that makes it difficult for her mother, May, to refuse her. Finally, May weakly remarked, "I hope you're not upset, dear." Although she intended to respond, Bernice cast a sidelong glance. "Oh, so you were planning to reply?" she inquired. "But you haven't sent it yet." May nodded to herself, concluding her thoughts. "I don't mind, Mom," Bernice said, "but if you wish to post anything about me online in the future, I would appreciate it if you could seek my consent beforehand." After speaking seriously, she seemed to feel a bit distant, but quickly linked her arm with her mother's to make amends. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the internet is filled with both good and bad, and there are many malicious rumors or those who simply want to insult others." May was taken aback. "Is it really that frightening?" Bernice, having experienced the internet age, nodded and added, "While I'm not afraid of others knowing my business or what they say about me." May thought to herself that her daughter was being brave, especially after the significant blow of leaving the cheerleading team, which had altered her personality considerably. However, keeping things private could certainly mitigate many troubles. Bernice refrained from expressing that her true fear was that if anything went awry, her mother would feel guilty. "I understand, darling. I want to disclose anything directly about you," May said, gently patting her. Then, balling her hand into a fist, she declared, "But I must counter those posts. I can't allow them to malign you without a voice to defend you, especially those claiming you're merely a gold digger." Bernice could only repeatedly reassure her mother not to become overly engrossed in online disputes. She suggested that May focus on more meaningful content online, such as this. Bernice opened a sci-fi enthusiast forum she often frequented. Have you heard of a new sci-fi novel titled Starship Odyssey? May, upon reading the title, exclaimed, "Isn't that your novel?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Bernice. "Yes," Bernice affirmed. "I just saw a post from a forum member who read it and was so thrilled that I jumped around the house until I got thirsty and had to go downstairs for a drink." May continued to read. "As stated, I saw this serialized in the Kansas News. It's absolutely riveting. I highly recommend it. The newspaper updates far too slowly. Does anyone know if it's being published?" Interestingly, the story features a female protagonist. If it weren't for the captivating suspense at the beginning, I wouldn't typically read a story about a young girl. I prefer hard sci-fi, but this author writes exceptionally well. The setting feels familiar, yet reveals just a hint. The author's name is Frankenstein. Does he really want everyone to know that it's a pseudonym? How do I even address the editorial office? Should I write to Mr. Frankenstein? Yet this novel is truly captivating, and I'm anxiously waiting. Is there anyone who would like to read it alongside me? First Floor Freak. It should have been published by now. I have seen other posts showcasing physical copies, and I'm also keeping an eye on it. I must share my thoughts with the original poster. I believe the portrayal of that arrogant alien is superb, evoking a sense of superiority that makes me want to rush in and deliver a punch. Second Floor Original Poster. I haven't seen many people mention having read it. I must tweet about it to stir more hearts and minds. However, the concept that aliens can befriend us or form alliances with humanity for mutual benefit is quite innovative. Haven T. Previous sci-fi films and novels primarily focused on alien invasions of Earth. Third Floor DL. It sounds intriguing. Can anyone share a channel? If the price is within my budget, I intend to acquire a copy, as the books shared by the original poster have always been of guaranteed quality. Fourth Floor Arm. Is there really good science fiction in the Kansas News? I thought it was filled with reports on corn contests and the like. How did the original poster come across this? Fifth Floor Original Poster. To 3L. I am also seeking a channel. To 4L. My aunt resides in Kansas, and when I visited her, I saw my uncle engrossed in it. I entered without him noticing, and my aunt had to tap me on the shoulder to get my attention. Out of curiosity, I inquired further. Sixth Floor Freak. Apologies for my delay in reading the posts. I am unaware of any channels. I saw it mentioned in other threads. Searching by the protagonist's name should yield results. However, most respondents have indicated a lack of purchasing options nearby, suggesting it might only be available in a limited scope. My mother, after reading, remarked, "The publishers are quite clever. They initially serialized it in the newspaper to build a reputation, but now that everyone is left hanging, they released the publication news. What excellent free promotion." My mother is quite perceptive about these marketing strategies. Bernice cleared her throat, glancing at her mother with pride. Yet this strategy was actually my suggestion. Maine showered her with compliments, and Bernice felt elated, not wishing to halt her mother's praise, believing it to be entirely justified. Unless, of course, it involved virtues she did not possess, which would warrant interruption. After a while, Maine remembered that she initially intended to look for school advancement materials online. The atmosphere with her daughter was delightful, prompting her to directly ask, "Dear, Mr. Morrison called earlier, stating that the school has begun consultations regarding your future plans. Have you given it any thought about where you wish to study and what you want to pursue?" Bernice had struggled with this for some time, as she did not have a specific subject in mind, though there were areas of interest she planned to explore. "It's good that you have some ideas. You are a decisive child. However, if you remain uncertain, we could discuss it together," Maine suggested. "As for the location, do you prefer the East Coast or West Coast? Or perhaps an Ivy League university?" "I plan to ask Clark if he has any preferred locations," Bernice replied. It is somewhat amusing to recount that she had promised herself to never tread the same path again. Yet, when she harbored no particular inclinations, and each city possessed its own merits, choosing to lean towards Clark should not be deemed a sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Maine appeared taken aback. She pondered her words carefully before slowly addressing her daughter. "My dear, do you know that couples from school often drift apart once they advance in their studies or enter the workforce? With each academic transition and subsequent choice of city for employment, the possibilities are vast, and you are not even in the same cohort." Bernice quietly responded, "I understand." However, she firmly believed in the profound connection they shared, as if their roots were intertwined. She had faith in Clark, even if by some misfortune they found themselves in different cities. Clark's capabilities would ensure they would not truly be separated. In the event of a genuine parting, the internet would still bridge the distance. Even in the worst-case scenario, Bernice was confident that every choice she made was her own, and she would take full responsibility for it, never blaming anyone else. Even if her decision to go somewhere was for Clark, it remained her own choice, not dictated by his. I do what I desire, and that in itself is my reward. I will feel joy from this decision, and I have considered it thoroughly. That suffices. Any outcomes beyond that would merely be icing on the cake, and I would harbor no regrets or grievances if they did not materialize. Bernice spoke with a calm assurance, embodying the conviction that she could and had already achieved her goals. Maine could not help but sigh, gently stroking her daughter's head. Bernice looked at her in surprise. Maine, with a hint of worry, remarked, "It seems you are quite deeply entangled. However, since you have thought this through more clearly than even I, your mother, I cannot impede your choices." In that moment, Bernice, feeling a pang of guilt towards her mother, decided to voice her thoughts. Clark's mother, Martha, has invited our family to dinner next week. Chapter 70. The town and the metropolis. Why did I feel so uncomfortable during dinner earlier? Bernice pondered aloud, leaning against Clark. She had impulsively pulled him onto the bed, causing him to hold his breath in nervous anticipation, only to realize she merely wished to snuggle and converse. Clark exhaled in relief. He felt no disappointment, perhaps a minuscule fraction, but it was barely perceptible. However, when they truly leaned into each other, he relaxed. This reminded Clark of the times they had nestled together on the haystack in the Kent barn. Bernice continued to reflect on the earlier dinner. It was serene, exceedingly peaceful. Martha Kent had prepared her signature apple pie and even roasted chicken, yet Bernice had consumed without truly registering what she had eaten. For some reason, she sensed that everyone wished to speak, but they all held back, transforming the atmosphere into one akin to a contest of endurance. Bernice consciously controlled her breathing, her mouth stretching into a forced smile. Ultimately, she became the first to break the silence. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, she began to commend the meal prepared by Marcia, perhaps with a touch too much enthusiasm, as evidenced by her use of 3 lengthy parallel sentences. Consequently, her father George's expression grew increasingly dark. Why was that? If it was a contest of jealousy between parents, then surely the target should have been Jonathan. Yet I did not praise him. Her mother, Maine, smiled and chimed in a couple of times before inquiring about Clark's usual activities and hobbies. Clark replied that he often helped out in the fields and had a passion for reading. After a brief pause, Maine began to extol Clark as a remarkably understanding and wonderful child. Noticing that Bernice remained silent, her head bowed over her food, George's demeanor softened somewhat. Eventually, the atmosphere returned to a normal one, typical of neighbors dining together, with questions being exchanged and compliments shared. The only peculiar aspect was that the Allen family seemed to inquire about Clark a bit more than necessary. It wasn't just Jonathan and Maine, but even Mary appeared quite interested in him. Could it be that the Kent family had only one child, while they had 2 to share the attention? Clark straightened up cautiously, thinking that perhaps this was their first formal gathering since they began dating, hence his intense nervousness while answering questions. Suddenly, Bernice exclaimed, leaping up, causing the papers in her hand to scatter, which Clark deftly caught. So, this was akin to introducing the family as a girlfriend? Help! She finally understood why it felt so awkward. It seemed that couples generally wouldn't introduce their families unless they were contemplating marriage, right? Yet, was it not quite normal to share a meal with ordinary neighbors living not far apart in a small town? The dynamics of social relationships among friends, neighbors, and couples were far too complex to navigate. Never mind, it was futile to dwell on it now. She leaned back against Clark's shoulder, picking up the QS World University rankings he had just tucked away, and continued reading. 2 days later, in the metropolis, they had just landed, and Clark had gone to buy ice cream while Bernice found a place to wait for him. The reason they were in this East Coast city was a long story. Firstly, Bernice was somewhat skeptical about the university rankings. She realized that many of the top 10 schools were unfamiliar to her. Was this normal? The strangeness extended even to the list of the top 50 schools. If it were not for the fact that this increasingly influential ranking was actually a rather dubious one, it could very well imply a significant upheaval in the academic landscape due to the differences in the world. Bernice's prior knowledge proved utterly useless. The information Bernice uncovered indicated that the QS World University rankings were a collaborative effort by the media group Quick Start Enterprises and the U.S. Planet Daily. This Quick Start media group was relatively new and lacked renown, But it was only after the ranking gained traction in recent years that it brought attention back to the company and its affiliated television station. Nevertheless, it seemed improbable that a widely circulated global ranking would place obscure universities in the top 10, did not? Bernice dejectedly acknowledged that it should be the latter scenario. She could only immerse herself in various materials and rankings, outlining a list of potential universities. The geographical spread was quite vast, with a slight preference for the East Coast. But the West Coast also had its fair share, and there were few institutions with commendable academic standings in the Midwest. Following her earlier intentions, she inquired of Clark whether he had any preferences among the options. She candidly expressed that she would prioritize the superior schools, favoring the East or West Coast over the Midwest. Her inquiry stemmed solely from a desire to consider his inclinations should she receive comparable offers from both coasts. Without much hesitation, Clark declared his fondness for the metropolitan allure of the East Coast. Bernice probed further. What is a metropolis like? What draws you to it? Clark hesitated, torn between words. What enchanted him was the resplendent city of the 31st century, vibrant and teeming with life, where the spirit of progress and the smiles of its inhabitants thrived. Of course, there was also the immense symbol of a superhero, akin to the one his mother, Martha, had quietly slipped into his clothing, a mark he did not feel pride in, for it represented a future beyond his reach, intertwined with his own unacknowledged anxieties. Yet, that emblem resonated with him, as if the city was welcoming him, forging an irreplaceable connection. Though he did not consider it part of his present self, he felt an undeniable yearning and affection. I cannot articulate the reasons behind it. I have yet to visit the current metropolis, Clark finally admitted, deliberately avoiding emphasis on the present. But you have been to the metropolis? Yes, Clark replied, his spirits lifted. Bernice, perceptive as ever, blinked and hesitated, as if unsure whether her words might sound foolish. Then, was it similar to your childhood visit? Clark blinked back, no. Then it must only pertain to the future. Bernice's eyes widened, her mind racing with images from science fiction films. She whispered, so you cannot disclose? Clark nodded, inexplicably moved. He had long felt discomfort about having to keep things from Bernice, yet she had indeed caught his drift. Bernice took a moment to process the surplus of information before grasping Clark's hand and proposing, with only a few days left of summer vacation. Shall we venture to the present metropolis for a date? It would be splendid to see the city you cherish. This was why Bernice, holding an umbrella, hastily made her way to the shade, awaiting Clark's return from buying ice cream. She felt a bit awkward and walked briskly, as she had yet to encounter anyone who used an umbrella for sun protection. Despite her thick skin, it took several deep breaths to compose herself in the face of the high rate of attention she was attracting. Earlier, a kind gentleman had reminded her to avoid exposing her skin, and clad in shorts, she initially thought him a Puritan, ready to retort, until he explained that he had treated patients with UV sensitivity, advising her to cover her skin, don a hat, and layer her face for protection. Bernice, thank you, but I am not allergic to ultraviolet rays. As she stepped into the shadow of the building, she stowed her umbrella and exhaled in relief, only to realize that something felt amiss underfoot. My apologies, Bernice exclaimed as she noticed she had stepped on someone else's shoe, quickly adding, I'm sorry for stepping on you. In the corner, a group of men were huddled together, some crouching, some seated, indulging in whatever they were smoking. The man whose shoe she had stepped on was seated at the edge, his legs splayed wide apart. This was why Bernice had inadvertently stepped on him despite glancing at the path. He flicked the stub of his cigarette aside, straightened up, and leaned forward, ready to confront her. Is that all you have to say? The rest of his words faltered as he caught sight of Bernice's face and attire, transforming into a low whistle. Ah, here we go. This is truly tedious. However, as she was at fault, Bernice endeavored to maintain her composure and suggested, would you like me to compensate you for the cost of cleaning your shoes? Laughter erupted from a few of his companions at his feet. The man, resembling a thug, chuckled as well, reaching out to grab Bernice's elbow. Hey, don't be such a bore. There's a bar down the street. How far must I go to make you remove your hand from my girl? A familiar voice interjected with an undertone of intimidation, carrying an unexpected authority. Bernice had never heard that voice employed in such a manner, causing her to halt in her retreat. Fortunately, the thug opposite her also paused, failing to grasp her arm. Clark, seemingly unaware of appropriate social distances, stepped directly between them. His towering stature naturally cast a shadow over the street punk, who instinctively took a step back. "Thank you very much," Clark said politely, nodding as he extended the white ice cream he held in his right hand to the thug, while his free hand took hold of Bernice's, leading her away. As they walked, Bernice turned her head, the sensation of astonishment still not fully dissipated. Clark adjusted his glasses and offered her the remaining ice cream. Chocolate-flavored and quite sweet, Bernice took a couple of bites before regaining her teasing tone. "Say my girl, huh?" Clark tightened his grip on her hand and cleared his throat. "I meant to say my girlfriend, but I got stuck." How infuriating. In the shadow, it was hard to tell if he was blushing. Chapter 71, Chapter 64, Joanna's side story. Including the main plot 01, Joanna had not anticipated this development. She was aware that her friend had recently entered a relationship, yet she had previously probed Bernice's feelings, only to discover that Bernice maintained her dismissive attitude towards the shallow, fleeting campus romances that change partners every few weeks. Thus, Joanna continued to boldly critique the increasingly absurd young couples on campus. She even found herself feeding them. Did the individuals across from her not know how to feed themselves? Turning to her friend for affirmation, she was taken aback to find Bernice had averted her gaze. She had actually looked away. Joanna was so taken aback that she nearly stuttered. Could it be that you and Clark?" Bernice's gaze drifted upward, a hint of bashfulness washing over her as she faced Joanna. "But that was in another city, and Clark didn't have ice cream, so I just let him have a taste." She cautiously cast a glance over. "I think it's somewhat different from what happens on campus, right?" Joanna replied. "Is it?" Bernice had already convinced herself, nodding affirmatively. Yes, exactly. I would never feed Clark anything in the cafeteria, unless he truly couldn't use his hands. So, it's definitely different." Joanna took a moment to collect her thoughts. Curiosity piqued as she asked, "Who went to buy the ice cream? Did you really just buy one?" "Clark went to get it. He actually bought two, but he did indeed offer one to someone else." Bernice paused, seemingly pondering whether this was intentional. But it is Clark, after all. She considered further, though, if it were intentional, I suppose that would make sense. A smile emerged on her face, reminiscent of a proud pet owner. Joanna shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Bernice playfully nudged her arm, laughing. "Stop that." Joanna chuckled, partially covering her mouth. "So you really agreed with my views on love before?" "Hey, you can't doubt me." "Of course I did. I would never lie to you," Bernice exclaimed. "And if I truly disagreed, I would say so directly. My perspective hasn't changed. It's just that sometimes you're willing to take that risk." Joanna sighed inwardly, saying, "I believe you." She blinked. "I trust that you lie to me. And I also believe you change too much because of this romance." 02 Joanna did not foresee this development. It was not that Peter Ross's unilateral provocation of Clark Kent was unexpected. Friends and even family often exchanged far harsher words, especially given the poor relationship between the two. Such occurrences were commonplace and entirely predictable. Joanna Hill gazed out the window, her eyes reflecting a dispassionate indifference, contrasting with her fiery hair. However, no one could have anticipated that the school bus would veer off and plunge into the heart of the lake. Joanna was not a swimmer, yet her panic took her by surprise. After all, hadn't she always deemed life rather meaningless? Now she realized she was scanning her surroundings, though she was uncertain whether she sought aid or a means of self-rescue. Both were in vain, as her vision blurred, unsure if it was due to overwhelming anxiety or tears streaming down her face. Then she heard a voice. It was sharp, yet carried a sense of assurance, as if even in such a predicament, it knew exactly what she should do. This voice directed them to smash the bus windows, and its owner leaned close to Joanna, whispering, "Next, I'll take you out. Try not to struggle, all right? Please attempt to trust me. I won't let you go." Why did that voice sound so resolute during the command, yet now seem tinged with anxiety? "All right," Joanna remarked, glancing at the slender arms reaching from beneath the armpit. She was aware of the exertion involved in guiding someone through swimming, so she harbored little hope. The girl had committed the previous acts and uttered those words, thereby bearing her responsibility. Moreover, none of Joanna's promises made to her had ever gone unbroken. Once submerged in the water, the girl struggled to swim, not exhibiting the demeanor of one who had led others before. Joanna dutifully held her breath, remaining still. It was relatively easy for her, as allowing the usual emptiness to wash over her brought a sense of weariness and lethargy that could mitigate most instinctual urges to survive. Yet, the girl truly did not let go. After surfacing, she immediately began to gasp for air, and Joanna could distinctly feel the grip on her loosening momentarily before it tightened again. Joanna felt exhausted on her behalf. After a short while, the girl managed to support Joanna as they slowly paddled towards the shore. Joanna tilted her head back, attempting to remain motionless even when water occasionally splashed into her mouth. It was not until her back touched the thick, muddy substance that she realized she needed to struggle to stand up. She looked at the long-haired girl, who was now kneeling on the ground, coughing up water and appearing utterly disheveled. Joanna could hardly discern her eyes beneath the tangle of hair. Joanna's physical condition did not permit her to dwell on thoughts for long. After a considerable interval, she regained her composure and aimlessly gazed at the sky. A bird, striving earnestly to soar upwards, often suggests that something good awaits at great heights. If a stranger is so determined, risking life and death in the process, might I be so fortunate as to learn your names? Only then did Joanna snap back to reality, turning her head to find that the girl who had assisted her appeared much improved, at least with her hair neatly swept back. The girl exchanged handshakes with everyone, including Joanna, and then smiled, a radiant smile that was truly dazzling, and said, "My name is Bernice Allen." Joanna had not anticipated this development. In disbelief, she exclaimed, nearly shouting, "You actually interviewed for the biology department?" Bernice sighed. "To be honest, I had no idea I was applying for biology until I spoke with that sharply dressed alumnus." "You clicked the wrong option when applying?" Joanna had never considered this possibility. Bernice continually surprised her. Had she ever encountered someone who meticulously crafted a college application guide for friends for the upcoming academic year, only to mistakenly select the wrong application option for herself? Bernice's gaze held a hint of guilt as she cleared her throat, hoping to maintain her image before her wholly trusting friend. "The schools I truly wanted to apply to were all double-checked before submission. This school was merely my safety net. I wouldn't have known where Ivy Town was if not for its name," she added, swallowing her words that sounded like a prestigious university, and continued, "Besides, I performed quite well." The interviewers seemed satisfied. "I am aware of your remarkable interviewing skills. Your previous interviews in linguistics and sociology were exemplary. However, your lack of interest and experience in biology raises a question. How could the interviewer have been so satisfied?" Joanna, intrigued, inquired how you managed it. I replied that I have cultivated a long-standing habit of observing the peculiar behaviors of various organisms, meticulously recording their movements and habits. Bernice could not suppress her amusement. As if I had shared a private joke only she understood. I then proclaimed, "The 21st century is indeed the era of biology. Whether it is through observational dissection, studying the structures of existing animals for the purpose of biomimetic materials and engineering, or delving into the expansive realms of genetic engineering, there remains a vast landscape yet to be explored." Joanna nodded in agreement, acknowledging the persuasiveness of my argument. Bernice murmured, "I'm just grateful we diverted the interviewer's attention. Otherwise, if he had asked what peculiar organisms I observed and their habits, it would have been disastrous. I certainly could not confess that one of their habits is a penchant for plaid shirts." Joanna had not anticipated this turn of events. The girl who had once saved her life was strikingly beautiful and possessed a vibrant personality, eagerly accepting Joanna's overtures. Individuals with such extroverted dispositions often engage in soliloquies, disregarding the opinions of quieter friends, or they might be astonished by the suffering of others over matters they deem trivial. But how could this be? Bernice was exasperated, slamming her palm onto the table, exclaiming, "I want to hit someone, or at least give her a good scolding." All right, I'm fine," Joanna chuckled, attempting to console her. It was indeed distressing at the time, but it has passed. Yet, despite their long acquaintance, Bernice shook her head with conviction, asserting, "The foundation of friendship lies in the mutual respect for each other's pain. You have expressed discomfort. If one cannot alter their behavior, at the very least, they should exhibit a willingness to change. A lack of such an attitude conveys a distinct absence of respect. My suggestion is to maintain a healthy distance." "I understand." Joanna nodded. Through her friendship with Bernice, she discovered that there truly exist individuals who exchange sincerity for sincerity, friends who embrace your challenges without judgment, offering advice and support when needed. Having experienced such a friendship, how could she fail to discern the difference? Joanna had previously been skeptical about the existence of such candor, yet she felt a profound confidence that Bernice would never deceive her. However, She recognized that refraining from falsehood does not equate to complete transparency. After all, she herself withheld certain truths from her closest friend. The friend she had casually mentioned earlier, who had caused her pain, was not only a longtime companion, but also her former girlfriend. Joanna understood Bernice well enough to anticipate some of her reactions, but when Bernice openly exhibited her protectiveness, it was akin to a gentle breeze nurturing parched soil with new seeds. Joanna could not quite fathom the reason, yet tears threatened to spill. Nevertheless, she held them back until she returned home, shutting out the scent of alcohol and the sounds of snoring alone. Chapter 72. The 65th chapter of The Night Sky. Bernice gracefully spun around, her long hair swirling in the air. She possessed a mature elegance that seemed ill-suited for the small town and high school she belonged to, and in her form-fitting black backless gown, she resembled a spirit of the night. Clark was well aware that boys were stealing glances at his dance partner. He could even recount their whispered remarks. He agreed with most of them, though he quietly shared with his partner, "I overheard someone say you resemble a creature of the night. While I personally disagree." "What do you mean by your tone?" Bernice replied with a playful half-smile. "I simply believe that a spirit would not tread on my feet 3 times, Clark remarked, glancing upward at the sky. "All right, my apologies," Bernice said sincerely, yet without remorse. Who truly needs dance training more? I enlisted Joanna as assistance well in advance to avoid stepping on her toes. This line of thought seemed reasonable to Clark. However, it raised another dilemma, leading Clark to hesitate, unsure whether to inquire, "What's wrong?" You danced with Gail last year, didn't you?" Clark began, faltering as he glanced down at Bernice's feet. The truth was, Gail was an exceptionally skilled dancer, capable of guiding Bernice throughout their performance. Despite her lack of experience, she had not stepped on Gail's feet. Yet, Bernice's innate sensitivity to words prevailed, and she was reluctant to articulate this directly. "Well, without regular practice, my skills are naturally quite comparable," Bernice asserted with confidence. "And if it weren't for you, I would have long since apologized for stepping on someone else and exited to enjoy a snack, rather than continuing to sway in the dance floor with such ease." Clark remained unbothered by her missteps. Clark regarded her with contemplative eyes, remaining silent. "If you truly don't wish to be stepped on, we could certainly step outside for a bite." Bernice, sensing Clark's slight displeasure, hastily sought to mend the situation. "No, it's not that," Clark replied with a hint of exasperation, gently guiding Bernice deeper onto the dance floor to demonstrate his indifference. He observed how quickly she reverted to her previous nonchalant demeanor, finding it rather endearing. Clark had sensed this before, and it was reaffirmed once more. Bernice had always possessed an exceptional sense of balance. She exhibited a strong, yet consistently sought to confirm the desires of others. However, since their relationship had developed, into something more romantic, she had become noticeably more self-assured in their private moments. Although she would occasionally inquire if any of her actions displeased Clark, as long as he remained silent, she would express a certain defiance that was unique to their interactions. In her heart, she evidently possessed a clear boundary regarding what constituted moderate capriciousness. Naturally, she would not demand financial support from Clark, and if he were preoccupied with some task, she would not insist upon his company. Often, it was during their time together that she would present small requests that lovers find delightful to fulfill. To illustrate, if one were to liken the social distance between Bernice and Clark during their friendship to 2 hands clasped together in a respectful yet intimate manner. Now, she abruptly placed one hand upon Clark's abdomen, a gesture she would have previously sought permission to make. Noticing that he seemed unperturbed by this advance, she inched closer to him. Assuming this to be a bed, she might have intended to fully encroach upon his space, provided he did not object. Clark chuckled, recalling the principle Bernice had emphasized. After mentioning any of her flaws, one must immediately compliment her on her other virtues, promptly stating, "Though perhaps not as enchanting as a night elf." Bernice playfully nudged him again. Clark mused on whether this was intentional. "But you are undoubtedly the most beautiful girl tonight," he said sincerely. "Did you overhear my conversation with Joanna to say that?" Bernice scoffed. "I disdain insincere flattery." In my eyes, Clark felt compelled to add a qualifier. Beauty is an abstract concept. He truly could not comprehend Bernice. She sought compliments, yet disallowed any exaggeration, which he found rather endearing. Satisfied, Bernice smiled brightly. The music soon faded, and the crowd ceased dancing, eagerly awaiting the school officials to announce the winners of the prom, king and queen, a moment deemed the pinnacle of the evening. Neither Bernice nor Clark paid attention to the results as they nestled in a corner, engrossed in conversation. Bernice, patting her stomach, remarked that she felt undernourished, still hungry after dancing for so long. The audience erupted into screams and cheers as a tall, handsome boy and a girl in a beautiful gown ascended the stage, both adorned with golden paper crowns. They endeavored to mask their delight, maintaining composed expressions as they waved to the crowd. "I'll bring you half a pineapple pie later. Made by Mom this morning," Clark said. "Wow, pie," Bernice exclaimed, kissing him excitedly. The crowd's cheers intensified, and suddenly, firecrackers burst in the air, showering the stage with sparkling confetti around the stars of the evening. The graduation prom was nearing its conclusion. Clark blinked and quietly extended his hand to Bernice, asking, "Would you care to linger a little longer and accompany me to a special place? An after-party for just the two of us?" Bernice grasped his hand. How could I possibly say no? She had not often soared into the night sky before. Her time with Clark typically unfolded during the day, and they would part ways by dusk, returning to their respective homes. Yet now, clad in her gown, she gazed at the deep blue sky, experiencing for the first time the illusion of being amidst a constellation of stars. Clark thoughtfully remained silent, listening as Bernice took a few deep breaths and murmured, "The universe and the starry sky are truly the most romantic things in the world. Do you love the stars so much?" Clark gently spun in the air, attempting to capture his girlfriend's attention, yet he recalled that her chosen subjects were predominantly in the humanities, with no astronomy-related disciplines. "Studying astronomy essentially means studying physics," he remarked. Bernice, still unaccustomed to being upside down in the sky, quickly grasped Clark's shoulders. "But you excel in both physics and mathematics," she countered, tilting her head slightly. "I enjoy stargazing as well as delving into cutting-edge scientific knowledge," Bernice replied, "but I do not relish research. I cannot endure solitude. Thus, I did not apply for any foundational science programs, except for biology at an Ivy League university, but that was a mistaken application." "Have you decided where you want to go?" Clark inquired, knowing well that Bernice had received several prestigious offers. "Gotham University has the top-ranked psychology program, which does entice me." "But you know Gotham." Bernice shrugged. "I did some research, and it seems the crime rate has risen slightly since our debates." Clark tightened his embrace around her waist, his expression a blend of reproach and concern. How could his eyes shine so brightly even in the night? I understand. Metropolitan University's sociology program is quite commendable as well," Bernice quickly interjected. "To be honest, I'm not particularly eager to go. It's not like an elevator plummeting or a car plunging into water, where there exists a complete self-rescue protocol to learn in advance. Human crime is." She trailed off, her brows furrowing, clearly not in high spirits. Clark suddenly declared, "But perhaps I can strive to change that." Bernice raised an eyebrow, and Clark knew she was asking how. He recalled that red and blue uniform in his room. One day, after Martha discerned his future endeavors in heroism, she unexpectedly gifted him the outfit, the vivid colors somewhat peculiar, emblazoned with a large on the chest. "I embroidered it with fabric from the little spaceship. The alien material is incredibly smooth. I nearly ruined it," Martha smiled, recalling the moment their ship first landed, where they had seen some virtual figures adorned with that very symbol, leading her to surmise it was linked to him. Jonathan speculated that it might be the family crest from their trip to the Arctic. Clark, having indeed visited the 31st century, recognized that it was the emblem of the elf family, symbolizing hope. He also knew that in that era, the symbol was ubiquitous throughout the metropolis, seemingly representing Superman's influence on the city. "I still feel unprepared," he hesitated to articulate, but in the focused gaze and accepting silence of Bernice, he realized he could speak freely. "But I have indeed made attempts to combat crime in the future." Damn mental block. He found himself at a loss for words again. "Let us descend," Bernice suddenly suggested. Clark naturally did not oppose. The moment Bernice touched down, she took hold of Clark's hand, murmuring, "I truly dare not do this in the air. I need to hold on tightly to feel secure." His hand still bore the insignia of the Legion. Clark had removed the ring during the prom, but donned it again after the event. Bernice scrutinized it with great care, then raised her gaze to inquire, "Is this related to your friends?" Clark exhaled deeply. "Am I truly not allowed to see them?" Bernice asked earnestly. Clark's breath hitched momentarily. He replied cautiously, "Perhaps, but if you genuinely wish, I could inquire." Bernice pursed her lips. There's no need. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. But I need to know who they are and what kind of people they are. Her words conveyed a necessity. She required this knowledge. Thus, it became a request. Clark felt a twinge of curiosity. Was this a small step of Bernice's toward him? Of course. No problem, he replied, feeling a blend of honesty and amusement. Before he began to introduce Saturn Girl and Brainiac 5, he asked, "Is this what you refer to as the darker side of love?" Indeed. Bernice's gaze suspiciously drifted to one side before she assertively met his eyes again. "I won't interfere with your friendships, but I wish to be informed. It's best to be detailed. Each person is different, and I simply want to know. It's a part of my desire for control. And you mustn't appear to trust them more than me." "I won't," Clark assured, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Since you trust me the most." Bernice generously waved her hand. "I don't mind how much time they occupy with you." Chapter 73. The color of the sky. Upon hearing Clark's descriptions of his friends, Bernice felt reassured. They might all be remarkable individuals with unique personalities, yet she did not believe any of them could replace the position of her dear friend. She was not concerned about romantic implications. Rather, her worry lay in whether anyone might usurp her friendship. Regardless of the nature of their feelings, she had to be the closest and most trusted one. Perhaps because the foundation of their relationship was rooted in deep friendship, Bernice found her experience of love quite novel. If her partner were to vanish for such an extended period in a close relationship with someone else, she would undoubtedly feel unease, perhaps even a tinge of doubt, not necessarily about infidelity, but about whether their feelings might fade into indifference, becoming unremarkable over time. However, with Clark, no matter how mundane things became, the understanding and close connection between friends would never dissipate. Bernice had never worried about these matters when Clark was in the Arctic, and now that she was embarking on her own journey to college far away, she felt little concern. In contrast, Clark appeared rather melancholic, which prompted Bernice to chuckle. "Oh dear, I'm sorry," she said, playfully tousling his hair. "What is the difference between this and your time in the Arctic? You're both studying away. Only I'll return a bit later, and you can always come to visit me." Clark agreed, but remarked that human emotions are often not entirely governed by reason. Bernice wholeheartedly agreed and designed a planet governed entirely by logic during her flight to the metropolis. However, she never anticipated that on her very first day at university, she would engage in a heated argument in a public setting. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with vast, fluffy, and beautiful clouds. Bernice entered the cafeteria with a fellow female resident of her floor, but the previously slow-moving line came to an abrupt halt. She heard a sharp female voice and decided to step out of the queue to investigate the commotion. "We clearly purchased a set meal. Why am I missing 2 meatballs?" exclaimed a girl with short hair, pointing at her plate. Her male companion beside her appeared uncomfortable under the scrutiny of onlookers, tugging at her arm and whispering something. "No, it's not a matter of you taking 2 of mine," the girl retorted, her Western accent evident. "We both paid the same price for identical meals. Yet my portion is clearly smaller. This window has done this before. It's always shortchanging me. You girls already eat very little," the staff member behind the counter stammered, momentarily flustered but quickly regaining composure. Upon hearing this, Bernice could no longer contain herself. That counter should offer portions in varying sizes at different prices for customers to choose from, rather than assuming all customers will eat less based on their gender. The staff member attempted to counter with illogical reasoning and even resorted to derogatory terms, including country bumpkin from the Midwest. Infuriated, Bernice officially joined the fray, arguing alongside the short-haired girl. While they succeeded in winning the argument and received a promise of prompt attention from school, Bernice was still so enraged that she contemplated ordering 3 bowls of rice to prove that women could eat just as much, but was promptly dissuaded. "Here, would you like a Coke?" The short-haired girl smiled, handing over a bottle. After a moment of contemplation, Bernice decided not to refuse and accepted it with a smile. Though she didn't take a sip, it seemed that upon arriving in the big city, her past habits had resurfaced, unless she had thoroughly assessed a person's trustworthiness. She would not touch any drink handed to her. Bernice skillfully logged into a rising sci-fi enthusiast forum using her account named Phantom. While waiting for the page to load, she rested her chin on her hand and gazed out the window. The rich, clear indigo sky was quite beautiful as well. She clicked on her favorite threads, eagerly reading the new replies. Featured hot topic. Have you heard of a new sci-fi book called Starship Odyssey? This thread had been designated as a featured post by the administrator. Ghost. Post 83. Ghost commented, "The author's grasp of pacing reveals them to be a newcomer. Yet this very quality imbues their work with a unique vibrancy of creativity. I eagerly anticipate the continuation of the plot. It would be marvelous to converse with the author, as there are many aspects I find particularly compelling." Post 84. Triple X exclaimed, "Wow, a photo with the administrator." Post 88. Phantom remarked, "Wow, a photo with the administrator. Our names are quite similar. I also find great pleasure in this book, and am curious about the aspects you particularly appreciate. Is it the development of the protagonist?" Bernice joyfully read through an array of fresh commendations, jotting down some critiques that highlighted its shortcomings, before opening her private message page to engage in discourse with the administrator. Ghost. This administrator seldom inundated the forum with trivial comments, yet occasionally appeared in threads that offered insightful analyses or discussions on science fiction. Remarkably, most of Ghost's views aligned with Bernice's own. Thus, without revealing her identity as the author of Starship Odyssey, Bernice frequently exchanged thoughts with Ghost, ultimately forging a connection as engaging online acquaintances. Not long after, she opened her inbox to discover an unread message from Ghost. The message read, "Having taken your review into account, I decided to watch that classic film. Unlike you, I found it quite enjoyable, at least. It surpassed the level of mediocrity, and I didn't perceive any logical inconsistencies in the plot, which is a rarity. I can understand your grievances. It is indeed simplistic and misguided to assume that extraterrestrial beings harbor malicious intent. However, might you be overly naive? I sense that you have a romanticized and optimistic view of alien life. Speaking of which, I believe the attitude of the female lead in Starship Odyssey is commendable, polite, and restrained, yet subtly cautious." Bernice typed a response. "I assure you, I am indeed cautious. Yet, your observation regarding a romantic imagination of extraterrestrial life is quite accurate. I even entertain the notion that alien life may not necessarily resemble humans. Perhaps they could be of some other form, such as bizarre, silicon-based entities, for I am, in fact, an enthusiast of non-human entities." On the other side of the screen, a pair of hands stroked a chin in contemplation, opening a search engine and typing non-human. Today, yet another innocent netizen had unlocked the gateway to a new world. Bernice was no stranger to university life. She was pursuing a major that genuinely intrigued her. However, while she navigated her studies with ease, a sense of ennui began to creep in. Naturally, she harbored no aspirations of forging more tedious friendships or engaging in monotonous social activities for distraction. Instead, she opted to audit courses from other departments, particularly in psychology and literature. Beyond participating in the campus debate club, she frequently connected with a community of science fiction enthusiasts across several institutions. The atmosphere in the latter was delightful. Bernice and her fellow aficionados explored science fiction works from around the globe, sharing brief critiques before engaging in online discussions. Indeed, after viewing a piece in person, they would each return home to compose their thoughts for online discourse. Bernice recognized her extroverted nature was a rarity among science fiction fans, and thus endeavored to accommodate the needs of her more introverted peers. Conversely, the debate club was a congregation of individuals brimming with self-assurance, some of whom prompted eye rolls from Bernice. While she was aware of her own self-confidence, she remained acutely aware of her many shortcomings and held a deep respect for the suffering that arises from sensitivity, even if it was not her own experience. In the debate club classroom, a young man was eloquently expounding on Nietzsche. Bernice, though not entirely grasping the subject, could not overlook the unmistakable air of superiority he exuded, as if he were a connoisseur of Nietzsche's philosophy. His voice resonated in her ears as he proclaimed, "Nietzsche's German should not be translated as Superman, but rather as Overman, transcending humanity. This Overman possesses the clarity to recognize that God is dead." He paused dramatically, creating an underlying subtext akin to "like me," before continuing, asserting that such an individual could rise above society, unbound by it, much like the farmers. Bernice struggled to suppress her impatience. After all, she was someone who heavily relied on society for sustenance, unable to cultivate her own food. "Much of what he says about Nietzsche is indeed absurd," remarked a Latina classmate, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. "But you need not fall into the trap of countering him wrongly." Fall into the trap? Bernice pondered, taken aback. Was it now an unspoken expectation for first-year students in the metropolis to have read and comprehended Nietzsche? She reluctantly admitted. I'm afraid I haven't actually read Nietzsche. I've only heard a little about him. So you're merely countering him for the sake of it? The girl mused, stroking her chin. Yet, you excel in debates. I had no idea you and read Nietzsche. I assumed you had a vast breadth of knowledge. Bernice began to understand why this rather capable senior lacked a social circle within the club. If one possessed the ability to summarize and deduce, they could glean much from a limited selection of serious literature. Otherwise, reading merely amounted to skimming over the words. Nonetheless, in most cases, reading, even if superficially, was better than being entirely uninformed. She shrugged and added, moreover, precisely because I lack depth, I can recognize those who rely solely on verbal bravado. You truly have a fondness for the sky. Alice Winder from the science fiction community approached Bernice, greeting her as she settled into a nearby seat. In this circle, Alice was known for articulating her thoughts on science fiction, providing insightful reviews that often mirrored Bernice's own experiences and viewpoints. I find the color of the sky perpetually beautiful, Bernice smiled, and I cannot help but imagine what it would be like if it were adorned with other hues. Perhaps some checkered jackets? Do you also draw? Alice's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I cannot draw at all, Bernice replied, but the sky truly resembles a work of art. Sometimes I feel that having only clouds as decoration renders it somewhat monotonous. Alice chuckled softly, then sighed, yet the blue of the sky is ever-changing. But why are airplanes white? Wouldn't it be delightful to have a splash of color? Bernice hesitated before finally saying, if I close my eyes and concentrate, I can envision Santa Claus's sleigh and his red coat. Alice gasped in delight. You are indeed a romantic soul. She closed her eyes, as if envisioning a scene where a vibrant red hue adorned the sky. A delightful sight, indeed. After a considerable interval following the conclusion of the Sci-Fi Society's activities, Bernice gazed upward at the now indigo sky. It was only after Alice mentioned it today that she realized this had seemingly become a new habit of hers. She had never been one to frequently observe the transformation of the sky. Yet now, she found herself imagining Clark soaring through various celestial canvases. It had become almost instinctive, prompting her to glance upward with increasing fondness. Ah, this blue is even deeper than Clark's eyes. The stars shimmer beautifully, and they would suit him well. Despite Clark's scarce appearances over the past few months, Bernice felt no hardship. After all, she was aware of his whereabouts, be it the Arctic, the small town, or some unknown locale with his enigmatic companions. Bernice had her own life to focus on, and her understanding of Clark provided ample reassurance, enabling her to remain untroubled or anxious despite their prolonged separation. Moreover, when she beheld the sky, a smile would grace her lips. I do not consume bread. Wheat holds no value for me. I am indifferent to the fields of grain, she mused. Yet, you possess golden hair, she murmured, and I even find joy in the sound of the wind rustling through the wheat waves. She had captured the essence of the sky's colors. Chapter 74, Epilogue, Tentacle Monster Bernice. It's all right. ISNT, it's just an increase in abilities or possibly extraterrestrial origins. Even if you have tentacles, I do not mind. Truly. Bernice, what? Regretting the lack of tentacles? Warning. 1. The scenarios presented in this epilogue do not align with the current timeline of the main narrative. They can be considered as having never occurred or as a branching storyline following Clark's transformation into a superhuman. 2. Clark Kent and Bernice Allen will each transform into extraterrestrial tentacle beings for completely absurd reasons, yet their consciousness remains intact. Those who find any aspect of this unsettling should promptly withdraw from reading this epilogue. Please ensure you have read the above warnings before proceeding. The first scenario, Tentacle Clark Kent Superman awakens from a nightmare. Previously, he had represented the Justice League at the inauguration of a superhero base in the Andromeda Galaxy's M110. But on his return journey, he was ambushed by an unidentified extraterrestrial entity. Superman exited the spacecraft to confront the laser weapons and photons unleashed by the opposing vessel. Amidst the fierce battle, he inadvertently fell victim to a concealed magical-like attack from a powerful adversary. I seem to have lost consciousness, Superman pondered as he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to grasp his current predicament, only to realize the sensations within his body had drastically altered. He vaguely sensed that his head could twist 180 degrees. How could that be possible? He reached to touch his neck, only to find he had simultaneously raised 3 tentacles. Despite the absence of others, the leader of the Justice League managed to suppress the urge to shout with considerable effort. However, his movements betrayed a hint of panic. He inadvertently struck his own head with his tentacles twice, barely evading the third instance. Superman struggled to acclimatize to his new form, resembling a cephalopod, with 10 tentacles replacing his limbs, which hindered his ability to fly effortlessly. In a vacuum of space, he flailed about, nearly entangling himself. Fortunately, he awoke not far from Earth, able to see the silvery glow of the watchtower. He immediately soared toward it, only to be ejected. He heard the familiar alarm of the watchtower as the remaining Justice League members emerged to warn and repel the alien creature flailing its uncommunicative tentacles. The vigilant reserve members confirmed that he was indeed flying away from Earth before departing. The leader of the Justice League experienced a mix of pain and joy. Superman hesitated between returning home and visiting the Batcave, ultimately choosing the former. If Batman were in the cave, confronting him in this inconvenient state of communication would likely result in a severe beating. Defeated, he would be confined for study. Victorious, he would still struggle to communicate effectively. If Batman were absent, the situation would be even more dire, as the Robins would be more active. Thus, he utilized his utmost speed to avoid the evening traffic below, stealthily flying above his apartment, where he clung to the wall. A glance at the lounge chair on the balcony revealed Bernice's coat draped over it. Had she returned? Clark recalled the garments strewn across the living room sofa, at the foot of his bed, and hanging from the laundry basket, unsure of her status. He hoped she had not come back. Anxiously, he wished to find paper and pen to document the events leading up to his predicament before seeking assistance to revert to his former self. For his current appearance was indeed terrifying. Then, he found himself face to face with Bernice, who had just opened the bathroom door. Clark's tentacles stiffened, frozen in place before the coffee table. Would Bernice scream in fright or attack him? He recalled her demeanor in the haunted house and feared she would likely react with a scream and an assault. If all went well, would she eventually connect the dots between herself and Clark due to her inability to overcome him? Bernice paused, casually reaching for a small alarm that linked directly to the Justice League. Disguised as a simple tattoo, seemingly unperturbed, she calmly and patiently inquired, "Hello, can you understand me?" Clark nodded slightly. "Pardon my intrusion, but it seems you are unable to vocalize," Bernice said earnestly. "If you truly comprehend my words, could you please raise 2 tentacles or limbs?" After all, nodding is merely a habitual gesture. In some cultures on Earth, agreement is conveyed without such emotion. Clark immediately grasped Bernice's reasoning, admiring her ingenuity, and complied with her request. Bernice inquired once more, "Are you here in search of another resident?" She was, of course, aware of such unconventional beings. If their intentions were not malicious, they were most likely seeking Superman. However, should the individual be oblivious to the fact that Clark was Superman, she could not afford to divulge that secret. Clark shook his head, realizing that in his current form, he may not be easily recognizable. Slowly, he extended a tentacle and waved it from side to side. Bernice nodded in understanding and, with a hint of uncertainty, asked, "Do you require my assistance?" Clark nodded in return, then, with a caution that would not alarm Bernice, gradually floated into their shared bedroom. He reached out a tentacle toward the familiar vanity that doubled as a writing desk, but to his surprise, his large, supple appendage could only grasp the pen, leaving the paper crumpled on the surface with damp impressions. Once Bernice Allen confirmed that this creature posed no threat, but rather wished to write, yet found himself unable. The situation became quite simple. She fetched another sheet of paper and a pen, inquiring, "Do you wish to write in English? Are you familiar with Morse code?" Clark certainly remembered, and although Bernice's recollection was not entirely clear, she could quickly retrieve the conversion rules. As she wrote, she recited, "I am Clark," then in astonishment, "Looked up, Clark?" He nodded, hoping to somehow enhance his credibility, though he was uncertain how to convey that while trapped in this form. Yet, he believed Bernice would find a way to confirm his identity. Indeed, how could Bernice be convinced so easily? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her demeanor was no longer as tense as before. She tilted her head, thoughtfully observing while emitting a series of intrigued clicks. She asked, "If I were to assign you a code consisting of 5 digits, what would they be?" The tentacles were quite convenient at this moment, though Clark wished they were not. Without hesitation, he raised the corresponding number of appendages to signify 24601. Is that really you? Bernice exclaimed, rushing to Clark's side. After briefly checking that his current form posed no harm to humanity, she embraced him. Upon withdrawing from the embrace, her curiosity piqued. She eagerly grasped one of his tentacles for examination. Clark, somewhat slow to realize, noted that since their initial encounter, Bernice had never exhibited fear in her eyes. Now, her caution had dissipated, replaced by overwhelming curiosity. Though she felt sympathy for him, and after grasping the general context, Bernice affectionately remarked, "But I truly adore magic." In the second scenario, Bernice Allen awoke to find her limbs transformed. Attempting to move, she gasped, "Tentacles. Let me examine this closely." She flailed her limbs in an effort to count them. But the commotion was quite significant, and moreover, Bernice always unconsciously gravitated toward her beloved while asleep. "Awake? Why are you so drenched in sweat?" Came Clark's sleepy murmurs from beside her. He opened one eye and was instantly wide awake. If he were human, he might have broken into a cold sweat. Before him lay a creature far smaller than the tentacled beings he had faced before. It had occupied the space that rightfully belonged to Bernice. Several sticky appendages draped over his waist, precisely where Bernice's arms had rested the night prior. Clark hesitated, initially intent on leaping up to find his beloved. What further disconcerted him was the innocent blink of the creature, as the tips of its tentacles curled slightly, almost as if greeting him, while others clung tightly to him. The sensation was eerily reminiscent of Bernice, and if one disregarded the peculiar slime, the breath shared a certain familiarity. "Bonnie?" Clark felt foolish for asking, yet his heart compelled him to do so. A few idle tentacles stirred, forming an affirmative gesture, while the soft head wiggled against the pillow, possibly nodding in agreement. In that bizarre moment, Clark could almost discern Bernice, who typically resisted rising in the mornings, sending a shiver down his spine. This was utterly uncanny. "How did you become this way?" Clark exclaimed, attempting to rise and investigate his partner's condition. However, the tentacles around his waist remained steadfast, with a few more inching closer, adhering to him with increasing tenacity. The cool, slimy texture and the sensation of the suckers sent chills down his spine. The strength of those arms, usually so gentle when coaxing him to linger in bed, was unmatched. Could this truly signify Bernice's unwillingness to rise? Clark, enduring the strange sensations, found himself lost in thought. One tentacle slid aside the half-open nightgown, slithering in like a serpent, leaving a winding trail of moisture along his sculpted muscles. Another delicately brushed against his face, sweeping over his lips and chin with the lightness of a feather, teasingly familiar, yet transformed from warm fingers to cool, soft appendages, sending a tightening sensation across his scalp. But was this discomfort severe enough to warrant rejection? He found himself indecisive. After all, it was Bonnie. The tentacles paused, sensing his prolonged stillness, and then joyfully began to wave. One curled around his neck, forcibly wedging itself between his spine and the sheets, applying enough pressure to coax him upright. Another wrapped around his chest, teasing with its tip, squeezing and adhering with suckers, meticulously testing for the perfect fit to cover his areolas. The sensation differed vastly from that of lips, and Clark struggled to breathe, feeling dizzy as though deprived of oxygen, despite the unnecessary need for it. Not to mention, it was indeed morning, and more than one tentacle ventured toward his lower abdomen. Superman took far longer than anticipated to seek help for his transformed beloved. Once she finally reverted, Bernice expressed her disappointment. "If only I could change back from time to time." "Change back?" Superman pondered, perplexed. "But this is your true form." "My dear lady." "Oh, Bernice," much like any hapless victim fortuitously returned home by Superman after an incident, was dutifully carried aloft by the Kryptonian force field. "Yet, I find myself harboring a few romantic fantasies about extraterrestrial life. Is such daydreaming not permissible?" "No one can hinder your imagination," Superman replied in his usually gentle tone, albeit with a hint of gritted teeth. For after all, fantasies do not inflict harm upon the realities of life. Chapter 75, If You Could Make Him Land. Clark was penning a letter, not dedicating a specific time for it, but rather carrying paper and pen at all times. In literature class, while perusing a book, in a gentle breeze, when a smile graced his face for some reason, or when certain words evoked feelings of trust and affection. He would pull out a scrap of paper to inscribe a couple of lines, later gathering them into a cohesive letter after several days. This habit also influenced Clark's approach to writing for the school newspaper. Whenever he encountered a noteworthy, write-worthy event, he would hurriedly jot it down on the same sheet of paper. The last time he shared this habit with Bernice, he wrote, on the same sheet, "The upper half contains mundane tidbits of my life and contemplative literature, which, as I read and write them, lift my spirits and make me long to fly to your side to tell you in person. The lower half recounts the town's record-breaking pumpkin harvest, the greatest in 5 years, which grounds me with the earthy essence of our little town. I imagine you wouldn't mind sharing a page with a pumpkin, would you?" Now, Bernice's reply lay at his side. After arriving at university, she refrained from letter writing for a considerable period, seamlessly adapting to the newly emerged instant messaging platforms. Indeed, she had mentioned that her world operated this way, promptly sharing snippets of her life with delightful chimes. She had also updated her permissions, allowing Clark to remain attuned to her life at all times. "I would be somewhat pleased," Bernice had said, "if you continued to keep an eye on my life. Still," she added with a playful smirk, "if it were someone else, it might seem a tad eerie, but for you," she raised an eyebrow, "I would even mind if you listen while I bathe. After all, you're my Clark. Just let me know in advance if you wish to do so." This left Clark blushing, unable to suppress his curiosity about what she would do if informed beforehand. Such thoughts, of course, would never find their way into his letter. Returning to the previous topic, Bernice seemed to believe that communication via messaging software sufficed entirely, yet Clark preferred letters. Those words, crafted after prolonged contemplation, could be felt and preserved. However, he felt too shy to request that Bernice, amidst her busy schedule, as mentioned in their chats, pen a letter to him. Thus, Clark took it upon himself to write to her. Initially, Bernice delightedly live-streamed her surprise upon receiving his letter through the app, even sending feedback as she read it aloud. Yet, she did not write back. Subsequently, Clark penned 3 more letters. Finally, Bernice understood. "Oh dear," she wrote in the chat box, and Clark could almost hear her laughter through the words. There's indeed a charm in communicating via messaging software. Has my Clark finally begun to be affectionate with me? The letters Bernice sent over were largely similar to those she had penned before. Whether it was her earlier travelogue, which she later gifted to Clark, or the letter she had written to him when she first entered high school, most of them chronicled the events of her life. Some of the matters had already been shared in their chat, but she would delve into deeper reflections. Currently, Bernice frequently quoted passages from books or poetry, mostly love poems, sometimes sharing songs. Rather than writing down the lyrics, she would mention which lines from a song reminded her of him. When Clark sought out the songs to listen, those lines often mirrored the sentiments of the verses she had excerpted, expressing love, longing, and protection. Thankfully, they were letters. Clark mused. If Bernice were to convey such sentiments face to face, he wouldn't know how to respond. Yet, she remained her usual self, particularly adept at breaking the ice. Only those who love with their eyes may part. For those who are united in heart and soul, there is no farewell in this world. Bernice copied Rumi's poem, intentionally leaving 2 lines blank, as if to calm the blushing Clark, and playfully wrote, "My heart and soul say, just so, but my eyes miss you. Will you come to the library for self-study with me this weekend?" Naturally, Clark would certainly go. Peter had expressed some dissatisfaction or perhaps concern. He hesitated, subtly inquiring about the frequency of their letters to one another. Was there a significant difference? "You are even harder to pin down now than before, Leon, my friend." Peter clapped Clark on the shoulder. "You seem more invested now than when you were together, often wearing that sticky, sweet smile. It's not a bad thing, of course. It's wonderful that you're happy, buddy, but how is that even possible? You two can't see each other often anymore." Peter hesitated, then finally remarked, "And the world out there is so vast. She will surely meet more people." Understanding his underlying message was not difficult. Without needing to investigate, Clark could imagine how many high school sweethearts had parted ways shortly after starting college. The slight worries he once harbored had dissipated amidst the jingling and affectionate banter. He was merely contemplating how to explain this to his friends without revealing too much. He ultimately gestured toward the envelope on the table, saying, "She was initially reluctant to write letters, but now our correspondence is almost equal, and sometimes she writes even more." Peter's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. "Incredible, brother," he finally murmured with great astonishment. "I thought that Iron Lady never compromised. Is this her form of concession?" Clark suddenly felt restless. Perhaps it would be better not to write at all. No, 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 Peter exclaimed. Forget I said anything. I see that you two are doing quite well. Moreover, you are truly beyond salvation, my friend. Regrettably, this letter remains unfinished. Bernice felt a twinge of distraction as she discreetly pulled out her phone once more during class. Casting a fleeting glance at the screen, Clark had yet to respond. She was acutely aware of everyone's busy lives. Yet Clark had a habit of sending her a good morning message each day. Unlike her, who had grown accustomed to indulging in slumber during her free mornings. It was already nearing noon. However, worrying was futile. She composed herself, resolved to call him after class, and focused her attention on the lecture. As the school bell rang and she began to gather her belongings, a figure she recognized all too well suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Scanning the room before striding towards her, Clark appeared rather unwell. His complexion was pale, his clothing disheveled, and when he reached out to grasp her hand, it felt as though he were clutching a lifeline. His anxious demeanor bore resemblance to a dog that had just been kicked. It had been a considerable time since they last met. While letters and messages could convey feelings, their face-to-face encounter was tinged with a hint of timidity. Clark hesitated to step closer, utterly drained of energy, lacking the strength even to offer Bernice ample explanations. Without uttering a word, Bernice embraced him, the drenched dog. No, her beloved. She yearned to inquire, yet held back, simply running her hand along his back. Clark rested his forehead on her shoulder for a moment, as if drawing strength from her presence, before lifting his gaze and softly asking, "Are you free later?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bernice nodded, sweeping her belongings into her bag and slinging it over her shoulder. She was prepared for whatever awaited them. "It's my father," Clark said, his voice strained, punctuated by pauses as if he struggled to articulate the words. "He's in the hospital, and the doctors believe the chances of recovery are slim. He wishes to see you." This sounded ominous, akin to a last farewell. Did the doctor mention a timeline? Bernice carefully inquired, choosing her words with tact. 1 or 2 weeks, perhaps half a month. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet Clark knew he was unyielding to the winds of despair. He continued to keep his gaze steady, for he was both the navigator and the vessel, tasked with guiding those in his care to their destined place. His voice led Bernice to believe that if he were on solid ground, he might bury his entire face in his hands, quietly crumbling under the weight of his anguish. But now was not the time for such surrender. Bernice gazed at the ground and suddenly said, "If we follow this railway, will it lead directly to the town?" Clark nodded, albeit confused, yes. Bernice extended her hand, gently shielding his eyes with her palm. "You may close your eyes for a while. Just focus on moving forward. I will keep watch of the direction." She did not ask if he needed it, as she understood that for many, admitting vulnerability and acknowledging one's needs is a challenge. Instead, she slowly extended her hand, gradually folding her fingers together, noticing Clark's lack of objection. She removed his black-framed glasses and placed them into her bag, cupping her hands over his eyes. Bernice could feel the delicate brush of her eyelashes against her palm. Clark closed his eyes, and for some reason, this brought her an immense sense of calm. 10 to the left? No. 5, she murmured after a while, until their descent. Her palm remained dry, yet she was certain that what she had just done was precisely what a protector ought to do, without the need to combat anyone. They landed outside the town, and Clark, still silent and hurried, took her directly to the hospital. A certain tension reemerged within him, but it no longer emanated from deep within. He paused before a particular patient room and gently knocked on the door. Naturally, it was Martha who opened it, her eyes swollen from tears. She embraced both of them tightly and then stepped aside, saying, "Come in." He.S. just waking up. Chapter 76. Chapter 68. Conversation. Bernice hesitated as she entered the room, which reeked of disinfectant. Among several white beds, only one was occupied. Jonathan lay there with his eyes closed, the pristine sheets gently rising and falling. A pot of fresh flowers adorned the windowsill beside him. Yet the overwhelming whiteness of the room diluted the essence of the flowers and sunlight, stripping away the quaint charm of the town. Perhaps all hospitals were the same. Martha gently squeezed Bernice's arm and stroked the nape of Clark's neck, who bowed his head to allow her access, before letting out a sigh and exiting the room. Clark followed her, but before he closed the door, Bernice grasped his arm. "Does he wish to speak with me alone?" she asked. Clark nodded. Then she leaned in slightly. "Is Jonathan aware of his condition?" Receiving an affirmative answer, Bernice exhaled in relief, nodded at Clark, and shut the door behind her. At least she need not worry about inadvertently disclosing anything. Outside, Clark was restless. Seeing him so, Martha, who was knitting with a furrowed brow, chuckled softly and shook her head. "Don't worry, little pumpkin." "Mom," Clark protested quietly. Martha remained silent and continued her knitting. Clark's gaze inadvertently fell on the fabric. Noticing that her stitches were considerably looser than usual, he silently returned to his seat. If his mother was anxious, then he could not afford to be. However, the conversation within the room prolonged far beyond what Clark had anticipated. Several times he yearned to eavesdrop on their discussion, which was evidently pertinent to him. But he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Bernice had allowed me to hear the voices around her, but my father had not. I had overheard their voices when my parents were unaware. At that time, I could not yet control my abilities well. But didn't you have an overwhelming desire to know certain information? Information about yourself? What could possibly be off limits? Clark felt a genuine stirring in his heart. As his thoughts shifted, not only voices but the entire scene within the room unfolded before him. "I cannot hear Bonnie's voice." Clark resolutely severed the additional auditory perception. Though he could not entirely convince himself, he simultaneously felt a sense of relief. Yet, what exactly had Bernice refused? When Bernice opened the door once more, Clark immediately approached her. Her expression was neutral, neither sad nor joyful, as if she were lost in contemplation. Clark, studying her demeanor, hesitated briefly before inquiring, "Could you share with me?" Her eyes widened slightly, revealing a smile that hinted at both affection and a trace of resignation. She cast a sidelong glance at Martha, who seemed engrossed in her knitting and was not looking their way, then cleared her throat. "Did you not hear?" Clark shook his head. "How endearing." Bernice mused silently, unable to resist the impulse to gently grasp Clark's face with both hands. He was, in fact, a touch better than she had anticipated. 10 minutes earlier, although she had not experienced it firsthand, Bernice had absorbed much from literature. In the final stages of life, conversations with a partner often either entail parting words or serve as a test. The latter could manifest through prolonged silence and waiting, gauging one's patience and fortitude. Reflecting on this, Bernice decided to break the silence. "Did you summon me to discuss something you would prefer Clark not to hear?" Jonathan regarded Bernice for a moment. If he were not pale and bedridden, his gaze might have been quite imposing. However, Bernice found the situation rather uncomfortable. She did not harbor particular fondness for Jonathan, yet witnessing someone who had once scrutinized her with formidable authority, now lying weak and on the verge of death, stirred a complex mix of emotions. Furthermore, his gaze implied that even now, he continued to appraise Bernice, which intensified her discomfort. She felt both unease and sympathy. Jonathan spoke. "You know Clark in here?" "Of course," Bernice replied. Initially, she intended to await his next question, yet sensing Jonathan's difficulty in articulating his thoughts, she opted to elaborate to spare him any distress. "I previously informed him that he could listen to the sounds around me at any time. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to declare at the outset if there are matters you wish him to remain unaware of." Reflecting inwardly, she acknowledged that if she were in his position, she would undoubtedly listen in on conversations between her dying loved one and their partner. Who could resist such temptation? What if I were to say that I indeed do not wish him to hear? Jonathan's question lacked clarity, prompting Bernice to respond based on her interpretation. In that case, Clark would certainly not be listening. However, if Jonathan did not express that wish, Clark would feel no guilt in overhearing. Jonathan regarded her once more and asked, "Would you then conceal the truth from him? If Jonathan were to make such a request?" "I doubt it. I would not withhold anything from him simply because someone else asked me to." At this moment, Bernice felt emboldened to stand her ground against the patient, candidly stating, "However, I would assess the situation myself. If I believed that knowledge might pose a genuine danger, I would inform him of the risks and allow him to make his own choice. Overall, I do not favor deceit." Jonathan chuckled, though his laughter quickly transformed into a low, raspy cough. Bernice hurried forward, carefully assisting him with the glass as she offered him a sip of water. Jonathan, with his eyes closed, took a brief respite before inquiring about Clark's uniqueness. "I embrace individuality. I take pride in considering myself distinct," he declared. "Clark, however, does not fit this mold, yet I perceive him as not so different after all." Bernice shrugged, asserting, from a standpoint of strength, He is indeed extraordinarily powerful and exceptional, a force I have never encountered nor found documented. However, I believe that the uniqueness derived from strength and that stemming from character are not vastly different. Ultimately, both merely lead one down a path less trodden. Jonathan inhaled deeply and closed his eyes again. "You are too young," he remarked. Bernice felt somewhat indignant, though she refrained from raising her voice in the hospital room. "Yes, his differences are quite pronounced, yet by my standards, he truly isn't that dissimilar. If my criteria are merely the average, how can I presume to consider myself unique? Then, will you depart from him?" Bernice cupped Clark's face in her hands, applying a gentle pressure that caused his cheeks and lips to swell slightly. With his crystalline blue eyes, he appeared particularly innocent, as if Bernice were teasing him. "I just expressed that I cannot guarantee I won't leave you," she said with a smile. Her eyes widened in surprise as she retrieved his black-rimmed glasses from her bag, the ones he had removed during the flight, and placed them back on his face. Emotions are notoriously unpredictable, but as long as you remain authentically yourself. In the room, Bernice had impulsively uttered, "As long as Clark is still my Clark," before halting, troubled by the thought. Clark need not be her lover. She would still love him, and love, much like the moon, is ever-changing. The more vows one utters, the more frivolous they seem. "I just expressed that I want to distance myself from you due to external factors like strength, as long as you remain true to yourself. I will always believe in you and protect you." Though love may fracture, Bernice believed that even after a separation, she would undoubtedly regard Clark as an important friend. She would safeguard her friends, particularly Clark. While she may not be able to elevate him to the heavens, she could certainly nurture and protect his spirit. "Provided you do not change too much, you must remain my Clark," she murmured as Clark enveloped her in a sudden embrace. "If humans become part of the menu, that simply won't do." Bernice was adamant about not making casual promises. The more stipulations she added, the more it underscored her commitment to fulfill her words. "I must adopt this attitude," Clark mused. He heard Bernice's voice, laced with amusement yet slightly thick with emotion, resonating not only in his ears but also rumbling from his chest. "I understand. I will always be your Clark." Yet this declaration required no conditions, Clark reassured himself. Chapter 77, the 69th chapter of Separation. Bernice pushed the literature aside on the table and turned to gaze at the sun, gradually becoming entranced. Previously, when she wished to escape her responsibilities, she would take out her phone for a distraction, despite the absence of smartphones at that time. Now, however, she found herself lost in thought. It was dusk, and the scenery was bathed in a muted orange hue, appearing increasingly blurred in the heat wave. A delicate fringe of light encircled the sun, gradually shifting towards the shadows of the opposite building. This was the only moment in the day when the naked eye could gaze directly at the sun. It seemed that ever since returning from the small town's hospital, Bernice had been more frequently lost in reverie. That day, upon exiting Jonathan's hospital room, she sat on the steps at the entrance, staring vacantly at the sun. Her phone and bag were left behind in Jonathan's room, and she was reluctant to ascend the stairs again, interrupting the Kent family conversation. Sitting outside Jonathan's door felt uncomfortable. Was it not inappropriate to seek ease in the face of another's death? However, Jonathan's condition did not weigh heavily on Bernice. She was unwilling to feign a contrived sorrow nor emphasize her indifference in front of the genuinely distressed Clark. Thus, she affixed a note to the bench outside Jonathan's room and descended to occupy her time alone. At the juncture of afternoon and evening, that distant fireball seemed lethargic, separated by countless mountains and the familiar air of the small town, as though it were a weary worker after a long day. Or perhaps, like an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Bernice was not well acquainted with death. As someone who refused to succumb to panic in times of trouble, she had naturally contemplated her own mortality. Aging, grave illness, accidents. She even found herself slightly envious of Jonathan's manner of passing, with a clear mind unclouded by the ravages of age-related ailments like Alzheimer's. He could recognize his loved ones and converse with them. Hospitalization alleviated his suffering, sparing him the torment of chronic pain. He had a rough idea of his impending demise, enabling him to avoid wasting time and allowing ample opportunity to converse with loved ones, leaving behind a will and final words. Considering that death is an inevitable part of life, this represented Bernice's most favorable vision of her own end. Yet, she clearly could not express this sentiment to Clark. "Hey, I think your dad's way of dying is quite good. This was not mere arrogance. It bordered on insensitivity. Bernice had yet to experience the death of someone who held significant meaning for her, making it difficult to fathom Clark's emotions at that moment. Yet it was evident that, even if death were dignified, the finality of farewell was not easily accepted. The air had begun to cool with the approach of night, and Bernice had classes the next day. However, at that moment, she found herself incapable of urging Clark to hurry. Leaning against a nearby stone pillar, she began to gaze at the stars. After a while, her imagination wandered to envision different alien civilizations on distant planets. Have you been here all along? Clark's voice carried a hint of nasal timbre. Bernice snapped back to reality, turning to extend her hand. Yes. Clark, seemingly lacking energy, merely raised his hand slightly, allowing Bernice to grasp it. At times, Bernice felt a twinge of sympathy for him. His hands would never grow cold from his suffering, making it more challenging for those he interacted with to comprehend the turmoil within him. Clark averted his gaze, swallowed hard, and slowly uttered, "I'm sorry for taking so long." "No need to apologize," Bernice interrupted. "I am genuinely pleased to be here. I do not wish for you to feel isolated. Although, should you truly seek companionship, you can find me anytime, anywhere. Here, I feel as though I am accompanying you, so it is perfectly fine." Clark mustered a faint smile. "I'll escort you back." Then, as was customary, he supported Bernice as they soared into the night sky. During the return journey, he remained utterly silent, and despite her hesitation, Bernice found herself at a loss for words. Upon landing, she hurriedly grasped Clark's hand. "I will call you, all right?" Clark nodded. His expression was serene. Yet Bernice felt a pang in her heart when she gazed into his eyes. "If you wish to see me or need anything, I'm always here." Bernice was unsure what to say. She simply felt that she should not let him depart without more. I can offer a hug anytime." She enveloped Clark in a firm embrace that lingered for quite some time. As she watched him fly away, Bernice thought of the unspoken words she hoped could be conveyed through that embrace. Thus, the ensuing 2 weeks felt particularly protracted. It wasn't merely due to the separation from her boyfriend. Truth be told, when Bernice and Clark were apart, they communicated as frequently as when they were together. However, this time, Bernice reduced the frequency of her contact with Clark. She hardly shared snippets of her life through messaging apps anymore, opting instead for a daily, structured phone call. Each time, she would inquire, "Is there anything you wish to share today?" If Clark had nothing to say, she would repeatedly emphasize that he need not respond if he did not wish to speak, and that he could simply hang up if he preferred not to continue the call, allowing her to ramble on about her own life. This approach carried some risk. Those grappling with their own struggles and fatigue might find it jarring to hear others share their fulfilling lives, leading to feelings of inadequacy, self-reproach, or even anger. Yet, some could draw strength from the voices of close friends or lovers, even if they lacked the energy to reciprocate. With each call, Bernice cautiously probed into Clark's state, ending the conversation when she deemed it appropriate. It was indeed exhausting, and she could not guarantee her judgments were correct. Yet Bernice was determined to proceed in this manner. Jonathan Kent passed away 3 weeks later. He was laid to rest on a small hillside behind the farm. Bernice returned to attend the funeral, deliberately excluding Clark from participating. She believed that this was the proper way for her to pay her respects as a human. She stood alongside her family, all clad in somber black, maintaining a distance as they gazed at the Kent mother and son beside the gravestone. "If you wish to go, then do so," Maureen Allen remarked. Despite her daughter being taller, she reached out to pat Bernice's head. George's countenance appeared troubled, yet he nodded in agreement. The ever-curious Mary, surprisingly, remained silent, merely watching her sister with eager, fluttering eyes. Bernice found herself torn between her own desires and the expectations of her family, resolute in her decision to pursue her chosen path regardless of their approval or disapproval. The anguish surrounding the two individuals seemed to create a world of its own, leaving Bernice uncertain whether they wished for her presence or absence. Yet, with her family gently urging her forward, she inhaled deeply and made her way over. Martha opened her arms wide, and the trio embraced tightly. "Have you changed your mind, dear?" Martha inquired, casting a glance at Clark. After a moment's hesitation, Clark shook his head, affirming no. "I still intend to graduate high school. This will be quite a challenging time for you," Martha remarked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I cannot accept that my father's death has compelled me to embark on a new chapter." Clark shook his head, his expression resolute. "No, It will still be after high school. Where to? Bernice could not help but ask. He expressed a desire to take a gap year to travel the world before attending university. Martha noticed the expression on Bernice's face and covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, hasn't he told you? Bernice, slightly bewildered, instinctively shook her head. No. Traveling the world? That sounds genuinely intriguing. Yet, Clark averted his gaze, his long eyelashes quivering slightly. Yes, I will go alone. He lifted his eyes as if to say something, but paused. You two young souls should take a stroll, while I keep Jonathan company. Martha smiled at them, her hand gently caressing the gravestone. As they descended the slope, Clark nervously stole glances at her. Please don't be upset. I have contemplated this for quite some time, but I lacked the courage to tell you. Bernice was indeed not angry. She was merely astonished. I'm not angry. But why didn't you mention it? Because this may differ from previous separations. Over the course of a year, my address will be uncertain, making communication challenging. Additionally, I wish to temporarily disengage from social networks and phone contact. Clark spoke in a single breath, his words flowing effortlessly as if rehearsed numerous times. Bernice closed her mouth, which had unknowingly fallen open. She heard herself say, So I assume the reason for not keeping in touch is not due to a lack of network access in other places? Clark, nervously gripping his fingers, nodded. Is this a breakup? No. Clark exclaimed vehemently. No. It's just that on one hand, I wish to explore the world and discover what I am capable of. On the other hand, he tightened his grip on his hands. Meeting Bernice's gaze with earnestness, your companionship feels incredibly comforting, Bonnie. I must attempt to navigate without your support for a while to understand myself better. I need to know what I can achieve on my own. But I do not wish for this to impact our relationship. Clark's voice rose suddenly, grasping Bernice's hand earnestly. I know this sounds unfavorable, but I believe you can understand. I hope you can. I can understand. Bernice squeezed his hand, but I feel that revealing this at this moment is quite unfair. I want to be angry and have you soothe me, yet that's not possible. Maintaining a romantic relationship while not contacting each other for a year? Alas, my boy, you truly are ambitious. Bernice pursed her lips, pressing down on Clark's shoulder and planting a kiss at the corner of his mouth, as if to vent her frustrations with a playful bite. I will send a postcard back, she declared. Clark, taken aback by Bernice's magnanimity, responded in bewilderment. Imagining the situation, Bernice felt a twinge of resentment. If I didn't truly love you, I wouldn't accept this. At the very least, we should part ways, enjoying our freedoms during this time, and let you pursue me once more afterward. But alas, it shall be as it is. Clark's eyes widened, and he chuckled, finding the movement of his facial muscles somewhat unfamiliar. He whispered, Thank you, I love you too. Chapter 78. Ruins. Clark had the uncanny ability to perceive death sooner than anyone else. At that moment, Martha held Jonathan's hand in one hand while the other sought to feel his breath. Her hand trembled, yet with hope, she gazed at Clark. It seems there's still a flicker of life, doesn't it? How could he respond to such a gaze, explaining that it was merely the gentle breeze passing through the window? Ah, I understand, Martha murmured, her fingers gently gripping the now somewhat cold hand, resting her head softly on Clark's shoulder. My little star, you just glanced at the windowsill. Perhaps you should learn to conceal yourself better. I will, Clark heard himself reply. Standing before the grave, Clark held a bouquet of flowers, gazing into the pit where the coffin lay. His vision blurred, and after forcefully blinking, he could see the white petals quivering slightly. If he could not control the tremors in his arm, could he also not master the strength he wielded? What if he crushed the flowers? Clark made a concerted effort to steady himself, though the petals continued to quiver. Clark, are you ready? Snapping back to reality. Clark's fingers grazed the freshly watered petals as he replied loudly, I am coming, determined to witness the truth firsthand. He refrained from envisioning an imaginary landscape of the country he was destined for. Yet, he found it astonishing that his host was a widow living solely with her child. Marina spoke a fair amount of English and had previously been a student at the National Music Academy on the peninsula. However, the regime enforcing control over the area forbade any music beyond the confines of home, forcing her to shatter her cello upon returning. Many of her classmates sought to escape the country, but Marina chose to remain. My sister was publicly accused of burning a man after she rebuffed his harassment on the street, and she was horrifically burned alive right there, Marina recounted, crossing her arms as she spoke in English. How could this happen? Clark exclaimed. Did no one intervene? Some picked up stones to throw at her. Others brought sticks to beat her, and one even drove a vehicle over her. They tore off her clothing and headscarf to expose her body, and ultimately, they burned her alive. Marina's voice was cold yet possessed a calmness that filled Clark with awe as 30 or so assailants unleashed their brutality while thousands looked on. I too wish to understand the reason for her death. I am deeply sorry. Before Clark's eyes flashed the dilating pupils of his father. Yet Jonathan passed away with a certain tranquility. How could Marina accept such a death of a loved one? Previously, I might have said, "Spare me the pretense, Americans." Marina wrung out the cloth. But you, in your reckless folly, seem to be quite earnest. You ought to visit the Scharf family. The Scharf family is a household of the deaf and mute in the town. Marina had once lent a hand there in her youth, but now, even if she wrapped herself tightly in black cloth, she could not go alone, as she lacked a male relative, father, brother, or husband, to accompany her. Thus, she now implored Clark for assistance. Clark had met Marina while volunteering at the Red Cross, where he encountered her attempting to secure a wheelchair for a child who had lost both legs. Marina, if this question is too intrusive, feel free to refrain from answering. But why did you stay here? Clark hesitated. Why did you even marry and have children? I heard there were armored female warriors who wounded assailants. Was that the reason you remained? Marina gazed at him for a long time. I have heard that too, but I do not believe it. If such miracles existed, they would not last. They would merely escalate the violence. I remain because Dibla is not my child. She is my sister's daughter. But you said you were widowed. He protested. You could simply say my husband ran off with his second wife. That is quite common. Marina shrugged. The traces of her education at a westernized university had nearly been obscured by her cautious demeanor, surfacing only in fleeting details. Initially, she had intended to return to find Dibla, but later found herself without the opportunity or funds to leave. Yet as I taught Dibla, I thought, I may not have completed my university education, but I have at least seen the world. Dibla had never encountered a girl younger than herself, let alone anyone else. Rather than obsess over how to escape, I would show them the world I have witnessed. Clark wandered absent-mindedly down the street until he was jolted back to reality by a collision. I'm sorry, he reflexively exclaimed, switching languages. The man in the grimy hood turned to glance back, his face mostly obscured by his collar, revealing only a pair of wolf-like eyes. He turned away with a swift, unremarkable grace, attempting to blend into the crowd. Suddenly, Clark sensed something amiss. Wait, my wallet, he shouted, and upon hearing his voice, the man immediately began to run. The man was exceedingly cunning, tall, only slightly shorter than Clark, and his escape should have been ostentatious. Yet he slipped away like an inconspicuous eel, vanishing at the slightest distraction. Clark pursued him, furious. That wallet contained Marina's meager earnings. She had entrusted him to buy some items for home. It could not be stolen. He activated his heightened perception and strained to listen, ensuring he did not lose track of the thief. His sole priority was to keep running, not to fly. Clark's acute senses suddenly detected something amiss. He hesitated slightly, slowing his pace in an attempt to discern the origin of this peculiar sensation. The man he was pursuing suddenly halted his fluid movements, tearing off his collar to reveal a grimy visage, barely recognizable as that of a gaunt Westerner, as if he were sniffing the air for something. Abruptly, he shouted, "Get down!" before Clark could react. The world was engulfed in a deafening roar and a blaze of light. This thoroughfare, adjacent to the marketplace, was within the blast radius of an explosion that had occurred for reasons unknown, with numerous residents present, many of whom were women clad in ankle-length robes. Clark had heard Marina lamenting her immobility. He sprang into action, ensuring his speed remained within human limits while discreetly employing his freezing breath to cool the air. You can't do this, the man, who had been pickpocketing, unexpectedly joined in the rescue effort. He had appeared beside Clark, speaking fluent English. As Clark struggled to remove an oxygen mask from a woman who was gasping for breath, she clawed at him desperately, in his effort to avoid harming her. He turned his head upon hearing the man's words, only to be astonished to see the thief rapidly conversing in a flurry of local dialect with a woman who was attacking Clark, far exceeding his own grasp of the language. Thus, he watched in bewilderment as she calmed down and was assisted away by the thief. Thief, be careful. Clark realized in a flash, fearing that this habitual criminal, who he had nearly failed to catch, might rob the very woman he was trying to help. He hastily shouted a word in the local tongue to her. The veiled woman immediately took a step back. The filthy English-speaking thief rolled his eyes, gesturing and speaking to her. The robed lady hesitated, but eventually nodded and departed. Yet the man returned. "Are you British?" Clark questioned, uncertain. The man's accent was predominantly American, yet bore a hint of British inflection. "And you are obviously American," the thief replied, his British tone suddenly intensifying. Naive and foolishly idealistic to the point of arrogance. Clark took a deep breath of the smoky air to calm himself, quickly stifling a cough as he caught the man's gaze, before adopting a serious expression and replied, "Better than stealing money." The man, who was determined to assist, raised his collar to obscure the lower half of his face, yet there was no trace of guilt upon it. Clark had always been intrigued by enigmas, and this man was evidently full of them, a conundrum personified. "May I inquire as to why you are here?" Clark asked. The man, initially gazing into the void, turned his head to scrutinize Clark more closely and replied, "Your motives are quite evident. Naive idealism. Among such individuals, those who are killed and those who flee are equally numerous. You seem to have stayed here surprisingly long. Perhaps fortune has favored you." Clark chuckled softly. "You could simply decline to answer. However, I did not come here out of idealism." The man raised an eyebrow, his deep blue eyes glinting with interest. "I have yet to ascertain my ideals, let alone any particular doctrine," Clark remarked. "My initial purpose for coming here stemmed from tales of a golden-armed warrior, yet the interest of men swiftly waned, revealing a hint of ennui. Merely in pursuit of myths and heroes. In contrast to warriors who may possess great power, some ordinary individuals here seem more akin to heroes." Clark thought of Marina and sincerely stated his thoughts. He then considered Bernice, knowing that she would surely appreciate Marina, as they shared many similarities. Then a man was pinned beneath a wall. The small thief with deep blue eyes suddenly interjected. Clark hurried over to inspect. It was not as grave as it appeared. He assisted the man, and upon turning back, noticed the thief had vanished. On the ground lay his wallet. Clark picked it up and counted, finding it $50 short, while Marina's local change remained intact, which he chuckled to himself as he pocketed it. He refrained from using his X-ray vision and turned towards his destination. Chapter 79, Chapter 71, Arrow on Valentine's Day. Metropolitan University adorns every student's door with a chocolate and a rose, in the spirit of fostering a festive atmosphere. Upon returning from class, Bernice peeled away the tape, clutching the floral stem and candy, and collapsed on her bed. She gently squeezed the petals, relishing the delightful softness imbued with fragrance, before carelessly tossing the rose aside. She tossed the chocolate back and forth, scrutinizing it under the light like a precious gem, hesitating, though not entirely dubious in origin. The possibility of it being swapped did linger. Bernice pondered whether there was anything about her that might provoke envy or resentment. From the perspectives of wealth, beauty, or social connections, surely no one would bother to replace her chocolate. Gathering her resolve, Bernice finally sat up from her bed, grimacing as she gazed out at the overcast sky. The indoors felt so warm, yet she had made plans to shop with a girl from next door. Bernice popped the chocolate into her mouth, donned her down jacket, and stepped outside. "Alan, what are you thinking?" The girl accompanying her, browsing through the gifts, noticed Bernice pausing at a shelf and couldn't help but display a hint of curiosity. "Are you selecting something for a boy?" Snapping back to reality, Bernice chuckled lightly. "Well, not exactly. I'm just contemplating whether to buy it." "Who is it? Do we know him?" The classmate inquired with growing interest, leaning in closer. However, Bernice's expression hardened as she softly huffed, "My boyfriend, with whom I am currently in a cold war." "You actually have a boyfriend?" the classmate exclaimed. "One could also say I do not," Bernice replied. "Are you ready to break up with him at any moment?" "Not quite," she mused, carefully considering how to articulate her thoughts. If Clark were to hear this, what would he think? Or is it that his suggestion to sever ties included ignoring the happenings on this side? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. If Clark's previous declaration of severing contact did not encompass this profound listening that transcends mountains and rivers, it implies that when Bernice is suddenly compelled to confide in the depths of night, yearning for a warm embrace that cannot be fulfilled, she is left to navigate her emotions alone, as she finds herself completely unable to reach Clark. He, on the other hand, remains untouched by such anguish, as he can listen at any moment. This disparity is profoundly unjust. Yet, if his decision to cut off communication extends to this aspect, Bernice feels a faint sense of regret as a partner. However, As a friend and observer, she cannot help but be moved by Clark's resolve. The prolonged absence of contact undoubtedly stirs some unease within Bernice. Yet, truth be told, it is difficult for her to envision Clark forming such intimate connections with anyone else. Moreover, should the worst occur, she would be willing to relinquish the romantic facet of their relationship. Her trust in Clark, coupled with her self-assurance, causes her fleeting doubts to dissipate like mist with each breath, leaving behind only a trace of concern for his well-being. Yet, maintaining such worry proves more challenging than anticipated. Neither blades nor bullets can harm him, and should he encounter that peculiar mineral again, Clark is no fool. He will surely evade it. I express these thoughts solely because he feels so distant. Ultimately, Bernice chooses to reveal a portion of her truth, for crafting lies is a cumbersome endeavor, particularly when he does not initiate contact with her. This cannot bode well, can it? The female classmate purses her lips, pondering that unless he is merely shy and reserved, the thoughtfulness of any gifts would be rendered moot if she cannot even reach him. She cannot send gifts without an address. Frustrated, Bernice places the item she was holding back on the shelf. It's nothing, merely temporary. In the end, Bernice decides to regard her written letter as a gift for Clark, as it cannot be sent and he may read it upon his return. A year is indeed a long time. With a hint of irritation, she takes the money she intended to spend on a gift for Clark and enters an adult novelty store. Here, various types of male masturbation devices dominate the shelves. After searching for considerable time, she inquires, "Excuse me, do you have any external use items for women?" The shopkeeper, having held a cigarette in one hand for quite a while, replies, "Huh?" Bernice retorts, "You sell this. Surely you must have encountered it before? I mean, something for external female use? Such customers are rather rare. I haven't stocked any," the shopkeeper responds, extinguishing his cigarette on the grimy counter and appraising Bernice with a gaze as greasy as the front desk. "Leave your contact information, and I'll let you know when I get some in." "No, thank you," Bernice replies, turning on her heel to leave. She resolves to venture to Gotham. Bernice is determined. Surely Gotham will have what she seeks. She has yet to explore the neighboring city, and given its proximity, a weekend visit would be convenient, providing a perfect opportunity to see Joanna at Columbia. Joanna is studying physics at Gotham University. When she initially chose this institution and major, Bernice had cautioned her, considering the city's notorious safety issues, from the shocking major incidents that captivated global attention a decade ago to the myriad of minor occurrences that transpire almost incessantly. At that time, Joanna merely remarked that Gotham University was exceptional, being the best offer she had received. If her friend was resolute in her decision, Bernice would certainly support her and cheerfully replied, "That's splendid. I live nearby, so it'll be convenient for us to meet. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out." Joanna lowered her gaze, then lifted her eyes to meet Bernice's, smiling, "I will." Previously, Joanna had visited Metropolis several times and had developed a keen interest in the science fiction club that Bernice attended, participating in several activities together. However, perhaps due to the cold weather, she had not been in touch with Bernice for the past few months and had not visited Metropolis. Bernice had noticed Joanna posting about her drinking escapades and even saw a photo of her smoking last week, which caused her some concern, prompting this visit. Bernice first went to purchase the toy Joanna desired. After all, it would be quite peculiar to shop in such a store with friends who were neither partners nor casual flings. She managed to find the desired item without wandering into any back alleys, a testament to the peculiarities of Gotham. However, if the adult novelty shop were situated in a too secluded locale, she would be quite hesitant to visit, given the nature of Gotham. As Bernice approached the main entrance of Gotham University, she spotted a girl with fiery red hair. "Joanna," she exclaimed, smiling as she hurried forward, but halted just before making contact with the girl's arm. "Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." The green-eyed stranger, cradling a pot of pot hose, offered a slight smile and shrugged. "The person you're looking for should be over there." "Thank you, you have a lovely aura," Bernice sincerely complimented, as it was her nature to genuinely praise every girl she encountered, countering the societal standards that often judged women solely on their appearance. The red-haired girl blinked, her demeanor shifting from warm and serene to playfully provocative, enhancing her features significantly. She adjusted her grip on the pot hose and blew a kiss to Bernice. This unexpected gesture made even Bernice blush slightly. "You are truly beautiful. If I weren't in a relationship, I would definitely ask if you'd like to go out sometime." The girl appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow. Would you like my number then? Sure. It's not possible to progress further, but I do enjoy making friends with remarkable women, Bernice replied as she took out her phone. Are you also a student at Gotham University? Yes, I'm studying botany. They exchanged phone numbers and Facebook details, engaging in light conversation before parting ways. Bernice glanced at her watch, realizing she was not late, and hurriedly grasped her bag as she turned a corner, spotting her friend, nearly failing to recognize her. Joanna had dyed her hair black with indigo highlights, clad in a short jacket and tight leather pants. Your style has changed so much. Bernice laughed. Is it not appealing? Joanna deliberately turned around, showcasing her new look. It looks fantastic. Bernice nodded vigorously. So, cool. It does seem somewhat familiar. 2 weeks ago, Bernice had shared a new album by a female singer, praising both the songs and the cover art, which exuded confidence and freedom. She had forgotten about it, but some had not, even emulating a similar style. Joanna led Bernice to a delightful Italian restaurant, modest in size and adorned with a charmingly vintage decor. The ambience was warm and inviting, populated by numerous students and middle-aged patrons. However, the downside was the presence of a few boys who clearly recognized Joanna and attempted to engage her in conversation. One bespectacled, short fellow stood off to the side, while another approached with a grin, inquiring if he could share a table. Despite the latter possessing an appealing appearance, Joanna looked skyward and curtly replied, "Hello, no. My friend and I are engaged in conversation, and I would prefer no interruptions. If there is no seating available, you may consider taking your meal to go." Bernice innocently interjected, effectively silencing him. Once the boy departed, Bernice asked, "Is he a classmate?" Some from the same lab simply cannot comprehend the word no, Joanna sighed. Sometimes, I wish all the males in my field would just vanish. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she cautiously glanced at Bernice. Bernice chuckled. Why the long face? I've had similar thoughts. And who hasn't? T spoken in haste. But you've grown so much. I've learned quite a bit from you, Joanna smiled. Her lips pursed, losing a bit of her cool, blue-haired demeanor. I'm just unsure why I'm always drawn to the tall athletic types. What about you? What do you prefer? Bernice pondered for a moment. For boys, I actually find myself attracted to nerdy types, geeks who are shy or emotionally dependent on me. Like the one who was just here. I find them rather endearing. Joanna paused momentarily. As for girls, I don't seem to have a specific type. I'm open to all. Bernice tapped her chin thoughtfully, noticing Joanna's expression. Oh, didn't I mention? I identify as pansexual. So, I really have no restrictions on types, except for one situation. If I find myself in a role where I am the other's emotional mentor, and they trust me more than their own judgment, I will swiftly curtail any excessive fondness before it develops. Isn't that also a form of emotional dependence? Joanna took a sip of water. That's my personal boundary, as I lack faith in myself. Bernice shrugged. I possess a strong desire for control. Love can reveal dark sides. If she or he relies too much on me, I fear that during conflicts in a close relationship, I might lose control and utter words that could shatter their self-esteem. Chapter 80, Chapter 72. A gentle breeze. Joanna was hastily summoned back to the lab, as there seemed to be an issue with some data. Bernice sighed as she finished her chocolate drink and pushed open the cafe door. The gentle chime of the wind chimes lifted her spirits ever so slightly. She resolved to take a drive through the streets of Gotham once more. The area was adorned with many charming old-fashioned buildings. Since she had some free time, why not visit a museum or two? However, a significant dilemma loomed before her. Bernice, where's the car I rented? The corner where she had parked was now conspicuously empty. She crouched down, yet lacking any training in trace investigation. She could only discern a faint tire mark, unable to follow it to any conclusion. Not to mention the peril that lurked within this situation. But it was a rented vehicle. If it were lost, she would likely have to compensate for it. Bernice's heart ached as she resigned herself to report the incident at the police station, hoping for the best. As expected, the front desk at the precinct exuded a lackluster demeanor, but the presence of a brown-haired officer emerging with a cup of coffee straightened the atmosphere somewhat. Officer Gordon, I assure you, I'm not being negligent. I'm simply exhausted, he defended himself, diligently taking notes for Bernice. Following that, his demeanor improved remarkably. Entirely devoid of the disdain for ordinary citizens' theft cases that Bernice had anticipated from officers in high-crime areas. He listened intently to her account, inquired meticulously about the time and location of the theft, made a few notes in his notepad, and then looked up at Bernice, saying, I comprehend the situation. The most likely culprit is a gang of youth operating in the East End, known for removing tires from parked cars to sell and smashing windshields to steal items within. The officer paused and asked, "Miss Allen, did you have any other belongings in the car?" Bernice recalled carefully. "No, I had all my possessions with me." The officer adjusted his glasses. "If we locate the vehicle, we will contact you promptly." "Did you purchase full coverage?" Bernice replied, "I am uncertain. As this is not my car, it is a rental. A vehicle rented from out of town, I presume?" The officer shrugged at Bernice's nod, stating that the rental agreements in this area were quite explicit, leaving no room for ignorance on the part of the renter. "If we do not reach out within a week, I personally recommend you discuss compensation matters directly with the rental agency." Calculating her cash reserves, Bernice hoped it would not lead to financial ruin. She expressed her gratitude to the officer, then took an intercity bus back to Metropolis. She donned her headphones, gazing at the unfamiliar bricks, buildings, and pedestrians passing by outside, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. As the bus traversed the intercity bridge, Bernice couldn't help but look back, watching the somber, gray silhouette of Metropolis gradually fade, silently observing it all. How peculiar it is. One seems to remember loss far more than they do the act of giving. If a city takes something from you, it seems you shall never forget it. Time flowed smoothly, with Bernice balancing her days between classes, clubs, and art, as if nothing had truly changed. She felt as if she had merely squandered a few years, learning a few new things. The only exception was her growing impatience with love songs. At times, she would halt in her tracks due to a gentle breeze, turning her head on the bustling street filled with people, or reaching out in a tranquil alley, for she was under the illusion that the wind carried something familiar. Yet, the breeze always passed through her fingertips in a mundane manner, flowing away as if it were perfectly ordinary. Bernice stood there, contemplating that perhaps this was the wind she had come to recognize. How had her former self behaved? It seemed she would have simply reached out, asking, "Is it you?" However, now, in this ever-crowded metropolis, after having questioned her perceptions so many times, Bernice could no longer voice the inquiry. She focused on her toes as she took a step, then lifted her gaze to the sky, where the blue was gradually deepening until it turned to a profound darkness, revealing the stars. This path was nearly deserted, so Bernice began to hum softly as she walked. "My Clark. Yes, my Clark. Indeed, my Clark. Yours. Then my Clark's clothing is mine as well." Suppressing a laugh. My Clark's lips are also mine." "Really?" It was uncertain who initiated the first kiss. But after a long separation, the lovers finally embraced tightly, cautiously exchanging that long-awaited kiss. Chapter 81. The future of this kiss was gentle and slow, as if, after confirming each other's existence, they were gradually erasing the estrangement and doubt, readying the bonds that had come undone. However, Bernice could feel the warmth of vibrant, living muscle beneath her fingers. Thus, she decided to postpone any lingering awkwardness. Yet, the immediate return to communication felt somewhat off. She casually placed her hand on the red's. Then she hesitated, recalling a question. "What is your resolution?" "I hope to better utilize my abilities and save as many people as I can." Bernice replied, "I see. You wish to save the world." "No, no," Clark interjected, realizing that upon deeper reflection, there was a certain truth to her words. Bernice's gaze inadvertently fell upon this. Shifting downward, was Clark truly the Superman she thought she knew, the one who donned his underwear on the outside? Bernice had previously avoided this question, thinking that without any signs, it could be set aside for the time being. But she could not resist asking, "Are you going to save the world in that outfit?" "What's wrong with this outfit?" Clark looked down, noticing it was the traditional attire his mother had sewn, presumably from Krypton. Bernice crossed her arms. Clark tilted his head in confusion, suddenly jolted. "I didn't mean to keep it from you." As he paused to organize his thoughts, a premonition struck him. Earlier, I went to the 31st century. Indeed, Saturn Girl's mental block had vanished. What was the principle behind that? Could he only speak of these matters once he resolved to become that so-called superhero? Clark began anew, recounting his adventures, revealing his hesitation and fear regarding his future identity. He paused before disclosing his current resolve, mindful of his concealment from Bernice. "Are you well, Bonnie?" Clark inquired cautiously. Upon sensing that Clark was about to discuss something of great importance, Bernice retracted her half-serious demeanor and adopted an earnest listening posture. However, the moment she heard about the 31st century, Her gaze became unfocused. She made an effort to comprehend Clark's inner journey. Yet she thought, the 31st century? Humanity has not become extinct? With difficulty, Bernice mustered a question. Clark, taken aback, responded, of course not. Your question is rather perilous, glancing at her with concern. Ah, that seems somewhat regrettable, Bernice remarked, studying Clark before altering her tone. Well, perhaps at isn't so regrettable. She hesitated, opening her mouth and then closing it, as if deliberating for an eternity before finally articulating. So, do you know what your future identity's, codename is? Clark, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, not entirely sure. Primarily, the name sounds rather too straightforward. He harbored a slight hope that perhaps the title could be altered. Bernice was fervently trying to recall everything she had ever heard about Superman. In truth, she had paid little attention to such matters, nearly forgetting his image, her mind only conjuring the absurdity of the red underwear worn outside. Her eyes momentarily drifted downward. Is there also one called Hydra? Or is there some perverse figure in clown makeup? How vexing. She wished she had taken more interest in this role back then. Upon closer inspection, although the color saturation was excessively high, perhaps due to its tight fit, it didn't appear unattractive, albeit a bit risque. Wait a moment. If Clark looked good in anything, does that imply this outfit is not so bad? She cleared her throat. So, will this be your uniform for that identity? I believe so. If I wish to adopt a form distinct from my usual identity, aside from wearing it, I am uncertain how else to differentiate myself. However, I do not plan to wear it just yet, Clark replied. Is this your contingency plan, Clark? To separate the capable parts from Clark Kent? To create a new identity merely by changing clothes? Bernice clicked her tongue. If you intend to draw the world's attention to the fullest, countless eyes will be upon your every move, setting aside the issue of revealing your identity. Her expression shifted to one of concern as she gently touched Clark's face, continuing, there will be immense pressure and numerous controversies shadowing you. If your choice stems from something you witnessed in the future, I strongly urge you to reconsider. Pay no heed to fate. Simply follow your heart. I have seen far too many tragic tales resulting from belief in fatalism. Those stories, even if fictional, are heart-wrenching, and I sincerely hope Clark does not come to regret his decisions. My father once said that people need a unique and selfless individual to guide them in recognizing the generosity and beauty of the world. A person who sacrifices the small self for the greater good. I never deceive myself into believing that I am that person, yet I aspire to provide support and assistance to others to the best of my abilities. Clark gently remarked, adorned in garments that exuded an otherworldly aura, appearing almost divine. Thank you for your concern, Bernice. But this is my own choice and is unrelated to the future I envision. Bernice fell into a contemplative silence. Clark initially waited quietly, but gradually became restless, shifting slightly and tightening his embrace around his girlfriend. May I? Bernice snapped back to reality and, without hesitation, replied, what may you? But what do you intend to do? After a long time, Bernice once again felt the clouds. The ground still retained a hint of the sunset's warmth, while the heights had already welcomed the chilling embrace of night. With one idle hand, Bernice grasped the red cloak that fluttered beside her, wrapping it tighter around herself, and then pressed closer to the source of warmth, continuing her contemplation. What are you thinking? Do you disapprove of my decision? Clark, aware that it was unlikely, displayed a somewhat hurt expression of doubt. Indeed, Bernice immediately responded, no, I do not oppose. I have no right to oppose your choices. Clark grew genuinely anxious. What? Are you angry? Are you blaming yourself for making significant decisions without consulting me? Bernice smiled softly. No, it is never wrong to help others. I am merely reminding myself of this fact. No matter how close we are, I do not possess the authority to prevent you from doing anything, as we are independent beings. Of course, independence aside, if Clark were to make decisions without regard for his own thoughts, then altering the nature of our relationship would also be a decision he could independently make. However, we must further discuss how to safeguard your life and what you wish to pursue afterward. Since you desire two identities, surely the other identity must also have aspirations? I wish to become a journalist. I have always relished the feeling of uncovering the truth, Clark confessed, feeling a bit bashful. If not for the fact that he was currently holding Bernice in the air, he would have been tempted to scratch the back of his head. Metropolitan University's journalism department has also extended an offer to me. Bernice exclaimed in surprise. Am I to expect to see you at school next semester, freshman? Clark readily shifted his tone. I hope the senior can show me around the campus. I am quite busy. Freshman, Bernice teased, tilting Clark's chin playfully. If you wish for my time, you must exchange it for a kiss. After a moment, Clark opened his eyes to see the blush on Bernice's cheeks as their foreheads touched, and he smiled. Are you satisfied, senior? Bernice lazily opened one eye. I think more practice is required. She sighed again. It can't be that bad. Clark furrowed his brow. Bernice chuckled, placing a gentle kiss on Clark's cheek. It's not about that. I'm merely considering how my schedule next semester will likely be overwhelming. Is it because you've enrolled in too many courses? Or is it the clubs? Clark sensed that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion and began to descend gently from the night sky. Indeed, I must embark on self-study of some new courses in preparation for applying for a JD, Bernice remarked nonchalantly. JD, Juris Doctor, the esteemed Doctor of Jurisprudence? Is that not notoriously challenging? Why, you have never exhibited an affinity for the law before, Clark exclaimed, his eyes wide as if a revelation had struck him. When do you intend to pursue your JD? Just now, Bernice replied, tilting her head back slightly, adopting an air of aloofness. Please do not feel any psychological pressure, Clark. This decision did not arise solely due to you. You are merely a catalyst. Clark continued to gaze at her, his brow furrowed, words caught in his throat. Secretly, Bernice thought he looked as if he might cry. What are you truly contemplating? She said affectionately, brushing her fingers through his hair. I cannot fathom why you wear such an expression. I do not wish for my choice to burden you any further. Clark shook his head, feeling a sense of failure. But Bernice, what are your thoughts? Why the sudden desire to pursue a JD? Bernice regarded him thoughtfully, setting aside the tales of that extraordinary being she had heard about. Clark's abilities seemed nearly invincible at first glance, posing no real danger. However, decades of evolving narratives made it evident that heroes do not always triumph effortlessly over calamities. There would inevitably be challenges that could even place her beloved Clark at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the age-old belief that those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions lingered. Clark's very existence set him apart from ordinary earthlings. Truth be told, were it not for her profound understanding of Clark, she might have found herself among the ranks of those who doubted him. She was an entirely ordinary person, fortunate enough not to be a hindrance in combat, yet utterly incapable of aiding Clark. The thought of admitting her inability to protect her partner, relying solely on his guardianship, felt almost humiliating. She would not accept that. So how could she safeguard Clark? By entering politics? However, ascending to a position of power required not only a significant investment of time, but also navigating the treacherous waters of partisan conflicts and securing support from powerful factions. Even if she were to become president, her tenure would be limited, and she could easily be ousted. Most importantly, this was not something Bernice was passionate about or desired to pursue. She had little interest in journalism. In contrast, she found herself drawn to the law. Currently, the legal landscape surrounding superheroes and extraterrestrials was largely uncharted territory. As a practitioner, she could potentially advocate for legislative changes and, should any unfavorable news concerning Clark arise, she would be among the first to know within the legal community. Furthermore, becoming a federal judge on the Supreme Court would grant her a lifetime appointment. Yet, Clark was by no means the sole motivation. Bernice Allen would never engage in foolish sacrifices purely out of love. Over time, such decisions would likely transform into burdensome regrets and sunk costs. Studying law could genuinely benefit others, and she found it to be a field of considerable interest. Bernice chuckled as she spoke, admitting that it would indeed be quite exhausting. I had not considered this before. After all, I am rather lazy. However, with the added motivation of learning the law to protect you, I feel inclined to give it a try. What is that expression on your face? I have already stated that my decision was not influenced by you. Bernice frowned in irritation, asserting that this is my own choice. Should I find it unbearable later, I can always withdraw. If you take on such responsibility, I would be compelled to endure for your sake, which is out of the question. I have reiterated that I will not subject myself to torment for your benefit. I will only pursue what I genuinely wish to do. Cast aside your burdensome thoughts. Chapter 82, Chapter 74, concludes the narrative. After meeting Bernice, Clark dedicated another year to exploring the world. For an extraterrestrial capable of circumnavigating the equator in mere seconds, Earth is not particularly vast. Nonetheless, to truly experience the myriad countries and regions, as well as to appreciate the local customs and people, requires considerable time. In the second year, he did not obsessively monitor Bernice's whereabouts, instead visiting her intermittently, which significantly improved his mindset. The 2-year gap proved somewhat troublesome. Bernice, also enrolled at Metropolis University, researched the admission policies and regulations to assist Clark in navigating the journalism school. Upon her return, she called Clark to announce, "All sorted. You can extend for another year, but remember to write a report on something you could discuss when you return. It will even earn you credits." Clark internally clicked his tongue, thinking that Bernice would undoubtedly excel in her legal studies. When Clark entered Metropolis University as a freshman, Bernice was nearing graduation. Preoccupied with her thesis and JD applications, she scarcely had time to familiarize her adorable junior with campus life, resorting instead to bestowing multiple kisses during their rare moments together. Clark accompanied her to the science fiction club she used to frequent, and many onlookers were taken aback when they saw them together. Clark discreetly surveyed the surroundings, leaning into converse with Bernice while intertwining their fingers. He could audibly hear an irate, bespectacled nerd muttering, "Oh no, she actually meant it when she rejected me. But her boyfriend looks just as geeky. We're both wearing the same t-shirt." Clark recognized that Bernice had a fondness for shy, geeky types, which prompted him to suggest a visit to the club. This was driven by his curiosity about her past academic life and a subtle desire to assess the competition. Indeed, it appeared that geeky boys were easily enamored by a woman of Bernice's commanding presence. Thankfully, Bernice did not pursue biology or IT, where the number of introverted boys in laboratories and computer rooms would be even greater. That day, several science fiction enthusiasts experienced heartbreak. However, Clark was not particularly overjoyed. He needed to seize the opportunity to spend more time with Bernice, as the prestigious law school she applied to did not include Metropolis University. Bernice felt a sense of anticipation, yet chose to remain silent, dedicating herself more fervently to her school applications. Ultimately, she presented 3 offers to Clark with an air of triumph, exclaiming, "Columbia University is also in the Metropolis." Since the rankings of these 3 institutions are quite comparable and the scholarships are similar, Clark embraced her and, somewhat ambiguously, remarked, "I could fly anywhere else too. Sacrificing one's future for love is the most foolish thing in the world. I shan't do that." Bernice playfully nudged Clark's muscular chest and placed her hand on it, primarily because the rankings of these schools were indeed similar. "Among my professors, I find myself particularly drawn to the one from Columbia." Clark took hold of her hand. Bernice Allen, with an unprecedented vigor, commenced her studies. Columbia Law School boasts one of the most stringent admission standards in the nation, with the JD program at its core, making competition exceedingly fierce. The selected students were all confident and exceptional individuals, and from what Clark gleaned from Bernice's phone conversations, the atmosphere was rife with competitive tension. Thankfully, Bernice had yet to uncover any devious tactics. "I secured first place in today's mock trial oral arguments," Bernice exclaimed animatedly over the phone. "You've always excelled in this." Clark chuckled on the other end, causing Bernice to feel a delightful tickle in her ears. Earlier, Peter had mentioned how he should have realized she was studying law, and he had said much about that. However, writing the litigation brief is truly exhausting, Bernice lamented. "I've been sent back numerous times. I'm starting to doubt myself." "I heard you took on the role of law review editor," Clark replied. "I suspect you are not as deficient as you claim. In American law schools, only the most outstanding students can serve as law review editors. While earning this honor is commendable, I genuinely believe that, aside from oral arguments, there are others who surpass me in various aspects. Is it possible that everyone places too much emphasis on eloquence rather than execution?" Bernice shook her head. "What about you? Having graduated, have you been overwhelmed by your thesis?" Clark's university graduated in the same year as Bernice's JD program. "In comparison to my thesis, I have been focusing more on my internship lately." Clark instinctively glanced aside and lowered his voice slightly into the receiver. "Have you heard about the happenings in Gotham? That mysterious person?" "What mysterious person? Gotham?" Bernice, with her other hand, accessed her social media to check Joanna's updates. Recently, Joanna had shared a news article with only part of the headline visible: "Vampire or Demon? A black figure spotted on the streets of Gotham." Bernice clicked on it. "I suspect he is akin to me," Clark exclaimed excitedly. Bernice's hand slipped, causing her phone to fall to the ground. She paid it no mind, pressing the receiver tighter to her ear. "In what way are we alike? If he seeks to save lives, perhaps the shadow of Gotham could be a force against crime." Clark remarked that those claiming to have seen him and been attacked were merely members of Gotham's underworld. What do you intend to do? Find him? Bernice picked up her phone, furrowing her brow at the indistinct shadowy image in the link. This reveals nothing at all. No, I plan to observe what he will do first. Clark glanced at the red and blue uniform lying beneath his bed. And perhaps I should what? Bernice inquired after a prolonged silence. Put on my uniform, Clark instinctively replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he quickly diverted the conversation. By the way, I'm interning at the Metropolis Times. I wrote an article regarding Gotham's crime rate and the legitimacy of vigilantes. The editor granted me a small space to cover this mysterious individual. Ah, did they credit you? Bernice exclaimed, glancing nervously around the room, recalling that her roommate was not present. Yes, the sudden volume startled Clark, yet he couldn't help but smile. However, it was indeed a very small segment. I purchased 2 copies. Do you want one? The Metropolis Times? Today's issue? Bernice was already putting on her shoes. Then I must buy one for my collection. Congratulations, Clark. Bernice acquired the newspaper and found a small block attributed to Clark Kent, in turn, on the 7th page. She read it. It bore her familiar writing style, but was evidently heavily edited. Clark's prose was already quite succinct, and in this truncated form, it seemed almost skeletal, rendering his arguments less compelling. Perhaps the Metropolis Times had intentionally designed it this way, as the remainder of the page was filled with critiques of this shadowy figure and rebuttals to Clark's viewpoint. Bernice extinguished her idea of purchasing another copy for clipping and huffed disdainfully at the Metropolis Times. Bernice graduated and secured a position at a prestigious law firm. As the ratio of Columbia Law School graduates landing elite legal jobs is notably high. Meanwhile, Clark, leveraging his prior experiences, successfully obtained what he preferred, perhaps his most coveted position at newspaper. One iced Americano, please. Exiting Perry White's office at the Daily Planet, Clark set down the final beverage on the tray. Thank you. Morgan Anderson took a sip from a cup, seeming to come to life as a relieved smile spread across her face. Finally taking a proper look at the newspaper's newcomer, imposing in stature, yet wearing a pair of geeky black-rimmed glasses, not particularly tall. And his smile, while adjusting his glasses, appeared quite reserved. Her discerning gaze swept over him, leading her to believe that this boy might not last long here. Perry White favored reporters with the tenacity of Lois Lane. Are you an intern or? Morgan inquired. Officially, today marks my 2nd day at the Daily Planet. Clark chuckled. Morgan raised an eyebrow. So happy serving coffee for Perry? I interned at the Metropolis Times before, so I'm quite adept at the coffee-serving business, Clark replied, maintaining his composure in the face of the unexpected question, even making a joke, second only to corn picking. Ah, you are indeed the Morgan who has come to a realization. A fortnight ago, Perry, holding a copy of the Metropolitan Times, pointed at a manuscript and its edited version, emphasizing for quite a while the art of preserving words under the constraints of layout, mocking how his old rival failed to recognize its value, and ultimately declaring that the article would be penned by a newcomer from the Planet Daily. I hear you sent the original manuscript, the version published in the Metropolitan Times, in your own revised edition to the senior editor? Indeed, Clark replied with a nod. This way, his proficiency in composing and editing the complete manuscript was subtly showcased, while simultaneously undermining a competitor from the Planet Daily. If he retracts the preface, this young man might very well establish himself here for quite some time. Morgan Anderson finished his last sip of coffee. Quite impressive. Today's newcomers are indeed formidable. Which district has the senior editor assigned you to? The City District. Oh, isn't that the domain of Louise Ryan? She is not to be trifled with, and has declared her intention to work solo. Morgan slightly pursed his lips. Does the senior editor expect you to partner with her? Hasn't she already dismantled his office? Clark adjusted his glasses, suppressing a smile. I would prefer to describe it as a collision of flames and torrents, indeed a cataclysmic encounter. A splendid metaphor, lad. Morgan waved his hand, wishing you good fortune. I shall proceed to proofread. Ding. The sound of the elevator opening was not loud, but it was followed by a series of high heels striking the ground, as if an individual had emerged from a tempest. Louise Ryan, as she walked, began to remove her coat, crashing into the editor's office like a human whirlwind. Even from several desks away, Morgan could hear the loud argument within. She clicked her tongue. The qualities required to be an excellent journalist today, keen insight, eloquence, connections, and a sense of justice, were all present in Miss Ryan. and her striking appearance undoubtedly added to her journalistic prowess. However, being a journalist, an excessive zeal can sometimes be perilous. Morgan Anderson, having learned this lesson himself, understood the truth of it, yet he was uncertain whether Louise Ryan was aware. Did Perry expect the Morgan, recalling the illustrious Clark Kent, to reign in Louise Ryan? If this woman, with over a decade of experience, thought in such terms, and if Ryan's ambition, hunger for recognition, and aggression could motivate that humble young man, perhaps Kent's steadiness and caution could render Ryan more composed and precise, reducing the number of errors in their proofreading, which indeed could be quite challenging. This might just result in a remarkably perfect partnership. Morgan could see through the glass door as Ryan leaned forward, pressing her hands on the desk, boldly confronting the editor as she fought for something. Unmoved, Perry tossed the papers back to Ryan, picked up a stack of newspapers from the desk, and exited his office. "Everyone gather," Editor Perry White announced loudly. As all gathered around, Perry pressed the newspaper covers one by one onto the table before him, his fingers gliding over each headline. The Metropolitan Post, the Flyer, the Daily News, look, no tightrope. The Metropolitan Times, blue bombshell shakes the metropolis. The Planet Daily, cloaked miracle stuns the city. The clearest images available from any newspaper were sourced from a passerby's iPhone. This is news of the century. And yet we have failed to seize the moment. Perry picked up a newspaper and rapped his knuckles against the silhouette on the cover, declaring, "I want this Flyer's name inextricably linked with the Planet Daily, just as bacon is to eggs, sausages to beans, death to taxes, and politics to corruption." However, old editor Clark bravely raised his hand if he is unwilling to be interviewed. "That is precisely why we need exemplary journalists, small-town boy." Louise Lane interjected before Perry could finish, casting a sidelong glance at Clark, her expression suggesting both a challenge and a critical assessment of the rookie partner she had been assigned. Clark fidgeted with his pen, falling silent. He wondered how many of his peers were now waiting to pursue him, and refusing any interviews would only exacerbate the situation. Perry continued to command loudly, "I want this man's story, insider information, anything. Every detail is worthy of a headline." Clark instinctively shrank into his oversized coat. Did he have a family? Yes. Where did he reside? In a high-rise apartment in the metropolis, not too far from the Planet Daily. What did the Z on his chest signify? The family crest of House L, representing hope in Kryptonian script. Who was he? How should we address him? If a code name is required, the Planet Daily must be the first to propose one. Clark contemplated the heroic figures of Jean Valjean, the basket boy of Cinderella, and most recently, My Santa Claus. Red, hailing from the North Pole, delivering gifts. How could he not be Santa Claus? Bernice remarked, clutching his red cloak. Did he have a girlfriend or partner? Is that within the scope of the interview? Clark pondered deeply. Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever can unearth his story will possess the most significant news since God spoke to Moses. After relaying this statement to Bernice, she erupted into laughter. After a prolonged bout of mirth, she, still clutching her belly, asked, "So, are you now choosing a Moses?" "I cannot summon anyone," Clark chuckled, signaling for Bernice to cease her jesting. Yet Bernice recalled the fleeting vision she had caught, a red figure floating on a balcony, bathed in sunlight. Even if that cloak merely brushed against the checkered tablecloth of the small-town breeze, even if this outline had never been touched or kissed, the sight remained astonishingly sacred. "I intend to accept an interview with Mississippi Lane." Clark tilted his head. "She is the most exceptional journalist among those I'm acquainted with. In that case, you must exercise caution. The more accomplished the journalist, the more adept they are at unearthing information," Bernice remarked. She shrugged, adding, "My advice is to never reveal your vulnerabilities and to obscure your capabilities as much as possible. It is best to cover the broad categories. Otherwise, if you are later discovered to have employed your abilities, it may come across as insincerity. However, you may choose to conceal or downplay certain details. If she becomes your friend later, it would not be inappropriate to share some information under the pretense of confidentiality. But this is an interview. You always wish to delve so deeply." Clark almost sighed, embracing his dear friend, his beloved. "This is merely a survival strategy for ordinary people," Bernice declared proudly, looking solemnly at Clark. "You are extraordinary. You are also ordinary." Clark understood her meaning and, as always, smiled in response to Bernice's thoughtful expression. He solemnly replied, "You are extraordinary." Bernice waited for a continuation, but the unexpected directness left her slightly blushing. She excelled at taking the initiative, yet found herself somewhat unprepared for such unanticipated candor. She huffed, "You're mine." Clark felt himself embraced even more tightly and could not help but smile. "Yes, I am yours." 2 days later, every newsstand along the street prominently displayed the Planet Daily. Bernice hurried past but made sure to stop and purchase a copy. The headline read, "Dinner with Superman. Exclusive interview with Louise Lane, accompanied by a high-definition half-body photograph of Clark. No Superman." She slowed her pace, scrutinizing the photograph. When Clark donned his uniform, he had deliberately paid attention to his posture and expression, exuding an extraordinary elegance and divinity. Yet, no matter how Bernice Allen viewed it, he remained her Clark. Satisfied, she tucked the newspaper away and continued on her way. Today was yet another new day. Chapter 83. DLC 1. Bernice and the secret identity. After a period of early mornings and late nights, Bernice, having completed the case report, returned home early for once. With a sense of novelty, she surveyed the kitchen and refrigerator. There was sufficient meat and vegetables, though she did not recognize all the greens, having seen them only on the plate. Bernice was exceedingly busy with work, and even Clark, who was equally occupied and engaged in volunteer work, often returned home before she did. Their dinners typically consisted of Clark preparing something simple, ordering takeout, or bringing back leftovers, while Bernice handled the washing up and cleaning. However, since Bernice was home early today, she decided to attempt cooking. She did not particularly enjoy cooking, but in a shared life, someone must take on the responsibility of preparing meals. It would not sit well with her to fully relegate the task to Clark, especially since he appeared quite busy today and had yet to return. Of course, Bernice would not willingly subject herself to torment. She planned to whip up something nutritionally balanced yet simple. She selected the ingredients and began the preliminary preparations. After washing her hands and pouring herself a glass of juice, Bernice leisurely reclined on the balcony chaise. "When will you be home?" she inquired of the gentle breeze and the setting sun. "I'll begin preparing once you arrive." After a brief moment of silence, she frowned, hoping that Clark was occupied with his work at the newspaper rather than some obligatory task. If the latter were true, and if Clark lacked the ability to multitask to the point of being distracted by her, it could pose a certain risk. However, worrying here was futile. If it was a work-related matter, it mattered not whether they were in contact. If it pertained to Superman, Bernice could be of no assistance at this moment, and reaching out uninvited could disrupt him further. She attempted to redirect her thoughts, sipping her juice while listening to the distant clamor of voices and traffic outside, gradually relaxing. The sounds of the fields amid the wind invigorated her, aiding her concentration, while the city's clamor and the oppressive heat enveloped her in a near-drunken haze. As Bernice reached the second play of a record, her phone chimed. "Ding dong. You won't believe who I met today. From my ding dong. I'll be home in 10 minutes. From my ding dong. What do you want to eat? From my no need. I'll whip up something simple. If you fancy dessert, feel free to grab some." Bernice stared at the messages, intrigued. Clark appeared genuinely excited. It was rare for him to send multiple texts at once, and the last two lacked punctuation. When Clark, dressed in a suit and carrying a box of donuts, opened the door, Bernice was already stir-frying strips of meat and vegetables. He placed the donuts on the table, removed his coat, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, Bonnie, you can cook?" Bernice, who had never cooked in front of him before, cleared her throat, suppressing her embarrassment. "I don't know much, and I haven't had the time or desire to learn, but I can manage the basics. You arrived just in time. Could you help me with the smoke detector? If it goes off unexpectedly." Clark dutifully exhaled towards the kitchen above. Bernice sighed contentedly, savoring the cool breeze. Freezing breaths, she mused, was her top household superpower. Shouldn't she be grateful that Kryptonians lacked bad breath? "Guess who I encountered today?" Clark naturally positioned himself by the sink, intending to lend a hand. Bernice waved him to sit down. Her guilt for having him assist her previously was palpable. "You were on a business trip to Gotham yesterday, so it must be that mysterious figure from Gotham, right?" She unconsciously furrowed her brow. "It's Batman." Clark, reluctant to sit, excitedly leaned against the chair's back. Bernice's movements momentarily halted. Batman's persona was somewhat excessive, not typically associated with virtue, at least not in the most favorable light. How vexing. She couldn't quite recall, but wasn't he generally on the side of good? Regardless, even though she had watched related films in the past, the details might not align with the current situation. "Why the expression?" Clark asked, slightly hesitant. "Oh, I was just reminiscing about him," Bernice remarked, it's not entirely a lie. I recall he was quite controversial in the newspapers, and the criminals he apprehended met rather grim fates. What kind of person did you encounter? Wait, how did you meet him? Clark replied, I floated in. So, it was Superman, not Clark, who visited Batman. Did she witness some historical moment? And then? He was initially quite resistant to my presence in Gotham, but eventually relented. Perhaps, just perhaps, we might collaborate in the future. Clark's voice soared with excitement, and he unconsciously began to pace. Bernice caught sight of his movements and, feeling reassured, smiled. You seem so happy. It brings me joy as well. I'm truly delighted. I think you might understand me, Clark sighed, reflecting on the shared experience of concealing identities and striving to make a difference. Could he possibly understand me? Bernice tossed the rag into the sink, pouting slightly and casting a sidelong glance at Clark. So it's just the two of you who feel this way? Clark blinked in confusion. I certainly hope there are more. If possible. What's the matter? Bernice huffed. I don't have a hidden identity. Does that mean I can't understand you? Do you need Batman's understanding more than I do? Clark responded, what? No. He fell into bewilderment, instinctively trying to remain calm, as he often did during an interview crisis. Slowly blinking at Bernice. You are undoubtedly the person who understands me best, Bonnie. It's just that I wish to have such a friend, partner. Bernice huffed again, this time with satisfaction. She then inquired, what kind of person is Batman? He's very cautious, with a sharp demeanor, and he holds Gotham in high regard. Clark pondered for a moment. He may possess some form of momentary flashing or speed-related superpower. He vanishes with the slightest distraction. Are you certain he isn't invisible? Bernice asked. Well, I checked for heat signatures, Clark replied. Is he humanoid? Bernice asked eagerly. Clark found himself momentarily perplexed, recalling Bernice's earlier question about tentacled creatures. He indeed had some questions about Batman's true form and paused before responding. For my external observations, yes. He wears a mask, so I cannot see his eyes. His voice is very rough, yet still within the human vocal range. Bernice blinked, presenting 2 plates of food. Did you not use those observations to assess him? Clark scrutinized the dishes and exhaled. No, I thought it more respectful to refrain. This way, I can earn his trust more comfortably. Batman commenced an overnight investigation into Superman's true identity. Of course, this endeavor had long been in progress. He merely accelerated its pace. Bruce Wayne stood before a mirror, meticulously adjusting his hairstyle, tie, and shirt with Alfred's assistance, ensuring that every detail of his battle attire was impeccable for the evening's event. I hope your seriousness is due to the presence of a certain lady attending the same function, Master Bruce. Alfred Pennyworth, the guardian and butler of billionaire Wayne, and an accomplice to Batman, spoke to the handsome young man before him. His tone was calm and humble, yet there was an essence in his expression that made it seem as though he were addressing a beloved child. Indeed, it was true, Alfred. Bruce's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he winked, though this esteemed lady might very well be Superman's girlfriend. Alfred's face displayed a shock not seen in nearly 2 decades. Professionalism compelled him to refrain from speaking, but he steadied himself and, with the utmost British sarcasm permissible within the bounds of politeness, began, I hope you mean to say that your selection of attire for this lady was devoid of any flirtatious intent. For heaven's sake, Master Bruce, your old butler need not further concern himself with your safety. Bruce had never witnessed such astonishment on Alfred's face. He struggled to suppress his laughter, cleared his throat, and innocently replied, but I do intend to flirt with her. What should I do, Alfred? Then one can only beseech the heavens. No, Superman's blessings, sir, Alfred replied, his expression unwavering as he placed a hand over his heart. You must be Miss Allen. Bruce Wayne gestured, and a server holding a tray of drinks promptly approached and bowed. Wayne took 2 flutes of champagne, his radiant smile illuminating the room as he offered one of the golden liquids. Bernice reached out to accept the champagne, her smile brightening. Mr. Wayne, I very much appreciated your earlier remarks. Wayne slightly widened his eyes, then shrugged nonchalantly, laughing. The script was provided by Lucius. It seems my fine CEO is due to give his secretary a raise. Perhaps it is only someone as diligent as you in the legal profession who would appreciate such cliches. It is precisely because they are cliches that those who believe in them and act upon them are truly valuable, Bernice countered, feeling that this playboy, despite his flippant words, had spoken with profound sincerity when he expressed his hope for Gotham's betterment. Thank you for your generous donation to the police department. You ought to thank Lucius. He prevents me from hosting too many extravagant parties, and I have become quite familiar with Officer Gordon due to my penchant for breaking things. Wayne replied with a playful grin, softening the sharp handsomeness of his features. Then, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Wayne. Bernice acquiesced, taking a sip of her champagne. Huh, you are indeed an amusing person, Miss Allen. You may call me Bruce, provided the champagne suits your taste. Wayne raised his glass slightly towards her. I had even prepared diamond-flavored champagne, as its branding resembles Superman's emblem. However, Officer Gordon deemed it too extravagant. The handsome Wayne lamented his eyes. A deeper shade of blue than Clark's, sparkling. I do not understand wine, Mr. Wayne, Bernice replied, disregarding Wayne's invitation to use his first name. He was simply too handsome for her to utter it. However, Officer Gordon surely hopes that you or your wealth will be the highlight of the evening, rather than the champagne. Bruce let out a hearty laugh, took several swigs of champagne, and set the glass aside. Miss Allen, to speak candidly, although Gordon insisted I extend an invitation to you, I never anticipated you would grace us with your presence. I presumed your impression of Gotham would be far from favorable, given your previous experience defending cases here. If it weren't for Superman's sudden arrival, his demeanor shifted to one of concern as he glanced at Bernice, who stated succinctly, I may be in danger, yes. Bruce remained composed. Superman truly is remarkable, isn't he? Though he primarily operates in Metropolis, he manages to appear in Gotham with astonishing swiftness whenever needed. I am quite fortunate, Bernice remarked, taking a sip of champagne and placing her hand over her heart. Perhaps due to the proximity of Gotham to Metropolis, allowing for Superman's timely interventions. Bruce Wayne, who also bore the mantle of Batman, discreetly clenched his jaw. Chapter 84. DLC 2 Bernice and Batman. I am indeed fortunate, Bernice mused, her expression tinged with trepidation. Perhaps because of the closeness between Gotham and Metropolis, Superman can arrive effortlessly? A slight tremor passed through the corners of Bruce's mouth as he replied, with a forced smile. Indeed, Superman is quite near to Gotham. He adjusted his demeanor, curiosity glimmering in his smile. Miss Allen, what sort of person do you perceive Superman to be? After a moment's contemplation, Bernice's face brightened with a hint of admiration. He is exceedingly handsome. Bruce's smile faltered slightly. That is quite evident. He possesses a gentle nature and offers solace to victims, the emerging lawyer reflected, her tone now more composed than the earlier excitement of Fan. She glanced at Bruce, recalling his advice to prioritize safety. In truth, he had suggested that for her well-being, it would be wise to limit her visits to Gotham, but Bernice deemed that counsel unnecessary to relay to Mr. Wayne. Her impression of the notorious Gotham playboy was rather superficial. She had heard of his mysterious disappearance for an extended period, leading many to assume he had met his demise, only to return dramatically a few years ago, reclaiming control of Wayne Enterprises. The narrative seemed akin to a tale of elite revenge reminiscent of the Count of Monte Cristo. Yet he had merely appointed a CEO and subsequently relinquished the company to him, now indulging in daily festivities and leisurely wealth accumulation. Such a lifestyle was the epitome of bliss for a corporate drone like Bernice. However, perhaps her impression was not entirely shallow. After all, the newspapers had incessantly reported on the subject during those years, and the young Wayne was undeniably striking. Even in the law firm filled with rational elites where Bernice worked, one could occasionally find magazines featuring him on the cover. As for the magazines on Bernice's own desk, they undoubtedly showcased Superman. Nevertheless, she had also purchased issues featuring Wayne, for the artistic essence captured by professional photographers and stylists on fashion magazine covers was unparalleled. Bernice had been taken aback upon discovering Bruce Wayne's charitable donations directed toward the Gotham City Police Department. As the police force was not typically regarded as a preferred beneficiary for affluent individuals seeking tax deductions through philanthropy, it lacked the vulnerability and publicity potential. At the recent soiree, Bernice, upon hearing his speech, transitioned from a vague intuition to a firmer conviction that Bruce Wayne genuinely cares for Gotham. Moreover, it was not merely an arrogant declaration of territorial dominance. His gaze hinted at unspoken depths, yet when he mentioned Gotham, his sincerity was palpable. Be careful, Bruce, he said with a tone laced with irony, as if gently shaking his head. I trust you're already quite vigilant, Miss Allen. However, I'm pleased to see you're not deterred by your return to Gotham. Bernice shrugged. After all, this is a fundraiser for the police department. There are officers everywhere. She hesitated, as if recalling something, murmuring about not wanting to jinx herself. So, is the detectives who provide you with a sense of security? Bruce remarked with a smile, clapping his hands together. I was under the impression that it was that tall superhero. Why would Superman give me a sense of security? Bernice furrowed her brow. In times of crisis, one can call upon his name at any moment. Bruce blinked innocently. That is what your metropolis newspapers suggest. Rather than pinning my hopes on someone whose availability is uncertain, I prefer to contemplate what I can do to save myself, Bernice replied calmly, expressing her disdain for those who offload all responsibility on a clerk. Thus, I truly appreciate your method, Mr. Wayne, of empowering ordinary citizens. Bruce gazed at her in surprise, a contemplative smile forming on his lips. Madam, you seem somewhat skeptical of superheroes like Superman. That's not quite accurate. I actually quite like him, Bernice laughed. However, liking him does not equate to depending on him. Like? Bruce's spirit lifted at the keyword. Moreover, she referred to him in the singular, rather than the plural. How astute of Bernice Allen, nearly flawless in her reasoning. Bruce could almost envision her response were he to inquire why she used the singular. Because I have only interacted with one superhero and cannot judge the others I have yet to encounter. However, a rational lawyer's unwavering trust in Superman based on a brief act of heroism is, in itself, suspect. Yet, Bruce was suddenly reminded of Allen's earlier remark about his striking looks, which cast some doubt on his certainty. Clearing his throat, he shifted tactics, a smile playing on his lips. You mentioned liking him. Is it akin to the admiration I observe from other unattached ladies toward Superman? Not quite. Primarily, I am not single, Allen replied, momentarily taken aback. Oh, which fortunate gentleman has captured your interest? Bruce winked, playfully noting her use of not single as a reason for not being enamored with Superman. He must possess some extraordinary qualities. He is a reporter for the Daily Planet, and we have known each other for many years, Allen shared with a modest smile that radiated warmth. That smile was dazzling. It made Bruce's teeth ache. Darn it. Batman had begun to feel that confirming whether Clark Kent was indeed Superman through Bernice Allen might prove more challenging than engaging in a brawl with the superhero himself. He resolved to make one final attempt before abandoning this lead. Bruce tilted his head slightly and extended a hand towards Allen, exclaiming, I truly am unfortunate. Yet, is there truly no chance left for me? He cast a flirtatious glance, one that, if executed by another, might have appeared overly slick, but Wayne possessed an undeniable allure. Bernice, feeling a rush of intensity, calmly placed a business card into Wayne's palm, saying, should an opportunity arise for me to take on a case, please feel free to contact me, Mr. Wayne. It seemed my charm could not compete with that of this unnamed journalist. Wayne feigned regret. Though when his azure eyes turned towards Bernice, he appeared rather charming, prompting my curiosity. Is there anyone who could rival the extraordinarily handsome Superman, as you just mentioned? Allen widened her eyes, pressing her lips together in a manner that straddled the line between absurdity and humor. Batman felt a flicker of hope. If she were to discover that Superman was her boyfriend, perhaps no one could outshine my Clark. Allen hesitated not at all. Batman nearly rolled his eyes dramatically. After a brief pause, Allen added, while Superman is indeed quite handsome, even considerate in his heroic endeavors, I must shake my head, as if to dismiss a fleeting thought. Unless we were to break up, but even then, it wouldn't be limited to Superman. Moreover, was Superman rumored to have a girlfriend? Would he even notice me? Indeed, Superman's rumored girlfriend was Lois Lane, who had been frequently rescued by him, having earned his exclusive interviews. Damn, Allen showed no signs of jealousy at all. Did Kent truly not captivate Batman, who began to question his previous assumptions? Bruce Wayne shrugged, remarking, who knows? Perhaps Kryptonians are not monogamous. Allen, surprisingly unperturbed by this statement, nodded in contemplation, as if analyzing the potential gossip surrounding a distant star. Bruce sidled over to retrieve another glass of champagne, acknowledging her with a nod before approaching Gordon. Batman resolved to focus on investigating Kent himself, for the likelihood of him revealing a flaw was far greater than that of his girlfriend. Heaven above, how could he still be well? Bernice, engrossed in her documents, furrowed her brow in discomfort. The office was exceedingly noisy, and she was merely a page and a half away from completion. Bernice, look at this. A colleague dared to knock on her desk. Unless there was an imminent earthquake or an attack, Bernice, fueled by her interrupted annoyance, looked up to see Yvette Chenna holding a screen displaying a striking shade of red. She could not recall how she had risen and walked over. But in the next moment, she grasped the phone tightly, her gaze fixated on the stark white text, Superman falls. Iveta, seemingly unconcerned, mentioned how astonishing it was that Superman had been injured, having fallen from such a height, and wondered what the outcome might be, adding, "You must be worried too, Bernice." Bernice Allen lifted her face. The expression upon her countenance compelled Iveta to swiftly reclaim her phone, fearful that it might be inadvertently damaged. "Are you all right?" Iveta asked tentatively. It turns out that Allen has a profound admiration for Superman. After all, she was rescued by him in Gotham not long ago, making her one of the fortunate few to have genuinely encountered that towering blue figure. "I need to take a leave of absence." Allen swiftly moved towards the door, only to pause at the threshold and return to retrieve her phone. After taking a couple of steps aside, she swept the documents from her desk into her bag, clutching them tightly. Her complexion was alarmingly pale as she addressed China, stating, "If anyone inquires, just say I've taken a half-day leave and that I'll review the documents at home." Iveta China nodded, and, as she contemplated speaking up, she realized that the others were likely too distracted to focus on work today. By the time Bernice had decided to keep Allen at the firm, Allen had already vanished without a trace. "Damn," Bernice cursed like a trapped beast, pacing in circles in the living room. She needed to calm down and process her thoughts, which meant she had to expel the surging anger as swiftly as possible. "Perhaps you should refrain from returning to Gotham," Superman suggested, cradling Bernice as he flew. Surely, Bernice was aware of Gotham's dangers. She was a person who had meticulously studied various emergency situations for self-preservation. Yet some matters must be addressed, Bernice asserted, naturally poking her boyfriend's arm to prompt a change in his hold. "If I handle this, at least some of the victims who are already suffering greatly won't have to deplete their savings on legal fees to win their cases." "But Bonnie, you terrified me," Superman exclaimed, still shaken, his forehead curls precariously swaying as if they sought to return him to Clark-esque eyes. Who could have anticipated that a courtroom in Gotham would witness someone brandishing a gun and firing at a defense attorney? If Superman hadn't arrived in the nick of time, even if Bernice had managed to tackle the situation, she would surely have sustained injuries, perhaps even life-threatening ones. "Now you understand how I feel?" Bernice rolled her eyes. "At least you could arrive. When you were preoccupied with whatever you were doing, I couldn't even see you, let alone ask for help." Superman tightened his embrace a little more. "I'm not blaming you," Bernice sighed, kissing his ear softly. "I'm merely stating that I have held back, refraining from stopping you from doing what is right, even if it endangers your life. I will wear a bulletproof vest when I go to court," Bernice promised, gazing into the familiar blue eyes beneath the unfamiliar hairstyle. "I will take care of myself," Clark vowed in return. Bernice slammed her fist onto the table, forcing herself to regain composure as she continued to replay the videos in search of any clues. None of the footage captured Superman landing. Witnesses claimed he was taken away by a black aircraft. Black. Bernice recalled the excitement on Clark's face a few days prior when he returned home to share his ambition of establishing an organization. "Although I sense Batman remains distrustful of me, even somewhat antagonistic," Clark had proclaimed with enthusiasm, "I've also contacted most of the recently renowned heroes, apart from him. If Batman is adversarial towards you and refuses to join your organization, he also oppose all of you?" Bernice inquired. "Surely not," Clark replied. "You mentioned last time that he threatened you with consequences." Bernice retorted. "If I meddle any further in Gotham's affairs," Clark mused, scratching his nose. Ding dong. Bernice's phone suddenly illuminated in her hand. Despite knowing it would likely go unanswered, she had dialed Clark several times before, and now she clutched the device tightly. She activated the screen and discovered an anonymous message, Supermanisif with him. With urgency, Bernice replied, "How is he? Where are you?" There was no response. "How is he?" Still, silence persisted. "You had better pray for his safety and that this incident has nothing to do with you, Batman. I possess no extraordinary powers, but I will be an unyielding adversary." In a fleeting moment, Bernice contemplated whether she could survive revenge if Batman were indeed malevolent. Yet at this juncture, all else was secondary, and she pressed send. Meanwhile, Batman paused in quiet contemplation, deleting the message and obliterating the temporary virtual number used for communication. He lifted his gaze, conflicted, towards a patient who had just undergone surgery with kryptonite. Superman's identity had been confirmed, yet Batman found no joy in this revelation. He could not dismiss his involvement in the current predicament. After all, he had not anticipated Luthor's actions. Chapter 85. DLC 3 Lex Luthor recently. Lex Luthor was in high spirits, almost laughing aloud as he strolled along. Lex, what brings you such delight? Inquired his secretary, Eve Tassmark, with a sigh. Although ostensibly just a secretary, she sat poised at her desk, crossing her long legs, merely lowering the newspaper she held. Look at the headlines, Miss Tassmark, Luthor exclaimed, spreading his arms as he twirled in front of his office door. I have brought the world to its knees. Eve read intently for a moment, then looked up bewildered. Is it about Superman's downfall? Indeed, Miss Tassmark. Luthor's voice soared, his hands unconsciously forming fists. I have crafted a lance of Longinus from the meteorites I spent months collecting. Eve opened her mouth, then closed it again. Hesitantly, she responded, I didn't realize, Lex, that you held Superman in such high regard. Luthor paused momentarily, then gently lowered his hands, saying, Miss Tassmark, I understand that women often utter nonsensical things, but this is rather excessive. Eve shrugged defiantly, retorting, the lance of Longinus. Wasn't it the weapon that pierced the divine? Do you see Superman as a deity? Luthor froze for an instant before sneering. Superman is merely a false god, a fallacy contrived by the mediocre. Oh, Lex. Eve sighed dramatically, an arrogant, hypocritical heretic daring to call himself a savior. Luthor resumed his lengthy diatribe, which Eve had grown accustomed to, rising to prepare coffee for both him and herself. And I am the one to unveil his false facade. He placed the coffee on his desk. By the way, Lex, how did you discover his weaknesses? Oh, Miss Tassmark. Luthor finally pulled out a chair and sat down. No matter how Superman attempted to conceal his origins, perhaps even striking a deal with that female journalist, a truly astute mind could detect the faintest traces. He claimed to hail from another planet, professing that no weapon could harm him, yet skillfully evaded inquiries regarding his vulnerabilities, the injuries he had withstood since his emergence. Alongside the minor conflicts orchestrated by Lex's hired hands, some Gothamites willing to do anything for a price, attested that ordinary bullets, sharp implements, and blunt objects were indeed ineffective against him. As he contemplated the prospect of employing heavy weaponry, Lex Luthor had a sudden epiphany. He would simultaneously search for extraterrestrial materials. If earthly substances failed to elicit any response, surely among the myriad rays, particles, and materials in the cosmos, there lay something potent. Tracking Superman's whereabouts was not a daunting task. A staged abduction aboard Lois Lane's helicopter would suffice to lure him out. Lex's associates fashioned numerous bullets from an array of rare meteoric fragments, and indeed, Superman was caught off guard, sustaining an injury from one such projectile. Remarkably, after struggling to defeat his captors, Superman plummeted from the sky, the bullet embedded within him. Thankfully, he did not crash land with catastrophic consequences. Sadly, the workers could not recall which meteorite had been the source of the effective bullet, leaving Lex to investigate further. Nonetheless, this was an extraordinary achievement. After all, who but Lex Luthor could bring a god to his knees? Eve pouted. Well, Lex, you always are the cleverest one. Sipping his coffee with satisfaction, Lex savored the aroma before inquiring, how are preparations for the party coming along? Have the people from the Daily Planet been invited? Were it not for the inconvenience of her high heels, Eve would have jumped for joy. Beaming, she replied, of course everything is ready. I've sent invitations to those you specifically requested from the Daily Planet-esque current affairs section. Lex pushed the table aside, allowing his chair to swivel until he faced the floor-to-ceiling window. Without turning back, he commanded, Miss Tassmark, take a seat. Bewildered, Eve complied. Just as it should be. Lex reclined in his leather chair, surveying all the inhabitants of the vast city below. All of them, without exception, carelessly engaging in the conflict between extraterrestrial demigods and humans was perilous. Lex remarked nonchalantly, extending his hand into the sunlight streaming through the glass, chuckling as he mused that those people should come to realize which side was indeed the righteous one. Should they not? Eve Tassmark gazed at the reflective sheen of Lex's bald head, choosing not to respond. Internally, she rolled her eyes, for at least in terms of aesthetics, the outcome was quite evident, especially after Lex had lost his hair due to his dealings with those minerals. Knock, knock. Bernice was engrossed in her reading. Knock, knock. Slowly, she lifted her head, glancing toward the window. Staring blankly at the tuft of curls, she blinked several times in a daze. Only when the floating red figure ascended, revealing more of its form, did Bernice react, gesturing towards it. In an instant, the red figure vanished. Bernice pushed herself up from the table, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. She made a concerted effort to compose herself, rising gracefully and walking steadily towards the staircase corner. The sensation of the crimson figure enveloping her felt akin to embracing a frigid sun. Clark had likely just returned from a considerable height, his presence still bearing the chill of the clouds. However, that chill was fleeting, swiftly dissipated by the vibrant warmth he exuded. Bernice observed a droplet of water crystallized on the edge of his vivid red cape, which dispersed into the air as the fabric shifted, perhaps startled by her stillness. The embrace loosened cautiously. "I'm back, Bonnie." Bernice counted 2 beats of her breath before responding evenly. "Why won't you look at me?" The voice was perplexing, tinged with a hint of grievance. Then, the familiar warmth of his fingertips gently brushed against her eyes, followed by a shadow enveloping her. Bernice closed her eyes, allowing the kiss to softly rest upon them. She inhaled once more, letting the warmth within her eyes dissipate. Stepping back, she opened her eyes. Superman did not obstruct her. Allowing his hand to slide away from her, his head bowed in apparent hurt. Sensing her gaze, he hastily spoke, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show." Bernice raised a finger to her lips, her other hand gesturing upward, "Float for me." Superman complied without hesitation. He turned, floating in a half circle, then felt a familiar, delicate breath against his waist, filtered through his suit. He tilted his head slightly, seeing Bernice meticulously searching his form for what might be wounds or damage. "I'm fine," he felt compelled to say, but upon meeting Bernice's gaze, he quickly amended, "I'm fine now." "How?" she inquired. "Someone found the green meteorites we encountered before and fashioned them into bullets. Thankfully, it seems they were not intentionally prepared, just a mix among various ores." Bernice inhaled sharply. "No wonder they fell from the sky. Why did you go there?" "Helicopter robbers. Batman said it was likely a trap." Bernice blinked in surprise. "Batman?" "I was rescued by Batman's aircraft when I fell. Later, he helped me undergo surgery to remove the kryptonite bullet." "Kryptonite?" Batman had certainly been rather candid in naming it, but that's not the most crucial part. "So, was his aircraft always nearby?" Bernice inquired. Superman paused, contemplating swiftly before responding. "Batman believes it was Lex Luthor's doing. He also showed me some evidence." "So he has ready evidence, huh?" Clark smiled, albeit with a hint of perplexity. "Don't say that, Bonnie. Batman is a man deserving of respect." Bernice let out a non-committal hum. In truth, they both knew each other's secret identities. Clark gazed into Bernice's wide eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt as he added, "So, he is aware of your situation. I have received messages from him. However, at least for now, we have regained some ground." "Well done, Clark." "And who might he be?" Bernice inquired. Clark's guilt deepened as he cast a sidelong glance at her. "Batman mentioned that this is his personal matter, and I should refrain from sharing it with you." "That makes sense, yet it is rather infuriating," Bernice retorted. "What about the kryptonite bullets?" She pressed, puffing out her cheeks. "Batman said he would return them to me after conducting some research." "Don't look at me like that, Bonnie. He has promised to join the League." Clark replied cautiously. "I understand your perspective, but I believe that since we are on the same side, it would be beneficial for him to conduct a thorough investigation. If I were in his position, I wouldn't provide you with the most comprehensive results," Bernice stated, yet she raised no further objections. Clark's approach had its advantages, as long as one did not completely let down their guard. By the way, why not ask Batman for the evidence against Lex Luthor? He should agree to that in exchange. Clark inexplicably felt as if he had become a mere conduit for her requests. Nevertheless, he could not refuse Bernice. She scrutinized him from various angles and made a mental note to discuss it further that evening at home. "Who else is in your league? What do you plan to call it?" "So far, confirmed members include Batman and myself. I intend to visit Superman again later," he said confidently. "As for the name, Batman asked me to choose. I plan to call it the Justice League." "Very much in line with your style. Does Batman know this name?" Bernice inquired. "I mentioned it to him, and he expressed his desire to serve as an advisor to the League." Bernice hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. A day prior, within a shadowy cave, Clark awoke to the sound of fluttering wings. "Superman, or rather Clark Kent, you are awake," a somewhat familiar, beastly voice declared. If Batman was expecting any frantic theatrics, he would surely be disappointed. Bernice's contingency plan was not in vain. Superman, still regaining his composure, blinked innocently. "What makes you say that, Batman?" "What indeed? I truly wish you could witness how your girlfriend threatens the underground legends of Gotham." Batman maintained a dignified silence before revealing some insights from his prior investigations. Thank you, Batman. Superman reflected thoughtfully upon hearing this. I will be more cautious moving forward. That was a threat, not a suggestion. Just as Batman was about to make a sarcastic remark, he heard the Kryptonian before him, now devoid of his pallor, chuckling. As for your disguise, I can discern no flaws, thus I cannot offer you any advice, Master Wayne. When you move him, was he still conscious? This alien must have overheard Alfred's voice. Batman emitted a low, threatening growl. What do you want? Money? Kryptonite? Or perhaps you wish to remain silent about his identity in exchange? I have little hope of obtaining anything from you, Superman replied earnestly. On the contrary, I must thank you for saving my life. It seems you were the one who extracted that bullet, enabling my recovery. I am grateful that your remarkable abilities prevented the bullet from embedding itself in my skin, for a scalpel could never penetrate your dermal tissue. In truth, Batman had previously collected a variety of ores, including kryptonite, which he naturally concealed. He felt a rare pang of guilt, not for the kryptonite itself, but for having failed to thwart Lex Luthor, even providing him with subtle informational support. Batman had intended to remain hidden, gathering intelligence on Superman, yet he nearly caused the demise of an innocent reporter who was kidnapped aboard a helicopter. Had it not been for Superman's extraordinary resolve and enduring pain to rescue her atop a building, she would likely have plummeted to her death. Batman's aircraft may not have been able to safely extract an ordinary human without inflicting injury. Conversely, a Kryptonian would be relatively easier to assist, albeit at the risk of damaging part of the aircraft. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope you will reconsider my previous suggestion. Superman remarked that by initially feigning weakness, and thanks to your presence, we could achieve much together. I also wish to leverage your strength in future endeavors. In return, I hope to assist you as well. You may not require it, but it is a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Very well, I shall join you. Can't, Batman declared ominously. Superman was overjoyed, repeatedly confirming, you can rest assured, even if you do not join, I would never disclose your identity to the outside world. This is not a threat. The outside world? Can't, regardless of how sweet your puppy love with Ms. Allen may be, you must not divulge a single word of our conversation to her. Superman suddenly stood, as if realizing that revealing his identity would also expose his girlfriend, stammering a few words. He steadied himself and said, I cannot do that. I will not hide it from her, nor can I. His words sounded stickier than their record suggested, and Batman nearly grimaced. It appeared that Bernice Allen knew far more than he had anticipated, explaining her ability to send that threatening message. Batman stated at the very least, you must never disclose my identity without my consent. You have my promise, Superman replied solemnly, nodding and extending a hand. Batman narrowed his eyes slightly and clasped his hand in agreement. Most often, the decisions that change the world occur in secrecy, known only to the parties involved. Chapter 86. DLC 4 Heroes Have Light-Hearted Days lecture. If one is unfortunately buried, it is essential to conserve energy, for no rescue will arrive in the first couple of hours following an earthquake. Bernice picked up her phone to capture the lecture slides, hesitating on whether to take notes, ultimately deciding against it, pondering that they would likely never be revisited. Generally, calling for help proves ineffective. If one senses someone approaching, small stones can be rhythmically struck against the surroundings to attract attention. The members of the rescue team on stage appear to be quite accustomed to delivering such lectures. The typhoon was unexpectedly calm, and at that moment, one of them playfully winked at the audience. Of course, if one were to call upon Superman, that would be an entirely different matter. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Bernice joined in the chuckles, but soon found herself in a quandary. A male voice posed a question that mirrored her own thoughts. Should we conserve our strength and refrain from calling for help, or should we indeed summon Superman? This seemed to verge on a political dilemma. The lecturer shrugged, suggesting that it depended on whether one believed Superman could hear their call. Naturally, disregarding the possibility of Superman, one should refrain from calling for help and instead use objects to signal. Realizing the conversation might grow convoluted, he hastily shifted the topic to the next disaster preparedness lesson. How was the lecture? What did they cover? Bernice inquired as she opened the door and bent down to change her shoes. Quite a bit. How to save oneself during an earthquake, methods of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the Heimlich maneuver, and that orange first aid device, what is it called? E.D. Clark, donning black-rimmed glasses, poked his head out from the living room, his thick bangs casually resting on his forehead. Yes, that's the one. They explained how to use it, too, but I suspect I'll forget it in a few days. Bernice entered the bathroom to wash her hands, then retrieved a small paper bag from her purse. I bought you a gift. No worries. The AEDS packaging will guide you on how to apply the electrode pads, and subsequently, it will provide verbal instructions. Just remember, when checking the heart rate, no one should touch the patient, as any skin contact can disrupt the device's calculations. Clark reassured her, leaning closer to inspect the box in Bernice's hands. What is the gift? Why don't you open it and see? Bernice tilted her head with a smile. Appearing somewhat demure, Clark, now more cautious, slowly unwrapped the gift box. Are you serious? He stared at the fabric in his hands, then glanced at Bernice. What is wrong? Bernice blinked innocently. Clark examined the oversized pink floral apron and then looked back at Bernice. Don't be ridiculous. It's your size, she stated calmly. Oh, you. Clark shrugged and donned the apron with ease. What do you want to eat? It looks wonderful, Bernice exclaimed, admiringly surveying him. She playfully wrapped her arms around his waist from behind and kissed his ear. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Clark feigned a stern expression. There is no need to utter insincere words. Which part? Bernice teased, tugging at the apron's straps. Clark sighed, casting his gaze skyward, and began to chop vegetables, burdened by the presence of someone who contributed little yet created chaos. 02 Clark was not quite himself today. Initially, Bernice attributed it merely to work-related fatigue. But when he invited her for a walk after dinner, she sensed that something was troubling him. Whenever they both bore worries or concerns, they often took to the skies for a stroll, retreating to that solitary realm that belonged to him to share their thoughts. After a while spent gazing at the stars, Bernice finally spoke up. The air tonight is invigorating, and the stars shine with remarkable clarity. Clark, not donned in his uniform today, received an affectionate greeting from Bernice, who had not shared the skies with him in casual attire for quite some time. He nodded, responding, Indeed, today the atmosphere is relatively free of electromagnetic waves. So, are you feeling any better? Bernice inquired. Clark hesitated, leading her to conclude, that means no, with a generous wave of her hand. She propped herself up and gently kissed Clark's broad forehead, trailing her lips down to his instinctively closing eyes, the prominent tip of his nose, and his rosy lips. After a moment of silence, she declared, As for the stars and me, I have no other means, unless you share more of your circumstances with me. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Clark tucked a strand of Bernice's hair behind her ear and replied, I am feeling better. I attended a gathering today. To be precise, it wasn't so much an encounter as it was a flyer he received from the organizers of the assembly, allowing Superman to eavesdrop for a brief moment. He heard shouts demanding extraterrestrials to leave Earth, declarations that humanity does not require deities, and an abundance of vitriolic curses. Following the flyer's brief synopsis, he discovered even more venomous invectives. Bernice paused in silence before saying, First, thank you for sharing this with me. I cannot fully fathom your emotions. She contemplated her words, her inner fire preventing her from remaining calm, prompting her to exclaim fiercely, No one has the right to demand your departure. How dare they presume to represent all of humanity? Moreover, who claimed humanity could represent this planet? I believe the Earth's flora would eagerly welcome you, as you share their process of photosynthesis. Clark was momentarily stunned, suppressing a laugh. Clearing his throat, he remarked helplessly, Your reasoning is always rather peculiar. Bernice, still indignant, continued, I suspect the Earth's plants might wish for humanity to vacate the planet, hoping only for your presence to remain. And, regardless of what others say, I am firmly anchored here. Wherever I must also be your sanctuary. As long as there exists even one person on Earth who wishes for your existence, their words hold no weight, and besides, there are countless who cherish you. Still searching for the right words, she found herself embraced more tightly by Clark. She caressed his hair and pondered, Shall we venture out this weekend? It has been ages since we relaxed. Burying his face in her hair, Clark murmured in a muffled voice, Sounds good. I assumed your idea of going out was for a trip, Clark said, slightly parting his lips as they stood before the bustling entrance of an amusement park. I've heard they have indoor bungee jumping and rock climbing, not to mention adult trampolines. Bernice excitedly shuffled through the flyers, her smile radiant. Clark hesitated to voice his thoughts. I think I occasionally need to experience normal gravity. She winked at him, linking her arm with his and pulling him along. The trampolines are this way. As they entered the indoor amusement center, Bernice glanced around, spotting the nearest attraction, a punching power tester mannequin. It sounded rather ordinary, except for one detail. This rather unattractive red mannequin was clad in a Superman t-shirt and tattered black briefs. Bernice's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, and then erupted into a fit of laughter. Why on earth was this mannequin so grotesque? She laughed uncontrollably and immediately dashed to the back of the line, waving fervently at Clark. I couldn't comprehend it. This attraction lacked substance, yet there was such a crowd. Clark meandered to the end of the line, unable to resist glancing in the direction of the mannequin. A man, not much shorter than Clark, spoke affectionately to the statue, caressing the mannequin's chest emblazoned with an S. Afterward, he positioned himself and delivered a powerful punch, causing the mannequin to lean back while the screen in the upper right corner flashed congratulations and spinning stars. Next, a young girl approached, experimenting with various techniques on the mannequin's chest, even tugging suggestively at the tattered black briefs. Now I understood why those briefs were in such disrepair. Bernice was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Clark's waist, although he wasn't wearing such an item. This was the first time she realized that briefs could be torn from the sides. Clark covered his face and quietly asked, "Do you really want to do this, Bonnie?" Bernice looked back at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Of course. Who could resist touching Superman's chest, even if this mannequin is far less attractive?" Clark distinctly heard the high school girls behind them murmuring their agreement, whispering amongst themselves. Goodness, had they already formed a line behind the two of them in such a short time? "Wow, it feels quite nice," Bernice remarked, placing her hand on the red mannequin's Superman t-shirt, analyzing it seriously. It's a perfect blend of softness and firmness, and the shape of the pecs fits perfectly. Clark, unable to bear the sight, turned his head away. Hitting it should feel all right, he thought. Suddenly, he turned back, only to see Bernice take a step back, take a deep breath, and then unleash all her strength into a punch aimed at the S on the mannequin's chest. Clark's eyes involuntarily twitched. He had witnessed many of the most remarkable heroes in action, yet at this moment, he felt that Bernice's strike possessed a force comparable to theirs. "Let me see." Bernice tilted her head back to observe the displayed number, her expression turning sour as she clicked her tongue. 30? What does that even mean? Kilograms? Is that a lot or a little? I feel like I need to work on my strength. This apparatus must be inaccurate. Clark adjusted his glasses and gestured to the girls behind him that he wouldn't participate, leading Bernice to the next attraction. As they walked, he carefully enveloped her hand in his. Along the way, Bernice draped her arm over Clark's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "If I drag you to jump on a trampoline, would controlling gravity make it difficult or troublesome for you?" Clark pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "A bit, but it's manageable." "Oh," Bernice replied, feeling a wave of disappointment. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I wanted you to relax." Clark simply shook his head and replied lightly, "I am quite relaxed." He observed Bernice as she leaped higher and higher on the solitary trampoline, secretly competing with the little boy on the adjacent one. They transitioned to a larger trampoline, where the weight of an adult propelled the little girl into the air, both erupting into laughter. Sweaty and with her hair tousled, she reached out to him mid-air, only to exclaim in surprise as gravity reclaimed her, sending her tumbling down. Yet, with determination, she utilized the trampoline's bounce to soar back up, aiming for greater heights. In that moment, enveloped by the joyful crowd and the sound of Bernice's laughter, he felt ordinary, commonplace, and utterly free. Chapter 87. DLC 5. Luthor and Bernice. Lex Luthor had recently felt beset by misfortune. First, that Superman, clearly injured, was now carelessly soaring through the skies of Metropolis, right over Luthor's city and beneath his very nose. He was adept at employing a facade of hypocrisy to deceive the masses, which was utterly revolting. Moreover, a significant number of employees and businesses embroiled in disputes with LexCorp had seemingly coordinated to file lawsuits. Despite the prowess of LexCorp's legal team, many of these cases ended in defeat. Although the amounts at stake were relatively modest, when aggregated, they reached figures substantial enough to warrant attention within the corporation. Each day, Luthor was inundated with tedious updates on trivial labor disputes, to the point where he felt compelled to discard the internal control policies he had drafted in his earlier years. While Luthor was irritated, he remained unperturbed until a major scandal rocked LexCorp's stock prices. A considerable portion of the plaintiffs in these cases was represented by a single female attorney from Metropolis. This lawyer, Bernice Allen, had audaciously accepted an interview with Louise Lane. Though she had garnered some notoriety, her previous work had little to do with economic law. and Luther had never paid her any heed. Yet, inexplicably, she had begun to target LexCorp, seemingly honing her skills on their cases, offering remarkably low fees for representation. While she did not win every case, her victory rate was astonishing considering the caliber of LexCorp's legal department. The renowned Louise Lane was no slouch either. As Allen enumerated the cases she was involved in, Lane's writing spun a narrative that exposed LexCorp's corporate image to scrutiny, prompting numerous partners to make probing calls. Some litigants sought merely financial compensation, which was manageable. Luther promptly orchestrated a series of out-of-court settlements. He instructed his subordinates to investigate the identities of the employees and businesses rallying against LexCorp, only to find that many cited Miss Bernice Allen as their instigator. This was implausible. Luther conducted a thorough investigation into her background. She possessed no expertise in information technology, and her schedule as a lawyer was exceedingly full. Logically, she lacked both the time and the technical capability to investigate all disputes involving a major conglomerate, unless someone was aiding her or she was backed by a significant force. Was she merely a pawn on the front lines? Luther fell into deep contemplation. However, Bernice Allen's interpersonal relationships were also scrutinized. Hailing from a Midwestern town, she maintained a stable long-term boyfriend with whom she pursued their studies and settled in the metropolis. Apart from her remarkable appearance and talents, there seemed to be little of note. The two aspects that could be deemed noteworthy were the fact that, despite being a couple from a small town, they had not rushed into marriage immediately upon graduation, and her boyfriend's employment at the Planet, a distinctly pro-Superman media outlet. Coincidentally, his partner was none other than Lois Lane, the singular individual capable of securing an exclusive interview with Superman. Was Allen connected to Lane through Kent? This piqued Luther's interest. Kent possessed a modest yet discernible literary talent. Yet he was rather awkward and uncouth, surrounded by two such exceptional women. Did Kent harbor a quiet envy towards Lane for her ability to procure an interview with Superman? What thoughts might Allen entertain regarding her boyfriend's work partner, who exuded such allure? From the collaboration between the two ladies, it appeared she was somewhat indifferent. But what exactly was she indifferent to? Her boyfriend's connections, or to him as an individual? A sudden insight struck Luther. Not only did he become intrigued by the relationship between Bernice Allen and her boyfriend, but he also began to contemplate Allen's statements concerning Superman. After a moment, he donned a self-assured smile, rang the bell, and summoned his secretary, Miss Tastemark. Clark Kent had recently been troubled, whether approached by new colleagues or old friends. Inquiries concerning his well-being were often accompanied by astonishment. So, you two have yet to marry? Some would even add, either out of concern or curiosity, is there a problem? You've been graduates for quite some time now. Clark understood their line of thinking. Many couples who enjoyed a close and prolonged relationship during their college years often tied the knot soon after graduation. In some small towns, it was common for couples to marry right after high school. Nevertheless, how could he articulate his feelings? When he mustered the courage for the first time to broach the subject of rings with Bernice, he naively thought that if she preferred larger diamonds, and they were financially out of reach, he might craft one himself. However, when he posed the question of whether she liked diamonds, Bernice resolutely declared her disinterest. Clark, taken aback, quickly rephrased his question, why not? Isn't the value of diamonds a product of marketing? Originally, a rather inexpensive stone had been transformed into an exorbitantly priced symbol of love through the efforts of diamond producers, who profited immensely. While this could be deemed a marketing miracle, Bernice found it distasteful when such coercive notions emerged, asserting, primarily, I just don't like them. Even if I did, I wouldn't wish to spend exorbitant sums. Then, do you have a preferred gemstone? Clark continued, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Gemstones? They're all quite beautiful. I suppose. Bernice paused in contemplation, suddenly realizing and looking up, are you planning to give me a gift? That's unnecessary. Gemstones are so expensive, and I don't really wear jewelry. Clark had always assumed Bernice refrained from wearing jewelry due to unsuitable occasions, but did she dislike it altogether? Wearing them is such a hassle. Bernice lamented, expressing discomfort from the weight and pain, and often misplacing items. After a brief period of wearing them, she gave up. It was akin to makeup, something she adored, yet found burdensome and time-consuming. What could Clark say in response? He could only nod. When Clark mustered the courage for the second time to probe Bernice's views on marriage, she was engrossed in her case against Luther, often burning the midnight oil. Clark's thoughts swiftly shifted as he inquired, Is your schedule too packed, placing undue pressure on yourself? Not at all, Bernice replied. We have a lawyer, Lynn, in our association with extensive experience in economic matters. She has been of great assistance to me. Upon noticing Clark's expression, Bernice smiled, drew him close, and bestowed a kiss upon him. Don't worry, I've allocated time for myself to rest. Then she turned back to her work. Clark departed, burdened with unasked questions. He was gathering courage for a third attempt. Oh, how this was far more challenging than facing a barrage from 10 Gatling guns. 03 Louise Lane's preparatory notes for an interview. A page detailing Bernice Allen's resume, surrounded by scattered words and cryptic notes only she could decipher. AC was inscribed in pencil beside the town, encircled in red ink. B. A summary of cases Bernice Allen has participated in, loosely compiled, with the most recent case involving Luther notably more extensive and marked with various colors. Some oral argument briefs had been tucked within, but Louise ultimately deemed them unimportant, too technical, and removed them. C. Interview outline. Louise Lane never adheres to a fixed interview format. Instead, she extracts the most critical aspects from other materials, highlighting areas ripe for exploration with keywords she knows. During the interview, she skillfully navigates around these facets to probe and unearth insights. The most glaring keyword in Bernice Allen's outline was circled. Allen appears to be overtly targeting Luther and is engaged in related promotional interviews. What benefits does this confer upon her? There were a few spelling errors. Louise contemplated two possibilities. A. Allen may have been compromised by Luther's competitors. Wayne? Quinn? Rumors suggest Lena Luther is also displeased with her brother. B. A personal vendetta. Luther is fond of beautiful women. Perhaps Allen had a romantic entanglement with him? Next to this question, a capital clause inscribed, accompanied by several crossed out and highlighted marks. 04 Recently, Bernice Allen's spirits were high. Despite some plaintiffs in the cases against LexCorp opting for out-of-court settlements with Luther, it did not dampen her buoyancy. After all, Bernice merely sought to vent her frustrations and create some turmoil for Lex Luthor. After all, Luther had harmed her Clark. Through these cases, she had recently formed friendships with two capable women. The first, of course, was Clark's partner, the ever-bright Louise Lane. Louise possessed a sharp intellect and a keen sense of inquiry, sometimes probing her subjects with an excessively pointed approach. Bernice deftly navigated the probing inquiries regarding her potential employment targeting Luther, yet she inadvertently revealed a hint of her affinity for Superman, displaying subtle signs of indignation over his previous downfall. Unbeknownst to Bernice, Louise Lane's interpretation of the situation exceeded her expectations. As the outcome of the article she ultimately produced, disparaging Luther proved to be remarkably effective, leaving Bernice thoroughly satisfied. She held a profound admiration for this strikingly unique and accomplished woman, yet she preferred to maintain a certain distance in their personal lives, aware that individuals with equally strong personalities could easily clash over time. Nevertheless, despite the lack of deep friendship, Bernice aspired to cultivate a collegial rapport, hoping to seek collaboration or assistance when necessary, and she was equally willing to extend her help when the occasion arose. The second acquaintance, attorney Lynn, was somewhat older and had extensive experience in the legal field, having served as the chief legal advisor for large conglomerates and as the chief hearing officer for the New York Stock Exchange. Bernice greatly benefited from her wealth of knowledge and expressed her gratitude. Economic attorneys often possess vast networks in elite circles. Much like when Lynn unexpectedly called Bernice one day to present her with an invitation to a high-profile dinner. The event was esteemed and took place locally in Metropolis. Lynn, having transitioned to an assistant prosecutor position in Boston, could not attend and deemed it a pity for Bernice to miss out. Reflecting on the previous Wayne banquet in Gotham, particularly the exquisite cuisine, Bernice promptly decided to attend, believing she could manage her attire and hairstyle with minimal effort. However, to her astonishment, the dinner was hosted by none other than Luther, a detail conspicuously absent from the invitation. Was Lynn being intentionally duplicitous? Was she attempting to ensnare her? As Luther approached her, Bernice, who had been retreating to the sidelines, straightened her posture and donned a commercial smile, exclaiming, "What a splendid banquet! Your presence certainly enhances the occasion." Luther, surprisingly courteous, exhibited a flicker of that distinctive charm men often reserve for alluring women. "You're too kind, Mr. Luther." Bernice replied with a forced smile. "I understand that Miss Allen may harbor some misconceptions about me, and I was fortunate enough to receive this opportunity for clarification through your acquaintance. Luther maintained his politeness, yet a predatory glint danced in his eyes. I harbor no preconceived notions about you or your company. What misconceptions could there be? Bernice continued her facade, merely taking a keen interest in certain cases. Luther's expression darkened as he silently scrutinized her for several moments. Under the pressure exerted by such a towering and influential figure in his own domain, Bernice felt a bead of sweat form at her back, yet she endeavored to remain composed, keeping her smile intact. Louise Lane has mentioned that you have a fondness for Superman, Luther stated slowly. I can only advise you, regardless of what price Superman or the forces behind him may offer, that I would not recommend a lady as beautiful as yourself to confront such peril. Was confronting Luther truly facing danger? Was he threatening her? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Bernice's mind as she feigned innocence. Superman has power? I have only encountered Mr. Superman once. If it were as you suggest, that would be quite fortunate. How could I possibly qualify to engage in a transaction with him? Initially, Alan's expression reflected regret, followed by a glimmer of longing, as if he had begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Luther let out a derisive snort and forced a smile. Surely, the tall and handsome extraterrestrial is far more alluring than your rustic hometown boyfriend? Alan, jolted from a reverie, blinked in bewilderment. What? I merely wish to remind you that the stock price of the Planet Daily has recently plummeted, making acquisition rather facile. Luther, with a leisurely demeanor and veiled implications, remarked that perhaps your boyfriend Kent's unemployment is of little consequence, as you seem to anticipate the favor of some dashing alien. Alan's face contorted in dismay. Fearful, she covered her mouth with her hand, and after a moment, managed to stammer a few indistinct words. I never expected Mr. Luther to be so invested in gossip. However, you're not in a favorable position in the competition for Superman's girlfriend, are you? Luther delivered his final blow, asserting that with Miss Allen's wisdom, she must surely know what actions would be most beneficial for her. I shall leave you to it, he declared, shaking his glass with satisfaction as he departed. Chapter 88. DLC 6 Sleepless Nights. Though Bernice laughed heartily, Luther's threat struck home, hitting the mark. She could hardly vent her frustration at Luther on Clark, particularly at the cost of Clark's job. Bernice took a moment to inform Clark of the situation. What? Clark exclaimed. You were so busy targeting Luther. What? Bernice was equally astonished. You didn't know? Don't look at me like that. I'm not blaming you. I assumed you were just taking on numerous pro bono cases at the firm. Clark shook his head, cautioning that Luther was perilous and it was best to avoid confrontation with him. Hello. Bernice waved in front of him. You're facing off with Luther on a daily basis. Or should I say, Luther is facing off with you? He wouldn't devote all his efforts to me. Clark embraced Bernice, resting his chin on her shoulder in silence for a moment before saying, I will provide you with a communicator, just in case. All right, Bernice acquiesced, unable to resist adding, I want to openly confront him. If he truly becomes your superior, that would be utterly revolting. 1 month later, the Planet Daily was acquired by Bruce Wayne. What is going on? Bernice shouted, immediately searching for information. In the documents that Batman had previously shared with her regarding LexCorp, Wayne Enterprises had a partnership with them, albeit a tenuous one. Could it be that Wayne Enterprises was aligning with Luther? How infuriating! She failed to notice Clark, who seemed hesitant to speak. Clark carefully considered his words. The new boss is yet to issue any directives. Perhaps he is neutral or even amicable. Bernice sighed. But we must not be overly optimistic. We should prepare for the worst. Didn't you say he is coming for an inspection next Monday? Perhaps we should gauge his attitude before reaching any conclusions. Clark tightly sealed his lips and nodded. 0, for I truly never anticipated that I could deceive her. Superman mused, reflecting on her keen perception. At times, I pondered if she were better suited to be a detective. I'll provide you with my contact details, came a cold, gruff voice of the world's finest detective through the receiver. Batman, exerting all his remaining decorum to refrain from roaring, thought it was hardly the time for such trivial matters. Wait, don't hang up. Superman hastily interjected, hovering among the clouds, slightly embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. I still wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. The line was filled only with a faint electrical hum. Then Batman's calm, businesslike voice resounded. This is a decision made by Wayne Enterprises Investment Division based on return rates. It does not pertain to me. No matter how many times Superman heard Batman speak of his true identity in a manner that distanced himself, it always filled him with admiration. Was this the reason he could so flawlessly disguise himself? As he attempted to thank Batman once more, he thought to himself, I could never achieve such mastery. 05 yet. The world is unpredictable. Luther inspired me, and Bernice had a sudden epiphany. Let us engage in role play. I don't quite understand, Clark replied with remarkable composure, simultaneously pressing the backspace key to erase the string of A he had inadvertently typed. Bernice had never considered Superman and Clark as separate entities, which made her revelation all the more delightful. She clenched her fist and struck it against her palm, already envisioning various scenarios. Role play, you see? Do you not grasp the meaning of the term or its implications? Implications, Clark replied cautiously, clicking save 3 times before closing the document. I mentioned Luther's threats to us last time, but I didn't elaborate. He thinks Bernice attempted to finish her thought in one breath, but erupted into laughter instead. He thinks I view you as a backup, emotionally unfaithful, harboring a crush and trying to seduce Superman. Ha 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 ha. Clark furrowed his brow, but found the concept somewhat amusing. How could he think that? But what does this have to do with roleplay? If we were to pretend that Clark and Superman are 2 distinct individuals, Bernice said excitedly, rubbing her hands together, I could seduce Superman. But Superman knows I'm Clark's girlfriend and a friend of Clark's. Clark stammered, taken aback. The punishment play for infidelity? No, I detest that. Unless I'm punishing someone else. Bernice murmured some shocking phrases. The captivity of an evil extraterrestrial for force play? No, that is unacceptable. I'd rather imprison the extraterrestrial myself. Clark's hand, which had been poised to close his laptop, froze in midair. His mind went blank. 06 We shall dedicate a chapter to how we engage in this play and discreetly observe. 07 Bernice awoke in the middle of the night to find the space beside her empty. She reached out to that spot, which had already grown cold. She groggily donned a trench coat and made her way to the bathroom. Upon returning, she cast a glance around. No messages were left, and the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony stood ajar, with the curtains billowing gently in the cool breeze. No wonder it had grown chilly during her slumber. It must have been an urgent matter, Bernice mused as she approached the window to close it. She then confirmed that her phone's ringer and vibration were both activated, and that special communication device was functioning properly before drifting back into sleep. However, Clark did not return the following day. He had not even gone to the newspaper office. When Perry White's furious call came through, Bernice held the phone a good 30 centimeters away from her ear until the editor of the Daily Planet finished his inquiries. Yet, she remained oblivious to Clark's whereabouts and why he had chosen to be absent. She didn't even know how long he would be away. Yes, I am his partner, she thought frantically during those fleeting seconds of questioning. He was in a car accident this morning, and I have no idea when he might return to work. The hospital had provided no definitive answers. The severity of the accident was uncertain. Clark could spin a tale upon his return. Time was too short for Bernice to verify the fabrication she was weaving. Thus, she adjusted her tone mid-sentence, allowing a hint of sobbing to creep in. She found it hard to believe that anyone could remain composed while analyzing logic in the presence of a partner on the brink of collapse. As anticipated, Editor White fell silent for a moment before offering his dry condolences and wishes for a swift recovery, promptly ending the call. Bernice exhaled in relief. It found herself lost in thought, still gripping her phone. She searched for news of any attacks on Superman, but found none. What could possibly be happening? After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately composed a text message. I told Perry you were in an accident, uncertain of its severity. Hence I cannot say when you'll be back. Please don't slip up. Take care of yourself. If there is anything I can assist with, remember, I am always here. Love. Kisses. Clark returned that evening, bursting through the door like a cannonball, his uniform still dripping with water, his eyes reddened. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the extraterrestrial killing machines some had spoken of, poised to unleash their lethal gaze. Bernice immediately set her plate aside and stood up, her eyes wide with concern as she stepped forward to touch his eyes. Superman recoiled, taken aback by his own reaction. He had thought he was beyond movement. The earthquake had struck in a highland region, characterized by mountainous terrain adjacent to a river. The quake caused landslides on both banks, blocking the river's flow, and the raging waters surged forward, only to be violently reversed by the obstruction, engulfing an entire town along with over 20 surrounding villages. When Superman arrived, he plunged into the dammed lake, desperately attempting to save lives. However, to effectuate a swift rescue, the displaced stones posed a threat to other trapped individuals. If he slowed down, he would watch helplessly as the warmth of life extinguished one after another in the waters. If he extended a hand to those on one side, those on the other would cease to breathe while he attempted to save just one. Superman once found himself swimming towards a person when he unexpectedly diverted to save a little girl beside him. He could never forget the gaze of that individual he had left behind. The person he had rescued would surely succumb if the foreign object obstructing their airway was not addressed. And remaining on the shore to administer aid meant listening to the heartbeat of the one submerged fade away. But on what grounds could he decide who lived and who perished? Driven to the brink of despair by the proximity of lives he could not save, he suddenly recalled that he could displace the rocks blocking the river, allowing the waters to flow back to their natural course. With wide eyes and gritted teeth, he abandoned the lake still teeming with life and rushed towards the massive boulders. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the debris caused by the earthquake was not confined to this singular location. As Superman shifted some of the stones, the rushing waters only buried 3 downstream villages deeper. After 20 hours, he had managed to recover only a few thousand bodies, with merely hundreds surviving. He gazed at Bernice, illuminated by the warm yellow light, standing next to the checkered tablecloth for Martha that she had brought from the small town. These should have been the 2 most familiar and cherished things to Clark Kent. Yet at this moment, standing there, he felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity. His hands were stained with blood, and his body was soaked in the scent of death's waters. It seemed that only the tears welling in his eyes were the sole remnants of purity within him. He shivered uncontrollably, unable to speak or raise his hands, feeling that even the gentlest touch would shatter the fragile pieces he had become. He had only wished to find a solitary place to weep. Yet before flying to the Arctic, he found himself inexplicably drawn back here. He could not bear any questions, and, astonishingly, Bernice did not inquire about what had transpired. She merely allowed her gaze to tenderly sweep across his face, his stiff hands, and shoulders. And Superman felt as though he was on the verge of collapsing in an entirely different sense. Bernice locked her eyes onto his, stepping forward. When the bewildered resistance in her blue eyes transformed into hesitation, she embraced him tightly. "If this place is unbearable, shall we go to the Arctic? If you wish, I can accompany you," she whispered. She was entirely unaware of the calamity that had unfolded, but was willing to embark on any journey to protect her beloved and provide him with the silence he needed. Protection was not solely found on the battlefield. Bernice could see Clark was in distress. During their flight, she felt Clark's tears splash onto her. And in the solitude of the Arctic fortress, after enveloping him in her silent embrace for what felt like an eternity, she finally heard the heartrending wails of grief. Chapter 89 DLC 7 An alliance of superhumans was forming at an astonishing pace. The sound of rushing water rendered the already indistinct voices even more unclear. A blonde youth seated in the living room sighed and called out, "Could you please come out and speak?" With a loud crash, the door swung open, releasing the humid warmth from the bathroom. I truly did not comprehend. A young man, clad only in a towel around his waist, emerged, strikingly handsome, with an air of nonchalance about him. As he ran his hand through his short, brown hair, he inquired, "Why has Superman's demeanor become so notably urgent? Had he not previously suggested we should consider things without haste?" The youth seated upon the sofa appeared to ponder this, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, do you suppose men no longer dry their hair?" Excitedly leaning against the couch, droplets cascaded down his sculpted chest and abdomen, merging with the fabric of the couch and the towel. "Is there an adversary approaching Superman? Does he seek our assistance?" His expression betrayed no sense of urgency. The blonde youth, gazing intently at the floor, contemplatively remarked, "Have you forgotten? He has repeatedly assured us that we could reach out to him whenever we encountered difficulties." "Well, you are the expert in this regard," the still warm man shrugged. "Whatever, I'll join in. Even if there is an enemy, I wish to witness Superman's adversaries firsthand. He surely wouldn't betray us. And you are right. Should that towering blue giant encounter trouble, lending a hand would not be a burden." The young man spoke with ease, lifting his head, only to freeze in horror. "Hal Jordan, you've splashed water all over the floor?" Even the Green Lantern would find it challenging to evade a towel assault aimed straight at his forehead. After all, the one hurling the towel is the fastest man alive. Superman's PTSD seems yet to be resolved. His disguise remains impeccable. The warmth of his smile, while rescuing others, is as heartfelt as ever. He may still retrieve a kitten that has fallen from a tree, yet his departure from the scene has become markedly swifter. Previously, he would engage in conversation with those he rescued, offering them comfort. This appeared entirely normal. However, when factoring in Superman's tone while seeking to swiftly assemble a small coalition of heroes he had contacted before, alongside the news Batman had noted about the devastating earthquake, one that struck a remote area with minimal coverage from the English media, one could sense a deeper concern. Had Batman not been vigilantly monitoring all news related to superpowered individuals, particularly those concerning Superman, he might have overlooked such events. From fragments of information, Batman pieced together a rough narrative of the situation. Yet, even he found it challenging to utter anything of significance to Superman, who had recently seemed somewhat despondent. Even after Superman had discussed the Justice League's scheduling with him, Batman restrained himself from dismissing him immediately, hovering nearby in silence. Fully aware that he was hardly a suitable confidant for alleviating troubles, he awaited Superman to speak first. Superman hesitated for a moment. No, Batman stated coldly. Superman was taken aback. Isn't the name Justice League fitting? Batman's expression shifted as he regarded Superman with a gaze that was half pitying, half condescending, making Superman feel utterly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Batman silently repeated the titles of the advisors and non-members thrice in his mind, ultimately choosing to remain mute regarding the Justice League, a name that felt more juvenile than that of comic book. Upon hearing the call for the Justice League, Barry Allen hurried to the scene. In Cuba, a devastating earthquake had triggered a tsunami. Perhaps due to a malfunction in the communicator, Superman's voice sounded somewhat stiff. He urged everyone to arrive as swiftly as possible, stating that those in need of a lift could contact him immediately. A lift? Barry pondered, but his curiosity dissipated as he donned his uniform and arrived at the location, immersing himself in the disaster relief efforts. The synergy between Green Lantern and the Flash proved remarkably effective for evacuating the populace. The massive green barrier paired with the flickering red silhouette created a seamless operation. With Batman's subsequent command, everything remained under the League's control, resulting in minimal casualties. It was evident that Green Lantern and the Flash were acquainted, nearly calling each other by their true names on several occasions. Batman noted this in his mind, lowering the aircraft slightly to hover beside Superman, who appeared lost in thought. Superman, his complex expression softened, expressed his gratitude to Batman for his arrival. Batman interjected, stating that today was a matter of fortuitous circumstance. Without any one of them, the outcome would have been unattainable. Superman blinked slowly, contemplating whether he was being consoled. Batman continued, suggesting that the League could accomplish what one individual could not. Yet he recommended the establishment of common disaster response plans. Such as for earthquakes? Superman inquired. Earthquakes of varying terrains, Batman clarified, prompting Superman to realize that Batman was indeed aware. As Superman deliberated on his response, a red blur approached. Oh, hi Superman. You must be Batman? The Flash, curious, glanced over. I just overheard your conversation, and now I understand why Superman brought you into lead. You might truly be the most suited for our League. I am an advisor, Batman replied. Advisors are non-member personnel. The Flash, momentarily taken aback by the rebuttal, awkwardly scratched his head. Remembering something, he turned to Superman and quickly patted his shoulder. After discussing with Hal that day, Barry had also conducted some research, uncovering the earthquake in which Superman had participated in the rescue. Barry had an inkling of Superman's urgent desire to establish the Justice League, yet he kept this to himself. Contemplating further, Barry activated his super speed, quietly moving to Superman's other side and whispering in his ear. At that moment, time seemed to slow almost to a standstill. And when Superman turned in shock, he appeared unchanged from his usual demeanor. Wow, I was just guessing. I didn't expect it to be true, Barry murmured to Superman. What I can accomplish alone is quite limited. Thankfully, I have you all. Otherwise, I might not have been able to save many. You are immensely valuable to this team, Superman stated earnestly, shaking his head. And you have done your utmost. Indeed, we all have, Barry replied, withdrawing his super speed and giving Superman's shoulder another reassuring pat. Despite Green Lantern's slight dissatisfaction at following the commands of that shadowy figure idling in midair for reasons unknown, he found himself quite pleased with the outcome. He turned to Barry, intending to celebrate, only to discover that his partner had rushed over to Superman, resting a hand on him and engaging in conversation. Wasn't Hal Jordan the greatest contributor to this incident? Green Lantern flew over and inquired, "What are you discussing?" "It's a secret," his dear friend the Flash replied. "While the League of Gods soars through the skies, mere mortals tread the earth." In other words, it's back to school and work, a rather disheartening notion. However, occasionally, delightful surprises emerge. Bernice Allen had just opened her familiar science fiction enthusiast forum when her private chat window began to flash incessantly. The moderator, Ghost, who rarely appeared in the forum and occasionally posted objective content, was bombarding her with private messages. "You will never believe what just happened. There was a robbery." "What?" Bernice gasped, but Alice's messages continued to flow, dissipating her initial anxiety. But Superman showed up. He looked so handsome. A question mark appeared above Bernice's head. She immediately began to type. "All is well, I hope. But didn't you mention that you weren't fond of Superman?" "Well, just a little while ago. I got injured and he flew me around," Ghost replied. "My dream has come true." Ghost sent 10 crying emojis in quick succession. Bernice hesitated, beginning to feel concerned. After all, the bridge effect is a real phenomenon. She wasn't worried about Clark, but regarding her friend, she did not wish for her to fall for an unresponsive facade. "Alice, honey, calm down." "But I was flying." "Though he took you," Bernice typed up. "I was flying." Suddenly, Bernice understood. After all, she had heard Alice recount her dreams of flight numerous times. The moderator Ghost, whose real name was Alice Wind, was a friend Bernice had met at the science fiction enthusiast club adjacent to Metropolis University. They had only revealed their true identities long after they had known each other and discovered that they were acquaintances online. "You startled me. I thought you had fallen for Superman," Bernice typed. "Wow, I really flew. There was no gravity. It felt so liberating. I finally understand why people worship him. If just calling him the one true God would allow me to fly again, I would too. Please calm down." Once Alice settled a bit, Bernice asked, "By the way, what is this about the one true God?" Little did she know, the answer would be astonishing. Superman, aside from some extreme anti-fans, now seems to have an almost cult-like following. Some proclaim him to be the Son of God, sent by the Heavenly Father to save us, selfless and a true savior. Others question, does he not have a girlfriend, that renowned journalist? Selfless indeed? Some argue that these are merely sensationalist tactics by the Planet Daily. How could a being of divine nature be so? Others speculate whether his divinity resembles that of Greek mythology. Wouldn't it be splendid if he were like Zeus? I have my bed prepared, just waiting for him to descend. Yet, there are those who vehemently deny such possibilities. Superman must remain aloof. He cannot engage with mere mortals. Surely, he must look down upon humanity, intent on ruling us. Some interject, "Are you a masochist? Why do you sound so pleased?" Another chimes in, "I'm a shipper." Look at the expression on Superman's face when he rescued reporter Lois Lane. Who could resist that? Images abound as Bernice's eyes widen. Roleplay becomes enriched with new references. However, ISNT long before Lois Lane faces an assault. This time, it's not Superman's enemies attempting to manipulate him through her, but rather his own fans. Clark Kent is nearby, hence the situation remains manageable. It is said that the assailant, upon capture, shouted something ominous. "Superman, you cannot show favoritism. Once a deity favors a mortal, the one you love is destined to perish because of you." "Nonsense," Bernice exclaims vehemently. "It's all idle chatter. What about your Justice League?" The mere mention of that name contorts her features. "Do you even care about the fans or supporters?" Batman retorts, "Repeat that, Superman." Chapter 90 DLC 801 Anxiety gnawed at Bernice as she paced back and forth. How she wished to apologize, she sighed. "Apologize?" Clark inquired, his brow furrowing. "Is it for Lois?" "Indeed. It feels as though she bore the brunt of my misfortune." Bernice sighed again. "Yet I find myself lacking the grounds to apologize." Clark exhaled in relief. "Forget it. I'll wait until she learns your identity before you apologize." Bernice resolved. "What?" Clark responded, bewildered. "Do you think you can keep it from her for long? She is Lois Lane. After all, I may not know her well, but I could draw comparisons to myself. Besides, she spends the most time with both Kent and Superman." Clark fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, his mouth opening and closing without words. He studied Bernice, quietly asking, "Bonnie, are you feeling a bit upset because of Lois?" Bernice was taken aback. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, then paused to reflect before responding. I hadn't considered it closely before, but it does seem to be the case." Clark appeared to shrink slightly, pressing his lips together in a contrite manner. Lowering his head, yet his eyes remained bright, gazing at her in the manner that Bernice cherished, unwaveringly awaiting her response. He was well aware that Bernice never resorted to ambiguity regarding her emotional issues. She would always elucidate the reasons for her unhappiness and what he needed to do to rectify the situation. For this, he felt immense gratitude. Bernice pondered her feelings. It is not that I am bothered by your close working relationship with her, nor do I care that she has claimed the title of Superman's rumored girlfriend. Yet, why does it affect me? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Bernice remarked, I understand now. It's the Princess Carrie. Clark blinked in confusion, tilting his head. You have saved her on numerous occasions, Bernice said slowly. Of course, that is expected. And it's not a big deal. I don't pay attention every time. However, in the news and the photos online, you always seem to carry her in a princess style. Clark contemplated this, cautiously responding, I suppose I have become accustomed to it. I seem to assist other victims in a similar manner. Bernice interjected, do other victims possess such intelligence and beauty and share their days with you? Clark glanced over carefully. Probably not. Bernice clasped her hands together. Then why should I care if you carry them like a princess? You're not like me. You are straight. Clark replied, I apologize. I will try to be more mindful in the future. Bernice huffed. Clark could tell she wasn't genuinely angry. She pouted playfully. Is there any compensation? Clark humbly bowed. You need only give the order, Your Highness. Ah, Clark has learned well. Bernice nearly laughed, but composed herself, casually saying, give me a kiss. Clark raised an eyebrow, amused by the simplicity of the request, only to hear Bernice add, you must also listen to me tonight. With that, she raised her brow, signaling that yes, it was indeed about that evening. Clark paused, resigned. When have I not listened to you? Bernice glared back, so? Do not push your luck. Ah, she was being intentional, signaling that she would let this matter go. Clark eagerly leaned in, fulfilling his beloved's first request. That evening, Bernice procured a delicate, soft cotton thread. The thread was not sturdy. An ordinary person could easily snap it. Yet Bernice used it to bind the most powerful being on the planet. You cannot break free. You promised me, she said with a gentle smile. After some time, feeling satisfied, she seemed to remember something and told Clark, if you encounter any problems at work, you must let me know. I do not wish to become one of those couples who are only intimate in bed. Clark nodded absently. Yes, yes. Couples? Clark was lost in thought, yet Superman had an important meeting to attend. Although a capable group had gathered, the operational dynamics of this small team had yet to be established, which was rather concerning. After the anonymous voting for the chairperson of the Justice League concluded with Superman as the victor, the predominant topic of discussion today was the League's decision-making process. It should be a unanimous vote, Superman asserted. If you expect every issue to be handled this way, our meetings will never reach a conclusion. Batman placed a file on the table, crossing his arms as he retorted. Then they began to bicker. This is hardly a productive approach. Superman leaned forward, hands braced on the table. We have 4 more issues to address today, and 13 minutes have already elapsed. Batman's voice, as frigid as his white lenses, declared, I believe everyone here would prefer to resolve matters promptly. Oh, do you all remember that there are others present? Green Lantern quipped, arms crossed and reclining against his chair. While nearby, the Flash merely closed his eyes in exasperation. Ignoring him, Batman continued, so when matters reach an impasse, there must be a swift method for resolution. Superman paused, a flicker of anger crossing his features. So, by your logic, as the chairperson of the League, if I disagree with you and demand compliance, you would acquiesce without objection? Batman's expression remained inscrutable. Superman hesitated again, thinking, damn it, Batman is truly cunning. Forcing Batman to accept his opinion would contradict Superman's own insistence on a voting process. All right, gentlemen, declared Diana, the Amazonian princess, renowned as Wonder Woman, who had valiantly fought alongside the League during a prior extraterrestrial invasion of Canada. She was the only one among them who interacted in her true identity. Of course, to those other than Batman, Superman might seem the same, as he had revealed his identity as Kal-El to everyone. You, Batman, Diana addressed the shadowy figure. Do you believe we can forego meetings and let the chairperson decide everything unilaterally? Certainly not, Batman responded, but Wonder Woman interrupted, turning to Superman. There are 6 of us now. If the vote results in a tie, will you disregard the dissenting opinions? I would not, Superman replied. Then what are you arguing about? The Amazonian princess, perplexed by the human social dynamics, questioned, Are we not speaking of the same thing? I concur with you, Princess Aquaman. The golden-haired man from the underwater realm yawned. Can we get to the crux of the matter? I have pressing commitments to attend to. After the meeting concluded and the others departed, Superman remained in the conference room, observing Batman, who sat motionless in his chair. If it pertains to funding, there is no need for discussion, Batman abruptly stated, his fingers still tapping on the keyboard. During the meeting, when the source of funds was raised, Batman had declared he would handle it without further discussion. The others exchanged glances, ultimately turning to Superman. After a brief silence, he signaled that this topic could be deferred. It was evident he wished to discuss the matter privately with Batman after the meeting. However, this is a matter that concerns us all. It should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Superman remained steadfast. Who said I must bear this burden alone? Batman interjected, adding that investors would undoubtedly seek terms in their dealings. What conditions might he demand? It was evident that Superman did not entirely trust him, as he used the masculine singular pronoun. I believe investors must consult with their own specialized legal teams before reaching a decision. Batman insisted on the plural form. For the shareholders of Wayne Enterprises, of course, constituted a collective. When he uttered the word legal, he paused slightly, as if weighing his words, then added, I think, if you're willing, perhaps you could also seek the opinion of your partner. Superman asked in astonishment, do you wish for her to become involved in the affairs of the Justice League? She is a professional, Batman replied succinctly, with a reputation and expertise, adaptable in her thinking, and there is no concern regarding confidentiality. That evening, Bruce Wayne heard a voice emanating from a dedicated channel. Abby, are you there? It was not an urgent matter, Batman deduced, so he remained still, merely signaling to Alfred to lower the volume to Batman's level. What is it, Superman? Bonnie indicated her willingness to participate in the Justice League's affairs, but Superman's voice grew increasingly faint, followed by a cacophony of noise in the earpiece. Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow and set down his fork. Then a bright female voice came through Superman's channel. Hello, Batman. May I inquire what capacity I would be participating in? Am I an external consultant for the Justice League? There was a cough from Superman, as if he had choked, followed by a clearing of his throat. Hesitatingly, he replied, perhaps not. The female voice, evidently Bernice Allen, continued, I would be quite eager to engage in discussions. But does this part-time role come with remuneration? Silence enveloped both sides of the earpiece. Bernice, perplexed, asked, what is the matter? If the expert consulting fee is too challenging, surely there must be some benefits. Of course, we can discuss the issues first, and then address compensation, setting aside other matters. Discussing issues with someone knowledgeable and familiar with superheroes proved to be highly efficient. In deliberating how the Justice League should first present itself to the public in the selection of a venue, Allen's insights provided a robust enhancement to the conversation. Bruce almost ventured to discuss what conditions should accompany the funding of the Justice League, until he recalled that this would involve certain identity matters. However, as Batman was organizing the discussion content, he suddenly remembered the dedicated line he had used to contact Superman, if memory served, to prevent losses during combat or other intense activities. It was a small chip affixed to the inner side of Superman's ear. The female voice just now was even clearer and louder than Superman's own words. Batman, with an impassive expression, typed on the keyboard, the clicks resounding louder than usual. He had no desire to know the posture in which Superman's girlfriend had spoken just moments ago. Not in the slightest. Chapter 91. Side Story 1. Dark and hurry and run. The soul urged. The seawater is rising. If you do not flee now, your life will be forfeit. Run swiftly, for I am terrified. I see your heart, so deeply enshrouded in love, closing itself to me. Seek a place of safety. You wouldn't dare to deny me a heart, only to cast me into another realm, would you? The Fisherman and the Soul. Translated by Zhu Chunshin from the works of Oscar Wilde. Superman felt an overwhelming fatigue. Just a moment prior, he had been engaged in a fierce brawl with the gorilla, Grud, amidst a flurry of green kryptonite. Yet, upon awakening, his mind was besieged by thoughts of Clark Kent's missed deadlines. Perhaps it was the soft bedding beneath him that reassured Superman of his safety. As long as he was free from kryptonite's radiation and basking in sunlight, he would swiftly regain his strength. However, at that moment, as he attempted to move his fingers, he felt an alarming weakness in his arms. Something was amiss. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met by a warm crimson glow. Beneath that ominous, debilitating light stood Bernice Allen, gazing at him with apparent concern. Clark, You're awake? Superman's mind momentarily blanked. He beheld that beautiful smile, which instantly transported him back to a time when he was a boy, stripped of everything but the grasp of his own two hands. Bonnie, he murmured, only to quickly divert his gaze, as if stung, focusing instead on his wrists bound by ropes, striving to maintain an impassive tone. Where am I? How did you acquire the red sun lamp? In the galaxy where Krypton once resided, its star was a red giant, or what is commonly referred to as a red sun. Under the illumination of a red sun, Kryptonians are devoid of their superpowers. In contrast, the vibrant yellow sunlight of Earth serves as Superman's source of energy. Thus, if he were confined within an environment saturated with red sunlight or utterly devoid of light, he would be unable to absorb external energy. Once the energy within his cells was depleted, Superman would be rendered incapable of flight, his abilities diminished to that of an ordinary human. Bernice Allen, of course, was one of the earliest and most knowledgeable individuals regarding this information, aside from Superman himself. After all, for a considerable time, she had been Clark's sole companion, seemingly intent on preserving this status. Yet, Clark often felt that things had not always been this way. 02, the Kent family's corn farm was beset by pests. After school, Clark hurried home from the small-town high school, while Bernice, already aware of her forthcoming transition to the same institution, eagerly joined him to assist and observe. After countless dubious suggestions were tossed about, perhaps employing the air conditioning's cold breath, that would ruin the crops. What about laser vision? It could hone your control. Maybe. Bernice was politely asked to step aside. Hesitating by the pesticide truck, Clark approached a corn stalk, lowering his head to carefully unleash his heat vision. After incinerating several corn leaves and stalks, he gradually began to hone in on the pests with precision. Bernice glanced at the 3 corn stalks that Clark had tended to, then at the endless fields stretching before her, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. She cleared her throat gently, suggesting, "Perhaps we should drive the pesticide over and leave a small patch for you to test." Clark, engrossed in his task and bent over, was unmistakably himself. Any ordinary human would surely suffer from back pain after such an endeavor. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, I'll give it a try first." His eyes emitted a terrifying crimson glow, which flickered briefly before extinguishing as he shifted to another spot, each flash causing darkened insects to plummet to the ground. Feeling awkward standing idly by while her dear friend worked, Bernice donned a wide-brimmed straw hat and strolled along the edge of the field. If not for the fear of insects clinging to her, she would have relished the idea of running through the cornfield. Suddenly, a hint of red caught her eye. Surely it was the laser beam from Clark's gaze. She resolved to remind him to be more discreet next time. But wait, Clark was not in that direction. Cautiously, she approached, ready to shout for help should anything go awry. At this distance, her powerful companion would arrive in an instant. Clark exhaled deeply, having finally managed to clear a small patch of corn pests without scorching the plants. This task had proven exceedingly challenging. In a comic book, tears of frustration would have streamed down his face. Nevertheless, despite the difficulty, he gradually mastered the technique, even beginning to find it enjoyable. Bernice was always like this, never overly astonished by his extraordinary abilities, often coming up with spontaneous ideas to help him hone these skills. Yet, he lamented that next semester he would have to part from the rare bond he had formed with her. Wait, where was Bernice? It seemed that she had been silent for a while. When Clark rushed over, he found her crouched on the ground, gazing intently at a freshly unearthed mound of soil. Her hands were smeared with dirt, one of them clutching a fragment of a red crystal. "Oh, Clark, what is wrong?" she exclaimed, rising to her feet and swaying slightly before grasping his arm. "Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy. Are you all right?" Clark quickly steadied her. "I'm fine. Just stood up after squatting for too long. My brain is a bit starved for blood," she replied, closing her eyes momentarily. Upon catching sight of Clark's concerned expression, she felt a sudden flutter in her heart and leaned her forehead against his shoulder, then amended her words. "Oh dear. I must have been out in the sun too long. It's making me feel lightheaded." Clark's guilt intensified, and he hastily said, "Then let me help you back to sit for a while." "That sounds good," Bernice agreed with ease. Speaking of which, she truly disliked basking in the sun. It was too hot and uneven. Why had she ventured into the fields in the first place? "All right, look at what I just unearthed. Doesn't it resemble a ruby?" she exclaimed, lifting the fragment for closer examination. It seems different from earlier. It's not as shiny now, whereas it had previously sparkled like a gem under the sunlight. The red stone in Bernice's hand now appeared rather dull, as if it had once contained something but had since been depleted. Perhaps it was the light that rendered Bernice oblivious to the situation. However, the young fisherman was heedless of his soul's lament, fervently calling out to the little mermaid, proclaiming, "Love is superior to wisdom, more precious than wealth, more beautiful than the feet of earthly maidens. It cannot be destroyed by fierce flames, nor drowned by mighty waters. I call upon you at dawn, yet you do not come. The moon hears me utter your name, yet you remain indifferent. Evil has lured me away from you, leading me to wander and harm only myself. Nevertheless, your love accompanies me. Your love is eternally powerful and invincible, despite my gaze having lingered upon both wickedness and virtue. Now, you have perished, and of course, I shall die alongside you." Clark sensed an unsettling shift. Recently, Bernice had been gazing at him with increasing frequency during their time together. While reading in the library, she would rest her chin on one hand, unabashedly smiling and focusing intently on him, until Clark, unable to withstand her gaze, raised his head, at which point she would innocently blink and ask, "What is it? Is it because you find me attractive?" It was not that Clark wished her to refrain from such attention. On the contrary, he secretly relished it. After all, who could remain unaffected when such a cheerful, tall, and beautiful girl gazed upon them with such admiration? Lately, Bernice had been drawing closer than before, especially when they flew, or stood together in the sky. She would even inquire if she might squeeze his shoulder or chest. Goodness, for a 15-year-old boy, still grappling with his own youthful impulses, this was rather overwhelming. Clark pondered deeply, uncertain of whether Bernice truly meant what he feared. Consequently, he sought counsel from Peter. Bernice, however, was displeased by this. "Oh, so you went to Peter," she remarked coolly, her lips pressed into a thin line. Clark felt at a loss. He attempted to explain. "I had a question I wanted to ask him. About Peter Ross?" Bernice chuckled lightly, though her laughter struck Clark as somewhat harsh. "Why didn't you ask me yesterday?" A few days later, the school organized a film screening in the auditorium. Bernice was eagerly anticipating it, having signed up with Clark well in advance. But on the day of the event, she had to cancel due to unforeseen circumstances. "You can watch it with Peter and the others," she said with a bright smile. The film was a newly released science fiction feature, predominantly showcasing grotesque, shape-shifting aliens preying upon humanity. Naturally, the auditorium was filled with exclamations of outrage and terror directed at the extraterrestrial beings. Clark could not bear the experience. Everyone around him, including Peter, failed to comprehend why he wished to bury his head in his knees. Despite his discomfort, Clark endured the film's conclusion, politely declining Peter's invitation to hang out afterward. As he rose, contemplating where he might find Bernice, he spotted her familiar figure standing at the auditorium entrance, approaching with concern. She extended a hand for him to take and said, "Don't be upset. Let us go." At that moment, Clark did not ponder why Bernice appeared so coincidentally. Later, she casually suggested he limit his interactions with others to avoid revealing himself, and he thought little of it. After all, he had Bernice. Clark remained optimistic. Superman struggled to sit up, but the ropes binding his wrists were tied to the bedpost, chafing his skin until it turned red. Bernice, intrigued, approached him and gently touched the irritated skin. "How does it feel?" she inquired softly. Superman instinctively closed his eyes as she approached, forcing himself to open them again. Silence served as a response, prompting Bernice to sigh and melancholically state, "I don't actually like having to pull you back to an ordinary existence. After all, your abilities are a part of you." She had expressed a similar sentiment a decade ago. It was precisely because of this that Clark found it impossible to follow other suggestions to detach from her. "But why are you trying to distance yourself from me?" Bernice gazed at him, hurt. If he were not bound by her in a small room illuminated by red sunlight, Superman would almost feel guilty. "I cannot," he finally spoke, but his words faltered midway as he recalled a friend's advice, attempting to adopt a more assertive tone. "I want to try to solve this on my own." Bernice tilted her head slightly, curiosity etched on her face. "But the last time you faced an unsolvable problem, you called for me immediately, didn't you?" Superman's complexion paled at the fact she pointed out. "Stop struggling." Bernice placed a hand on his chest. "I don't want to hurt you. You cannot control yourself." He instinctively shrank back. "But with me here, I can help you." She smiled, uttering the same reassuring words she had for many years. Unbeknownst to him, she had ceased to let him exercise his powers. "What if you hurt yourself because you cannot control it?" But do not fear, I am here. Don't participate in that. I would worry you might lose control. What if something were to inadvertently reveal your abilities and endanger you? Me, Martha, and Jonathan. It's all right, I am here. No, do not approach others. It's fine, you can rely on me. You are fragile. You will lose control, but do not fear. I can soothe you. Am I not the best friend in the world? ISNT my presence enough? Whenever you encounter problems, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will certainly guide you. Her voice was so convincing, and she was the only one who understood Clark to such a profound extent. Thus, when she declared Clark lacked control, it was perhaps indeed true. When Bernice Allen realized her need for Clark Kent, she hoped he would likewise feel a need for her. She encouraged, supported, and assisted him, wishing for his appreciation while instilling in him a sense of dependency. The former should have found joy in it, yet the risks were substantial. She decisively chose the latter. Adjusting the films screened collectively by the school is not a daunting task. It is merely one among countless details. She yearns for Clark to solely acclimatize to her, to place his trust exclusively in her, and to depend on her entirely, and she nearly succeeded. However, a superhero, endowed with extraordinary abilities and striving to rescue others, inevitably encounters like-minded individuals. Under the subtle persuasion of a newly acquainted stranger, the superhero seeks to create distance from her, which leaves Bernice profoundly disheartened. Chapter 92, Side Story 1, Dark Transformation. With each breath you take, I survey my surroundings, yet you remain irreplaceable. I feel so cold and long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. I beseech you. I suspect your partner has manipulated you through gaslighting. This voice is flat and coarse, yet it carries an undertone of concern, suggesting it should be trustworthy. But can it truly be trusted? He does not trust his own judgment. With the support of his newly acquainted friends, for some reason, aside from Bernice, he had no confidant to whom he could unburden himself, and after a prolonged mental struggle, the superhero departed without notice. He lacked the courage to leave Bernice a message, for he was uncertain of what to say. He did not wish for this to be a permanent farewell, yet he feared that before he was ready, Bernice might find him through the slightest clues. However, when seeking reliance, guidance, and a safe haven becomes habitual in moments of immense danger and trial, before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he had already dialed that familiar number. Even though he knew his new friend could be just as resolute, if not more so, how could one defy their instincts after having resolved to do so? Yet, the last time he encountered an insurmountable problem, it was still her he called upon first. Bernice tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. The very fact she pointed out rendered Superman's complexion ashen. Do not struggle. Bernice pressed one hand against his chest. I do not wish to harm you. You cannot control yourself. But with me here, I can assist you. She smiled in the same manner she had for many years, uttering words reminiscent of the past. You have yet to answer me. What does it feel like? Bernice grasped the tattered fabric of Superman's uniform at his waist, exerting considerable effort to tear it further apart, ultimately halting in frustration. She circled around Clark as if surveying her territory, bending down to explore the tender bruises with her fingertips and lips. Superman's breath became uneven as he strained against the ropes binding his arms. He had endured numerous battles and was no stranger to injury. But wounds rarely lingered on his body for long. This was an entirely unfamiliar experience. The coolness of her fingertips and the warmth of her tongue seemed to soothe the dull ache of bruises, yet at times they would sharpen the pain. For a fleeting second, he contemplated using his legs to overturn Bernice, but he was uncertain of how much force to apply, fearing he might genuinely hurt her. Superman felt an overwhelming tension coursing through him, yet Bernice pressed even closer. In a desperate attempt to distract himself before his mind went completely blank, he seized upon a question that Bernice had previously left unanswered. Where did you acquire the red sun lamp? Guess, Bernice replied nonchalantly, her hands wandering along her familiar waist, practicing the Kryptonian uniform disrobing technique that Clark had once revealed. Superman struggled to reconstruct his faltering defenses, his body taut like a bowstring. Instinctively yearning to harmonize with the only familiar player, he repeatedly reminded himself of Bernice's motives and his friend's suspicions. Yet, behold, was her gaze not imbued with affection? Tell me, Bernice, you are not collaborating with Luthor, Superman blurted out. In a corner of his mind, it seemed that he thought, just this. But then, Bernice's movements halted entirely. She slowly straightened, her expression inscrutable. "Oh, do you think I am akin to Luther? Of course not." Superman felt a chill run down his spine and hastily clarified. "So you believe that I am incapable of acquiring such technology on my own? That I must seek assistance from my despised enemy to confront you, my dear Clark?" The alarm bells in Superman's mind screamed as Bernice didn't even smile. When she drew near, an invisible aura surrounded her, making everything that was once distorted seem inevitable, as if it were meant to be. Clark's principles, his steadfastness, and his resolved determination all morphed in the presence of Bernice's proximity and her soft smile directed at him. These distortions seemed akin to the inevitable refraction that occurs when objects are submerged in water, displaced and transformed, yet unable to articulate the precise fault, for it was water. A deluge, and Clark uncontrollably closed his eyes. Bernice's presence made him feel weak, once again succumbing to vulnerability, and he silently lamented, "Bernice, I implore you, speak." As Bernice leaned closer, her palm pressed against Clark's heart, feeling the rise and fall of his chest with each breath. Her nearness, her words, her scent intensified the rhythm of his heartbeat. Bernice found it difficult to resist such temptation. She relished the repeated validation of her influence over Clark, much like a queen surveying her domain. She watched as Clark closed his eyes, enduring yet unable to resist as he turned his head towards her. With a smile, Bernice said, "Speak, I wish to know what you were thinking." "Bernice, please." Clark kept his eyes tightly shut, sensing her hand reaching for his face. Instinctively leaning into her touch, her warm palm caressed his cheek, accompanied by the usual gentle yet commanding words. "Tell me, Clark, you know what I wish to hear." Clark felt the walls he had painstakingly built within himself crumble at the sound of her voice, as several pieces effortlessly fell away. He opened his mouth, and a single finger gently traced along, inviting the words to finally take flight. "I need you," Clark finally uttered, and with the release of these words, the emotions that had long been obstructing his heart softened. In a state of permitted reliance, he felt the identity of Superman fading from the room, leaving behind only the middle school boy who once napped on Bernice's thigh, counting the heartbeats in the gentle breeze and sunlight. His own, Bernice's. The heartbeats of everything within a kilometer, and the monumental heartbeat of the earth itself. Yet, this vastness did not instill fear within him, for Bernice was present. Her existence served as a barrier, shielding him from all that could spiral into madness or distortion, assuring him that everything would be all right. She was the embodiment of that assurance. Clark whispered her name like a prayer known only to him. He propped himself up, leaning into Bernice, his forehead resting on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "I need you," he reiterated softly. This phrase was a key, each key awaiting the opportunity to unlock a corresponding lock. The existence of keys and locks was intrinsically linked by purpose. Clark embraced Bernice, gradually drawing his arms around her, pulling her closer. He had uttered this phrase countless times since his middle school days, too many times, in fact. Yet these keys felt as if they were cast into a deep lake, sinking for an eternity, eventually accumulating around the solitary lock at the center. As if something had always gone awry, these keys nestled against the lock, yet unable to unlock it. Clark yearned to sigh, but he remembered that his sighs displeased Bernice. Numerous aspects, many details related to Clark, could easily unsettle her, yet she seldom expressed her discontent, nor did she acknowledge it through words. Bernice wanted Clark to sense all of this. She merely spoke a touch more slowly than usual, her chin slightly elevated, squinting at him as though examining a colossal puzzle. Precious, unique, labor-intensive, ensuring that each piece fell into its rightful place, with any unforeseen circumstance beyond arrangement and planning regarded as a diminishment. Like raising an eyebrow to intimidate a well-behaved puppy. Such love, if this were love, was akin to each time Bernice pressed her hand against Clark's chest, compelling him to retreat, sinking back into the soft embrace of pillows, allowing her to seize the reins, just as she had promised when they were still young, still children. "Leave it to me, do not fear. Just leave it to me." This promise she had tightly held within her palm, and Clark knew she had never relinquished it. Yet over the years, he had gradually transitioned from a sense of relief and joy to a state of confusion and helplessness. It felt as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, one step away from the abyss, his safety solely reliant on Bernice's hand reaching down from above, firmly grasping him to prevent his fall. Yet he could not help but wonder What if he need not be on this cliff at all? What if his feet were planted on solid ground, standing alongside Bernice, rather than depending on her to maintain his balance? Yet deep within his heart, Clark knew the answer. Whenever he attempted to voice his concerns, he discerned a preemptive warning in the smiling eyes of Bernice. Do you truly believe that entrusting yourself to me is a grave mistake? Or do you doubt my ability to hold you? This is different, Clark mused. To trust you, to love you, to extend my hand towards you, is certainly not the same as precariously relying on just your hand to sustain me on the edge of a precipice. Beyond merely receiving a kiss that felt like a bestowed grace, he yearned for more. He longed for a day-to-day existence devoid of any trepidation. He desired to gaze at Bernice and, in a soft voice, implore her. Bernice, I wish to know if there are issues between us. As he spoke, the invisible forces surrounding Bernice began to descend, settling in a more tranquil state beside them, observing and awaiting, akin to a hurricane-esque melody encountering a sudden pause. They could feel the entire room enveloped in an eerie silence, neither of them daring to break it, merely gazing into each other's eyes. Bernice, as always, wore a smile at the corners of her lips, her eyes slightly narrowed. She understood how to silently compel Clark to surrender. Yet this time, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, resisting her unspoken pressure. The silence in the room took on a somber hue, as if numerous rains had fallen and dried in their shared gaze, leaving only a lingering humidity that moistened their palms and parched their lips. In that moment, should they dare to kiss, someone else's lips would surely be bloodied. How cautious must one be to navigate such a silence unscathed? Bernice curled her fingers, gently tapping from her index to her little finger against Clark's chest, as if to ascertain where beneath those ribs his heart was troubled. She spoke not a word. She positioned herself on Clark's lap, leaning down to kiss him, and he flinched momentarily, only to be drawn back by her hand gripping his chin. The man's restlessness began to subside as their lips met. Beneath her palm lay the rising and falling of his chest, closely pressed to his heart, where she could feel its steady rhythm, which gradually became erratic as the kiss deepened. Clark had been trained by years of experience to temper himself within Bernice's kisses, to yield to her. His heart told him she was his beloved, while his moral compass insisted she was someone he must not harm. Only his reason urged him to recognize. This is someone you must see clearly, Clark. He was uncertain how to perceive Bernice clearly. Her palm covered his eyes, and in her presence, he need not witness the world's many cruelties nor face difficult choices. Beneath that warm palm lay the stability she had promised, akin to a land flowing with milk and honey, suspended in midair, representing the promise she had given. Yet within Bernice's kiss, there gradually emerged an essence of punishment. Bernice suddenly paused, withdrawing from the kiss, her cheek pressed against Clark's. It was as if she had just recalled something, and she softly inquired, "My dear, what did you just say? I seem to have forgotten." Her movements were slow and deliberate, almost punitive. Amidst Clark's labored breaths, she smiled and remarked, "You said there might be some issues between us, didn't you?" Clark, gasping, pleaded her name, and in her actions he was compelled to tense every muscle in his body. Yet her hands and lips were intimately aware of all his vulnerabilities, and her gaze pierced through him with an understanding so profound that he felt utterly exposed, as if he would forever be under her watchful eye. Her scrutiny felt like the most secure beam of light, illuminating his existence in a world where only in such radiance could he find solace and distance from shadows. But Bernice Clark could hear her gentle laughter, seemingly content. Yet her touch was nothing short of cruel, designed to impart the meaning of submission in a guise of tenderness. I still recall that time in high school when you accidentally injured a classmate. Ignoring his pleas, Bernice continued to kiss his neck while maintaining her torturous grip. "I warned you before you acted. I tried to dissuade you, but no one could stop you, Clark. That poor fellow was hospitalized for 3 weeks and limped on crutches for months after. Do you remember?" Yes. Clark recalled the impulsive surge that had driven him to act recklessly, even if only to release a fraction of his pent-up emotions. The aftermath haunted him with dreams filled with the classmate's terrified gaze, a gaze that spoke of witnessing a monster. And you always hear, so many voices, so many voices. "Oh, Clark." Bernice lowered her head to nibble at his earlobe tenderly, almost with pity. "Do you remember that patch of grass we used to escape to when the world threatened to drive you to madness? It wasn't expansive, and the blades would prick at our backs, the sunlight dazzling our eyes until we felt dizzy. You would lie on my lap, or I would rest my head on your stomach, and we would linger there until your world quieted once more. So many voices. Clark still occasionally heard those sounds in moments of distraction, whispering, "You're not good enough, not strong enough," lacking the power to restrain yourself. Yet, that patch of grass now resembled only the strands of Bernice's hair cascading around them, devoid of the bright sunlight or the tickling grass, replaced by the night seeping through the windows and the soft silk sheets beneath them. What if I told you that all these events, and countless others like them, were instances I allowed to happen? I induced them. I foresaw them, yet did nothing to prevent them. Bernice paused deliberately, savoring the expression on Clark's face, the confusion and sorrow that surfaced within him. Then she continued, "Is it not true that my words are precisely what you yearn to hear, Clark?" "No, it is not like that, Bernice. I never anticipated such a turn of events. I was not in search of a reason to depart. Rather, I yearned to remain, truly to stay. I laid bare the seeds of doubt, hoping you would dispel them, allowing our love to flourish openly like a tree standing tall in the sunlight." Bernice, this is what I had hoped for. The moment Bernice released her grip, Clark curled into himself, turning away from her. Bernice unfastened her coat, reclining with a lighter demeanor, similarly positioning herself beside Clark, her arms extending to embrace him. As she bent her legs, a portion of a narrative is omitted. With just this slight pressure, she immediately sensed Clark begin to tremble softly in her arms. Omitted text. I was at a loss for words. This emotional transition was exquisite, and I strongly suggest the omitted portion. She had witnessed Clark's tears, anguished sobs, moments of near collapse, and exuberant joy. Many of those tears seemed orchestrated by Bernice. She guided events according to her script, watching Clark walk into each trap she had set for him. This fall was part of the plan, if he did not succumb. How could she hold on to him? Yet these tears did not signify weakness. "Clark, they were proof of how desperately you needed me." Bernice brought her hand back before him, listening as his breathing grew heavier and more pained with her movements. She was not an expert in this realm, nor did she possess any particular interest in studying it. It was solely because he was Clark that she seemed to instinctively wield the wrist of a predator, skillfully binding and captivating him. She was well aware that this was not the epitome of love. In the worst scenario, it could be far removed from genuine affection. However, in this room, on this bed, beside this boy she had cared for since their school days, love need not manifest in its most ideal form. Bernice pecked Clark's nape, speaking in a tone that was almost coaxing, "But, Clark, it is not as you think. We both know the truth. You have forgotten your name on Earth. You have forgotten the power you brought from beyond the stars. You have forgotten how strong you can be, and you have forgotten how fragile you can also become." Bernice turned him over, and a segment of text is omitted. As Clark closed his eyes to surrender to darkness, Bernice's voice became the sole lifeline offered from afar, maintaining a calmness that bordered on starkness. "I will remember all of this for you. I will keep it safe. Clark Kent, your name will forever reside with me." Bernice smiled, for the first time that night, genuinely revealing her contentment and joy. As tears streamed from the corners of Clark's eyes, she leaned in to kiss the edges. "Whisper, my dear, it is all right. You only need to trust me, as you always have. I promise, nothing will go awry. You just need to believe in me." In a shared ecstasy, Bernice trembled, cupping Clark's face in her hands, as they kissed deeply amidst his tears. Indelibly etched in her mind were Clark's hesitant eyes and the lingering question, "Bernice, do you think there is something amiss between us?" This image inflicted pain upon Bernice. If she did not shatter it, it would be her own heart that crumbled that night. She needed him far more than Clark could ever fathom. It was not Clark teetering on the precipice, but rather the fear that without him suspended here, without Bernice reaching out to firmly grasp his hand, she would feel weightless and unanchored in this world. Who was truly the weak one, who could not see clearly, who was thus frail? In a moment of surrender, Bernice collapsed against Clark's chest, both of them breathing heavily, unaware that tears streamed down their faces amidst their labored breaths. She lifted her hand to caress Clark's cheek. "What did you ask me just now? Do you remember?" Clark, eyes tightly shut, was lost in a reverie of their youth, a pristine day under a clear sky. The grass a deep green, the summer breeze gentle, where the world's cacophony faded into the melody of her laughter, and all distances were rendered negligible. While an intangible barrier, akin to a minuscule black dot of time, lingered between them. He could not comprehend it. He was unable to understand. Clark pressed his lips against the damp strands of hair on her forehead and softly replied, "I do not remember, Bernice. I do not recall whether there is something wrong between us, if that is what you seek." Yet, the seed of doubt remained, firmly planted by both of them. With each retreat, each moment of vulnerability induced by her, it grew stronger. "From the very beginning, I believe you were right. You have never erred in matters concerning me, never allowing yourself to falter. However, within this correctness, what I yearn for is not proof of your resolute strength, but a touch of tenderness from you. I long to know if you love me as I love you, if you would yield for me as I have for you. I wish to ascertain whether you too need me as I need you. Or perhaps I already know the answer, Bernice. I require you to tell me that this answer is incorrect. Please, tell me I am mistaken. I have never resisted your strength. Whether you uplift me like a flood or overturn me, the only confirmation I seek is that amidst this torrent, we share the same breath of life. Just as when the entire world clamored loudly in my ears, you held me close and comforted me, saying, 'Everything will be all right. It will get better.' Yet, Bernice, even this I do not remember now." Chapter 94, DLC 9 New Friends and Old Friends, a relationship not unlike that of mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. "To be frank, I do not understand what you are arguing about." Bernice poured 2 glasses of milk and placed them on the dining table. "You are standing with Batman," Clark realized suddenly. For if Bonnie were to support him, she would speak her mind outright. He angrily intensified his heat vision, knowing Bernice always preferred her eggs a little more cooked. Bernice was nearly disrupted in her thoughts by the sudden accusation. "No, absolutely not. Even if every matter in the Justice League required a vote, it wouldn't be as simple as bringing up a topic and convening a meeting, would it? Voting always necessitates options. Do you intend to discuss and formulate options before each vote?" "Certainly not." Clark understood her implication as he plated the fried egg. "Are you suggesting that if a public vote is to occur, the initial proposals would be drafted by a select few?" "Indeed. Those who outline the agenda generally have some preliminary ideas in mind, at least in broad strokes, which can then be clarified in the meeting before voting." As Bernice cut a piece of the fried egg and blew on it, she suddenly felt perplexed. "Wait, weren't you the one organizing the meetings before? You were the chairman of the league, after all." Clark felt a twinge of embarrassment. "That was Batman." Bernice fell silent for 10 seconds and then earnestly patted his shoulder, cautioning him to be wary of being sidelined. After all, if the options are well structured, one can maneuver others into selecting the desired choices. This is a common tactic in game design, in life, and even in the courtroom, which Bernice knew well. "By the way, have you made any progress on the funding issue you mentioned last time?" Bernice suddenly inquired. Clark's movements froze as he replied slowly. "Batman said he would handle it. I have contemplated several potential revenue streams. I wonder if they align with his ideas." Bernice shrugged, noticing Clark's expression, her disbelief evident. "Haven't you been paying attention to his plans? This is the most critical financial matter." Clark, aware of his shortcoming, fell silent. Bernice warned him again to be cautious of being undermined, yet she remained curious about Batman's approach. Wayne Enterprises announced an investment in the Justice League. This major news crashed upon the scene like Sisyphus' boulder cast into the sea, stirring up waves of concern. Is this Batman's strategy? To have a major corporation, particularly one involved in military-industrial endeavors, invest independently? Bernice slammed the Planet Daily onto the table and stood up. Clark regarded her, contemplating whether to interject on behalf of his friend. Capital knows no bounds. Bernice seemed lost in thought, pacing and murmuring. "If I were Wayne Enterprises, the league would be doomed. Being entirely financially beholden could compel you to endorse the company, undermine competing businesses, and even push certain policies." She picked up the newspaper to scrutinize it, attempting to uncover the conditions of Wayne's investment. Yet, the article revealed nothing. "Clark," Bernice exclaimed in frustration, "you must ensure everything is in order. If there are any loopholes in Wayne Enterprises' investment contract, you will be in grave danger." Clark, his heart racing, responded apprehensively until Bernice burst out with a declaration that only individuals betray classes, not classes themselves. Capitalists are not to be trusted. "Forget it," he thought. "Bruce, good luck to you." Thus, while working, Batman once again received a stack of documents from a Kryptonian messenger. The messenger hesitated and said, "Bonnie, Attorney Allen is adamantly requesting legal assistance for the League to review the investment documents from Wayne Enterprises." After addressing a multitude of shareholders' concerns, inquiries, and even impeachment attempts alongside Lucius, Wayne Enterprises chairman cast a notably malevolent glance. Were these a legal letter? He scoffed. They are drafts of some self-raised funds she has proposed for our discussion. For the first time, the hulking Kryptonian had transformed from a crow into a magpie, delivering news that promised to augment rather than diminish their finances, much to Batman's surprise. Batman felt a slight uplift in his spirits. He nodded now. Superman tactfully remarked, "She requests to be present. We must include at least 3 individuals." Batman scrutinized him, while Superman returned his gaze. The Justice League headquarters had never permitted outsiders to enter. "That's correct," Batman replied. "The current location is confidential." "Currently?" Batman's ordinary inquiry carried an air of sarcasm. "Do we not have that plan later?" Superman hinted at the satellite and the watchtower, suggesting that at that moment, everyone looking skyward would be able to see them. "Oh," Batman remarked. "How many of us are involved?" Superman paused, momentarily taken aback. Batman bluntly stated, "Regarding the Justice League's regular meetings, how much have you disclosed to your girlfriend? Are you implying that Bernice Allen saw the news about Wayne Enterprises' investment and then drafted all these documents for me within 2 hours?" This question was nothing short of an affront to Superman's character. His expression turned serious as he responded, "Aside from our last dispute concerning the system, I have not shared anything with her, especially regarding specific member information or meeting locations." His gaze flicked to the documents Batman held. Indeed, those drafts were produced by Bernice within 2 hours, but she had been contemplating the issue long before. "I informed her you would handle it, so she did not inquire further." "I will review them thoroughly," Batman replied. "Should any issues arise, I will contact Lawyer Allen through you." This was tantamount to agreeing to Bernice's involvement in the discussion. Superman breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly fathom the scenario if Bruce and Bernice were to find themselves at odds. He envisioned a tense atmosphere if Bernice disagreed with him. The world was exceedingly tranquil until Bernice, having joyfully resigned from the law firm and browsing online, stumbled upon an ostentatious post. The world's best partners make an appearance in Sydney, Superman and Batman together. Bernice gradually straightened in her chair, rubbing her eyes. Despite their markedly different styles, Superman had always placed immense trust in Batman. Best partners? At that moment, she hoped the post's language was merely sensationalistic. However, upon further investigation, she discovered that not only was the world's best partners widely used to describe Superman and Batman, but terms like best friends and even soulmates were also frequent. Naturally, the latter predominantly appeared in fanfiction, with several pieces being quite well written. Bernice was indifferent to how fanfiction portrayed love, as it merely involved characters created by the authors rather than her dear Clark. However, when she encountered some overly sentimental descriptions suggesting that only such individuals could truly understand each other as the closest of friends, she felt a surge of frustration akin to that of a pufferfish. Holding her cup of water, she began to reflect on her life. Given her innate desire for control, what had initially prevented her from pursuing her affection for the adorable Clark? Was it not the belief that the bond of friendship was as intimate as love, yet far more stable? At that time, Bernice thought it paramount to be the person whom Clark trusted the most, a status she believed could only be achieved through friendship. In hindsight, her earlier notions seemed somewhat flawed. Who could have anticipated such a long-lasting and profound love? She sipped her water, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this was precisely because the foundation of their relationship was friendship. She found it hard to imagine how she could remain unshaken and unperturbed if any of her former partners were to be unresponsive for a day or two. After all, it was the trust established during the friendship phase that provided such a solid base. Wait a moment, I digress. The current issue at hand is friendship. Although Bernice had transitioned from being a friend to a lover, she still believed that the position of a confidant was undeniably hers. "I want to see Batman," Bernice stated, fixedly gazing at Clark, who had just returned home. Clark, weary from a day of being overworked, initially appeared somewhat dazed, but upon hearing her words, he became alert. No longer slumping in his slightly oversized suit like a Superman facing a significant threat, he stood tall and composed. "May I inquire about the reason?" Superman asked cautiously. "Just a few days ago, I warned you to be wary of being overshadowed by Batman. Today, I read in the news that you two are so close you might as well be wearing the same pants." Bernice lamented, her heart heavy. "You have a new best friend, and I was completely unaware." Superman, puzzled yet secretly pleased, realized that Bernice rarely expressed concern about his social circle. It wasn't that he wished to be restricted, but Bernice had never shown much interest in how many beautiful women he interacted with at work. He appreciated her trust, though occasionally felt a twinge of anxiety because of it. Bernice seemed so self-sufficient, as if she could thrive without anyone, and Clark seldom sensed that she needed him. Well, aside from physically, during high school, she would occasionally indulge in some playful affection. But as adulthood brought forth more realities requiring mutual compromise and negotiation, she appeared increasingly independent. Yet now, it seemed she was feeling possessive. Clark found it somewhat amusing, but felt a softening in his heart. He recalled that the last time she had been concerned about his social circle was back in high school with a legion of superheroes. And her concerns then had been about friends, rather than the captivating young women most would fret over. To what extent do you trust Batman? Bernice inquired. In her heart, Batman remained an entity that warranted serious caution. Clark was more inclined to trust others, yet Bernice did not fully rely on his judgment. Moreover, if this friendship reached a level of trust she deemed sufficient, wouldn't he that imply that Batman possessed a comprehensive understanding of their identities, while Bernice remained oblivious to his? During battles, they would rescue and shield one another. I know he will exert every effort to seek opportunities for us, Superman replied, his tone firm in the first half, yet tinged with a hint of caution in the latter. And we are aware of each other's identities? Then he must certainly know mine, Bernice calmly stated. Yet you have not disclosed yours to me. Clark felt a sense of foreboding. I shall reiterate, Batman stated with composure. You mentioned that your girlfriend wishes to meet Bruce Wayne? Superman summoned the courage to meet Batman's gaze, which could withstand the lethal rays of the universe. To be precise, she desires to meet the true identity of Batman. I am unaware if it is bedtime on Krypton, Batman remarked, continuing to stride past him. Superman followed closely, maintaining a buoyant demeanor. Bonnie means to say that she acknowledges this concerns you, and therefore does not press the issue. However, considering you are aware of her identity, or rather, my identity, while she remains uninformed about yours, it seems rather unjust. I do not pursue fairness as Attorney Allen does. The current situation is entirely reasonable, for she herself erred in choosing an indiscreet boyfriend, Batman retorted coldly. Hey, Superman interjected. Irritated, he drifted slightly ahead, adding, she does not wish to know who you are. She simply desires to ascertain if you are, well, trustworthy. Batman halted, gazing up at the hovering Superman. I recall you are lovers, not guardian and ward. The sarcasm elicited a genuine smile from Superman. I trust you, B. However, she regards my secret as her own, and if she feels her secret is not secure, he paused. Her exact words were that she would not demand I divulge any information, but her own investigation into my friends may come off as somewhat impolite. She wishes to attempt a more courteous resolution first. I personally suggest you converse with her. Perhaps a meeting is not necessary, Superman earnestly concluded. This sounded akin to a threat, yet Batman was aware of what Bernice Allen had previously done regarding Luthor's enterprises. Although much of the information she possessed about LexCorp was bestowed upon her by Batman, he recognized her capability for action should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, Batman's customary approach to threats was ill-suited for a law-abiding female citizen, especially one who was Superman's girlfriend. Batman scanned his iris and entered password, accessing a top-secret file titled Babel. This folder contained investigative files on each member of the League, and he had even devised targeted strategies for subduing each member, in case these formidable heroes were ever compromised or turned against humanity. Alongside the files on his teammates, Batman's own contingency plans were stored within. He entered the password once more and opened Superman's dossier. Control capabilities are weak. Relevant risks. 7 lovers risk level. 1-star risk reason. Superman's companion is exceptionally intelligent and possesses a strong protective instinct. Although she appears to be entirely just and benevolent, one must consider the possibility that, should Superman deviate from the norm, she may not dissuade him but rather support him. Engaged in the legal profession, she boasts a high degree of professionalism and an extensive interpersonal network, wielding considerable influence. Batman contemplated for a moment before activating the communicator. I shall not broach this topic with her directly, he declared. However, I will leave 3 deliberate flaws in our interactions. If she is unable to discern my identity from these clues, then regrettably, the secret shall remain in the hands of those more capable. Chapter 95, DLC 10 Corporate Slave Superman was naturally well acquainted with the Justice League's conference room. Compared to the blueprints of the Watchtower, This space appeared somewhat primitive, yet replete with high-tech allure. At the very least, a semi-holographic projection was certainly feasible. He retrieved Clark Kent's mobile device and connected with Bernice, as Batman had indicated that the Justice League's communication lines were currently unavailable. As Bernice's image materialized stably in mid-air, he quietly diminished his presence, listening intently as she and Bruce deliberated over the Foundation's investment strategies and operational methods. Both parties appeared composed, steady, and matter-of-fact, although the atmosphere was tinged with a subtle tension. Nevertheless, it was significantly less strained than Superman's own discussions with Batman. At least it had not devolved into an argument. Remarkably, Batman, in line with Bonnie's tone, regarded Wayne Enterprises as a potential investment entity that the League should scrutinize. Superman found it astonishing how effortlessly Bruce adopted this stance. But where were the flaws that Bruce had promised? In terms of ancillary operations, I suggest that each member retains a portion of their likeness rights as equity, although they may opt to donate the full amount to the League's operations, depending on each member's desire for financial compensation, Bernice proposed. However, I strongly advise that we maintain oversight of the ancillary review process, along with a veto power from the League. That is reasonable, Batman noted, jotting it down. Attorney Allen, do you have any additional suggestions? Bernice pondered for a moment before replying. Not at this time. Then, would you be willing to serve as our legal advisor? Batman inquired calmly. Superman was taken aback and immediately glanced at the screen. Bernice's expression remained steady, yet she was motionless, as if the network had frozen. After a brief pause, she asked, when? During the investment negotiations, Batman responded. Bernice blinked, a hint of confusion crossing her features. She seemed to take a discreet, deep breath, which only Clark might have noticed, and then said, I am honored, but I must decline. At this, Batman also fell silent. In this charged atmosphere, Superman became even more still. A genuine concern crept into his heart as he contemplated whether to lighten the mood. Bernice continued, because I have been preparing to advocate for a bill concerning superheroes. In order to demonstrate my objectivity, it would be inappropriate for me to directly represent the Justice League. However, I can assist you in reviewing contracts. A bill? Batman subtly glanced at Superman, who remained impassive. Superman appeared both astonished and moved. It was evident that he remained unaware of certain matters. To preempt any malicious attacks against you, it would be prudent to delineate the general framework of power, responsibility, and obligations. Bernice elaborated, asserting that even if a concrete bill does not materialize, the process itself would compel most individuals to reflect on their actions, rather than expecting you to fulfill the role of a savior for all. Batman offered a faint smile, realizing that he now understood Allen's intentions behind this endeavor. After all, who was most likely to encounter this risk, if not Superman himself? Should there be a need to discuss the bill, you may reach out to me or the members of the Justice League, Batman stated, pausing imperceptibly. I would be open to discussions on how to advance the bill. How? Bernice arched an eyebrow. That sounds lovely, but how do we establish contact? Once or twice is manageable. But must we always rely on Clark to relay messages or run errands? He has his own responsibilities, and Superman has plenty to attend to as well. Batman refrained from directly responding and instead broached a seemingly unrelated topic. The affairs of the Justice League outside of combat were quite intricate. Even if a portion could be managed by Wayne Enterprises, it necessitated the involvement of individuals truly familiar with the helm. Currently, Batman was in charge, yet his responsibilities had become overwhelming. Is this an offer? Bernice's eyes widened. Superman inhaled sharply, his eyes equally wide. Wait a second, Bruce. You haven't mentioned this to me before. I had intended to discuss this now. That was my aim in having you present, Batman replied. However, considering the bill, it seems rather untimely. Bernice sighed in disappointment. I was hoping to inquire about the salary. A profession related to superheroes must be fascinating. Batman maintained his composure, though it was likely no one noticed his slight pause upon hearing the mention of salary. To avoid any conflicts of interest, you shouldn't publicly hold any official position. Nonetheless, I still hope the Justice League can engage you to explore matters as a paid consultant. Consultant? Am I the only one? Or are there others? Who should I report to? Although Bernice hadn't anticipated entering an interview process abruptly, her instincts as a dedicated employee led her to focus on both colleagues and superiors. Batman fell silent. Oh, Bruce, claiming to be a consultant while managing more responsibilities than even the chairman himself, made it difficult for him to answer this question. The composed Superman, who had never heard of this before, cleared his throat to assist his troubled friend, as someone who does not partake in battles yet is highly involved. You might be the only consultant of your kind. After all, I suspect there are few individuals Batman can trust to that extent. Batman shot a menacing glance at him, prompting Superman to hastily amend his words. There are not many of us whom we can trust. Bernice suppressed her excitement, since this had evolved into a formal part-time role. And given that the other party's needs were more pressing than her own, she was inclined to advocate for herself to secure greater benefits. Of course, this was contingent on the Justice League's successful operation. Should they face bankruptcy, she would be compelled to work pro bono. I am more than willing to assist. However, regarding the matter of compensation, I would prefer to discuss it privately with you. She gestured towards Superman, sidestepping the regulations, though I personally hold him in high regard. Batman found it hard to believe. Bernice Allen was indeed an oddity, meticulously negotiating the salary for this part-time consulting role. If one were to claim she was solely motivated by profit, it would be inaccurate. Rather, she seemed to be leveraging this opportunity for some advantage. Moreover, it was unlikely that Superman would consider her a long-term partner. Surely, Clark possessed enough discernment in that regard, Batman mused. What was the distinction between voluntary labor and serious salary discussions? Both scenarios ultimately benefited the Justice League as a whole, and their president was none other than your husband. Superman, right? Oh wait, not husband, prenuptial assets. Batman comprehended everything and felt enlightened. Superman hesitated for a brief moment, contemplating whether to don his loungewear or change out of his uniform before slipping into something more comfortable. Ultimately, he opted to remain as he was, his red boots padding softly against the floor of their home. Bernice, in high spirits, hummed a tune while preparing juice. She preferred the simplicity of eating fruit directly rather than dealing with the mess before and after. How did the salary negotiations with Batman go? Clark inquired. Goodness. The mere juxtaposition of those words was unfathomable. Bruce actually played the role of HR better than I anticipated, Bernice replied cheerfully. Either Batman held her in high esteem and was utterly exhausted, or he lacked a grasp of the market. Clark contemplated his friend's assets and the potential depreciation, investments, of those assets, caught in a struggle between reassurance and concern. And what that wager? Clark ventured cautiously. Batman's identity? Bernice queried, activating the juicer, the whirring sound drowning out her murmurs. Once the machine ceased, she casually asked, Are you inquiring because you believe Batman has already provided a clue? Superman stiffened, hastily responding, I'm merely curious about your thoughts. Bernice genuinely became intrigued. She turned to face Clark. If you wish to inquire further, I don't mind, but wouldn't that place you in a difficult position? Taking a step closer, she raised her hand to lift Superman's chin, despite his considerable height. Or will you actually offer me a hint? I will endeavor to avoid that, Clark replied earnestly, though he was still eager to know. He sensed that Bernice's wariness towards Batman had significantly diminished for some unknown reason, while Batman's initial offer indicated a notable level of trust towards Bernice. What then was there to worry about? This wager was merely an entertaining spectacle, and indeed, it was a rare opportunity to witness Batman in a lively scenario. Superman dared to bet that if the other members of the Justice League were informed, they would eagerly gather to observe. Bernice kissed his cheek, half-jokingly stating, No, I want to discuss this with anyone who knows his identity, for fear of misjudging and tarnishing my illustrious image. Bernice was elated, for through her intuition and judgment, she felt less inclined to guard against Batman. Arguments and disputes are moments when a person's true self is most difficult to conceal. With that in mind, knowing Batman's identity seemed inconsequential. The wager transformed into a mere source of amusement. Eagerly, Bernice anticipated witnessing Batman's downfall. She sat on the sofa, holding a glass of juice, lost in contemplation. She decided to temporarily set aside the previous day's encounter, dismissing any notion that this conversation might provide hints, and instead focused solely on Batman's identity. After all, if she were in a similar position and held a distaste for the other party, she would likely withhold clues during their initial meeting, leaving them floundering in the wrong direction. After all, the wager did not specify when the flaws would be revealed. Batman had once claimed to address financial issues and subsequently secured investments from Wayne Enterprises. His equipment was exceedingly costly. In Gotham City, few affluent individuals could support such gear. So was Wayne funding Batman? Or could it be that Wayne himself was Batman? Yet, Bernice found herself hesitating, despite her lack of familiarity with him in her past life. and the fog of time further obscuring her memories, she had indeed heard of Batman. At least upon seeing the name, it sparked a flicker of recognition. She recalled a joke suggesting that it was no wonder no one could fathom Batman's true identity, akin to imagining that someone like Wong Skong could be a superhero. If that were the case, the two must share similarities. The comparison was drawn to a privileged heir sheltered by a powerful father. Although Wayne was also an heir, he did not quite fit that mold. Bernice momentarily set aside her second thought. Chapter 96 DLC 11 Ring. I have been contemplating. I cherish this planet and its people. Superman solemnly held a small gray box. Yet I have many adversaries, and should any of them succeed in controlling me, wielding me as a weapon, he handed over the box. This is the means to halt me. I want you to take charge of it. Superman's tone was somewhat firm, akin to issuing a command in battle. He then sighed as he spoke. Bernice likely would not utilize it. As for you, I believe you will. Batman opened the box to reveal a glowing green light, one he recognized as radioactive and extraterrestrial. The kryptonite had been fashioned into a ring, somewhat familiar in form. To prevent Superman from meeting an untimely demise, he swiftly closed the box. Was it the piece from Luthor's collection? Indeed, Superman had anticipated this. Retreating swiftly to the far side of the room before Batman opened it, his brow slightly furrowed, betraying a hint of weakness. Kryptonite, the only substance capable of harming me, may also be the sole thing that could kill me. Lead can shield against its effects. Batman nodded slightly, concealing the lead box in his hand. He had long since conducted experiments that yielded these results. Yet Superman's willingness to candidly disclose his vulnerabilities was remarkable. Averting his gaze from Superman, he placed a small box into the utility belt at his waist. He had indeed amassed a considerable stockpile from across the globe, including from Luthor's reserves. The need to stockpile such strategic materials is paramount. I assumed you would remain behind, Batman remarked. There is still a piece with Bernice. Superman replied with an air of nonchalance. Although Batman's mask remained impassive, Superman sensed that beneath the mask, Bruce had raised an eyebrow. How did she acquire it? It should not be easy to find kryptonite in the black market that Luthor and Batman had thoroughly scoured. At the very least, it shouldn't be accessible to someone without connections. Years ago, we encountered a classmate whose family dealt in gemstones. Superman searched for the right words, Brian Gale. The memory stirred a slight anger within him, though he had always concealed such feelings in Bernice's presence. I do not dispute her worthiness of your trust, but do you believe the kryptonite is secure enough there? Batman inquired. As long as my identity remains concealed, Superman mused. Bernice too felt that with the increasing number of nefarious individuals aware of kryptonite's existence, she began to carry that piece with her. Batman found it hard to comprehend why Superman spoke so casually about his partner carrying a weapon that was fatal solely to him. Yet, recalling that he had just bestowed a similar gift upon himself, Batman refrained from commenting while holding such a critical trust. He indeed warned me of this possibility, yet I remain incredulous. The media, like insatiable locusts, has already begun broadcasting the news. The military will soon arrive. After all, the strongest being on this planet has inexplicably gone mad. Batman signaled to the soaring Superman, releasing a grappling hook. Cal! The hook ensnared his ankle, yet Superman, oblivious, continued to charge forward like a machine. Cal! I need to see this. Unless there is another way. Batman, please respond. I have found something. Robin's voice crackled through the communicator. Batman instinctively pressed one hand against the already activated device, as if applying more pressure would enhance clarity. What is it? Hurry. It's a signal. Ultra-high frequency, originating from the Metropolis Observatory, unlike any waveform I've encountered. I believe it's extraterrestrial. Robin was analyzing the data on his screen, comparing it within the system. Interfere with it. Now. I'm trying. It requires time. Superman made a sharp turn. Batman, trailing behind, collided with a building, shards of glass erupting outward, cascading from the edge of his dark cloak. A corner of his mind hoped that the people below had already evacuated. Bernice likely wouldn't utilize it. And you, I believe, would. Batman, this is futile. Nothing works. Moreover, 6 stealth bombers are approaching from 20 miles southeast. And Superman, no longer aimlessly rampaging, charged toward the office building brimming with white-collar workers. I hold a principle, sworn before my parents' graves, that I shall never violate, to refrain from using firearms. No one has ever compelled me to break this vow, not even the Joker. Batman retrieved a weapon from a concealed pouch beneath his cloak. It was entirely black, appearing almost rustic compared to the other high-tech gadgets adorning him. For it was not a sophisticated piece of weaponry. It contained but a single bullet. Yet, for you I would forsake my vow. A beam of green light erupted from a muzzle. Superman cried out in anguish, shattering the glass facade of a building and tumbling into the corridor of the cubicles. Initially, I was uncertain of how to wield the gift you bestowed upon me. There exists a final solution that I am reluctant to contemplate. Batman, propelled by inertia, crashed in alongside me, rolling on the ground to dissipate the momentum. He released the grappling hook and advanced swiftly. However, there are times when a gentler approach can be discovered. I had approximately 10 seconds, or perhaps it was he who had that time. Batman crouched beside Superman, turning him over to locate the wound on his back, extracting the glowing green bullet with a pair of tweezers. Cal, can you hear me? I have placed a bullet back into the lead line pouch. Have I succeeded? There was a glimmering red chip behind his ear. Batman removed it, studying it in his hand. Brainiac, our adversary is capable of anything, yet always leaves a trace of their presence. Superman, his face contorted in pain, gradually pushed himself up from the ground. Apart from the cloak and the wound on his back, as well as the nearly invisible puncture marks, he appeared nearly unchanged. Even the curl of hair on his forehead remained intact despite the earlier turmoil. Are you all right? Batman inquired, his demeanor easing slightly. I often wonder, Clark, do you truly comprehend what you are? You are the genesis of a myth, the very myth in which we shall eternally believe. I am well enough. Please help me to my feet. Superman still appeared somewhat weakened. Batman extended a hand, providing support by gripping his forearm. Before long, when the red boots and black grappling hook simultaneously burst through the ceiling, descending before the scientist who commanded countless red chips, he pondered, what would we become without you? After temporarily neutralizing Brainiac, Batman began to gather the remnants of the scene, with Superman assisting him. By the way, B, Superman remarked after scanning the area with his X-ray vision, do you have sufficient kryptonite? Batman paused momentarily. I will recycle it. I have ample reserves, no need to elaborate. She mentioned that since she rarely utilized it, she could offer her portion, provided she kept a small shard for emergencies. In case it became necessary to cut my skin in the outside world. Batman replied, what is the matter with you two as a couple? Is your excessive trust in the outside world misplaced? Have you proposed? Batman suddenly inquired. What? Fortunately, Superman was hovering in the air, steady and unmoving, cradled by the atmosphere. The soul-searching inquiries that Clark Kent has endured are not limited to a singular occasion. During their previous visit to the small town for the Christmas holidays, Martha discreetly broached the subject with him. George Allen, Bernice's father, also hinted at it. Everyone seems to believe that the issue lies with Clark, that he has yet to propose. But what of marriage itself? Bernice pondered this, considering it merely a transient, outdated, and imperfect contractual agreement. Clark, subtly probing, found himself engulfed in confusion. He resolved to investigate this perspective further, postponing the question once more. Superman, selecting his words with care, elucidated his thoughts, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Batman inquired why the sigh. Superman replied, I fear she may not be inclined to marry me. Batman remarked, that question exceeds my capacity to address. Kent, Alfred has just returned Dick to his quarters, and upon entering the Batcave, I overheard this domestic discourse. Forgive my intrusion, but I believe you need not fret. Though I have not met Ms. Allen, it seems she merely perceives the institution of marriage as flawed, rather than lacking affection for you. I understand, Superman responded, still furrowing his brow, the succinct and powerful reporter struggling to articulate the turmoil within. If you believe she would refuse your proposal, Batman interjected impatiently, why not simply ask her if she wishes to spend her life with you? Discard the title of marriage. Batman almost scoffed, confident that Bernice Allen would not decline. A spark of realization illuminated Superman's expression. Some dialogues, seemingly absurd yet entirely plausible, unfolded. Daily Dawn. The protagonist from the same universe in DC Batman. Heart's Song, a DC enthusiast, had presumably crossed over. After experiencing the tumult of the upheaval in Superman's romantic life, and the confusion surrounding Wonder Woman's identity, she found herself acquainted with Bernice. Daisy cautiously approached, hesitantly speaking, Bernice. May I inquire if Superman has given you a kryptonite ring? Bernice replied, why would he give me a kryptonite ring? I cannot wear such a ring. Daisy froze, attempting to retreat. Wait, Bernice commanded. Under Bernice's formidable gaze, Daisy recounted the incident of Superman presenting Batman with a kryptonite ring, omitting unnecessary details and focusing on reciting the two well-remembered dialogues. "I love this planet, and I love its people." Daisy's voice crescendoed. One hand pressed to her heart as if to steady its rapid beat, the other gesticulating in the air. "This is how you stop me. I want you to govern it. No one has ever compelled me to break it, not even the Joker." Daisy completely forgot her nervousness, loudly reciting the final lines. "But I would break it for you." She emitted some indistinct, fervent noises. Daisy exclaimed, "Isn't that moving?" Bernice resolved, "I must ask Clark." The distant Batman gazed impassively at Robin, who was seated at the control panel. Just moments ago, Robin had stubbornly prevented him from disabling the listening device. "I shall patrol the night," Batman declared, emphasizing the solitude of his endeavor. Dick sighed in disappointment, yet a spark of excitement ignited within him. Clearly, the sensational gossip he had overheard earlier was worth the trouble. Alfred gently cleared his throat, remarking, "Although it is considerably earlier than your usual patrol time, I wish you a safe journey, Master Bruce." "Oh, the mask, the mask," Dick exclaimed, snatching the black mask from the table and dashing after him. "Bruce, you've forgotten your mask." Chapter 97, DLC 12. Never enough. Clark Kent had been contemplating for quite some time. What does Bernice adore? This inquiry felt unexpectedly familiar as Clark rummaged through his memories, recalling the time of Bonnie's graduation ball. He had been learning to dance with Joanna Hill while pondering this very question, as he wished to invite Bonnie to be his prom date. However, that opportunity had been snatched away when Bernice invited her first, prompting a chuckle from Clark. This time, however, it seemed unlikely that Bernice would beat him to the punch, allowing him to meticulously plan a proper invitation. Bonnie adored the sky, music, leisurely lounging in the barn with a book, and enjoying the gentle breeze wafting through the fields while sheltered from the sun. 17-year-old Clark mused, along with Martha's apple pie. Yet, he couldn't simply slip an invitation into one of Martha's pies. He would have to create one himself. Would she appreciate flowers? Clark, now 24, understood that Bonnie was not particularly fond of them. A lavish bouquet would merely clutter her space, but she relished the soft texture of rose petals. When gifted a single bloom, she would pluck a petal to play with, rolling it between her fingers. Occasionally, she would tease Clark with that petal, brushing it lightly across his face or elsewhere. Should he present her with an abundance of roses, she might toss many petals into the bathtub, sometimes washing them just for Clark to see or inviting him to join her, causing him to blush slightly. Of course, as Superman, he could easily suppress such a reaction, but he knew Bernice enjoyed this playful side of him, and he didn't mind revealing a more candid aspect of himself. Bernice had long ago mentioned how to achieve one's aims without deceit. Whether he had truly learned from her, he could not say, but it evidently proved effective. "What do I like?" Bernice inquired, reclining on the sofa, her phone set aside as she beamed at him. "Are you contemplating my birthday gift? You must know. So you go first, and I shall fill in any gaps." "Stars, the sky, science fiction, music, and non-human entities?" Clark enumerated, some of which posed a challenge. Yet fortunately, he was Superman. "Oh dear," Bernice dramatically shook her head. "Is there more? Creamy pasta?" Clark ventured, carefully concealing his true intentions. I love stars, Clark, the sky." "Science fiction," Bernice replied, rising from the sofa, "music, non-human entities, creamy pasta, and Superman." With a joyful expression, she playfully bent the sturdy figure before her, aiming to plant a kiss upon his lips. Clark could not suppress a chuckle as he remarked, "You just mentioned my name twice. How could you have missed that?" Bernice raised an eyebrow lazily, feigning an expression of mock indignation. "Then what of Superman?" Clark, feigning ignorance, inquired knowingly. Bernice let out a soft giggle before pretending to regain her composure and replied, "Because I have found someone else to love, my dear. I love him as I love you." Clark bent down, his hands sliding beneath her legs and around her back, lifting Bernice effortlessly into his arms. Like a lion awakened in its territory, she shook off her drowsiness, finding herself in a position she typically disliked, yet today her languor prevailed, and she surrendered her weight entirely to Clark. "What's the matter?" Bernice, disinclined to exert herself, nudged his hand, urging him to lean slightly so that she could wrap her arms around him. Clark, his thoughts wandering, carried her toward the bedroom. Yet he could not forget an unanswered question. "So, Bonnie, do you prefer daytime or nighttime?" A muffled laugh escaped Bernice, her breath brushing against the side of his neck. "If I say nighttime, Will you hold your breath until then? Clark, feeling a tickle and rendered slightly flushed, nevertheless placed her gently on the bed, his hand steady enough to lift much heavier burdens. I genuinely wish to know which time you favor. Reclining on the familiar mattress, Bernice sighed. Had she possessed more energy, she would have suggested a change of scenery, but today she would acquiesce to the simple notions of the small-town boy, contemplating the question of day and night. The answer slipped from her lips with ease. Nighttime, of course. It allows for such delightful laziness. Clark observed his lover in her languid state under the bright daylight, his gaze filled with skepticism. Nighttime can certainly justify such indulgence, Bernice asserted confidently. Unable to stifle her laughter, it's all about the ambience. However, when it comes to the sky, I do adore the daytime as well. Instinctively, Clark held his breath, for Bernice continued, the daytime sky reminds me of you. The warmth in her eyes radiated an intimacy that enveloped Clark's heart like the softest of carpets. How could it be? Clark often pondered how he could possibly love Bernice even more than he did before. Each time he believed his affection had reached its zenith. Yet he found himself drawn to her again, and he leaned down to reverently kiss his miracle. On a sunlit holiday, Clark prepared for the day, casually extending his hand as if nothing were amiss. Want a ride? The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them, fearing that Bernice might have grown weary of him or be preoccupied at that moment. Sure, she replied, her attention focused on chatting online with friends, effortlessly draping herself over his shoulder while continuing to send messages. Clark ascended into the sky in silence. He felt the tension in his shoulder muscles, and Bernice, noticing, tucked her phone away and gazed at the endlessly captivating sky and clouds. Is he perhaps overly fatigued lately? Under normal circumstances, he should consider indulging in a massage. But who could offer such comfort to Clark? His colleagues from the league? Clark is in a state of heightened anxiety, and at this moment, he can only be grateful that he is not afflicted by esophageal spasms or excessive perspiration that would dampen his attire. He cleared his throat. I have written a song. Bernice almost immediately straightened her posture. What did you say? Only the lyrics. The melody is entirely the creation of an expert, Clark replied quietly. I intended to sing it for you. Oh, really? Bernice's eyes brightened as she encouraged. Sing it. She had never heard Clark sing. However, his vocal instructor, who is also the composer, had repeatedly emphasized that if Clark aims to achieve his goal, he must absolutely refrain from singing it himself. Clark steadied himself, offering a slight smile. Why don't you listen first? During the planning phase, Superman had nearly considered borrowing a geostationary satellite from the Watchtower, the Justice League's official headquarters, to assist with the sound effects, but his conscience prevented such an outrageous misuse of public property. Moreover, he was not keen on witnessing Batman's reaction upon learning of this endeavor. Thus, Clark merely retrieved his mobile phone and opened the prepared audio file. It's written for you, he stated. Then, as the lyrics suggested, he held his breath in silence. I'm trying to hold my breath. Let it stay this way. I can't let this moment end. The song commenced quietly, and Bernice listened intently, savoring each note. She sensed Clark's arms tighten slightly, eliciting a smile from her. I can't let this moment pass, she mused, recalling similar sentiments from her first flight, though, evidently, her reflections stemmed largely from the act of flying itself. If Clark expressed such feelings, it was evidently a testament to his appreciation of her companionship. Bernice recognized this distinction, yet remained composed. She had outgrown the age of feeling guilty over such matters, and love is a peculiar entity, requiring no balance to measure the affection shared between two individuals. Who says that the more sensitive person loves more? You set off a dream in me, getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand. Will you share this with me? Clark, intimately familiar with the lyrics, seized the opportune moment to extend his hand. Bernice instinctively grasped it. Without you, my beloved, all the brilliance of 1,000 spotlights, even the most radiant lights, and all the stars we pluck from the night sky will never suffice. These glimmers are far too dim, never enough. The towers of gold are merely insignificant, and these hands, capable of cradling the world, remain woefully inadequate. It will never be enough, eternally insufficient. If you are absent, it shall forever be insufficient for me. As the melody transitioned from a powerful crescendo to a gentle softness, Clark took Bernice's hand and delicately kissed the back of it. He shifted gracefully, and they transformed from standing side by side to an opposing stance, their hands intertwined. Bernice's breath caught in her throat as she glanced down, sensing her calves weaken momentarily, a spasm of spirit. Had she masked her feelings too convincingly? Yet the sensation of flight was exhilarating. Apart from their time in bed, the most intense moments they shared were during their flights together. Moreover, who could resist Clark's subtle urge to show off? Recalling their first flight years ago, Clark had held her as they glided parallel to the ground, and she had insisted on maintaining that position until she was above him and he beneath her. This was not merely a manifestation of her controlling nature. Bernice could conquer her acrophobia, provided she stood or sat on a solid surface, with sturdy railings for support. During their flights, she would grip Clark tightly, using him as both a firm platform and a solid railing. But now, with only her hands clutching Clark, her entire being was suspended in midair. Even though she rationally understood that Clark's force field was as reliable as his very being, she hastily stepped forward, her toes resting atop his feet, allowing her to finally breathe with ease. Clark chuckled, somewhat flustered by their close proximity. He softly inquired, "I wish to share my life with you. Will you share this journey with me?" Bernice blinked, responding effortlessly, "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Her tone was so casual, seemingly unaware of the gravity of his words. Clark found himself at a loss for words. At such a close distance, his eyes appeared particularly wide, their blue hue reminiscent of the clearest parts of the sky, filtered through sunlight before overflowing from his gaze. Bernice could not help but smile. What was so strange about it? Hadn't I stepped out of my comfort zone to embrace the unknown realm of love precisely for this? Clark read the sincerity in his partner's eyes, honest, resolute, unwavering in its certainty, as if deliberately laid bare for Clark to decipher. Indeed, that gaze conveyed such a message. Clark was taken aback. His breath caught in a rush as a wave of warmth surged within him, rendering him momentarily dizzy, causing him to forget Batman's counsel. He loosened one hand to reach into his pocket, intending to retrieve the small box. Bernice quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. "Let go of one hand." Clark held onto the box, bemused yet somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Clearing his throat, he said, "Look at this, Bonnie. I have a ring. Will you marry me?" Scene. After producing the demo, Deli eagerly played it for Superman. "Deli, cheerfully, I think it sounds wonderful. You've managed to infuse it with emotion." Superman, "Gratefully, I cannot express how thankful I am, Miss Dawn." Deli waved her hand dismissively, saying earnestly, "You cannot imagine how delighted I am to be of assistance. I wish for all the heroes I admire to find peace and happiness. And I now possess the friendship of Superman, right?" Superman quickly replied, "Absolutely." They shook hands, and Deli was overjoyed. "Superman, could you guide me in vocal techniques? I wish to sing this song to her myself." Deli, confident in the talented lyricist Clark, of course. Sometime later, Deli, "Well, how shall I put it?" Deli, tactfully considering the time constraint, "Perhaps we should let it go. Having a background melody is already quite good, especially with your lyrics. Perhaps you could focus your efforts elsewhere." Clark, "Should I learn to play the guitar?" Deli, "Leave the music to me. I will produce a polished recording for you." Chapter 98, DLC 13 Involuntary Look at This, Bonnie. "I have a ring. Will you marry me?" Bernice abruptly lifted her head from Superman's chest, her hand still firmly clasped around his waist. She widened her eyes, staring at the small box, her gaze flickering. Yet she dared not meet Clark's eyes. Her breath halted. Her brows did not arch in delight. Rather, it seemed she was engulfed in sheer astonishment. Clark's vision darkened momentarily as a thought flitted through his mind, ignoring Batman's words. One suffers the consequences. What does the ring look like? Bernice exhaled, her voice soft. Her gaze remained averted from his, fixated on the box with an ethereal quality. Clark believed that the pain in his heart was purely psychological, incapable of affecting Superman's physical form. He knew he was carefully unveiling a seemingly simple silver ring, saying, "You adore the stars, so I mixed in some lunar soil. If you have a favorite star, do let me know, provided it is not too distant. Shall we descend?" Bernice's lips curled ever so slightly. "I dare not let go and gaze at the sky. Is there any engraving?" As they descended, Clark whispered, "On the back, I engraved the initials of our names, along with Love You of my life, my one true love." To deny being moved would be untrue. Bernice looked curiously at him, and upon receiving a nod, she reached for the ring, turning it over to inspect the engraving. In comparison to the neatly elegant script of my one true love, the initials appeared rather imperfect and uneven. Did you say the lunar soil was your own creation? She no longer looked up at Clark, her gaze averted, yet her voice remained gentle. I provided the materials. It was crafted by the fortress, including most of the engravings. Clark recalled how Bernice had always appreciated his craftsmanship, maintaining a Superman-like composure and grace. The initials were manually engraved using the fortress's equipment. Heat vision lacks such precision. Bernice traced the cold, smooth band of the ring, wishing to hold it as one would delicately pinch petals. I do not care whether the material is precious. You should know, my love, she sighed. If this is your creation, it holds the greatest significance for me. Clark felt the air gradually fill his chest, expanding his lungs and hopes alike. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you mean? Bernice cradled the ring in her palm, longing to clutch it tightly. She yearned for this ring, to gather all that Clark had made for her. She wished to inquire whether she could still possess this ring if she did not accept his proposal. Just as she owned the sculpture symbolizing their bond, just as she cherished everything he had given her. She understood that should she ask, permission would surely be granted. It would sadden Clark. Even if he would allow it, he would inevitably feel heartache. Bernice stood, avoiding Clark's gaze, sensing her reluctance to refuse him. The parts of her that wished to spare him pain surged like waves, yet the part that gripped the ring felt as unyielding and frigid as the metal itself. When she had once decided to take a risk and enter a romantic relationship, she had considered that in doing so, if she were to remain true to herself, she might one day cause Clark pain. She was no longer merely the protector of a friend. Bernice Allen thought almost coldly, now it has finally come to this. No. Despite feeling resistance, uttering the words was far easier than she had anticipated. After all, it was merely a single word, yet immediately following. Words that might soften the blow rushed forth. I'm so sorry. I love you, Clark. I love you dearly, but I must decline your proposal now. She knew she must bear the consequences of her actions. Bernice forced herself to lift her gaze to meet Clark's. He averted his gaze. Yet Bernice knew he was engulfed in sorrow. Something once indomitable had suddenly vanished, and a subtle pang began to gnaw at her heart. She clutched the ring tightly, embracing him with fervor. At least he did not rebuff her affection. She held him so closely, as if to meld herself into his very being, her eyes brimming with warmth and sorrow. Yet she felt utterly bewildered and irrational, for she held no regrets. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, but from Clark's perspective, her words of comfort seemed disingenuous, her declarations of love too distant, and the few plaintive "but I have always" were suppressed. It hadn't she always been his? She had always belonged to him. Just moments ago, she had vowed to remain by his side for a lifetime, her gaze pleading as she looked at Clark. Only someone who truly understood Bernice would be moved by such a declaration. In both her work and life, she was always the one in control, relishing the power to command and possess, often needing to assert that Clark was hers, before reluctantly conceding with a meek, "I am yours too." Clark had always sensed her aversion to such descriptions. It was merely her inherent sense of fairness, coupled with her genuine love for him. Indeed, she loved him deeply, and he would never doubt that. "I know," Clark replied, gently withdrawing to kiss her. He attempted to reclaim the ring, but Bernice held it firmly. "I want to keep it," she said, hesitating yet earnest. "Let me think it over, all right? I must refuse you now." Now, her subconscious pondered whether she might accept it later. This was different. She could overcome her distrust of intimacy through her trust in Clark, for that was fundamentally a matter between the two of them. However, the institution of marriage was a vast web of rules encompassing every facet of life, and she did not trust that web itself. "Hey, Superman, I found what you entrusted to me last time." Green Lantern hovered midair, gesturing toward the pink starfish-like life form on his shoulder. "This is it. I believe it meets your standards. Adorable, gentle, devoid of harmful traits or parasitic tendencies. And it can even communicate." Superman opened his mouth, intending to say he no longer needed it. Yet he felt that even if it were not a gift for a proposal, it could still be given casually. Moreover, Itty was indeed charming, folding its appendages in a manner reminiscent of a human on its hips, emitting a few bubbly sounds. "Oh, I know," Green Lantern said, stroking its head, awkwardly glancing back at Superman. "There's just one issue. It only wishes to accompany me, and I haven't found any of its kind willing to visit Earth. If you need their planetary coordinates, I can provide them. Perhaps you could inquire yourself when you have time." "All right, thank you very much, Hal." As the watchtower ascended, the rapport within the Justice League gradually strengthened, and the heroes began to exchange personal information. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, playfully teased Itty with his fingers. I was initially puzzled by your preference for this type, he remarked, his expression growing contemplative, but I've come to find that I quite like it too. Superman couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, it is my partner who harbors a fondness for non-human entities. The Green Lantern's expression was quite peculiar. Batman possesses such a penchant? Superman interjected, not a sidekick but my longtime girlfriend. The Green Lantern suddenly comprehended. All this fuss. Are you proposing? How could even Hal, who seems to be immune to the institution of marriage, deduce it? Clark was taken aback. Hal's gaze held a hint of disdain. It's rather obvious, considering you previously collected alien flowers for your girlfriend. Such elaborate preparations are most likely indicative of a proposal. As the most frequent traveler of the cosmos among the Justice League, Hal indeed had the standing to make such a remark. Superman's confidence diminished significantly. I have given many gifts as well, he retorted. The Green Lantern chose not to comment further. So, this has been your concern these past few days? Contemplating how to propose? The corners of Superman's eyes twitched. It was indeed a matter of proposing, yet he suddenly paused, as if recalling something. I should speak with Flash. Why suddenly seek Barry? The Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, felt a sense of confusion amidst the numerous ex-girlfriends, the one he often reconciled with yet frequently quarreled with. I have time? Superman hesitated, swallowing his words. He diplomatically stated, because Barry has experienced successful proposals? The Scarlet Speedster rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The smooth fabric of his uniform contrasting with his golden hair. I genuinely wish to assist you, Big Blue, but to be honest, I often struggle to comprehend Iris. Thankfully, after apologizing, she still explains why she was upset. The Flash's blue eyes gleamed with sincerity. Do you know the reasons behind your girlfriend's actions? Clark landed on his own balcony, his gaze sweeping over the closed door behind which Bernice was engrossed with her computer. He sighed and returned the Victorian romance novel he had previously extracted to the bookshelf. A week later, Bernice approached Clark with a stack of papers in hand, exuding confidence. She knelt on one knee. Clark was taken aback. I remained skeptical of the institution of marriage, so I researched and drafted a rather detailed prenuptial agreement. Bernice cleared her throat. Now I also have a song. Would you like to hear it? Of course, it isn't my composition, but I will sing it myself. She flashed a mischievous smile and extended her hand. Clark, both speechless and amused, could only reach out and nod in response. Wisdom dictates that only fools hastily plunge into love, yet I find myself irresistibly drawn to you. Should I choose to halt this pursuit, would it be deemed a transgression? For I cannot help but fall in love with you, much like the river flows inevitably towards the sea. Thus, my darling, let it unfold naturally, as if this affection were fated. Take my hand and embrace my entire existence, for I cannot help but love you. Bernice sings. Though her talent may be akin to that of an ordinary KTV performer, yet her smile and focused gaze suggest that each lyric resonates as her heartfelt expression. Will you marry me? She asks, half kneeling as she grasps Clark's hand. I wish to hold your hand and share my whole life with you. She eloquently reverses the lyrics she just sang. This is quintessential Bernice, insisting on taking the initiative in her proposal, which is both unexpected and profoundly characteristic of her. Clark opens his mouth, eager to laugh, though not in the exuberance typical of proposal videos. He knows he must wait until she has finished speaking. I do, he replies. Bernice exclaims in joy, ready to rise and embrace him, but Clark, with a furrowed brow and a playful smile, halts her movement. Where's the ring? Bernice is momentarily taken aback. All she brought was a stack of prenuptial agreements. Thinking quickly, she maintains her half-kneeling position, takes Clark's hand, and kisses his ring finger. My love has already bound your finger, she asserts with conviction. Clark's smile, tinged with perplexity, returns as he shakes his head. You truly must maintain the upper hand in every aspect, don't you? One proposal each. How fair. Bernice suppresses her guilt for lacking a ring, then swiftly changes the subject. By the way, regarding the ring, what's the matter? Can the engraving be altered? Is there anything you dislike? Love of my life, it signifies my deep affection, yet it evokes a melancholic melody. What inscription do you desire? I am uncertain. Perhaps we could simply use our full names? Alternatively, you could propose a phrase, and I shall offer one in return. Either option is agreeable. You have added soil from the moon, yet I believe incorporating a touch from our quaint town would be far more meaningful. Shall we make this adjustment together? I am delighted. I had previously contemplated that. Should it be crafted by you, a wooden ring would suffice. It is admittedly fragile. Indeed, that is a valid point. A faint sound of lips meeting dances upon the wind. Another sound follows suit. One for each. How fair. Superman's deep voice carries a teasing tone at this moment. The laughter gradually fades, confined behind an ordinary door. The lights have illuminated. In a small theater, Clark, with a melancholic demeanor, reflects on the Victorian era, a time when lovers refrained from intimacy unless wed. If only, well, it's best not to dwell. He sighs and returns the Victorian romance novel he had previously withdrawn to the shelf. Chapter 99, Side Story 2, All-Star Superman, please assist me, Dr. Quint. Superman retracts his gaze from the heavens and turns to face the golden-haired doctor. He could penetrate the laboratory's ceiling and gaze farther than ever before. Anything, the doctor responds, his brow furrowed, without a hint of hesitation. My situation, do not disclose it to anyone for now. Superman's brow furrows slightly, his tone beginning with hesitance, but regaining its usual steadiness and resolve by the end. I have certain matters to attend to first. By the great ghost of Caesar. Meanwhile, the Planet Daily's editor, Perry White, could be heard bellowing in his office from half a corridor away. He glared at his watch in frustration, demanding we wait, claiming it was an exclusive interview. If Clark Kent does not arrive within 5 seconds, he shall be dismissed. 2 blocks away, a silver fox terrier suddenly breaks free from its leash, barking as it dashes across the road. The boy holding the leash follows suit. As the boy scoops up the dog, he hears the blaring horn of an oncoming truck. The driver desperately slams the gas pedal, but the distance is too short, and the massive vehicle barrels forward at a terrifying speed. The young boy instinctively clutches the dog tightly and shuts his eyes. A flash of red whizzes by. The boy opens his eyes in confusion, realizing that along with the screeching brakes, the truck has vanished. Perry's countdown continues, and Clark Kent, donning black-rimmed glasses, hurriedly organizes his tie while clutching papers under his arm as he rushes to the office. I apologize, he mentally conveys to the truck driver. You may need to exert some effort to navigate back, but time is of the essence. He fears that handling 2 small living creatures may complicate things. As Clark Kent approached, a stubborn trash can obstructed his next step, toppling as he kicked it, scattering papers from under his arm across the ground. Swiftly, he grasped his fallen black-framed glasses, exhaling a sigh of relief. 1. Clark stepped onto a sheet of his own materials, slipping onto his back and landing before editor Perry White's office. His 2 close associates, photographer Jimmy Olsen and renowned journalist Lois Lane, regarded the hefty figure sprawled on the floor with bemusement. Perry, suppressing his ire, demanded, "Where on earth have you been, Kent?" As Clark, just having sat up, shrank slightly under Perry's palpable wrath. He hunched his back and offered a cautious smile. Sunbathing? Hey, Bernice, leaning against the sofa, set aside her laptop and smiled toward the doorway. Any news today? Yawning, she rose to retrieve the supermarket bag from her partner's hands, placing it on the living room table. Aren't we accustomed to shopping together on Sundays? Why did you go alone today? Clark paused momentarily while hanging his coat on the rack, his posture oscillating between that of Superman and that of the reporter Kent, subtly stretching his neck and shoulders. He opted to address the previous question. Tomorrow's headline should be Superman saves first man voyage to the sun. After hanging up his coat, he stepped in to assist Bernice, who hesitated before the refrigerator. He was far more adept at arranging the groceries. Another headline would read, Lex Luthor arrested on charges of murder and crimes against humanity. What a fulfilling day, Bernice mused. I heard about that too. The International Court of Justice emailed me to discuss whether to reinstate the death penalty for him. What are your thoughts? Clark inquired, placing the purchased food into the refrigerator. I believe it's better to deprive Luthor of any means to escape than to consider any method of execution, Bernice replied, her expression stoic. He has escaped prison and been bailed out so many times that I can't even feel happy about his arrest. Clark hesitated, caught between his thoughts. All right, I know you support the humane treatment of prisoners. I'm not opposed either, but it's just so complicated. Bernice noticeably pouted and approached him for a kiss. Clark couldn't help but chuckle and complied. Have you ever thought about death, Bernice? What's this about a manned voyage to the sun? As their kiss ended, both Clark and Bernice spoke simultaneously, pausing in surprise. Noticing the lack of anything extraordinary in Clark's expression, Bernice commenced the customary exchange. Often, she answered casually. Clark responded, Otherwise, why would I diligently memorize self-rescue techniques and seize opportunities to attend first aid courses. Observing Bernice's astonished gaze, she playfully complained. I wasn't born with knowledge of how to rescue myself from a submerged car, you know? Recalling the incident that brought them together, Clark's gaze softened as he carefully formulated his words. Do you believe that death is a risk that could arrive at any moment? Perhaps not, Bernice replied thoughtfully. I simply wish to avoid death as much as possible. She reflected seriously, analyzing her own thoughts. Yet, I do not seem to harbor any particular fear, for I have consistently pursued what I truly desire and have taken responsibility for it. Clark smiled, his eyes reflecting the pride he felt. Have you ever regretted any of it? He inquired softly. Never, Bernice considered once more, affirming her sentiment. Though that might soon change, especially if Luther decides to stir trouble again after our discussion on electric chair executions. She huffed, and Clark discerned the underlying implication. She was unlikely to demand stringent restrictions on Luther's resources or deliberately vote for more torturous methods of execution. Alas, I truly do not wish to attend. As a family member of the primary subject, I believe I should maintain a healthy distance. But what if my absence allows Luther to infiltrate? She sighed. Then, recalling her earlier question, she continued, by the way, was that manned solar expedition organized by your laboratory? Yes, it should have reached the vicinity of the sun today. Clark responded. Oh, so you were part of it? How was the sun? Bernice's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, the corona and solar prominences, as you might know, are exceedingly hot, contrasting sharply with the frigid expanse of space. It's rather bland to describe, Clark sighed lightly. Bernice echoed his sigh. Indeed, many experiences cannot be articulated. They must be lived. She shrugged off the fleeting hint of regret. Taking a deep breath, Clark stood tall before his beloved and then slightly bent forward. What is this invitation? Bernice, as direct as ever, placed her hand on his before inquiring. Clark, unable to suppress a smile, responded. It has been quite some time since you visited the Fortress of Solitude. How about spending the weekend there? Sounds good, she replied. Upon hearing her response, Clark took her hand and gently kissed her knuckles. Unbelievable, Clark Kent, Bernice thought to herself, feeling a surge of exasperation. How long has it been? Is this really necessary? It's not as if he hasn't already knelt and kissed my hand when he proposed. At that moment, Clark had shown no signs of discomfort, even appearing quite moved. Yet, every opportunity thereafter, he insisted on reversing the roles, kneeling for no particular occasion while kissing her hand countless times. Fortunately, she found no awkwardness in it. In fact, she quite enjoyed the way Clark held her hand, his expression warm and cheerful as he looked at her. Bernice firmly believed that no one in the world could resist such a delightful demeanor. As they soared towards the North Pole, clad in thick down jackets, Bernice suddenly pondered. Since we are heading to the fortress for the weekend, why did you go shopping earlier? Waiting until Monday for fresh supplies seems a bit excessive. You could have easily bought them on Sunday evening or Monday. Superman's actions remained unwavering and resolute. He cast a fleeting glance at the distant ground, allowing a fraction of his anxiety to dissipate, and cautiously remarked, Louise asked me to help her carry some of her purchases after work, so I thought I might pick up a few things for us as well. Silence ensued. Bernice arched an eyebrow. Clark's heart raced anew. The teasing smile that had danced upon Bernice's lips slowly faded, leaving her expression impassive. Oh no, she genuinely appeared to be upset. A wave of trepidation washed over Clark. Jimmy was out on assignment and would not be returning anytime soon. He swallowed the words. I'll be back as soon as I can, and keenly observed Bernice's demeanor, intending to seize the opportune moment to either press his advantage or rectify the situation. You know, I don't truly envy Louise Lane, he began, but Bernice, maintaining her composure, first sought to allay Clark's concerns. She weighed her words carefully, as was her custom. She typically provided an objective explanation before allowing her emotions to surface. Yet, the reality was that 1/3 of the day was spent at work beside her. Logically, the remaining time belonged to him, but he also had the responsibilities of Superman. Therefore, if he extended his time with her after work, Clark rationally understood this was untenable. Yet Bernice's calm voice increasingly resonated as a veiled threat, which was terrifying. His superbrain swiftly recalled the resolution guide Bernice had previously imparted. First, emphasize her uniqueness. Underscore the distinct nature of his feelings for her, and then elucidate the reasons behind his actions. Clark felt immense gratitude for this guide, as online advice varied widely. and he recognized that many suggestions would not resonate with Bernice. I might feel a bit down, Bernice admitted, her gaze cast downward. Not angry, though. I absolutely trust that you won't find yourself in any compromising situations, nor do I harbor any notions of restricting your normal interactions with colleagues. After all, you're not some insufferable jerk. However, Clark's eyes widened. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. His mind unwittingly conjured memories of years past, when a youthful Bernice had patiently encouraged him to exhibit vulnerability to his adoptive father, Jonathan. But when had Bernice ever shown weakness? I may need to take a leave of absence starting next week, perhaps even be away from Metropolis. And I'll need to ask Louise to handle some of my responsibilities, which is why it's difficult to decline today. He explained slowly, item by item, and I thought you might not be particularly fond of shopping, so it would be prudent to purchase next week's supplies in advance, especially since I wish to bring you to the fortress. Moreover, he added, no matter where I am, my heart is always with you. Bernice exhaled heavily through her nose. She lifted her chin defiantly. Humph. Do you think I've never worked to the point of forgetting myself? I've always been right here. Clark solemnly shook his head. That's not the same. You constitute my very soul. As Bernice stood momentarily speechless, Clark added, at least a part of it. Bernice found herself at a loss for words. This relentless pursuit of linguistic precision felt all too familiar. Nevertheless, it reaffirmed the truth of his statement. Bernice, feeling flattered, leaned back against the warm, reassuring steel of his chest. However, I am indeed quite curious to witness the manner in which you typically conduct your work. When Bernice's human eyes could discern the contours of the fortress, she remarked, I find Clark to be rather clumsy. Clark hesitated, and Bernice, with great enthusiasm, added, but quite endearing. Do not fret about the possibility of falling. Are you hoping to see me make a fool of myself, Boney? Clark complained. I am unfamiliar with the field of journalism. I too wish to observe how our renowned reporter, Clark Kent, performs his duties. Bernice recalled their occasional late nights, sitting across from one another, each engaged with a laptop, and added, the fieldwork kind. Superman pinched the bridge of his nose with one hand. Bernice argued, if we had not debated as partners, would you not be curious to see how I appear while working? Superman replied honestly, no, because I can see at any time. How infuriating. Bernice leaped from Clark's side to the pristine, well-maintained ground below. She gazed up at the fortress, which seemed to snugly embrace the peaks behind it. The crystalline castle appearing more like a grand entrance. Is this truly the same place? There's even a carpet at the entrance. Clark lifted the carpet, revealing a small key embossed with the diminutives. Bernice fell silent for nearly 3 seconds. I recall that the last time I visited, it was a sensor door. She sought a more delicate way to express herself. Do you believe that a more primitive door is less susceptible to intrusion? Clark unlocked the door with a small key and simply replied, the recognition scan occurs prior to this step. Good afternoon, Superman ma'am. How may we assist you? A few iron-gray, humanoid robots approached, their throats emitting male electronic tones. Bernice glanced at their chests, which bore a somewhat familiar yellow and red pentagon emblem, labeled from 1 to 4. Just as she was about to say that everything was fine, she heard Clark instruct, you may begin preparing dinner now, and assist Boney with her gown. So formal, is it? She mused, realizing that the two seldom attended occasions requiring formal dining together. An occasional outing would indeed suffice. With a graceful demeanor, she clasped her hands over her abdomen, holding her head high like an invited lady. Then she observed Clark placing the little key back beneath the carpet at the entrance. Her expression widened. Is this your method of securing the premises, Mr. Superman? Clark remained still, maintaining a half-kneeling position while gazing up at her with an easy smile. Would you care to try? Bernice attempted to shift the key with one hand, then both hands, and ultimately with all her strength, yet it would not budge an inch from the ground. I sculpted it from materials of dwarf star. It weighs 50,000 tons. Clark revealed a hint of pride, watching Bernice struggle, then laughed heartily as he pulled her to her feet. So you are currently the only one on Earth capable of lifting it? Bernice observed the fissures in the rock created by the key and shook her head. That still feels precarious. You could venture to the sun. What if there are robots? Or one of your alien adversaries? It should at least be concealed in a more secure location. All right, I shall contemplate it later. Clark did not decline. As Bernice prepared to don her gown, she resolved to indulge in a luxurious bath. How was the water temperature? She heard Clark's voice emanate from behind her. I haven't used the hot water here. It's a tad warm, Bernice replied, as only half of her calves were being caressed by the heated water. There was no door separating this area. Yet fortunately, Clark had set the indoor temperature to a comfortable warmth, sparing her from the chill of a draft. When she turned her head, she merely glimpsed a wall. Clark must be standing just beyond it, clad in his complete Superman uniform. But that was just fine, she thought. Suddenly, Bernice chuckled lightly and remarked, "Are you watching, Mr. Superman?" "Boney," Clark called out, clearly taken aback by the implication. "Oh." Bernice stepped forward, then retreated a step. "Would you mind taking 2 steps back?" "Precisely 2. I never take advantage of anyone, you know," he replied, a hint of skepticism and hurt in his tone. Yet, he considered that perhaps Bernice was feeling shy, given the absence of a door. Rising from his position against the wall, he urged, "You should return. I'll be leaving shortly. Be careful not to catch a cold." His voice faltered as a damp, steaming palm gently pressed against his neck, while another hand from the majestic red cape casually brushed aside his arm, encircling his waist. She unabashedly left traces of water upon the pristine alien fabric, insistently drawing him closer. "That's my Clark," she teased with a smile. "I could never do this. I'm feeling quite inadequate. I intend to whisk you away in a fit of passion." The droplets from her hand, now slightly cooler, cascaded down Superman's neck until halted by the snug alien attire, defiantly attempting to trickle further. Superman seemed to grin, or perhaps it was a sigh, as he lightly ascended, yielding to her gentle tug until the enveloping steam consumed both him and the alien fabric. The sound of water persisted for quite some time. Chapter 100, Extra 2, All-Star Superman 02, Who Lives W Dinner Time, could merely be postponed. Fortunately, the robots created by Superman would harbor no grievances. Outside the shower space, a single towel hung on a hook, ready for use. Who could have anticipated that Boney would suddenly ambush Superman? She simply shed the suit that had accumulated around her ankles, snatched up a crumpled portion from the corner, and with a swift motion, transformed into a fleeting shadow as she slipped back into his room. Bernice hummed a cheerful tune, rinsed herself once more, and adorned herself in the burgundy gown she had previously selected, with the help of the robot to dry her hair. She sauntered leisurely toward the dining table, feeling a twinge of hunger after a hearty meal, but not in a rush. What was the hurry? It was Friday evening, the most delightful time for a working individual. Clark, now donned in yet another identical Superman costume, sat at the dining table. "Wait, it seemed not entirely the same. I like yours," Bernice commented as she settled at the table. "The little red-caped look is quite charming." "This is Kryptonian traditional attire, crafted by myself," he replied. Clark said helplessly, "Yet your description cannot be deemed inaccurate." The burgundy gown worn by Bernice featured scant fabric at the bodice, revealing expanses of smooth skin. The exposed areas of her neck, collarbone, and the delicate butterfly bones of her back were adorned with subtle red spots that harmonized with her dress. As Clark's gaze wandered, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite the fact that he had been the one to cause it, while Bernice remained composed and at ease, considering her loosely gathered hair. One might even suspect that she had intentionally revealed herself. Bernice gazed across with a hint of regret. Whether on Krypton or Earth, men's formal attire was excessively constricting. Could it not be that the formal wear for gentlemen in other regions consisted merely of a few pieces of sheer fabric? She lamented, nevertheless, "I can't leave any marks on you, or else I would insist you were something low-cut." The phrase steel physique was not merely a saying. No matter how hard Bernice tried, she could not leave a trace, yet Clark possessed remarkably keen senses. This was indeed a positive aspect, for Bernice remained joyfully diligent. Clark adjusted his vibrant red hood and draped his formal cloak over Bernice's shoulders. He then retrieved a bouquet of silvery blue exotic flowers from beneath the table and presented them to her. "For you. I picked these on Alpha Centauri 4. They sing." The bouquet emitted a continuous, sci-fi hum, akin to 20 high-pitched mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. At least the flowers were quite lovely. Bernice accepted them, saying, "Thank you. I just thought I had water in my ears," as there was a persistent ringing. Clark inquired, "Do you not like them? Can you communicate with them?" Bernice gazed at the luminous leaves, and Clark shook his head. "I am simply delighted to encounter such life. It is truly eye-opening." Bernice diplomatically remarked, however, "Since communication is not possible, if you wish, you may keep them in the fortress. Please do not bring them home." After enjoying a lavish meal prepared by the robots, Clark suggested taking Bernice for a stroll. It has been far too long since you visited. I have added quite a few items to my collection. Bernice, having indulged in the fortress's menu, which had evidently been tailored to her tastes, protested. Wait a moment. I've eaten too much. I feel unable to move. She even donned Clark's red hood, lying down on the tidy table, playfully pretending to be a red-headed ostrich. Clark chuckled, but remained resolute. Time is of the essence. He insisted. Bernice grumbled and reluctantly got up, still appearing somewhat unwilling. You mentioned a new collection. That is marital property, and I have a share in it. So why the rush? Clark could not suppress a smile. Then I must inform you of what it is and how to utilize it. You are right. Since I cannot be lazy, Bernice's curiosity reignited. What do you have? These are weapons left by my adversaries over the years. This room resembles a museum. Superman pointed to the exhibits, some of which could even pose a threat to me, such as this kryptonite laser gun and gravity gun. Bernice halted before them. You never mentioned this to me, she stated flatly. In fact, I have mentioned it. However, as everything turned out to be harmless, Superman hastily clarified that he had not encountered any significant issues, thus refraining from elaborating on the matter of weaponry. Bernice gazed at those weapons for a moment longer, letting out a sigh. You bear no marks of suffering, which leaves me unable to ascertain the extent of your hardships. She straightened up and inquired, so, these weapons have been rendered ineffective, have they not? The energy has been depleted, perhaps? No, considering that I may need to utilize them again in the future. Recharging them would be rather inconvenient. Superman raised his hand, striving to demonstrate that he had contemplated this matter thoroughly. But what if someone else acquires them to target you? Bernice frowned. That would not pose a problem, Superman replied, extending his finger to smooth her furrowed brow. My fortress is accessible only to those dearest to me. What concerns me are the uninvited guests. Bernice muttered, after all these years, those who have kept tabs on you likely have a fair idea that you possess a stronghold in the Arctic. I shall bolster security, Clark conceded, swiftly shifting the topic. Come and see the new time-space telescope I have constructed. It was an oval platform that, to Bernice's eyes, resembled a small transporter from Star Trek. With it, I can converse with descendants from a distant future. Clark adjusted a few buttons, and a glowing, indistinct figure materialized in the center of the platform. It was Cal Kent, Superman of the 84th century. The white silhouette spoke, its language somewhat garbled, yet generally comprehensible. In the year 8315, we fought against the mad god Darkseid with 1,000 brave and sincere warriors. This was likely a recording from previous communications, for Clark pressed a few keys, halting the figure's speech and motion, leaving it standing still. I am still resolving some bugs, but one day I will be able to prevent threats before they arise, Clark stated solemnly. At that moment, Bernice could not help but recognize the weight of responsibility that Clark, as Superman, bore. He accepted the grandest of duties and sought to embrace even more. She thought with pride of her Clark, who undertook such endeavors merely because he possessed the capability. But when did you become so adept with machinery? Bernice inquired, her interest not particularly piqued by the answer. It was merely idle chatter. I only knew you were skilled with your hands. Recently, I want to try something new. Clark adjusted the controls again, shutting down the platform. This recent solar journey not only tripled my strength, but also augmented my curiosity, imagination, and creativity by the same measure. Triple strength. How powerful must that be? Bernice exclaimed, then leaned forward with concern. Can you manage all that additional power? Has it caused any issues? Clark paused momentarily, lowering his gaze before curving his lips into a perplexed smile. I have been experiencing some sleepless nights lately, so I've been flying around at midnight contemplating these matters. Bernice wrinkled her nose. Insomnia can be quite tormenting. Is there any improvement? Human medication should be ineffective for you. But what about white noise or soft music? I could even sing some slow songs. Currently, everything appears satisfactory. There's no need for undue concern, Clark remarked, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Yet I truly cherish the notion of you singing for me. Bernice, brimming with enthusiasm, resolved to record it upon her return. Or perhaps the fortress could lend a hand. Suddenly, she recalled Clark mentioning that this temporal telescope could connect with his descendants. She had no intention of family planning. Could it be that one moment of reckless abandon, devoid of contraception, had led to such a predicament? How frustrating. Yet, under those circumstances, having Clark hastily procure protection would lack any semblance of romance. Clark paused for a moment. I am indeed curious as well. Our physiological differences are so pronounced that procreation would be impossible. Bernice sighed in relief, striving to conceal her unfiltered reaction, as Clark seemed genuinely eager for children. This was hardly surprising, despite being Superman. His values regarding family were profoundly simple and reminiscent of small-town life. Bernice pondered this, having entirely forgotten that, theoretically, she hailed from the same origin. This is the devourer of suns. Clark guided her into an expansive chamber, where the corridor they traversed was flanked by a colossal abyss, within which writhed a mass of black tendrils. When I first encountered him, he was drifting around Jupiter. Poor creature. He must have been starving at that time. Oh, Bernice exclaimed with excitement, yet the absence of railings or glass along the corridor's edge made her reluctant to approach the unguarded precipice too closely. Instead, she craned her neck to observe. Is he greeting us? Can we communicate? Does he possess a gender? He is indeed greeting you, and he is delighted to see me. However, the sound waves he emits are inaudible to human ears. Clark approached a nearby workbench, where a sphere of light, roughly the size of a head, rested. He picked up a small hammer. There is likely no gender involved. It is merely a matter of habit. He is still a child. Can he hear me? Bernice couldn't restrain herself from stepping forward, then crouched down due to the height, addressing the black tendrils. Hello? The tendrils danced more animatedly, as the devourer of suns moved closer to Bernice. He can hear you. He also sent his greetings. Clark chuckled, striking the light sphere with the hammer, sending luminous shards scattering. He had always been aware of Bernice's strong receptivity, yet he remained astonished. He seems very friendly. Bernice gazed at a tendril that was close to her, eager to reach out, but she held back. Can humans touch him? Would there be any viruses or something that should be avoided? Clark hissed softly, setting down the hammer. I don't believe so, but I have yet to conduct any tests. Bonnie, please refrain from touching him for now. Alas, Bernice felt quite disheartened. My apologies, devourer of suns. This Superman has not adequately prepared. I will play with you next time. What do you feed him? She turned back to Clark, inquiring. The sun, Clark replied succinctly, tossing the luminous fragments he had just shattered towards the creature. I crafted a miniature sun using cosmic iron. The tendrils responded with exuberance, dancing joyously, seemingly oblivious to how they consumed it, as the enveloped shards swiftly vanished. Bernice was lost in thought. She recalled the warm welcome she had received from the Sun Eater earlier. Was there a similarity in their gestures? Or was it simply her inability to discern the nuances of the tentacle's movements? Did the Sun Eater's diet consist solely of sunlight? Surely, it must exclude humans. Clark hesitated for a moment. Theoretically, humans do not consume ants. Was the situation somewhat analogous? He continued to tap on the small sun. Yet, many children do scald ant hills with boiling water. Bernice quietly stepped back. Establishing trust among different species is truly challenging without direct communication. She turned around and discovered a room behind the hall, from which a bluish-purple glow emanated through the crack of the door, accompanied by a billowing mist resembling dry ice. Where could that be? With a sense of entitlement, as a co-owner of the solitary fortress, Bernice approached, only to find she could not push the door open. Through the gap, she glimpsed a robot facing away from her, engaged in striking a massive instrument. Several large screens nearby displayed swirling DNA data, her photograph, and her bodily metrics. On one side of the screen, there was a life-sized mannequin bearing half of Bernice's face, while the other half and much of its body were flesh, with some parts stitched in black thread. A mechanical arm was scanning it up and down, seemingly holding a needle. Bonnie, stay away from that place. Superman's voice swiftly approached, gently closing the door behind her, sealing the eerie mannequin, machinery, bluish-purple light, and white mist within. He turned to her, stating, "You may explore any part of the castle, except this room. It is off-limits." Bernice disliked being commanded. She should have been angry. However, this was all too peculiar. Clark was acting strangely. Moreover, it felt reminiscent of the tale of Bluebeard. "I fail to see what danger this room poses to me," Bernice said, her tone flippant, although she was aware of her underlying caution. It was half a provocation. Could that robot mistake her for the entity it was meant to stitch? Superman remained silent, finally chuckling helplessly. That is a sewing machine capable of weaving indestructible thread. He raised his hand to halt any further questions from Bernice, sincerely stating, "I intended to surprise you, but it is not yet complete. Give me one more night, and I shall tell you in the morning. All right?" This seemed reasonable, and Bernice felt reassured. She even pondered why she had become wary of Clark so easily. Was it the atmosphere from earlier? It felt as though a horror film's background music had infiltrated her mind. So, you're not going to sleep with me tonight? Bernice pouted deliberately. Normally, Clark would acquiesce, allowing Bonnie to choose whether she preferred the gift in the morning or to spend the night together. But this time, he gazed earnestly into her eyes. I wish to present my gift tomorrow morning. Thus, I truly cannot tonight. I apologize, Bonnie. Bernice retracted some of her playful demeanor, elongating her voice. Well, at least you must give me a good night kiss. Of course, he replied, as Bernice turned over for the 17th time on the fortress bed. She opened her eyes in a fit of anger. Her mind was consumed by the horrifying thought of being captured by robots and subjected to excruciating experiments. How could this be? In this scene, Superman stood a distance away, gazing at her with indifference. Bernice, however, was not a person burdened by worries, for she often exhausted her thoughts during the day and slept soundly at night. Could it be that my subconscious harbors a profound fear of such possibilities? Is this a concealed psychological shadow? Bernice pondered, reaching for the backpack she had brought along, extracting a gaming console from within. Since sleep eluded her, she murmured, I rarely have time to play, and there are many games I have yet to complete. 2.5 hours later, Bernice set the console beside her pillow, contentedly drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she saw Clark writing at the table by the bed. The warm light of the fortress, like sunlight, filtered in through a crack in the door, illuminating his silhouette. Awake? He asked, folding the paper in his hands and smiling at her. How did you sleep? Bernice sighed dramatically. Not well at all. I dreamed of being chased by mad robots, and they seemed to be under Superman's command or indifference. Noticing Clark's changing expression, she added, so I need a kiss from my Clark to get out of bed. Clark frowned, yet found it amusing. Robot number 7 appears to have malfunctioned. I will check on him shortly. When I was synthesizing some chemical reagents earlier, he left the door open. A gentle good morning kiss. I suspect you might have inadvertently inhaled some of those reagents yesterday. They can induce hallucinations and delusions. Bernice slowly sat up, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Is the effect over? Clark replied succinctly. It should have subsided. That's good. Bernice breathed a sigh of relief, quickly freshening up before returning. What have you prepared overnight? Clark produced a vial of golden serum. I have analyzed and memorized your 8 billion genetic sequences, so this serum is compatible with your DNA. It will grant you superpowers akin to mine, without my vulnerabilities to kryptonite and red sunlight. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Genetic compatibility? Bernice asked curiously. Is it only effective if I drink it? Well, it should have some effect on others, but it won't be as pronounced as yours, Clark confessed. Bernice clapped her hands in delight. Excellent. Then you can call on me for assistance when you encounter danger. Clark emitted a puzzled sound. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This was designed to make you happy, but Clark felt a twinge of discomfort in his eyes as he gently said, There's no need for that, Bonnie. How can there be no need? Bernice placed her hands on her hips. You have faced enemies you couldn't handle before. Besides, you just mentioned this potion would eliminate your weaknesses, making it perfect for me to assist you. Because I am nearly dead, Bonnie. Clark chuckled thoughtfully, responding inwardly. Let me share with you what I wish I had known when I was young and dreamt of glory. You have no control over who lives and dies, nor over who tells your story. And when my time is up, will I have done enough? Will they recount my tale? Will they recount yours? In the original Broadway cast of Hamilton, Chapter 101, Extra 2, All-Star Superman, disguised like a crown, I wear my heart atop my head. Bernice has always cherished the expressions Clark wears. She has grown accustomed to them. At times, even when he disagrees, she manages to elicit laughter from him, his lips curving upwards despite himself, his eyes sparkling with mirth. At other moments, as is the case now, when he finds her actions unexpectedly commendable, a frown may crease his brow. Yet in those instances, the tenderness in his gaze is unmistakable. In those moments, she can keenly feel the warmth of his affection. Clark, with a hint of exasperation, spoke, But Bonnie, this is a gift. The purpose of a gift is to bring you joy, not to aid you in battle. The very thought that I can finally protect you brings me immense happiness. Bernice hesitated not for a moment. This was precisely what she longed to do. She had long harbored a sense of regret over her inability to safeguard Clark. While her advocacy of certain laws could be deemed protective, the prospect of physical protection was one not to be overlooked. Yet, Despite her self-serving motives, she undeniably relished the emotion Clark was experiencing in this moment. Clark pondered. I recall that the dosage I prepared should exceed this single vial. I shall give you the rest as strategic reserves. He smiled, but for now, would you share this one with me and spend a day together? Observing the flicker of uncertainty in Bernice's expression, he earnestly blinked and added, consider it a gift for me. Alas, his words transformed Bernice into one holding a gift, contemplating whether to bestow it or not. Should she drink it directly or inject it? Bernice pursed her lips, expressing her discontent at being manipulated. Just drink it, she declared. Superman smiled. Bernice removed the stopper and poured the golden liquid down her throat. A slight dizziness washed over her, swiftly followed by an unparalleled clarity, as if the entire world and the essence of truth unfurled before her. Until that moment, she had been oblivious, akin to a blind person. In a dreamlike state, she uttered a word and then became lost in thought, perceiving the sound waves of her own voice. There is still some in the Arctic, Superman kindly reminded her, and you'll encounter numerous electromagnetic waves in the city. They could be rather bothersome. Oh, Bernice hissed as she inhaled, seemingly attempting to calm her racing heart. Yet, when she realized she was suspended in midair, she could not help but express her emotions, exclaiming, darn. Superman Clark touched his nose, teasingly remarking, I nearly thought you despised flying. Bernice silently waved her hand, fixated on her feet. She attempted to spread her legs and lower her center of gravity like she would on solid ground, but her previously maintained balance faltered, prompting her to instinctively flail her arms as if grasping for something. An amusing sight, reminiscent of a newborn fish choking on water in fear. Clark grasped her hand with one of his while covering her eyes with the other. First, feel the air around you, he gently instructed. Bernice's face flushed with embarrassment. She was accustomed to the discomfort of imbalance, yet on solid ground, she could always rely on her cautious nature to avoid such awkwardness. Especially in front of Clark, it wasn't a fear of revealing her true self, but rather, she longed to maintain an image of strength, calmness, and unyielding protection before him. Taking a deep breath, she allowed her focus to drift through each part of her body. The sensation of the air became more pronounced, as if it were cradling her. Still, she lacked the grounding sensation of solid earth. With a grimace, Bernice removed Clark's hand from her eyes and attempted to circle around a few times. Clark, amused as if witnessing a curious spectacle, chuckled heartily. I have prepared a sturdy uniform for you. Care to don it and take a flight? The uniform included a red cape and red boots, while the remaining portion resembled a deep blue long-sleeve bodysuit. It was akin to a second skin, fitting snugly without restriction. Bernice glanced down at her bare thighs and calves before raising her gaze again. Superman blinked. There wasn't enough material or time. Indestructible fabric? Bernice mused, shrugging. I'd like to see you in something that reveals your thighs. Without waiting for Superman to assist her, Bernice ascended into the air. She pretended to swim through the atmosphere, soon moving with greater ease. The only side effect was her subconscious tendency to kick her legs, striking the air. But with a thick skin, it was hardly a significant issue. Bernice swiftly adjusted her mindset, as she settled into a state of true relaxation. She gradually felt the embrace of freedom. Are you adapting to flying, Bonnie? Superman, soaring beside her, timely inquired. He continued to smile, silently, for his laughter was not at all bothersome. Bernice rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Her legs gradually ceased their swinging motion, yet she still found herself moving forward. She savored the sensation, feeling as though she were piloting a mech with her mind, as if her body were merely an extension of her will. Perhaps this was a form of flight. However, Superman glanced at his own form, struggling to comprehend Bernice's perspective of separating herself from her physical being. Suddenly, a sharp beeping pierced the air. Bernice's expression contorted as she looked around. Superman furrowed his brow and quickened his speech. It's Jimmy's signal watch, and I've already discerned the reason for his distress. Bonnie, we must hasten. Metropolis is in peril. Observing the urgency in Bernice's eyes, he added, do not attempt to listen. The cacophony is overwhelming. It's an invasion of subterranean lizards. At that moment, Bernice's eyes sparkled with determination. She still did not allow Clark to carry her through the air. If I fly too slowly or overshoot, you should head to the site first. I shan't cause any damage. But she deftly maneuvered her thoughts, accelerating and decelerating in her mind, swiftly returning to Metropolis alongside Superman. There, a throng of hulking green humanoid lizards wreaked havoc. This was Bernice's first experience observing such chaos from a height. The elevated vantage point rendered the destruction seemingly insignificant and distant. A particularly robust orange lizard hoisted a compact car and hurled it towards a nearby office building. Bernice almost imagined he would begin to pound his chest with alternating fists. Yet he refrained, expressing his bravado through a disjointed roar. "People of Metropolis, Claw will devour your children." In a flash, a swift green figure darted past Bernice, crashing into the orange lizard, presumably Claw, causing a pair of titanic forms to shatter the building with a resounding crack. Try this on for size. From the direction where the green figure had originated stood a barefoot hero clad in a form-fitting azure suit, his golden hair framing a short, shimmering beard. Adorned with a circular emblem depicting the earth upon his chest and a green cape flowing behind him, he stood atop a multitude of unconscious lizard bodies, surveying the scene from above. "Atlas." Superman's tone was flat as he descended to the ground beside Bernice. "So, Samson is here as well?" Superman remarked. Atlas merely cast a fleeting glance at Superman before bursting into laughter and leaping down, his gaze fixed intently on Bernice. "Ah, my lady, your beauty makes our presence in this primitive era worthwhile." Bernice's expression soured upon hearing Atlas's name. She had previously harbored poetic imaginings of the hero from myth. She composed herself, inquiring, "Era? Time traveler?" "Yes, both Atlas and his companion Samson are." Superman turned to Bernice, explaining, then regarded Atlas with seriousness. "Apologies. This lady is with me." "Ah, then it is for the lady to decide, is it not?" Atlas stepped forward, inserting himself between the two. "I propose we engage in a contest for the ages. Each of us shall showcase a remarkable feat of our own in honor of this lady. Where has Samson gone? If he is absent, I shall still measure my prowess against Superman." "Ha ha ha!" A strange, maniacal laughter echoed through the air. "Are you referring to this hulking figure?" A tall silhouette, adorned in blue and red, was hurled from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Atlas rushed over, discovering that it was indeed his unconscious companion. Clenching his fist, he demanded, "What have you done?" Suspended in the sky was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth. Though not particularly muscular, he held his chin up high, exuding a haughtiness that surpassed even Atlas. He is unconscious and will not awaken for a while. The commotion you two fools have stirred in the flow of time is rather excessive. I had intended for you to serve for a time, but unexpectedly, you have led me to witness something beautiful." He floated gracefully to the ground, casting a glance at Atlas and then gesturing toward Bernice. "For this, I might even indulge you in a game for a while. I shall join in your earlier proposal. The strongest among us shall win her." "Win me?" Bernice echoed flatly, turning her gaze towards Superman. He stiffened slightly, shaking his head. Atlas, disdainful of the pale figure, leaned closer to Bernice and whispered a clever, "Beautiful woman with superpowers is a rarity in any century, my lady. My super feat is quite evident. I effortlessly defeated Claw, safeguarded Metropolis, and even vanquished his entire army. It seems there is little left for you two, Superman, and this mere flying brat." Superman disregarded Atlas, focusing instead on the newly appeared stranger. "I am Superman. Are you also capable of time travel?" The blonde youth smirked. "I am Joyce Johnson. I know you, Superman. Just because I cannot traverse time does not mean I cannot make use of those two fools." He stood slightly taller than Bernice, tilting his head as his bright blue eyes sparkled. "It is a waste for Atlas to engage you with the approach of a common suitor. He may not even know who you are." "Oh, Bonnie, it is delightful to see you." "Hello," Bernice managed, suppressing her expression to maintain a modicum of politeness. "You both astonish me." She shared Superman's sentiment. Compared to the evidently dim-witted Atlas, Joyce Johnson emanated a more perilous aura. "Perhaps we should return these potential invaders to their subterranean homeland," Superman proposed. Nearby, the lava pit emitted wisps of smoke, and Bernice felt the oppressive heat. Watching as the bound lizard soldiers marched down the path, she sensed that an ordinary person would quickly succumb to the searing temperature. Yet she was fortunate enough to stroll leisurely in this realm for the time being. Before Superman stood a colossal green lizard, a third taller than he, wielding a spear. "We, the subterranean dragon people, have always harbored fear and respect for you, Superman. My son shall face punishment for his transgressions." However, Claw claimed he was incited to launch this attack by one named Samson. I harbor my own doubts, Your Majesty, Superman replied. Superman remarked, his expression growing more serious. At present, I harbor doubts that Samson is even the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Allow me to handle this matter. He remained distracted, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the far side of the magma lake. If I win your heart, I shall compel the Titans to kneel before you, bearing witness to my love for you. Atlas raised his clenched fists, showcasing his biceps. I shall crush diamonds with my formidable fists, transforming them into shimmering wine. Bernice appeared disinterested. Why would I wish for the Titans to kneel? Wouldn't it be perilous to insult them if I cannot defeat them? And if I can conquer them, why would I need you to make them kneel? I could easily do that myself. Joyce, standing a little farther away, laughed heartily at Bernice's words. He gazed at her with heightened interest. Ah, you never fail to amuse. Atlas furrowed his brow tightly. Ah, allow me to showcase an unexpected marvel, a symbol of my affection. He reached out, his expression increasingly anxious. Where is the crown necklace? The ultimate Sphinx's radiant crown necklace? Joyce Johnson let out a laugh, producing a small pouch. You are quite the comedian. Wasn't this with Samson? He is still unconscious on the ground, and you actually thought the necklace would remain undisturbed? I advise you to exercise caution. Johnson, Superman is approaching, and plutonium-240 is lethally toxic. Ah, thank you for the reminder, Superman. Joyce's demeanor grew somewhat peculiar as he tossed the small pouch back to Atlas. With pride, Atlas caught the pouch and extracted an excessively dazzling necklace. Here, allow me to adorn you with this. Bernice stepped back. No, why not? Atlas feigned a frown. Is it because of this fellow? You disregard my feelings? All for such trivial matters. Superman interrupted him, his voice low, resonating with genuine anger. You, Bernice, seemingly suppressing something, narrowed her eyes at Atlas. Do you concur with what Joyce Johnson previously stated? That the victor of the competition earns me? Joyce leaned forward, intrigued. Ah, miss, indeed. It seems you have such faith in me. I shall surely triumph. Atlas, brimming with confidence, stepped forward, only to be met with a powerful punch from Bernice right in the chest, sending him flying. Win, you say? Am I merely a prize? A trophy that cannot speak or refuse. Bernice exhaled heavily. You dare insult my Clark in my presence. If I had gloves, I would throw them in your face. I challenge you to a duel. Joyce halted. Atlas, who was rising, froze in place. Superman's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he asked, why did you strike him in the chest? Bernice replied flatly, I intended to aim for his head, but I feared I might miss. He is broad-shouldered and well-built. She began to move her limbs, and it suddenly dawned on her that in her moment of exhilaration, she had uttered the name Clark. As her pupils trembled, she realized she wasn't wearing a mask, and regardless of the circumstances, their identities were likely to be exposed. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Indeed, Superman. She corrected herself, continuing to stretch her body. Given my current physical state, if I were to unleash my full strength, would I cause fatal harm? Superman replied, Atlas should be safe. However, Bernice is not adept at flying. Chapter 102. Side Story 2. All-Star Superman 04. The season of Love Superman was not a master of martial arts, yet even through his discerning eyes, the combat techniques displayed in this duel were somewhat lacking. Initially, Atlas hesitated to engage in the fight, but Bernice relentlessly struck at his head, managing to block most of the blows. Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, he retaliated with vigor. From Superman's perspective, Atlas was still holding back at first, while Bernice seemed to have meticulously considered her approach, employing a strategy that capitalized on her physical prowess to engage in close combat. She fought chaotically, hardly evading any attacks, opting instead to grapple tightly with her opponent. Relying on her temporary Kryptonian constitution, she absorbed blows while delivering punishing strikes in return, resulting in mutual injury, an unsightly affair. Several times, Atlas evaded her attacks, nearly causing her to harm herself. Yet, she solely relied on her physical advantage, lacking any combat experience or apparent talent in fighting. This approach proved effective enough to make Superman's eyelids twitch. He pondered whether his own fighting style would also appear lacking in the eyes of more skilled combatants like Bruce. Superman attempted to divert his attention, but the truth was that with each blow Bernice endured, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene and confront Atlas. However, Clark Kent understood that if he rushed in to stop things while Bernice was at a disadvantage, she would undoubtedly be extremely furious, unless she found herself in an utterly untenable position, which was not the case at present. Thus, he restrained himself, watching as Atlas hurled Bernice through the air, only to see her return with a force akin to thunder. Though her attempt missed its mark, her efforts were not in vain, for Atlas's momentum was being suppressed. "Is this what you call being a competent husband?" Joyce Johnson remarked from the sidelines, producing some noise. Superman remained immobile, his focus unwavering on the rolling form of Bernice, his fists clenched tightly. "You do not understand, my wife." Superman's voice sounded somewhat steely at that moment. He struggled to lift the corners of his mouth slightly. Since she was currently uninjured, she so earnestly wished for him to allow her to protect him. Moreover, she wanted Atlas to experience the wrath of being treated as a trophy. Joyce's face contorted as if he had tasted something sour. His blue eyes sparkled with a brightness akin to his golden hair. Suddenly, Superman felt an intense urge to break free from his composure, yet he restrained himself, gripping his trembling hand with the other. He turned to Joyce, making a conscious effort to prevent the motion from becoming part of a performance. "What have you done?" Joyce replied, seemingly in difficulty. "I released the mind control. Your magical resistance is much higher than the rumor suggested. I believe there exists no reason for hostility." Superman furrowed his brow slightly, speaking with solemnity. His assertion should suffice to intervene in the battlefield, halting what had escalated into a protracted conflict. The woman whom Joyce observed had disheveled hair, her body and face coated in dust, lay there laughing heartily, extending her hand for Superman to assist her. Joyce gazed at the scene almost in a trance, murmuring, "Oh, this could be quite unexpected, Superman." He placed his hand into his pocket, searching for something. Suddenly, Atlas's small bag emitted a radiant white light, its leather surface failing to conceal the peculiar glow, enveloping the entire subterranean space in a faint metallic hue. A resonant, metallic hum emanated from a bag. "Damn!" Atlas exclaimed, retrieving the necklace he had intended for Bernice, its brilliance blinding to ordinary eyes, heralding the arrival of the ultimate Sphinx. "I must depart," Superman remarked, his brow furrowing with the sense that matters were far from simple. "You pilfered it from the ultimate Sphinx without its consent. It appears quite enraged," Joyce casually remarked. "Indeed, it is a pity that I could not present it to your lovely companion." Atlas shrugged, and Bernice, standing nearby, immediately grasped his implication, her fists clenched in anger. "Had I known, I would have struck harder earlier. I will take my leave." Atlas's hand reached halfway before his body suddenly stiffened. Joyce Johnson turned towards them, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. "I have yet to complete my business. You shall not depart." Saying this, he dashed forward, brandishing a red rose he had procured from his pocket. "For you, Ms. Bernice Allen." Joyce extended the rose towards the disheveled woman, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "This is an everlasting rose, acquired from those time travelers, gifted to you." Bernice found it difficult to refuse such a gaze. "Are you not together?" she inquired, accepting the rose. "Thank you. As long as it bears no adverse effects on ordinary humans." "Certainly not," Joyce replied with a slight bow, a grin spreading across his face. "I am merely a traveler, hitching a ride with the time travelers to see you, madam." Superman squinted, recalling the identical everlasting white Kryptonian flower in his cabinet, which he had originally intended to place at Jonathan's grave. "Do I need to remind you that she is my wife?" "Oh, I hail from the future, and I happen to know she will not remain your wife for long," Joyce replied with a mischievous smile, promptly releasing Atlas from his control, allowing the dim-witted time traveler to whisk him away from this era. Bernice. Now, this subterranean space was left with only the two of them. The Earth lizards had long departed, granting them ample space, with only the magma bubbling fiercely. If what he said were true, she pondered, unable to comprehend why. "Did you cheat? So we're divorced?" "Clark, actually, I intended to tell you after today." He spoke with great difficulty. "Bernice, no way you truly cheated? Was it someone like Joyce who controlled you? If I were to refer to you with 5 numbers, which would they be?" "Clark, 24601, the prisoner number of Jean Valjean, the protagonist of Les Miserables." "No, Bonnie," he said, pondering, "I merely wish to make your day as joyful and perfect as possible. The standards for joy and perfection will vary with the information I possess." Bernice tilted her head, her tone calm. "I must have all the information to determine what is best for my present self." Superman regarded her in silence for a heartbeat, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I am dying, Bonnie." Bernice remained motionless, taking 2 or 3 deep breaths before uttering a single word. Why? Superman lowered his gaze briefly, then looked up towards the other side of the sky, as if listening to some distant sound. Ah, Luthor's trial has concluded. The judge found him guilty of crimes against humanity, sentencing him to death. Remarkably, he did not argue. Perhaps he has finally discovered a means to kill me. Bernice continued to gaze at him. What is it? Superman turned back, recalling Bernice's admiration for the sun, and softened his voice. The recent mishap during the man-solar mission was orchestrated by Luthor. He covertly replaced one of Dr. Quint's assistants, taking control of the spacecraft as it approached the sun and deliberately delayed my rescue efforts. My cells were excessively exposed to solar radiation, rendering my body incapable of metabolizing. Bernice inquired urgently, "Is there no solution?" Superman grasped her hand. Dr. Quint conducted a thorough examination of me at the lunar base. You see, he possesses my data from all this time, understanding my body better than anyone. He mentioned that my cells are overloaded with energy bursting from within. He extended the back of his other hand. You might even see it now like tiny fireworks beneath the skin. Bernice stared intently at Clark. Yes, she could see it now. It could even be described as beautiful, unlike her own skin, where cells die and age constantly, culminating in the emergence of fine lines and increasingly sagging skin. These small, beautiful fireworks signify impending death. Bernice watched them. Perhaps it was not surprising. Akin to the withered branches and fallen leaves, or a prey stained with blood until nothing remained but its skeleton. Perhaps from certain perspectives, death is indeed beautiful. Bonnie, are you all right? She heard Clark's concerned voice. Is there truly no way out? Bernice lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened, blinking more rapidly than usual. You only consulted Dr. Quint. What about others? Dr. Quint's laboratory is unparalleled globally. Not even other prestigious biological research institutions can compare. I have been cooperating with their experiments, and he's most familiar with my condition. Superman paused, feeling somewhat helpless. Other places not only lack his authority, but I also do not trust them to access my data. How long? She asked. No one knows, Superman replied softly, as if not wanting to frighten her. Perhaps 1 or 2 months. Then, what do you intend to do during this time? First, I shall spend a day with you, Superman casually stated. Bernice stared at him, contemplating the completion of Luthor's exclusive interview. Perhaps he hesitated, uncertain of his next steps. Goodness, she murmured, you truly are passionate about your work. She gripped Clark's arm with a force that was markedly different from when he lacked superpowers. It was a tangible pull, not the gentle tug of a balloon. And before she knew it, they ascended. They soared over the vibrant, flowing crimson magma, traversing the concealed nodes within the mantle, rising toward the surface and into the sky, until the earth below gradually revealed its curvature, adorned with a serene, gentle teal. In that moment, Bernice found herself in the cosmos. Yet she could still hear the distant echoes of life on Earth. The sounds intertwined with the breathtaking beauty of the planet before her, resembling the vast and nurturing aura of a home, enveloping her entirely. Perhaps it was the influence of gravity or the theories of relativity. She mused. I adore this altitude. Superman remarked nostalgically. Sometimes I linger here, lost in thought or daydreams. The sounds here remind me of the beach, at least akin to the descriptions I have encountered. As Bernice stood mesmerized by the beauty surrounding her, she heard him speak. His tone was reminiscent of an ordinary afternoon, where one lover introduces the other to their hometown, saying, "This is where I grew up. This is a part of my past that you have yet to experience, and I wish to share it with you." Floating in the cosmos, Bernice felt more powerful than ever, yet she yearned to curl inward. She desired to weep more intensely than at any previous moment, though she could not comprehend why. Drawing the stable, dry, warm Clark into her embrace, she quietly dabbed her tears with his red cape, saying, "Now I understand. How do you measure the life of a woman or a man? In truth, she learns through the truths she has mastered, or by the frequency of his tears, in the bridges she has burned, or by the manner of her departure. It is time now to sing out, even though the story never truly ends. Let us celebrate, remembering a year in the life of friends, cherishing the love we hold. Understand that life is a gift from above. Thus, let us share love, give love, and spread love, measuring life in love." In the Season of Love, Chapter 103, Bonus 2, All-Star Superman. Although Bernice felt unwell, she endeavored to relish this hard-won superpower for a full 24 hours. When Clark inquired about her desired destination, she did not hesitate. The universe. Due to considerations of time and safety, they traveled only within the Milky Way. After stepping onto the lunar craters, Bernice delightedly embraced the adventure. Clark had never imagined Bernice to be such an adventurous spirit. However, she yearned to witness the planetary storms on Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. The wind speeds on Venus can exceed the most powerful hurricanes on Earth. Martian dust storms can engulf the entire planet for months on end. Jupiter's infamous Great Red Spot is a superstorm that has persisted for centuries, large enough to contain 2 Earths. The first 2 destinations seemed manageable, as Venus and Mars have relatively weak internal heat sources, with atmospheric movement primarily driven by solar radiation. In contrast, Jupiter, Saturn, and other distant, massive celestial bodies experience slow internal heat loss, leading to vigorous atmospheric dynamics. Clark considered testing the waters himself, yet he was apprehensive about exploring Jupiter's Great Red Spot with Bernice. It was one thing to risk injury, but the greater concern was that the limits of Bernice's abilities could be compromised by the storm. Regretfully, Bernice remarked, "All right then, what about Venus and Mars?" Superman replied, "The atmospheric pressure on Venus exceeds that of Earth by 90 times. Moreover, the atmosphere is predominantly composed of carbon dioxide, and the greenhouse effect has elevated the average surface temperature to over 400 degrees Celsius, even surpassing that of Mercury, which is closest to the sun. So, will you be harmed?" Bernice inquired. "That is unlikely," Superman replied, as he had ventured near the sun's surface, where temperatures soared to approximately 5,000 degrees Celsius. At present, Bernice possessed abilities akin to his own, prior to her enhancement, yet he pondered why she would desire to explore such perilous locales. Well, Bernice reflected deeply. Opportunities like this are rare. Knowing you are impervious to injury or death makes one eager to engage in extreme sports. Superman found it challenging to determine whether Bernice, who typically proactively learned first aid and self-rescue techniques, was being reckless or merely cautious. He endeavored to guide Bernice to observe some normal yet safe vistas, such as the methane seas of Titan and the icy geysers of Enceladus. However, while she was greatly astonished, she still yearned to experience the planetary storm. He watched as Bernice firmly grasped his hand, observing her take deep breaths. Visibly anxious, Superman felt exasperated, and then they plunged into the Martian storm together. Standing hand in hand amidst such a fierce tempest was an unprecedented experience for Superman. Curiously, here, apart from the storm, there was nearly nothing visible, nothing audible, and nothing tangible, rendering the sensation of their arms' touch remarkably vivid. They gripped each other's forearms in a secure manner, remarkably firm and powerful, and for the first time, Superman felt the pain of being held tightly. He began to comprehend Bernice's motivation for this endeavor. At the very heart of the roaring tempest, he experienced an odd tranquility. Bernice leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. In this fierce wind, it could only be described as a brief touch, yet they instinctively shifted their posture into an embrace. "A few more hours," Bernice said, covering her mouth as she yawned, forcing herself to remain alert. "Should we head back for some rest?" Superman suggested. "Though I feel I've seen enough, resting is out of the question. I must make the most of it." Bernice yawned again. Superman wore a look of resignation, yet he knew that he could not utter the words about her age or advise against staying up too late. Bernice rubbed her eyes. "You previously mentioned that today would be according to my arrangements?" Superman sensed an impending dilemma. "Indeed. What do you wish to do?" Bernice bit her lip, laughing shyly. "I am contemplating whether to try something in the air or explore other activities." "Ah," Superman replied. As Clark Kent entered Stryker's Island prison, Luthor donned a white lab coat over his orange prison attire, welding a spherical robot the size of a head while wearing a mask. Several armed guards stood vigil at the entrance, their gazes keenly fixed on the interior. Clark hunched his shoulders and cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. "I have already discerned your clumsy presence, Lex Luthor." The spherical robot, emitting a faint glow, floated beside his head. Luthor, wielding a high-temperature welding torch, declared, "I've just completed my encyclopedic robot, a mobile library. Read a tale of 2 cities." He tilted his head, issuing the command. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, the spherical robot recited as it glided around Kent, who staggered to avoid it, swatting it away like an annoying mosquito with a folder, until his feet became ensnared in the power cord. "Stop it," Kent yelled. "Watch your step, you dim-witted bull." Luthor shouted, The journalist's clumsiness left a notable impression on him. Amidst the buzzing proclamation of it is the age of wisdom, Kent's feet shifted, becoming tangled in the cord, leading to a rather solid fall that dislodged the plug from its socket. Luther recoiled slightly at the noise, exclaiming, "You write like a poet, but you move like a landslide." "I was certain I still possessed dignity upon entering," Kent remarked, half frowning, chuckling at his own misfortune while seated on the floor. The man's ineptitude was such that Luther deemed him beneath retaliation. Diverting his gaze, Luther noticed a puddle near the power source, and the worn rubber of the wire revealed the copper beneath. "Yet your clumsiness has spared me from electrocution, albeit temporarily." Kent, attempting to rise with the aid of a nearby cabinet, inadvertently toppled a tray filled with tools, awkwardly half-crouching on the ground to gather the scattered pliers and clamps. "Perhaps it was my rubber shoes that saved me. I saw that article on the Da Vinci of crime. It seemed to praise me, yet it dripped with sarcasm. Journalists are ever so tangential, Lex." Finally, collecting himself, Kent stood with the tray, yet his tone bore an odd nonchalance as he returned it to the table behind him. Luther suddenly advanced, causing the taller of the two to shrink back, bending his knees and arching his back in an effort to create distance. Luther, as if savoring a significant triumph, let out a hum and curled his lips into a smirk, discarding his lab coat and striding confidently into the midst of 4 armed guards. "Are you keeping up, Kent?" Clark adjusted his black-framed glasses. The 4 guards stood sentinel at the doorway. Luther, clad in a white t-shirt and orange shorts, jogged vigorously on a treadmill, 2 dumbbells in hand. Kent, in a brown suit, hunched his shoulders, diligently recording Luther's words at the side of the treadmill. "He makes me nauseous. That dull, childish smile, his self-importance. Tell me honestly, does his very existence make you feel insignificant? Does it belittle us all?" "Our work does not overlap," Kent replied. Luther hurled the dumbbells aside and snatched the notebook from his grasp. "What have you written about me? Show me." Kent emitted a panicked sound, stretching out his hand, only to let it fall back in resignation, his shoulders appearing even more slumped. Luther gazed at the inscrutable characters inscribed in the notebook, which bore no resemblance to any known phonetic or pictographic script. "A cipher. I could decipher it in under a minute." "This is shorthand," Lex Kent explained. His pretentiousness was almost laughable. Unfazed, Luther tossed the notebook aside, casually flinging it backward, where Kent fumbled to catch it, narrowly preventing it from crashing to the ground. "Can you envision a more splendid world, Kent? That is what I have perpetually pursued. In a world devoid of Superman. Perhaps the noble Bernice Allen would dedicate more of her attention to the honest, weary Clark, languishing in the corner, rather than concocting legislation concerning superpower-related compensation." Luther hoisted a heavy barbell high, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his arms remained unwavering as he flashed Kent a mocking, arrogant smile. Kent showed no sign of offense. "You've been discussing me, but this is your interview. I merely question how a tall, intelligent, and upright farm boy could lack individuality. You undeniably deserve the full attention of an arrogant, ordinary-looking woman. Why not appeal? So long as he is around, you are merely a pretentious writer. A fool, a cripple, a waste." Kent diligently recorded, until Luther abruptly dropped the barbell with a thunderous crash, causing Kent to stumble back nervously, steadying himself against a large sandbag that hung low. He retreated a step, letting the sandbag shield part of his body. Next to Superman, even the greatness of Lex Luthor is overshadowed, Luther proclaimed, his fists clenched. Alerted by the commotion, the guards at the door readied their weapons, but as they entered, Clark raised his hand to halt them. "Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Kent retracted his hand, placing it back on the sandbag. "I am endeavoring to educate you." In the face of his grotesque, perverse, inhuman perfection, we become insignificant. Luther raised his arm, proudly displaying his bulging biceps. "Look at this, Kent. True muscle, not some extraterrestrial, physiological gift. This is the result of hard work." "Your demeanor hardly resembles that of a man on the verge of death," Kent observed, his blue eyes peering inquisitively from behind his lenses. The man seemed so timid that even his tone was calm and restrained. "Of course not." Luther grinned widely, as if he had heard a humorous jest. "So how is Superman these days? Pale? Feeble? Weak?" With each word, he struck the sandbag with force, causing Clark, who was bracing it, to feel the impact as he half-crouched. "He appears quite well," Kent noted, somewhat perplexed. "But he is not." Luther picked up a towel, and draped it over his shoulder with self-satisfaction. The iron door, marked with the highest level of alert, opened automatically, and Luther, reclad in his orange prison garb, emerged alongside Kent and 4 guards. "If you possessed his abilities, what would you do?" Luther asked, still wearing that smug smile. Glancing back at the reporter. "Help others." Kent did not hesitate much in his response, his tone lacking conviction, yet exuding a sense of ease and naturalness. "Perhaps you truly might." Luther did not smile. He turned his back, resuming his posture of indifference. "You lack the imagination to envision other choices." The group passed by numerous cells housing violent offenders. Kent glanced to the side, where a metallic figure sat on the bed of its cell. One hand raised with a barbell. Its chest and eyes emanated a green glow. Kent mused that the Superman, now immune to kryptonite due to an enhancement of abilities, had transcended such vulnerabilities. Other choices? Kent withdrew his gaze and inquired. "For truth, justice, and all the intangible values you cannot quantify." Luther raised his chin, embodying the qualities he symbolized. "I will kill you, Luther. Drain you dry." The parasite clung to the glass of their exposed cell, howling and flicking its half-exposed tongue. Luther's mocking smile widened as he leaned closer to the glass. "You do not frighten me, parasite. Intelligence will always triumph over brute force. That glass is lead-free." Kent's voice rose slightly, adopting a more distant tone as if he perceived something extraordinary. Within the parasite's infrared vision, Luther's internal light shone brighter than that of others, and the figure behind him appeared almost like a being of light, radiant from head to toe, more luminous than the brightest abdomen of any other. Energy, surpassing anything I have ever possessed. The parasite expanded, transforming from a grayish-purple mass into a colossal creature nearly filling the room, forcefully etching patterns into the glass. "Be careful." Ken abruptly pulled Luther back, both stumbling a few steps just in time to evade the monstrous entity as it surged through the glass. The inflated parasite nearly occupied the entire corridor. Guards opened fire, while Luther and Kent fled. The gunfire seemed ineffective against him. He was absorbing the kinetic energy of the bullets. Kent shouted as he ran. The parasite seized 2 guards by the neck, their vibrant energy coursing through its arms into its being. Luther, Kent, and the last remaining guard burst through a small door, swiftly descending the stairs to find themselves in the prisoners' recreation hall. At least 40 to 50 inmates turned to look, some advancing threateningly a couple of steps. Luther and Kent both retreated slightly. The parasite had smashed through the door above, leaping directly into the center of the hall. "Find the energy," it bellowed, clutching several inmates and draining them. On the opposite side, the iron door swung open, and more guards wielding shields and firearms rushed in, surrounding the parasite with futile gunfire, which it effortlessly swatted aside. The gathered inmates seized the fallen guards' batons and shields, shouting to subdue them and join the fray. Ignoring the possibility of being attacked by the parasite themselves, they engaged in battle. "We must rid ourselves of this creature quickly," Kent remarked, observing the chaos. As he positioned himself behind Luther, who stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. "What is it, Kent? Seeing the parasite distracted by a plethora of other targets has rendered you particularly composed. Are you afraid it will absorb your cowardice?" As the remaining guards retreated behind the door, a sudden torrent of white mist cascaded down from above, engulfing the entire hall. "Locate the energy entity." The prisoners and guards alike withdrew from the parasitic creature, which alone continued to roar and probe amidst the smoke. Luther coughed twice, catching sight of Kent as he passed by, resolutely entering the fog. With a surge of benevolence, Luther called out, "That's foolish." At the edge of the smoke grenade, a fleeting shadow of red and blue dashed past the scuffling prisoners and guards. When the beleaguered guards, either valiantly resisting or rendered unconscious, regained their senses, they found themselves inexplicably transported to the beach opposite Strick Island prison. The parasitic creature had absorbed another prisoner, and those clad in vibrant athletic attire seemed to finally grasp the magnitude of the threat they faced, scattering in all directions. Luther glanced down at the body that had been flung at his feet, only to be abruptly knocked down by the clumsy Kent, narrowly avoiding a shot fired at the back of his head by a prisoner who had appeared from nowhere. As Kent fell, his glasses tumbled away. He exhaled deeply, propelling the armed prisoner against the wall, rendering him unconscious and dissipating much of the white mist. He then retrieved his black-framed glasses from ground. "There you are," Luther said, picking up a gun from the floor and standing up. If you wish to survive, follow me. As the white mist spread, visibility improved, revealing more prisoners armed with clubs, shouting as they rushed toward them. Run, Luther urged, placing a hand on Kent's shoulder before turning to flee. Before Kent could catch up, he pushed his glasses down slightly. From his eyes emanated a red beam, strikingly reminiscent of Superman's heat vision, shattering the lounge's fire hose, causing water to spray onto the floor. Luther sprinted to the heavy iron door from which the guards had retreated, inputting a code into the switch. The switch responded with an unyielding error. Kent glanced back nervously. Luther fired several shots directly at the switch, the gunfire causing Kent to flinch. Tossing aside the shattered outer casing of the switch, Luther began to connect the internal power wires, while the pursuing prisoners closed in ever closer. Kent clenched his fist and coughed into it, his breath not only halting the prisoners, but also freezing the standing water into solid ice, immobilizing their feet and bodies. Having successfully connected the correct power lines, the door swung open. The two men rushed out, locking the door just before the parasitic creature could breach it. I should leave you to those beasts, Kent, Luther remarked, furrowing his brow as he pointed at the chaotic room behind them. But I need you alive. I need you to spread my story. The tale of one who refuses to bow to extraterrestrial invaders. As Luther ran, Kent's gaze shifted to the solid wall beside them, and in his X-ray vision, he discerned a massive figure howling as it charged towards them. Be careful, it's coming right at us, Kent shouted, just as the wall shattered under the creature's weight. Kent raised an arm before Luther as a colossal fragment of masonry, akin to a massive door, collided silently and shattered. Meanwhile, the parasitic creature had already blocked their path. Energy, like the sun. In a fit of anger, Luther fired several shots and, alongside Kent, retreated. Pray for a miracle from Einstein, Kent, Luther shouted. However, Kent stumbled, kicking a stone and falling to the ground. Luther halted a short distance away, watching the enormous parasitic creature swing its body and approach. Kent, glancing back, stepped firmly onto the ground. An earthquake, he exclaimed, scrambling with all fours to escape. Where he had just trodden, the bricks rapidly spread intricate patterns, and the heavy body of the creature fell into the next layer of collapse, buried beneath the debris, leaving only its mandibles exposed, clamoring in protest. Luther descended, his voice filled with fury as he shouted, "Dare to attack me? Do you know the fate of opposing Lex Luthor?" He unleashed all his bullets upon the mandibles, and when he still felt unsatisfied, he resorted to kicking and punching the creature. Kent approached the edge, witnessing the spectacle with wide eyes and a furrowed brow. Cautiously, he descended as well. Luther continued his assault, declaring, "That is the fate you shall soon share with Superman." Finally, after he had vented his rage, he exhaled deeply and turned his head slightly. "I have always admired you, Kent," Luther remarked, his tone regaining composure as he walked away. "You are modest and cautious, comically out of place. In short, you possess all the qualities he lacks." Clark Kent, wearing shattered black-framed glasses, was left speechless. Luther stepped into his own cell. "I have a gift for you." He stepped on a nearly indistinguishable tile, causing a hidden door to unfold on the floor, revealing a spherical reading robot floating beside him. "Do you know that if the novel Moby Dick is read at an ultra-high frequency, it can transform into a sonic drill capable of cutting through stone?" Luther relaxed his posture, arms outstretched and feet apart, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, Kent hunched over, his hands twisted in front of him, appearing somewhat pigeon-toed. Luther entered the tunnel, the robot illuminating the dark staircase, casting light upon his path. Kent followed closely behind, the robot's light not reaching him. Yet he kept pace. "You could escape at any moment if you wished." "I do not want to," Luther grinned. "I yearn to sit in the electric chair, knowing I have indeed slain Superman. With an excess of the very solar radiation that granted him strength, I have poisoned him." "You cannot prove this," Kent replied. "But it is the truth, Kent. This is my gift to you." Luther gazed upward, as if envisioning a wondrous scene. Knowing he did not desire the world to learn of his impending demise, thus gradually revealing this news. A refined title in size 140 font would suffice. Kent paused, furrowing his brow. His hand, which had been resting against the rock wall, fell to his side, his blue eyes quietly observing Luther. He continued onward. The deep staircase leads to an underground, dark river. A girl with straight black hair, clad in a gothic black leather jacket, ultra-short black shorts, and thick-soled high-heeled black boots, is moored at the shore in a small boat. She adorns herself with purple eyeshadow and lipstick. "This is where I leave you," Luther states, introducing his lovely niece, Nastasia, "who will guide you from here, Mr. Kent." Nastasia offers a faint smile. At the tender age of 16, she is proficient in 30 languages and harbors ambitions of world domination. As Luther speaks, Nastasia gently nudges Kent into the small boat, causing him to sit down abruptly. "And perhaps, upon my success, she may achieve her desires." "It's hardly worth it," Kent remarks while seated in the boat, his tone resembling a sigh. "You could have been friends with Superman, yet now you face execution." "Ah, but he shall perish first," Luther dismissively replies, kicking the boat. Nastasia rows away, leaving Luther and the spherical robot further behind on the shore. Where to Mr. Kent? Chapter 104. Extra 2. All-Star Superman 06. Where to Mr. Kent? Home, Superman responds. Bernice raises an eyebrow. If it were a return to the small town, she finds it difficult to imagine Clark would so solemnly mention it. However, having just departed from their apartment, where else could Clark possibly refer to as home besides there in the small town? Their home. Superman gazes at a nearby stone table. "Do you know what this is, Bonnie?" Upon the table rests a large glass dome, encasing a vibrant exotic city with delicate snowflakes continuously falling upon it, resembling an exquisitely crafted weather bottle. "Is this the miniature glass bottle of candor you mentioned?" Bernice leans in for a closer look. "It was stolen by one of your enemies before Krypton was destroyed." Superman nods. "Yes, his name is Brainiac. He utilized this technology to shrink the greatest city of my homeland." He lowers his head. Within the snow globe, tiny fireworks ascend and explode. "For all these years, I have been striving to restore the thousands of inhabitants within to their original forms. Have you succeeded now?" Bernice inquires with astonishment. "First the superpower serum, and now this?" Clark's creativity during this period is truly remarkable. If given the choice, she muses with a hint of dark humor. She would prefer such a resurgence over the slow decline of aging. "No, but I have found a planet suitable for their colonization, and I intend to take them there. The issue is, it is quite distant. Even under normal circumstances, a round trip would consume 3 weeks of my time." Superman deliberates, hesitating, yet speaks candidly. "Given my current condition, it may take even longer. Perhaps I do not have enough time left." Bernice paces back and forth, visibly vexed. She wipes her face and exclaims, "Must you go? Must you go alone?" "I am truly sorry, Bonnie," he replies softly. "The work will not cease simply because I am nearing death." "No, you have misunderstood my intent." Bernice appeared unaffected by his choice of words. "Is there any compelling reason for you to go? If it merely involves relocating the city, I believe your colleagues in the Justice League would gladly assist." Superman hesitated, pondering. "My fellow, I recall Green Lantern is always traversing the cosmos. Furthermore, you possess a spacecraft. What prevents you from taking me along? You cannot behave in this manner each time." Bernice's emotions suddenly erupted, her voice tinged with an angry tremor. "Yes, this is your life, and it is indeed your choice to make. However, your decision isolates me from all connections until the very end. I cannot concur. I not only wish to partake in the final moments of your life, but also to document them." With that, she lowered her head, her shoulders heaving with rapid breaths. Bonnie stepped forward, reaching out to her, only to be met with resistance from Bernice. Stubbornly, she kept her gaze lowered, her tone significantly calmer. "If you have resolved that, and you desire solitude to ascertain the fate of your kin rather than my company." "Bonnie," Superman interjected urgently. But Bernice cut him off with a wave of her hand. "Let me finish. If you're certain, then so be it." Bernice lifted her face, her expression, though somewhat cool, bore no stark difference from her usual demeanor. "But you must record a plethora of videos and audio messages for me, besides disseminating them online. Ensure they're backed up on at least 3 external hard drives. Even if you perish, dying in a place unseen by me, I must have access to those messages." Superman's mouth fell slightly agape in shock. He blinked, inhaling deeply. "Then if you accompany me, your work can surely be managed. I have not taken on any new cases lately, and the matters of the association are trivial." Without hesitation, Bernice replied, "What should I prepare? A spacecraft? How large is it?" Traveling with 2 people necessitates significantly more preparation than with one, especially since Superman could directly venture into space, whereas the additional individual requires both a spacecraft and a spacesuit. Nevertheless, Bernice deemed it worthwhile, for during the latter part of the 2-month journey, Clark's condition deteriorated. She sternly urged him to rest, thus mustering her courage to take the helm of the spacecraft. Let alone the spacecraft. Her most adept mode of transportation remained the bicycle. Fortunately, the Kryptonian spacecraft was remarkably intelligent, and Bernice had colored the buttons for identification, as she was unfamiliar with the Kryptonian language. Despite her heart racing, she managed to pilot it with a calm demeanor. She could not relent. Although Clark claimed he could operate it, Bernice could see he was far from fit. She could not, at such a critical juncture, abandon her responsibilities to him. Naturally, she allowed Clark to handle the most perilous landing process while she stood by, ready to assist. This was a moment of self-awareness to prevent further complications that might burden Clark. "You have triumphed, Luther." Upon hearing that familiar, repugnant low voice, Luther set aside his book, How to Mix the Perfect Cocktail. Superman, still clad in that peculiar alien uniform, stood above Luther, towering outside his cell. Luther gazed over, observing Superman's countenance, which was imbued with his customary air of sanctimonious superiority, yet appeared somewhat pallid compared to before. "I am on the brink of death. At least for the 3 weeks preceding your execution, the world is yours." Superman paused, stating, "Now you face a challenge. You have often proclaimed that as long as I do not obstruct your path, you possess numerous means to benefit humanity. It is time to manifest those claims. Luther, I am aware that a benevolent aspect resides within you." Superman leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze upon Luther. Without hesitation, Luther spat upon the glass, envisioning the same saliva striking Superman's lifeless, ashen face, and erupted into laughter. As dusk settled, the setting sun bathed the hillside-esque lawn in a muted orange hue, with a solitary gravestone perched atop. This was the resting place of Jonathan Kent. "You imparted all the wisdom I needed, so even in your absence, I can forge ahead." Clad in his red and blue uniform, Superman simultaneously addressed the human spirit behind the gravestone as both Superman and Clark Kent, stating, "I only hope I extend the same to others." With a tranquil expression, he laid a pure white flower at the base of the tombstone. "Clark?" A voice, gentle and untainted by age, inquired, slightly breathless from the ascent, "Are you truly attempting to sneak in and out without even seeing your mother?" "Certainly not. I merely wish to leave a flower. It is from Krypton and shall never wilt." Clark Kent bowed his head slightly, allowing Martha's wrinkled, spotted hand to rest upon his cheek. "You appear thinner," Martha remarked softly. "Are you unwell?" "Mother, I am Superman," Clark responded, clasping her hand against his face. "And I am your mother," Martha replied, with a tone filled with a pride surpassing Clark's own. "You must take good care of yourself." She ambled towards the pristine gravestone, placing the bouquet she held at its base. "At your service, madam." Superman offered a slight bow. They stood together in the twilight, and Superman gently inquired, "Do you miss him?" "Every day," Martha replied, as if there were no alternative response, "but his spirit remains ever with us." She placed her hand upon her towering son's shoulder and asked, "So, do you have time to stay for dinner, or must you rush off to save the world?" Superman embraced his frail human mother, releasing her after a moment, and kissed her forehead. "Bernice is down below." "Oh dear, my child, why not bring her up? Or let her sit at home?" Martha immediately scolded, loosening her grip, eager to descend and prepare her renowned apple pie for her rarely returning children. Yet, Clark held her hand firmly. "I love you, Mom," he whispered. "I love you too, son," Martha replied tenderly. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for her child in the red cape did not soar away into the sky, but, reminiscent of his childhood, walked slowly down the hill, hand in hand with her. Today marked the day when inmate number 221 would ascend the electric chair. It is well known that the imposing figure seated in the electric chair is none other than the infamous Lex Luthor. However, within the confines of this chamber, the executioner, Larson, refers to him simply as inmate number 221. The final request of inmate 221 is to sip from a glass of meticulously crafted golden cocktail within his cell, a request that Larson has encountered in various peculiar forms before. As Larson steps forward to retrieve the small vial, Luthor, inmate 221, dismissively casts it aside. "May the anointing oil, filled with love and compassion, assist you," the priest murmurs as he approaches to touch Lex Luthor's forehead, only to be repelled by a disdainful spit from Luthor. "Keep your distance, Padre. You exude an irrational stench," he scoffs, surveying the room with a shrug. How typical. Even Superman does not deign to show his face. I had hoped he would bear witness to this. Another armed guard exchanged glances with the priest. I am certain he will learn of the details. The guard approached to verify that the restraints on Luther's wrists, thighs, and calves were secure, nodding in affirmation. At the opposite end of the room, Larson received a signal and promptly pulled the lever. A crackling sound emanated from the electric chair, momentarily drowned out by Luther's cries. The scent of burning flesh intensified. The priest closed his eyes and traced a cross over his chest. Yet, that arrogant voice resurfaced. "You feeble fools." Luther snapped the restraints, binding his limbs, and floated effortlessly into the air, triumphantly clenching his fist. "This is far too easy. My final request, that cocktail, is a serum granting 24 hours of superpowers." He gazed down from his aerial vantage, unleashing his heat vision, albeit clumsily striking the ground. Several guards simultaneously opened fire, but the bullets ricocheted harmlessly upon contacting his form. Luther chuckled, declaring, "Now it is my turn." In the Arctic, within Superman's solitary fortress, Robot 7 stood beside a large pit. Its electronic voice resonated. "I would be pleased to clean the dwelling of the Devourer for you, Superman. I am merely bidding farewell to the little one in this manner." Superman, wielding a hose, stood in the pit that once nourished the Devourer, perspiring from his brow. Yet post-release, he still found himself, while missing him. His words faltered momentarily as he gasped for breath. "Are you all right?" Robot 7 inquired. "Shall I notify Ms. Allen?" "No need." Superman hastily shook his head. "I informed her that I wished to ride alone. I did not mention any physical labor, or she would have insisted on assisting." "What about now? What about today? What if you waste it, my dear, before it becomes too late? What about now?" In the fortress, Superman sat in his study, beginning to speak. Superman log, final entry. The recording function of the fortress activated automatically, quietly capturing the moment. Superman had previously intended to inscribe Kryptonian text on his stone tablets using his heat vision, preserving these logs as the last remnants of Kryptonian literature. Yet he turned his head, peering through the wall towards a spot where Bernice sat. She picked up her gaming device, tapped a few buttons, then set it down, visibly restless. Ultimately, she commanded the fortress to play music in her room. Her demeanor softened as she began to hum along. A smile crept across Superman's face. Recently, Bernice had been reluctant to leave him alone, even when they were both engaged in their own pursuits. She preferred to share the same space. Empathizing, Superman considered that perhaps she feared missing his final moments. If he dared to compose his last words in a language unfamiliar to her, she would undoubtedly be furious. The thought amused him, as he knew that no matter how angry she got, she would never truly lash out at him. She might storm around the room, expressing her annoyance with exclamations of frustration, potentially insisting he complete their shared chores, or even rush over to nip at his shoulder. Superman continued recording his final log, the red dot in the lower corner of the screen blinking. "My cells are deteriorating at an alarming rate, and time is slipping away. I harbor no regrets. My life has been a miracle. I have traversed space and time, witnessing and achieving the extraordinary. I am blessed with parents who love me, as well as dear friends like Peter, Lana, Lois, and Jimmy. I have embarked on wondrous adventures, all while extending help to others. I consider myself immensely fortunate. Most notably, I had the privilege of meeting Bernice Allen early in my life, basking in her love, trust, and care. She is my most vital support, and I hope the love I have given matches the love I have received from her. I am weary, yet there remains one final task to complete." Superman removed his red cape, his shirt half off, when suddenly he sensed a distant disturbance and looked up. Luther had forcefully breached the heavy stone door of his sanctuary. The room was strewn with papers, and his niece, Anastasia, lay languidly on the couch. "I didn't ask you to do this," she remarked. There was no refusing. Luther hovered in the air, having acquired his superpowers within the last 24 hours, thanks to a serum he had engineered. "How did you obtain it?" Anastasia inquired, propping herself up slightly. "His fortress is far from impregnable." Luther smirked. "Cool." Nastasia, like every self-important 16-year-old, nonchalantly faced actions capable of shocking the world. "When will I possess my own superpower?" "When I trust you enough to hand over my car keys. Right beneath your feet." Luther conjured an illusion, swiftly gathering the information he sought within moments, before donning a mask to rapidly cut, create, and install a robot. "I have unleashed the scum of Stryker Island Prison. Their riot will ensnare the police. You can remotely control my terrifying weapon to achieve the same effect. How amusing, given that you possess all of his abilities. Why complicate matters? Nastasia queried, pulling a key from the debris at her feet, perplexed. If you had witnessed his combat style, you would not ask such a question. Luther shrugged, and I have faced him numerous times, hence I arranged a bit of extra insurance. Luther opened another door, leading directly to the streets of Metropolis. At that moment, the entire sky and city were shrouded in an ominous red glow. He turned back, mocking laughter escaping his lips. Unlike me, Superman loses his powers under the red sun, does he not? Thank my partner above. Luther soared into the sky, bellowing, "Where's Superman? Are you afraid of this tyrant sun? Come face the calamity of this world." A red dot in the lower right corner of the screen flickered. Luther's secret ally finally made an appearance. My final adventure is about to unfold. Superman, recording complete. Clad in a pure white uniform. Superman concluded the recording and strode towards the fortress's exit, the yellow octagon on his chest emblazoned with the reds. You are not alone. Robot number 7 appeared behind him, stating, "One of us will remain behind to maintain your fortress for your descendants, while the others will fight alongside you. I cannot ask for greater loyalty." Superman paused, introducing his comrades to the enemy in the sky. Solaris is a sentient solar computer. It can poison healthy stars, causing them to emit blue light that it can metabolize. Tune your receivers to 430 Hz to hear his voice. Superman donned a white sealed helmet and issued instructions to the remaining robot. He turned back, glancing towards a room within the fortress, then flew directly towards the sun. Impossible. I have turned your sun red. You should have no power left. A blue, lightning-like, I split open upon the formerly golden sun, declaring, "I see it now. Your cape. It protects you from the red sun's rays. But it won't endure this heat for long. It should last long enough to withstand the time I need to deal with you," Superman calmly asserted. "No, your sun is dying, but I will kill you first." Solaris' blue eyes widened, controlling various beams and flares to attack the group. Superman evaded the attack, yet the robots trailing behind him could not entirely escape. "Stop. No matter what price Luther offers, he will betray you," Superman shouted from behind his white mask, his complexion particularly pale, perhaps due to his uniform. "I have already betrayed him," Solaris cried, his azure eyes radiating a more intense beam of assault. The robots gathered to shield against this onslaught, but Superman swiftly interposed himself. No longer dodging, he braced himself against the beam, with the robots closely following in his wake. "I will devour your sun and take its place," Solaris raged. "Your people shall kneel before me, or perish in the frigid darkness." To this, Superman responded with heavy blows. 1, 2, 3. Solaris' exterior was a formidable solid, yet Superman retreated slightly, seizing what might have once been a solar prominence and exerting force upon it. His white uniform began to show signs of melting under such intense heat. Robot number 7 lunged to assist him in confronting the prominence, its skeletal frame already largely incinerated. "Go!" Superman forced the words through clenched teeth. No. Solaris had rewritten Robot number 7's system. It had pilfered the superpower serum for Luther. Robot number 7 must atone for this. It stated flatly, striking the base of the prominence with all its might. Its hand structure shattered completely, yet it continued to strike with the remaining fragments. At last, the surface cracked. Superman extracted the prominence, severing several cables that connected to Solaris. The expansive red glow of the sun abruptly receded, momentarily erupting before vanishing entirely. Solaris sustained minimal damage. It could no longer emit the red light that had robbed Superman of his powers. "Forgive me," the remnants of Robot number 7 uttered, plummeting toward Earth. Solaris turned, roaring with fury, its colossal blue eye emitting a laser beam. Superman's movements were not swift enough. He was struck and fell helplessly, subsequently ensnared by a large, writhing mass of black, the natural nemesis of the tyrant sun. Superman, momentarily bewildered, smiled at Solaris. "Meet my pet, the devourer of suns." "Abomination," Solaris howled, ensnared by the dark tendrils of the devourer. "Surrender, Solaris," Superman urged. "You cannot defeat him. It is futile." As Solaris roared, the shadow enveloping it detonated. The tendrils shattered into fragments, scattering throughout the cosmos. Superman was momentarily dazed, recalling that the devourer was still a mere child. You killed him. It raged, descending violently upon Solera's surface, recklessly pummeling it and leaving its internal wiring in disarray. The sky returned to normal. Superman must have, Jimmy Olsen exclaimed excitedly from the taxi. But his words were interrupted by a meteor-like blaze ahead. Lois, seated in the same vehicle, narrowed her eyes. Get out. Everyone. As the taxi driver rolled away from the vehicle, a shell struck it squarely, lifting the car entirely off the ground. Louise Lane and Jimmy Olsen, alongside the Gothic-clad Nastasia, emerged from the direction of the assault, gliding past on mechanical limbs, with several loaded shells hovering nearby. You two certainly don't shed tears until you see the coffin, she remarked. A few streets away, a jagged, smoking crimson sphere crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater in the concrete. From within this half-story high sphere, a single eye opened, weakly uttering, "Have mercy, for I have little compassion left to spare." A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the damaged pavement. In the still warm crater lay a colossal, motionless gray-white sphere, surrounded by nearly melted, battered helmets and white uniforms. Give me a compelling reason not to vaporize you both immediately, Nastasia, adorned with purple Gothic makeup, said with keen interest. Louise Lane assessed the girl and elbowed Jimmy Olsen, who let out a yelp and chuckled nervously. How about we get you on the front page of the Daily Planet tomorrow? Nastasia pondered. At the Daily Planet's editorial office, a woman occupied Kent's seat. The staff had grown quite familiar with her, recognizing her as the beautiful wife of the Ernest Kent, often visiting since he had taken an extended leave. Bernice had successfully returned from the Arctic alone, utilizing the teleporter from the Justice League watchtower. Upon hearing Clark's message relayed through a robot, she had rushed to the Daily Planet, anxious and without the super serum to assist directly. She exhaled in relief only when the sun ceased to glow red. But why had Clark sent her to the Daily Planet? A burly reporter rushed in, panting and clutching his computer, but unlike before, he did not knock over any trash cans or slip. Ms. Allen stood up abruptly to take his computer, but Kent shook his head to stop her. Kent, what is wrong? Editor Perry inquired, glancing at his pale employee. You look terrible. Kent leaned heavily on the desk for support before lifting his head to share a weak smile with his wife, then turned back to Perry and said, I witnessed everything. Perry, I have tomorrow's headline. He opened his computer to reveal the bold black title, Superman is dead. Author, Clark Kent. As he uttered this, he collapsed backward. Clark! Jimmy exclaimed, but the silent Bernice Allen swiftly caught him before he fell. Given Kent's size, even Jimmy would have felt pain from such an impact, yet Allen supported him, allowing him to lie back slowly. Recently, his health has been quite poor, prompting him to take a 2-month leave of absence. Allen's voice remained steady, yet her complexion was only slightly better than Kent's. She continued to hold Kent's hand, and, at that moment, she reached out with her other hand as if to feel for his breath, but before the tremor could manifest, she swiftly formed a fist. Perry hurriedly approached, bending down to check beneath his nose. He was no longer breathing. No. Louise stepped forward. Perry pressed his ear against Kent's chest for a moment, then lifted his head, hesitantly stating, his heartbeat is gone. Kent, Ms. Allen. Yes, Allen responded softly, yet she remained kneeling, clutching Kent's palm. Behind Allen, a figure emerged from below, floating outside the expansive glass window. It was not the familiar red and blue figure of the Daily Planet. Luther hovered a floor above them, looking down with a piercing gaze that shattered the outer wall of the Daily Planet's editorial office. Many pedestrians below hurriedly dodged the falling glass, subsequently pointing and murmuring about the figure. Did they also feel a sense of unfamiliarity? He is the least concerning among your worries. Luther glanced at Kent's body, spreading his arms wide. Get down here, Luther, Perry shouted as he dashed to the shattered glass. That is not how you speak to a future savior. Luther crossed his arms, lowering himself slightly, yet still towering over everyone by a half-body length. Ah, yes, you're the one who sentenced me to the electric chair. Luther had indeed been convicted of crimes against humanity due to a conspiracy involving water pollution, which the Daily Planet had uncovered. But the truth is what sent you to the electric chair. Perry pointed at Luther. I do not believe in truth. You cannot measure it, nor can you cradle in your hands, Luther said with intrigue. So what is truth? Truth is, do not collaborate with villains you cannot control. Suddenly, Bernice Allen, half kneeling on the ground, raised her head, her gaze piercing like a sword. Ah, Ms. Allen, did you deduce that? Or did Superman tell you? I should have known your little association must have some connection with him, Luther lamented. But you are unaware of the power I now possess. You are mistaken. His eyes emitted a red light, striking Jimmy Olsen's wristwatch with precision. You no longer require that bothersome signal watch. Superman will not return to save you. That is dreadful. For without him, we are doomed. Louise Lane crossed her arms, scoffing. I'm so glad you appreciate our son's new hue. What about your super perception? Bernice Allen, still crouched, spoke with sarcasm. Have you not noticed the sun has turned blue? The all-controlling Mr. Luther? Indeed. Jimmy hurled a stack of papers at Luther. Take a look at the photos from our Singapore branch. Luther caught a page and began to read. Do you not understand? Solaris has betrayed you, poisoning the sun. Louise exclaimed, You arrogant fool. Foolish? Luther raised an eyebrow and suddenly exhaled forcefully towards her. Louise was propelled backwards, landing next to the shattered outer wall, teetering on the edge of the floor with the abyss behind her. Luther ascended slightly higher, menacingly drifting towards Louise. Who else dares to challenge the mightiest being on earth? Bernice scrambled to her feet, avoiding Luther's path, rushing to drag the fallen Louise back. Jimmy, coming to his senses, lent a hand. I shall take that as an answer. Ms. Allen, Luther said, furrowing his brow and placing his hands on his hips midair. He observed Bernice bending down deeply, seemingly to assist Louise Lane. Yet Louise realized otherwise. She spotted Bernice Allen slipping her hand into the inner pocket of her coat, winking at her. Louise instinctively shifted to the side, trembling in fear. Just as Luther was about to respond, he saw Bernice Allen draw forth an unusually designed weapon and pull the trigger towards him. A surprisingly robust beam of white light, though not thick, struck Luther and sent him hurtling away. The reporters from the planet could only witness him crashing through the ceiling, unaware that he had soared over half the city and landed hard on the street below. What was that? Louise inquired. A gravity gun. A male voice responded from behind. Clark. Bernice rushed back, nearly discarding the weapon in her hands, but its perilous nature compelled her to grip it tightly while supporting her unsteady partner. We must leave, Clark stated, straightening his posture and squeezing Bernice's fingers. Shall I take you to the hospital? Louise offered. You look dreadful, Clark. No need, Clark replied. Thank you. We will make haste, Bernice ambiguously responded, considering Clark's earlier gesture, indicating they were likely headed towards Luther rather than the hospital. Louise nodded, watching them depart. As Clark led her into the stairwell, Bernice realized her suspicions were correct. Here, she frowned as she handed over the gravity gun. When Clark had previously given her the serum, he mentioned its powers lacked the vulnerabilities of Kryptonians. Among the artifacts Clark had introduced, the only two that posed a threat to him were the kryptonite gun and the gravity gun. Thus, Bernice had brought the gravity gun along. Where to? Bernice inquired again. It's best if you don't get too close. Clark indicated a direction before tearing open his shirt to reveal the Zahn uniform. Just as Bernice had refrained from stopping or dissuading him, he too did not prevent or urge her against going to the scene. Before departing, he gently kissed her lips. As Superman approached the gaping crater, he was struck by two beams of heat vision, crashing through a building before coming to a halt. You never imagined things would unfold this way, did you? Luther soared past him, ascending higher, casting a triumphant glance at the sky before looking down at the man who called himself a superhero. Am I truly able to gaze down upon you like this? In truth, everything unfolded just as I had anticipated. When robot number 7 first encountered a malfunction, I became aware of you. Superman's voice was subdued as he concealed himself. Luther was deciphering the source of the sound when he was suddenly struck by the same white beam. He leveraged against the building's exterior, yet his foot shattered the outer wall, creating a solid crater in the ground. Is it not difficult to remain suspended in midair? Superman appeared, wielding a gravity gun, and I had just amplified your own gravity by 500 times. But that was not the intention behind my use of the gravity weapon. No, Luther shouted, unleashing a freezing breath that encased the airborne Superman in ice. Luther then unleashed his heat vision, melting the icy sculpture, and delivered a heavy blow to the exhausted Superman as he emerged from the ice. Grasping Superman by the throat, Luther pounded his abdomen, yelling as they both plummeted, If I am to die, you shall precede me. Luther's weight pierced through the ground, sending them both crashing into the Metropolis subway station. Superman's energy was evidently waning. As he struggled to rise, Luther slammed him into the side of the tracks. Luther pressed down on his shoulder, repeatedly striking Superman's face. Superman attempted to restrain Luthor's arms, but his own limbs felt too heavy to lift. On the streets above, SWAT officers surrounded the area, preventing reporters and onlookers from approaching. Look, a keen-eyed reporter from Metropolis Times pointed towards the subway station's exit. Luthor, gripping Superman's cape by its collar, slowly floated up from the subway station. Superman dangled limply, resembling a corpse, dragging his feet along the ground. "Welcome to the new world," Luthor said with a sense of tranquility, incinerating a police tank with his heat vision. He tossed Superman onto the open ground before him, gliding forward. "Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed. I will soon take command of the White House," followed by a formal address. Perry, Lois, and Jimmy from the Daily Planet were shoved into the center by the helmeted Nastasia. "Shall we stage a public trial before we eliminate these traitors?" Nastasia inquired. After a moment of silence, she looked up, puzzled. "Are you all right?" Luthor floated in the air, his gaze fixed on the empty void, better than ever. "I could perceive the entire electromagnetic spectrum." He reached out toward the air, envisioning atoms, akin to clouds brimming with potential. If only Einstein had discerned the relationship between gravity and the other three fundamental forces, this scene would be all too evident. "Uncle Lex?" Nastasia attempted to rouse him. "The fundamental forces are interconnected through consciousness. Everything is thus linked. So too are all beings." Luthor swayed as if strolling down the street, revealing his perspective of the world, a daily occurrence. "I cannot ascertain whether I should feel concern or shame." Nastasia furrowed her brow. Waiting nearby, "It is indeed a cruel jest. The mechanical clockwork of reality operates in defiance of the laws of entropy. Yet the clock pays no heed. It is as if only we exist here together. We are but ourselves." As Luthor spoke, he drifted into the air, articulating incomprehensible words in a tone of bewilderment. "I feel a sense of embarrassment for being unable to save you," said Nastasia. "You must forgive him." Nastasia, the Superman sprawled on the ground, appeared to gather some strength. Slowly, he lifted his body, his right cheek radiating a golden glow, and informed Nastasia that he had just uncovered the laws governing the universe. "Gravity distorts time. The Superman ensnared me with the intricacies of relativity." Luthor descended to the ground, glancing back. He mentioned that his 24-hour superpower had just expired. The Superman, laboriously half-kneeling, felt the brilliance on his right cheek intensify. "But it has only been a few hours," Nastasia exclaimed. Meanwhile, Luthor closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "This is our reality. The gravity gun has slightly accelerated his time." The Superman exerted himself and finally stood upright. "You think I have not prepared more of this?" Luthor extended his hand into his coat. "Are you searching for this?" The Superman produced a familiar vial of golden liquid. "Return it to me. I have seen everything. I know how to save the world." Luthor, in a frenzied manner, reached out and advanced. Bernice Allen rushed over from the opposite side of the street. The special police raised their weapons, but the Superman gestured to halt them. Bernice directly reached out for the vial of serum and poured it into her mouth. "Do you wish to destroy it?" she asked after drinking. "Is this the last vial?" The Superman nodded in response to both inquiries. The golden luminescence on his cheek spread like a web. "I could have made everyone understand. Without you, I could have saved the world." Luthor, in a state of despair, fell to his knees, his head bowed. "If this truly mattered to you, Luthor, you could have saved the world years ago," the Superman stated, as golden light appeared on his left cheek as well. "You are right," Luthor replied with closed eyes, as Nastasia supported his shoulder. Bernice wished to scoff and mock him, but it was evident that there were matters far more significant than Luthor at stake. The markings of light had begun to spread to the Superman's neck. She embraced her Clark. "No one but me can restore the sun, Bonnie. I am transforming into pure energy," the Superman declared, while Bernice blinked forcefully, touching the light with her fingers, aware that she had but one chance to save the sun. Bernice smiled and said, "This time I will accompany you to the nearest place." With the power of the new serum, she lifted the Superman into the air. "Now that we are here, having journeyed this far, just hold on. There is nothing to fear, for I am right beside you. For all my life, I shall remain by your side. I am yours." This time, Superman soared with great urgency, leaving a luminous trail in the sky. Bernice followed closely, striving to calm her racing heart. In doing so, she couldn't help but stifle a hiccup, realizing she had been engaging in moments that only come once. "You cannot approach the sun too closely, Bonnie," Superman responded evasively. You must not repeat my mistakes, and we must bid farewell in advance. The tears Bernice had been holding back burst forth. She desperately tried to contain them. Knowing this was the final, most crucial moment, she ought to etch every detail in her memory frame by frame, rather than simply knowing them. She attempted to speak calmly, only to hiccup again. Clark, she sighed, her eyes closed, feeling the brilliance before her surpass that of the sun, and she felt the urge to cry anew. I love you, Bernice Allen, Clark whispered softly. I love you forever. Bernice, in a mix of anger and laughter, retorted. You know I cannot make such unreasonable vows of forever. I did not compel you to utter the same words. Clark chuckled helplessly. You need not fear, Clark, Bernice said earnestly, lifting her gaze. I will always watch over you. You are the source of my courage. Beneath his Superman suit, a gentle glow began to emanate. Thank you for always being by my side. I love you too. Bernice clasped his fingers and placed them over her heart. Wherever you go, my love, trust, and care shall accompany you. I only seek tearful eyes to acknowledge all my transgressions along the way. I desire a long sigh to commemorate all the suffering I have endured. I long for hands waiting at the end to shield me from my final shred of weakness. For the bones shattered in the pursuit of forward motion, this moment shall be reborn in the light. Superman unfastened his red cape and draped it around Bernice's neck. He blinked playfully, I know you like it. Sensing something profound, Bernice pulled him close and shared a kiss. This time, her tears flowed quietly, and she widened her eyes to maintain clarity of vision, finally declaring, I will protect you. She saw Superman smile before he turned and dashed toward the azure sun. That golden light, though seemingly insignificant compared to the sun, shone with a remarkable brilliance. As the golden glow faded into the sun, a blue luminescence began to dissipate from that singular point, and the sun transformed once more into its familiar, fiery crimson orb. Bernice lingered there for a moment longer. My son, she murmured. Will you meet me, Louise? The widow, Bernice Allen, approached a park bench. Aside from her presence at Clark Kent's funeral, she had refrained from donning black attire, and today she even adorned a vibrant red silk scarf. This choice drew criticism from several former colleagues at the Daily Planet. After all, was T. Clark once Superman? Louise, having cast aside the remnants of pigeon feed, rose and softly inquired, Is that so? Yes, Bernice nodded gently. I thought you might have already guessed. I had my suspicions, but he misled me in many ways. Had it not been for your natural manner in taking the serum, I might not have been entirely convinced. Louise hesitated for a moment, placing her hand on Bernice's shoulder. Perry will deliver your office belongings tomorrow. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. All right. Thank you, Bernice replied, pausing momentarily to respond naturally. Will you attend Superman's memorial? Louise asked. I might listen in from the periphery, Bernice pondered, but if the speeches lack sincerity, I shall depart. Very well. If you have any information you wish to share at the gathering, you may entrust it to me, Louise promised. Fate has run its course. Desperate scientists. The last hope. A kind couple. Superman. Luther, clad in an orange prison jumpsuit, sat on a chair, murmuring incessantly. We all know this story. Luther. Why do you wish to see me? Dr. Quint, wearing orange-tinted glasses, inquired through a small window. If this were an escape attempt, I would have been free long ago. Luther's gaze sharpened, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Not so. I have accepted my impending execution. This is a confession. Forgive me, doctor, for my transgressions. Many transgressions. His voice bore an unexpected sincerity. You killed him, Dr. Quint stated. And before my end, I wish to convey that I understand my irreversible errors. Yet there remains one act I can perform to honor him. Luther extended 2 marked notebooks through the letter slot beneath the door. Dr. Quint fell silent, glancing around before accepting the notebook and beginning to peruse its contents. This is Superman's genetic blueprint. I deduced it from his 24-hour super serum, and I have also discovered a method to replicate it. Surely not. Indeed, but it requires the egg of a healthy human female. With that, Luther retreated deeper into his cell. For much of the past few days, Bernice had been ensconced in the fortress of solitude, spending her hours in Superman's study, poring over his journals. Today, she finally resolved to tidy her room, intending to bring her belongings back to her apartment. When she stumbled upon a small pamphlet on the desk, she opened it. We all comprehend that having loved certain individuals or having been cherished by them is akin to having endured an atomic explosion, even after a millennium has elapsed. When our bones are unearthed once more, traces of radioactive substances can still be detected. It has been quite some time since you last visited this place. I have amassed a considerable collection. Huh? Just a moment. I feel quite sluggish after indulging too much. Bernice donned Clark's crimson hood, playfully resting her head on the tidily arranged table, pretending to be an ostrich with a vivid red head. Clark chuckled, yet he remained resolute. Time is of the essence, he stated. Bernice grumbled and reluctantly rose, still appearing quite unwilling. You mentioned it was a new collection, that is marital property, of which I am entitled. Why the rush? Clark could not suppress a smile. Then I must inform you what it is and how to utilize it. It is a comprehensive manual detailing all the weapons and items within the fortress. Bernice laughed, and as she did, a small circular water stain fell onto the cover. She hurriedly reached out to wipe it away. Robot number 11, she called. Yes, master, the sole robot promptly responded at the doorway. Did Clark write this while I was asleep? Indeed, master, the robot replied. Is there anything else you require? No, thank you. I won't be taking the clothing back. It is indeed marital property. Chapter 105, Epilogue 2, All-Star Superman Complete, 1. What did you say? Bernice nearly felt the urge to clean her ears. I said, I have a method to cultivate a child between you and Superman. Dr. Quint, fully aware that individuals often react slowly to surprises, continued. Know what? Bernice was momentarily dazed. How would that work? Dr. Quint elaborated with great detail. I refuse, Bernice declared. Dr. Quint was taken aback. 2. Do you not wish for children? Dr. Quint inquired. Not particularly, Bernice replied, and it would be a Kryptonian child. A Kryptonian. If a regular child goes awry, the worst that could happen is a broken heart at most. Or perhaps they might attempt to deceive me for insurance. But if a Kryptonian child goes astray, the world's destruction would be on my shoulders. Dr. Quinn attempted to persuade her it certainly would not lead to the world's demise. Do you not trust Superman? Of course I trust him, Bernice exclaimed. The issue is, Kryptonians are so powerful. I can only trust him. With anyone else, even if it were my child, I might not be able to trust them. The risks are too great. It is better not to have one. But this is your child with Superman. Dr. Quint insisted. I do not subscribe to a purely genetic view, Bernice replied. I am both lazy and easily impatient. I do not wish to bear that responsibility. Dr. Quint countered, moreover, it is not solely my reluctance. We must also consider Clark's opinion. Do not act unilaterally and destroy the diagram. Dr. Quint suddenly stated, I have precisely considered his opinion. 3. Bernice, does he really desire children? Dr. Quint nodded, affirming, indeed, when the previous experimental results indicated that he could not procreate with a human. He repeatedly inquired whether there existed a possibility for exception. Bernice fell into silence. Dr. Quint continued, if you truly disagree, you might consider exploring the option of utilizing the ova of another woman akin to adoption. Bernice interjected, wait a moment. It is not feasible to donate eggs. The physical toll on women is excessively burdensome, and it amounts to the exploitation of others. With a resigned sigh, she added, very well, I shall proceed. The first respondent to the query was Bernice Clark, pondering, is there truly no alternative? Option A, none whatsoever. Merge into the All-Star Superman side narrative. Option B, should we consult Batman? As the second respondent, Bruce remarked, it appears there truly is no solution. However, what if? Option A, impossible, never mind. Let Clark hasten. Merge into the All-Star side narrative. Option B, should we seek the wisdom of the marvelous Deli Dawn? Deli, upon hearing the full context, tearfully exclaimed, woe is me. Is this truly All-Star Superman? Do you possess a solution, Batman? Bruce replied, while Deli continued, if it involves All-Star Superman, he must suddenly. Deli paused, as if recalling something significant. Bruce promptly grasped her shoulders, urging, what have you remembered? Anything at all. You must comprehend the gravity of this matter. Deli hesitated, this is not a credible source. It is merely some, ordinary person's fantasy. I am uncertain of its utility. Batman regarded her intently. Deli confessed, I understand. If there exists a possibility to save Superman, biting her lip, I once read a fanfiction where Superman absorbed excessive energy. Yet he managed to neutralize a portion through frequent actions. Batman replied, this suggestion. Deli, empathetic, said, I will convey this to Superman. You remain here and do not move. Since I am the biological mother, perhaps thereafter, I can express my gratitude to Deli. Deli, the one I read was a Superbat fanfiction. Please do not disclose this. Chapter 106, DLC 14 segment. Annihilation of the Matrimonial Law, Prenuptial Agreement. The first clause states, "I shall not change my surname," Bernice declared. Clark appeared momentarily perplexed, but did not hesitate to acquiesce. Very well. Bernice pointed to the term she had written, elucidating. Regarding the division of household duties, in matters of child-rearing, one cannot be compelled. Metropolis recognizes marriage within its jurisdiction, thus addressing property distribution. Clark listened in astonishment and could not restrain his inquiry. But concerning the household tasks, are we not managing rather well presently? Indeed, many of our discussions can be entirely negotiable, Bernice remarked nonchalantly. However, it is essential to articulate them clearly in writing first. I believe it would be beneficial to formalize this document, making it available for others to reference. She produced 2 distinct sheets of paper and continued. While the property section will undoubtedly require redaction, to safeguard your identity, I have drafted 2 separate property distribution agreements, one for Clark Kent's assets and another for, Superman's. Clark responded, "Why the long face?" Bernice retorted, "I have completely designated the Fortress of Solitude as your premarital property." Clark, resting his forehead in his palm, replied, "I genuinely do not mind how the assets are allocated. You may have them all." Bernice nodded with ease. "I am aware." "So?" Clark lifted his gaze. "So? I must clarify everything to prevent myself from taking advantage of you," Bernice asserted confidently. After a brief silence, Clark chuckled in exasperation. "Do not think I cannot discern your attempts to placate me." Bernice replied with a light-hearted hee-hee. "In truth, I have not considered marriage either, right? Maintaining the status quo is quite satisfactory." Clark promptly picked up the document. "So, we just sign here, correct?" Once the prenuptial agreement was finalized, Bernice relaxed and returned to her usual routine. Clark found this entirely normal, as his partner, who always sought to assume control, was likely concocting plans in secret. Thus, he waited patiently until he finally inquired, "Bonnie, have you forgotten something?" Bernice's eyes widened in realization. "Oh yes, we have a wedding leave." Clark interjected, "Actually, I was referring to the wedding." Bernice locked eyes with Clark, and he observed her complexion begin to pale. "I refuse to wear a wedding dress," she declared. Her mother, Maureen Allen, interjected firmly, "I absolutely will not allow that." Clark asked, "What would you prefer to wear then?" "Riding gear, a tailcoat." Bernice exclaimed, "Those are what I want." Maureen gently stroked her hair. "I brought the wedding dress I wore." However, Bernice resisted her mother's affection, firmly stating, "No," before rushing upstairs. Her sister, Mary, queried, "Why do you not wish to wear a wedding dress?" "Mom says you're experiencing pre-wedding anxiety." Bernice glanced outside and replied to Mary, "I truly do not want to wear one, though perhaps not to the extent I have expressed. This is part of the negotiation process among family." "Do families also engage in negotiations?" Mary asked with confusion. Noticing her sister's reaction, Bernice, fearing that her younger sibling might be at a disadvantage in intimate relationships, quickly responded, "In truth, most individuals desire a greater voice, wishing to exert more influence over others, regardless of the setting. Indeed, the dynamics within a family are quite similar. However, a harmonious family will exhibit mutual forbearance and restraint regarding such thoughts. Yet, in this instance, I aim to introduce a glimmer of openness, which may not be readily accepted. Should one advocate for the removal of the roof, they may find themselves more amenable to the idea of a skylight." Bernice blinked her eyes in curiosity. "Where did you acquire such theories?" "Initially, they seemed fanciful, yet there is a certain logic to them. Having visited a bustling metropolis, it is evident that Mary attended a university within the state. With the rapid advancement of the internet, access to information is ubiquitous." Bernice, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Sometimes, one can unearth the most precious treasures in our quaint little town." Mary rolled her eyes. "It appears you possess no pre-wedding anxiety at all." Having already descended to assist, 12 scene play the following information was gathered in the 31st century. Due to temporal shifts, the author assumes no responsibility for the authenticity of the content. Do you recall that Bernice signed 2 prenuptial agreements? One with Clark Kent and another with Kal-El, better known as Superman. These 2 confidential documents were leaked in the 31st century, instantly becoming one of the most sensational topics of the decade. Nay, the past 20 years. Good heavens! This serves as undeniable proof that Superman was not only embroiled in a love triangle, but also suffered defeat. How could this be? Superman's fan base erupted in frenzy, as did his detractors. Moreover, did this woman commit bigamy? Bernice Allen swiftly became the most talked about Mary Sue protagonist for the next century. Numerous novels, television series, films, and plays inspired by her character emerged, with new adaptations anticipated every decade. Have you all seen the newly released series Krypton Chronicles? The original poster inquired on March 29th, 223X. This portrayal of Clark Kent is so devious. I adore this interpretation. It suggests that he is one of the few friends in Superman's lore because he discerned Bernice Allen's feelings, thus deliberately approached Superman. Under this guise, he subtly maligns him before Bernice Allen. Oh, that feigned nonchalance. The actor's performance is exceptional. The hesitation, the restraint, the tension following the first lie, and the relief of not being uncovered, all quintessential of an award-winning piece. The character's depth is remarkable. I sense he does not entirely despise Superman. I never realized I had an affinity for such a scheming character. Comment section. 1. I'm utterly captivated. The juxtaposition of a calculating ordinary person and a gentle, naive extraterrestrial is simply enchanting. 2. Your perspective on a rival-turned-lover narrative is quite unique. 3. In terms of love-hate dynamics, the rivalry between Lex Luthor and Superman is also compelling. That is indeed a genuine battle, devoid of the trivial romantic entanglements. It is perplexing how both Superman and Batman have been relegated to mere cold couples. This defies logic. In discussing the nuances of shipping couples, it is essential to remember that this is a thread dedicated to romantic drama. The original poster has aptly noted that Clark's character exhibits remarkable depth. However, the portrayal of Bernice is rather out of character. How could a woman capable of serving on the Supreme Court be depicted as such an innocent and naive flower? A comment, now banned, expressed disdain, labeling her as a fickle and insipid character, while the male lead is portrayed as treacherous and mediocre. It is audacious to use Superman's Kryptonian heritage in the title. This show is a disgrace, shamelessly buying trending topics. In response to a previous comment, I too find Bernice's characterization lacking. Historical accounts depict her as formidable, not only in relation to superheroes, but also in her outspoken opposition to the Texas heartbeat bill, which prohibits abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected, essentially after 6 weeks, a time frame where a woman might not even be aware of her pregnancy due to a missed period. Thank you, Bernice, for your contributions, as the Supreme Court ultimately ruled 4-5 to abolish this law. However, let us not overstate her influence. She was merely one of 5 dissenting votes. Is it true that in the film, Bernice became embroiled in a billionaire's money laundering scheme related to human trafficking, resulting in her child and husband being subjected to multiple shootings at home? Thankfully, Superman intervened. The portrayal of Superman's immediate decision to rescue them, followed by his complex expression upon realizing the situation, was masterfully executed. If I were Bernice, I would undoubtedly engage in an affair with Superman. How can one be certain she hasn't tea? Wouldn't tea that make the narrative even more tantalizing? What is wrong with the previous comments? Isn't that a form of infidelity? It is the 31st century. Can we not be less judgmental regarding a woman's morals? If Clark Kent were indeed as handsome as this portrayal suggests, I would gladly marry him, though I would still wish to engage with Superman. So, why ultimately did Bernice choose to marry Kent instead of Superman? That is Superman we're speaking of. I cannot comprehend how the actor portraying Kent could overshadow that. Upon further investigation, I discovered that both marriage agreements were signed on the same day. Unless one considers the implausibility of them all signing together, it may suggest that at that time, Bernice Allen was still indecisive, or at the very least, that she held long-term intentions with both parties. Low 21. After perusing the remarks above, I sought out the achievements of Bernice Allen and formed a conjecture. Her most notable contribution was indeed the drafting of the civil and criminal law proposals concerning non-Earth inhabitants, which later became colloquially known as the Superhero Anti-Discrimination Act. Although many of these proposals were not enacted during her era, one that notably failed to pass was the bill pertaining to the marriage between non-Earth residents and Earthlings. Low 22. Could it be that this was the reason she did not marry Superman? Low 23. I'm intrigued by this notion. Low 24. ID. Childhood sweethearts are the strongest. Perhaps one is overthinking. If she truly loved Superman, she could choose to remain unmarried for a lifetime while advocating for legal change. Low 25. Dear fans of Nye, please refrain from stirring the pot. Marriage does not equate to true love, you know. Lo ar shrilil, how amusing. If marriage does not signify true love, then what does? Did your father not afford the purchase of contraceptives? Several posts omitted. Lo 54. Let us cease the quarrels. Bring forth a narrative of a strong female lead. Bernice loves no one. Doge emoji. Lo 55. The femme fatale manipulating two men is rather delectable, I must say. Lo 56. I have penned a healing fanfiction featuring an original female protagonist for Superman, in which the character Bernice is notably absent. All are welcome to peruse. The link is XXXXXXXX Chapter 107. DLC 15 31st Century Forum and Fan Compilation. First post excerpted from the 31st Century Water Cooler Forum. Seeking assistance and gossip. Has Superman ever had feelings for anyone else? Original poster. I recently watched the special effects film featuring Superman's battle against Darkseid, and he was simply magnificent. However, there was no romantic subplot in the movie, merely some flirtation with a female journalist. I'm here to seek some juicy gossip. Lo 1. Period post. Please refrain. Lo 2. There are far too many repetitive posts. Can the original poster conduct a search? Lo 3. Your Superman community is quite vibrant. It seems new enthusiasts emerge every few days. Lo 4. In response to Lo 3. Yet your Batman community has abundant resources. I truly do not understand how, despite his low exposure, there is still so much delightful content. Lo 5. In response to Lo 4. Hee, we have a series of remarkable fan creators who emerged from Mrs. Stereo Sound. Envy is palpable. Lo 6. Perhaps newcomers are unaware of the appropriate keywords. Here's some pointers. 1. Super Low Archaeological Compilation, a roundup of those sweet rescues and interviews from years past. Link, XXXXXXX2, Super Wonder Combat Compilation. Link, XXXXXXX3, The World's Best Partners, full of chemistry. Link, XXXXXXX4, Love and Conflict Among Top-Tier Characters. Look at how Lex Luthor has evaluated Superman over the years. There remain a few inconsequential pairings, such as Superman and Jimmy Olsen. The photographer who stands beside reporter Lois Lane and is also a friend of Superman. And that female lawyer who drafted the superhero anti-hero legislation, presumably named Bernice Allen, whom Superman has also saved. While some people may ship these pairings, they are rather obscure, so I shall refrain from providing links. Post 7. Original poster in response to Post 6. Wow. Thank you so much. I will go check them out one by one. Post 8. Post 6. Are you sneaking in personal preferences? Why does the Superman and Batman category also have a compilation of fanfiction? Post 9. Post 6. You caught me. I ship the world's best partners, and we truly have an abundance of brilliant works. Post 10. In response to Post 6. Oh my goodness. Does Bernice Allen from the superhero anti-hero legislation also have a pairing with Superman? Let me see, please. Post 11. Post 6. I'm dying of laughter. I found a link for you. In the sky, we guard each other. On Earth, we protect one another. A brief introduction to the Superburn pairing. The second excerpt from the 31st Century Superhero Fanfiction Forum. In the sky, we guard each other. On Earth, we protect one another. A brief introduction to the Superburn pairing. Original poster. First, let me provide an introduction. The male protagonist is none other than our illustrious Superman, whose name we know through the Justice League's public information as Kal-El, a Kryptonian. All pertinent details can be found in the encyclopedia. The female protagonist, Bernice Allen, has most of her information available as well. Introduction abbreviated. How did I come to know of this pairing? It is due to the renowned author in our circle, Stereo, who has penned a melodramatic fanfiction about this couple that is simply delightful. Below, I shall share the existing information regarding their interactions. Continued omitted. Post 1. Stereo, the matriarch of the Superman and Batman circle. She has also written romance literature. I must give a try. Could you provide a link to her works? Dear original poster? Post 2. This pairing is indeed quite obscure, although the premise is rather enjoyable to ship. It lacks the thrilling elements found in other pairings due to the subtlety of a human and an extraterrestrial's quiet guardianship. Post 3. Oh dear, I did some research. And how could you not mention that Bernice has a childhood sweetheart, whom she even married? This is misleading promotion. Post 4. Original poster. Oh dear, actually, her husband is also an acquaintance of Superman, which makes it even more enjoyable to ship. Due to its obscurity, responses are few, omitted. Post 101. Oh my goodness. Post 102. Why are you reviving an old thread? Post 103. Oh my goodness. Did you not see? A prenuptial agreement signed by Superman has been leaked. The other party is Bernice Allen, isn't it? 104. Original poster has my casual pairing of a cold couple actually come true? 105. That may not necessarily be the case, as the prenuptial agreement between Bernice Allen and her legitimate husband, Clark Kent, was also discovered simultaneously. 106. My pupils tremble. 107. What on earth is happening with the three of them? 108. Original poster is Mrs. Stereo a prophet or an insider? How is this identical to her fanfiction? She was heavily criticized for this piece before. 109. Please share the link. 110. Please share the link. 111. How can there be such a Mary Sue woman? 112. Reality is even more absurd than television dramas. Excerpt from the 31st Century fan group. Superbat 99. I produced new pairing content. Super Nick is simply exhilarating. Everyone, come and indulge. AAA? BBB. C. Madam, could you please reconsider your ID before speaking? Superba 99. Link. Superbat 99. I am a confused omnivore. The tag for this piece are equilateral triangle, 3-person drama. BBB, 3-person. I'm in. C drama. I'm in. AAA, tear apart the reverse, I'm out. AAA, damn, I've devoured it. It's so delicious. Superbat 99, as a lawyer, Bernice Allen nearly faced a gunshot due to a revenge incident based on real historical materials, but Superman descended from the heavens and saved her. She experienced an uncontrollable infatuation and a degree of love at first sight. However, Bernice Allen has a childhood friend, and they are already together. At this moment, she realizes that her feelings are more akin to fondness and familial affection rather than the passion of romantic love. She attempts to clarify her feelings with her close friend Clark Kent and break up. Yet, Clark does not wish to part ways with Bernice. She has become an integral part of his life, and in his eyes, he is the one destined to accompany Bernice to the end. After some reflection, Bernice concludes that her passion for Superman is merely that, passion. After all, Superman is a deity among men. Could he possibly be as gentle and considerate as Clark? However, a series of unexpected dramatic events continuously draws Bernice closer to Superman. Bernice gradually realizes that a deity among men is not solely defined by divinity, and Superman, in turn, begins to be moved by Bernice. Interspersed are poignant memories of Bernice and Clark's years of childhood friendship. Meanwhile, Superman also becomes acquainted with Clark Kent. Their relationship evolves from friendship, but under the brilliance of the deity, Clark feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Your mere existence makes me feel so small, insignificant, and trivial. Clark admires and appreciates Superman, yet he is also envious, desiring for him to remain exalted while simultaneously yearning for him to experience the agony of failure. He became aware of Bernice's possible affection for Superman, yet he remained reluctant to let go. After cultivating a friendship with Superman in a semi-public manner, Clark would subtly disparage Superman in Bernice's presence. He realized that Bernice harbored a protective instinct towards him and even capitalized on it, using it to gain an advantage in his rivalry with Superman, ultimately succeeding in his endeavors. Superman might have sensed Clark's covert undermining, feeling somewhat wounded, yet he was ultimately willing to extend forgiveness. I am utterly enamored by the dynamic between Clark Kent and Superman. The writing is exquisite. It evokes a delightful essence. Much of this inspiration stems from the illustrious works of Ms. Stereo, a pioneer of the 21st century. Warning: love triangle, extramarital affair. Tax, Zupa Kent Bonitian. Author: Stereo. Published on 202X. XX. Note: this narrative is a personal indulgence, centered on a niche pairing. Please handle with care. Fact 1. Bernice Allen was rescued by Superman during her defense in Gotham. Fact 2. Bernice Allen does not possess a wedding photo in a bridal gown. Fact 3. After Bernice Allen took on a billionaire's money laundering case, her husband and child were tragically shot at home, and Superman saved them. Superman's gaze was serene. Bernice Allen, adorned in her wedding gown, stood in the church, breathtakingly beautiful beside her newlywed husband. She sensed something and turned around, catching sight of the Kryptonian hovering outside. This is an age-old topic, yet for me, it remains ever relevant. Two individuals falling for the same woman. Indeed, you have made your choice. I have lost you. At your wedding, I am but a guest. Bernice sought an excuse to quietly slip away. Superman, ever in his uniform, paid no heed to the gazes around him. Yet he cooperated with her actions, causing no disturbance. The radiant sun of the sun, even when enamored with another, could exhibit such humility, willing to become a concealed flaw. Carl, with a hint of delight that had often been misconstrued by Carl as affection, softly said, "You have come. You invited me, did you not?" Superman's tranquil blue eyes gradually darkened with sorrow, and Clark is also my friend. In the inner sanctum, Clark Kent slightly turned his head towards this direction. The sunlight graced his visage, while the reflective lenses obscured his gaze. He presented a smile devoid of aggression. "You have deliberately distanced yourself from me, merely for show. You wish to devote yourself to him, yet you invite me here. Even in his embrace, you still smile at me, and you know where this will lead. This is your final decision, Bernice." Superman's face bore no smile. The sunlight illuminated his sculptural features with clarity. The woman before him lowered her head slightly, the fluffy white veil trembling in response. Superman's heart fluttered as he reached out to lift that layer of white fabric. Bernice shifted uneasily, attempting to glance back at her ordinary newlywed husband, only to be grasped by Superman's strong hand under her chin, preventing her from turning away. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice deep and imbued with a possessiveness she had never encountered. A shiver coursed up Bernice's spine as she could only gaze into his eyes. Her pupils dilated. Superman tilted his head slightly, with the sunlight behind him. Only his crystalline blue eyes radiated light, yet Bernice often felt a hint of red within them, which instilled fear. This was also why she chose her familiar childhood friend. Superman implored, "I thought we shared a beautiful past?" Bernice reached out her hand towards his cheek, but halted midway. "Carl, you know I will always be grateful that you saved my life. You know that this is not what I want." Superman seized her wrist, pressing it against the trunk above her head, the rustling of her pristine wedding gown accompanying the motion. He was as unyielding as steel, suppressing all of Bernice's instinctive struggles. Yet his expression transformed from that of an indifferent statue to that of a wounded human. Consequently, Bernice's demeanor softened, although her hands remained compelled to rise. She spoke to him as one might console a dog that had been kicked. "You know I crave you immensely, profoundly. You do not understand what craving truly is." Superman replied, slightly closing his eyes before opening them again. Then he leaned forward and captured Bernice's lips with his own. He invaded, plundered, and savored the sweetness of love, entwining and extracting the bitterness of failure. Yet the situation was far better than he had imagined, for Bernice reciprocated. When they finally parted, he felt an unexpected reluctance akin to his own. With her eyes glistening, Bernice breathed rapidly. Her voice was hoarse, and she managed a soft laugh. "Do you believe me now?" Superman silently released her. Bernice rubbed her reddened wrist, defiantly placing her hand upon Superman's chest. She felt the formidable physique with her palm, then let her fingers glide down the curve of this. "Did you not anticipate this? Even if I am not the type of woman you typically desire, I cannot imagine refusing the chance to be with you." "You declined," Superman frowned. "I would never refuse such an opportunity," Bernice added, after a brief silence, as if surrendering the pursuit of maintaining the perfection of her wedding dress. She leaned against the tree trunk behind her. She gazed upwards, hoping to see the sky, but Superman was too close. The elegant curve of her neck only revealed a canopy of green leaves. Superman leaned in closer, bending down to kiss the nape of Bernice's neck. She shivered slightly, grasping his immobile shoulder. "And I wish to have you, many times forever," Superman declared. "That is the crux of the matter," Bernice replied softly. "I cannot trust your forever. I would rather endure the pain of never having you than risk losing you." "But can you trust the vows of Clark Kent?" Superman glanced toward the center of the lawn. There stood the ordinary, kind, honest man in a pristine, tailored suit, looking remarkably rejuvenated. "I know him," Bernice stated simply. "It is hard to doubt something you believe you can completely control." "That sounds rather cruel," Superman murmured. "And he needs me." Bernice averted her gaze. "Has your perspective changed since I revealed my need for you?" Superman implored softly. "I need you more than you can imagine. Without me, he might crumble," Bernice said with difficulty. "Go back. I hope you do not regret this, my dear." Superman floated slightly upward, "For I have begun to regret not seizing you in time." Bernice looked deeply into his eyes, lifted her skirt, and ran back. She forced out a smile that seemed unremarkable, addressing her family and bridesmaids. "My dress got caught on a branch. Is it all right if I change into a tailcoat for the photos?" The time drags on, and the wine grows stale. The air is humid and stifling in the mirrored hall. The crowd from the planet Daily was well acquainted with Superman. Clark Kent appeared unremarkable among them. He lacked sharp mannerisms or pronounced eyebrows and did not share the camaraderie with Superman like Jimmy Olsen did. Yet he had a wife whose fame eclipsed his own, Bernice Allen, renowned for her connection to the superhero. When faced with questions about his wife's admiration for Superman, he would always respond with a gentle smile, "Yes, I am also a friend of Superman." Thus, the crowd, like a puzzle suddenly solved, moved on to the next topic. Only Clark Kent knew how he had pieced together a tragic narrative from facts that did not exist. Superman was in an exceptional state, so much so that he found himself restless after witnessing Bernice and Superman's celestial stroll. Eventually, with dark circles under his eyes, he carefully tucked a meticulously crafted photograph into his folder, only to inadvertently drop it. When Bernice bent down to assist him in retrieving it, he hastily snatched the photograph back, attempting to conceal it. Bernice, naturally puzzled, soon laid her eyes upon the image, a snapshot of Superman with his hand resting upon Lois Lane's posterior. "I cannot believe this," he stammered, taking the photograph to prevent others from seeing it. He effectively wagered his own reputation and that of Superman's on the scales before her. Bernice studied the image in silence for a long while before she finally remarked, "It should be kept safe," returning the photograph to Clark. A wave of relief washed over him, though it was overshadowed by a profound melancholy. "Invisible eyes observe you and me. Everyone awaits a rendezvous." News of Superman's injury spread swiftly. He had single-handedly incapacitated several foes, sustaining injuries that left him weak and unconscious. Bernice, in her distress, could hardly bear it. "I cannot endure this any longer," she thought, yet suddenly Superman's familiar, deep voice resonated in her ears. In an instant, her surroundings transformed. She found herself in the deserted corridor of her office building, with Superman holding her tightly. "I nearly perished, and upon awakening, all I wished was to see you." No one could remain unmoved by such overwhelming passion, especially when embraced by a soul so noble and refined. Chapter 108 DLC 16 R18 Fan Compilation 1. With updates, Superman finally awoke from his coma, his eyes fluttering open. He was gravely injured, having failed to replenish adequate solar energy, and the kryptonite fragments within him caused excruciating pain. Forcing himself to regain composure, he realized he was drifting uniformly toward some distant point in the cosmos. Though weakened to the point of resembling a mere mortal, he was still able to survive in the vacuum of space, propelled forward by the initial momentum he had when he lost consciousness. As Superman blinked, he noticed a colossal shadow looming before him, waving countless branches or tentacles. Gliding alongside him, alarmed, he attempted to distance himself, but the dark tendrils reached out toward him. The tentacle creature, known amongst her kind as Bernice, was not referred to as a mere tentacle monster. This term was adopted for the convenience of human readers. Bernice, adorned with numerous tentacles, dark filaments, and a large physique, though not strikingly beautiful, was nonetheless considered quite attractive among her kin. However, she had shown little interest in the males that sought her for mating and had no desire to explore or seek out suitors from other species, content to remain unbothered by the opinions of others. On this day, a remarkably vibrant, indeed strikingly colorful small male floated before her. Bernice pondered as she followed its graceful drift. Could this male, judging by its appearance, be the legendary human? However, she had heard that humans were green, thus, its vividness must indicate a courtship display. She scrutinized it closely. Although it did not quite align with her kin's aesthetic standards, Bernice inexplicably found it quite appealing. Very well, she optimistically thought, let me give this a try. A thick tentacle extended towards the superhero's face, yet the motion was not swift enough to be mistaken for an attack. Lacking energy and with heat vision inconvenient, the superhero assumed a defensive stance and retreated, only to collide with another dark mass behind him. One tentacle struck the non-existent wound at his waist, where kryptonite shards lingered within. Externally, due to his resilient nature, it had healed, but the sharp pain radiating from that point to his limbs served as a constant reminder. The superhero nearly lost consciousness from the pain, struggling to regain his combat posture, but found that the tentacle was somewhat clumsy, merely gliding across his forehead and leaving a wet, sticky residue on his curly hair. This enormous being seemed to have a playful spirit. Despite having limbs both in front of and behind the superhero, it did not restrict his movements. as 2 or 3 tentacles of wrist-like thickness waved playfully before him. The superhero wiped his face, removing some of the serpentine moisture, and began to feel perplexed. Could it be that this creature, in response to his thoughts, found itself in a state of incredulity? Did it merely wish to touzle his little curls? Bernice felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was not particularly adept at physical activities, which was partly why she preferred not to shift her position. After all, she reasoned, she could shape-shift and communicate telepathically. The male's courtship display of color-changing and dancing was not necessarily required. Ultimately, she utilized her black filaments to part the adorable tuft of curls. The male did not resist. When Bernice's tentacle brushed against him, his heartbeat quickened, filling her with joy. She then attempted to entwine her black filaments with the tuft of curls, securing them tightly, and he remained still. He had consented. Bernice had previously hesitated due to her inability to directly telepathically perceive his thoughts. But now she was entirely convinced that this vibrant and handsome male individual had indeed come seeking a mate. As a pansexual, Bernice had never limited her search for partners to males within her own species. However, she had always felt that, regardless of race or gender, mutual communication and trust were essential for companionship. Nevertheless, she shrugged it off, considering it merely a casual encounter, and found the male undeniably pleasing. So the lack of communication was not a grave concern. The creature seemed devoid of hostility. The superhero felt as though he were being affectionately licked by an oversized dog. With little to do aside from wiping the drool from his face, it appeared to have become entangled with his hair, spending quite some time playfully toying with it before finally lifting the strands, delighting in its antics, even causing the still cautious superhero to stifle a laugh. The narrative can reach its conclusion, yet should you desire an epilogue featuring a happy resolution, the timbre of human voices is indeed melodious. Bernice felt a sense of fulfillment until she comprehended the essence of the voice emanating from the individual before her. How could a telepathic connection be established at this moment? Wait, are you berating me? Was it not you who sought my companionship? The species of tentacled beings lack a language conveyed through sound waves. However, they possess the ability for mental communication, and the females can further engage in establishing telepathic connections with other species. Yet in most instances, if a species is unable to initiate such a connection from the outset, it remains perpetually unachievable. As Bernice pondered these thoughts, the human male before her appeared disoriented. His complexion and lips, if that is indeed the term, had paled further. Bernice perceived his thoughts and could not suppress her exclamation. "Are you injured? How can I assist you?" The human male's expression was intricately layered, and though he remained silent, it was evident he was unaware of how to shield his thoughts. "My past is convoluted. I did not intend to transgress your wishes, but I wish to clarify matters with you." Bernice felt a profound dismay, perplexed as to why this male exhibited such humiliation. Yet the fleeting thought that crossed his mind was the possibility of his impending demise. That simply cannot be allowed. She was astonished to discover that this individual bore a wound nearing fatality. "Trust me, I fervently desire for you to be unharmed, and even more so, to live. Please, tell me how I can assist you." Her urgency was palpable. "Thank you," the superhero replied. Expressing gratitude for a life-saving act is not arduous, particularly since he could scarcely fly. It was Bernice, whose name roughly translates phonetically, who had hastily transported him to the Justice League for immediate surgery to remove the shard of kryptonite. However, fully comprehending her prior actions would not be a simple task, although he now understood the misunderstanding that led her to believe. "Please inform me how I can compensate you." Within the telepathic exchange, Bernice's voice resonated similarly to that of a human female, and rather melodiously at that. "I do not require compensation." The superhero's tone grew frigid, tinged with irritation. Then I apologize, Cal. I overheard your companions refer to you as such. Now that we have established a mental connection, I can comprehend your words. Please, tell me how I may assist you." Bernice's voice conveyed a sorrowful tone. "We do not require assistance. This is a falsehood. The Justice League will always welcome additional strength," the superhero mused. "Yet I am capable of combat. I belong to an intelligent species, possessing high quality. Hence, my impacts are quite effective. Furthermore, I can communicate telepathically." Oh, she heard another thought, tinged with melancholy. Yet she continued, if you desire a form closer to yours, I can also shape-shift. It is a unique ability of mine. The tentacles retracted, and the dark mass gradually transformed into a white silhouette, exhibiting the features and curves of a human female. Although the superhero was taken aback, he promptly averted his gaze politely. Can you transform into clothing? Like John, the Martian manhunter, he contemplated. The creature, now resembling an adult female, inquired. Who is John? Was clothing? Some psychological descriptions omitted due to their disruptive nature. The tentacled creature Bernice, inexplicably drawn to a focal area, expressed her curiosity, remarking, I must admit, I always believed that to be the third layer of human skin, yet appears to be merely a minuscule fragment. After some time, she mused, it is merely clothing. After another interval, she pondered, but what purpose does such a diminutive garment serve? It offers no warmth. After yet another period, she queried, underwear? Very well, I shall endeavor to comprehend. Must I wear it too? And an even stranger piece at that? At the request of readers within the group. An update on subsequent events. Why has the ability to establish communication suddenly returned? Possibility 1. This form of communication may be perceived as an invasion, albeit one so feeble that it cannot overcome Superman's considerable resistance to mental intrusion, naturally shielded by his Kryptonian constitution. Thus, it is only when he is rendered nearly powerless, on the brink of death, that the conduit for mental communication is established, remaining intact even as his abilities gradually return. Possibility 2. The tentacled race has long held a legend that among those unable to communicate, there exist rare soulmates. If two beings of different races happen to possess a sufficiently high compatibility, a mental link can be forged following intimate contact, a bond akin to a marking or union, exceedingly rare and precious. Hence, many idle, tentacled creatures, upon encountering a particularly charming alien, may attempt to pursue this connection, which explains the prevalence of tentacle-themed narratives. After all, in most instances, such encounters do not result in a link, leading to disappointment among the tentacled kin. Bernice recalled this legend only after the conduit had been established. A sudden epiphany dawned upon her. Yet, she simultaneously recognized the shortcomings of this tradition. They were powerful beings, and thus, it was imperative to avoid imposing upon others. Aware of her missteps, she adopted a humble demeanor. May I remain here for a time? She implored, gazing expectantly at the figure across from her. I could assist your friends. Thus, I would be aiding you as well, would I not? Before Superman could respond, the compassionate Green Lantern dashed forth. How can you permit this lady to speak so? If you allow it, the Green Lantern addressed Bernice, witnessing a nod from her, and conjured a green luminescent barrier to shield her form. Fair lady, Earth extends a warm welcome to friendly races from across the cosmos. Hal Jordan proclaimed. Yet, I must inquire, why do you feel the need to apologize to Superman? Did you not save his life? Superman swiftly approached. Hearing Bernice utter a hesitant sound, it may be inconvenient to disclose, unless that vibrant human agrees. To reveal it might inflict pain upon him. Superman discerned her thoughts. He halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon her as the Green Lantern escorted her away. Just before entering the chamber, the Green Lantern, seemingly aware of Superman's watchful eye, saluted with a two-finger gesture. Are you referring to Superman? The Green Lantern laughed heartily, pointing to himself. But, my dear lady, he is not human. I am. Thus, it became evident that humanity was green. As the rumors aligned, Bernice nodded. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she pondered, have I made a mistake? The guidelines she had followed were indeed human directives. Humans possess various skin tones, yet none are green. The Green Lantern glanced around, pointing towards Batman in the distance, stating, See, he is also human. Humans can be black as well. I understand now, Bernice affirmed with a nod. Remarked the Green Lantern, telepathic communication has its own challenges. Superman, alongside the tentacled creature who had donned a t-shirt and jeans, sought to confirm her intentions repeatedly, ensuring her goodwill towards herself, the Justice League, and Earth, before she was left without any reason to refrain from staying. Unless you reveal what transpired earlier, he added. However, if you are willing to integrate into Earth and contribute to its protection, I see no reason to deny your presence, Batman stated after validating her credibility with Superman. Is Earth female? Bernice inquired. Integration requires considerable guidance, Batman replied, glancing at Superman. Earth is predominantly inhabited by humans, correct? Bernice asked. Aside from few anomalies like us. Yes, Superman confirmed. And you are Kryptonian? Indeed. We're humans-like. She continued. They possess numerous admirable qualities. Resilience, bravery, kindness, responsibility, and more. Superman reflected on Bruce, Lois, and many others he knew. Then you are human too, Bernice exclaimed. The tentacled creature seamlessly moved into Clark Kent's apartment. Although it was modest, and he lived alone, she certainly did not mind. You could also stay at the Watchtower, the Justice League's headquarters, Superman suggested. But I can give you a ride to work. The humanoid Bernice offered, already aware of Superman's work schedule the following day. Superman was taken aback by such an offer. No, that's unnecessary. He paused, then added, wait. How do you intend to give a ride? In your original form? Yes, she affirmed. I cannot revert unless absolutely necessary. Unless we start fighting, Superman cautioned repeatedly. During some team battles, Bernice charged forward with her immense mass. Clark, Bernice asked, may I touch my tentacles to yours? Clark paused. His face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as he jumped up, exclaiming, that is not how our species inquires about such matters. Bernice nodded, disheartened. No, she said, lowering her head in disappointment.